Chapter 1, The Apocalypse Comes, An Unexpected Space. Huff. Huff. Bang bang bang. Outside the room just beyond the door, there were continuous heavy breathing sounds and knocking on the door. Chu Shiyun leaned against the door, constantly bracing it to prevent the zombies outside from getting in. Blood stained his hands red and flowed continuously from his abdomen. With faltering steps, he pulled over a solid wood table to block the door so as not to be pushed aside by the horde of zombies he had attracted. Recalling what had just happened, Chu Shiyun chuckled coldly. Excellent, how dare someone betray him? If he didn't die, he would definitely kill that person. His hand directly grasped the knife inserted into his abdomen, pulling it out with no change in expression, and then tore off his t-shirt to bind the wound and stop the bleeding. Throughout the entire process, Chu Shiyun's face remained icy as if he couldn't feel any pain. Lowering his head slightly, Chu Shiyun looked at his wound, his voice low to the point of being barely audible. Still need to find hemostatic medicine, otherwise. 3 days ago, due to a class reunion, he had gone with a group to a bar. Afterward, strange phenomena occurred, monsters that bit indiscriminately appeared, these were the zombies, and afterward, he was trapped along with others inside the bar. Half an hour earlier, since the food had run out, everyone came here to look for something to eat. Unforeseen was when they arrived at the department store, he was slandered by one of the leading psychics among them and stabbed to draw zombie attention. If it hadn't been for stumbling into this room accidentally, he'd surely have been torn apart by zombies by now. Thinking that he might end up like this, Chu Shiyun gave a self-deprecating laugh. Never had he thought he'd fall prey to such a person. Unable to hold on, Chu Shiyun fainted, and while half unconscious, it seemed as though he had reached a strange place, a land of green mountains and clear waters, and there stood a small house, which he found to be a very simple bamboo hut. Chu Shiyun gazed at the hot spring behind the bamboo hut. He felt oddly drawn to it, so he slowly walked over, immersed himself in it, and fell asleep due to its immense comfort. When Chu Shiyun woke up again, he found himself still in the hot spring. Is this a dream? He incredulously murmured. No, you're not dreaming. In Chu Shiyun's ear, a faint voice rang out, cold and seemingly coming from all around. Splash. Chu Shiyun focused his gaze and quickly got up, the spring water splashing around, and he moved away from the original position. Looking over, he saw a little creature with 2 tiny wings, round-headed, with a leaf perched atop its head, about palm-sized. Chu Shiyun scanned the strange-looking little person, not knowing what it was, but seeing that it appeared to harbor no ill intent, asked coldly, "What are you?" The little man flapped its wings rapidly. Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's words, its originally round, bead-like, and beautiful eyes widened even more as it launched a tirade at Chu Shiyun. Thing. You're the thing. Your whole family is full of things. I'm not a thing, I'm the spirit of this space. If it weren't for your good fortune allowing your blood to flow onto the bracelet and awaken me, thereby activating the bracelet space, otherwise. The spirit appraised Chu Shiyun with a shake of the head. Feeling belittled, Chu Shiyun narrowed his eyes, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips as he slowly approached the spirit. Seeing the frost emanating from Chu Shiyun, the spirit shrank back in fear. Realizing he was the spirit of the space and Chu Shiyun could not harm him too much, the spirit puffed out his chest again, hands on hips glaring back defiantly. In the next instant, a long hand shot out faster than lightning, trapping the spirit in the palm of its hand. Aawa! The spirit screamed in terror. Let me go, damn it, let go of me. Chapter 2, Securing the Artifact Spirit. Chu Shiyun stared intently at the artifact spirit, then a gentle smile flickered on his lips as he spoke softly. So, what is your name, Lord Artifact Spirit? And what is this place? The artifact spirit looked at Chu Shiyun with apprehension, trembling. The courage it had mustered moments before to stand up to Chu Shiyun was already long gone. Though Chu Shiyun appeared gentle now, it could feel that the hand gripping it was nearly crushing it. Thus, the artifact spirit pleaded tearfully, Wah. Loosen your grip, please. I'll be squashed flat if you keep this up, Wah. Chu Shiyun gave a cold smirk and shook off the artifact spirit from his hand, threateningly saying, Explain everything to me right now, or we'll have further accounting for how you scared me earlier. The artifact spirit nodded like a chick pecking rice, terrified that Chu Shiyun might take away its chance to speak another second later. My name is Hanyu. I am the artifact spirit of the bracelet called Ming Kong bracelet on your wrist. I hail from another world but arrived here due to some unforeseen circumstances in your so-called low spirituality realm. Afterwards, due to insufficient energy, I fell into a deep slumber. It was only just now when I sensed the power of a contract that I woke up. I felt the summoning from this space, it should stem from your inherent spatial affinity. Chu Shiyun interrupted Hanyu at this point, I naturally possess spatial affinity. Hanyu nodded vigorously, continuing flatteringly, yes. Moreover, you've gained unexpected fortune. While soaking in the spirit spring, another ability was awakened within you. In your world's terms, it would be psychic energy. Chu Shiyun understood fully and nodded, glancing around the space. Then, what is this space used for? Hanyu cautiously glanced at Chu Shiyun and proceeded to explain thoroughly, you can store things here, including living beings. However, only you and your mate may enter this space. Each time someone comes inside, it's their physical self that enters. Additionally, you can cultivate items within this space. As your spatial affinity level increases, so will the size of this space. The spirit spring has healing properties, including wounds caused by zombie bites. As long as the transformation into a zombie hasn't yet occurred, the victim can still be saved. Chu Shiyun nodded again, gazing at the seemingly boundless space ahead of him, finally feeling some relief. He patted his abdomen, untied the binding cloth strip, and sure enough, there was no longer any sign of the previous injury. His eyes moved towards Hanyu in his hand, scrutinizing him carefully. Since you are the spirit of this space, having contracted it means that I am your master, does it not? Hanyu hung his head dejectedly, yes. Seeing such cooperation from Hanyu, Chu Shiyun relaxed his grip on the artifact spirit. He casually moved around a bit, experimenting slightly. He found out that if he wanted, he could freely teleport to any part of the space. As Chu Shiyun appeared to have finished questioning, Hanyu gathered all his strength and began to wheedle and plead, playing all his tricks to get Chu Shiyun's attention. His large round eyes pleadingly begged Chu Shiyun, so. Can you take me out later? Saying this, he flew over and nudged Chu Shiyun's face with his big head. He'd been trapped in the space for so long, even sleeping alone couldn't dispel his loneliness. Now that he could go outside, he didn't want to stay inside this space anymore. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow, are you sure? Hanyu nodded furiously, almost breaking his neck. If it weren't for this new master being so cold-hearted, his life as an artifact wouldn't be this hard. Chu Shiyun retorted mercilessly, are you sure people won't mistake you for a mutant animal and eliminate you in this form? Hanyu's face contorted with wronged feelings, as he cast a resentful look at Chu Shiyun, damned master, don't think I don't see the disdain in your eyes just because you haven't said it. Seeing Chu Shiyun showing no sympathy at all, Hanyu stopped pretending to be pitiful and acted directly, I can transform into other animals. With these words, he instantly transformed into a chubby, short-legged cat. But Chu Shiyun continued heartlessly, I have no intention of keeping pets in the apocalypse. Wah! Hanyu really wanted to cry, his inner soul was crying. Why was his new master so cold and unsympathetic? Oh heaven! Can you hear me? I'm sobbing so loudly. Whether heaven heard or not remained unknown, but Chu Shiyun ignored Hanyu's entreaties completely, acting as if nothing happened. Who would protect you once you're outside? Hanyu slapped his chest proudly, don't worry, I can protect myself. Of course, I can also protect you too. In the end, after 15 minutes of stubborn negotiation between one man and one artifact, seeing that Hanyu clung persistently to his leg refusing to let go, Chu Shiyun eventually agreed to bring it along. With a flicker of thought, Chu Shiyun opened his eyes again and found himself back in the small house where he had hidden earlier. Hanyu clung obediently to his shoulder. He glanced at his watch and realized 3 hours had already passed. Chu Shiyun pressed his ear against the door, hearing nothing. Pushing aside a table, he cautiously opened the door and swept the corridor with his dark gaze. He noticed only 1 or 2 zombies wandering around. When they looked toward him, Chu Shiyun used his mental power on them. The 2 zombies that had smelled Chu Shiyun's presence and were about to lunge at him froze in place, then turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. Seeing how effective the mental power was, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but crack a rare smile. Finally, he didn't have to entrust his life to others anymore. Chu Shiyun looked down at his bare torso. Though his physique wasn't bad, he didn't have any fondness for showing off. Thinking this, he stepped towards the 4th floor, which was the clothing section. The space was mostly empty except for Hanyu, a spirit of an artifact called Hanyu. There were no usable supplies inside yet. Considering this, Chu Shiyun quickened his pace even more. On the way, Chu Shiyun encountered a few more zombies but hypnotized them all with his mental power. He wasn't sure whether it was due to soaking in the spirit spring, but controlling the zombies felt effortless for Chu Shiyun. Looking at this phenomenon, Chu Shiyun pondered deeply, it seems this mental energy is quite useful, I can keep it as my trump card. Hanyu flattered him, congratulations, master, you've become so adept at using your mental powers. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun reached out and lifted Hanyu up before his face, staring into its ink-black eyes. Baffled, Hanyu appeared innocent, was the jerk master not fond of compliments? Chu Shiyun shook Hanyu slightly and asked, have you ever seen animals talk? Hanyu nodded, of course. In our world, there are many demon beasts who speak. Chu Shiyun reminded Hanyu coldly, you'd better not talk in front of humans until you see other talking animals, or they'll drag you off to study you. Hanyu nudged Chu Shiyun's hand, promising, don't worry, master. No one will catch me. Chu Shiyun scoffed, I'm just reminding you not to drag me down. Although he now had the ability to protect himself, it didn't mean he wanted to be chased by people constantly. Hanyu sighed dejectedly, equals. What a heartless master QAQ. Ignoring Hanyu's mournful expression, Chu Shiyun began raiding each floor from the 4th floor downward. The 4th floor housed clothing, the 3rd floor daily necessities, and the 2nd floor food. Everything in sight, useful or not, was packed into the space, since it was vast and could hold everything. Having cleared the 4th and 3rd floors without encountering that group, only the 2nd floor remained. Chu Shiyun's lips curved into a bloodthirsty grin. How should he repay Meng Jun's betrayal? leisurely stepping into the second floor, wherever he passed left not a trace. In front of him were piles of food, while behind him lay an empty void. Clack. 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 Footsteps echoed through the silent space, sending chills up the spines of anyone listening. Chapter 3, The Main Character's Entrance. Chu Shiyun, unhurriedly gathering about 2/3 of the food, finally encountered Meng Jun and his group. Having eaten their fill, they were sprawled lazily on the ground, surrounded by shelves of food that kept out the few remaining zombies. Knowing most of the zombies had chased after Chu Shiyun, they seemed quite at ease. Humph. Chu Shiyun's derisive laugh startled those who had been dozing off. Chu Shiyun greeted them with a sly smile, "Gentlemen, long time no see. Ah. Are you human or ghost? Didn't you die?" Startled, the group screamed upon seeing Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyun arched an eyebrow and said to one of them, "I didn't know I was supposed to be dead." The man, in shock, said, "You bled so much and were chased by so many zombies, how could you still be alive?" Chu Shiyun sneered, "So you knew there were a lot of zombies chasing me. What did all of you do back then?" All of them felt incredibly guilty under Chu Shiyun's gaze and looked away. Meng Jun looked at those who avoided eye contact and then glanced at Chu Shiyun, who came without good intentions. "Chu Shiyun, it's your fault. Why are you being so aggressive now?" They thought about it and realized Meng Jun was right. "Chu Shiyun, you can't blame us. If only you hadn't contracted the zombie virus, we wouldn't have treated you this way. Yes, yes. We had no choice but to abandon you. What if you turned into a zombie? You only have yourself to blame. Who asked you to get infected with the zombie virus? If we hadn't done that, we'd be the ones who'd die." Listening to their words, Chu Shiyun laughed sarcastically, finding no need for further empty talk. "All right, stop pretending to be morally righteous. Claiming I got infected with the zombie virus was just because you feared death and needed bait to lure the zombies away. Now since I'm not dead." As he spoke, Chu Shiyun cast a malevolent look toward everyone present. Meng Jun's group felt the hair on their back stand up as Chu Shiyun fixed his gaze on them, so they all picked up their weapons. They didn't believe that Chu Shiyun would dare fight against them alone even though he was alive. Just as the atmosphere became tense and both sides were ready to fight. "Hey! What's going on? About to fight?" A teasing voice broke through. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Chu Shiyun irritably looked toward the sound. There was a man who looked sunny and handsome, a stranger, but before Chu Shiyun could turn away, his eyes locked onto another figure turning around the corner. Seeing him, Chu Shiyun's pupils contracted slightly. A flicker of joy passed through his eyes before quickly returning to a cold expression. The man was tall, with long legs, belonging to that rare category of men who looked slim when dressed and muscular undressed. His sharp gaze, high nose bridge, defined features were unforgettable once seen. Chu Shiyun opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. At a glance, the man saw Chu Shiyun. The pent-up longing from days apart finally found release. Just as he was about to step forward, he met Chu Shiyun's icy stare and hesitated. A hint of pain crossed his eyes. The man, Shen Mutian, murmured softly, "Baby." Though Chu Shiyun gave no response, Shen Mutian relaxed a little upon seeing his partner clean and intact, only thinner than before. Seeing the formerly delicate face thinned by hunger, Shen Mutian couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Chu Shiyun discreetly scanned Shen Mutian once, content upon realizing he was unharmed, and then continued gazing at Meng Jun's group. Shen Mutian, having noticed the tension in the air, pondered for a moment and stepped forward to ask, "What happened?" Chu Shiyun gave him a disinterested glance and ultimately spoke, his tone filled with mockery, "Look at the group in front of you, led by that guy. They tried feeding me to the zombies 3 hours ago and stabbed me too. I'd be dead already if I didn't have such a lucky life." Despite Chu Shiyun appearing nonchalant, Shen Mutian understood the situation wasn't as simple as described. Reflecting on how Chu Shiyun suffered in his absence caused a dull ache in his chest. He immediately directed an intense glare at Meng Jun, exuding an authoritative aura that left no room for defiance. The few accompanying Shen Mutian didn't fully grasp what had occurred, yet instinctively positioned themselves behind him. Should Meng Jun's group make a move, they would immediately spring forward. Meng Jun glanced at the evidently imposing figure beside Chu Shiyun, realizing that while their group did have a few psychics, most were just regular students, no match for these people. Best not to confront them unless absolutely necessary. Within seconds, Meng Jun had decided on his course of action. With an ingratiating smile pasted on his face, he said, "It was all a misunderstanding. The main reason is that Chu Shiyun got infected with the zombie virus. We feared he would turn into a zombie, which is why we ended up doing what we did. It was out of sheer necessity." Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun, arms crossed as though uninvolved, recognizing this as Chu Shiyun's chance to redeem himself. So Shen Mutian immediately focused his gaze on Meng Jun. Recalling Chu Shiyun's words to him earlier, Shen Mutian now regarded Meng Jun with an icy detachment. For no other reason than their having hurt Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian resolved not to let this group off easily. He slowly raised his right hand, and purple lightning began to coalesce. Chu Shiyun shot Shen Muqian an odd look but quickly recovered, stepping back to avoid getting caught in the aftermath. Meng Jun, unwilling to give up, delivered one last desperate plea, "Can't we settle this privately?" His response came in the form of Shen Muqian's psychic abilities, as bolts of mysterious purple lightning sped toward Meng Jun so fast he didn't even have time to dodge. The electricity jolted everyone standing near Meng Jun. Ah! Meng Jun screamed in agony, the smell of scorched flesh spreading throughout the area. Ah! This has nothing to do with us, we didn't lay a finger on him. The rest of Meng Jun's companions fled upon witnessing the power of Shen Muqian's psychic attacks. Chu Shiyun merely watched the scene unfold before muttering dismissively, "Worthless trash." Paralyzed by the electric shocks, Meng Jun could barely move. All pretense of composure gone, his eyes pleaded silently with Chu Shiyun, he knew only this person could decide his fate. Please. His voice hoarse, he managed to choke out a plea before being silenced by the disdainful glare Chu Shiyun gave him, as if looking at a dead man. Meng Jun tried again but could only manage some gurgling sounds in his throat. Chapter 4, Revenge. Shen Muqian turned back to look at Chu Shiyun, his gaze unusually gentle. "Honey, how do you want to deal with him?" Chu Shiyun slowly walked over and squatted down, resting his chin on one hand. "Did you not expect this consequence?" Meng Jun's eyes were filled with panic because he noticed that Chu Shiyun's entire eyes had turned black, even the whites. You are. Chu Shiyun chuckled and placed a finger on his lips. "Sure. Don't be afraid. I won't torment you, just let me repay you in kind." Ah. For some reason, after Chu Shiyun finished speaking, Meng Jun began screaming as if enduring an intense punishment. The people following Shen Muqian looked uneasy and unconsciously took a few steps back. Only Han Yu, who knew the truth, curled into a ball. How terrifying the master was, directly using mental force to destroy the other person's crystal core. The feeling of the core breaking in the brain was unimaginably painful. After destroying Meng Jun's crystal core, Chu Shiyun stood up and sentenced Meng Jun to death with a single sentence directed at Shen Muqian, "Throw him out of the mall." Shen Muqian nodded. He turned and said to the handsome, sunny boy from earlier, "Mo Yuyang, throw him into the zombie pile." Upon hearing this, Mo Yuyang hesitated. "Boss, this is a human life. Just like this." Shen Muqian only cast a glance at him, sharp as a sword, which made Mo Yuyang immediately lower his head. It's just a despicable person. Since he can think of others as bait, then he should also know that others have the ability to retaliate. Cause and effect, nothing more. All right. Upon hearing Shen Muqian's explanation and understanding the fate of the woman suspected to be their sister-in-law, Mo Yuyang did not hesitate this time. He dragged Meng Jun toward the entrance of the mall. After Shen Muqian dealt with Meng Jun, he looked at Chu Shiyun and hesitantly approached. "What do you want to do with the others?" He was referring to those who had escaped in the chaos earlier. Chu Shiyun replied, "Let them run if they want to. If they survive, it's their skill." The ones who actually harmed him were just Meng Jun. As for the rest, Chu Shiyun didn't believe that these few weak and incapable, pampered young masters and misses could escape from the zombie-infested city center. So why bother quarreling with them over such trivial matters? After a moment of thought, Shen Muqian nodded in agreement. He wanted to say something more but seeing the warning look in Chu Shiyun's eyes, he stopped himself. Instead, he cast a sorrowful and hurt glance at Chu Shiyun from time to time. After waiting for a bit, Shen Muqian finally saw Mo Yuyang rushing up the stairs, his face beaming with sunlight as he came before everyone else. Once settled, Shen Muqian introduced each of them to Chu Shiyun one by one. Besides Mo Yuyang, there were two of Shen Muqian's roommates. One was Mu Sinan, whose face radiated intelligence and wisdom. The other was Cheng Yichen, tall and handsome, always sticking around Mu Sinan. There were also twin siblings Lin Yanbai and Lin Yanhan. Shen Muqian glanced at Chu Shiyun cautiously, then pulled his hand and introduced him to the group, "My boyfriend, Chu Shiyun." Chu Shiyun smiled at everyone, which made Shen Muqian feel a little heartbroken. His wife smiled at others but not at him. Mo Yuyang was the first to step forward, greeting Chu Shiyun enthusiastically, "Sister-in-law, nice to meet you." Chu Shiyun gave him a somewhat ambiguous smile but did not object. That smile, however, made Mo Yuyang feel slightly apprehensive. Seeing that Chu Shiyun did not oppose, Shen Muqian's gaze softened slightly. Mu Sinan obviously felt the unusual tension between Shen Muqian and Chu Shiyun. Although finding it strange, he still spoke up, "We're all exhausted today. Why don't we find a place to rest?" Shen Muqian nodded. Seeing Shen Muqian agree, no one else raised any objections. Chu Shiyun lifted Han Yu beside him, gently disengaged from Shen Muqian's embrace, and kept a half-meter distance from him. In the vast expanse of this mall, finding a place to rest wasn't too difficult. Chu Shiyun and the others didn't immediately rest, opting instead to go to the storage room first. Luckily, when they arrived, they found the food was well preserved thanks to the backup power supply in the storage room, allowing the meat to remain intact. Seeing this, Cheng Yichen couldn't hide his excitement. He patted Mu Sinan beside him and said, "Hey Ainyan, it's your turn. We've been eating dry rations for days, so now we can finally enjoy a feast." Mu Sinin stepped back disdainfully, shaking off Sheng Yichen's hand and took the lead in collecting well-preserved food. His space wasn't large, only at level 1, roughly 10 square meters. It could still hold items now because for the past 3 days Shen Mutian had been chasing them to rush on the journey, so they hadn't paid much attention to gathering supplies. There's no need to collect meat, it doesn't last long. Shen Mutian looked at Mu Sinin's movements and gave a quiet reminder. Chu Shiyun observed Mu Sinin's actions and immediately understood that he had the same spatial ability as him. However, from the way Mu Sinin collected items, it was clear that his storage space wasn't very large. Chapter 5 Let's chat. There was a room for rest on the top floor. Since there was a better option, none of them would choose to endure any discomfort. Especially Chu Shiyun, he had a severe case of germophobia, and his tolerance for unclean conditions over the last 3 days had nearly reached its limit. After finding a room where they could rest, Shen Mutian said, "Clean yourselves up properly. We still have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." Understood. They all agreed and then went about their respective tasks. Since there was no shower available, they could only wash themselves using drinking water in buckets. Although it was only a quick wipe down, it was already far better than the rushed running around they had endured over the past few days. Shen Mutian instructed Mo Yuyang to use his fire-based abilities to heat a bucket of hot water. Then, with an ingratiating look, Shen Mutian glanced at Chu Shiyun. As expected, he received only the cold shoulder, literally and figuratively. Though everyone was curious about their leader's personal affairs, they wanted to stay alive and thus did not press further. But just as they hoped for a quiet night, someone else seemed determined not to let that happen. Chu Shiyun looked at the group who were ready to go to sleep after a full meal and a drink, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Resting so early? Why don't we chat instead? The group led by Mu Senian all simultaneously glanced at Shen Mutian. Though Chu Shiyun gave off a harmless vibe, they knew better than to take him lightly. If they weren't careful, they might wake up one day having been sold out without even realizing it. Shen Mutian, great. With that, Chu Shiyun picked up Hanyu, who had been trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, casting a faint gaze at everyone and gesturing for them all to sit down together on the couch. Hanyu struggled to shrink into as small a form as possible, internally screaming, "Damn master, I'd rather you didn't hold me at all. I'm about to disintegrate from the glare of your lover's eyes. Ugh QAQ. As Chu Shiyun held his cat, he acted as if Shen Mutian didn't exist. Musing over the strange atmosphere between the two, Mu Senian helplessly interjected to break the silence. Well, since there's nothing else to talk about, why don't we share what happened after the apocalypse began? Shen, you should start. After saying this, Mu Senian subtly shot Shen Mutian a look implying, deal with your own wife. Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun, who showed no visible expression, and nodded. After the apocalypse started, I left school. At that time, I was with Yichen and Senian. Since the apocalypse had just begun and the three of us had awakened our powers, our journey wasn't too difficult. Our powers were learned through trial and error during that period. We met Mo Yuyang when leaving the school, he's from the class below you. In the beginning, he fumbled quite a bit dealing with zombies and almost got bitten. No sooner had Shen spoken than Mo Yuyang retorted, not true. I was merely unfamiliar with my power at the time. Afterward, I became quite skilled. Hearing this, Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow, imagining the scene before letting out a laugh. Don't believe the nonsense coming out of the boss's mouth, Mo Yuyang insisted. To this, Chu Shiyun solemnly nodded. The twins also listened attentively, they hadn't heard this story before. Shen Mutian, looking at Chu Shiyun's smiling face, felt an urge to touch him but stopped upon seeing Chu's stern glance, continuing, after that, we took him along to find you. Along the way, we encountered the twins surrounded by a group in a small supermarket. After helping them, they joined our team. They are also from our school. Mo Yuyang munched on some post-meal fruit while saying, you have no idea how popular the boss is. If he weren't so selective, we could have more members. On our way here, several people approached us wanting to join after witnessing the boss's strength, but the boss declined. Chu Shiyun understood, he, of course, knew Shen Mutian's thoughts, to save whoever they could but never burden themselves with dead weight. And in the apocalypse, the only ones who could save oneself were oneself. Shen Mutian watched Chu Shiyun as he thoughtfully considered everything and then addressed the others. Why don't you all tell me about your powers? Mo Yuyang raised his hand. I'm fire-based. You know that, sister-in-law. Mu Senian, space ability. Sheng Yichen, metal ability. Lin Yanhan, I'm light-based. I handle healing for the team whenever someone gets injured. Lin Yanbai, darkness ability. Chapter 5, The Precious One Has No. Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow, glanced at the brother and sister, and thought it was quite peculiar. He didn't expect that the twin siblings were actually opposites. Shen Mutian explained to Chu Shiyun, there's no need to be surprised. Although they are opposite, they still have a good relationship. This point Chu Shiyun agreed with, then he smiled and said, I don't have any. Would you possibly reject me because of this? Before Muse Nian and others could speak, Shen Mutian defended him saying, it doesn't matter. Big brother has that can protect you. Sister-in-law, don't worry. With us around, we will definitely take good care of you. Sister-in-law, rest assured. We will ensure your safety. Mo Yuya and Lin Yanhan immediately expressed their loyalty. Chu Shiyun faintly smiled and said, then I'll have to rely on all of you. Han Yu silently complained, what a shameless bastard master, who clearly has two yet insists on claiming he has none. Late at night. Chu Shiyun opened his eyes, using mental power to deepen the sleep of Shinmuken lying beside him, then slowly got up. Looking at Shinmuken's tired face, his expression finally lost some of its coldness from earlier in the day. Big brother, rest well. After speaking, he pulled on a jacket and prepared to leave. Han Yu, needing no rest, now looked at Chu Shiyun's movements with confusion. Master, what are you going to do? Chu Shiyun paused for a moment. His pitch-black pupils gazed toward Han Yu crouching on the ground. For a second, he had almost forgotten about Han Yu's presence. Han Yu hesitantly asked, Master. Wailing quietly inside, how terrifying this master is. Chu Shiyun, going out to collect the supplies left over today. Han Yu, then why are you sneaking out? Chu Shiyun, or should I brazenly take them with me? Han Yu felt once again disdained by his unscrupulous master. Actually, you could tell them about your space. After all, they don't know how vast your space is. Chu Shiyun deeply inhaled, humph. Didn't your previous owner give you a brain when creating you? Han Yu was aggrieved but remained silent, only following Chu Shiyun outside in quiet protest. Outside the room lay several people sleeping casually on sofas. Chu Shiyun used his mental power to deepen their slumber as well. Apart from deepening their insomnia, he also drove away nearby zombies to prevent them from being unable to detect the zombies immediately due to his actions. Seeing Han Yu walking desolately by his side, Chu Shiyun eventually explained, never reveal your trump cards to others. Do you know why I was abandoned by Meng Jun and the others? It's because they knew everything about me, and because I was alone. So even if I died, no one would have differing opinions with them. Han Yu was shocked by Chu Shiyun's explanation. Could it be that serious? Han Yu continued asking, then what about Master's big brother? I can see that you like him quite a bit. Can't you tell him? This was what puzzled Han Yu the most. This time, Chu Shiyun fell silent, while staring intently at Han Yu. Han Yu curled its tail into a ball, whimpering. It seemed as though it hadn't said anything wrong. However, Chu Shiyun merely glanced at it, said nothing, and did nothing. Chu Shiyun went to the storeroom, slowly walked over, and stored the supplies into his spatial storage. His spatial storage was different from Moon Yen's. There was no need to feel each item before storing it. It could be done with just a thought. Though the range was limited to within 100 meters, it was much more convenient. Recalling the question Han Yu had asked, Chu Shiyun remembered the reason he had parted ways with Shinmuken, which immediately soured his mood. Absorbed in his thoughts, Chu Shiyun failed to notice someone trailing behind him. Chapter 7, The Two Reconcile. Sweetheart, what are you doing? When Shinmutian's voice sounded behind Chu Shiyun quickly turned around. In the glow of the fluorescent light, a man followed him, his hair in disarray, his clothes rumpled, with dark circles under his eyes. So Chu Shiyun frowned and asked, didn't you sleep? Hearing this, Shinmutian's tone dropped low, I was afraid you'd disappear again, so I didn't dare to sleep. Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow, so did you hear everything I said to this stupid cat? Shinmutian glanced at Chu Shiyun's expression and then nodded, Han Yu was unhappy, Master, I am not a stupid cat. His voice got lower and lower under Chu Shiyun's gaze. Chu Shiyun, so you saw that I have superpowers too? Shinmutian replied, Chu Shiyun crossed his arms and leaned casually against the wall. His tone was carefree, aren't there any questions you want to ask me? Shinmutian did not answer Chu Shiyun's question, his eyes flickered ambiguously. Then he stepped forward quickly and grabbed Chu Shiyun, pinning him against the wall before kissing him fiercely. Unlike their previous kisses filled with tender affection, this kiss seemed like Shinmutian's last act of courage, forceful, passionate, as if from a wild beast. Chu Shiyun didn't back down either, he bit into Shinmutian's lips hard, the metallic taste like rust spreading across their mouths. It wasn't the gentle reunion one would expect when long-lost lovers meet, it felt more like two beasts biting each other with all their might. After a long while, Shinmutian finally released Chu Shiyun. He lightly stroked Chu Shiyun's split lips, a fiery passion hidden in his eyes mingled with a hint of almost unnoticeable pain. He embraced the person he hadn't seen for a long time, his nose full of Chu Shiyun's scent, making him feel overwhelmingly nostalgic. Shinmutian suppressed his emotions, fearful of startling Chu Shiyun. Gazing at him lovingly, he pleaded, Sweetheart, will you please stop being angry? Chu Shiyun cupped Shinmutian's face in both hands, roughly rubbing his right hand over Shinmutian's cheek until it flushed red, as though trying to scrub off some dirt. I already told you. Give me a few days to cool off, and I'll be fine. Shinmutian's eyes were bloodshot, it was obvious he hadn't rested well these past days. Chu Shiyun noticed but pretended not to. Shinmutian growled as if unable to bear it any longer, Sweetheart, 3 days. Isn't that enough? I don't want to endure the agony of losing you again. Chu Shiyun, I never said I'm leaving you. Shen Mutian, but your distant attitude made me even more anxious. Every time I think about what could have happened to you in these 3 days, I can never forgive myself. Hearing this, Chu Shiyun was speechless. Looking at Shen Mutian's tormented expression, he then glanced down at the bracelet on his wrist. He thought, if it weren't for the bracelet that Shen Mutian gave him, he probably wouldn't have survived by now. To be alive was fortunate indeed. What else could be harder to accept than this? With a slight sigh, Chu Shiyun nodded, alright, I'll promise you. Stop looking like you're about to cry, it's embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Shen Mutian seemed disbelieving, stunned, then tightly embraced Chu Shiyun and planted a fierce kiss on him. A subtle smile appeared on Chu Shiyun's face. He pushed Shen Mutian away slightly, pretending to resist. Why are you holding me so tightly? Aren't you suffocating? Shen Mutian responded, not at all. As long as I'm with you, I'd never find anything bothersome. Seeing Chu Shiyun's relaxed demeanor, Shen Mutian let out a breath of relief in his heart. At the same time, he remembered the matter that temporarily separated them. Chapter 8, The Reason for the Cold War. The incident happened 4 days ago. That day, Shen Mutian had just finished dealing with the student union affairs and was about to find Chu Shiyun when one of the ministers from the student union unexpectedly showed up at the door. Shen Mutian frowned as he glanced at his watch. It was almost time for his little treasure's lunch. If he didn't leave soon, it would be too late. Seeing the girl holding some documents and looking a bit embarrassed, Shen Mutian could only step back into his office. Thinking there might be an urgent matter that needed handling, Shen Mutian could do nothing but patiently listen to her report while sending a message to Chu Shiyun. Treasure, I've got a bit more work to wrap up. If you're hungry, go have lunch first, and I'll come find you afterward. After sending the message, Shen Mutian sat down at his desk waiting for the girl to brief him on the work. However, she wasn't there to report on any work but to confess her feelings to him. As soon as Shen Mutian heard her beginning, he furrowed his brows in impatience, unable to speak before standing up. Unexpectedly, as he looked up, he caught sight of Chu Shiyun standing by the door. The girl, seeing Shen Mutian's silence, assumed he had agreed and immediately leaned forward to kiss him. Shen Mutian, with his attention fully on Chu Shiyun, didn't notice her move in time, allowing her to succeed. Shen Mutian was certain and firm that Chu Shiyun's face had darkened right then, radiating coldness all over. At the moment, Shen Mutian only had one thought, this is bad. Even though his little treasure might not misunderstand, Chu Shiyun had seen him being kissed by someone else. True enough, Chu Shiyun walked in with a cold face, gazing at both the girl and Shen Mutian. Apparently, the girl hadn't realized anyone else was watching and blushed, lowering her head shyly. Seeing this scene, Chu Shiyun let out a faint smirk as he approached, grabbing Shen Mutian by the collar and pulling him into a deep kiss, simultaneously directing a calm gaze toward the girl. You too. The girl widened her pretty eyes in disbelief as she stared at the two of them. Chu Shiyun laughed directly, what, haven't seen something like this before. This is my boyfriend. I hope you understand now, not every guy you see should get a kiss. Hearing this, the girl's face turned completely pale, and her eyes carried a flicker of disdain. After glancing at the two, she ultimately couldn't accept the situation and ran out. As soon as the girl left, Chu Shiyun directly shoved Shen Mutian away. Looking at the bewildered man, anger surged within him, leading to a slap. Treasure, I. Shen Mutian was instantly stunned, touching the imprint of 5 fingers on his face. Chu Shiyun looked coldly at Shen Mutian, unwilling to say a word. Shen Mutian explained incoherently, Treasure, please believe me, alright? There's really nothing between me and her. I thought she came here to handle some matters. When she expressed her feelings, I was going to refuse, but you appeared right at that moment. Will you believe me? Listening to Shen Mutian's explanation, Chu Shiyun finally let loose the frustration he'd been suppressing. Of course I know there's nothing between you and her. But why did you let her kiss you? Why? Shen Mutian was momentarily speechless and could only apologize. Sorry, Treasure, it's my fault. Chu Shiyun took a deep breath. He didn't want to argue with Shen Mutian, but every time he saw traces of lipstick on Shen Mutian's face, he felt nauseous. Just imagining his person having been kissed by another, Chu Shiyun felt his stomach churning. Finally, he looked at Shen Mutian and left a message, let me cool off. I don't want to see you for now. This was the first and only Cold War they had, one that nearly caused their breakup. When Shen Mutian saw Chu Shiyun today, he immediately noticed something was off. Blind guessing led him to conclude it must have been due to his previous actions affecting Chu Shiyun. His heart softened even more as he was grateful that Chu Shiyun still forgave him. So, unable to help himself, he pulled the person into a hug and wouldn't let go. Chu Shiyun reluctantly allowed Shen Mutian to touch him as he signaled Han Yu to take care of collecting the supplies using the space. Being the spiritual artifact of the dimensional realm, it could naturally operate within the space. Han Yu shot him a resentful glare. A ruthless master who ordered it to do all the hard work while indulging himself in romantic chatter. Chapter 9, Meow. What are you staring at? Are we comparing who has bigger eyes? Without Chu Shiyun making a move, Han Yu's actions were also swift. They hadn't even enjoyed the warmth for long when Han Yu had already cleared all the food. Shen Mutian's sharp gaze swept toward the tactless Hanyu, and Hanyu glared back without giving in. Meow. What are you looking at? Are we competing whose eyes are bigger? Phew. Now, the only one who could understand Hanyu's language, Chu Shiyun burst out laughing, two immature fools. But after seeing Shen Mutian's slightly gloomy expression, Chu Shiyun ignored the cajoling and charming Hanyu, gently consoling, big brother, don't take it to heart with just the spirit of an artifact, okay? Shen Mutian, okay. Then he took Chu Shiyun back. Poor Hanyu froze his expression on his face, watching helplessly as its irresponsible owner just walked away. With no other option, Hanyu clumsily followed them with its little short legs. Shen Mutian asked while walking, dear, where did this cat come from? Chu Shiyun teased, I thought big brother wouldn't ask me. Shen Mutian said, isn't that because I feared offending you? My dear, would you tell me or not? Chu Shiyun replied, its name is Hanyu, the spirit inside the bracelet you gave me. At that time, the blood from my wound accidentally flowed onto the bracelet, unexpectedly activating the space. I healed there and incidentally awakened some mental force. Though Chu Shiyun spoke about it lightly, every time Shen Mutian thought about the pain his beloved suffered during his absence, guilt inevitably arose within him. Meanwhile, his gaze towards Hanyu softened significantly. Shen Mutian softly said, from now on, big brother will definitely protect you well. Chu Shiyun, okay. After pausing for a moment, Chu Shiyun added, big brother, please do not tell anyone about my powers yet. Shen Mutian was startled but understood immediately after thinking for a bit. Alright. Sometimes not revealing one's own trump cards is also a tactic. Since Chu Shiyun wanted to hide it, he wouldn't deliberately expose it. Anyway, his outwardly displayed strength was enough, even if Chu Shiyun didn't fight, he could still protect him. When they returned, others were still unconscious. Apparently, not everyone could resist Chu Shiyun's mental power-induced sleep like Shen Mutian. They had a good night's sleep. When Chu Shiyun opened his eyes, he saw a chiseled, high-bridged nose, deep, mesmerizing stare handsome face. The owner of this face was unblinking as he stared at Chu Shiyun as if for a long time. Chu Shiyun moved forward and kissed him, saying, big brother, good morning. Then Chu Shiyun nuzzled into Shen Mutian's chest. What a familiar morning routine. It had never been this relaxed since the apocalypse began. Shen Mutian gave Chu Shiyun a tender kiss for the morning, saying, good morning, my treasure. In a dazed state, Chu Shiyun asked, what time is it? Should we get up? Shen Mutian reached for the watch beside him, 8 o'clock. Take a little more rest. I'll call you for breakfast. Upon hearing that, Chu Shiyun let go of Shen Mutian and burrowed under the covers. When Mu Sinin saw Shen Mutian coming out of the room, he found it odd, brother Shen, shouldn't you spend more time with Shiyun? Shen Mutian glanced at Mu Sinin, then took over the cooking utensils and used his ability to start cooking, saying, I need to cook for my treasure. Lin Yanhan looked at Shen Mutian's movements, confused, and carefully asked, was my cooking not tasty? Shen Mutian responded, no, it's just that he prefers my dishes, and in these 3 days, he's lost all his meat. I need to fatten him up again. Apparently, none of the others had expected this reason. Recalling the awkward atmosphere between the two yesterday and looking at Shen Mutian today who was basking in happiness, having clearly made up with Chu Shiyun, everyone subconsciously felt that things would be easier moving forward. These past 3 days had been rushed, who wasn't just eating carelessly to get by. Moreover, seeing Shen Mutian's indifferent expression, no one dared to suggest resting. Now that Shen Mutian had found his person, their emotional issues were resolved, and he was even willing to wash his hands to cook soup, stunning everyone completely. Each of them silently thought, is this what the greatness of love looks like? Chapter 10, Everyone's Plans. When the aroma filled the entire hall and everyone was drooling, Chu Shiyun finally got up, finished washing up, and sat at the table to eat the breakfast Shen Mutian had made for him. Meanwhile, he ignored the 5 people who were staring at him like beams of light. Lin Yanhan enviously watched the rice noodles in Chu Shiyun's hand with finely chopped chives, sparse minced meat, and 2 sunny side-up eggs. She looked at her own pot of overly cooked noodles without any side dishes and felt her appetite disappear. She always thought her cooking skills were decent, but now she realized what being professional meant after seeing Shen Mutian. Mo Yuyang directly defected, blinking with starry eyes, and asked, boss, can I have the honor of eating your noodles? Shen Mutian, who had been gentle and considerate just a second ago when serving Chu Shiyun, coldly and heartlessly said, no. Then he asked the main character enjoying the delicacy, honey, how is it? Is the chewiness okay? How about the flavor? Although Chu Shiyun ate quickly, he did so gracefully. Upon hearing the question, he merely nodded and continued battling with his food. Mo Yuyang ate his own noodles with bitterness, boss, you're too biased. I know you like sister-in-law, but this is unfair. Ma Xinyan and Xing Yichen, who had already become familiar with Shen Mutian, ignored Mo Yuyang and silently ate their breakfasts. They had grown accustomed to Shen Mutian's double standards and knew that ignoring was the best way to avoid being hurt. After the meal, Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun sat together, facing the others who were sitting and digesting. Shen Mutian seriously spoke his thoughts to these people who had known him for years or only 4 days. When you first followed me, I told you I was looking for someone, but I never specified the destination. Now, I found my honey, and if there are no accidents, we'll go back to City A to find our loved ones. So, we'd like to ask about your thoughts. The journey from City C to City A was at least 1,000 kilometers, not mentioning the dangers along the way, but even now, with signals being useless, finding the right path back was uncertain. Supplies were also a serious issue. Others apparently knew this as well. Upon hearing these words, all of them showed some degree of change on their faces. Ma Shenyan considered for a moment before firmly opening his mouth. Brother Shen, I want to follow you. I've been an orphan since I was young, with almost no family left. In such times now, instead of going solo, it's better to follow you. Sheng Yichen, seeing Ma Shenyan making a decision so quickly, hastily said, I will join too. My home is in City Z. We'll definitely pass by here on the way to City A. I hope that after picking up my family, we can all go to City A together. Mo Yuyang touched his head, my home is also in City A. The meaning was clear. Shen Mutian's gaze fell on the twin brother and sister who had yet to speak. Sensing Shen Mutian's attention, Lin Yanhan and Lin Yanbai exchanged glances for a few seconds. Lin Yanbai soon said, Big brother Shen, we will follow you too. Our families disappeared at the start of the apocalypse. Now, it's just the two of us relying on each other. Instead of being homeless, we would rather follow you. You saved us, and I believe in your character. Following you in this world will surely not make life too bad. Seeing everyone's responses, Shen Mutian smiled and nodded. He indeed had the intention of forming a team, and these people were the best candidates. Chapter 11, The Role of the Crystal Core. Seeing the serious or expectant expressions on everyone's faces, Shen Mutian slowly revealed his plan. You all know that our signals are malfunctioning now. It's not easy to find the correct route back to City A, so what we need most right now is a map. Everyone nodded and waited for Shen Mutian's instructions. Shen Mutian, we've lived in City C for a while, so I assume you all know where we should go next. Mo Yuyang interrupted eagerly, I know. I know. The city library, I go there often. Chu Shiyun cast a bucket of cold water over Mo Yuyang's excitement. If you know, why are you so excited? When the apocalypse began, it was the weekend. Chances are that the library was even more crowded than usual. Didn't you see how full of zombies the streets were when you arrived here? There are definitely even more zombies outside now. After hearing this, Mo Yuyang considered Chu Shiyun's description and painfully swallowed his saliva. It can't be that bad, right? Mu Sinin directly walked to the window, looked down, and saw that the zombies they had dealt with yesterday had already been replaced by new ones, and there were even more now. Possibly because of the recent 2 days of relative comfort, they hadn't noticed these changes until Chu Shiyun pointed them out, otherwise, they might still have been relaxing carelessly. Moreover, Mu Sinin felt as though these zombies seemed slightly strange, unsure if it was just his own misconception. You guys come take a look, these zombies don't seem quite right. Mu Sinin called behind him with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and gathered at the window, looking down at the zombies below. Chu Shiyun frowned slightly, surprised at how his words had seemingly come true, and not only that, isn't the movement speed of these zombies much faster than before? And, what are they holding? Abilities. Everyone cried out in shock. Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow and turned to the silent man behind him, Big brother, what do you think about this situation? Shen Mutian simply stared calmly at the scene, clearly not finding anything unexpected. When the enemy comes, we fight them off. Chu Shiyun smirked lightly, that really sounds like something you would say. However, their possession of abilities doesn't seem too surprising after all. Mu Sinin questioned in confusion, why? Chu Shiyun replied, humans already possess special abilities, so why wouldn't the zombies, former humans, have similar powers as well? Hearing this, Shen Mutian pulled out a few things resembling peanut-sized, colorless, transparent crystals that were beautiful to look at. Mo Yuyang leaned in curiously, boss, isn't this the crystal core we found earlier in the brains of the zombies? Chu Shiyun asked, confused, crystal core. Shen Mutian, yes. They were accidentally discovered. I thought they could help enhance abilities, so I collected some. But not all zombies carry them. Chu Shiyun picked up the crystal core, which looked harmless enough, and chuckled sarcastically, who would have thought such filthy, berserk zombies contained something as gentle and pure as this inside their bodies. Simultaneously, he asked in his mind, Hanyu, can you figure out whether these crystal cores have any side effects? After hearing this, Han Yu's eyes flickered with a cool blue light, fixed intently on the crystal core without moving. After a short while, Han Yu spoke, there are no side effects. These cores are extremely useful for enhancing abilities, but they must match different types of powers. The untyped crystal core works for every ability, but other typed cores need to correspond with matching abilities, otherwise, they might absorb improperly or even cause death through explosion. Chu Shiyun nodded understandingly, realizing that besides being the soul of the space device, Han Yu was also helpful in other areas. Shen Mutian also noticed Chu Shiyun's subtle exchange of glances with Han Yu. Chapter 12 Why am I the only one without a companion? Caressing the crystal core in his hand, Chu Shiyun asked the others, have you used these crystal cores? Shen Mutian took over Chu Shiyun's question, not yet, because we are not sure about their effects and potential dangers, so we don't dare to use them. Chu Shiyun repeated Han Yu's words with an even more serious expression. The group nodded, showing that they understood, and wisely did not ask how Chu Shiyun knew this information. Shen Mutian looked at the transparent crystal core in his hand and asked, how do we distinguish the elements of the crystal core? Chu Shiyun replied, according to the color. Colorless ones are non-elemental. The ones you've collected are all non-elemental, perhaps because they still come from the lowest level of zombies, and thus haven't developed distinct powers yet. Based on the changes observed in the zombies downstairs, it was possible that higher-level zombies had already emerged. Seeing everyone's solemn faces, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but laugh. What's going on? They're just a bunch of high-level zombies. Have you forgotten that you are also energy users? The group exchanged glances and smiled. Yes. They had special abilities too. Since they now knew the method for upgrading, why would they fear those zombies? Shen Mutian, noticing the improved morale of the group, said lightly, now that we're all ready, let's set out. Yes. They didn't have much anyway. All the supplies they used last night were already available in the rooms. Now, they only needed to grab their backpacks. As for Chu Shiyun, his luggage amounted to just one cat. So, when everyone else was carrying their own bags and Han Yu was nestled in Chu Shiyun's arms, Han Yu received a barrage of strange looks. Meow. Han Yu shot an annoyed glance back, but unfortunately, cute little kittens had no real intimidating power. Chu Shiyun mercilessly pressed Han Yu closer and added mockingly, stupid cat. Han Yu wanted to cry but felt disrespected again by this bad owner. Before setting off, Mu Senian distributed some water and food to each person, just in case they got separated and lacked food. Mu Senian wanted to give Chu Shiyun a separate backpack, but he refused, explaining that under any circumstances, he would be with Shen Mutian, so there was no need to worry. Although Chu Shiyun provided the reason, Mu Senian somehow felt something peculiar about the statement. Especially when he noticed Chu Shiyun looking coldly distant, while Shen Mutian wore a gentle expression, it seemed even stranger. Ignoring Mu Senian's gaze, Chu Shiyun said, let's go. Why are you staring at me? Shen Mutian responded affirmatively, all right. At the same time, pulling Chu Shiyun closer to ensure that if danger arose, Shen Mutian could protect him instantly. Lin Yanhan looked enviously at the couple beside her and nudged Lin Yanbai next to her. Older brother Shen and sister-in-law really have good feelings. Big brother, you need to take care of me as well. I have absolutely no fighting skills. Lin Yanbai rolled his eyes, patted Lin Yanhan's head, then grabbed her collar and hurried after the group ahead. Big brother, loosen your grip. Are you trying to murder your own sister? Sheng Yichen placed his hand on Mu Senian's shoulder nearby. Though receiving a chilly expression, at least he wasn't pushed away, so Sheng Yichen grinned awkwardly and hurried to keep up with the 4 people ahead. Mo Yuyang rubbed his head, inexplicably feeling odd. He paused for a moment, then wailed, ah. This is unfair. Why am I the only one without a companion? Sister-in-law, don't walk so fast. Give me your cat, will you? Upon hearing this, Han Yu was so frightened that he gave a shudder, his claws gripping firmly onto Chu Shiyun's clothes. Chapter 13, I'm sorry, babe. Can you forgive me? The group did not clear all the zombies in the mall since they considered it unnecessary. It would be easier to just get rid of the nearby ones rather than waste energy sweeping through the whole mall. So, as they walked down the corridor, they could still hear some growls of the zombies and curses from humans. As expected, these were probably the people who had escaped in chaos yesterday. However, Chu Shiyun completely ignored their presence. He had said before that even if he didn't take action, he doubted that these young masters and misses could survive escaping the mall. Now with upgraded zombies and the mall almost empty, when they run out of resources and are surrounded by zombies, waiting to die alive would feel more painful. Thinking about this, there was still one thing that puzzled Chu Shiyun, big brother, how did you make it here from school? Based on what we've seen today, the zombies outside can be described as an endless sea of people. Even with special abilities, wouldn't that kind of overwhelming strategy be too much? Shenmu Tian replied, indeed, if it were only our powers and a few of us, we might not have made it. But considering that the circumstances aren't quite at the point where we need to plow through hordes of zombies directly, instead, we came via side routes, where the concentration of zombies wasn't as dense. When we eventually faced them, we still had some energy left, plus those zombies back then weren't particularly strong, so due to several factors, we managed to find you smoothly. Chu Shiyun followed up, then how did you find me? Upon hearing this, Shenmu Tian looked slightly guilty as he turned his head away. After seeing Chu Shiyun's gaze that was nearing coldness, he quickly responded, I installed a tracker on your phone beforehand, knowing that you'd come to this bar. When I reached the bar and couldn't see you, I assumed you might have come over here. Chu Shiyun smirked as he lightly placed his hand on Shenmu Tian's shoulder, oh really? So big brother secretly installed a tracker on my phone. Shenmu Tian immediately apologized in a conciliatory tone, I'm sorry, baby, it won't happen again. Chu Shiyun gave a light scoff, We'll see. Shenmu Tian asked, can I report everything to you first in the future? Chu Shiyun said proudly, that's more like it. The 5 people behind them discussed subtly. Mo Yuyang said, wait, is it me misunderstanding the modern relationship dynamics among youths? Did they resolve things that fast? Lin Yanhan said, you saw correctly. Not only that, but they also sprinkled some dog food in front of you. Enjoy it? Full yet? Mo Yang said, feeling a bit stuffed. Sheng Yichen said, it's been a long time since I've seen Brother Shen like this. His previous cold demeanor isn't really familiar anymore. Mu Xinyan mocked, is being similar to you like being a second dog a good thing? Sheng Yichen complained, no, why do you keep picking on me, Nian? Lin Yan sighed helplessly. Why did he end up with such eccentric teammates? Ah! A sharp scream disrupted the cozy atmosphere. The distant voices grew closer. When they walked around the corner into a bigger space, what they saw was a black-haired, elegant girl sprinting swiftly, evading the pursuing zombie. When the girl saw them, a joyful smile lit her face as she shouted, help. Hearing this voice, Chu Shiyun raised his eyebrows, observing the zombie chasing the girl. He felt as though good fortune was hard to resist. This zombie was clearly different from others, it had already been upgraded. He was precisely worried about lacking combat experience with such enhanced creatures. Here, now, a zombie they tentatively labeled as level 1. Chu Shiyun tapped Shenmu Tian's shoulder, big brother, want to give it a try? Shenmu Tian nodded. A purple bolt appeared in his hand, and he hurled it toward the zombie. Unexpectedly, the zombie also shot out a bolt of lightning. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl ran behind them, using the group to block the zombie's view. However, no one paid attention to her. Wow! Chu Shiyun, looking at both the person and the corpse possessing electric power, exclaimed, big brother, go for it. This happens to be the first zombie with powers we've encountered. If you win, the crystal core is yours. Chapter 14, Battle against a level 1 zombie. The rest of the group were unlike Chu Shiyun, who appeared completely calm. They had fought many zombies before and knew how troublesome these creatures could be. Although level 0 zombies moved slowly, one still needed to avoid being bitten or scratched by them, otherwise there was a high chance of infection from the zombie virus. Chu Shiyun looked at the overly tense group with a hint of helplessness. Don't be nervous, relax. It's only a level 1 zombie. Mo Yang said, only. Sister-in-law, aren't you worried that the boss might lose? This is our first time battling a level 1 zombie after all. Chu Shiyun responded, what's there to worry about? You have spent more time together during the apocalypse. You should know his strength better. After speaking, Chu Shiyun no longer focused her attention on them but instead concentrated on the fight between one man and one zombie. Shen Muqian carefully avoided the attacks from the lightning-type zombie while observing its movements. Although a level 1 zombie was much more agile than a level 0 zombie and had developed abilities, as zombies they had the same shortcoming compared to humans. Humans observe and think, whereas zombies attack mindlessly without any technique. Furthermore, their special powers would eventually be depleted, which made level 1 zombies, in Shen Muqian's eyes, full of vulnerabilities despite their improvements. Avoiding another attack from the zombie, Shen Muqian threw a ball of lightning that struck the face of the zombie, eliciting an anguished roar from it since zombies don't feel pain but only harbor more hatred toward the human standing in front of them. Hurrah! Then, the zombie charged toward Shen Muqian. The hands glowing with electricity clearly showed formidable power. Shen Muqian ducked down, dodging the attack. Seeing the body of the zombie surrounded by electric currents, Shen Muqian turned his focus to the head of the level 1 zombie. This was the weak point of all zombies. However, he realized earlier that a mere direct attack wouldn't cause much harm to a level 1 zombie. It seemed like he'd need a decisive strike. Within just a few seconds, Shen Muqian had already exchanged several moves with the level 1 zombie, leaving burn marks of lightning both on the ground and the walls. The zombie formed its hand into a fist and aimed a direct punch at Shen Muqian's chest, who sidestepped to the right, allowing the zombie's fist to land on the railing. Taking advantage of this instant, Shen Muqian quickly circled behind the zombie, condensing his energy into a small dagger. Though the dagger was tiny, it contained compressed force and easily severed the neck that was protected by the zombie's energy shield. Without the crystal core supplying its power, the zombie fell to the ground. Seeing the zombie lying motionless on the floor, Shen Muqian wiped the sweat from his forehead and used the energy-infused dagger in his hand to dig out the crystal core from the zombie's brain. This level 1 crystal core externally appeared identical to a level 0 crystal core, the sole difference might be that this was a thunder-type core, whose color presented a mysterious pale purple. Shen Muqian brought the crystal core over to Chu Shiyun, who then took the mineral water handed by Mo Sun-yen to clean Shen Muqian's hands and this level 1 crystal core. And astonishingly, the whole process had taken less than 15 minutes. Chu Shiyun praised him, big brother, you're really amazing. Upon hearing this, Shen Muqian patted Chu Shiyun's head affectionately. He then said to the others, a level 1 zombie isn't very strong. Despite being unable to feel pain and having somewhat reinforced bodies, they can be defeated through skillful combat. Do you understand what I mean? They all nodded, for none of them were foolish. Having followed Shen Muqian for a few days and having carefully observed the battle just now, they naturally grasped what Shen Muqian was implying. A girl standing behind the group felt utterly awkward. It was as though everyone around her ignored her presence entirely, engrossed in their own discussions ever since she joined, which made the girl, who usually basked in admiration, extremely uncomfortable. Hey! Do you even respect me? Haven't you seen I've been standing here for a long time? The girl yelled in frustration, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Chapter 15 The Lady Who Can't See Herself Clearly. It was as if the group had only just realized there was one extra person. Chu Shiyun gave an indifferent glance before turning away, much to the fury of the girl. Mo Youyang asked perplexedly, so what? What do you want to say? The girl's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, pointing at Mo Youyang but unable to speak. You. Chu Shiyun didn't bother to respond. Instead, his mild gaze fell on Shen Mutian. Brother, let's go. Shen Mutian naturally wouldn't contradict Chu Shiyun. He picked up the backpack he had previously given to Chu Shiyun, took the latter's hand, and was about to leave. You can't leave. Seeing that the group intended to leave, the girl rushed forward in a panic, blocking their path. Shen Mutian regarded her with a cold stare. Chu Shiyun, clearly impatient, said, what is it? Looking at the neat and clean appearances of the group, the girl recalled the hellish days she'd endured recently. Without thinking, she blurted out, take me with you. Drop me off at home, and I'll make sure my dad pays you back. Chu Shiyun. Were you chased too hard by zombies? Chu Shiyun looked at her with a complex expression, knowing full well how chaotic the world was now. A pile of money certainly wasn't as useful as a loaf of bread. The girl obviously didn't understand, so she asked, what do you mean? Chu Shiyun, to escape, did you forget your brain? Even if you were to step outside, you wouldn't have said something so dumb. The girl exclaimed in disbelief, you. How can you talk to me like this? Chu Shiyun, or what? The girl, I just wanted you to send me home. Where am I wrong? Besides, why should there be a problem for a bunch of big boys sending a girl home? Isn't it men's duty to protect women? Chu Shiyun, then find some man willing to protect you. After speaking, he pulled Shen Mutian and walked away. The rest followed. Seeing the group really about to leave her behind, the girl, flustered, grabbed Lin Yanhan's hand. Can you persuade them to bring me along? Lin Yanhan hesitated for a moment before releasing her hand. Although she pitied the girl, she wasn't going to act rashly on her behalf. Their group was far from being magnanimous, they could barely ensure survival for themselves in this post-apocalyptic era. Plus, one look at the spoiled demeanor of the girl and it was clear she'd be trouble. Sorry. After finishing her sentence, Lin Yanhan jogged to catch up with the group. The girl screamed in desperation, how can you be so heartless, refusing to help when someone is dying in front of you? Are you still human? Mo Youyang couldn't stand the commanding tone of the girl and shot back, that's right. We're cold-blooded. We refuse to help, but did you kill the zombie yourself? Even though they were looking to practice on zombies, that didn't mean they would let others take advantage of them as patsies. Everyone could tell the girl was planning on using them as meat shields from the start, and if things went awry, she'd just end up as zombie food. The girl was speechless, then countered, since you saved me just now, you should take me with you. Mo Youyang. He'd seen shameless people before, but never this bad. Even for something done on a whim, you act as if we're obligated. Where's your sense of decency? Lin Yanhan patted him, signaling not to waste any more words on the girl. There was no point. Mo Youyang agreed silently and ignored the girl thereafter. Seeing her attempts fruitless, the girl ran ahead, intending to follow the group, but Shen Mutian's bolt of lightning struck down the path ahead, frightening her into stopping. Without further concern for the girl behind, the group proceeded downstairs. When they reached the first floor, what they saw was a tightly packed mass of zombies blocking the glass door. Everyone's expressions darkened instantly. Although all of them possessed special abilities and could theoretically fight through easily, escaping without getting bitten by zombies seemed virtually impossible, especially with an additional non-special ability individual. Chu Shiyun quietly murmured to Shen Mutian, brother. Shen Mutian's expression remained unchanged, let's take the back door. With that, he headed towards it. The group followed closely. Some people who had been there beforehand on higher floors noticed their actions. Some showed disdain while others wore smirks, enjoying what they assumed would be a show. Chapter 15, Terrifying Driving Skills. A few of them quickly ran to the back door position. Although there were still many zombies, the situation was much better than at the front entrance. Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun walked ahead to clear the way, with Mo Youyang and Xing Yichen on the left and right sides, respectively. In the middle followed Lin Yanhan and Mu Sinan, who lacked combat abilities, while Lin Yanbai stayed at the rear. Despite their desire for Chu Shiyun to stay in the middle for safety, both Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun himself disagreed. Looking at the far fewer zombies in front compared to those at the main gate, Shen Mutian's hands emitted flashes of lightning, subsequently forming a dense electrical grid. With them as the center, all zombies within a 5-meter radius turned into charcoal. The group gained a deeper understanding of Shen Mutian's power. However, such a powerful move also consumed a lot of energy from Shen Mutian. They hastily escaped the encirclement of zombies. Within an instant, the gap opened by Shen Mutian was quickly filled with more zombies. Roar! Roar roar! The low growls of the surrounding zombies filled the air. Each grotesque zombie tightly pursued their steps, eager to tear off a piece of flesh from them. Chu Shiyun looked disgruntled, inhaling the putrid smell in the air, making him feel like throwing up his breakfast. As he used his mental power to repel the zombies around him, due to his low level and the overwhelming number of zombies, he became momentarily strained. Big brother, how much farther? Chu Shiyun weakly clutched Shen Mutian's arm, asking with a spiritless face. Even though Shen Mutian was leading the way at the front, he continuously paid attention to Chu Shiyun's condition. Seeing his pale complexion, Shen Mutian knew that driving away zombies over a large area was too burdensome for him. We're almost there, just another 100 meters. Don't push yourself so hard, leave it to me. Shen Mutian changed his posture to partially hold Chu Shiyun, to prevent him from falling. Though the others found what Shen Mutian said a bit peculiar, they didn't think too much about it. After all, they had learned from Shen Mutian that Chu Shiyun suffered from severe obsessive cleanliness disorder. Chu Shiyun shook his head, I'm fine. While saying this, he discreetly drove away a few level 1 zombies approaching nearby, making his face even paler. Their vehicle was parked in a relatively open space. Although there were some zombies roaming nearby, as long as these zombies were dealt with, it would be easy to drive away quickly. Surrounding a 7-seater car, taking advantage of the moment when the zombies were cleared, Lin Yanhan quickly climbed into the driver's seat. Everyone else also rushed onto the car. The hand of a zombie came within 1 centimeter of grabbing the last person to enter, Lin Yanbai. The sharp claws left 5 clear scratches on the car window. Lin Yanhan stepped on the gas pedal, and the car shot forward recklessly down the road, leaving behind a trail of white smoke. Those who knew about Lin Yanhan's driving style had already firmly grasped everything they could hold onto around them. But Chu Shiyun, who had no forewarning, directly collided with Shen Mutian sitting beside him, making his head ache even more. After a moment of holding his head, noticing the serious expressions of the others, he truly hadn't expected that Lin Yanhan, who appeared calm on the surface, could drive so wildly inside. It wasn't until they departed from the city center that Lin Yanhan reined in her devilish driving manner and resumed normal speed along the highway. Chu Shiyun thought that, if it were during ordinary times, Lin Yanhan would have been pulled over countless times by now. Taking the bottle of water handed to him by Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun rinsed his mouth, which slightly alleviated his nausea. Big brother, did you go through this for 3 days? Chu Shiyun leaned on Shen Mutian, speaking listlessly. Shen Mutian nodded gently. Looking at everyone who had already adapted, Chu Shiyun decided that he would prefer to drive next time since he feared he wouldn't survive to continue giving rides to Lin Yanhan otherwise. Chapter 17, Big brother, I'm so sleepy, can you hug me? In order to take care of C University's many students, the city library was built next to C University. Normally, driving from the city center to the suburbs would take several hours, let alone in this current post-apocalyptic situation where time consumption is much greater. By the time they reached a spot not far from the city library, it was already past 1 p.m. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Breaking out of the city that felt like being surrounded by a zombie apocalypse wasn't easy. They had almost depleted their special powers. The initial 7-seater car had been written off, and during the escape, they'd picked up a new one from a 4S shop. Chu Shiyun took the opportunity to stash a few into his space. They found a shady place near the car to rest. Chu Shiyun chewed on instant noodles as if it were tasteless wax. His headache came in waves due to excessive use of mental energy. Others were in similar states after enduring a long escape. No one cared about elegance, filling their stomachs roughly was enough. After having their fill and resting for a bit, Shen Mutian asked Mu Senian for a clean towel and 2 bottles of mineral water. He soaked the towel in water, then gently wiped Chu Shiyun's face, which was drenched in sweat. He also unbuttoned and discarded Chu Shiyun's blood-stained coat casually onto the ground. After wiping down his sweaty torso, he pulled a fresh shirt from his bag and helped Chu Shiyun change into it. Chu Shiyun enjoyed Shen Mutian's attentions without any reservation, letting him fuss over him completely relaxed. With the sweat washed away, he felt much tidier and more comfortable. After taking care of Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian quickly cleaned himself up in a haphazard manner, just wiping off the essentials. The others, watching their still energetic forms, could only feel admiration. Once Shen Mutian changed into clean clothes, Chu Shiyun immediately spread his arms wide and asked for a hug. Big brother, I'm so sleepy. Shen Mutian instantly picked up Chu Shiyun, allowing him to doze off in his embrace. Glancing at his watch, he instructed the rest of the group, rest here for an hour, and then we'll immediately head into the library. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to sigh in relief, and they grew even more grateful towards Chu Shiyun. Normally, according to their experience, after such escapes, they wouldn't have more than 10 minutes rest before moving again. Everyone seized the opportunity to recharge. Under the vast tree canopy, all that could be heard for a moment was the sound of rustling leaves. Still, with summer in full swing, even the breeze brought warmth. Shen Mutian stayed alert by Chu Shiyun's side while everyone else dozed off. Only Shen Mutian kept watch for any movement around them. Despite appearances suggesting safety here, it was wise to always have someone keeping guard, just in case. About half an hour later, Lin Yanbai approached quietly, whispering softly, Shen brother, you should rest for a bit. I'll keep watch. Shen Mutian nodded upon seeing Lin Yanbai's earnest face. They fell silent for a while until everyone slowly stirred awake, looking somewhat disoriented. Chu Shiyun, however, remained sprawled across Shen Mutian, unwilling to budge, clutching tightly around Shen Mutian's waist in a display of deep dependence. If not for pressing matters, Shen Mutian might have let Chu Shiyun cling to him indefinitely. Amused, Shen Mutian gently poked Chu Shiyun's head. When he saw Chu Shiyun's face, now white and tender with faint red imprints, he said softly, "Sweetheart, wake up." Chu Shiyun cracked open one eyelid to look at him briefly before burying his face back into Shen Mutian's chest. A minute later, he opened his eyes fully, his spirit now clear-eyed. After a well-needed hour of sleep, the spent mental energy had restored itself. Looking at those who had prepared themselves for the journey ahead, Chu Shiyun spoke calmly, "Let's go." Chapter 85, My Unreliable Master Forgot Me Again QAQ. The once majestic and tranquil library was now disrupted by the low growls of zombies echoing through its corridors, permeated with an air of despair. As for whether there were still survivors inside, they were uncertain. The library covered an enormous area, and each section was distinct. To avoid wasting time, the group decided to split into 3 teams, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian, Xing Yichen and Mu Sinan, and the remaining 3 together. Each team would search one building. Regardless of whether they found the map or not, they would regroup beside the car after an hour. Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian headed straight for the main building. As they passed the staircase, Chu Shiyun's vast mental power swept over the map standing nearby, spotting that geographical books were on the 4th floor. "Big brother Shen, follow me," Chu Shiyun said as he grabbed the side of Shen Mutian, who was vigilantly looking around. Then, he tugged at Hanyu, which had been resting lazily on his shoulder for a long time. "Stupid cat, lead the way." Hanyu was utterly baffled by Chu Shiyun's sudden assault. It had been resting comfortably until today, and Chu Shiyun hadn't made it do anything yet. Now what was this all about? Of course, Chu Shiyun wouldn't admit that he had simply forgotten Hanyu existed before this. After all, who could blame it for being inconspicuous? Hanyu stared blankly at Chu Shiyun, its eyes filled with grievance. However, seeing the cold face of its unreliable master, it abandoned any hope and sulkily led the way, steering clear of areas densely populated by zombies. Later, even if they encountered zombies, it was only 1 or 2 at a time. Shen Mutian watched amusedly as Chu Shiyun bossed around Hanyu, unable to figure out how Hanyu had managed to offend his precious little Chu Shiyun so much that he held a grudge for this long. But he wouldn't bother asking Chu Shiyun, otherwise, the person holding a grudge might become himself. The 2 of them and their weapon moved through the dimly lit corridors. Staircases were stained with dark red blood, but Hanyu carefully avoided stepping in the filth, protecting its glossy, smooth fur from contamination. Thanks to Hanyu's guidance, they encountered very few zombies along the way. They quickly reached the 4th floor. A place Chu Shiyun once saw as ideal for acquiring knowledge now seemed to him like a deadly hell. There were bookshelves everywhere, 1 meter apart, each standing at least 2 meters high. If it weren't for the signs indicating the types of books, going through them one by one would take more than an hour, likely half a day without success. Seeing Chu Shiyun's frustrated expression, Shen Mutian helplessly placed his hand on Chu Shiyun's head and patted it. "Let's get down to business." Chu Shiyun nodded unhappily and swiftly scanned past rows and rows of bookshelves. His vast mental power granted him the ability to read through content quickly, ignoring irrelevant details. Shen Mutian stayed near the staircase to search while Chu Shiyun went to the end, making sure they didn't overlap their searches and waste time. Hanyu was left by Chu Shiyun's side with Shen Mutian. Although Chu Shiyun was confident in his own abilities and possessed a dimension space, having Hanyu stay by Shen Mutian's side allowed it to protect him. At the very least, it could bring Shen Mutian into the dimension space. Despite appearing to disdain Hanyu, Chu Shiyun internally trusted Hanyu's strength. If it hadn't originally contracted a space dimension, handling Hanyu would have been far more difficult. Upon realizing this, Hanyu proudly puffed its chest, guaranteeing it would ensure the safety of Chu Shiyun's beloved companion. This was the first time the unreliable master had entrusted it with something. Shen Mutian had initially intended for Hanyu to follow Chu Shiyun, but he relented in the face of Chu Shiyun's stubbornness. Chu Shiyun rapidly skimmed through the books, his gaze moving from one shelf to another. As he approached the next bookshelf, a growing stench of decay slowed his pace. Chu Shiyun's gaze fell upon the nearby bookshelf, gently pulling out a particular book that felt off to him. The next moment, his heart skipped a beat. In the gap between the shelves where he had withdrawn the book, there was a blood-soaked face staring directly at him. The eyes were unnaturally bulging, as though ready to burst from their sockets, fixed unwaveringly on Chu Shiyun. Chapter 19, Could it have a family too? Chu Shiyun hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, tightly pursing his lips and clenching his fists to prevent himself from shouting out of control. The face in front remained still, unmoving. Chu Shiyun quietly probed with his mental energy, only to discover that it was a corpse already long dead. Realizing the cause, Chu Shiyun felt his blood slowly flow through his stiffened body as warmth gradually returned to his cold limbs. Chu Shiyun touched his chest, muttering sarcastically under his breath, "So many days have passed and I'm still not used to it." Chu Shiyun gently strolled over to the side of the corpse, kicking it down to the ground with a foot. It was then he noticed a man-made wound on its chest, which appeared to be caused by a tang dao, a kind of Chinese sword, a fatal injury. With a calm gaze, Chu Shiyun examined the relatively well-preserved corpse, softly saying, "You're somewhat lucky, not ending up as food for zombies." Preparing to leave, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, Chu Shiyun saw that the rear door connecting to the corridor had been pushed open, and a group of people walked in, led by a tall, handsome young man with long legs holding a tang dao. Judging from the situation, this person must have been the one who killed the corpse. Unlike others whose gazes were filled with curiosity or vigilance, Chu Shiyun noticed a hint of barely concealed passion and astonishment in this man's eyes upon seeing him. Yes, astonishment. But strangely enough, Chu Shiyun had never seen him before. This was intriguing. Amused, Chu Shiyun reflected, showing no trace of emotion on his face. After giving them a glance, he turned around and continued searching for the materials. As Chu Shiyun turned, the expression on the handsome young man's face revealed signs of confusion and bewilderment, a moment not controlled. Chu Shiyun, who had been observing the boy using mental energy all along, naturally didn't miss this, making his interest grow even stronger. "Captain, what happened? Why did you rush here so quickly? Is there something we forgot? Is there some urgent matter?" Several people surrounding the clean-looking young man questioned him. Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes betrayed a flash of slight embarrassment. The captain waved at them, "Nothing serious. I just heard some noise here and came to take a look." Although everyone in his team nodded as if understanding, in reality, this explanation held no weight. There were far too many unnatural things in the current apocalypse era after all. Chu Shiyun thought the same. But right now, his top priority was finding the map. However, while Chu Shiyun wanted to quietly search for the map, the thoughts of others might not have been aligned. The captain stepped forward and called out to Chu Shiyun, "Mister, are you alone? Why don't you join our team? In this end-times world, people can only survive by uniting together." Hearing this, Chu Shiyun arched an eyebrow and turned to look at the captain, offering him an invitation. A pretty girl frowned lightly, gently tugging at the captain's hand. "Captain, don't we usually avoid taking people in easily? And we don't even know if he has any special abilities." True to form, apart from this so-called captain, the rest of the team members looked less than pleased. From this, Chu Shiyun made some guesses. Evidently, entering this team depended on personal ability, and every member should have gone through screening. Yet someone like himself, whose abilities were unknown, had caught this captain's proactive favor, which was definitely abnormal. Despite myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Chu Shiyun's expression remained unchanged. He coldly stared at them without a word. This silence made the captain who extended the invitation extremely awkward, with traces of uncontrolled annoyance showing faintly. The beautiful girl glared disapprovingly at the aloof Chu Shiyun and affectionately counseled the captain, "If he doesn't want to join us, that's fine. Plenty of people want to join our team." The captain hesitated, and the girl encouraged him further. Looking at Chu Shiyun's cool expression, the captain reluctantly nodded in agreement. There was really no point in chasing after someone who wasn't interested. With that, he walked past Chu Shiyun with his team, yet casting a covert glance at Chu Shiyun's hand. Chu Shiyun glanced down at his bracelet. The bracelet made of an unknown material gleamed faintly under the light. A silver band 4 mm wide, decorated with a transparent gemstone of unknown type, exuded an air of mystery. Thinking about the man's gaze, Chu Shiyun pondered deeply. After about half an hour, he finally found a map from City C back to City A. Not only that, but all sizes and kinds of regional maps that could be useful were collected. Just as Chu Shiyun stepped around a corner, Han Yu leaped up at him. With a face full of grievances and tearful eyes, it whined, "Master, your sweetheart tortured me QAQ." Chu Shiyun looked at it expressionlessly, then glanced back at Shen Mutian trailing behind with a questioning gaze. Shen Mutian walked over nonchalantly and dragged Han Yu away. "Meow. Meow meow meow. Die. It was being tortured. Never mind what it says, I just questioned it about some things." Shen Mutian blocked Han Yu's glare as he explained. Of course, what he didn't say was that due to Han Yu's lack of cooperation during the questioning, he had used a little coercion, such as trying small electric shocks on its tiny legs or even attempting to light its fur with a lighter. Chu Shiyun arched an eyebrow, looking at Han Yu's suppressed anger, then cast another glance at Shen Mutian trying hard to hide something. Unknowingly, a slight smile tugged at his lips. The helplessness toward the apocalypse, the precaution upon seeing dead bodies, and the suspicions regarding the captain all dissipated. Regardless, he should face the future with a positive mindset. After realizing this, Chu Shiyun's gaze unconsciously softened towards Han Yu. He took 2 steps forward and lifted up the sulking Han Yu into his arms, saying gently, "All right, I know you're upset. Here. The chocolate you've been craving." As he spoke, he took out a small piece of chocolate from his spatial ring and extended it to Han Yu's mouth. He knew Han Yu had been confined in the spatial ring for so long without tasting anything from outside. Curious about all the food items stored within, it dared not ask him for any. "I've set aside some items from my spatial ring for you. It should be enough temporarily. When you're done, let me know if we need more to collect." Han Yu listened dumbfounded to Chu Shiyun's words, carefully biting into the chocolate near its mouth. It was sweet. Skeptically glancing at Chu Shiyun, it found his usual cold demeanor replaced by a soft gentleness in his eyes. Unconsciously, its eyes watered. It actually wanted to get along well with Chu Shiyun, but ever since their awkward first meeting, it feared being rejected by him. It had lived alone in the spatial ring for too long, unwilling to endure that kind of loneliness again. Chu Shiyun felt cool wetness on his hand, noticing these were Han Yu's tears, leaving him feeling confused and helpless. Desperately, he turned to Shen Mutian for help. Shen Mutian patted his head kindly. It was wrong of me to treat you that way earlier. I apologize, but dear, I've always thought of you as one of us. Han Yu stammered in disbelief, one of us. Chu Shiyun nodded, perhaps I never told you, but ever since you saved me, I've considered you part of my family. Staring at the two, despite Chu Shiyun's calm appearance radiating warmth in his eyes, Han Yu couldn't stop its tears from falling. Could it also have a family? Chapter 20, Chu Shiyun is ill. Among the rows of bookshelves, only two confused people remained. Chu Shiyun looked at his empty hands and couldn't help but laugh wryly. He really hadn't expected that Han Yu would be so embarrassed to directly hide in space. Shen Mutian, talk to it, hurry up and adjust its mood, otherwise it will be hard to explain. Chu Shiyun nodded and passed on a message to Han Yu, but there was no reply. He shook his head helplessly and was about to tell Shen Mutian about finding the map when he discovered that person looking at him with a passionate gaze. Chu Shiyun tilted his head slightly as Shen Mutian cupped his face and kissed him, with sounds of intimacy filling the air, as if the outside world's chaotic noises didn't affect them at all. After the kiss ended, Chu Shiyun's face turned red, slightly shy. Brother Shi, why did you suddenly kiss me? Shen Mutian gazed at him tenderly and answered, because I miss you too much. Chu Shiyun glared at him teasingly, we are together every day, what is there to miss? Shen Mutian shook his head disapprovingly, this is different. These past 2 days, your cold demeanor made me afraid to approach you. Chu Shiyun paused, realizing how he had acted up and frightened Shen Mutian these few days, so he consoled with a kiss. Due to an experience from childhood, Chu sometimes suffers sudden illness under certain circumstances, always acting like a different person. Previously, Shen Mutian kissing another woman caused this condition, which worsened after the apocalypse began. If not for him regaining clarity earlier, Shen Mutian would have continued being on edge. Alright, don't worry anymore, huh? Chu Shiyun held him consolingly. Shen Mutian nodded, indulging in Chu's scent. Each time Chu Shiyun was affected, he became unconsciously cold, his personality turning unpredictable. During his childhood, both the Chu and Gu families tried treating him, but nothing worked and even worsened his condition. Since then, they both regarded him as a priceless treasure, not daring to let him get hurt or sad. If their elders found out about this incident, Shen Mutian might lose a layer of his skin. Chu Shiyun gently broke free from him, took out the map he had just found from space, and handed it over to Shen Mutian. Big brother. Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun's expectant eyes, reminiscing deeply, then praised, you're really smart. It felt most familiar when the person relied on him entirely. Humph. Chu Shiyun arrogantly tilted his head, then glanced at his wristwatch and realized the time for their appointment was almost up, so he sent a telepathic message to Han Yu, still receiving no response. After waiting another 10 minutes, Han Yu came out on its own, its fur shimmering softly. Lifting its front paw to lick, it put on an arrogant and exaggerated pose. Have you been waiting long for this great lord? Let's go then. As soon as it spoke, Chu Shiyun's fists clenched. Sure enough, it thought it could act high and mighty now. Stupid cat, get off my shoulder and walk yourself, lead the way ahead. Meow. Han Yu innocently acted cute, only to be mercilessly dropped. Chu Shiyun's glare fiercely swept towards it. With no choice, Han Yu reluctantly led the way ahead. Wah wah wah. The unkind master used the summoning tool again, it's too much QAQ. Han Yu retracted its paws and padded silently ahead, leading the way smoothly. With its vast spiritual force scanning forward, it avoided areas with people or zombies and safely guided them out of the library. When Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian exited, there was still no one around their car, indicating they were the first ones out. Subsequently, a few others like Mushi Nian also emerged, but they hadn't found much useful information, only having killed some more zombies during this time and collecting a few crystal cores. Looking at everyone's disappointed faces, Chu Shiyun raised his hand and waved the map in his hand, unsurprisingly earning praise from Ni2AZMO Yang, sister-in-law, you two are really impressive. I was actually thinking if you couldn't find it either, we'd end up wasting our efforts. Shen Mutian added without speaking, his heart elated, that's because she is your sister-in-law, how can she not be capable? Isn't that right, darling? Then he flatteringly nuzzled Chu Shiyun's hair tips. Cough cough. Chu Shiyun cleared his throat, signaling everyone to get into the car quickly. Without giving Lin Yanhan a chance to react, he ran to the driver's seat first while Chu chose the driving position. Naturally, no one dared to fight Shen Mutian for the passenger seat, so everyone else sat at the back. When Chu Shiyun drove the car on the road, they finally enjoyed a normal driving mode. It's not that they couldn't drive, but Lin Yanhan was the best choice. The others had to use their powers to clear zombies, so naturally they didn't have much energy left. Mushi Nian was no different either, though his spatial ability could only store things, it still consumed quite a bit of power. Han Yu pondered for a while and finally decided to crouch on Chu Shiyun's shoulder, but of course, it made sure to clean its claws beforehand. Chu Shiyun just turned a blind eye to this, remembering what had happened with that team leader before. He asked Han Yu in his mind, you said you come from another world. Is it possible for someone's ability to uncover the origin of the Mingkong bracelet? Han Yu immediately shook its head firmly, absolutely not. Only those from my world, along with you, the master, can recognize it. Chu Shiyun nodded at the answer and then asked again, then is it possible for someone to be from the same place as you? This time, Hanyu was not only firm but also disdainful towards such so-called people. That's impossible. The Mingkong bracelet came to this dimension because it inherently belongs to a small world immune to spatial storms. As for someone being able to arrive here, they'd have been shredded into pieces long ago within the space. Any great beings capable of making it here would cause this world to crumble under their might. Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement and also had a suspicion about the origins of that team leader. Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun, deep in thought, and then glanced at Hanyu who kept meowing, asking curiously, what's wrong? Chu Shiyun replied absent-mindedly, huh. Confused, he looked in the rearview mirror, noticing everyone else worryingly looking at Hanyu too. Lin Yanhan, seeing the cat shake its head and call out repeatedly, became anxious, sister-in-law, is the kitty alright? It keeps calling. And her gut told her the calls were full of meaning. But she didn't say this aloud since cats couldn't possibly have mutated, right? Only now did Chu Shiyun realize that, although he had been communicating telepathically with Hanyu through mental power, Hanyu was vocalizing directly, but no one understood its cries. So its actions, mixing disdain, certainty, and shaking its head, appeared rather abnormal. Chu Shiyun gave it a warning glare. Seeing the disapproving expression from its bad-tempered owner, Hanyu shrank its neck and curled itself into a tight ball, unsure why. Wasn't it behaving correctly? Why was the bad-tempered owner giving it that look? Shen Mutian, understanding the dynamic between the two, smiled knowingly in his eyes, yet maintaining a high-cold expression so as not to be marked down by his beloved. Chapter 21, Big Brother, we will go home for sure. The long and boring journey had lasted a week. Along the way, they found some homestays to rest in. When they encountered a few zombies, they would stop to deal with them in order to obtain their crystal cores. Chu Shiyun discovered that the crystal cores were not very useful to him, and they were even less effective than regular training in use. In fact, this way of training improved him faster than using the crystal cores as others did. Therefore, whenever Shen Mutian gave him crystal cores, he refused them and just stored them in his space for Shen Mutian's safekeeping. Hanyu explained this phenomenon as possibly being due to Chu Shiyun's use of the spiritual spring inside his space. As such, it might have caused a mutation since Chu Shiyun's abnormal abilities were much stronger than ordinary ability users, and his mastery over these abilities was also more natural. Regarding this explanation, Chu Shiyun didn't care too much about it. He couldn't sense how powerful his abilities truly were because he had always been like this. However, Shen Mutian was extremely delighted because the more powerful Chu Shiyun became, the less likely anyone could harm him. Faced with this realization, Chu Shiyun accepted the praise while pretending to be nonchalant but inwardly feeling proud. After all, most of the time Shen Mutian took care of him. Now that his abilities were better than Shen Mutian's, Chu Shiyun could protect him too. With this thought in mind, Chu Shiyun felt extremely pleased. A solitary villa stood a kilometer away from the road. In the courtyard, a 7-seat off-road vehicle was parked. It was covered in zombie brain matter and blood stains. Mo Yuyang stood on the open ground holding a hose washing the car, while the twins picked vegetables nearby. Ma Xinyan inspected the supplies in her space, and Xing Yichen followed obediently behind. On the balcony of the second floor, Chu Shiyun lay lazily in a rocking chair, watching the movements of those downstairs in a leisurely and carefree manner. After a tiring week-long journey, his bones felt as if they had scattered. It was rare to have a moment to relax. Shen Mutian walked in carrying a plate of freshly washed fruits. On the plate lay succulent watermelons, grapes darkened by maturity, a few red strawberries, and a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Chu Shiyun pushed down his sunglasses slightly to recognize who had come, then leaned back again, only opening his mouth, waiting for Shen Mutian to feed him. Ah! Shen Mutian skillfully inserted a strawberry into Chu Shiyun's mouth, and he started munching happily. These fruits were collected from an orchard they passed along the way. Ma Xinyan kept some of them in her space. Thanks to these efforts over the last few days, everyone except Chu Shiyun reached level 1, and Shen Mutian even attained level 1 peak status. Moreover, Ma Xinyan's space doubled in size, allowing her to store more items. The rest of the stuff left behind was taken care of entirely by Hanyu when they departed, since Chu Shiyun could control the entire space, including the flow of time, so he wasn't worried about the food spoiling. Hanyu squatted on the nearby railing, enthusiastically devouring the watermelon shared by Shen Mutian. Trapped as a spirit of an artifact for countless years, it was fascinated by everything in the human world. Chu Shiyun bit into the watermelon and muttered vaguely, "Big brother, I wonder how things are back home." Shen Mutian put the fruit plate on the table, then grabbed a chair to sit next to Chu Shiyun. "I'm not sure, but it probably isn't that bad. I hope they're okay, I miss them so much." Underneath the sunglasses, was an expression filled with loneliness. Shen Mutian lightly patted his head. "Don't worry, they'll definitely be fine. They're probably just waiting for us to return." Hanyu licked its paws and came forward to rub its soft fur against Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyun pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead, puckering his lips as he sighed softly, "That's true, we can't let them wait safely while we fail to return, it'd be really embarrassing." Shen Mutian chuckled and rubbed his face, finding it harder to let go with each passing second. Chu Shiyun narrowed his eyes, looking at Shen Matian dangerously. In the next instant, he pounced directly onto him, and Shen Matian quickly caught him. Chu Shiyun immediately retaliated by pinching. Baby. Baby. I'm sorry, ease up. Ignoring Shen Matian's moans of pain, Chu Shiyun held tightly without letting go. After wrestling for a while, Chu Shiyun wrapped his legs around Shen Matian's waist, resting his head on the man's neck, instinctively tightening his grip on his waist. Chu Shiyun looked far out onto the road where several scattered zombies aimlessly roamed. The lush wheat tips had been tainted with filth, losing their previous cleanliness, much like the state of this world. Big brother, we must survive and go home. Sure. We will absolutely survive and go home. Yes. One person whispered softly, while the other replied firmly. In this world overrun by zombies, they had nothing left but their burning resolve to stay together. Some things had changed, yet remained the same. Chu Shiyun looked at the person beside him whose gaze was gentle and tender, feeling truly content. No matter what, the person he loved most was by his side at this moment. They didn't make any other movements but embraced under the bright sky. A gray and white short-legged cat nearby tilted its head to look at the two on the railing, creating a serene, warm, and beautiful picture. At this moment, Lin Yanhan, who had prepared lunch and came upstairs to call them down for the meal, stopped instinctively, took out her cell phone that could only be used to tell time nowadays, and captured the scene with it. Click. The sound of taking a photo startled the two who were embracing. Chu Shiyun cast a questioning glance at Lin Yanhan who was holding the phone and aiming it at them, asking faintly, "What are you doing?" Lin Yanhan awkwardly laughed and said, "It's time for lunch." After saying that, she stuffed her phone back into her pocket like a thief and hurried downstairs. Chu Shiyun exchanged a look with Shen Mutian and helplessly shook their heads as they also walked down. When Chu Shiyun reached the dining table, several people sitting quietly around appeared calm on the surface but actually glanced at them from time to time with meaningful glances. Chu Shiyun gave a somewhat amused look to Lin Yanhan, making her feel very uneasy. Still, in the end, he did not say anything, pulled Shen Matian to take a seat and began to eat quietly. After finishing the meal, they all sat together chatting, while Lin Yanhan brought out some fruit for dessert. Mo Yuyang, whose mouth had been quiet for just a while, couldn't resist talking again. I don't feel like our life now is much different from before the apocalypse. He then cut another piece of watermelon with his fork. Lin Yanhan, isn't that all thanks to Brother Shen? I never thought we could maintain such a pre-apocalypse lifestyle. Mo Yuyang, that's true. Although traveling has been a little hectic, we've still had enough to eat and drink. We even manage to take showers sometimes. It's incredible. Chu Shiyun smiled and said, of course. All these results come from everyone's efforts. Although he said that, no one took it seriously because they knew the mainstay was Shen Matian and his group, even if all of them combined wouldn't necessarily be able to beat Shen Matian. They also realized if it weren't for Shen Mutian gathering them, there was no way they'd be so lucky to live well. Now when they're tired, they can find a place to rest, when they're hungry, they can have a hot meal, when they're sleepy, they can rest comfortably, when they're dirty, they can take a shower. Comparing the scenes of just 2 days ago with their current lives, they felt extremely satisfied. 2 days ago, they passed by a small estate which they initially intended only as a temporary resting place. However, they witnessed an unbearable sight. Inside were gathered ordinary people. Each person had dim eyes, chapped lips, starving to bones, and clothes covered in dirt. Now, tap water contains zombie viruses and cannot be used for drinking. The only water drinkable comes from water element ability users or previously stored mineral water. Some had endured hunger to the point of resorting to cannibalism, exchanging children as food. At the time, Lin Yanhan seeing this phenomenon threw up instantly, and the rest of the people didn't look good either. Thinking about it, all of them nodded continuously, agreeing strongly with Mo Yuyang. Chu Shiyun sighed helplessly and turned to look at Shen Matian, only to find that person always smiling warmly at him. In the afternoon, the rare warmth filled the living room with occasional laughter, something hard to come by in this nerve-wracking apocalypse. Hanyu wasn't yet accustomed to such an atmosphere, so Chu Shiyun let it keep watch. A cute kitty squatted on the windowsill, basking in the warm sunshine, which made it drowsy. Suddenly, its ears twitched and its tightly closed eyes opened, revealing amber eyes with pupils constricted to a line as it gazed toward the distance. Meow. Meow. Someone was coming. Hanyu turned around and called out to Chu Shiyun. Only Chu Shiyun understood what it pointed to. Get ready, visitors are coming. Lowering his head, Chu Shiyun's lips curled upward into a smile. The warm atmosphere was broken as they all looked at Hanyu, then Chu Shiyun, a thought flashing through their minds. Indeed, although their sister-in-law was an ordinary person, none who could stay by Chu Shiyun were ordinary. Seeing Hanyu's actions just now, their impression of Hanyu grew considerably. Not long after Chu Shiyun's words faded, a roar of an engine was heard from afar. They all looked outside together, surprised to see military vehicles approaching. Chapter 22, Hanyu wants a poop scooper. Glancing outside, there was a military vehicle parked by the door. At its side stood soldiers with guns, while inside the car sat people with expressions of fear, numbness, or sorrow on their faces. Some had wounds with scabs, and others were extremely dirty, as if they had rolled in mud. These were survivors that the army had rescued from among the zombies. Because the newcomers were soldiers, everyone lowered their guard slightly, except for Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian, who still remained somewhat cautious in case of any unexpected events. Chu Shiyun picked up Han Yu standing by the window, alerting it to be more careful so it wouldn't be captured for research. A dark green military vehicle stopped outside the courtyard. A man stepped out from the driver's seat, handsome, ruggedly handsome, with a cropped hairstyle. He first ensured the nervous survivors were calmed down by the soldiers before heading toward Chu Shiyun and his group. Stopping about 3 meters away from them, he looked at the seated group, noticing their clean clothes and vigorous appearance, indicating they were likely powerful. In the middle seat, a boy with delicate features, an innocent look, and clear pupils held a short-legged cat, leaning against a man with a deep gaze and cold eyes. Based on what Zhou Yang had seen over the past few days, the two were either a couple or in a sugar daddy relationship. Looking at the rest of the group, clearly led by the man, Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Zhou Yang, I am their captain." Mu Sen stepped forward and replied, "Hello Captain Zhou. What are you doing here? We've been traveling for several days. There isn't much around here where we can rest. May we stay overnight?" Upon hearing this, Mu Sen glanced at the people on the bus, noting their efforts to appear energetic but unable to hide their exhaustion. Although it was only around 2:30, forcing them to travel further wasn't a good idea. With Zhou Yang showing sincere intentions, Mu Sen turned back to consult the group, focusing particularly on Chu Shiyun. Seeing no objections, he nodded at Zhou Yang. "You're welcome to stay. We're just travelers too. This house doesn't belong to us anyway. However, we have already tidied up the house, so we hope you won't go upstairs to the second floor." Zhou Yang happily agreed, "Thank you." Then he turned and went to the vehicle, asking those on it to get off while also conveying Mu Sen's requirements. The soldiers agreed one by one and disembarked in an orderly manner, with the survivors closely following behind. Chu Shiyun quietly observed the comings and goings of people. Soldiers were few, about 10 or so, while the majority were the survivors they had saved. The survivors were from all age groups, elderly, children, young men and women. Now entering following the soldiers, they casually found places to sit and waited for arrangements. As Chu Shiyun observed them, they were also observing Chu Shiyun's group. It was because Chu Shiyun and the others were truly unique, clean and well-dressed, not appearing as though they had suffered hunger. What was normal before the apocalypse had now become a sign of strength, and both the women and good-looking boys clearly hadn't endured any harm. This realization sparked envy in some disheveled and attractive boys and girls. Their eyes also lingered on Shen Mutian. They weren't stupid, they could see who led the group. Thinking to themselves, if they could hitch on to these people, perhaps they wouldn't need to endure such miserable lives anymore. Han Yu quietly curled up on Chu Shiyun's lap but kept its eyes on a person nearby who looked like a beggar, so filthy that those near him sat far away. Han Yu tried to contain its restless heart, a flicker of passion in its gaze. Chu Shiyun noticed the cat's tail unconsciously wrapping around his wrist and asked secretly, "What's wrong?" Hearing Chu Shiyun's voice in its mind, Han Yu lifted its head, eyes wide, blinking cutely at Chu Shiyun in a playful way, "Meow meow. Owner, can I take one of those people?" Listening to Han Yu's eager and hopeful tone, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but feel curious. "Who do you want?" Han Yu raised its paw and pointed at the beggar. Chu Shiyun followed the direction, failing to see anything extraordinary about the person. "Do you really want him?" "Meow meow. Yes, yes." Han Yu's voice was unusually urgent, and its fur bristled without control. Chu Shiyun looked at its hopeful gaze and nodded, "All right. But I'm not sure if he'll agree to follow us." Chu Shiyun turned around, leaned on Shen Mutian, and repeated Han Yu's request to him. His eyes softened, and his expression seemed a bit hopeful. After listening to Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian's stern face remained unchanged, only nodding slightly. This scene, for those who were paying attention, made them believe more that Chu Shiyun was just a lover living off Shen Mutian, and they gazed at Shen Mutian even more passionately. Chu Shiyun's vast spiritual power could not fail to sense the thoughts of those people towards his man, but as long as it didn't affect him, he could pretend not to see it. After all, this only showed how charming his man was. But if it did? No one noticed, but Chu Shiyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Slowly rising, Chu Shiyun held Han Yu in his arms, bearing everyone's curious stares, and walked to the person Han Yu wanted. Looking at the disheveled appearance of the person before him, Chu Shiyun clenched his fists. If it weren't for Han Yu's constantly expectant look, Chu Shiyun would have already run away. Although disdainful inside, he couldn't help but imagine dumping a bucket of water over the person to clean him up. However, his facial expression did not change, rather, he even wore an innocent smile. "Hello. Would you like to join our team?" Upon hearing these words, not only the person, but also the others watching Chu Shiyun's actions, were shocked, full of curiosity, ridicule, and some even thought that maybe they could join too. Mu Xinyan and the rest were also confused as to why Chu Shiyun suddenly invited someone to join. The main character at the center of everyone's attention, a dirty-looking man, raised his head and looked curiously and confusedly at Chu Shiyun. Only then did Chu Shiyun realize that this person had extraordinarily pure eyes. For a moment, Chu Shiyun saw the usual image of Han Yu selling cuteness to him. The young man did not answer, but silently stared at Chu Shiyun. Even though Chu Shiyun appeared kind and harmless, from their looks, it could be seen that they lived well during the apocalypse. Still, the young man remained highly alert. After all, there were so many people like him in the post-apocalypse world, so why pick him? Looking at the youth, Chu Shiyun didn't get upset. It was as if he understood what the young man was thinking and slowly explained, with his soft voice and handsome looks, unconsciously lowering one's guard, "My cat really likes you, so will you join our team and help me take care of it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the mud-covered face revealed a look of astonishment, clearly not expecting such a truth. Even Zhou Yang found it strange. In this post-apocalyptic world, when even surviving oneself was difficult, how could that seemingly innocent and harmless youth casually recruit someone just to find a poop scooper for his cat? A spontaneous thought arose in Zhou Yang's mind: could he apply? Chapter 35, I don't like how others look at Master Brother. Han Yu jumped out of Chu Shirwan's arms and, without minding the dirt, leapt onto the boy's shoulder, rubbing her head against his dirty one. Meow. Meow meow. Don't be afraid, from now on, I'll protect you. The boy carefully supported Han Yu, trying to prevent her from falling, but at the same time, he was hesitant to soil Han Yu's clean and smooth fur with his dirty hands. Despite his confusion, a deep fondness for Han Yu blossomed in his heart. Gazing into Han Yu's water-laden eyes, an expression that seemed to melt his very soul, the boy turned toward Chu Shirwan and timidly asked, "Can I really join you?" Chu Shirwan nodded affirmatively. Will it really just be taking care of a cat? Chu Shirwan raised a brow, detecting something else from these words, yet he didn't delve deeper immediately, merely nodding again. "Yes, all you have to do is spend 24 hours playing with her." "But I've never taken care of a cat before." "That's fine, Han Yu listens well, there's no need for you to fuss over her." Although the boy remained skeptical, seeing the genuinely hopeful look in Han Yu's eyes and the harmonious ambience around the group, he eventually nodded and agreed. With this matter resolved, Chu Shirwan turned his head and said to Zhou Yang, "Zhou team leader, I'm taking him along. Do you have any objections?" Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not, our mission is to ensure the safe evacuation of civilians, but they're still free individuals. Do as you wish. If even you, a man, aren't concerned, why should I be?" As they followed Chu Shirwan to another part of the hall, many people's gazes fell upon him but couldn't discern anything unusual, believing Chu Shirwan indeed only intended for him to care for the cat. When Chu Shirwan reached Shen Mutian's side, he naturally let himself be embraced by him, unwilling to touch Han Yu since she had gotten herself slightly soiled earlier. Mu Sinan instructed Sheng Yichen to fetch 2 large bottles of water from the car and handed a set of clothes to Mo Yunyang, telling him to take the boy to freshen up. Then Mu Sinan took out 1 kilogram of rice, 5 packs of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and a bread loaf, approaching Zhou Yang with them, saying, "These days, thank you, Zhou team leader, for looking after him." With that, he thrust the supplies into Zhou Yang's hands. Zhou Yang tried to decline, waving off the offer. "You're exaggerating, this is our duty after all. You'd better keep these items." Simultaneously, Zhou Yang realized this group was far from ordinary, evidently having a space-time manipulator within their team. Mu Sinan smiled gently. "It's necessary. He's now one of our team members, and it would only be appropriate to compensate for what he's consumed until now. It's more than enough, he hasn't used that much." Despite the objection, Mu Sinan kept smiling, leaving no room for refusal. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Yang accepted the items. They weren't excessive, and Mu Sinan showed no sign of regret, likely putting on a show for the new addition to prove their unity. Not accepting might create awkwardness. Upon observing Zhou Yang accept, Mu Sinan grinned appreciatively, then returned to the group, not because he wouldn't give more, but to avoid flaunting wealth and inciting jealousy, as these were quite generous offerings already in this post-apocalyptic world. This demeanor made other survivors covet even more. While the army had saved them, their daily rations were limited. Seeing such generosity stirred their curiosity and thoughts. Chu Shirwan wrapped her arm around Shen Mutian, noticing how blatantly others scrutinized her beloved. A cryptic smile curled on her lips. "Master Brother sure is popular," she murmured while lying on his shoulder, staring at his sharply defined jawline, almost mockingly complaining. Shen Mutian listened helplessly to his beloved's jealous tone, trying his best to console her. "My treasure is also very attractive. Look at our household, isn't everyone more inclined towards you?" Chu Shirwan glanced at him sideways. "Really? So are you getting affection elsewhere too?" Shen Mutian chuckled lightly at the overturned vinegar jar attitude. "Isn't that just proof of your excellent taste? And besides, my affection has always been solely yours. Afraid someone will snatch me away?" Chu Shirwan pinched Shen Mutian's face teasingly. "But I don't like the way others look at you, it's truly hateful. Wanting to gouge those eyes out." Without another word, Chu Shirwan spun around and sat on Shen Mutian's lap, cradling his face in front of the crowd and kissing him deeply, all the while glaring disdainfully at those who dared to eye Shen Mutian enviously. Lin Yanhan, who had just arrived on the second floor, widened her eyes in shock and watched them eagerly. The next instant, her vision went dark as she heard her brother's voice chiding her, "Childish, stop watching inappropriate things." "Arg. Lin Yanbai, you jerk, let go. Don't pretend you aren't sneaking peeks either." Lin Yanhan pulled at the hand in front of her eyes with all her might while complaining angrily. The two of them spoke in low voices, yet their words were crystal clear to the enhanced ears of the psionics. Shenmutian briefly glanced at them, and realizing they'd been noticed, they sensibly slinked away. Zhou Yang had naturally seen their antics and thought to himself that these two really didn't know how to pick their spots. As he turned around, his subordinates, who were pretending not to watch by covering their eyes but peeking through gaps, caught his gaze. He immediately barked, "What do you think you're doing? Have you forgotten your duties? Do you not need food or rest? Then get back to work." Yet the man under Zhou Yang's command showed no fear, instead laughing heartily as he said, "Don't stop. Captain, maybe you should take a lesson from them, it could explain why you're still single." Zhou Yang cursed good-naturedly, delivering a swift kick to the troublemaker. "Too much chatter out of you. Get back to work." He instructed the team members, those who needed to cook would cook, those who were guarding would guard, and those needing rest should hurry up and grab some time to relax. As everyone dispersed, Zhou Yang shifted his gaze toward the group who stared at Chu Shiwen and Shenmutian with envious glances. He noted a few people were still holding on to hope, making him ponder inwardly about their lack of survival sense. What times are we in for someone to be thinking about such things, he thought, irritated by their selfishness and cowardice, which already endangered some of his own brothers. If it weren't part of the mission, he'd have kicked these freeloaders out long ago. Among the survivors, some understood the situation and offered assistance, while others stood idly, awaiting distribution of food. A few took notice of other items. "Mom, I want some fruit." A boy, dressed relatively neatly and bearing a muscular frame, tugged on the sleeve of a robust-looking woman standing beside him. His eyes greedily gazed at the plate of fruits before Chu Shiwen. Not only him, everyone else had also spotted the plate of fruit. In this post-apocalyptic world, being full was difficult enough, let alone having something as luxurious as fresh fruit to eat. After days of hunger, the sight of such succulent fruit was hard to ignore. Once the boy voiced his craving aloud, nearly every survivor focused intently on the plate of fruits. Had it not belonged to anyone specifically, they likely would have lunged forward to snatch it. Even though they held themselves back, the yearning in their eyes remained unyielding. The woman was no less tempted by the fruit, although she hadn't quite decided how to broach the subject. Now that her son had brought it up, it only strengthened her resolve to claim the fruit. With that decision made, she grabbed her son's hand and marched forth confidently toward Shenmutian and Chu Shiwen. Chapter 24, Darling is the Beloved. The woman walked up to Chu Shiwen, her eyes scanning both of them with obvious disdain, her expression unapologetically contemptuous. "My son wants to eat fruit. I'll just take this plate." The woman acted arrogantly, about to grab the fruit plate with her dirty hands. Chu Shiwen had a faint smile on her lips but looked at her coldly. Still holding Shenmu Tian's hand, the latter understood immediately, and in the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck near the woman's feet. "Ah!" Startled by the move, the woman stepped back several paces, causing the boy she was holding to fall on the ground. The scorched earth left from the lightning strike turned black, frightening the boy enough to make him burst into tears. "Wah! Oh dear! My good boy! Are you alright? Let Mom check." "Wah! Mom, my hand hurts." Upon hearing this, the woman anxiously inspected her son's hand. Seeing it red from the fall, she exploded in fury. "What's wrong with you? It's just some fruit you're giving away. Do you need to quarrel with a child over that? You hurt my child." The woman glared at them aggressively. Chu Shiwen snorted with a sneer, "Child? Is that a 10-year-old troublemaker?" With a grotesque look, the woman snapped, "I don't care. This is bullying the weak. Apologize to my son now and serve him well with food and drink. Give me 2 pounds of those fruits, some ham instant noodles as well. Better give some meat too." Chu Shiwen was speechless, then opened her mouth melodramatically while looking at Shenmu Tian, "Master brother, see how she's picking on our darling. Darling is just a newly adult kid. How can she be so cruel?" Saying this, she made a grieving face. Shenmu Tian willingly comforted her, "It's okay. Our baby is the most obedient. She must be the one in the wrong." Chu Shiwen leaned on Shenmu Tian, complaining in a pitiful voice, "Master brother, she's so harsh. She scared the baby." Shenmu Tian said tenderly, "Don't worry, little baby, no fear." Zhou Yang and his subordinates couldn't help laughing. That woman often used her child as an excuse to demand good food. If refused, she would cause a ruckus, even rolling on the floor dramatically, doing everything possible to get her way. Yet when they asked her for fair treatment for others, she complained incessantly, making them utterly frustrated. Now she had met people who wouldn't play her game, so there would be no more advantages gained. The woman, upon hearing their laughter, turned back and glared fiercely, then shouted, "What's going on? Didn't you see my child bullied? Why aren't you helping? Shame on you soldiers, standing there letting them bully women and children who can't defend themselves." Hearing this, Zhou Yang's smile froze on his face. It was always like this, when things didn't go her way, she'd resort to moral coercion. If he weren't duty-bound, he would have thrown her off long ago. Chu Shiwen seemed to hear Zhou Yang's thoughts and mocked, "Big brother, how shameless she is. Trying to grab what isn't hers, then using morality as a weapon when she doesn't succeed. In our team, shouldn't such a character already have been abandoned on the road to feed zombies? Her soft and gentle voice carried a sharp implication that made the woman extremely angry. Shenmue Tian agreed with her, that's right. We don't keep waste like her in our group. Pointing her finger at Chu Shiyun, the woman cursed loudly, he's a soldier, he should yield to me, help me. What do freaks like you understand? Shameless creature. Your mother must regret bringing you into the world. A worthless thing who sticks your butt out for men, your parents would die of anger if they knew. Hearing these words, the smile on Chu Shiyun's face disappeared, her eyes growing cold like they were staring at a dead person. Shenmue Tian watched Chu Shiyun worriedly, his eyes towards the woman brewing a storm. Darling. Chu Shiyun motioned for Shenmue Tian to stay silent, taking a step forward, crouching down on the ground, and looking straight at the woman. Startled by her gaze, the woman stopped speaking. The boy beside her also quieted down. I don't know if my mom regrets having me, but I guarantee you will regret provoking me. Speaking softly, Chu Shiyun quickly caught the boy by the back of the neck and lifted him up. Wah! Mom! Mom! Save me! You're a freak, shameless thing. Let me go. The boy struggled in Chu Shiyun's grasp, crying loudly and cursing continuously. The woman was frightened and tried to reach for Chu Shiyun but was blocked by Shenmue Tian. What do you think you're doing? He's still just a child. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yang stopped pretending not to notice and stepped forward wanting to mediate. Shenmue Tian gave him a distant glance, Captain Zhou, mind your own business. Despite stopping his steps, Zhou Yang still forced himself to say, children are ultimately innocent. Oh, isn't it because of his greed and his mother's dirty face that he is suffering? Hearing this, Chu Shiyun scoffed and spoke to Zhou Yang. In his view, there was never any question of innocence. It all started with their coveting things that weren't theirs, and then crossing his bottom line. Zhou Yang fell silent, simultaneously regretting the woman's troublemaking and her failure to gauge the other's strength before offending them. Do they truly think this is still a peaceful world? Chu Shiyun silently used her mental power to damage the boy's core, the place where crystal cores are generated. With this destroyed, the boy would never develop special abilities again, which in this apocalypse meant he wouldn't last long. Ha! The silence in the hall was shattered by the boy's wailing screams, sending shivers down everyone's spines. No one knew what method Chu Shiyun had employed, but it was clear it caused immense pain. Even Musai Nian and his group, who had been watching from upstairs, were shocked by Chu Shiyun's. Those who had previously intended to flirt with Shenmue Tian abandoned their plans upon witnessing this. After destroying the boy's core, Chu Shiyun tossed him onto the woman. Knocked over by the boy, she fell to the side, quickly checking for injuries on her son. But finding nothing, her distorted face turned fiercely toward Chu Shiyun as she lunged forward, only to be kicked away by Shenmue Tian. Chu Shiyun then said, what your son suffers now is purely your own fault. If you keep provoking me, I'll ensure neither of you leaves here. With that, she pulled Shenmue Tian up to the second floor, leaving behind those left speechless by her threat. The fruit plate still lay on the table, untouched and no longer desired by anyone. Zhou Yang stared at their retreating backs and muttered, misjudged the situation. Back in the room, sitting on the bed, Chu Shiyun lay quietly on Shenmue Tian's body, burying her face in his chest, momentarily feeling low-spirited. Shenmue Tian embraced her, speechless. After an indeterminate period, seeing that Chu Shiyun showed no sign of recovering, Shenmue Tian gently lifted her, gazing into her red eyes and sorrowful expression, filled with heartache. Darling. Master brother. I'm here. I miss Mom. Chu Shiyun softly mumbled with red-rimmed eyes. Shenmue Tian didn't know what to say to comfort her, only patting her and saying after some thought, you still have us. Shenmue Tian understood, what Chu Shiyun needed right now wasn't romance but family affection. Chu Shiyun, yeah, I miss Mother Shen. Shenmue Tian gently patted her back, I know, when we return to City A, we can see her. Chu Shiyun, yes. Shenmue Tian gently soothed the person in his arms, while Chu Shiyun enjoyed this tenderness and drifted off to sleep from exhaustion. Looking at Chu Shiyun's gentle and obedient sleeping face, Shenmue Tian realized she wasn't thinking about her biological mother but Mom, whose memory she could only project onto others. Recalling this, Shenmue Tian remembered something from his childhood. Mother Shen and Mother Chu were childhood friends who grew up together. But after Mother Chu moved abroad with her husband, they hadn't seen each other for nearly 10 years. Later, after her divorce due to her husband's infidelity, Mother Chu returned to the country. On the day of her return, Shenmue Tian went with his mother to the airport, immediately noticing the exquisitely beautiful porcelain doll-like child, and later saw Mother Chu holding Chu Shiyun. She was a graceful, quiet, elegant, and beautiful woman, and Shenmue Tian recalled that everyone at the airport had looked at their trio. Busy with work after returning to the country, Mother Chu couldn't take care of her young child since her older son was already in school, so she entrusted Chu Shiyun to Mother Shen. When 3-year-old Chu Shiyun entered the Shen family villa hall, led by Mother Shen, everyone in the household gathered around. Little Shenmue Tian was surprised and delighted, knowing he could frequently play with his handsome little brother from now on. But Shenmue Tian, barely for himself, already bore a sense of responsibility, volunteering to take care of his younger brother. Young Chu Shiyun paid no attention to him, disdainfully ignoring Shenmu Tian's eager tea-serving attentiveness. After a while, Shenmu Tian became too familiar and asked Chu Shiyun to call him brother. Chu Shiyun pouted and said in a childish voice, "I already have a brother, you can't be my brother." Shenmu Tian coaxed, "Then you can have another brother. Just try calling once." Chu Shiyun snorted, "No." Shenmu Tian squeezed next to Chu Shiyun, and then Chu Shiyun leaned towards the side of the sofa, with Shenmu Tian moving closer again. And, that was it, because Shenmu Tian managed to make Chu Shiyun cry during their second meeting. The older brother and sister of the Shen family chased Shenmu Tian around, not allowing him to take care of the handsome younger brother anymore. The next time Shenmu Tian saw Chu Shiyun, he was much more cautious, and didn't make Chu Shiyun cry again, but he still kept chasing him, urging him to call him brother. One day, both families happened to be gathered together. Hearing Shenmu Tian's request, Shen father proposed that Chu Shiyun should address him as a godfather, which Chu mother had no objections to. Just when Shenmu Tian thought Chu Shiyun would finally call him brother, Chu Shiyun said one sentence instead. "I hate dads." Upon hearing this, the whole room fell silent. Chu mother looked at Chu Shiyun guiltily, while Shen mother looked at the two and came up with an idea. "How about this? Let old Shen take Yunbao as a student and teach him some self-defense skills, and little Mu Tian can also hear Yunbao call him elder brother in martial arts terms." After considering, everyone decided to go along with this plan. Thus, Shenmu Tian failed to become a brother, but became a martial arts elder brother instead. Because of this, young Chu Shiyun got even more chances to visit Shenmu Tian's home. They went to kindergarten together, commuting every day side by side, and Chu Shiyun became the darling of both families. Chapter 25, Childhood Experiences, The Cause of Illness. A few years passed like this. Little Chu Shiyun grew more and more attached to Shenmu Tian, even though among the two families, he only liked sticking by Shenmu Tian. Shen's mother looked at these two and smiled, saying, "Our Yunbao likes Mutian so much. If he weren't a boy, I'd really want to make him your daughter-in-law." Shen Mutian, looking at this person who was as beautiful and delicate as a porcelain doll, said, "Even if it's a boy, he can still be my spouse." Chu Shiyun then blushed and crawled into Shen Mutian's arms, causing laughter from both families. Then master brother must keep his word. Chu Shiyun murmured softly in Shen Mutian's embrace. Shen Mutian softly replied, "Mm." Thus, their childhood word stayed with them as they grew up, and thankfully, they were finally together. After that day, Shen Mutian started shouting around everywhere that Chu Shiyun was his wife, and ended up getting chased and beaten by Shen's father and Shen's elder brother, but it didn't stop, because both children had firmly remembered. The situation changed when Chu Shiyun turned 7. Shen Mutian only remembered that he hadn't seen Chu Shiyun for a whole week before the incident happened, because Chu's mother was usually busy with work, but she happened to have time off and planned to take the two kids out to play. Since there was no contact for a week, they didn't pay too much attention. However, that evening, while watching the news together, they discovered that on their way to a trip, Chu Shiyun's family had been involved in a car accident. One died instantly, one was severely injured, and one lightly injured. The one who died instantly was Chu's mother, the severely injured was Chu's elder brother because he tightly protected his younger brother. Afterwards, they originally wanted to take Chu Shiyun away immediately, but Chu's relatives voluntarily said they would take care of Chu Shiyun, since they were related by blood. They had no choice but to hand the child over to them. It wasn't until Chu's elder brother had been hospitalized for half a month that they realized something was wrong. During this period, Chu Shiyun hadn't come to visit his brother even once. When they asked Chu's relatives, they said Chu Shiyun had suffered trauma and couldn't leave the house, but later on, their attitude became increasingly impatient. Shen's mother took action and broke into Chu's house, where she found Chu Shiyun, who had been imprisoned for half a month, in the basement. When Shen Mutian saw Chu Shiyun again, he almost couldn't believe that it was his handsome little brother. Dull eyes, expressionless features, an emaciated body, where was the previous beautiful figure? Filthy rats scurried past him, his wounds, bitten by something unknown, were infested with maggots, and the whole person emitted a foul odor. Heartbroken, Shen Mutian rushed forward to hold Chu Shiyun, frantically swatting the maggots off his body. Seeing this not quite human, ghost-like version of the boy who had just turned 7, he felt a burning hatred for those who had harmed him and vowed to tear them apart limb by limb. Even the police officers who entered with him were shocked, they obviously hadn't expected the Chu family to treat a child this way. After questioning, they learned that Chu's mother had already written her will long ago, leaving all her assets to her two children. Since Chu's elder brother was under their watch and couldn't be touched, they focused on Chu Shiyun instead. But Chu Shiyun adamantly refused to agree, so they decided to lock him up and force him to comply. Unfortunately, they ended up forgetting about him altogether, leading to this situation. Eventually, these people were sentenced for intentional harm, illegal imprisonment, and child abuse. The Shen family also managed to obtain custody rights for Chu Shiyun, but the damage done to him couldn't be reversed. After being rescued, Chu Shiyun went through a long period where he wouldn't communicate with anyone. Shen Mutian simply took a long leave of absence and stayed by his side daily. Fortunately, Chu Shiyun was smart enough to self-learn the knowledge he needed. Finally, Chu Shiyun's condition improved slightly, and he began speaking again, but only to Shen Mutian. Even Chu's elder brother received no response from him. Later, doctors diagnosed Chu Shiyun with severe mental illness. His daily life became even more focused, and soon after, they noticed he began having hallucinations, often thinking he was still in that dark basement. The doctors explained that patients yearn desperately for salvation during that difficult time, hence constantly recalling those experiences. This made Chu Shiyun's stomach problems worse, he refused to eat anything, and he hated being touched by others. As he described it, "There are maggots crawling all over me." The group was speechless, and Shin's mother shed tears outside the ward. But there was good news as well. Chu Shiyun didn't mind being touched by Shin Mutian and even depended on him, bringing great relief to everyone. After some time, however, they noticed something seemed off. Chu Shiyun had become overly possessive of Shin Mutian, to the point of obsession. It happened like this. After Chu Shiyun got slightly better and was able to recuperate at home, Shin Mutian returned to school. Chu Shiyun could only see Shin Mutian when he went out in the morning and came back home. Therefore, after Shin Mutian left, Chu Shiyun would stay by the door waiting for him, ignoring everyone's advice. He even worried that Shin Mutian might leave him behind, so he insisted on going to school with Shin Mutian, but because of his unstable condition at that time, Shin's family didn't dare to let him go outside. Only after Chu Shiyun gave repeated assurances did they allow him to attend school with Shin Mutian. However, as expected, something happened on the first day. Shin Mutian's good looks were a given, so it wasn't surprising that he was popular. Even though he was only 8 years old, he was well liked by both boys and girls. However, when Chu Shiyun saw a little girl trying to invite Shin Mutian over to her house, he ended up beating her up. As a result, Chu Shiyun was forced to return home shortly after starting school. Everyone realized Chu Shiyun's overly obsessive and unhealthy attachment to Shin Mutian. They tried to correct it, but instead, Chu Shiyun's mental illness worsened. After that, there was no choice but to give up. The care from everyone became even more profound, especially from Shin Mutian. Because Chu Shiyun had a stomach ailment, Shin Mutian even signed up for cooking classes to learn how to make food for him. After slowly resting for a year, Chu Shiyun's condition finally stabilized, although he still got sick easily when exposed to triggers and was afraid of dark, enclosed spaces. Looking at his beloved one resting against his leg, a hint of worry crept into Shin Mutian's eyebrows. This person who was cherished carefully by both families had lost control today due to being provoked. Shin Mutian's face was filled with guilt. The man spent the entire time from noon until night sleeping alongside his precious one. During this time, Chu Shiyun kept resting his head on Shin Mutian's thigh. When Chu Shiyun woke up, Shin Mutian's legs, as expected, had gone numb. Hiss. Chu Shiyun moved, and Shin Mutian felt like millions of ants were crawling on his thigh. Startled by Shin Mutian's cry, Chu Shiyun quickly sat up, bracing himself on the bed, and asked anxiously, "Master brother, are you okay?" Shin Mutian waved his hand dismissively, "I'm fine. It'll be fine once I rest a bit." Seeing the leg that couldn't move, Chu Shiyun blamed himself, "Why didn't you put me on the bed?" Looking at Shin Mutian's expression of enduring pain, Chu Shiyun wanted to massage his leg but didn't dare to apply force. Shin Mutian noticed that Chu Shiyun still seemed energetic with no changes in his demeanor and sighed in relief. "Watching you sleep comfortably, I didn't want to wake you." Upon hearing this explanation, Chu Shiyun didn't know what to say and could only help Shin Mutian massage his legs after he recovered somewhat. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked on, and when no one answered, the person cautiously pushed it open. Lin Yanhan's head peeked through the doorway, catching the two people looking at her. She awkwardly smiled, "Big brother Shin, sister Chu, dinner is ready." Then she quickly closed the door and ran off. Chu Shiyun. Feeling somewhat hurt, Chu Shiyun asked, "Master brother, am I scary? Why do I feel like people fear me more than they fear you?" Shin Mutian chuckled and looked at the dejected figure before him, gently consoling, "No way. They fear me, don't overthink it." Chu Shiyun's face was full of doubt, skeptical like someone who had little experience and didn't want to be deceived. "Really?" Shin Mutian, Chu Shiyun, "Okay. Let's eat then. Everyone must be waiting for us." Chu Shiyun casually rinsed his mouth with water and hurried down with Shin Mutian. When they arrived in the living room, Lin Yanhan and others were already seated at the table waiting. Due to the addition of Zhou Yang and others, dinner was set up directly on the sofas in the living room, with a few home-cooked dishes spread out on the coffee table. The delicious aroma filled the entire hall, making Zhou Yang and others, who had eaten coarse food for an entire week, look repeatedly in envy. They started eating too, but gazing at the fragrant rice and colorful meat dishes made their pot-stirred noodles lose all appeal. When Chu Shiyun went downstairs, he noticed a new member in their group, a clean-cut and handsome young boy. Seeing the boy hugging Hanyu, Chu Shiyun immediately recognized him as the little beggar from earlier in the morning. He had no idea what to think about this, but it was unexpected how much the ragged appearance of the morning could change after just a bath and a new set of clothes. Truly, one depends on clothing just as a horse depends on its saddle. The young boy seemed nervous when he saw the two of them descend, likely having heard what others in the group said. These two were the real leaders. His eyes darted around nervously, while his hands clutched onto Hanyu's fur tightly. Chu Shiyun softly laughed, "Don't be nervous. We don't eat people." Pfft. Ha. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing during the meal, which made the young boy so embarrassed that his face turned red, and he lowered his head, too shy to look at others. Meow meow meow. Master, don't bully my person. After saying this, Han Yu stepped forward and gently licked the boy's hand. Seeing Han Yu's action, the boy's embarrassment lessened somewhat. Shen Mutian looked around at everyone's antics and softly said, "Alright, let's eat first. We can talk about other things later." Everyone responded in unison and settled down immediately, quietly picking up their bowls and chopsticks to eat silently. The boy watched how everyone else acted and quietly ate the plain rice in his bowl, not daring to reach for any dishes. Mu Sinan noticed this and nudged Sheng Yichen, who was sitting beside the boy. Understanding instantly, Sheng Yichen quickly picked a few pieces of braised pork and placed them on the boy's plate. "Eat more. Look how thin you are. If you don't gain some weight, people won't think you're from our team. Look around, there isn't a single thin person here. Even Lin Yanhan has gained a couple pounds." Lin Yanhan, who was called out, was busy eating, so she didn't care that Sheng Yichen had mentioned her weight gain. Upon hearing these words, tears involuntarily welled up in the boy's eyes. Chapter 25, Bad People Don't Call Themselves Bad. Before today, the young boy had never imagined he could meet such a team without competition, free from scheming and backstabbing, and full of mutual assistance. Everyone here was good. There was no gender discrimination in this group, and the sisters in the team seemed to be very happy as well. Such an atmosphere was rare in this apocalypse. "Thank you," the youth said hoarsely. Encouraged by Sheng Yichen's actions, the boy finally became a little braver. The mealtime passed quickly, and the boy voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes. Lin Yanhan joined him to wash some fruits. Of course, they used the pre-prepared bottled water. As they rested, Zhou Yang, who had already finished eating, walked over, found an empty seat, and sat down, getting straight to the point. "I wonder where you all are planning to go." "Chu Shiyun, we're planning to head to City A." Zhou Yang stared at Chu Shiyun in shock, almost disbelieving his ears, because City A was thousands of miles away from here. Even before the apocalypse, driving there would take more than 10 hours, let alone now when zombies were everywhere and highways were unusable. It was unclear whether they'd even get lost. Zhou Yang asked with confusion, "You're not joking, are you?" Chu Shiyun smiled, "Of course not." Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment before speaking up, "All the cities have now established bases. You can choose one to settle down and don't have to continue risking your lives traveling around like this." Chu Shiyun replied apologetically with a smile, "Sorry, but our families are all in City A, so we must return there." With no other option, Zhou Yang accepted it. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Chu Shiyun ask another question. "Could Captain Zhou tell us something about these bases?" Zhou Yang sat back down and began explaining what the bases were. These bases were set up by resident military forces from various cities to protect survivors who managed to escape from the zombies. Besides those survivors rescued by military search teams, ordinary people and mutants could also join the base, becoming part of its protective system. Each day, the bases would distribute a fixed amount of food to regular citizens, but it wasn't much. To get more food, people had to work for it themselves. New establishments were also being built within the bases, including the Mutant Guild, which specifically managed mutants. This included organizing them into teams and assigning tasks accordingly. Bases across the regions communicated using radio communication, and after some time, each base also came to understand the situations of others. The situation across most areas had now become generally stable, eradicating the panic of the early stages of the apocalypse. Everything was steadily under construction. Chu Shiyun asked further, "What's the situation in City A? How is it roughly going?" Zhou Yang, "I'm not sure about specifics, but I've heard that it's one of the fastest places to stabilize after the capital. Everything there is progressing in an orderly manner." Finally reassured by Zhou Yang's words, Chu Shiyun concluded that things at home should likely be fine. After asking more detailed questions, Chu Shiyun dismissed Zhou Yang to return. When the questioning ended, Lin Yanhan and the young boy also emerged from tidying things up. They took their seats. The youth still looked somewhat restrained, watching the casual attitudes of the others. He tentatively reached out to the fruit plate on the table, prepared to withdraw if anyone scolded him, but there was no objection, and he successfully grabbed a piece of fruit. When the young boy finally relaxed his guard, Chu Shiyun started asking him some questions. Chu Shiyun, "All right. While we have time, why don't we introduce ourselves?" After saying that, Chu Shiyun introduced himself first, followed by the rest of the group introducing themselves to the boy. Once everyone else had finished, the boy noticed they were looking at him expectantly. He tremulously began, "My name is Bai Qiaoxi. I'm 16 years old." After Bai Qiaoxi spoke, everyone was somewhat surprised because Bai Qiaoxi was taller than expected and they hadn't guessed him to be so young. Instantly overwhelmed with maternal instinct, Lin Yanhan handed him the entire fruit plate on the table. "Here, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll fetch you more." Taking it hesitantly, Bai Qiaoxi shyly thanked her, "Thank you," and then placed the fruit back on the table. Seeing the boy's demeanor, Chu Shiyun directly said, "Don't be shy. Now that you've joined us, you're part of our team, and we will definitely treat you fairly." Since Chu Shiyun was apparently the youngest besides Bai Qiaoshi, these words sounded more trustworthy coming from him. As predicted, the boy nodded. Chu Shiyun continued, our team is friendly. If you have any issues, feel free to bring them up. After hearing this, the boy hesitated for a moment before asking, would your team force anyone into improper trades? Chu Shiyun, huh? Shen Mutian raised an eyebrow. The group. Bai Qiaoshi's face turned red with embarrassment, his hands nervously clasped together. It's just that when I was running for my life before, I joined a team. There were many people there, but the ones who looked good, both men and women, didn't have a good outcome, they were all. The youth pressed his lips tightly together, stopping his words. The group understood, and Shen Mutian spoke up, his light voice giving the boy infinite sense of security, don't worry, in our team, it's all about free love, we don't force anyone. After these words, Bai Qiaoshi let out a sigh of relief. It was clear that the team he had previously joined had left him with quite some trauma. Mo Youyang then said something, hey, you weren't forced into anything bad, were you? His words made everyone want to sew his mouth shut right then and there, even if it were true, one shouldn't bring up such sensitive wounds so carelessly. Lin Yanhan directly stomped on him hard, and just as he was about to cry out, Lin Yanbai covered his mouth. However, Bai Qiaoshi didn't feel insulted, instead scratching his head awkwardly, before they pulled me into their team, I avoided zombies by rolling around in a mud pit, so afterward, they only let me do manual labor and didn't make me do anything else. Later, Captain Zhou came along, rescued us, and took us out. After saying this, the young man gave Zhou Yang a look of gratitude. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in relief, delighted by Bai Qiaoshi's good fortune while feeling sorrow for those others' misfortunes. Seeing their relieved expressions, Bai Qiaoshi thought for a moment, then quietly voiced his thoughts, actually, I'm a dual-element water-wood mutant. Chu Shiyun stared at him, not expecting Bai Qiaoshi to be so covert, a dual-element mutant who managed to hide himself so well was truly unique. Shen Mutian asked aloud, bringing up the doubt that Chu Shiyun had in mind, if you have mutant abilities, why did they still capture you? Bai Qiaoshi felt a bit sad at this, beautiful people would be captured by them. If you had powers and resisted, you'd be killed. Moreover, even the beautiful mutants ended up the same. One of my friends was killed because he refused to submit. Everyone fell silent, clearly not having expected this kind of relationship existed. They also marveled at the young man's plight, thankfully, he was smart enough to survive, otherwise, his end might have been the same. After explaining, Chu Shiyun jokingly asked, you revealed your long-hidden secret so easily. Don't you fear we'll act improperly toward you? Bai Qiaoshi shook his head, earnestly saying, you won't. Before letting me join, you had no idea of my skills, and each of you is already very capable, so there's no need to get anything from me. Besides, the atmosphere among you is very harmonious, and each of you is kind-hearted, you seem like good people. Chu Shiyun chuckled, bad people never tell you they're bad. The boy froze, clearly not expecting Chu Shiyun to say that. Ha ha ha. Seeing Bai Qiaoshi's stunned expression, everyone burst out laughing again, it was incredible that someone so pure hadn't been deceived, making it all the more remarkable, they thought. Shen Mutian looked lovingly at him teasing the new recruit, even finding this side of him adorable. Seeing how rare it was for someone who had escaped death after several days to enjoy such a relaxed and happy moment, no one stopped him. Even Mo Youyang enthusiastically pulled out a deck of cards. How about we play truth or dare? Chu Shiyun wore a complicated expression. Group. Mo Youyang, what? Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Group, you can't see that others want to stab you. Chu Shiyun chuckled lightly, never mind, does anyone want to play? Mu Sinan frowned and questioned, isn't that risky? What if zombies attack suddenly? Chu Shiyun arched an eyebrow and gestured toward the soldiers stationed nearby. Look. We've got them over there, Xiao Shi, take a plate of fruit to Captain Zhou, remember, only give it to them. Bai Qiaoshi nodded, knowing what Chu Shiyun meant, he figured his connection with Captain Zhou and his group made it most convenient for him to handle this task. Lin Yanhan placed the washed fruits back onto a small dish, some grapes and a few strawberries. It wasn't much, but enough for over 10 people to share. Chu Shiyun's voice wasn't loud, but in this small space of the hall, everyone heard it clearly, instantly envying Zhou Yang and his group. Some had already decided to ask Zhou Yang to share the fruits since it was part of his responsibility to take care of them. When Zhou Yang saw the youth approaching with a plate of fruit, a rare blush appeared on his honey-colored face as he quickly tried to refuse. There's no need for such extravagance. Us big guys can eat anything, and these days, fruit is so precious. Bai Qiaoshi gently pushed the plate toward him, explaining softly, our captain just wants to show his appreciation for all your hard work. He hopes you'll enjoy this little treat and keep watch tonight. Zhou Yang tried to decline again, but one of his soldiers stepped forward, chuckling. Captain, just take it. We haven't had fresh fruit in ages. Don't you want to try something nice? Of course, he wanted to try, but it wasn't right to accept gifts so casually. Still, seeing the young soldier who was barely over 20, Zhou Yang relented and accepted the plate. The moment he took it, his men surged forward, grabbing the fruits and dividing them up, though they did leave a small portion for Zhou Yang. Watching this scene, someone among the survivors couldn't help but protest, "Captain Zhou, you can't hog it like that. This was meant for all of us, so why didn't we get any?" "Yes, yes. Captain Zhou, you can't do that. What's all this talk about being the people's army? You're just looking out for yourselves, huh?" Tisk. Voices rose in succession among the crowd. Some soldiers who hadn't finished eating stopped, hesitating and glancing uncertainly at them. At this moment, Bai Qiaoshi spoke up appropriately, "Our captain already said, this is meant for all of you." "Hey. You even admitted it. Once it's given to Captain Zhou, it belongs to him. So how he divides it has nothing to do with you." "That's right. Some people are traitors. Once they've got a new boss, they forget where they came from." Chapter 27, This adorable treasure is mine. This statement was simply too harsh. Among the crowd, there were still some rational people who frowned and distanced themselves from the others, fearing that Chu Shiyun might retaliate for Bai Qiaoshi's sake. Those people had forgotten what happened in the morning, but their memories remained intact. Zhou Yang watched his brothers who now even had to ask for permission to eat, and his face turned dark as if ink could drip from it. "Enough. Why all this fuss? When have I ever neglected your food? We've always tried our best to meet your needs. Eat up and don't worry about them." Zhou Yang roared loudly, scaring everyone into silence with his angry face. The soldiers, then, obediently started eating. After a moment of thought, Zhou Yang walked over to several crates guarded by a few people. He took out 2 guns and 20 bullets before heading towards Chu Shiyun and the others, Bai Qiaoshi following closely behind. Chu Shiyun was somewhat surprised when he saw Zhou Yang approach with the guns. The expressions on the faces of everyone present were varied, yet similar. Zhou Yang looked at Shen Matian and, after some deliberation, finally spoke. "I want to exchange these for some supplies. Is that acceptable?" In fact, Zhou Yang's offer was far too humble. Nowadays, an extra weapon for self-defense is like having another chance at life, yet here he was, humbly trading it for supplies. For a moment, the atmosphere became silent as Chu Shiyun and Shen Matian exchanged glances, looking at Zhou Yang as if he were foolish. In such dire situations outside, keeping the weapons for oneself would be the wisest choice. Only in desperate circumstances should one consider trading them for supplies. Therefore, it was no surprise that the two of them gave him such odd looks. "Alright, Captain Zhou, how exactly do you want to trade?" No matter what Zhou Yang thought, when offered meat, no one would turn it down. Shen Matian eyed the guns in Zhou Yang's hands, though not many, they would suffice for survival. Upon hearing their willingness to trade, Zhou Yang exhaled quietly and stated his terms. "I know you have spatial ability users among you, so your supplies must be abundant. 2 pistols plus 20 bullets for 5 pounds of assorted fruits, 20 pounds of rice, and 5 pounds of meat, or replace the meat with rice or flour." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's conditions, apart from Chu Shiyun and Shen Matian, everyone else thought Zhou Yang had gone mad, demanding such a high price. Deal. Shen Matian felt they had gained more than expected, for without encountering Zhou Yang, getting guns during their journey wouldn't have been so convenient. The group? Though the group harbored doubts, no one voiced their concerns publicly. Recalling the scene he'd seen earlier, Shen Matian casually added. "Captain Zhou, does your team lack water element ability users? Would you be willing to trade a bucket of water for 10 bullets? Chu Shiyun observed those across the hall, lost in thought. Upon hearing Shen Matian's words, Zhou Yang's pupils contracted involuntarily. After some hesitation, he nodded. Fine. Shen Matian's actions truly amounted to taking advantage of someone in distress, but since they did indeed lack water now, though they still had plenty of bullets, they agreed to the trade. Subsequently, they exchanged 30 more bullets. As Chu Shiyun examined the weapons he'd acquired, a faint smile graced his lips, ensuring Zhou Yang and his group were well fed. Seeing this, Shen Matian appeared helplessly amused. Watching Zhou Yang take out some of the traded fruits upon returning and distribute them to the survivors. Chu Shiyun leaned against Shen Matian's chest, uttering softly just 2 words. Ignorant. His voice was quiet, heard only by Shen Matian. Observing the slightly detached expression on his lover's face, Shen Matian began vigorously rubbing his head. Shen Matian slowly replied. If he's willing, let him go ahead. Hopefully, his integrity won't be his downfall. Chu Shiyun glanced at the person hugging him and reflected briefly. Yes. If they couldn't even care for themselves, why bother pondering so much? Mo Yuyang, seeing the pair whispering, asked curiously, Boss, sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Are we still playing? Hearing this, Chu Shiyun checked his watch, realizing it was nearly 10 o'clock already. Despite resting in the afternoon, he wasn't sleepy yet. But noticing Bai Qiaoshi's evident fatigue and Lin Yanhan yawning repeatedly, he said. What game? Go rest now. Take a full day tomorrow to rest properly. No need to rush. Having spoken, he stood first, pulling Shen Matian away. Hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. There were 3 rooms on the second floor, originally allocated for Chu Shiyun and Shen Matian to share one room, the twins another, and the remaining members paired up accordingly. But now, with Zhou Yang and his group joining, they had to squeeze in together. Chu Shiyun and Shen Matian remained unchanged, as did the twins. The remaining room went to Bai Qiaoshi and Mo Yuyang, the younger ones. The last two members had to make do with sleeping bags in the hall. After making the arrangements, everyone went to rest since they had all been busy for a whole day. As usual, Hanyu was called by Chu Shiyun to keep watch because only it didn't need any rest. It wasn't like Chu Shiyun's style to not take advantage of such free labor. And if they were all asleep, who would keep watch? That wouldn't do at all. Before Shen Matian went back into the room, Mo Sinan voiced his question, Shen Gu, why did we trade so many supplies for guns? Upon hearing Mo Sinan's words, the rest also gathered around. Shen Matian looked at the curious crowd and replied coolly, do you think it was a bad deal? The crowd, yes. Mo Yuyang, though having guns could possibly add another layer of survival skills, don't we already have abilities? And none of us know how to use them anyway, so we feel they're not really necessary. Strangely, when Zhou Yang handed them the guns, he didn't teach them how to use them, and their leader didn't even ask about it. Shen Matian didn't say anything against Mo Yuyang but calmly explained, our powers won't last forever, people get tired too, and when you have a gun and others don't, you gain an advantage. In critical moments, this could save your life. Everyone understood. Chu Shiyun chimed in, this kind of thing is invaluable yet very rare. To be able to exchange some resources today and obtain these guns means that your leader has practically taken advantage of them during tough times. Lin Yanhan asked in confusion, but didn't Zhou Yang offer so much first? Chu Shiyun, that's because Zhou Yang fears we might not know its value, just like all of you, so he dared not set too high a price. The reason Master Brother didn't haggle was to leave them a lifeline. Their supplies and firearms are scarce now, and Zhou Yang can't distinguish priorities clearly, always trying to meet those survivors' demands. If this continues, they'll eventually fall prey to them. He shook his head as he finished. Bai Qiaoshi agreed with this statement. When he was still part of the team, he had noticed that although Zhou Yang disliked the various requests from the survivors, he still tried his best to satisfy them. Calling him foolish would be too narrow-minded, let's just say he was too straightforward and didn't know how to compromise. Mo Yuyang glanced at the gun in Shen Matian's hand, feeling somewhat interested, boss, may I take a look? Although they thought it was expensive at first, no one resisted wanting to touch them once they were acquired. Hearing this, Shen Matian tossed both guns to them, muttering, I'll teach you how to use them another day, before pulling Chu Shiyun back into the room. Of course, he took all the bullets with him, lest there be any accidental discharge. The passionate youngsters gathered around and completely ignored Shen Matian's comment. None of them questioned why their boss used them. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chu Shiyun beckoned Shen Matian over, Master Brother, are you going to sleep? Shen Matian gently shook his head, not yet, are you sleepy? Chu Shiyun, no. After all, he had slept for the entire afternoon, and now he wasn't drowsy at all. Shen Matian leaned against the headboard and opened his arms, come here. Because there was currently no water or electricity, there was only one candle lit in the room. A soft moonlight spilled through the window, casting down gentle light and adding a bit of mystery to that man, drawing one's exploration. Yet, that man's tenderness belonged solely to the little treasure in his heart. Chu Shiyun threw himself onto Shen Matian immediately, burying his head in Shen Matian's chest, why are you so great, Master Brother? Shen Matian puzzled, Chu Shiyun lifted his head, pointing out slowly with his finger, handsome, warm-hearted, good at cooking, looking cold but actually easily moved to compassion, willing to consider other situations, always planning ahead, even foreseeing possible mishaps. Shen Matian chuckled softly, stroking his hair, so this is what I'm like in my treasure's eyes. Exactly. Shen Matian felt a bit helpless but still said, I'm not that perfect, don't idolize me, you'll end up being disappointed. Chu Shiyun disagreed, though, no. In my heart, Master Brother has only advantages, disadvantages included. The only disadvantage might be that there are too many advantages. Shen Matian couldn't help laughing aloud, his darling truly was too cute, where does anyone find a flawless person? What he had done was merely intended for Chu Shiyun. Without Chu Shiyun, how could anyone else catch even a glimpse of his attention? Thinking of such a perfect Shen Matian, Chu Shiyun felt somewhat melancholic, alas. Shen Matian looked at his dispirited face, what's wrong? Chu Shiyun glanced at him, sighed again, and shook his head before speaking, with Master Brother being so perfect, unlike me, who has so many flaws from childhood till now, Why does Master Brother like someone like me? Now that the apocalypse has come, there's no need to say more. On the way to kill zombies, there are already so many people who want to join our team just because of you, and among 10 people who want to join us, 8 probably have their eyes on you, trying to steal you from me. Sigh. After saying this, he sighed again. Although he knew his partner was very charming, and anyone with a little interest in him couldn't help themselves, it was extremely annoying to always be on guard against others poaching. Sigh. If only he could kill them all. Shen Matian consoled him softly, but my dear looks so good. You're even stronger than me. Master Brother will depend on your protection going forward. Don't overlook your advantages, those are your strengths. In my heart, my treasure is the best. How could there not be someone liking you? Chu Shiyun looked at him pitifully, that's true. Just because I look too pretty, almost everyone who sees us assumes I'm your lover. Is Master Brother happy about that? Ha! Shen Matian couldn't help laughing out loud. He never expected his darling would be concerned about such a trivial issue. Seeing his chubby face pouting in anger, and fidgeting little hands, he found it irresistible. Such a cute treasure belongs to me. Yes. Since childhood, this person has been his, and there's no escape. Chapter 25, This excellent and maternal brother-in-law is mine. Chu Shiyun and Shin Mutian looked into each other's eyes. Brother-in-law, you don't need to console me anymore. I know that many people say I'm not good enough for you. He was just an orphan nobody wanted. If it weren't for Aunt Shin adopting him, he knew what his fate would have been. Nothing more than dying in that basement. He also knew that some people had given him a nickname. Wild child, the unwanted orphan, lunatic, mental patient, disaster who killed mother, Shin Mutian sycophant, a burden. There were too many of these names, there were others he couldn't remember, but he knew these were the ones others said the most. Shin Mutian frowned deeply. Shiyun. Chu Shiyun responded in surprise, ah. Looking at Shin Mutian's serious face, Chu Shiyun realized Shin Mutian was angry. Shin Mutian cupped his face, solemnly saying, you must know this, you are my lover, you are part of our Shin family, you are someone recognized by my family as precious, you are the treasure of our whole family, the person we cherish so much we're afraid they'll melt in our mouths or fall if we hold them too tightly. So stop saying these things, do you understand? Chu Shiyun blinked, not understanding why Shin Mutian was so serious. I know, brother-in-law. I see the kindness brother-in-law shows me, the partial love Aunt Shin has for me, and everyone's favoritism towards me. Shin Mutian, then please don't say such things again, alright? Chu Shiyun was still confused, but I am really not good enough. Brother-in-law loves me now, will he still love me in the future? After all, I'm just a lunatic who goes crazy at any time. As he spoke, Chu Shiyun pointed at his head, indicating that something wasn't right with him, implying he was sick. Shin Mutian took his hand and placed it over his own chest, asking, what do you feel? Chu Shiyun felt the vibrations transmitted through his hand and answered, my heart is beating, it's warm, it's alive. Shin Mutian, exactly, alive, as long as this heart keeps beating, Shin Mutian will love Chu Shiyun every day, your brother-in-law will love you, my treasure, every day. Finally, a slight smile appeared on Chu Shiyun's face, if it stops beating, can I take it out and keep it? Then brother-in-law will still be mine. We'll bury ourselves in the bracelet space, turn to ash, and settle into the soil. That way, we could stay together forever. The word sent chills down one's spine. But Shin Mutian only gazed at him with affection. Of course, you can be buried together with me. Perhaps that would be the best destination. After hearing Shin Mutian's words, Chu Shiyun finally became happy, burying himself under the covers, leaving only his pair of eyes to look at him. Good night, brother-in-law, but he stared intently without closing his eyes. Shin Mutian understood what he was thinking, good night, then gently kissed his forehead. After receiving the goodnight kiss, Chu Shiyun finally closed his eyes. Seeing his breathing become steady and knowing he had clearly fallen asleep, Shin Mutian's calm smile returned, but his eyes carried a shadow of killing intent. Of course, this wasn't directed at Chu Shiyun. He never imagined that Chu Shiyun, seemingly fine during the day, had had an episode at night. Recalling who had done this to him, the icy coldness in Shin Mutian's gaze grew even more intense, and he wished nothing more than to deal with the person immediately, yet he was unwilling to give up their quiet time together. Shin Mutian embraced him, his lips lightly brushing Chu Shiyun's face. Don't worry, brother-in-law will avenge you for you. The night passed dreamlessly. When the sunlight came streaming in, Chu Shiyun still lingered in Shin Mutian's arms, reluctant to get up. A prolonged gaze eventually made him open his eyes unwillingly. Good morning, brother-in-law, he pouted after speaking. Smack. Shin Mutian leaned in and gave him a kiss. Chu Shiyun grumbled softly, it's so noisy downstairs. Chu Shiyun naturally referred to the group of people led by Zhou Yang. While they could indulge in laziness and rest another day, they had to get back on the road as soon as they recovered from their break. So no sooner had dawn broken than they started bustling around, awakening the group upstairs. Shin Mutian pressed him against his chest and asked, do you want to sleep more? Shall brother-in-law cover your ears for you? Saying this, he covered his ears with both hands while observing his reaction. Chu Shiyun shook his head, no, I'm awake. I'm hungry, I want to eat the little wontons brother-in-law makes. Shin Mutian helped Chu Shiyun put on his clothes. Since you want them, brother-in-law will make them for you. With Shin Mutian's care, Chu Shiyun reluctantly got up. As he opened the door, he noticed Cheng Yichen was still hugging Mu Sinin to rest, and the doors of the other two rooms hadn't opened either, implying they hadn't woken up yet. Ignoring them, Chu Shiyun pulled Shin Mutian straight to the kitchen, where some of their supplies were still kept. He knew Zhou Yang and the others wouldn't dare take them, so he hadn't bothered to put them away. Shin Mutian skillfully rolled up his sleeves and started cooking, with Chu Shiyun assisting him, creating a cozy and affectionate atmosphere. Han Yu was squatting on the edge of the stove nearby, watching the two lovebirds interact. He couldn't help but think that Chu Shiyun from last night had been replaced by someone else. The memory of last night's dark and unpredictable master frightened Han Yu so much that he spent the entire night outdoors on the balcony, unwilling to return to the room. Lost in reminiscence, Han Yu suddenly heard a voice. Stupid cat, what are you daydreaming about? Here it comes again, this familiar sensation, this lazy and unruly tone filled with mischief, sending shivers down Han Yu's spine as it reminded him of the dim days when he first followed this unsavory master. Now Han Yu lamented that those past days were too painful to recall. Putting on a fawning face, he replied, "What makes you say that?" "I'm just thinking about my beloved master." Meow. To make it worse, he added an adorable tone, which caused goosebumps for both people in the kitchen. Chu Shiyun shot him an unfriendly look. "If you dare to purr again, I'll mash you into meat paste." Instantly sobering up, Han Yu acted proper. "Meow meow meow. Master, please don't be cruel, I'll behave." Watching the banter between the two, Shen Mutian could only shake his head helplessly but found that such squabbling was actually quite pleasant, at least making Chu Shiyun somewhat happier. After washing his hands and preparing the minced meat filling, Shen Mutian began wrapping the wontons, forming each one into a plump, small, cute round shape. Standing behind Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun embraced his waist, resting his head on Shen Mutian's back, his eyes half closed due to drowsiness, entranced by Shen Mutian's every movement. He recalled the saying, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach, and felt that Shen Mutian had him firmly ensnared. Chu Shiyun sighed with admiration, "My goodness. Such an excellent and maternal brother-in-law actually belongs to me." Hearing Chu Shiyun's voice, Shen Mutian shook his head helplessly, looking back at him with tender eyes. "Hasn't he always been yours?" Chu Shiyun nodded vigorously. "That's right, brother-in-law is mine, no one can take him away. If anyone dares to try, I will." His eyes flashed with a hint of menace. Naturally sensing this, Shen Mutian reassured him gently, "There's no need for you to lift a finger, I'll handle it." Chapter 29, If you catch me, I'll marry you. Chu Shiyun shuffled behind Shen Mutian and said with a whine, "Hey. Big brother, why do you always spoil me like this? It'll ruin the baby." Shen Mutian looked at him with amusement, "But I love spoiling my baby the most. When I see the baby acting cute, it just makes me want to." Shen Mutian paused for a moment before continuing, "Don't you like it?" Chu Shiyun tilted his head back, his pitch-black eyes like ink looking at him. His gaze was slightly deranged, making people feel goosebumps unconsciously, but Shen Mutian seemed to feel nothing. "Of course I like it, I love being spoiled unconditionally by Big Brother the most. Otherwise, I would lock Big Brother in a space so he can be with me forever, out of sight from others who could admire such a wonderful person." Shen Mutian seemed to know what Chu Shiyun left unsaid. With an overflowing amount of affection, he only said one word, "Good." This calmed down Chu Shiyun's unruly temper, willing to be a seemingly harmless pretty doll. Perhaps these two people were the most suited for each other. One would not hesitate to lock the other away if there were any signs of disdain. The other person was completely indulgent and protective, acting according to their whims, both having each other on their minds. Perhaps precisely because of this, they could be so perfectly compatible. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, drifting out of the hall and drawing everyone's attention. Chu Shiyun sat on a small stool holding a bowl, watching Shen Mutian busy himself as he kept munching on dumplings in his hand. Green chopped scallions sprinkled on top, shreds of seaweed covered the soup surface, while beneath lay dumplings full of stuffing, tempting anyone to drool. In order for Chu Shiyun to eat dumplings any time during their journey, Shen Mutian had wrapped enough filling to weigh 10 kilograms, placing 8 kilograms into Chu Shiyun's space. He cooked the rest and added a few tails of noodles as well, just in case there wouldn't be enough for all of them. As such, when others woke up and found Shen Mutian had already prepared breakfast, they all marveled at their good fortune, finally enjoying a meal made by their leader. The instant they took a bite, their eyes lit up. Everyone started eating quickly, afraid of being outdone. Chu Shiyun, with a bloated belly, collapsed on the sofa, humming incessantly while asking Shen Mutian to rub his belly. Shen Mutian sighed helplessly, "You stuffed yourself so much, now you're feeling uncomfortable, aren't you?" Though he said this, he still rubbed his stomach seriously. The others pretended not to notice, to avoid the couple teasing them. While the group was eating breakfast, Zhou Yang had almost finished preparing. Coming over, Zhou Yang said, "Although the possibility of your coming is very low, I still have to say, if you are not going back to City A for the time being, you can first go to Xianyang base." After saying that, he got into the car and left. And yesterday's woman who insulted Chu Shiyun felt some discomfort in her body. However, considering the inconsistency of meals in this post-apocalyptic world, she thought it was fine, unknowingly starting her days of pain. Shen Mutian had only damaged some of her crucial tendons using his ability. Probably from now on, she would live in eternal suffering. Seated in the living room, none of the group cared too much about Zhou Yang's invitation. In fact, compared to it, the little dumplings currently before them seemed more important. Shen Mutian watched everyone wolf down the food and spoke calmly, "Today, everyone should take a good rest. Bai Qiaoshi, after you finish eating, come to the hall." Startled, the young man who was called didn't quite realize what was happening. Without giving him a chance to respond, Shen Mutian had already taken Chu Shiyun outside for a walk. Feeling tense, Bai Qiaoshi looked around at the few people nearby and asked, "What does Brother Shen want from me?" Mo Yuyang patted his shoulder, "Relax, there's nothing serious." Though they didn't know what Shen Mutian intended to do, it was most likely harmless. Bai Qiaoshi could only nod, waiting anxiously for Shen Mutian. The fresh scent of grass and wood spread faintly in the air, broken only by a trace of the almost imperceptible smell of rot, hinting at the illusion of normalcy. On a wheat field, Chu Shiyun and Shenmatian strolled leisurely. Shenmatian watched behind Chu Shiyun as he ran like he'd been let loose, a faint smile hanging on his lips, as though he wouldn't get tired of watching even until the end of time. Han Yu was left in the small building. Fewer distractions improved both of their moods. Since the apocalypse began, moments like these, carefree and relaxed, had been rare for them. Chu Shiyun looked back at Shenmatian, who was slowly walking behind him, lifted his hands to cup his mouth and shouted loudly, "Big brother, if you catch me, I'll marry you." His voice echoed across the wilderness. And immediately after shouting, Chu Shiyun started running. Shenmatian froze for a second, then without hesitation, started chasing after him. "Didn't you already tell me you would marry me?" Chu Shiyun's voice reached Shenmatian's ears before he replied, "That was kids' talk and doesn't count. What I said now does." As soon as his words faded, Shenmatian saw that the latter had quickened his pace. "You'd better be careful, or you'll end up being mine for life." The event Chu Shiyun referred to took place when he was 10 years old. Back then, Chu Shiyun was gradually becoming more composed, so Shenmatian decided to take him out for a bit of fresh air. The two young teenagers grabbed their wallet and ran off to the nearby park where an activity was happening, and they joined in just for fun. There were about 10 couples gathered there playing games, and the winners would receive a 1,000 yuan prize. Although the prize money wasn't substantial, the reputation was good enough that many couples participated with great enthusiasm. As for what specific events there were, neither of them remembered anymore. All they could recall was that the final task required the male partner to carry the female partner on his back and run to the finish line. Before the run, the women told their men that if they won, they would marry them. They don't remember how it ended, only that little Chu Shiyun tilted his head curiously at Shenmatian with big watery eyes brimming with curiosity. "Big brother, what's this marriage thing?" Shenmatian led him away from the crowd and sat down on the nearby bench, explaining to him. "If two people love each other, they will be together, and eventually, they will get married." Chu Shiyun nodded somewhat understandingly. "Then will big brother and I get married too?" Shenmatian froze for a moment, then the young man's face suddenly filled with resolve and certainty said, "Yes, I will definitely marry you." Chu Shiyun scrunched up his chubby little face unhappily. "Why do you have to marry me and not the other way around?" Shenmatian ruffled his hair. "Of course, because I am older than you." Chu Shiyun lifted his head, looking at Shenmatian who was indeed taller, and huffed lightly, "I don't want to." Shenmatian immediately grew tense. "Why not?" "Sweetheart, didn't you say you wanted to be my wife?" Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow at him. "Unless." "Unless what?" Chu Shiyun stretched his legs, clad in overalls, giving the young boy an incredibly innocent appearance. "Unless you catch me." And as soon as he spoke, he sprinted away. Hearing Chu Shiyun's challenge clearly, Shenmatian chased after him immediately. The scenes overlapped, youthful Shenmatian and present-day Shenmatian, they've been chasing the figure in front of them all along. As long as he sees him happy, Shenmatian feels infinitely content. What began as a childish joke finally became a meaningful and valuable promise. They were finally ready to be responsible for their own words. With a forward lunge, Shenmatian tackled Chu Shiyun running ahead. In the split second before they fell, Shenmatian placed himself underneath to cushion the fall and avoid any harm to Chu Shiyun. Shenmatian's one hand encircled Chu Shiyun's waist while the other pressed his face against his chest. "I caught you." His voice reverberated slightly through the vibration of his chest cavity. Chu Shiyun solemnly responded, "Yeah, you caught me. I belong to Big Brother now." Their eyes met, unable to resist the urge to embrace and kiss each other. Faint sunlight sprinkled upon them as they collapsed amidst the wheat fields, lost within emerald green farmland. A blue butterfly danced gracefully above them before eventually departing, like a witness to their felicitous event, carrying the joy of these lovers to others. Chu Shiyun stared at Shenmatian's handsome face, unable to help but burst into foolish laughter. This person, so outstanding, belonged solely to him, no one could ever take him away. "Big brother, once sealed by the chopsticks, you're mine." Saying this, he planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Shenmatian could only laugh helplessly. "When have I ever not been yours?" Chu Shiyun grinned mischievously. "Yours, always mine." Shenmatian lay on the ground gazing up at the sky. After a long pause, he spoke, "Baby, what if I really failed to catch you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Shiyun replied, "Then I'll come and marry you. Anyway, Aunt Shen has been dying to hand you over to me. At that point, you'll leave home penniless. No one else but me will have you. You'll just grovel for me to take you in. Afterward, I'll lock you inside the house and never let you out. If you dare look at anyone else, I'll cancel your card. Then you won't have any money and will only come begging to me. If I ignore you, you'll have to flatter me." The more Chu Shiyun talked, the more excited he became, enthusiastically expounding on his plans. Shenmatian could only endure his scheming strategy with a mix of awkwardness and helplessness. Ultimately, he could only spoil the boy since he himself chose him. He couldn't lose such a treasure, knowing full well that countless others would vie to take his place. Finally, once everyone finds out you live off me, they won't envy you anymore. By the end, Chu Shiyun directly summed up with a statement. Then, he added somewhat regretfully, "If it weren't for the apocalypse, my plan would have already succeeded." Shenmatian let out a muffled laugh. "Sweetheart, do you mean the plan to lock me in the house and not let me out? Chu Shiyun, humph. Shen Huatian patted his head, only lamenting how naive he was. Given the lazy and delicate nature of his darling, forget about supporting him. If this were really the case, they might just starve to death at home. Alas! Only he would spoil him like this. The two lay in the field, looking up at the sky, chatting lazily. After quite some time, Chu Shiyun hesitated, then voiced his confusion, "Big brother, don't you think we've forgotten something?" Shen Huatian raised an eyebrow, "What?" Chu Shiyun, "I just feel like we've forgotten something, but I can't remember what." Shen Huatian, "If you can't remember, then don't bother. It'll hurt your brain." Upon hearing Shen Huatian's words, Bai Qiaoshi in the hall could only sigh speechlessly. The others, watching Bai Qiaoshi sit there all morning, sighed, "Ah. Pitiful." Chapter 30, Mutated Willow Tree. An hour later, Chu Shiyun and Shen Huatian stood in the courtyard as if nothing had happened, while the others stood scattered around, looking at each other awkwardly. Shen Huatian acted as if he hadn't seen anything and said to Bai Qiaoshi, "Show me your abilities." Bai Qiaoshi took a deep breath to calm his relaxed mood. Then with a gesture of his right hand, he swung forward, and a braid made of water chains fell from the air onto the ground, cracking the concrete surface. Everyone looked astonished at the power of this water-based ability and were filled with wonder since they had previously seen water ability users who could only release clean water without being able to materialize weapons. Chu Shiyun casually popped grapes into his mouth from the side. Standing beside him, Shen Huatian said faintly, "Continue." Bai Qiaoshi pressed his lips together before retracting the water chain in his hand. He placed both hands in front of his chest and slowly spread them apart. Far away, a sapling grew into a tree that was 4 meters tall. Having completed all this, Bai Qiaoshi withdrew his hands and nervously waited for Shen Huatian's evaluation. Shen Huatian gave an honest appraisal, "You have fine control over your ability, surpassing most people here, but your ability level is still 0, so the damage is low." Upon hearing this, Bai Qiaoshi anxiously rubbed his hands and kept glancing away. He knew that the strength of his ability was similar to someone who had just awakened their powers, which naturally made him feel inferior when comparing himself with these individuals, even though he hadn't directly seen their combat demonstrations but was aware of their powers through casual practices. Just as Bai Qiaoshi was about to lose all confidence and wanted to crawl into a hole out of embarrassment. A long and pale hand stretched towards him holding some crystal nuclei. Looking up, he saw Mu Senian's gentle face. "Your abilities are low now, although improving them through combat would be ideal, it's not currently feasible under our current situation. You can make do by absorbing these crystal nuclei for now." The boy glanced hesitantly at the others, noticing that they all had expressions of it being completely normal. Bai Qiaoshi cautiously accepted them and quietly muttered, "Thank you." Shen Huatian looked at the shy young man and said, "Absorb the nuclei first. Once you improve your abilities, I will teach you hand-to-hand combat skills." After saying this, without caring for anyone else's reactions, Shen Huatian pulled Chu Shiyun away. Any remaining questions Bai Qiaoshi might have, others would help answer. In the yard, Mo Yuyang actively taught Bai Qiaoshi how to absorb abilities. Since both of their abilities were non-solid states, it was the most appropriate for Mo Yuyang to teach the boy. Chu Shiyun was lying down upstairs while Shen Huatian cooked for him in the kitchen. Relaxing in a reclining chair, Chu Shiyun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the glass of water he'd placed on the balcony. Despite there being no wind, the water inside the glass started to slightly ripple. Suddenly, Chu Shiyun felt a sense of foreboding. His back hairs stood on end, and he quickly flipped himself off the balcony, rushing towards the stairs. However, whatever made Chu Shiyun feel dangerous was faster, as a vine shot in through the window, wrapping around Chu Shiyun and pulling him outside. Before anyone in the yard realized what happened, they saw a figure dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans hanging in the air. As the vine swung, the person's face became visible. Chu Shiyun was completely immobilized, his face turning slightly blue due to the constriction. Everyone panicked. Mu Senian shouted loudly at Lin Yanhan, "Hurry, call Brother Shen." Following this, he began organizing the group to attack the vine. Mo Yuyang transformed fireballs to burn it, while Xing Yichen conjured up a saw, leaping onto the balcony to attempt cutting it. But none of these actions caused even a scratch on the vine, instead another vine inexplicably appeared and lashed him to the ground. It was then they realized the small building was gradually surrounded by vines, originating from the decades-old willow tree behind the yard. The once green tree now showed traces of red on its vines. They weren't fools, recalling the events from the day before when they arrived, they guessed the willow tree might have eaten the original owner of the place. Shen Huatian came running at the commotion and saw his treasure bound in mid-air by a single vine, swaying along with its motion. Chu Shiyun's face had already turned bright red from being choked, and if this continued, he might suffocate to death. A flicker of panic passed through the man's eyes, followed by uncontrollable anger. He summoned all his strength, transforming lightning into a large sword, and slashed forcefully down at the vine binding Chu Shiyun. The vine that remained unscathed in everyone else's hands was finally damaged by Shen Huatian. The vine broke into 2 halves, and the willow tree seemingly felt pain as Chu Shiyun was thrown off. Watching Chu Shiyun lose consciousness as he fell, Shen Huatian rushed forward to catch him, holding him tightly and stepping back out of the willow tree's attack range. Cough cough cough. Chu Shiyun patted his chest, the nearly suffocating pain causing him to tear up physically. Shen Mutian, filled with regret, looked at him anxiously. Honey, how are you feeling? Is anywhere uncomfortable? Chu Shiyun waved his hand, indicating that there wasn't a serious issue, yet Shen Mutian noticed the marks left on Chu Shiyun's body from being choked, which filled him with anger and pain. This willow tree had a level 2 peak mutation ability, because it acted purely on instinct, not possessing true awareness. Chu Shiyun's mental power had no effect on it, which is why he'd been so passive just now. His attacks weren't even as effective as Bai Qiaoxi's zero-level abilities. After the surge of anger subsided, Shen Mutian guided everyone to retreat, but the willow tree persistently followed them. Thin, long vines rapidly extended, chasing after their figures. Seeing various wounds inflicted by the vines among everyone, Chu Shiyun addressed Shen Mutian, "Brother, we can't defeat it right now. Let's defend and wait for Han Yu to return." After these words, Shen Mutian nodded, ordering everyone to protect themselves while Lin Yanhan tended to their injuries one by one. Chu Shiyun urged Han Yu in his mind to return quickly. Previously, due to boredom, Han Yu had gone somewhere unknown, which was why Chu Shiyun found himself in such a predicament now. Chu Shiyun couldn't clearly see Han Yu's rank since it rarely engaged in combat, also because they were bound by a contract, meaning Han Yu could not harm him, leaving Chu Shiyun uncertain about Han Yu's combat strength. However, Chu Shiyun was certain that Han Yu was more powerful than himself. He assumed that the reason this willow tree hadn't acted earlier was because Han Yu was still around. Now, without detecting Han Yu's presence anymore, it began its assault. Han Yu ran swiftly through distant fields towards the small building. With its sharp eyesight, it could discern vague traces of battle, and through their contract, Han Yu sensed Chu Shiyun's discomfort. "Master, are you alright?" Chu Shiyun replied, "Nothing major. How much longer until you're back?" Han Yu calculated quickly in its mind, around 3 minutes. "Master, please hold on. Cough cough. I won't die." Hearing this, Han Yu felt relieved but nonetheless increased its running speed. After disconnecting from communication with Han Yu, Chu Shiyun refocused on the battlefield. Due to the overwhelming number of vines, they were at an obvious disadvantage. Therefore, the group adopted a defensive strategy and did not rush towards the trunk, knowing that there was still a gap in levels between them. Shen Mutian embraced him and occasionally released electricity to sneak attack. Aside from Shen Mutian, the most effective attack on the field probably came from Lin Yanbai. By releasing his dark-based abilities onto the vines, they immediately withered. Faced with Lin Yanbai, the willow tree seemed stretched thin. Lin Yanbai's abilities belonged to death attributes, capable of absorbing the life force of the willow tree once they made contact. Chu Shiyun projected his mental power onto everyone to cover their tracks. Although his attacks were ineffective, Chu Shiyun was able to confuse the willow tree. Thanks to their numerical advantage, Chu Shiyun and the others managed to successfully defend against the willow tree's offenses. Just then, Han Yu returned. It didn't use any special ability, simply extending its sharp claws and slashing violently towards the vine. The vine, previously steel-like in hardness, became noodle-like in softness, easily broken by Han Yu. Realizing that Han Yu had returned, the enraged willow tree reacted, sending a majority of its vines to attack Han Yu. Seeing the willow tree utterly powerless under Han Yu's attacks, Shen Mutian quickly grasped the situation and commanded everyone, "Mu Senian, come attend to Shiyun. Bai Qiaoxi, protect them. Mo Yuyang and Sheng Yichen provide interference from a distance, directing your abilities towards the areas cut off by Han Yu. Lin Yanhan, pay attention to the casualties. Lin Yanbai, follow me to the main trunk of the willow tree." Saying this, Shen Mutian took the lead rushing out. Everyone followed Shen Mutian's orders. Chu Shiyun appropriately covered everyone with an extra layer of concealment, making it harder for the willow tree to sense their presence. Witnessing the food in its sight daring to rebel, the willow tree grew even angrier, intensifying its attacks. If not for Han Yu obstructing its movements, they would have certainly failed by now. The green vines streaked with red were as sharp as freshly honed knives. With just a slight lash, they left wounds on the victims that went deep to the bone. First in line were Shen Mutian and Lin Yanbai at the front. Although their powers could cause damage to the willow tree, because of the level disparity, the tree's retaliation was much more severe. Even under Chu Shiyun's cover and Lin Yanhan's healing, their wounds kept increasing. Seeing the trunk within arm's reach, Shen Mutian condensed his lightning into a blade and slashed fiercely toward it. Lin Yanbai followed suit, and upon receiving injury to its trunk, the enraged willow tree grew even wilder, furiously whipping its branches. It was now attacking indiscriminately, especially targeting Shen Mutian and Lin Yanbai for harming it. But just as the willow focused its attacks on the two, Han Yu disengaged from the entanglement. With nimble leaps, its claws lightly tapping on the branches, Han Yu quickly reached the spot the willow had been desperately protecting. This area, weaker than the trunk that Shen Mutian and the others had been damaging, lay just below a fork in the branches. There, Han Yu could see a luminous, emerald crystal core. Han Yu sneered, glaring at the frenzied willow with piercing eyes, daring to bully my master. Then your crystal core shall pay. With that, its long, sharp claws swiped directly toward the crystal core, deftly plucking it out. Without its crystal core, the willow tree lost all strength to resist. Its verdant branches gradually turned gray and lifeless before finally withering. Everyone slumped casually onto the ground, gasping for breath to rest. This was likely the biggest crisis they'd faced since entering this world half a month ago. Author's note has no place to go, so I'll leave it here. I've started a new pre-sale book, expected to launch before April. If you're interested, give it a click. Fast passage, that antagonist fell for my master again. Summary, he is noble, elegant, handsome, and sacred, embodying all words of beauty. He drives people mad and makes them crazily obsessed, yet never spares a glance for anyone. Focused on every task, he detaches without hesitation once completed. Indifference is his synonym, arrogance is his essence. True feelings cannot soften him, and love cannot drive him wild. He is one of the three major figures of the crossing space, Yi Jojo. Some people are extraordinarily talented, with extraordinary identities but bumpy experiences and tragic fates. Yi Jojo plays unremarkable roles to save these tragic antagonists, who ultimately fall in love with him, such as Entertainment Circle, the indifferent, domineering president's white moon replacement. Cultivation Realm, the cold-hearted, high and mighty master's lover's child. Interstellar, the ex-lover's inferior omega son of a 10,000 admired marshal. Modern World, the moody golden sponsor's envious lover. Campus, the dark follower of a stylish and wealthy school idol. Vampire World, the vampire lord who overthrew the blood slave rule. 09, Lord, if it doesn't work out, just submit. See how many worlds he has chased after you through. Yi Jojo, nonsense, scram, thank you. Jojo be good. Don't curse. Chapter 31 Chu Shiryun in critical condition. Huff huff. Ha. The group who had just gone through a fierce battle collapsed onto the ground without any regard for their appearance. Lin Yanhan quickly approached them one by one, healing their wounds. The most seriously injured were Shen Mutian and Lin Yanbai since they had charged ahead and faced the densest attacks. Chu Shiryun unsteadily walked over to Shen Mutian, looking at his wounds, especially the cuts on his face, filled with heartache. The black t-shirt concealed most of the wounds, only the larger ones could be clearly seen at a glance. Chu Shiryun touched each one, her expression growing even darker. Take off your shirt. Chu Shiryun said this while looking at her blood-stained hands after touching Shen Mutian's body. Shen Mutian hesitated for a moment but seeing Chu Shiryun's determined look, he reached to take off his shirt. Removing the black top, revealed a muscular upper body with defined collarbones, pale skin, 8-pack abs, and hidden under his pants were the lines of a perfect V-shape, usually Chu Shiryun's favorite physique, but now it was covered with large and small wounds. The worst injury was on his waist side, where a willow branch had lashed out a finger-wide cut, which appeared purple, obviously poisoned. Everyone was shocked upon seeing how severe Shen Mutian's injuries were. In their minds, Shen Mutian was the strongest, and very few people could fight him, let alone injure him this badly. But recalling the power of the willow tree, they accepted it. Chu Shiryun looked at Shen Mutian with deep concern and shouted, Lin Yanhan, come over. Her voice unconsciously turned cold, and everyone could see that Chu Shiryun's mood was not good. Lin Yanhan was stunned looking at Shen Mutian's injuries. Hearing Chu Shiryun calling her, she hurriedly ran over to treat Shen Mutian. Han Yu bit the crystal core of the willow tree and elegantly walked over, handing it to Chu Shiryun. Master, I have detected that this crystal core is useful for the space. Seeing the serious expression on Chu Shiryun's face, Han Yu cautiously opened its mouth. As Shen Mutian's wounds gradually recovered under Lin Yanhan's abilities, Chu Shiryun finally relaxed a bit. At the same time, hearing Han Yu's whispered transmission, she then turned her gaze towards it. The emerald-clear crystal core shone with a gentle light, unobscured by anything on Han Yu's mouth. Chu Shiryun reached out and took it, noticing the faint vibration of the Mingsong bracelet in her hand, thus believing Han Yu's words. The space bracelet indeed needed this crystal core. She put it into her pocket under the guise of tightening the space. Afterwards, Chu Shiryun no longer paid attention to the situation of the space. Thus, she did not notice that the space underwent some changes after absorbing the crystal core. Shen Mutian lightly gripped Chu Shiryun's wrist with his left hand, indicating that he was fine and asking her not to worry. Chu Shiryun saw that Shen Mutian was almost recovered and glanced around at the others, discovering that none of them seemed to have any major issues, except for Lin Yanhan whose healing ability consumption was too high. Chu Shiryun said, that's all. Go back and rest. And ponder today's battle. After finishing her sentence, she supported Shen Mutian and took him back. Once the two of them left, the others naturally wouldn't hang around outside. After a tough battle, everyone was tired and followed suit to go back inside. Han Yu, however, searched around to see if there were any more entities like the willow tree. It didn't detect the existence of another willow tree because, 1, after binding with Chu Shiryun, its strength diminished somewhat, and 2, due to the willow tree's awareness of its presence, it kept suppressing its own energy. Hence, it went undetected. Fearing that such incidents could occur again, Han Yu carefully scoured the area, examining for any unusual spots. This time, it not only inspected big trees but also small seedlings and vines. Besides avoiding casualties and obtaining the wood-type level 2 crystal core from the willow tree, they weren't without gains either. Everyone's abilities improved slightly, except for Mu Suiyin. Moreover, the enhanced abilities gained during combat had no side effects and instead continuously condensed. Chu Shiyun helped Shen Mutian lay down on the bed, despite Shen Mutian thinking his wounds were healed and there was no need, but he complied anyway so as not to worry Chu Shiyun. After closing the door, Chu Shiyun used a cup to fill a glass of spiritual spring water. Although Shen Mutian was already mostly fine under Lin Yanhan's treatment, as a precaution, Chu Shiyun added an extra layer of safety measures. Drinking a glass of spiritual spring water made Shen Mutian feel greatly refreshed, and the old internal injuries he sustained before seemed to have disappeared. Chu Shiyun originally intended to bring Shen Mutian into the space, but because the timing wasn't always convenient, she never did. Anxiously, Chu Shiyun watched Shen Mutian. "Big brother Shi, how do you feel? Are you feeling better?" In response to his expectant gaze, Shen Mutian nodded. "It's very effective. Not only do I feel less tired, but my powers have been restored, and the old injuries I sustained before seem to have disappeared." Shen Mutian's face showed surprise, clearly not expecting Chu Shiyun's space to be so miraculous. He was also happy to have such an ability and had no covetous thoughts, especially since the bracelet was a gift he gave to Chu Shiyun. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun thought deeply, if it's really like that, then can it be used in battle? Fill a water bottle and take a sip when your abilities are about to run out. Hearing Chu Shiyun's plan, Shen Mutian agreed with a nod. This can be done, but still, be careful. Such a heaven-defying existence, if others knew, it wouldn't be too good. Chu Shiyun nodded repeatedly. All right. Our powers aren't quite high enough yet. We can use them later. We can also experiment then to see if this spirit spring water can restore any level. Meanwhile, it would also be a test to see if those few were truly loyal. With Shen Mutian now fine, he shifted the topic to Chu Shiyun. "How are you? Were you uncomfortable after being bound earlier? Let me take a look." Chu Shiyun shook her head and pushed him down on the bed, following by lying on top of him. "I'm fine. It's you who should rest well." Shen Mutian lifted up Chu Shiyun's clothes and, seeing that her wounds were gone, finally felt relieved. He then hugged her and fell asleep. After all, the spirit spring water could only restore the body, but mentally, she was still exhausted. Those who had fought could rest if they wished. They still had to continue their journey tomorrow, so they couldn't set off in this condition. Time passed quickly. The sun that had been right above just moments ago was now nearly setting. The sky turned into beautiful red clouds, stunning to behold, but none of them had the strength left to appreciate it. When Shen Mutian woke up, Chu Shiyun was still curled up in his arms. Because their room had the best lighting, the red clouds shone through the window directly onto Chu Shiyun's face. Shen Mutian looked at her tenderly and gently brushed her cheek, noticing for the first time how abnormally high her temperature was. "Sweetheart. Sweetheart. Wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore." No matter how he called out, Chu Shiyun remained in her slumber, her face flushed, with an alarming high temperature. At first, due to the light from outside, Shen Mutian hadn't noticed, but now it was clear, Chu Shiyun was running a fever, and he didn't understand why. With no other choice, Shen Mutian got up quickly, not even fully dressed, and stumbled out of the door, directly rushing to where the twins were resting. He knocked heavily on the door. "Open the door. Open the door quickly." Everyone else was startled by the scene and looked at Shen Mutian, not understanding what was going on. Mu Xinyan stepped forward to inquire, "Brother Shen, what's wrong?" "Shiyun has a fever. I suspect it's related to the willow tree," Shen Mutian explained with a serious expression. Everyone was shocked by this news because their other injured individuals had already recovered, and they originally thought everything was fine, but they didn't expect Chu Shiyun to suddenly run a fever. Mu Xinyan quickly took out antipyretics and water from the space and handed them to Shen Mutian. "There's no point worrying now. Can you wake her up?" Shen Mutian accepted them and then ran back to the room. Knowing the situation, Lin Yanhan followed immediately. In a panic, Shen Mutian remembered something and said to the people behind him, "Go bring Han Yu back." Mo Yuyang nodded. After the events at noon, no one dared to treat Han Yu as an ordinary little cat anymore. Its abilities also earned everyone's admiration. Now Shen Mutian asking them to bring back Han Yu must be for a reason. Back in the room, Shen Mutian carefully held her in his arms and softly called out to her, but there was no effect at all, meaning she couldn't even take medicine. Lin Yanhan tried to heal Chu Shiyun with her powers but found it ineffective, just like how her powers were useless against Chu Shiyun. However, during the afternoon, it still worked, so why did it stop working after just half a day? Shen Mutian placed his face against Chu Shiyun's forehead and discovered that her temperature seemed to be rising further. Thanks to having powers now, his perception of some things became clearer, or he might not have noticed these subtle changes. The group circled around aimlessly, unsure of what to do, and could only apply physical cooling methods. Bai Qiaoxi was tasked with getting ice to place on Chu Shiyun's forehead. Since none of the boys were ice element powered, creating ice consumed far more power and required time, leading to slower production speed. After only a few minutes, the ice placed on Chu Shiyun's forehead began to melt. If she were a normal person, she would have probably become mentally impaired from the high fever by now. But only someone with superpowers could endure such conditions. Han Yu, who had been called back, jumped onto the bed and stepped on Chu Shiyun's stomach. With an unwavering gaze fixed on her, Han Yu's expression grew increasingly grave and soon turned quite unpleasant. Facing everyone's curious stares, Han Yu spoke with a heavy voice, "Except Shen Mutian, everyone else, please leave." At its words, everyone was shocked. It wasn't the right time to be asking these kinds of questions. Nevertheless, the group quickly cleared out, leaving just 2 people and 1 cat in the room. Shen Mutian anxiously asked, "How is he?" Han Yu replied solemnly, "The situation is very dangerous. I don't know why the master is like this, but there are only 2 possible outcomes. 1, the master survives, and his spiritual power undergoes a transformation, or 2, he doesn't make it through, possibly waking up as a fool, or even going into brain death." After speaking, Han Yu felt Shen Mutian's stare was unnervingly intense, as if he wanted to devour it. With red eyes, Shen Mutian asked desperately, "Is there nothing else we can do?" Han Yu avoided his gaze, replying, "No." Given his original condition, he should have progressed steadily. However, now it seems some external force is acting on him, forcibly enhancing his spiritual power, which his body can't handle. In this case, I can't help the master either. We can only rely on his own abilities. After hearing this, Shen Mutian's eyes turned abnormally red, and Han Yu felt that at any moment, he might burst into tears, but he didn't. Shen Mutian just held her tightly, murmuring softly, "Darling. You must wake up. Didn't you say we would definitely go home?" Chapter 32, Matters of the Previous Life. So painful. It hurts so much. My head, my body, what's wrong with me? Chu Shiyun felt as if he had been crushed by something. His whole body was in constant pain, especially his head, which seemed to be pierced and stirred by something heavy, as if it wouldn't stop until he passed out from the pain. "Big brother. Big brother, where are you? Why don't you come find your baby yet? Do you no longer want your baby? Big brother. Come save me. It hurts so much." His body seemed trapped in a dark swamp, as if something was pulling him, making it impossible for him to escape or wake up. Finally, through the heavy fog that clouded his vision, a ray of light emerged. Gradually, Chu Shiyun began to see everything around him clearly. The hazy weather suggested impending rain, adding another layer of gloom to his heart, blurring his view of the future. Cough cough. Chu Shiyun coughed lightly twice and finally got up from the ground. His back leaned against the bookshelf, and one hand clutched his stomach, which felt like it was being burned. His throat was excessively dry, swallowing saliva felt like being cut by a knife. He couldn't remember how many days had passed since he last ate anything, and now his body appeared emaciated, almost skin and bones. Previously, after arguing with Shen Mutian, he went to a bar with some classmates, but finding it uninteresting, he said goodbye and came to the library. Unexpectedly, this one decision kept him confined there for several days. He always had a premonition, if he didn't eat something soon, he would die here. While pondering these thoughts, he heard noisy voices approaching. Chu Shiyun tried to look up but was immediately kicked to the ground. "Wow! I didn't expect it. You've been starving for 4 days and still haven't died. You have such a strong will to live, but now there's no one interested in your face anymore. You won't last long. Dying is what you deserve, pretending in front of us before. Who gave you the guts?" Looking at the source of the sounds, Chu Shiyun saw 2 male students. They wore expressions of ridicule, with traces of anger underlying their faces. Chu Shiyun thought one of them looked familiar, though he was certain he hadn't met them before. Of course, that was 4 days ago. 4 days ago, he was sure he hadn't seen them, and now, thanks to them, he'd endured hunger for so long. He didn't know what grudge or grievance they had, but over 10 of them trapped him right here. Even though he was confident he could hold his own in a fight involving only fists and feet, among them was someone who awakened the 5 elements abilities. Thus, he naturally found himself at a disadvantage. During the throbbing pain, memories resurfaced. It seemed these were the same people who would occasionally beat him over the past couple of days. Lying on his side, Chu Shiyun revealed a gaunt face and gave them a derisive smirk, "Tisk." Seeing Chu Shiyun react like this, the boy he recognized instantly flared up in rage. "Who the hell are you laughing at? See if I don't kick you to death. Selling your ass is all you're good at. Filthy girl. Obviously born without a mother. You're only good for luring others, but except for that, do you have any other talent? Pity, nobody here appreciates you. Not to mention, you're probably sick. A boy so effeminate, aren't you actually a girl? Hey, does your mom regret having you?" After saying this, still unsatisfied, he raised his foot and stomped down on Chu Shiyun's fingers. This sensation, the connection between fingers and heart, might just feel this way, painful enough to faint, vision turning black, taking a long time to recover consciousness. Chu Shiyun could assure that his fingers were broken by this boy. Although enraged by his words, Chu Shiyun lacked the strength to retaliate, only curling into a ball while gasping for breath. After beating Chu Shiyun, the boy spat on him. "Phew. You're nothing without your man to protect you. Unlucky." Another boy stepped forward a few paces and patted the boy on the shoulder. "All right, Wong brother, there's no need to waste anger on someone like this. Anyway, he won't survive much longer." With that, the 2 turned and left, leaving behind Chu Shiyun who had just been brutally beaten. Chu Shiyun lay sprawled on the ground, his hair falling over his eyes, hiding his expression from view. He silently watched them walk away, his broken hand clenched in an unnatural position. Unaware of how long he lay there, Chu Shiryun drifted off into a daze, sleeping once again. When he woke up this time, he wasn't in the same place. Looking around, he was still in the library, but he was certain it wasn't where he had been earlier. Not far away, a group of people sat around, cooking instant noodles. A female student noticed Chu Shiryun wake up, glanced at him with displeasure, then turned her head away, ignoring him. But because Chu Shiryun's movement upon standing was too large, gradually everyone realized that Chu Shiryun had woken up. Just as he was puzzled, a handsome yet somewhat delicate-looking boy walked over with a tang knife on his back and spoke to him gently. "How are you feeling? Is there any place that feels uncomfortable? Tell me about it." Chu Shiryun carefully observed him and found this person looked familiar too, but he couldn't figure out where they had met. That girl glared at Chu Shiryun for not speaking up, showing her annoyance. "Hey! Ugly freak, our captain is asking you a question. Are you mute?" Chu Shiryun ignored her. The burning pain in his abdomen was unbearable. After taking a glance at the boy in front of him, he hesitated for a while before finally croaking out, "Water." As soon as he spoke, even he was startled. This voice was too hoarse, as if someone had cut through his throat with a knife. The captain hesitated for a moment but quickly handed Chu Shiryun a cup of water. Though it was cold water, in this era when resources were scarce, it was already quite good. After drinking the water, his throat felt better, but Chu Shiryun's stomach still hurt. The captain must have noticed how thin and bony Chu Shiryun was and deduced that he hadn't eaten for a long time. Thoughtfully, he fetched a bowl of thin porridge for Chu Shiryun. Once finished eating, Chu Shiryun felt much better. The others looked at him with various gazes, confused, dissatisfied, or envious, like that girl who spoke earlier. It seemed they were curious why their captain had saved him. Chu Shiryun himself was also very curious. In these eat-or-be-eaten times, why would anyone be so benevolent toward a total stranger? Not throwing stones into the well would be commendable enough. However, since Chu Shiryun was the one being rescued, he couldn't utter such thoughts, so he politely thanked the captain. "Thank you." The captain waved his hand. "No problem, it's just a small favor. Do you need anything else?" Chu Shiryun shook his head. His top priority now was to restore his body. Although he didn't know what the captain's intentions were, at least for now there was no hostility, so he could follow along. Moreover, Chu Shiryun's physical condition was too bad, almost to the point of being unable to walk. Thus, everything went peacefully for 2 days. Perhaps because this captain was pretty capable, he had gathered quite a lot of supplies. And, for reasons unknown, he was generous enough to replenish Chu Shiryun. Though the latter's lost weight wouldn't return instantly, at least he no longer looked as terrifying as he did initially. Because of the captain's preferential treatment, the girl who fancied him always glared at Chu Shiryun with malice. However, Chu Shiryun pretended not to notice. Chu Shiryun lay contentedly on the little bed the captain had prepared for him, listening to their discussions. "Captain, we don't have much food left. We need to go out and search for more. And our water supply is running low too. In 3 days, we might run out of everything." Chu Shiryun knew that the food they claimed was used up hadn't even reached a third of what was there when he arrived. He could only say that person was exceptionally skilled at lying. Yet, the captain seemed to believe it, paused for a bit, then made arrangements immediately. "Now pack up your things. We'll set off after dinner. We can't return to the city center. Let's head to Yang City, where the army has stationed troops." After hearing the captain speak, everyone agreed, except for that girl, who acted like she had no brain. She turned her dissatisfaction towards Chu Shiryun. "What about him? He's not even part of our team. We've given him face by supporting him these past 2 days. When we set off, we don't need to bring him along, do we?" Upon hearing this, the captain frowned deeply and cast an unhappy look at the girl. "What nonsense are you saying? Since I brought him back, he is part of our team now. If you're unhappy with him, then leave the group. That way, you won't have to see him and get upset." With these words, not only the girl but the others also closed their mouths, afraid to offend the captain. The girl's tears welled up in her eyes, yet no one came to console her, which made her even more aggrieved. But she didn't dare to arbitrarily suggest leaving the team. Seeing all this, Chu Shiryun did not feel happy or pleased. Instead, a sense of alertness arose within him. For what reason? To argue with his own teammates, just to keep him around, it was indeed too strange. Once decided, the team set off. Concerned about Chu Shiryun, the captain even asked if he should carry him, but Chu Shiryun, although not fully recovered, was unwilling to be carried by anyone other than Shinmyukin. So he gracefully declined and followed obediently in the group. Since the library was large, there were quite a few corridors, allowing Chu Shiryun to avoid seeing those people who had bullied him that day. Hopefully, he'd meet them again sometime. When they descended to the first floor, Chu Shiryun encountered those creatures called zombies for the first time at close range. Seeing their grotesque appearances made his complexion even paler. Because Chu Shiryun had no special abilities and was still weak, the captain instructed him to stay in the middle. Everyone readily agreed, as none dared to object. When the captain took action, Chu Shiryun realized just how skilled he truly was. Of course, this referred to his psychic abilities. In Chu Shiryun's eyes, the captain's hand-to-hand combat skills were quite lacking. But for others, those rudimentary moves were already more than enough. Rushing to the main gate, Chu Shiyun noticed someone on one of the vehicles. It was a pair of twins. They must have been part of a team that came to the library to search for materials while their teammates waited by the entrance. Gazing at the twins, Chu Shiyun felt a sense of familiarity, yet he was certain he had never met them before. This growing confusion made him begin to question whether there was something wrong with his memory. The twins merely glanced at them before shifting their attention away. Chu Shiyun climbed into the vehicle driven by the captain and their teams thus passed each other without incident. Chu Shiyun could not have imagined that the person he had been searching for had just crossed paths with him, and this fleeting moment marked a permanent farewell. Chapter 33, Another Day Without My Senior Brother. The journey on the road was extremely boring, especially without the internet. The only thing to do was chat to pass the time. Chu Shiyun could only rely on sleep to get through this time, partly because he wasn't close to these people, and partly because he didn't know what to talk about. And when the time became idle, certain things that had been suppressed deep down would quietly surface. Chu Shiyun leaned against the window, his eyes looking at the rapidly passing scenery outside the car. He remembered arguing with Shen Mutian and immediately regretted being too impulsive. They should have had more ways of handling the situation, rather than choosing such an irrational method. That's why they couldn't even find each other now. Chu Shiyun blinked his aching eyes, longing for Shen Mutian even more. Without even the ability to protect himself, how was he supposed to find his senior brother in this world? Xiao Chu, what are you thinking about? Hearing the voice beside him, Chu Shiyun snapped out of his thoughts, turned his head to the right, and smiled innocently. Big brother Su. Nothing much, I was just wondering how long it will take us to reach Yangcheng. The team leader Yu Su replied, if nothing goes wrong, we'll rest outside tonight and should arrive by traveling half a day tomorrow. Chu Shiyun nodded understandingly. Ignoring the envious gazes of some girls, he chatted aimlessly with Yu Su. After careful observation, he realized that Yu Su seemed overly concerned about him, almost to the point of pandering. Yu Su would satisfy almost any need Chu Shiyun had without hesitation. Because of this behavior, Chu Shiyun found himself isolated in subtle ways. It didn't matter to Chu Shiyun whether Yu Su's actions were deliberate or accidental. Chu Shiyun felt quite helpless about his current situation. He wanted to find someone but had no specific means of contacting them. Leaving the group might result in him being eaten by zombies within an hour. Sigh. Let's just take one step at a time. Yu Su was right. After spending a night outside, they arrived in Yangcheng the next day. Yangcheng had already been renamed the Xianyang base. Outside the base, there were many survivors from other places currently undergoing inspection. Only after being checked to ensure they weren't infected by the zombie virus were they allowed inside. Furthermore, only those who handed over supplies were permitted to enter the base. Those without supplies had to stay outside. There were countless numbers of such individuals, disheveled and skeletal figures, far worse off than Chu Shiyun's initial state. Their eyes brimmed with despair, likely due to their arduous journey to this place only to discover they needed supplies to gain entry. Many had endured great hardship just to reach here and certainly did not have extra resources. Chu Shiyun gazed at the direction of the survivors, feeling ambiguous. If it weren't for encountering Yu Su and his group, maybe his fate would have been similar, or worse, as he might have died in the library. Because they were outsiders, they still needed testing before entering, so their vehicle had to be parked outside. After discussing briefly, they decided that one person would remain behind to guard the luggage while the rest went to queue up. When Yu Su led the group to join the line, an unexpected incident occurred. A girl with dark yellow skin and skeletal features ran over and knelt before them. She weakly begged, "Big brother, please give me something to eat." With big, pleading eyes, she stared at Yu Su, who was leading the group. Chu Shiyun observed the girl, her large eyes standing out grotesquely due to her extreme thinness. It looked like she might faint at any moment. He glanced around discreetly, noticing several others showing signs of wanting to act, likely seeing their well-maintained appearances and relatively tidy clothing, they hoped to obtain food from them. Chu Shiyun looked toward Yu Su, wanting to see what this person would do. Would he be overly compassionate, like when he first saved Chu Shiyun? But Yu Su said nothing. He just stared blankly at the girl and then started walking away with the group. Chu Shiyun was surprised by his actions, but it also made sense. If he guessed correctly, if they gave the girl food, they'd be immediately surrounded by others, making it impossible to leave unscathed. Chu Shiyun followed Yu Su's steps, his eyes casually glancing toward the direction the little girl came from. He noticed a few men with fierce stares looking at the girl. Compared to the skeletal survivors, they were relatively robust. Chu Shiyun shook his head. With the trouble he faced, he couldn't help anyone else. Moreover, being overly compassionate wouldn't keep him alive long in this post-apocalyptic world. Just because they chose to ignore it, didn't mean others would do the same. The little girl, seeing that they were about to leave, glanced back at the men and then looked at the few people in front of her before she mustered up the courage to follow them. Her voice trembling, she pleaded, "Please give me something to eat. Just a little bit will do." As she spoke, she reached out towards Chu Shiyun's sleeve, but Chu Shiyun subtly dodged her hand. However, his actions caught the attention of one of the girls in the group, who proceeded to mock Chu Shiyun. "What are you dodging for, Chu Shiyun? When Captain Yu first found you, you weren't any cleaner either." She glanced at the little girl, pretending to be sympathetic as she turned to Captain Yusu, saying, "Captain, she is so pitiful. Why don't we give her some food?" At these words, Chu Shiyun was sure that all eyes from the survivor zone were on them now. Other members of their team also looked at her disapprovingly, thinking that despite her usual tantrums, she really wasn't being sensible given the situation. Captain Yusu cast a glance back at the girl, and Chu Shiyun could detect irritation and disdain in his eyes. He shot a mocking look at her, unsure if she was intentionally acting generous or just foolish. Either way, it made no difference to him. Yusu fixed his gaze on the girl and furrowed his brows. "Do you really want to give her some food?" Faced with Yusu's cold expression, she hesitated but eventually nodded firmly. "Yes." Yusu consented, though what he said next left her pale-faced. "Alright, but the supplies for entering the base will come out of your share." He then signaled for one of the group members to toss a bread roll to the girl. The moment she received it, she happily ran away without a word. Before the girl could even express her refusal, others had already swarmed around them, surrounding everyone. "Please, can you give us a little food too? My wife and children haven't eaten for 3 days. Please, give me some food. My child is only 3 years old. Give a little food." The girl looked at this scene, stunned with fear, having realized it was due to her giving the girl the food that led to this situation. People started grabbing her dress, causing her to scream repeatedly in fright. "Ah! Let go of me. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Miss, please be kind-hearted, give us some food." Yusu led the team gradually moving away from the crowd, showing no reaction to the girl being surrounded by others. Despite the other members feeling pity in their hearts, none dared to step forward since Yusu remained silent. The girl, panicked and flailing, felt someone take advantage of the chaos to touch her thigh, tears flowing down her cheeks. Su brother. I'm sorry, save me. I promise I won't do it again. Remember how we grew up together. Please help me." The girl realized her comfortable survival thus far in this world completely relied on Yusu's protection. Without him, she was nothing. Before the apocalypse, she looked down on him for being poor and always looked at him disdainfully. However, post-apocalypse, her rich boyfriend dumped her right away. If it hadn't been for Yusu taking her along, she couldn't even imagine what her life might be like: no superpowers, no self-defense skills. But this time, no one was willing to clean up her mess anymore. Yusu walked away without looking back. The girl watched this scene become more desperate, yelling out, "Get away. All of you, just get away. Don't use your dirty hands on me." When the crowd saw Yusu's indifference, they dared not speak further, quickly following behind him instead. Survivors noticed their intention to leave and immediately abandoned the girl, providing her an opportunity to breathe. Not wanting them to surround her again, Yusu directly unleashed his powers. A purple flame appeared, making everyone feel endangered. "If you don't want to die, come closer." Upon hearing this, no one dared approach. Yet they still questioned, "You already gave food to that girl, why not give us some?" "Yes. We only want a small portion, we won't ask for too much. It's unfair." Yusu emitted a vague laugh. "Do you want fairness? Is there anything wrong with that? It's just a bit of food. Since you've already given it to her, shouldn't you give us a share too?" Yusu stared at the person speaking. A streak of purple fire shot out from his hand, instantly turning that person into ash. In an instant, silence fell over the crowd, and no one dared to utter another word. Not long after, a scream erupted from the crowd, and chaos immediately ensued. Everyone retreated in fear, worried that they might be next. They had only acted so boldly before because they were certain Yusu wouldn't actually make a move. Now, seeing how ruthless he was, no one dared to repeat what they had said earlier. Chu Shiyun merely gave a contemptuous smile at the reaction of those people. Thinking that they could intimidate others just because they were in the majority, without considering that this was a world where only strength mattered, if they kept acting up, they could have easily entered the base by now. How foolish. It was unwise to offend someone without first assessing their true power. Seeing that no one dared approach anymore, the group directly moved toward the line, and the girl quickly followed. No matter what, in her mind, this person would always remain the one who trailed behind her, and she didn't believe he'd really abandon her. Chu Shiyun, however, couldn't understand why Yusu had chosen such a place. From what he'd seen, it was clear that the management here had adopted a laissez-faire policy towards the people below them, allowing them to fend for themselves. Even the killing Yusu did earlier went unnoticed or unpunished by the authorities. This was truly strange. Hopefully, they would change their destination. Chapter 35, Night is the best time to conceal sin. At the entrance of Xianyang base, soldiers stood on both sides to maintain order. A 10-meter-wide road was left in the middle, with 4-meter-wide paths on either side. The central path was reserved for the base's elite, the right-hand side was for existing base personnel, and the left-hand side was for newcomers. Chu Shiyun followed a group of people, moving forward in an orderly fashion. As they approached their turn, he noticed that another small incident had occurred up ahead. "Why aren't you letting me in?" "Yeah, why won't you let us in? You don't even have supplies, and yet you expect the base's protection. Get lost before it's too late. Look there, those people over there are your kind." Chu Shiyun furrowed his brow, listening to the arguments, which only deepened his disdain for this base. Though the new arrivals lacked supplies, if they were organized and given work constructing the Yong'an base or defending against zombies, the situation would be far better than what it currently was. By preserving some hope for humanity, normal people could avoid starvation and disease. Otherwise, humanity's numbers would dwindle further, and eventually, the growing number of displaced people might rebel. Though Chu Shiyun thought this, he did not voice his opinions aloud. He was but one insignificant person, and the decisions made by those in charge at the base were beyond his control. His only option now was to look after himself. The unrest up front was quickly quelled, and those who still tried to get inside without supplies were herded away by soldiers toward the survivors' designated area. The soldier responsible for inspection glanced at Chu Shiyun's group and unexpectedly smiled. Among the many people joining the base, they easily distinguished between those who truly had strength and those who barely survived through sheer luck. Anyone who appeared well-fed and relatively clean was likely among the rare capable psychics. Such individuals naturally provided valuable opportunities to build connections early. 1 pound of rice or a bottle of water per person. If you don't have these, you must exchange them for items of equal value. Upon hearing this condition, Chu Shiyun understood why so many people were forced to stay outside. For psychics, these resources meant nothing, but for ordinary people, obtaining them was quite difficult. Most supermarkets were built in densely populated areas where zombies often gathered in greater numbers. After collecting the group's resources, Yu-Su pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed them to the 2 soldiers. Could you tell me how the base is divided? Seeing the proffered cigarettes, the 2 soldiers' eyes lit up. In today's world, cigarettes were practically luxury goods, not something easily obtained, and they had long since finished their own supply. Their spirits soared at the sight of the cigarettes offered by Yu-Su, and as a result, they greeted him warmly. One continued inspecting others while the other led them aside for a detailed explanation. The base is divided into 3 zones. There's Zone A, where the administrators live, Zone B for psychics like you, though living there requires additional supplies, and Zone C, which houses the general populace. In Zone C, no supplies are required to stay, though, it's chaotic. Judging from your appearances, I'd say you've got options. I recommend using your supplies to move into Zone B. Yu-Su asked a few more detailed questions about the layout. At that point, the vehicle they had left outside was driven up, allowing the group to proceed orderly inside. Hey! Wait! What do you think you're doing? Haven't you paid the supplies yet? I haven't paid because I'm with them. They didn't pay for your entry. If you want to enter, hurry up and pay your dues, or step aside. Recognizing the familiar voice, Chu Shiyun looked back and saw a female arguing with the soldiers. Chu, what are you looking at? Yu-Su's voice called from ahead. Chu Shiyun lightly shook his head, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips, keeping pace with Yu-Su's steps. Nothing. Let's go. Only then did Yu-Su soften his expression and gently place his arm around Chu Shiyun as they moved forward. Chu Shiyun attempted to shrug off Yu-Su's hand, but his shoulder throbbed painfully, forcing him to endure the impulse to sever the other's hand. Thus, he quietly walked inward. In order to check for zombie viruses, the base directed all new arrivals into separate rooms where they had to remain for 6 hours, 30 people at a time. Just as they arrived, they had gathered exactly 30 people. Chu Shiyun followed the instructions and walked into a small house. Upon entering, he couldn't help but wrinkle his face. In a place that was only 10 or so square meters, there were 30 people seated. The house had only a tiny window, and the air was not circulating well. The crowded environment made Chu Shiyun consider stepping back. Chu Shiyun chose a spot near the door to sit, trying his best not to touch others. However, shortly after sitting down, Chu Shiyun detected a strong stench coming from somewhere nearby. Looking toward the source of the smell, he found an inconsiderate individual who had actually taken off their shoes. After several days of escape in this apocalypse, staying clean was already a feat for some. Most people were raggedly dressed, so when this person took off their unwashed shoes, the resulting odor was unimaginable. The sweat and foul smells were already overwhelming due to the lack of airflow, now the situation was even worse. People around him, unable to tolerate it, moved farther away. This gave an advantage to a middle-aged man who then sprawled out in a vacated space. With his feet pointing outward rudely, one person shouted angrily at the man, but receiving no response, they could only move aside. Consequently, everyone began crowding towards Chu Shiyun's side. With a cold expression, Chu Shiyun tried to avoid contact with others, but to little avail. There was only so much room, and hiding elsewhere wasn't possible. His cold exterior hit a heart filled with sorrow and longing for Shinmuten even more deeply. Su-go. Another boy from the team also lost patience, glancing at Yu-Su briefly before seeing no objection. He got up and struck the middle-aged man. At the sight of the man's suffering, others burst into laughter. Since all members of Yu-Su's team, except Chu Shiyun and the female who didn't enter, were psychics, dealing with someone without abilities was relatively simple. Yu-Su noticed Chu Shiyun's grim expression, and then glanced at those surrounding him. Thoughtfully, he asked, "Little Chu, would you like to switch places with me?" Hearing Yu-Su's words, Chu Shiyun looked up and nodded earnestly, smiling gratefully at Yu-Su. "Sure. Thanks, Brother Su." After switching places, Chu Shiyun felt considerably better. However, this feeling didn't last long because the environment inside the house was indeed terrible, with all kinds of unpleasantness. Chu Shiyun barely managed to endure the 6 hours until he stepped out, feeling completely drained. "Yusu-gu, should we find a place to stay?" asked the boy who had hit the man earlier. Looking at the sky that was getting darker, Yusu nodded. They found their vehicle, negotiated with someone at the gate guiding newcomers, spent 20 pounds of grain, and rented a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment for half a month. After a busy day moving in, everyone's energy was mostly spent. When allocating rooms, with 4 rooms and 6 people, Yusu generously allocated 1 room to Chu Shiyun. This selflessness left Chu Shiyun questioning whether his previous impressions of Yusu had been mistaken. But he did not voice any objections, accepting the room allocation, and thus he wouldn't have to inconvenience himself. A brief rest post-meal led them all to sleep early. Lacking entertainment facilities meant sleeping was practically the only thing to do besides thinking about seeking out his mentor's news. As night deepened, almost everyone was asleep. A door that had been shut tightly earlier suddenly opened, revealing someone walking out. Whether due to achieving some purpose or disregarding concealing certain actions, he opened the house door and quietly went outside. As the door closed behind him, cutting off any sounds from the outside, faint footfalls echoed on the staircase as though someone descended. No one discovered this moment, unsure if it was due to exhaustion-induced deep sleep or another reason entirely. This night's darkness was perfect for acts that shouldn't be seen by daylight. Daylight belongs to those who believe in light, deep night is the realm of decay and corruption. Walking downstairs, the man slowly entered a car parked below. The car departed from Zone B, heading to the universally admired Zone A, where guards respectfully greeted and allowed him entry. Inside, the man approached the tall and muscular figure standing with his back to him, embracing with reminiscence. His words carried a natural sweetness. "I've brought him back. What's your plan?" Turning around, the man smiled at the person hugging him. "Sewer, you've done well. Speak up, what reward do you desire?" If anyone familiar with the man were present, they'd recognize him immediately as the base leader, the usurper of the previous military leadership and a psychic revered by other psychics within the base. The person who sneaked out late at night was naturally Yusu. He looked lovingly at the man before him and said coquettishly, "Didn't you know long ago?" The leader, seeing Yusu who was so powerful to others yet appeared like a delicate flower in front of him, had his male pride fully satisfied. All right, after this matter is over, I'll dote on you thoroughly." The leader picked him up and sat him on the sofa, then began discussing serious matters. "So, has he noticed anything unusual?" Yusu shook his head and replied arrogantly and confidently, "Are you not confident in my skills? He trusts me implicitly right now." The leader laughed heartily with eyes filled with greed and certainty. "That's good, that's very good. Once this plan succeeds, glory, wealth, power, and status will all be within our reach." Afterwards, he asked again, "Are you sure there are no forces backing him?" Yusu nodded. "In these few days, I've thoroughly investigated him. He's just an ordinary person without any psychic abilities, so there won't be any issues." "That's good. Since it's settled, let's not delay. Bring him here now to avoid complications." "All right." The night always serves as the best time to hide sins. Chapter 35, Chu Shiyun couldn't remember how long he had been locked up. When he woke up again, Chu Shiyun found himself apparently fixed in a certain place. With a groggy head, he looked around and realized that he was in a laboratory, lying on an operating table. His clothes had been removed, leaving him almost completely exposed except for the bracelet Shin Mutian had given him. The bright light above hurt his eyes, causing discomfort, but after some time, he gradually adjusted. Unsure of how long he'd been lying there, his patience finally started to dwindle, and irritability began to set in. Finally, the lab door opened. A group of people dressed in white coats entered, and Chu Shiyun's gaze landed on one particular individual, Yusu, the man who had brought him into this base. He stared at him coldly. Although Yusu appeared to possess no special abilities, something about Chu Shiyun unnerved him. Still, he managed to sound smug as he said, "Didn't expect it, did you? A person who seems so gentle and kind could actually have bad intentions. I can only tell you, stop being so naive in your next life and become more cautious." Chu Shiyun remained unfazed by Yusu's arrogant expression. He knew Yusu had ulterior motives toward him from the very beginning, but what puzzled him was why someone would want anything to do with him when he seemed to offer nothing of value. The leader stepped forward and glanced down at Chu Shiyun on the operating table. Surprisingly, the leader thought Chu Shiyun's appearance suited his tastes. After observing for a while, though, the leader sighed with regret. "Leader, it's time to begin," a young woman standing behind them spoke up. She had a chilly demeanor both in her looks and her attitude, yet Chu Shiyun noticed something artificial about her. She didn't quite seem genuine. Upon hearing her words, the leader stopped looking at Chu Shiyun and signaled 2 researchers to approach. Despite being the leader of the base, he treated the girl with exceptional respect, a fact which Chu Shiyun couldn't comprehend because he never witnessed their reasons directly. Yusu shot the girl a glance with disdain in his eyes, though he avoided any confrontation with her due to some unseen reservation. Things that followed became blurry in Chu Shiyun's memory. He only recalled the researchers excitedly approaching him, drawing some of his blood and speaking in technical terms he didn't understand. Subsequently, the girl took a look at Chu Shiryun's bracelet. "Why don't you take his bracelet off?" Yu Su gave her a scornful look, noting the attention drawn from their leader before explaining, "He's worn that bracelet for years, it cannot be removed." The woman sneered, her eyes harboring hidden envy. "Since it won't come off, chop his hand off." The two doctors hesitated. They felt preserving the integrity of the test subject was better, still. Glancing towards their leader for direction, they saw him nod approvingly, compelling them to begin preparation without hesitation. Chu Shiryun watched silently as the two researchers approached with sharp surgical knives, no anesthesia administered, just the icy cold blade against his flesh. Half an hour later, a beautiful, crystal-clear bracelet lay on a tray, smeared with fresh blood. Over 2/3 of its pristine surface covered with red gave the previously ethereal accessory an eerie vibe. Meanwhile, another tray displayed a slender and delicate hand severed from its owner, Chu Shiryun now pale-faced, eyes fixated on the bracelet snatched away from him by force. It had been gifted to him by his beloved master brother. Two doctors attempted cleaning the bloody bracelet. They were unsure if it was a mere illusion or whether the bracelet absorbed the blood. But deciding it must have been an error on their part, they dismissed the notion without further ado. The girl eagerly picked up the bracelet, and for the first time, her typically frosty face revealed greed, as she slipped the bracelet onto her own wrist. Under the harsh white lights, it emitted an unusual glow. Afterward, Chu Shiryun lost all recollection, aware only that his treasured bracelet was now on someone else's wrist. In the days that followed, he repeatedly drifted between consciousness and unconsciousness, subjected to endless tests and experiments. The researchers injected him with nutrients regularly to keep him alive, only to continue drawing blood for testing. He didn't know why they targeted him in such a way, and over time, he lost all sense of time itself. Day after day, they drew his blood, conducting experiments, until eventually, these procedures proved insufficient. They progressed to cutting pieces of flesh from him bit by bit. Despite everything, Chu Shiryun remembered his cherished bracelet, now adorning another's wrist. Waking up again, Chu Shiryun stared blankly at the lights above him, listening to the researchers not too far away discussing. It was only then that he learned the base's leader had heard somewhere that he was immune to the zombie virus, making him a perfect raw material for developing the vaccine. This was why they brought him here and conducted endless blood tests. Through experimentation, they discovered that his blood indeed could resist the zombie virus, but after being extracted from his body for 10 minutes, it became ineffective. So, they continued their experiments, while Chu Shiryun, subjected to daily blood extractions, had become extremely weak. However, higher-ups were now pressing harder because zombies were upgrading faster and becoming more numerous. The territories humans controlled were shrinking with every passing day. Chu Shiryun had a premonition that he would soon die, but he wasn't ready to go yet. He tried to hold on, hoping to see someone one last time. It had been so long since he'd seen them. Master brother. Master brother, I miss you so much. In his fainting haze, Chu Shiryun thought he heard snippets of conversation. Since neither blood nor flesh is working, further attempts are meaningless. Let's try using his brain this time. What if he dies? After all, everyone knew that once the brain was injured, there was almost no chance of survival. What do you suggest we do? Maybe it's something in his brain, like some kind of crystal core that resists the virus. How else can we explain why he has no special abilities but is still resistant to the zombie virus? Well, let's discuss this with our superiors first. Otherwise, when the blame comes down, we'll be held accountable. Chu Shiryun's eyes grew dimmer, this might be the last time he opened them. Was he really never going to see that person again? Inside, under the cold fluorescent lights, outside, it was shining brightly under the sun. It had been 6 months since the apocalypse began, and the weather was growing stranger. It was the dead of winter, but the temperature soared as high as midsummer in June. Over 1,000 miles away from the Xianyang base, a city now housed a famous Hope base, one of the strongest bases next to the capital base. Today, double the amount of soldiers patrolled the walls, as people from the Xianyang base were expected to arrive. In this post-apocalyptic world, the power was divided among 3 great bases, the capital base, the Hope base, and the Xianyang base. The capital maintained its strength due to the many important figures and research staff who were there from the beginning. The Hope base became renowned thanks to a nationwide famous lightning element ability user said to possess the highest known power level among abilited individuals so far. As for the Xianyang base, although their overall strength wasn't very high, nor was their management system ideal, they developed a vaccine against the zombie virus, though it was just a half-finished product. They also gained fame due to their female prophecy element ability user, whose powers helped elevate the Xianyang base into the top 3 bases in the country. Today, the seer was visiting their Hope base, and many wanted a glimpse of her beauty. An energy-powered car typical of the post-apocalypse drove straight from the entrance to the military zone headquarters. In honor of the prophet, every powerful figure in the base was present. Out of the car stepped a woman dressed in a cheongsam. Her expression was cold and composed. She held a parasol in her right hand to shield herself from the blazing sun, and she wore a bracelet on her wrist. Upon seeing her disembark, all eyes fell upon her. Leading the reception group was Shenlan, the current head of the base, accompanied by his 2 sons, the solemn general Shenmuzha and the slightly unruly but charming lightning user Shenmutian. Other high-ranking officials followed behind. When the trio caught sight of the bracelet on her wrist, their expressions cooled immediately before returning to normal. However, Shen Mutian's gaze, hidden beneath strands of his hair, carried undisguised hostility until Shenlan patted him to calm him down. Due to the distance between them, the woman didn't notice. The woman stopped about 3 meters from the group, and Shenlan approached with a smile, shook hands, and led her into the building to discuss urgent matters. However, Shen Mutian paid little attention to the ensuing conversation, his gaze locked onto the woman instead. Noticing Shen Mutian staring, the usually frigid woman returned his look with a smile. After the meeting ended, people dispersed one by one, leaving only the 3 members of the Shen family behind in silence. Finally, Shen Muzha spoke up, "That bracelet." Shen Mutian replied hoarsely, "It's the one I gave to my treasure." In the past 6 months, in order to find Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian had traveled all over the country, venturing into various perilous locations. He especially scoured City C thoroughly as if trying to turn it upside down, but still came up empty-handed. Now, however, he saw the bracelet he had given to his treasure, and a mixture of joy and uncertainty swelled in his heart. "Father, I remember you have a psychic ability user." Shenlan nodded, "I'll send someone over shortly, just make sure everything is discreet." Shen Mutian nodded in agreement. Afterward, Shenlan dealt with the other high-ranking personnel, while the 2 brothers from the Shen family led a group to investigate this prophet. No one knows what happened that day, only that after the Shen brothers' visit, an intense wave of pressure erupted from the room, forcing those with lower levels of powers to kneel on the ground. Some even glimpsed through the jolted open door to see the prophet barely alive on the floor. Following that, the Hope Base imprisoned the prophet, claiming the prophet had attempted to harm their authority figures. Once this accusation was made, regardless of its truth, it drove the 2 bases to become sworn enemies. The Hope Base declared that if the Xianyang Base wished to redeem their prophet, they should send their second-in-command Yu Su to negotiate. Using this time, Shen Mutian gathered his trusted subordinates and set out for the Xianyang Base. Chapter 35, How Desperate and Sad He Must Be. On a wide road, a man drove an energy vehicle towards the Yang Base. Inside the car, by the window, sat a solemn and silent man. Without uttering a word, he quietly gazed at the bracelet on his hand. The atmosphere in the car was peaceful, no one dared to disturb this tranquil moment. Recalling the reason for this trip, everyone seemed somewhat quiet. They hadn't expected that Shen Mutian would finally find the person he had been searching for all along. However, the situation might not be good. After all, even the bracelet he had worn since childhood had been taken off by someone else. Would the owner still be alright? They didn't dare to ask, fearing they might disturb the already tense individual. Shen Mutian looked fondly at the bracelet in his hand, suddenly pressing it against his chest as he silently whispered, "Honey, brother is coming for you. You must wait for me." The vehicle sped through the road, mercilessly eliminating any zombies that dared to block its path. When Chu Shiyun woke up again, he found that his perspective on observing people had become strange. In the past, he could only lie in bed, looking up at researchers rushing past him. This time, however, he discovered that he was observing them from a superior position. These researchers continued their work as if they hadn't noticed him at all. Chu Shiyun watched as they gathered around a certain spot, unsure of what they were doing. Beep beep beep. Resuscitation failed, death confirmed. Take advantage of the cells before they die completely. Remove samples for research purposes. Out of curiosity, Chu Shiyun went over to take a look, only to realize that the person they were surrounding was none other than himself. Chu Shiyun appeared puzzled as he looked at himself lying on the bed, then raised his hands to check them. Everything seemed right, indeed, he was still standing. Chu Shiyun tried to place his hand on his own body on the bed, but it passed right through. Currently, his state allowed him to hover in midair, partially overlapping with a researcher's body. Am I dead? Chu Shiyun was still a bit dazed, but there was no profound sorrow. It had been exhausting, endlessly having blood drawn from him at every moment. His life was filled with exhaustion, and now dying wasn't so bad, it was just that some unfinished wishes left him with regret. After half a year, Chu Shiyun managed to wear a rare relaxed smile as he looked at his own body on the bed. His cheeks had sunken in completely. Once adorned with black lustrous hair, his scalp was now bald with a large hole. His body had reached the point where it was truly skin and bones. A section of his left wrist was missing, and below his right knee, the leg was gone. At this moment, the researchers were hurriedly preserving samples, cutting his corpse into pieces and placing them in formalin, so what remained of his flesh and blood was separated entirely. Chu Shiyun frowned, as watching oneself being dismembered was quite unsettling. He then focused his attention on the researcher who had originally cut off his hand, floated over, and swiftly slapped the researcher twice. Unfortunately, the researcher showed no reaction. Chu Shiyun looked down unhappily at his own hand, then lifted his gaze back to the researcher, glaring fiercely and making grotesque faces. After doing all that, Chu Shiyun didn't care anymore and attempted whether he could fly out. Realizing it was possible, he floated back toward his corpse, took one last look, and departed without any longing. Time passed, Chu Shiyun didn't know how long it had been, nor whether that person missed him. As he hovered near the door and looked at the blazing sun outside, Chu Shiyun tentatively extended his hand. Finding no issue such as the inability to stand in sunlight, as often depicted in movies, he floated away leisurely, as though taking a stroll through the backyard garden. But should anyone have seen Chu Shiyun's existence, they'd merely notice a shadow rapidly flying by. Although turned into a ghost who should no longer sense anything, somehow Chu Shiyun felt warmth in his chest and moved toward this vague impression. Time felt both fleeting and endless until Chu Shiyun saw a peculiar-looking car, which did not slide on 4 wheels but hovered 10 centimeters above the ground, supported by something unknown to him. Driven by curiosity, Chu Shiyun moved closer and observed that a white beam of energy replaced the traditional wheels. Having satisfied his curiosity, Chu Shiyun resumed his journey. As time passed, he sensed that this impression grew increasingly stronger. Soon, he encountered another vehicle, sleeker and faster, presenting as white with smooth lines. Following this strange feeling, Chu Shiyun drifted upward, then, he finally saw the person he had missed with all his heart. After the baptism of the apocalypse, Shen Mutian exuded a charm that was hard to articulate. Although his face remained the same, Chu Shiyun felt he had become even more attractive. His attire was still familiar and liked by Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyun nodded in satisfaction. During the time he wasn't around, it seemed Shen Mutian had been well behaved, still irresistibly handsome without getting involved with anyone else. Lacking a human body and ways to express his excitement, observing this familiar scene, Chu Shiyun still felt that he missed him greatly. Big brother. Calling out in nostalgia, as expected, there was no response. Chu Shiyun didn't mind and drifted inside from the window to embrace Shen Mutian. Shoo! Stunned, Chu Shiyun stayed in place, looking at the empty embrace, then at the vehicle speeding away. Rarely showing an expression, he now exhibited a look of confusion on his face. The next moment, dark clouds gathered, and Chu Shiyun, with a grim face, watched the person who was drifting further away. For the first time in a long while, he felt irritated. He then accelerated to catch up. Huff. Finally avoided. In the car, the driver, seeing that the high-level zombie on the display instrument was gone, finally sighed in relief, not out of fear, but because avoidance was better during this period. When Chu Shiyun caught up again, the car's speed had steadied. He glared fiercely at the driver, gazed affectionately at Shen Mutian, then floated over. Seeing Shen Mutian playing with the bracelet Chu Shiyun had worn in life made him even happier. So, with delight, he opened his massive mouth, joyfully covering Shen Mutian's head, piercing through with one bite. Realizing he couldn't fully encompass Shen Mutian, he could only stay obediently attached to Shen Mutian. The person he held onto had no reaction all along. When the vehicle reached the entrance of Yang Base, Chu Shiyun snapped back to reality. It turned out their destination was here. Though curious, since he couldn't communicate with humans, he could only stay hanging onto Shen Mutian, observing his actions. Following the plan, Shen Mutian and his group pretended to be ordinary mutants and joined the base. By nightfall, they directly held the leader of the base hostage, surprising Chu Shiyun when he found out it was the same leader he had encountered before, considering how vast the base appeared under his leadership despite today's events. They directly stormed into the laboratory, and upon entering, everyone involuntarily frowned, because live human experiments were being conducted here. The more they saw, the more they were shocked. Even though they'd experienced 6 months of the apocalypse, seeing such things made them want to vomit. In the age where zombies ate people, there were still people eating other people. Shen Mutian naturally also saw these scenes. Unconsciously, he gripped his hand tightly, unable to imagine what his beloved might have endured in the past half-year. Was he also subjected to blood extraction, dismemberment, and strapped to cold research tables for experimentation? Chu Shiyun rested his chin on Shen Mutian's head, observing the unusually silent man. He reached out to touch him, trying to soothe him. Big brother, don't be afraid. In fact, I later stopped feeling pain. Don't be sad. Unfortunately, the man couldn't feel or hear anything, so Chu Shiyun could only feel disappointed once again. Perhaps due to being close to his home and fearing emotions, Chu Shiyun began to worry about Shen Mutian seeing his corpse. However, reflecting on how decomposed it looked, even unrecognizable to himself, it seemed there was no need to overly concern himself. The researchers observed Shen Mutian's group with bewilderment, yet recognized the base leader. But before they could excitedly share some achievements, Shen Mutian's wire abilities kept them pinned down. During the interrogation, they stumbled over their words, unable to say anything until someone pointed a gun at their heads and quickly led the way to where Chu Shiyun's corpse was stored. Not only Chu Shiyun's corpse was placed there, his was the most valuable, thus treasured, carefully guarded day and night. There were also samples of zombies, mutated animals and plants. As Shen Mutian viewed the objects near the door, his heart began to race nervously. He feared stepping forward any further. He dreaded what he might see. But no matter how much he wanted to avoid it, Shen Mutian still had to see. Overcome with the impulse to kill but remaining quiet, he followed along, even though he had braced himself for the worst. When he saw the decapitated bodies soaked in separate glass columns, he completely broke down. Stumbling forward, he finally fell to his knees in front of the glass column containing Chu Shiyun's head. The person inside was unrecognizable due to extreme emaciation. Shen Mutian felt as if he could see the torture Chu Shiyun had endured in life. His eyes turned red, almost bloody, and his heart felt as if someone were repeatedly slashing at it with a knife. When Chu Shiyun witnessed this moment, he still attempted to cover Shen Mutian's eyes with his hands. But quickly, he noticed the man's eyes turning red, something he had never seen in Shen Mutian from childhood to adulthood. Chu Shiyun could only wrap his arms carefully around Shin Mutian from behind. Looking at the man who had always stood tall and protected him throughout their lives, now sobbing uncontrollably for the first time, filled him with sorrow. Everyone who followed Shin Mutian to this place had tear-filled eyes, unable to bear witnessing the scene further. They all knew how crucial the person they sought was to Shin Mutian. But fate, it seemed, loved to play cruel jokes, leaving two deeply loving individuals separated by death, one dying so tragically while being witnessed by the other. How utterly hopeless Shin Mutian must feel. Ah! Shin Mutian cried out hoarsely, letting out an eerie wail of grief that carried through the air, clearly revealing his profound despair and sorrow to everyone. Chapter 37, Perhaps this world will welcome a new era. The research room, bathed in cold and lonely light, was momentarily quiet, as if the universe had left only one person immersed in sorrow. A group of people waited silently for Shin Mutian to recover. However, they did not know that when he realized that the last person who had supported him was truly dead, the last bit of light in his heart went out, leaving no more hope within him. Half an hour later. Shin Mutian took one last look at the head inside the glass column and called out, Mu Xinyan, pack. After a brief silence, the fact was stated nonetheless, his body. Mu Xinyan nodded, bringing along the researcher handling Chu Shiyun's remains to identify which parts belonged, carefully collecting them into space. Once everything was done, Shin Mutian turned his gaze to the leader, revealing unguarded hatred and murderous intent through bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth, the treasure I held dearest to my heart, even lifting heavy objects made me reluctant, how dare you treat him like this? The person restrained by Shen Yichen unconsciously fell to their knees, enduring the overwhelming pressure from the strongest psi energy user, bleeding profusely from the 7 orifices due to the inability to withstand the force. Others were also affected by this pressure, unable to maintain composure, turning pale. Fear filled the eyes of the leader as they pitifully pleaded for mercy, spare me. Spare me. I didn't know he was yours, had I known, I would never have. Before they could finish speaking, Shin Mutian kicked them down with a leg. Is it alright if it wasn't him? Are other people's lives worth nothing then? Also, for someone like you, everyone besides yourself isn't that different. Therefore, experience all the pain he endured. After saying this, Shin Mutian instantly stunned the person, reminding Shin Yichen, take these people with you. He referred, of course, to everyone who participated in this event. On the way, Shin Mutian instructed to release the caught psychics. No further action was needed from him, the Yang base would experience internal chaos on its own. Chu Shiyun quietly followed behind Shin Mutian, watching him resolve all these matters, multiple times wanting to embrace him but failing each time. 3 days later, at the entrance of Hope Base. Upon receiving news of Shin Mutian's return, the entire Shin family put aside their affairs, waiting at the base entrance just for the person who had been missing for half a year. Early in the morning, Shin mother had already taken a small stool and waited by the base entrance, her eyes focused on that direction. Her hands, anxious, twisted together tightly. Her red-rimmed eyes occasionally wiped away tears with a handkerchief. I wonder how Yunbao spent the last half year. Did he lose weight? What can one person do alone outside? Was he bullied? Because the 3 fathers of the Shin household did not inform her that Chu Shiyun was detained, she merely assumed that Chu Shiyun was wandering outside. Old Shin, will they be back soon? I've asked the housekeeper to prepare dishes that Yunbao loves. If they get cold, it won't be as good. Shenlan observed the concerned Shin mother and didn't know how to explain. Initially, the trio didn't intend to tell them about it, but they hadn't expected the disturbance caused by questioning the prophet that day. After inquiries by the party, they learned of Chu Shiyun's situation. Contrary to their worries, the Chen mother and others, unaware of the truth, were delighted to hear news about Chu Shiyun. And now, all Shenlan could do was hope that Shin Mutian would bring the person back. Don't worry, he said he'd be back today, so he definitely will. Shenlan patted his wife's shoulder, signaling her to relax. Shin mother shot him an annoyed glance. How can I relax? We haven't seen each other for half a year. I don't know if Yunbao has suffered any. How can I relax? He is Xiao Ting's child. And a child I watched grow up. How can I relax? As she spoke, Shin mother teared up again. When her close friend had a car accident years ago, she hadn't even seen her one last time. She had promised to take care of her child, yet it had come to this, no news for over half a year, without knowing whether he was alive or dead. Mom, don't worry. Younger brother will definitely bring Yunbao back. The consoling words came from Shin's sister heir, Shin Muyu, with long hair tied up, appearing vigorous despite the current redness around her eyes. Shin mother nodded. Standing quietly nearby, leaning against the wall, refined and gentlemanly, albeit now looking somewhat worn out, was Chu Shiryu, the older brother of Chu Shiryun. Unlike the anxiety-laden but hopeful feelings of Shin mother, Chu Shiryu felt a deep sense of unease, sensing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Who? Samuel Chu steadied his spirit and looked toward the direction of the road, hoping that he was just overly anxious. After another hour or so, finally, a very familiar car appeared far away on the road. Everyone lined up to see it, and Mrs. Shin stretched her neck as if she couldn't wait to run over. In the car. Chu Shiryun stared at the place that was both familiar and foreign before him, momentarily feeling a mix of complex emotions. He never thought that the place where he hadn't managed to return in life would welcome him after death. In one quick glance, Chu Shiyun saw those who were waiting by the base's entrance, but unfortunately, they would be disappointed. He wasn't sure why, but seeing their anticipatory faces made Chu Shiyun suddenly feel a kind of trepidation, a fear closer to home than expected. He started to think it might have been better for them not to find him. That way, they still had something to cling on to emotionally. But now when they'd face his body, there wouldn't even be that to hold on to anymore. The car drew nearer. Shen Mutian naturally caught sight of them. He simply said, "Let's go home first." Then he instructed to drive away. His current mood was quite complicated, and he didn't know how to explain this situation to them. Observing Shen Mutian's behavior, the crowd stood momentarily stunned. Mrs. Shen blankly asked, "What is this child of mine doing? Why isn't he letting us see Yunbao?" The rest of the people felt a premonition rise within them. They could clearly see how much Shen Mutian adored Chu Shiyun, yet his current reaction. Everyone quickly tried to dismiss these negative thoughts, reassuring themselves that they were overthinking things, and then boarded the car they came in. In the Shen family's living hall. They sat down, waiting for Shen Mutian to speak. Mrs. Shen was nearly frantic, yet Shen Mutian remained silent like a mute. Mu Xinyan stood nearby, fidgeting with his fingers, unsure whether or not to present Chu Shiyun's remains. Finally, Samuel Chu opened his throat, voice hoarse, "Mutian, go ahead. We can accept whatever outcome." Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun shot a look at his elder brother. His sense of credibility seemed utterly lost, though the edge of his clothes was nearly worn out from anxiety, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Shen Mutian did not speak immediately but took out a bracelet for a moment. Looking at it, it was among the few gentle memories left to him. Then, he softly spoke, "Bring it out." Confused by his words, others weren't sure what to expect. Only Mu Xinyan understood. Seeing half the leaders of the base seated in the living room, he signaled for the twins and others to clear some space. Then, from the dimension space, Chu Shiyun's remains were taken out. About 10 glass columns, varying in size, were placed in the hall. At the front stood a glass column holding a head, its person emaciated beyond recognition. Seeing this, the others unconsciously paled and their eyes reddened. Chu Shiyun observed Mrs. Shen, always remembered as a well-off housewife, leaning unsteadily against Shen Muyu with a pale face, trembling and angrily reprimanding Shen Mutian. "You were supposed to bring Yunbao out, why are you showing us this?" Her voice faltered by the end, indicating some suspicion she hoped was false. Looking at his mother and others, Shen Mutian gravely stated, "This is him, I hope it's not true either, but here is the fact." After speaking, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Upon hearing this, tears hung in Mrs. Shen's eyes as she gazed at the figure long blurred. She then fainted. Containing his own sorrow, Shen Muyu looked at Chu Shiyun's parts inside jars and muttered, "I'll take mom back to her room." With the only two women leaving, Shen Mutian revealed the truth. His tone was calm, as if describing something unrelated to himself. However, inside, Shen Mutian's heart was shattering into pieces. Who would willingly repeat the tragic manner of a loved one's death for others to witness? It was akin to rubbing salt in his wounds. Beside him, Chu Shiyun could only watch silently as he self-destructively hurt himself. As for what happened next, Chu Shiyun could recall vaguely. He knew that after that day, the older master went through a period of decadence before regaining strength, torturing everyone responsible for causing pain to him, making their punishment more tragic than his original suffering. He subsequently focused on revitalizing the base, eradicating zombies, while constantly wearing the bracelet close to him, taking it out frequently to reminisce. His elder brother also developed the zombie vaccine. Although it couldn't restore those turned completely, it helped those bitten but not yet transformed. Nevertheless, Mrs. Shen's emotions remained low. Every mention of Chu Shiyun brought extra grief, so they rarely talked about him in front of Mrs. Shen, perhaps avoiding hurting her further. What Chu Shiyun knew was that even after the apocalypse year, Mrs. Shen still tended to cry silently behind closed doors. Things only got slightly better a year later. Everyone else was doing well too. Elder brother had ended up with Uncle Shen, which was a rare piece of good news. Perhaps 10 years after the apocalypse, all zombies were completely exterminated. However, the cost was the death of his master brother who annihilated himself together with the zombie king. Chu Shiyun knew that without him, his master brother had long lost the will to live, merely lingering on like a walking corpse. Afterward, things became unclear to Chu Shiyun as not long after his master brother's demise, he started losing sight of everything around him. All he could remember was a phrase constantly repeated in his ears just before consciousness faded. Live toward death. Live toward death. At the center of Shen Mutian's self-destruction, only a crystal-clear bracelet remained. The bracelet flashed with light, as if capturing something inside it, or perhaps it didn't. The next moment, the bracelet vanished as well, and from afar came the worried Shen family rushing towards the scene. Maybe the new world bought by Shen Mutian's life would welcome a new era, but none of them would be there to witness it. Chapter 38, The Silver-Haired Man, An Opportunity. Chu Shiyun slowly opened his eyes and looked at the man with red eyes who had been hugging him tightly. He thought he must have seen wrongly. After all, for these past 10 years, he could see his elder brother in martial arts, but his elder brother couldn't see him, and they were unable to touch each other. More importantly, didn't his elder brother die? Could it be that since his elder brother had died and he himself had long been dead as well, he could therefore see his elder brother? Since Chu Shiyun had just woken up, he was somewhat confused about his condition, but Shen Matian was different. He had guarded over Chu Shiyun day and night for a full 24 hours, paying attention to his every condition, so the moment Chu Shiyun woke up, Shen Matian noticed immediately. Shen Matian, looking at the person who had awoken, asked anxiously, "How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" Startled, Chu Shiyun finally became fully conscious. Looking at the person before him who could see him, he then turned his head to look at Han Yu on guard by the table, raising his hand to check the bracelet called Mingkong on his wrist. His eyes showed a moment of shock before he cautiously touched the man's face, discovering that he truly could make contact. Chu Shiyun then revealed a faint smile of regaining something precious. Then, he tightly hugged the person before him, tightly. In reality, it was only a day, but in his dream, he had lived for a full 10 years. For those 10 years, he had been in a state where no one could see him. Sometimes, he even doubted whether all this was merely something he imagining before his death, while in reality he might still be in that cold research lab, living a life worse than death, day after agonizing day, gradually waiting for death. Chu Shiyun rested his head on Shen Matian's neck and said absent-mindedly, "Elder brother, I had a very long dream, in which we spent 10 years together. But none of you could see me or hear my words. You couldn't find me, none of you could, and only I, uncertain if what happened was real or false, followed you." Upon hearing this, Shen Matian tightly embraced Chu Shiyun, pressing him hard against his chest as he comforted, "Don't be afraid, dreams are all fake. Elder brother is here." Chu Shiyun mumbled, but the dream felt so real, like it had really happened, that feeling of being powerless and manipulated was truly terrifying. He never wanted to experience such cruel torture again. Hearing the shivering voice of the person in his arms, Shen Matian once again held him tighter, saying, "Don't be afraid, elder brother will protect you no matter what. Nothing from your dream will happen." Chu Shiyun remained silent, lifting his head to look at the clearly youthful face, again genuinely feeling that he had truly come back. He lightly responded, "Mm." In fact, he knew that everything wasn't a dream, it was all something that had actually happened. At the last moment of losing consciousness, the phrase, "living on by dying," echoed in his ears. What did it mean? Why did his current self activate the spatial bracelet, while his dream self did not? Why was his dream self captured, yet his actual self continued to follow his elder brother? Could it simply be because the current him was someone who had already died once? Because of having died, there was some mysterious force avoiding all this. Because of having died, he activated the bracelet he wore for half his life. Living on by dying. How accurate it was indeed. If he hadn't died once, how would he have been able to activate the bracelet? Otherwise, why hadn't others managed to activate it when so many tried, except for him? It was merely because he had died. Perhaps heaven took pity on him, allowing him to return to a time before these events occurred, giving him an opportunity to change everything and compensate for the pain inflicted upon the man who suffered through his entire life. However, there was no need to let his elder brother know about all this. He only needed to stay happy, he didn't need to bear these dark memories. As for those people, as long as they didn't provoke him in this life, everything would be fine. If they dared to come forward, he promised to make them suffer more than in the previous life. Having thought through everything, Chu Shiyun smiled at the man. However, seeing the dark circles under his eyes, his heart ached. Shen Matian must not have rested properly. "Elder brother, go take a good nap." Shen Matian shook his head, "I'm not tired." "Are you hungry? I'll go prepare some food for you." His treasure had slept for a day and night without eating anything, surely he was hungry. Chu Shiyun smiled at Shen Matian, "Elder brother, I'm not hungry, you should rest." At that moment, his stomach made a noise. Embarrassedly, Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Matian. Shen Matian didn't mock him but instead turned around to prepare the food. Watching Shen Matian's figure, Chu Shiyun quickly got up, put on his shoes, and hurried to catch up. "Elder brother, wait for me." Helpless, Shen Matian, watching the person jump into his arms, carefully embraced him before descending the stairs. Only when Chu Shiyun stayed by Shen Matian's side, seeing that he could hear his voice, have conversations with him, and touch him, did Chu Shiyun truly feel like he was still alive. Afterward, the others also learned that Chu Shiyun had woken up. They had genuinely worried about him when he fainted, but now that he was awake, they felt more relaxed. After eating their fill, they went to rest. Although Chu Shiyun wasn't tired, Shen Matian was quite exhausted. While Shen Matian rested, Chu Shiyun finally had time, and this was truly the first time he examined his bracelet in detail, the one that had given him a second life. Of course, to prevent Shen Matian from worrying, Chu Shiyun still mentioned it before entering the space. Once inside the space, Chu Shiyun turned to look at Han Yu who had followed him, skipping any pleasantries as he directly asked, "How much do you know about the space?" Though puzzled, Han Yu still responded, "I only know that this bracelet was crafted by an immortal craftsman from the upper realm. From what I've learned, he is an extremely talented weapon maker, arguably the best of his time. Beyond that, there isn't much else." "Chu Shiyun, aren't you the spirit of the space?" Han Yu, at the time, on the verge of death, I was thrown into the space by the craftsman, thus becoming the space's spirit. As for other matters, I'm unclear. However, I do admire my former master, the craftsman himself greatly. He was not only good-looking but also possessed remarkable strength, setting an example for our generation. After that, Chu Shiyun stopped listening to what Han Yu said because it all boiled down to praise for the man or information he had already known before. Still, Chu Shiyun did manage to clarify one thing: this space was originally made for the craftsman's lover. It had never been taken out due to its failed creation process, though, what others considered a failure was instead a treasure that few could ever obtain. Later, due to the disputes among many people, the Mingkong bracelet eventually fell into the void and was then picked up by him. It was thanks to this stroke of luck that Chu Shiyun could live again. Although the recognition process of the space and what Han Yu described were somewhat different, this might be because the latter hadn't gone through such an experience before. For the first time in his life, Chu Shiyun put aside his pride and bowed towards the empty space. Regardless of how, he needed to thank the owner of this space. Once he finished this gesture, countless golden lights gathered in the sky, swiftly rushing into Chu Shiyun's body. There was no pain, it even felt somewhat comfortable. Chu Shiyun had a premonition that with these things, his journey to increase his strength would become much easier. A shadow of silver hair wearing ancient-style robes with an unidentifiable face appeared in the air, and a faintly indifferent voice resonated: "Younger generation, I pity your half-life of suffering, and see that you possess extraordinary talent. Now, I will bestow upon you a great opportunity, hoping that you change your fate. Meanwhile, rescue this world from its impending calamity. If destiny allows, we shall meet again." The moment the words faded away, the figure slowly dissipated. Chu Shiyun became even more relieved by his earlier action. The slight headache from forcing his past memories surfaced again, but now it was as if a gentle breeze passed over, bringing some comfort. Perhaps, he might not meet this man again, but he would remember the grace of being reborn. And as for what the man said, saving this world, since he lived here, should the chance come, he would not neglect it. Although he didn't care too much for the world itself, there were people in it whom he cared deeply about. On the other hand, Han Yu watched this scene with wide eyes, stunned. He hadn't expected to see the craftsman appear after living in the space for so long. Instantly, a pang of bitterness welled up within him since he, a lone artifact, had waited for so long for his appearance, while an impromptu bow summoned the master. Ignoring Han Yu's sour expression, having understood everything, Chu Shiyun left. Seeing Shen Matian still awake, clearly waiting for him, Chu Shiyun flashed a tender smile and nestled into the man's embrace, coaxing him to sleep. With Chu Shiyun snuggled in his arms, coupled with Shen Matian's lack of rest before, he quickly drifted off. Because of Chu Shiyun's coma, they had wasted a lot of time, and after Shen Matian rested, they naturally had to set out again. Fortunately, nothing unpleasant happened during their final day of rest, and everyone truly managed to relax. In the morning, after breakfast, the group continued their journey. In the vehicle, Chu Shiyun sat by the window, leaning against Shen Matian, looking full of attachment. Shen Matian allowed it, his gaze on Chu Shiyun seemingly dripping with water. For some unknown reason, although everyone saw Chu Shiyun's innocent and harmless appearance, since he woke up, they noticed an intangible aura around him. Despite seeming harmless, it felt like underestimating him could result in being swallowed whole, leaving no bones behind. This was enough to intimidate the group. Previously, their respect for Chu Shiyun had mostly been due to Shen Matian. But now, they realized that Chu Shiyun was becoming harder and harder to understand. Chu Shiyun's transformation did not escape Shen Matian's eyes, but he didn't ask about it. He assumed it was related to the coma, which already made his heart ache. How could he pry deeper? As for Chu Shiyun himself, he too was at a loss about the changes. It all stemmed from the little opportunity given by the craftsman the previous day, which seemed like a casual act to the craftsman but was immensely significant to Chu Shiyun, someone from the rural hills compared to the metropolis. It was exactly what Chu Shiyun needed most: strength. In this post-apocalyptic world, strength was the foundation of survival. With extraordinary power, looking at Shen Matian who clung to him earnestly, Chu Shiyun found comfort knowing that his beloved was still by his side. Satisfied, he drifted off to sleep. And naturally, he failed to notice Shen Matian's fleeting moment of distraction. Chapter 39, Storms Are Brewing. When Chu Shiyun woke up, he found they were still on the road. The scenes outside the car window flashed by quickly. Giant trees hundreds of meters tall lined both sides of the road, blocking out the scorching sun. He had rested for so long already, they would likely be sleeping outdoors for the next while. Awake now? Does your neck feel stiff? Seeing Chu Shiyun's watery eyes open, Shen Mutian asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun twisted his neck a bit and discovered it did indeed feel a little uncomfortable. Then he obediently turned around, facing Shen Mutian's back, softly cooing, "Big brother, can you massage it for me?" "You." Shen Mutian couldn't help but start the massage. As Shen Mutian's expert hands worked their magic, Chu Shiyun involuntarily hummed in pleasure, completely lost in the bliss. Feeling a bit parched after swallowing, he requested again, "Big brother, could you pass me a bottle of water? I'm thirsty." Not only did Shen Mutian hand him water, but he also unscrewed the cap for him. The others quietly tried to minimize their presence, not daring to disturb them. It was as if a huge bowl of dog food had been thrown in their faces, filling yet somewhat painful. After finishing the water, Chu Shiyun continued enjoying Shen Mutian's attentions. Comfortable, his eyes half closed, his face turned towards the window, he thought he saw something white floating by. But upon closer inspection, there was nothing, and he realized he must have been mistaken. Thinking about it, had anything happened at this time in his previous life? At that point, he seemed already ensconced in a research facility, and later when he became a spirit floating beside Shen Mutian, he hadn't heard of any incidents either. Likely, there wasn't a major problem. Still, some unease lingered in his heart. Oh well, let's just see what happens. The car sped off into the distance, leaving behind a single snowflake on the ground which dissipated under the sunlight into water vapor. Occasionally, a few zombies appeared on the sparsely populated road, chasing after them swiftly. Chu Shiyun watched the zombies chasing from behind and suddenly realized these zombies seemed much faster than usual, like the rare ones encountered recently that had advanced levels. Big brother, these zombies seem to all have reached level 1. Chu Shiyun hesitated before speaking. Hearing this, Shen Mutian opened his eyes after resting silently and looked to the rear with a serious expression. After careful observation, he confirmed Chu Shiyun's words were true. In the past few days, they'd learned not every level 1 zombie possessed special abilities. Zombies with special abilities, like human Psi users, remained few and far between. Moreover, their attacks paled in comparison to those of Psi zombies. However, that didn't mean level 1 non-Psi zombies were easy to deal with. Without Psi abilities, they used sharp claws and teeth as deadly weapons, felt no pain even if injured, unlike humans. Though they upgraded quickly and had methods for dealing with zombies, it didn't mean the same applied to everyone else. Currently, many Psi users were still at level 0, like Zhou Yang encountered earlier, though more people remained ordinary. Just from numbers alone, the balance was tipping against humanity, the number of zombies far exceeded that of survivors. Advanced and populous cities had started falling, becoming zombie territories. To begin with, 0-level zombies were tough, but now they had leveled up. Clearly aware of this layer, the others grew solemn in expression. Human survival was already tough, and now their own leveling process fell behind the zombies. Where was the hope in this? Looking at the 5 level 1 zombies, Shen Mutian's gaze flickered uncertainly before saying abruptly, "Stop the car." On hearing Shen Mutian's order, Mo Senian immediately stopped without questioning. The approaching zombies wouldn't take more than half a minute to reach them. Shen Mutian looked at Bai Qiaoshi and said calmly, "There aren't too many, perfect practice for you." Hearing this, Bai Qiaoshi nervously glanced at the zombies. This was his first real battle against zombies, and the first level up ones at that, 5 level 1 zombies. His Psi ability hadn't even reached level 1. But knowing Shen Mutian and others were present, Bai Qiaoshi wasn't overly concerned, he was just afraid of underperforming and making Shen Mutian disdain him. Before Bai Qiaoshi made his move, Shen Mutian took care of 4 of the level 1 zombies, saving one for Bai Qiaoshi's training. Chu Shiyun lazily hung onto Shen Mutian, chin resting on the man's shoulder. Watching Shen Mutian's decision, his dark eyes reflected unknown thoughts. Sigh. Big brother really is too kind-hearted. He was truly different from the person who was black to the core. Sometimes he would ponder, what did he like about Shen Mutian? Was it the unique sincerity he had for him, or the special preference he showed only to him, or his cold exterior with a warm interior, or perhaps that back when everyone else was bullying him as a child, Shen Mutian was the only one willing to protect him and make his heart race? Maybe all of these? Shen Mutian chuckled lightly, watching Bai Qiaoshi battle while answering Chu Shiyun's words. What are you talking about? How am I being kind? Chu Shiyun replied naturally, normally, we should be rushing on our journey at this moment. Unless we encounter particularly troublesome zombies, there's no need to stop. But now, Big Brother is letting Bai Qiaoshi train by dealing with them. Even though it's for practice, it's essentially to eliminate the zombies. Initially, since the zombies' level wasn't high, we were in a hurry and ignored them. However, after realizing how fast these zombies evolve, Big Brother decided that if we encounter them, we'd deal with them to prevent harm to others later and reduce the number of zombies overall. Shen Mutian looked silently at Chu Shiyun, as the latter had accurately described his thoughts. Sometimes, this person could know exactly what he was thinking just by a single glance. Shen Mutian gently patted the boy's head with a hint of distress. Why do you have to understand so much? Wouldn't it be better if you didn't think about anything? Chu Shiyun tightened his arms around Shen Mutian's waist from behind. Hey, sweetie is just trying to ease Master Brother's burden. Otherwise, wouldn't Master Brother be tired handling everything alone? Shen Mutian sighed helplessly. His own weariness stemmed solely from wanting this person to live a little more happily and effortlessly. Unfortunately, every time, the other seemed to read his mind clearly, approving of whatever he did, right or wrong. Treasuring this rare and precious person so much, how could he bear to let him tire? As they were discussing, arguing, here, the distant Bai Qiaoshi struggled against the zombies. The rest seated in the car expressed their empathy aloud, alas. Yet upon recalling their past similar experiences, and realizing Bai Qiaoshi merely treaded their old path, their sympathy lessened. As the saying goes, rather die with friends than companions, dog food is certainly better served to others. Noticing the crowd in the distance laughing at him, Bai Qiaoshi felt helpless, but could only concentrate harder on dealing with the zombies. The recent stealthy practices had made him more adept at controlling his Psi abilities. And the zombie before him lacked Psi abilities, thus making the fight easier. What was challenging was the gap between their levels, and also the need to ensure that the zombie didn't scratch him. Although the chances of a Psy user turning into a zombie after getting bitten were small, the possibility still existed. And as this was his first real fight against a zombie, Bai Qiaoshi felt somewhat uneasy. Looking at the ugly face of the zombie just a few meters away, dripping with saliva and lustful anticipation, its eyes filled with longing for his flesh, it was like wanting to rip off his clothes. Bai Qiaoshi couldn't help feeling discomfited all over. Carefully dodging the zombie's attacks and keeping his distance, Bai Qiaoshi conjured long vines in his right hand. He swiped upward, directing the vines towards the zombie's face. The zombie tried to avoid the attack, but in a fit of anger, Bai Qiaoshi managed to perform exceptionally well, leaving the zombie unable to dodge in time. Instantly, the already rotting face was shredded by the vines, exposing the white, skeletal bone underneath. For a brief second, the zombie paused, then charged towards Bai Qiaoshi recklessly, driven by anger. Its claws, stained with blood from previous victims, emitted an acrid smell of decay. Seeing the exposed bones in the zombie's face shocked Bai Qiaoshi initially, but as he saw its crazed demeanor, he froze completely, lost in sudden bewilderment. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Shiyun shook his head helplessly. Though talented, his age remains a limiting factor. Just as the zombie was about to claw at the boy, stopping merely a centimeter from his face, a bolt of lightning pierced straight through the zombie, knocking it down instantly. The boy stood there dumbstruck, staring blankly at the scene. Shen Mutian temporarily disregarded his shock, responding objectively to Chu Shiyun's concerns. There's simply too little combat experience, more practice will suffice. It's natural to feel afraid when rarely facing such threats. Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement. Then called out loudly to the unmoving boy standing far away, don't just stand there like a fool. Remove the crystal nucleus and let's go. Swallowing hard, Bai Qiaoshi gazed with difficulty at the zombie's brain. Though brave enough to face the zombie, now tasked with digging out its brain. His inner world trembled, but remembering his earlier embarrassing performance, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit and obediently used the dagger thrown by Shen Mutian to extract the crystal nucleus, then summoned water to clean it up. Chu Shiyun nodded contentedly, the boy has potential. Even if his Psy abilities aren't anything spectacular, he can still assist in other ways. Shen Mutian merely gazed at him affectionately, neither agreeing nor opposing. The group in the car felt quite helpless. A dual Psy ability user would be pampered in any other team, was theirs destined to just handle menial tasks. After properly storing the crystal nucleus, they continued on their journey once more. Seated inside the car, Bai Qiaoshi couldn't help but tremble occasionally. After all, he was a child who had grown up in a peaceful world, and this was his first time facing a zombie. What he had done was already commendable. Shen Mutian ultimately refrained from criticizing him and instead gave a moderate evaluation. Hearing Shen Mutian's words, the young boy finally began to calm down. With Shen Mutian's approval, Bai Qiaoshi felt elated. He truly wished to make contributions to this team he had joined halfway through the journey and hoped that he could be of some use. However, during the previous encounter with the willow tree, he hadn't been able to contribute much. Besides Mu Senian, the spatial Psy ability user, no one else seemed to need his assistance, which had left him feeling restless. Now, though, with this recognition, he genuinely felt delighted. Chapter 40 Another rival comes for affection. Night fell. A group of people sat by the bonfire, quietly roasting food. Just as the sky grew dim, they had arrived at a place near the mountain. Recalling that everyone hadn't eaten fresh meat in a while, they suggested going into the mountain to catch a few wild chickens and rabbits. Since no one objected, Chu Shiyun directly sent Han Yu with some people into the mountain, while he stayed behind with Shen Mutian and the twins to watch the vehicles. Luckily, those who entered the mountain had good luck and indeed found 3 chickens, a rabbit, some fresh fruits, and mushrooms. Moreover, since there was a small stream in the mountain, they also caught a lot of fish. But they all knew it was due to Han Yu, otherwise, they might have gotten lost before finding anything. It was precisely because of Han Yu's presence that they dared to suggest going up the mountain. Chu Shiyun kept his eyes fixed on the roasted chicken in Shen Mutian's hands, feeling like tears were about to flow from his mouth. Siha siha. Heaven have mercy. He hadn't eaten his senior brother's barbecue for over a month, and it smelled so delicious. Shen Mutian looked at the person sitting beside him and felt somewhat helpless. He didn't think he had let him starve, and since their treasure had space and even occasionally added meals, this shouldn't be happening. The rest of the group also began roasting their own food, while the twins started cooking. Although they had found some game, the quantity was not much, and they had quite a number of people, all of them big men who ate a lot due to daily zombie fighting. Now, these foods couldn't possibly satisfy their hunger, so they still needed to prepare dinner. Fortunately, they found some mushrooms which could be stir-fried with meat slices and made into soup, achieving 2 goals at once. Lin Yanhan was excitedly preparing these ingredients. On the other side, Lin Yanbai helped her and squeezed fruit juice using the fruits collected earlier from an orchard. Everyone seemed harmonious and joyful, with perhaps only one drawback: there was no moon tonight. Looking at the almost perfectly roasted chicken in Shen Mutian's hand, Chu Shiyun poked his shoulder. "Senior brother, I want those 2 drumsticks." If it weren't for the heat, Chu Shiyun would have grabbed the golden yellow drumsticks directly. No wonder he acted as if he'd never seen such luxury before. His senior brother's cooking skills were truly excellent. Even before the apocalypse, he had often experimented with new dishes. But after the apocalypse, there just wasn't enough time. Shenmutian smiled lightly, looking indulgently at Chu Shiyun. Am I not going to give them to you? Chu Shiyun grinned foolishly. Shenmutian took out clean leaves to wrap the well-cooked chicken, waiting for it to cool down a bit before giving it to Chu Shiyun. The others looked at the fragrant roasted chicken and then at their own ingredients, suddenly losing their appetite. What was this blackened thing? All of them were humans, yet how could their leader excel in everything while they excelled at nothing but being strong? They would surely starve to death without someone like him around. Seeing his charred fish in his hand and then looking at the chicken Shenmutian cooked for Chu Shiyun, Mo Yuyang unhesitatingly stepped forward, shamelessly asking, Leader, can you cook some for me too? Shenmutian glanced at him, his dignified gaze usually enough to make Mo Yuyang retreat, but this time, for the sake of the aromatic barbecue, Mo Yuyang pushed forward regardless. Chu Shiyun gave him a look but didn't say anything. Seeing that their treasure didn't object, Shenmutian took over the fish from Mo Yuyang and slowly began to roast it. Meanwhile, he gave Mo Yuyang the leftover chicken body minus the drumsticks and wings, casting a light glance at him, take it. The meaning was clear, the chicken was his, and the fish was now under Shenmutian's possession. Mo Yuyang looked at the chicken in his hand, then at the fish that was not yet done, and decided not to argue further. Content, he walked away happily. The others silently clenched their teeth, wishing they could eat some as well. Chu Shiyun fed a bite to Shenmutian for every bite he took himself. Thus, despite Shenmutian constantly roasting food, he got to eat something too. Feeling happy, Chu Shiyun gave Hanyu a small chicken leg. Just as he happily gnawed on his big chicken leg, he suddenly stopped and turned to look towards the direction closer to the forest. Realizing his action, Shenmutian also directed his gaze that way. The others were puzzled, but it didn't stop them from staying alert. They then saw a silver wolf, 2 meters tall, with snowy white fur, walk out. At this sight, everyone immediately dropped what they were holding and warily observed the wolf. Despite being young, Bai Qiaoshi eventually asked after containing his fear for a while, that big, is it mutated? Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement, unaware of how horrifying his words sounded, it's mutated, and its strength has already reached level 2. Chu Shiyun calmly watched the wolf. His current mental power had reached level 3, so he could naturally see that this wolf's strength had reached level 2. The most important thing was that it showed no hostility. Now, apart from Chu Shiyun in the group, Shenmutian was also at level 2. Upon hearing this, everyone became more vigilant and were almost ready to use their abilities. Seeing that their treasure made no reaction, Shenmutian naturally didn't make any extra moves either and continued roasting the fish for him. Chu Shiyun waved his little, oily, chubby paw at them with an exaggerated gesture, calm down, why such a big reaction? Even if you're nervous, you still won't be able to beat it. The tense atmosphere suddenly turned somewhat awkward due to Chu Shiyun's words. Although they couldn't defeat it, it wasn't necessary to break their alliance like this. Eventually, they had to sit back down and continue doing what they were doing earlier as per Chu Shiyun's suggestion. Looking at Chu Shiyun and his group, the silver wolf made no move for now. It only approached after Chu Shiyun waved to it. Upon seeing how small Chu Shiyun and Shenmutian were compared to its size, it lay down on the ground, its green eyes expectantly looking at Chu Shiyun. Even though his mental power wasn't particularly high, Chu Shiyun couldn't directly communicate with animals but sensing emotions was still possible. So, when Chu Shiyun saw the silver wolf, he instantly knew what it had in mind. He glanced at the big chicken leg left in his hand, although he was somewhat reluctant, without losing the wolf, there was no way to gain it. Chu Shiyun extended the hand holding the chicken leg toward the silver wolf's mouth. Everyone involuntarily felt cold sweat for Chu Shiyun, but Chu Shiyun himself wasn't worried that it would bite off his hand. The silver wolf looked at the chicken leg beside its mouth and wanted to eat it, but it was unsure of the human's motives and thus did not immediately take a bite. Chu Shiyun began persuading it, smell good? Do you want it? Although the meaning was unclear, through the transmitted mental force, the wolf understood a little bit. With an "Ao-woo" sound, it replied. Satisfied, Chu Shiyun patted Hanyu, who understandingly took out a pack of beef jerky from the space pocket. The group had known by now that Hanyu possessed spatial abilities, and Chu Shiyun falsely accused very contentedly. This way, he could use the space yet not worry about others finding out. Chu Shiyun tore open the beef jerky and let the silver wolf smell it close to its nose. Do you want it? The silver wolf's eyes lit up, Ao-woo. Its smooth tail, like a brush pen, started wagging around as it playfully begged Chu Shiyun. Looking at its pitiful appearance, Chu Shiyun mischievously pulled back his hand. Seeing the heartbroken eyes of the silver wolf, he said again, do you want to follow me? If you do, I guarantee you'll always have beef jerky. The silver wolf retracted its tail, pretending to think deeply, lowering its eyes as if in profound contemplation. Shenmutian shook his head helplessly at this sight. He didn't know that his beloved one had such persuasive skills. For the silver wolf, since its birth, it had been in this mountain forest all along, so it was very hesitant to leave here. Also, because of mutation, its intelligence had increased significantly, making it aware that humans were very cunning creatures. Would this human before him deceive it? Today, if it hadn't smelled such a fragrant odor, it wouldn't have come out. But this human was beautiful, offering it food, it must not have an evil heart, right? The silver wolf was already wavering. Taking advantage of this, Chu Shiyun further added fuel to the fire. If you follow me, you will get unlimited amounts of beef jerky, and you don't even have to hunt yourself. Don't you want that? The silver wolf's eyes widened. It automatically ignored the latter part, but it was truly attracted by Chu Shiyun's promise of endless supplies of beef jerky. So, the silver wolf proudly nodded. Chu Shiyun was pleased too, trading a wolf for a chicken leg. Both man and wolf were satisfied. The rest were dumbfounded. They never thought Chu Shiyun could use just a chicken leg and a bag of beef jerky to deceive a level 2 silver wolf. Although it was just level 2, in this era where few people were level 1 and most were at 0, the silver wolf was already quite powerful. Moreover, it would continue to grow stronger later. Wasn't this considered getting the best return with the least cost? To this, the group could only raise their hands in admiration. Because the silver wolf's rank was higher than theirs, and only Chu Shiyun could communicate with it, they still didn't dare approach it too closely. However, Lin Yanhan seemed to really like it. After all, beauty attracts everyone. Moreover, the silver wolf was extraordinarily attractive with its smooth coat just begging to be stroked. Lin Yanhan's eyes widened as she watched. After finishing her food, she walked over eagerly and asked Chu Shiyun, who was eating the roasted fish fed to him by Shenmutian, with bright eyes, "Sister-in-law, may I touch it?" Chu Shiyun merely glanced up at her. "You should ask it, if it has no objection, neither do I." So Lin Yanhan softly asked the silver wolf, "May I touch you?" Since the silver wolf did not respond, Lin Yanhan cautiously extended her hand. The silver wolf did not retreat, so Lin Yanhan was delighted and stroked it a couple more times before stepping back, contented yet fearing that the silver wolf would dislike her touching it too much and withhold the privilege next time. At this, Han Yu let out a cold snort, its bejeweled eyes full of pride. "Isn't it just that the silver wolf has whiter fur and longer hair? It could transform too." But it wasn't nearly as adorable. Bao Qiaoshi, observing Han Yu's demeanor, offered it a roasted fish to pacify it. In response, the silver wolf wouldn't even spare a glance for Han Yu. Thus, one spiritual beast and one wolf squared off. Chapter 41, Snow in June. Given the addition of another mouth to feed, Chu Shiyun generously had Han Yu take out a large piece of beef from her storage and hand it over to Lin Yanhan. Later, when they ate, Yin, silver wolf, also known as Xiaoyin, got a big bowl in front of him with stewed beef that was tender and soft. For a wolf that had only eaten raw meat from birth, this seasoned cooked beef was simply incredibly delicious. He could say this was the best meal he'd ever had, so Xiaoyin was quite satisfied with his first meal after joining the group. After eating and drinking their fill, they took a leisurely walk to aid digestion before preparing to rest. It was not peacetime after all, so there were no electronics to entertain them. After dinner every night, if they didn't chat for a while, they would have nothing to do but sleep, otherwise they'd be bored half to death. Chu Shiyun was lying down on a cushion, covered with a blanket, his head resting on Shenmuken's thigh, while Xiaoyin lay beside him. Looking at Shenmuken's handsome face under the faint light of the distant fire, Chu Shiyun reached out to scratch his Adam's apple, thinking that this man in front of him was just too good-looking. Every part of his body matched Chu Shiyun's aesthetic preference perfectly, cold and aloof on the outside but gentle inside. How could such a perfect man exist? This thought lingered in Chu Shiyun's mind as he daydreamed. Shenmuken was originally looking up at the sky when he felt a ticklish sensation at his throat and caught the offending hand. "Be good, stop fooling around," he said, while realizing Chu Shiyun's infatuated expression. "I'm not fooling around," Chu Shiyun innocently replied. Shenmuken sighed lightly as he saw Chu Shiyun's expression and decided to let it go, then continued gazing at the moon hiding among the clouds, in a sky devoid of any starlight. Puzzled, Chu Shiyun asked, "Big brother Shen, have you noticed anything?" Shenmuken nodded seriously, his face becoming somber. "Yes. I don't know why, but I always have an ominous premonition. Look at the sky, bright sunshine just earlier today, but now, not a single star is visible. Not even the full moon we should be seeing tonight can be found." Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun also looked at the surrounding sky and found it to be exactly as Shenmuken had said. Beneath the entire sky, the only source of light was their fire. Chu Shiyun frowned. "Does this mean it's going to rain?" Shenmuken nodded, "Very likely." After hearing this, Chu Shiyun's face turned pale as he suddenly shouted, "Then let's hurry up and pitch a tent. What if it rains heavily in the middle of the night?" What heavy rain? Where's the heavy rain?" From a distance, Shen Yichen asked. Chu Shiyun pointed at the sky, "No starlight anywhere, isn't this a sign of rain?" Hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky and indeed realized the situation. Shen Yichen quickly nudged Mu Senian, "Quickly, get the tents out." Mu Senian followed through and distributed the tents. Since Lin Yanhan was sleeping inside the car, all of them were outside. They had planned to rough it since the weather looked fine, but now they detected signs of an impending rainstorm. If traveling during regular days was already difficult enough, how cruel was it now with the forecast of rain? Wouldn't that just ruin their chances? Only after hurriedly setting up the tents did they finally sigh with relief. They certainly didn't want to wake up soaked by the rain in the middle of a peaceful night. Seeing everyone busy, Shenmuken couldn't help feeling somewhat helpless and joined in the effort. However, unlike others, he didn't let go of his unease so easily. He constantly felt a sense of foreboding deep inside, as if something significant was about to happen. Seeing Shinmyukin's worried look, Chu Shiryun patted him gently. Don't overthink things. Soldiers come, generals will meet, waters rise, earth will cover them. There will always be a way to resolve problems, right? Looking at Chu Shiryun's smiling face, Shinmyukin unconsciously relaxed and pulled him into the tent. Yes. Even the most troublesome issues could be solved. As usual, Hanyu stood guard outside, though tonight there was an additional Shaoyin. When they were deeply asleep and dreaming sweetly halfway through the night, a sudden feeling of nearing death swept over Chu Shiryun, causing him to rapidly rush toward Shinmyukin, pressing onto him entirely. Just the next second after he moved aside, a hailstone the size of a fist crashed onto his yellow duck pillow, spilling the cotton stuffing everywhere. At the moment Chu Shiryun leapt over, Shinmyukin also woke up and naturally saw the scene where the hail pierced the pillow. Looking at Chu Shiryun perched on top of him and then at the pillow, Shinmyukin couldn't help but feel alarmed. What if Chu Shiryun hadn't managed to dodge in time? Shinmyukin sat up and wrapped one hand tightly around Chu Shiryun's waist. Staring at the pillow, Chu Shiryun's complexion wasn't great either. After all, one never expects ice to fall from the sky while lying peacefully in bed. A misstep might have been his undoing tonight. As the sound of hailstones smashing onto the ground resounded by his ears, Shinmyukin quickly rushed out of the tent with Chu Shiryun in his arms. Out there, in the weak firelight, he looked around and saw that the hailstones were falling so fast that they soon occupied a large portion of the smooth road. Realizing this change, everyone else had already come out to carefully avoid these unexpected calamities. Mo Yuyang cursed nearby, what's wrong with this situation? It didn't even bother raining, it just went straight for the hail. Their faces were not looking good as they cautiously evaded the falling ice. Fortunately, all of them were psychics, so avoiding the hailstones was no big deal, and not all of the hailstones were as large as fists. Considering their current location was in the remote wilderness, finding a small house to take refuge in wasn't an easy task. Therefore, everyone could only rely on artificial protection. Bai Qiaoshi created a small shelter with vines, which Sheng Yichen reinforced with gold elemental psychic abilities. Bai Qiaoshi called out to everyone, come inside quickly. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately sought cover inside. With his mental powers, Chu Shiryun could see the situation outside more clearly. He naturally observed the increasingly precarious state of the makeshift little shelter. The situation is not good. How much longer can you hold out? Even though they didn't have to continuously maintain their psychic outputs, Bai Qiaoshi and Sheng Yichen still needed to use their powers to repair the areas damaged by the hail. As time passed, their psychic energies gradually drained. Bai Qiaoshi hesitated for a moment before answering with a slightly pale face, possibly less than an hour. That's going to be troublesome. Chu Shiryun watched the hailstorm outside intensify. He felt that an hour later, the hail wouldn't stop. He could indeed hide inside the dimension space, and earlier he had successfully taken his master brother inside as well. However, the others couldn't enter. Listening to the sounds outside, Chu Shiryun felt frustrated for the first time. Shaoyin curled up into a ball and hid inside the small house built by Bai Qiaoshi and Sheng Yichen. Their limited abilities could only make Shaoyin squeeze in. A single hailstone wouldn't do much damage to Shaoyin, but a continuous barrage was something even Shaoyin couldn't withstand. Looking at the scene outside, Shinmyukin believed his foreboding had come true. Though he knew something would happen, he hadn't expected hail. For hail to fall in June was truly bizarre. Shinmyukin clenched his fists, sensing that things weren't over yet. Chu Shiryun looked up at Shinmyukin behind him, Master brother, what are we going to do now? Shinmyukin circled Chu Shiryun's waist with his hand to ensure that he didn't stand too far forward and get hit by the hail. Now, he still felt a wave of afterfear. Wait. Upon hearing this, everyone could only wait. This phenomenon is just too strange. This isn't the polar regions, and even if it were, it shouldn't hail like this now. Though Mo Yuyang tried to endure, he couldn't help but complain upon witnessing the sight. Chu Shiryun couldn't help but mock him, the end times have already happened, it's not surprising anymore that hail fell. Perhaps this meteorological abnormality is due to the apocalypse. Mo Yuyang deflated, truly having bad luck. Seeing Mo Yuyang hanging his head in disappointment, Chu Shiryun stopped taunting him. Looking at the car in the distance, its roof had been damaged early on, resulting in several large holes. Now, it looked even more tragic, obviously beyond repair. Chu Shiryun looked at Mu Senian, do we have any vehicles that can seat more than 7 people? Mu Senian blinked, then looked at the destroyed cars and nodded, we have 2 left. Hearing this, Chu Shiryun nodded. Afterward, everyone fell silent and waited patiently. Before long, the small shelter inevitably broke, forcing everyone to carefully dodge the hailstones. Despite being bulky, Shaoyin moved fast, performing better than most individuals. Shinmyukin also shielded Chu Shiryun slightly, sparing him some effort. By dawn, the hail began to ease off somewhat. By then, everyone had expended almost all their energy. Luckily, no one was injured. After the hail ceased, Chu Shiryun panted heavily, leaning on Shinmyukin, thinking that battling zombies might not be as tiring as this. Although Shinmyukin had helped him, his stamina couldn't keep up. Shinmyukin gently embraced him and glanced at the others. Everyone was in a similar condition. Shen Yukon gazed tenderly at Chu Shiryun's pale, exhausted face. Would you let your big brother carry you, dear? Chu Shiryun shook his head lightly, too exhausted to speak. His physical strength had always been poor. Thus, after staying up the whole night, Shen Yukon could still talk without any sign of breathlessness. He had merely sweated a little, but Chu Shiryun felt as if he were about to collapse. Chu Shiryun tilted his head back, ready to say something, when he suddenly contracted his pupils. Shen Yukon noticed it as well and instinctively hugged him and moved aside, but nothing happened. Shen Yukon turned around only to discover that the sky was white with icy snowflakes falling swiftly from the air, rapidly covering the still verdant landscape below. In no time at all, everything was dressed in silver and white. A scene that would usually captivate viewers with its beauty now sent chills down their spines. Flying snow in June, true flying snow in June. Already suffering from material shortages due to the apocalypse, how many people would die now because of this sudden heavy snowfall? How many ordinary people, already starving and incapable of self-protection, would survive this snowstorm? If the hailstones had served as a harbinger of calamity, then this snow represented genuine disaster. As snowflakes drifted down, carrying a chill, everyone here felt that none of this compared to the cold within their hearts. Shen Yukon's expression was grim, like he could drip water. Now, he managed to grit out 2 words painfully, let's go. Chapter 42, Snow Encounter. To avoid any unexpected incidents, the group did not prepare to drive 2 vehicles. Chu Shiryun and Shen Mutian rode on Xiaoyin's back leading the way, while the rest followed in the vehicle. However, in no time, the open road was already covered with snow. If it continued like this, it wouldn't be long before vehicular travel became an issue. Lin Yanhan, dressed in a snow-white down jacket, snuggled in Lin Yanbai's arms, so cold she couldn't help but rub her arms. Big brother, do you think big brother Shen and sister-in-law are alright? The woman had an innate cold condition, so Lin Yanhan couldn't help but bury herself completely in her brother's embrace. Even though the car had its heating on, it didn't seem to be having much effect. Lin Yanbai placed a hand warmer in Lin Yanhan's hands and then put a fluffy hat on her head. They should be fine. If they can't take it, they'll let us know. Although he said that, Lin Yanbai himself wasn't sure either. After all, despite being bundled up in down jackets and hand warmers inside the car, they still felt cold breezes creeping in, let alone the 2 braving the blizzard outside. Sheng Yichen zipped up his coat tightly around Mu Sinan, whose face had turned pale, trying to keep her warm with his own body heat. Mo Yuyang, with his fire elemental ability making him more resistant to cold, took it upon himself to drive. Thinking back to the large mall they passed earlier, fortunately, they hadn't shied away from taking the trouble and each of them grabbed 2 winter coats, otherwise, by now, they might all have been frozen into ice sculptures. Looking at everyone curled up in the car, Lin Yanhan couldn't help but feel grateful as she spoke out, good thing big brother Shen has such foresight. The others nodded in agreement. They all remembered how if it weren't for Shen Mutian strongly insisting they take thick down jackets, their current situation would be much less comfortable. As for Chu Shiryun and Shen Mutian, who were worried about, they were faring much better. Despite the wind and snow, after the white-haired man granted Chu Shiryun an opportunity, he discovered he could freely wield spatial abilities. Not only could he store things, but he could also derive some special abilities from it, such as what he was doing right now. Chu Shiryun released his spatial ability, forming a thin film around both of them. Although it looked like a bubble, it was actually very resilient and not easily breakable. This was the first ability Chu Shiryun had learned from his spatial ability. It seemed rather weak, only able to block dust or snow, unable to withstand hailstones. Of course, Chu Shiryun thought it was probably due to his low level of spatial power. Once he progressed further, he believed blocking hailstones wouldn't be an issue. Despite the apparent weakness of this skill, it was especially effective in the present moment. There was only a thin layer of film added over their not-so-thick down jackets, but they felt no trace of cold. Chu Shiryun crouched atop Xiaoyin, tightly gripping the long fur on its back to prevent falling off due to Xiaoyin's fast movements. Behind him, Shen Mutian firmly held onto his waist, pressing his entire body against Chu Shiryun's back. Feeling Shen Mutian's deep concern, Chu Shiryun raised his voice over the wind and snow to comfort him, "Big brother, don't worry. Everyone will be fine." Since they were within the same protective film, Chu Shiryun's voice, though soft, was heard clearly by Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian responded softly, Even though Shen Mutian had replied, Chu Shiryun knew he was still deeply worried about those at home. However, he couldn't tell him everything would turn out well. Based on his past life memories, when his big brother found him, everyone was still alive and well. So, none of them perished in this disaster, which was the only comfort he could draw from this situation now. He didn't care about others' opinions, but for those who treated him well, he wanted them to remain safe. Moreover, worrying wouldn't solve anything. At their current speed, it would take at least half a month to return to City A, not including the time needed to search for Sheng Yichen and Mo Yuyang's families. Finding them later would likely add even more days to their journey. Now, they could only hope this snow didn't last too long, and what they could do was try to reduce the travel time and rush back to City A. On the white-clad road, a white figure sped swiftly along, closely followed by a black vehicle. The snow was now getting heavier, with the depth reaching ankle-high, not quite hindering their every step, but certainly obstructing vehicular movement. Because of this, the group's progress slowed significantly again. In the car, they slowly chewed on bread. Sheng Yichen wore a worried expression, absently eating his food. His family was still in City Z, his grandparents were old, and if anything were to happen. Sheng Yichen suddenly shook his head violently, shaking off the unpleasant thoughts in his mind. Mu Sinan, noticing his state, gently patted his shoulder. Seeing Sheng Yichen looking so dejected, Mu Sinan felt equally disheartened. Usually, it was Sheng Yichen's turn to cheerfully tease him, but now seeing him like this left Mu Sinan at a loss, unsure of what to do. Sheng Yichen forced a smile and looked at Mu Sinan. I'm fine. Mu Sinan's eyes showed deep concern, but he didn't know what to say, only managing a He added after a pause, uncle and aunt will be safe. Sheng Yichen nodded, though it wasn't clear whether he had truly listened. Mo Yuyang also changed from his usual bright, handsome demeanor, growing more silent. There was no mood for jokes now. All they could hope for was to get home as soon as possible. As the car fell into silence, Mo Yuyang suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the vehicle to slide for some distance due to inertia. Lin Yanhan, shaken by the impact, swayed her dizzy head and asked with bewilderment, what happened? Mo Yuyang did not answer but gazed outside at the two who had suddenly stopped. Chu Shiyun was solemnly eyeing the road ahead. It was him who had abruptly stopped Xiaoyin. His gaze swept over the dense forest on both sides. Even though snow covered everything, staying stationary would make hiding easier than before the snowfall. Shen Mutian looked warily at Chu Shiyun. What is it? Chu Shiyun said, something's wrong. A vague sense of impending danger slowly extended. Looking at the snow-covered road ahead, even though it still appeared level, Chu Shiyun couldn't help feeling something was amiss. The others might not notice, but thanks to his higher mental strength, he could perceive that this section of snow may have been previously trampled, then covered again by heavy snow. While it was normal for someone to pass by, their current location was relatively remote, often going half a day without a single car. With such heavy snowfall, who else besides them could possibly be traveling? Even if there were some slim chances, Chu Shiyun could never risk their safety based on these uncertainties. Chu Shiyun patted Xiaoyin, signaling its large frame to step back. As Xiaoyin passed the car, Mo Yuyang rolled down the window and asked, sister-in-law, is something wrong? The rest were similarly puzzled. Chu Shiyun didn't answer directly but instructed, use your fire elemental ability to attack the road ahead. Though confused, Mo Yuyang did not object. Slowly concentrating his energy, he conjured up a massive fireball and hurled it toward the front. In response, dense iron spikes approximately 10 centimeters high were revealed where the originally smooth road had been hit by the fireball. The snow here was already quite thick, enough over time to completely cover the heap of iron spikes. Seeing this array of spikes appear in front, everyone's expressions darkened. Since Xiaoyin was a mutant beast, the harm caused by these spikes wouldn't be significant, nor were they short on vehicles. However, being manipulated in this way without any explanation left no one in a good mood. When the iron spikes appeared, Shen Mutian sensed slight movements far away and coldly snorted. He immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning, breaking off a branch far away. The person lying in ambush dropped together with a crossbow. A chilling smirk formed on Chu Shiyun's lips, making those watching shiver uncontrollably, especially those who were still hiding in the trees. Through the cracks, all they could see was a terrifying Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyun gave an order, clear the snow ahead. Mo Yuyang nodded. Then Chu Shiyun proceeded with Shen Mutian to a place close to the man who had fallen. Upon seeing the man, Chu Shiyun already guessed what type of people they were. The man picked up the crossbow, aiming it at Chu Shiyun. If Chu Shiyun dared take another step forward, the man would shoot him with the crossbow. Even though the man pointed the crossbow at Chu Shiyun, his legs trembled involuntarily. For so long since the apocalypse began, encountering various types of people, this was the first time he'd seen someone riding such a big wolf. Seeing the crossbow, Chu Shiyun didn't comment further. Xiaoyin bared its fangs and stared viciously at the man. To Xiaoyin, which frequently escaped hunters' guns, it harbored an inherent hatred for weapons such as guns and crossbows aimed at it. Thus, when the man saw Xiaoyin displaying this aggressive stance, unable to control himself, he shot an arrow towards Xiaoyin. As he moved, the others who had been lying in ambush in the trees started shooting arrows at Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian, and Xiaoyin standing in the center below. Even worse, Chu Shiyun even heard the sound of gunfire. However, the arrows did not hit them but stopped mid-air with faint lightning flickering around them. The one shot by the man was clamped in Xiaoyin's mouth. A purple gleam flashed in Shen Mutian's eyes, and the next moment, the arrows flew back, knocking down all those in the trees. Everyone who fell down sustained a cut on their hands or feet. Ah! Xiaoyin mimicked what happened and returned the arrow, striking the man in the leg. Chu Shiyun leapt down, Shen Mutian following closely behind. Chu Shiyun slowly walked to the man's side, his gaze flickered with a hint of gold as he asked calmly, were you the ones who put the nails on the road? The man's eyes lost focus, and he began answering Chu Shiyun's question, yes. Chu Shiyun, tell me why you did it. Chapter 43, Don't be afraid, it's fine. On the road covered with wind and snow, the calm voice of a man slowly resounded. When the apocalypse began, Brotherly awakened his psionic abilities. Then he organized us. First, we occupied the village, and then caught young and pretty men and women to serve us. The rest were used as forced laborers. Brotherly said that it wasn't a solution to just consume our resources, so he led us here waiting for opportunities to capture passers-by because we had many ability users and succeeded every time. Whenever we caught these people, according to the rules, the old and ugly ones would be forced into labor, while the young and beautiful ones were kept to attend to us. Everything was going well until suddenly a heavy snowfall occurred, and our food supply ran short. We used the useless children as provisions, but even that was not a permanent solution. Although quite a few of the elderly and disabled also perished, our food was still insufficient. Hence, we had no choice but to go out and catch people. In recent times, among those captured, those who obeyed were kept, those who disobeyed became provisions. Before his words finished, a streak of purple lightning pierced through the man's head. Perhaps, from beginning to end, he never knew how he died. The snow-covered ground was silent, except for the wind whistling mournfully like an offering for all the passers-by who had once perished here. Snow fell profusely, covering up sins in its pure white surface, concealing the darkness beneath the pristine whiteness, and masking unspoken pasts. The person who stepped out of the car clenched their fists tightly, wishing they could tear these people into shreds instantly. Shenmutian coldly looked at the corpse lying on the ground as if it wasn't him who had just taken action. Yet, those who knew him understood the rage concealed within his eyes. Chu Shiyun regarded the silent man on the ground indifferently. Regardless of whether these people did so willingly or under duress, the actions were done and couldn't be excused. Chu Shiyun reached out to hold Shenmutian's hand as silent consolation. Perhaps, Chu Shiyun seemed detached from such matters, uncaring. However, due to family influences, for Shenmutian, who grew up in a military-political household, his education wouldn't allow him to remain calm when faced with everything. He thought that the heavy snow would take many lives, but he didn't expect that some wouldn't die in the snowstorm but by the hands of their compatriots. Shenmutian closed his eyes, calming the fury inside him. When he opened them again, he was already composed. Using the one hand left, Shenmutian patted the hand holding onto him, telling Chu Shiyun, whose face was filled with worry, "I'm fine." Then, with a wave of his hand, he ordered the group behind him to tie up the injured individuals. Perhaps these people only suffered light wounds, yet they fell victim to Shenmutian's abilities, electric currents coursing throughout their bodies, leaving them unable to move though their lives were in no immediate danger. "Spare us! Spare us! Pardon us!" Mu Xinyan et al. Bound those people and dragged them over, where they immediately begged for mercy before Shenmutian, fully aware of what happened to the previous man. Mo Yuyang, enraged, angry at their actions already, now dared to beg for forgiveness. In uncontrollable fury, he moved forward, kicked down the lead man, and pointed accusingly at them shouting, "Pardon you? I don't see you pardoning others. All of this is on you." When they saw begging wasn't working, their gaze shifted towards Lin Yanhan, assuming she, being the sole female, would surely not let them perish. But when they turned their eyes toward her, they instead found her face pale, not wanting to look at them. Shenmutian waited until Mo Yuyang vented his anger, and then cast a distant look at them, silencing them. Once silence reigned, he questioned. "Besides you lot, how many are there in the village who are with you? How many psionic ability users? Are the villagers and the kidnapped still alive?" Terrified after being beaten, the leading man dared not have any second thoughts, fearing Shenmutian might strike him down with lightning at will, and thus spoke frankly. "There are 30 like us, 10 psi ability users, all in the village. Among the villagers and outsiders, there are about 20 more." As Chu Shiyun watched the trembling fear in that man's eyes, it struck him as bitterly ironic. He hadn't foreseen a day where he'd end up like the captives they once held, trembling helplessly as they begged for mercy to spare their lives. "What is the highest level among your psi abilities? Do you have guns?" The man hesitated briefly, looking up at a handsome, exquisite face, uncertain whether to speak. His gaze flickered upon Shenmutian's darkening countenance, scaring him into responding quickly. "It's brotherly. He is the only one in the village with psi ability reaching level 1. No, no guns, we've only encountered ordinary travelers so far, hence never obtained firearms." After saying this, the man couldn't help but plead with Shenmutian and Chu Shiyun, hoping they would show him some mercy. Chu Shiyun ignored the man's gaze and softly asked, "Big brother, should we go and lend a hand?" Chu Shiyun knew that this man was always outwardly cold but inwardly warm. If he didn't know about this matter, it might have been fine, but once he did, there was no way he could stay out of it. So although it was a question, it sounded more like a statement. Shenmutian nodded. He looked at the others and saw their faces filled with unresolved hatred. He realized they were thinking exactly the same thing as he was. Shenmutian's gaze landed on the man kneeling before them again. "Lead the way." Mu Xinyan, upon hearing Shenmutian's decision and seeing that they had captured more than 10 people, wasn't sure how to deal with them. "Brother Shen, what are we going to do with these people?" Shenmutian replied, "Take them along, then let the villagers handle it." The group nodded and followed a group of robbers into the village. Knowing that the highest level among this group of robbers was only level 1, Shenmutian and his companions weren't at all worried about not being able to subdue them. The snowy weather made it hard to move quickly, though they themselves weren't afraid of the snow. Still, to avoid alarming the robbers prematurely, they chose to walk. It usually took them about 10 minutes to reach the village from here, but it took them half an hour. They hid far away behind several large trees planted near the village entrance. Whether it was due to overconfidence or arrogance, or for another reason, there was no one guarding the place, saving them much trouble. Shen Mutian spoke calmly, "We'll split up into 2 groups. You, Xin Yan, take some people to rescue those who were captured, and my beloved, you come with me to capture Brotherly." Chu Shiyun obediently nodded. The man who led Chu Shiyun and the group here had grievances but dared not openly offend the two. Thus, he did as Shen Mutian said. 10 men divided into 2 groups. One group of men took 3 captives pretending to escort Chu Shiyun and his team to see Brotherly, while the rest went with Mu Xin Yan and his group to free the other prisoners. The man knew that even if he directly brought Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian, nothing would happen because Brotherly simply favored Chu Shiyun's type. Another person, though tall and strong, was still good-looking and wouldn't expose anything. Leading in front, the man had 3 others holding crossbows aimed at Shen Mutian and his companions' backs as they walked toward their main camp, which was the most beautiful house built in the village, a small villa. Even with 3 crossbows pointed at them, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian showed no fear, nor were they worried about being ambushed. As soon as any attempt happened, the arrows would be struck down by Shen Mutian's lightning before they could reach. When Chu Shiyun entered, he immediately heard crude words and saw unbearable scenes. Men and women engaged in acts of copulation, either voluntarily or forced. Chu Shiyun's face turned pale, his eyebrows furrowed as he hid behind Shen Mutian, unable to bear looking directly. Shen Mutian also frowned, carefully shielding the person behind him. Shen Mutian's sharp eyes focused on a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. With a receding hairline and a potbelly, a naked man and woman sat on each side of him. In the dead of winter, their skin had turned blue from the cold, yet the balding man seemed oblivious. As he watched Chu Shiyun enter with the leading man, his eyes greedily feasted on Chu Shiyun, filled with lustful desires. Although staring at Chu Shiyun, he said to the leading man, "Impressive. Third brother, never expected you to find such a premium piece this time." The leading man looked at him bitterly, not daring to speak a word, only hoping that Shen Mutian would spare him for being so compliant. Upon seeing Brother Li's unreserved gaze, Shen Mutian couldn't endure it anymore. Today seemed to bring a continuous string of despicable incidents challenging his limits. Raising his right hand, purple lightning coalesced into a whip lashing towards Brother Li. Within moments, Brother Li was bound by Shen Mutian's whip, currents running through his entire body causing him to scream painfully. Ah! The 3 men who had been pretending to point crossbows at Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian trembled and dropped their weapons. "Who are you? What do you want?" "Well done, Wang San, bringing outsiders to betray us, huh?" Shen Mutian's lightning strike instantly woke everyone in the room. They stopped their actions and glared at them maliciously. Someone tried to approach Brother Li but was electrocuted by the lightning around him, falling unconscious without even uttering a sound. Shen Mutian scanned them with sharp eyes. "Anyone doesn't want to die, don't move." Seeing the immense power of the lightning whip, those who had intended to attack paused their steps. Indeed, Brother Li, the strongest among them, lost within one exchange. How could they, who were weaker, even dare to challenge? As for those people who were treated as less than human by Brother Li and his group, a glimmer of hope, albeit faint, flickered in their eyes, hoping Shen Mutian would rescue them from the fiery abyss. The man who had been angrily berating Wang San just moments ago now put on a forced smile, flatteringly asking, "May I ask what brings the 2 of you here?" Chu Shiyun, seeing that Shen Mutian didn't want to engage further, stepped forward to answer on his behalf, saying sarcastically, "It's nothing major. We just can't stomach your despicable deeds and have come here to punish evil and uphold justice." The man's smile froze on his face. This statement gave even more hope to those who already harbored it within them. During the time they had been abducted by Brother Li, they longed for someone to come and save them, freeing them from their suffering. But one by one, their hopes were shattered. Would this attempt finally succeed? Chu Shiyun looked at the once dull eyes that now began to light up with vitality while some others had already given up completely. For some unknown reason, when he looked at these people, Chu Shiyun felt an uncomfortable lump in his chest. This mix of emotions beyond mere happiness or sadness was something he'd never felt before, especially not toward anyone outside his own brother and the Shen family. Shen Mutian naturally noticed Chu Shiyun's abnormal state, assuming he was afraid of the filthy and disgusting acts around them. He pulled him into a warm embrace, consoling softly, "Don't be scared, everything will be fine." Chu Shiyun tilted his head up, meeting Shen Mutian's tender gaze, and obediently nodded. Chapter 44, Greed Knows No Bounds. Looking at the ugly faces of those who feared for their lives, Chu Shiyun lost any desire to continue watching. If it weren't for waiting for Mu Sinin to come and deal with the aftermath, Chu Shiyun would have walked away. Tired from standing, and seeing that the sofa chair was full of filth, he felt even more repulsed. But he could only lean on Shen Mutian for rest. Wang San looked at how efficiently Shen Mutian had dealt with matters, becoming even more fearful of his strength. Yet as scared as he was, he didn't want to die. He slowly walked toward Shen Mutian, his legs trembling despite his efforts. "Master, considering I've been your guide, can you spare me?" Chu Shiyun looked at Wang San with disdain, doubting if this man had any ears. They had already stated that whether they lived or died would be decided by the villagers. Surely, Wang San didn't think bringing them in was enough to absolve him. With cold indifference, Chu Shiyun said, "You're not making requests to us. If you truly don't want to die, well, see if they will let you live." Then, pointing at the victims gathered to one side, still disheveled, he continued. Upon hearing Chu Shiryun's words, Wang San's face went deathly pale. It seemed clear to him that what they had done wouldn't allow those people to let them go easily. Chu Shiryun gave a cold snort and turned his gaze away from them all. Wang San cautiously lifted his head and noticed Shen Mutian standing nearby with his eyes closed, while Chu Shiryun was leaning lazily against him. In this moment, malicious intent surged within him. Anyway, they were all doomed to die, might as well take a risk. Thinking thus, Wang San's eyes took on a savage glint. While carefully observing the movements of both individuals, he reached into his chest and pulled out a knife. With blinding speed, he struck at Shen Mutian, the leader. In his eyes, the only threat was Shen Mutian. Chu Shiryun was merely some flower kept by Shen Mutian. Once the master was gone, taking care of the remaining flower would be nothing. Excited, Wang San saw his dagger closing in on Shen Mutian. Just a little bit more. Almost succeeding. Shen Mutian hadn't sensed anything, nor did Chu Shiryun move away from Shen Mutian. Only a little bit left. 10 centimeters. The last centimeter. Boom. What happened? Wang San felt a buzzing sensation in his mind, staring wide-eyed in disbelief at his own hand. Why? Why couldn't he thrust forward? Turning his gaze towards the pair, Shen Mutian merely returned a cold stare without further action. But Chu Shiryun's look carried a hint of amusement, his eyes as cold as ice. Still leaning languidly against Shen Mutian, his gaze fell upon the dagger, his eyes dark like ink. Wang San originally thought he was unable to move, but now, as he watched the dagger in his grip turn its trajectory toward himself instead. Pooh! As the dagger pierced his heart, Wang San caught sight of that delicately handsome flower, muttering a phrase, overestimating yourself. Perhaps until his death, Wang San wouldn't understand why things ended this way, but he realized too late, he had misjudged. Thought to be someone relying on others for protection, it turned out to be a flesh-eating flower. The instant the dagger drove down, blood spattered everywhere. Shen Mutian quickly moved backward with Chu Shiryun. Others were confused about what exactly happened, yet Shen Mutian knew clearly but bore no ill will, only concernedly asking, did you feel tired? He knew every time after using mental power, Precious One would always feel exhausted. Chu Shiryun shook his head. He saw the worried expression on Shen Mutian's face, expecting maybe a bit of shock from his ruthlessness. Unexpectedly receiving such understanding made his heart even lighter. It's fine, not much consumption. Though unclear why Wang San had committed suicide, those two leading figures continued laughing lightly amidst this scene. The crowd only felt an icy chill run down their spines. Daring not to say anything negative about the duo, the group grew more apprehensive. After a while, Mu Sinan completed their mission and returned. Mu Sinan led ahead, followed by middle-aged men dressed thinly behind him. There were few elders, but Chu Shiryun guessed that they may have perished in this snowy weather. Approaching, Mu Sinan reported, Brother Shen, 19 people in total, all brought here. Shen Mutian nodded indifferently. Although expected to survive poorly without food or clothes, they hadn't anticipated only so few remaining. Those present appeared somewhat dazed initially. They were told they would be saved, but why were they brought here now? Looking at these individuals, Shen Mutian's expression became somewhat better compared to when dealing with those inside, though his voice remained chilly. Nevertheless, everyone understood it was just part of his nature. I know since the apocalypse, everyone has been struggling. I've already captured the ringleader, so punish them as you wish. After speaking, the lightning that had been binding Brotherly rapidly extended, rushing toward those who had been waiting in the house. The perpetrators were scared and tried to escape but couldn't outrun Shen Mutian's abilities. After the lightning struck the group, it disappeared, leaving them collapsed on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was still disbelieving. How could the demons who had tormented them for so long be defeated just like that? A thin old man with tears of gratitude stepped forward unsteadily and asked hesitantly, Sir, are these people really up to us to deal with? Looking into the elder's hopeful eyes, Shen Mutian solemnly nodded. With Shen Mutian's nod, the victims who had been mistreated by those individuals surged forward to face their tormentors. Struck by Shen Mutian's ability, the tormentors were unable to move, forced to endure whatever revenge awaited them. One by one, they pleaded, hoping the mercy they once sought from their captives would save them now. Chaos erupted, some searching for loved ones, others seeking vengeance. Blood soaked the ground as the retaliatory actions became gruesome. Even Muir Su and the others, watching silently from a distance, felt a shiver down their spines as they watched the men mutilated and then made to consume their own flesh. Chu Shiryun looked at their actions and saw nothing wrong with it, while Musier and the rest reacted differently, prompting Chu Shiryun's curiosity. What's wrong? Mo Yudong struggled to answer. Sister-in-law, don't you feel a bit of empathy looking at such scenes? Doesn't your lower body ache too? Chu Shiryun was confused. Why empathy? You didn't do anything wrong, right? Look, elder brother feels nothing. At that, the group turned to Shen Mutian, who regarded Chu Shiryun with an affectionate expression, making them all realize how limited their understanding truly was. The chaos soon settled, almost none survived. Though harsh, everyone knew it was the retribution those villains deserved. If they hadn't treated others as subhuman and inflicted endless humiliation, things wouldn't have ended this way. Seeing it was done, Shen Mutian deemed there was no longer any business left for them here and prepared to leave. Master. Behind them, a raspy cry stopped Shen Mutian. It was the same elder. Shen Mutian indifferently questioned, anything else? The elder smiled and replied, though we don't know where you're heading, given the heavy wind and snow outside, why not stay a few days until the storm passes? Although kindly spoken, Chu Shiyun caught a hint of calculation in the elder's gaze. Chu Shiyun scoffed inwardly, it was clear enough. Out of the wolves' den, they began plotting again. He despised such thankless efforts most. Of course, the elder heard Chu Shiyun's laughter. Face serious, the elder questioned, do you find something amusing, young man? Is there something wrong with what I've said? Spotting the malicious glint in the elder's eyes, Shen Mutian placed Chu Shiyun behind him protectively. Leaning against Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun rested his chin on Shen Mutian's shoulder and chuckled warmly, not at all. I think the elder is completely right. Just as the elder's expression softened, Chu Shiyun added smoothly, but I wonder, if we stayed, what exactly do you plan to use to entertain us? The elder froze, this. People nearby overheard their exchange and approached, angered by Chu Shiyun's direct confrontation towards their village chief. How dare you speak like that, even though you saved us, must you be so rude? Besides, it wasn't even you who saved us. The mayor is just kindly asking you to stay, don't reject the offer. Without the pressure of Brother Li's gang, the villagers believed themselves safe, and quickly lost the initial gratitude they'd held for their rescuers. Chu Shiyun's group observed how fast these people changed, speaking ill despite Chu Shiyun saying nothing wrong. Knowing these villagers' food supplies were low, shouldn't walking away suffice? The atmosphere immediately grew icy. Seeing this, the elder put on a forgiving smile, enough, let's not quarrel. This young man probably meant no harm. His words however only worsened matters. Hearing the elder's implied meanings, Chu Shiyun gave a cold laugh, while Shen Mutian's expression remained indifferent. I know you all are capable. Our village is remote, and we don't see many travelers. You can stay for now, but our food supplies are low, so you may need to take care of yourselves. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the villagers who were with him understood his meaning, they had no more food. If this group stayed, they wouldn't just watch them die, would they? Having figured it out, they stared intensely at Chu Shiyun's group, assuming others didn't realize their calculations. And if they stayed, during this time, there would be no more threats for them. These people were so strong, dealing with those zombies would be effortless. Plus, anyone who could make it this far should have no shortage of food. Seeing their unmasked desires, Shen Mutian lost interest in staying. He originally pitied them, which was why he saved them, but now they were scheming against him and his group. Holding Chu Shiyun's hand, Shen Mutian prepared to leave, with the others following closely behind. Witnessing their intention not to stay, the elder gritted his teeth in anger and glared fiercely at Chu Shiyun's back, silently nodding toward the pure-looking woman standing beside him. The woman understood, stepping forward and grabbing Mo Yudong's leg as he followed from behind, shouting loudly, no, you can't leave. Chapter 45, New Target. Mo Yudong was startled by her move and tried to pull his leg free from the woman's grip, but he was afraid of hurting her, so for a moment, he didn't know what to do. The people ahead were also startled by their actions. The woman clutched Mo Yudong's thigh, her pure face still bearing the scars left by those men. Her tearful eyes now looked at Shen Mutian with an almost pitiful expression. Unfortunately, her attention was misdirected, as Shen Mutian was purely gay and naturally had no feelings for her. Mo Yudong stammered, boss, sister-in-law, save me. Chu Shiyun glared at the woman, but she didn't care and continued looking at Shen Mutian in that way. It was hard to say who she was before the apocalypse, but since she survived among Li's group and even lived quite comfortably, it was clear that she wasn't someone simple. She could tell that among these men, Shen Mutian was the most powerful. If she could win him over, why would she want to go back to living the way she used to? Thus, she performed even more enthusiastically, sir, please help us. All our supplies have been ruined by that surnamed Li person. If you leave like this, we will surely starve to death. Hearing her words, the others quickly joined in. That's right, help us, please. You're so kind, surely, you won't just watch us die. That's true. Besides, now that Li Chong is dead, who will protect us? We don't have any special abilities. Exactly, you must stay. Not only give us food, but also protect us. Right, if you rescue someone, do it thoroughly. If you carry a Buddha halfway, take it all the way to the west. The group was stunned by their shameless remarks. They had kindly helped them and yet received such treatment in return. Except Chu Shiyun, whose nature was indifferent, naturally he wouldn't react much. Initially, he merely felt pity for them, but now all he felt was their shamelessness. Seeing how righteous and kind his master brother failed on his first attempt to help others, and looking at the other innocent youngsters, he thought giving them a lesson might not be bad. So, he shouted loudly, interrupting their chatter, stop arguing. The villagers looked at Chu Shiyun, unsure what he intended to do, but believed these people would comply with their requests. After all, they had saved them, indicating kindness, so surely they would help until the end. Chu Shiyun didn't immediately address these people but patted Shen Mutian gently on the shoulder as a sign of comfort, then gave a fleeting glance at the woman, which made her uncontrollably release her grip. Seeing this, Mo Yuyang hurriedly ran away, almost collapsing from weakness. Lin Yanbai caught him. The woman's eyes were filled with fear, unsure of what happened. Chu Shiyun didn't bother explaining to her, lazily and arrogantly observing the villagers. Actually, it doesn't have to be so complicated. The elder laughed and asked, don't know what the young man plans to do. Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow, casually stating, why not just kill you all? You're bound to die of starvation or freezing anyway. I'll just send you off sooner. The old man was startled backward by the killing intent in Chu Shiyun's eyes. No one else opposed Chu Shiyun's words either, allowing him to speak freely. Though they knew he wouldn't really kill, disciplining this greedy bunch wasn't bad either. The villagers were scared by Chu Shiyun's words, but not everyone believed he would actually kill them. If these people wanted to kill them, why did they save them in the first place? How vicious can you be? Mister, you've seen it yourself, haven't you? This person is so cruel. You'd better kick him out of the team immediately. You just want our help, right? Is it necessary to say such things? If you can't help us, you shouldn't have saved us in the first place. Chu Shiyun was tired of wasting words with them, raising his eyebrows and softly cajoling Shen Mutian, master. Shen Mutian already understood his unspoken meaning, and after taking a final look at the crowd, he directly led his group away without looking back. The villagers tried to guilt-trip them, but Shen Mutian immediately stretched his hand back, unleashing his lightning-based ability to cover the ground, enveloping every person behind him. Although not lethal, it was enough to teach them a painful lesson. After this incident, they probably wouldn't help anyone else recklessly anymore. Though Chu Shiyun thought the punishment given to this group was too light, he was still happy about the change in Shen Mutian. While hugging Shen Mutian's arm to console him, a soft smile appeared on his face. After several rounds of soothing, Shen Mutian's mood finally improved as well. Little Yin, watching from afar, finally saw them emerge and excitedly ran over, rubbing its head against Chu Shiyun's face. Who knows, seeing them gone for so long, Little Yin thought it had just found a temporary meal ticket only to be abandoned already. Seeing Chu Shiyun finally come out after waiting for an hour, Little Yin couldn't help itself any longer, it was almost using its big tongue to lick him. Chu Shiyun comfortably buried his face in Little Yin's fur. Indeed, it felt pretty nice. The originally silver-white fur looked clean, with a subtle scent of wind and snow. Alright, stop fooling around, next time wherever we go, I'll bring you. Chu Shiyun smiled amusingly at the pouting Little Yin, then vigorously rubbed its neck fur. Shen Mutian let out a helpless chuckle, his foul mood from being morally blackmailed by the villagers finally improved. He casually spoke to the dispirited group, let's go. After speaking, he and Chu Shiyun leapt onto Little Yin first, leading the way, while Mo Suiniang summoned a vehicle from the storage space and followed closely behind. For the following week, nothing untoward happened. The blizzard stopped, but the weather remained cold, worse than when it was snowing. During this time, they encountered one ambush by mutated beasts, 3 level 2 zombies, and 1 level 3 zombie. Fortunately, Shen Mutian's level had reached level 3, Chu Shiyun's level was nearing the peak of level 3, and there was also a level 2 mutated wolf. Coincidentally, the level 3 zombie they encountered was also a psychic-type anomaly. Normally, psychic zombies are harder to deal with at the same level because they can control others like themselves, but thanks to Chu Shiyun, the crisis passed. Moreover, through this battle, Chu Shiyun felt that his powerful mental strength began to show signs of converting into real combat ability. The sky grew dim, and on a vast open road stood a car, beside which lay a silver wolf. Chu Shiyun, dressed in a long down jacket, sat on a folding chair, leaning against Shen Mutian's chest. Others gathered before them in a semicircle, either stretching their limbs or eating. After these days of hustling, their meals were already very casual, a bread and some sausages or a can of mixed porridge would suffice. Chu Shiyun held a map in his hand, examining it carefully. Based on our current traveling speed, if everything goes smoothly, we should reach City Z tomorrow. However, we don't have much gasoline left, so we need to refuel at a gas station first. Because this gas station is not directly on the route to City Z, we need to detour a little. Are there any questions? Chu Shiyun looked at the map position as he asked for opinions. Shen Mutian offered no objection, simply stuffing fresh cherry pits into Chu Shiyun's mouth. Sheng Yichen raised his hand and answered, Sister-in-law, I remember there's also a gas station on the way to City Z. Why take a detour? A few people here were from City Z and City A, familiar with the routes, so Chu Shiyun's decision to take a detour puzzled them slightly. Seeing Chu Shiyun couldn't speak with his mouth full, Shen Mutian helped explain, there are gas stations indeed along the route to City Z, but those are level 2. However, the one we're heading to is level 1. Got it? Everyone suddenly understood, the levels of gas stations differ significantly in fuel reserves. A level 2 gas station obviously couldn't match the capacity of a level 1 station. Chu Shiyun, noticing Sheng Yichen's slightly worried expression, added, of course, we don't necessarily have to go to the level 1 gas station, the level 2 station wouldn't be much different. Sheng Yichen looked up, realizing the concern others showed toward him from their looks. After pondering for a moment, Sheng Yichen said, taking the detour adds just an extra hour to our journey, but we get more gasoline. Though I'm worried about my family, I can't disregard everyone else's wishes. Moreover, with each city now having established bases, I believe they would have gone there first for refuge. Since Sheng Yichen put it this way, the others naturally had no further objections. If not for the essential need for gasoline and the possibility that it would become scarcer, they wouldn't have wasted time to fetch it. Once they discussed and rested enough, it was naturally time to move forward. Since they decided to take the detour, they would naturally need to save time elsewhere. As always, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian rode little Yin ahead. With Chu Shiyun's spirit power growing stronger, if it weren't necessary to locate combined zombie mutations, they could have avoided most of the zombies early on. When they arrived at the gas station, it was already nightfall. Faint howls from zombies could still be heard. Hearing this sound, everyone felt unusually close, because the presence of zombies indicated that this gas station had not been visited by others or any other group, meaning they would be able to almost completely obtain all the gasoline at the gas station. Chu Shiyun looked eagerly at Shen Mutian, who naturally understood what he was thinking. He patted Chu Shiyun's head, then turned his gaze to the others and gave instructions calmly. Yichen and Han Yu, follow me. The rest stay behind, especially Yu Yang, watch your abilities. Shen Mutian particularly emphasized this to Mo Yu Yang, whose ability belonged to the fire element. If he accidentally started a fire, not only would it be uncertain whether they could get the gasoline, but it was also likely the whole group would have to stay there. Mo Yu Yang nodded seriously. After giving them their instructions, Shen Mutian led the group towards the gas station. Chu Shiyun followed with small quick steps. Han Yu leaped onto Sheng Yichen's shoulder in just a few bounds, and the latter followed the two people ahead. Chapter 45, Fierce Battle. Chu Shiyun perceived that the zombie with the highest psi energy in the gas station was merely at level 1, so he didn't even entertain the idea of taking their crystal cores. He drove them away and came to where the gasoline was stored. Big brother, don't you think we're having a stroke of luck this time? This gasoline has been here for so long and no one has taken it yet. Chu Shiyun looked at the relatively intact environment inside the gas station and said excitedly with shining eyes. Shen Mutian chuckled lightly, isn't it lucky every time we go on an adventure with our little treasure? Chu Shiyun giggled happily, not feeling the slightest bit shy. Nonsense. It's obviously Big Brother who has good luck. Shen Mutian affectionately pinched Chu Shiyun's nose, just as good. Chu Shiyun rubbed his arm against him cutely. Sheng Yichen and Han Yu followed behind. The frustration of being such big figures yet still ignored, alas. Fortunately, they weren't alone. Sheng Yichen and Han Yu exchanged glances with shared understanding and reluctantly kept up with the duo's pace. Not long after, the three arrived at the place where the underground oil tanks were located. Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun considerately moved aside, giving Sheng Yichen the chance to show off his skills. Sheng Yichen. He really was nothing more than a moving machine without feelings. Regrettably, looking at the two who had completely shirked responsibility, Sheng Yichen could only accept his fate and start working. Besides, if this job were left to Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian, who knows how long it would take until they dig. Now was the time for a professional to step up. Watching Sheng Yichen use his metal elemental psi energy to manipulate the rebar in the floor, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian edged a little further away, avoiding any possible injuries. Wow, the metal elemental psi energy is truly useful. Chu Shiyun teased, watching as Sheng Yichen quickly pried up the floor. Shen Mutian whispered into his ear softly, our baby's space psi energy and mental psi energy are also very powerful. Chu Shiyun covered his blushing face shyly but then spread out his little chubby fingers to reveal his eyes. Big Brother's lightning psi energy is pretty awesome too. Han Yu looked at the pink background bubbling between the two and then glanced at Sheng Yichen standing lonely, shedding silent tears. Ah me. It was better for him to stay far away, lest he gets hurt unintentionally. Before long, Sheng Yichen had fully pried open the floor. Chu Shiyun approached the edge and saw the oil tanks below with starry eyes. Now we won't have to worry about running out of gasoline. Looking at this scene, Shen Mutian also felt quite pleased. They had visited several gas stations before, all of which were taken by others, leaving them with nothing. Finally, this time they would be able to monopolize. Han Yu leaped inside and quickly started work. Soon, the oil tanks began to slowly diminish. Sheng Yichen was surprised to see this. Though he knew Han Yu had spatial storage capabilities, for it to store so many oil tanks, and considering the stuff collected beforehand, it must be incredibly vast. Xi Nian only managed to get a space over 100 square meters when promoted to level 2, still much smaller compared to Han Yu's. After realizing this fact, Sheng Yichen's respect for Chu Shiyun increased. Although Chu Shiyun always acted as if powerless, everyone in the team including Sheng Yichen knew Chu Shiyun wasn't that simple. Otherwise, how else could someone manage to tame a pet like this? In less than 5 minutes, Han Yu finished collecting all the oil tanks and jumped back up. Staying down there any longer would mean acquiring a nasty smell, it already did. With the oil collection complete, the group naturally prepared to leave. This time, to avoid witnessing Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian's PDAs, Sheng Yichen decided to walk ahead. As such, the gap between the three grew increasingly wider. Chu Shiyun pouted and stared at Sheng Yichen's backside. Big brother, aren't we that annoying? What's his problem? Shen Mutian pinched Chu Shiyun's chubby cheek slightly. Still such a great feel. His gaze brimming with tenderness, don't mind him. He's just missing Sinan. Chu Shiyun, somewhat harshly, it hasn't even been half an hour yet, why is he rushing so much? But. Chu Shiyun imagined himself and Shen Mutian's actions and gradually understood Sheng Yichen's perspective. Laughing and chatting, the two made their way towards the parking area. Ah! Chu Shiyun let out a startled cry. Shen Mutian pulled everyone back immediately, while simultaneously summoning his electric whip, lashing forward swiftly. Chu Shiyun, weak at the knees, leaned heavily on Shen Mutian. If not for Shen Mutian holding him, he might have fallen to the ground. In terror, Chu Shiyun gazed at the humanoid creature hit by Shen Mutian's electric whip, its skin burned and charred from that lash, exposing some rotting areas underneath. It wore a gas station uniform with tangled hair spilling over its shoulders, partially missing and revealing a blood-streaked skull. It was a level 4 female zombie, and even worse, it was a dual-attribute zombie of the mental and wind energy. Shen Mutian's expression turned serious while Chu Shiyun appeared shocked, clearly unable to forget how the level 4 zombie had used its wind-based psi energy to suddenly appear half a meter in front of them earlier. Shen Mutian consoled gently, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chu Shiyun felt slightly better. After regaining composure, he thought it disgraceful for the zombie to ambush them while they were chatting happily. He remembered how the zombie took advantage of their relaxed state by launching an unexpected attack first with mental influence on their faces followed by surprising mental psi energy, which made Chu Shiyun think this zombie was truly wicked. If not for its interference with his spirit, Chu Shiyun wouldn't have been frightened so severely. The two maintained vigilance toward this level 4 zombie. This was their first time confronting such a challenging opponent that was also very intelligent. The level 4 zombie tilted her head, seemingly confused as to why she hadn't managed to harm them. Chu Shiyun warned solemnly, "Big brother, watch out for her spirit force, try not to let her get close." Shen Mutian nodded. His psi energy abilities were suitable for both short and long ranges, but since the level 4 zombie possessed spiritual force and wind psi energy which enhances speed, she was already higher than them by one level, making it more difficult to deal with. Apparently, at the beginning, she used her wind psi energy to blend into the air aided by her mental psi energy. This explained why they failed to notice her presence. After so much time passed without encountering the likes of Muse Nian, either the 4th level zombie had used her mental power to disguise the scenery here beforehand or some other misfortune occurred. Contemplating this possibility caused tension to rise within both of them. Now all they could do was pray nothing untoward had happened to their comrades. Chu Shiyun conjured a protective film around both himself and Shen Mutian. Having practiced over the past week, Chu Shiyun's film could now not only block snowstorms but also provide defense against certain attacks. Chu Shiyun stood guard beside Shen Mutian to prevent the level 4 zombie from suddenly attacking again. Shen Mutian wielded his lightning-based psi energy to form an electric whip striking the level 4 zombie, yet she moved too fast and managed to interfere using her spirit force, making her extremely hard to defend against. Clang! The zombie's sharp claws swiped down from above. Shen Mutian swiftly formed a tang sword with his light-based psi energy to intercept, and though he narrowly dodged, the zombie then aimed another mental psi energy attack toward Shen Mutian which Chu Shiyun managed to block, causing Shen Mutian to retreat in time. The tang sword in hand transformed into a long whip, trapping the zombie, succeeding in a hit. The current coursed through the zombie's body. Despite being one level lower, Shen Mutian's psi energy was highly concentrated, so the zombie couldn't fully resist the light-based attack. After half an hour, both parties bore several wounds, Shen Mutian's chest wound the severest, cut deep to the bone by a wind blade, whereas although the level 4 zombie was also injured, zombies inherently feel no pain, thus diminishing the impact of damage on her. Chu Shiyun, filled with sorrow watching Shen Mutian protect him, tears welling up in his eyes. Shen Mutian panted, protecting him behind as he watched ahead, softly consoling, "Be good, don't cry, big brother is fine." Chu Shiyun sniffled, simultaneously refocusing attention on the zombie who had gathered a bigger wind blade in her hands, anxiously calculating in his mind, "Big brother, you strike her eyes and see if you can take her out in one shot, I'll assist you." Alright. If this zombie's sight were obstructed, it would certainly become easier for them to subdue her. Chu Shiyun stared intently at the zombie's eyes. Though Chu Shiyun's level wasn't as high as hers, his spirit force was far more solid. Seizing the momentary lapse in the zombie's focus, Shen Mutian leaped and swung his electric whip at the zombie's eyes, striking successfully. While landing, Shen Mutian quickly changed the electric whip into a large blade, chopping down towards the zombie's head. Pum! A dull sound resounded when the electrified blade struck the zombie's head, followed by a grating noise as it slid across. Seeing no effect, Shen Mutian increased the output of his psi energy. Finally, the zombie's skull cracked open. The two crystal cores inside were picked out by Shen Mutian, but simultaneously, the two of them also suffered a certain degree of injuries. Oof! Chu Shiyun collapsed onto the ground, clutching his head tightly. Controlling the zombie's consciousness for just a brief moment was no easy feat. Just after that fleeting instant, when the zombie regained awareness, she instantly attacked Chu Shiyun. Currently, Chu Shiyun's brain was under relentless attack from the zombie, like countless needles piercing sharply. As for Shen Mutian, he had been injured by the zombie's frenzy at the time of its death. His entire body was covered in wounds inflicted by wind blades. If it hadn't been for Chu Shiyun drawing away most of the zombie's attention, the mental attacks would have also fallen upon him. Shen Mutian endured his injuries, struggling to rise and cradling the curled-up Chu Shiyun into his arms. Honey. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chu Shiyun's dazed spirit turned toward Shen Mutian. After a long while, his eyes finally focused, noticing the man's look of tension and fear. Chu Shiyun managed to force a faint smile. Big brother, don't worry, I'm fine. Shen Mutian almost believed him if it weren't for his ragged breathing and ashen complexion. Recalling how this same person who would cry out for comfort over even the smallest scratch now tried hard not to burden him with concern, Shen Mutian felt his heart tearing apart inside. Don't be afraid, I'll take you out. Shen Mutian lifted him up. The depletion of his psi energy along with the wounds on his body caused him to waver momentarily, steadying himself before moving forward slowly. Here. There they are. They're over here. Before taking 2 steps, Shen Mutian heard a clamor and soon saw Muse Nian rushing towards them anxiously. Sheng Yichen and Muse Nian supported the severely wounded Shen Mutian, intending for him to set Chu Shiyun down, but there was no response. Unable to help but assist instead, they held on to both of them and walked outside. Seeing familiar faces, Chu Shiyun fainted with reassurance. Chapter 47, Don't be afraid. When Chu Shiyun woke up again, all he saw was the dark roof of the car and then Shen Mutian's worried face. Chu Shiyun wanted to speak, but his mouth was dry and sore, making no sound possible, and his throat hurt terribly. Shen Mutian quickly took the water after seeing this and pulled Chu Shiyun into his arms. Come on, drink slowly. Chu Shiyun leaned against Shen Mutian, sipping water, feeling slightly better after a while. Brother, how long have I been asleep? Shen Mutian put the water aside and helped Chu Shiyun sit steadily. You've slept through the whole night. After they came back last night, Lin Yanhan used her abilities to help Shen Mutian treat his injuries, which luckily were all external, thus healing quickly. But Chu Shiyun had suffered brain trauma, and Lin Yanhan couldn't do anything about it, so they could only wait for Chu Shiyun to wake up on his own. Fortunately, there wasn't a recurrence of the condition from last time. Chu Shiyun simply slept through the night before waking up. Chu Shiyun nodded, then. Are we in Z City now? Looking out of the car window at increasingly dense buildings, even without Shen Mutian's reply, Chu Shiyun guessed correctly. Shen Mutian, yeah. Now we're going to find Yichen's family at his home first. If we don't find them there, we'll decide to search the base next. Chu Shiyun understood as he nodded. After recovering a bit of strength, he reached out and touched Shen Mutian, pulling apart his clothes to check for wounds. Though aware that the team had Lin Yanhan, a light element ability user, Chu Shiyun always found it hard to let go until he actually saw Shen Mutian healed. Now, observing Shen Mutian's skin restored to its original state, Chu Shiyun finally calmed down. Seeing Chu Shiyun's worried expression, Shen Mutian shook his head with amusement. My injuries are healed already. You, on the other hand, should check if you still feel unwell anywhere. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun remembered to check his own wounds. His mental energy was already fine, having recuperated overnight due to Shen Mutian's protection, and his body hadn't suffered any harm. Thus, Chu Shiyun shook his head. I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Shen Mutian exhaled in relief. That's good. Thinking for a moment, Shen Mutian fished 2 crystal cores out of his pocket and handed them to Chu Shiyun. Initially unsure what they were, once identified, Chu Shiyun's eyes widened. He accepted the 2 crystal cores, each as big as red dates, shining green and colorless interspersed with a luminous blue-purple sheen. Unlike the previous crystalline, transparent cores, these ones seemed to flow with some inner light within, incredibly beautiful. Chu Shiyun held one up against the sun, finding the sensation even stronger. Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mutian with bright eyes. Big brother, are these the crystal cores we gained last night? Shen Mutian nodded. These were given to him by Mu Senian when he woke up this morning. Due to his anxiety over Chu Shiyun's health last night, he didn't bother with the zombie, and afterward, Mu Senian had seen it and cleaned it up for them. He also found it strange this morning upon getting the crystal cores because these indeed differed significantly from the usual ones. Chu Shiyun examined the crystal cores in his hands, reflecting on the strength of the zombie from last night. It seems level 3 to level 4 is a dividing line. Although in the past life, after 6 months, he stayed by Big Brother's side, these kinds of details he genuinely did not know clearly. Hearing this, Shen Mutian thought back to last night's troublesome zombie and concurred with a nod. Had his rank not reached level 3 and not united with his partner, they might have failed this time. Chu Shiyun cherished the 2 newly acquired crystal cores in his hand, being completely unable to resist such shiny things. Every year on his birthday, the entire Chu family would take the opportunity to gift him various gems. On business trips too, they'd bring him back gemstones. His collection room at home was filled with these glittering stones, so these current 2 crystal cores fascinated him deeply. They really were quite striking. Seeing Chu Shiyun's expression, Shen Mutian felt much better himself. Speaking gently, he asked, do you like them? Chu Shiyun nodded eagerly like a little chick pecking rice. MHM. Low-level crystal cores were just like the gems in his collection, so Chu Shiyun hadn't particularly treasured them. However, these level 4 cores were truly beautiful, giving off an air of mystery, strongly invoking a desire to collect them. Seeing Chu Shiyun liked them so much, Shen Mutian indulgently said, if you like them, your big brother will look for more later. Chu Shiyun happily nodded. As for the others in the car, they were already desensitized. Were they unaware? How could 4th grade crystal cores be found so casually? Or maybe they just couldn't understand the world of the experts. Thinking about how he was only at level 1, perhaps just breaking into level 2, while Shinmutian was already at level 3 and almost approaching level 4, everyone had become numb. They were truly out of their depth when it came to understanding geniuses. Moreover, as they looked at Chu Shiyan's appearance, they did not think he would use the crystal cores to enhance his own strength. He might merely play with them instead. After playing for a while, it wasn't until his stomach began growling that Chu Shiyan realized he hadn't eaten breakfast since waking up. Shinmutian slapped his forehead guiltily. It's my fault. I was too focused on showing you the crystal cores and forgot that you haven't eaten. Chu Shiyan grabbed Shinmutian's hands, looking at his reddened forehead and gently blowing on it. Big brother, why are you hitting yourself? It was me who wanted to see them, so how could this be your fault? Does it hurt? Shinmutian caught his hand and gave it a gentle kiss. No, it doesn't hurt. Chu Shiyan pondered for a moment and then said, you haven't eaten either, have you? Upon hearing this, Shinmutian nervously averted his eyes, avoiding Chu Shiyan's gaze. Chu Shiyan made a noise of disapproval. Big brother. I've told you not to neglect your body like that, didn't I? This means you didn't listen to me again, huh? Shinmutian tried to flatter him by pulling him into his arms, poking Chu Shiyan's chubby cheeks. It's my fault, okay? Next time, I'll definitely eat first, alright? Chu Shiyan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Are you saying there will be a next time? Shinmutian raised both hands in surrender. I won't dare, I absolutely won't dare anymore. Chu Shiyan scrutinized him up and down, deciding that if he stayed safe, this issue could end here, so he changed the subject by gesturing for Hanyu, sitting beside him. Hanyu understood and placed 2 lunch boxes in front of the two. These were dishes Shinmutian had prepared beforehand and stored in his space, now coming in handy for the both of them. There was stir-fried greens and meat, along with garlic chives and scrambled eggs, a simple home-style dish that wasn't greasy but provided energy. In this apocalypse world, it was extraordinarily rare and delicious. The others in the car. Recalling that they'd been eating bread for an entire week this morning, and now seeing the boxed lunches in the two people's hands, they felt bitter inside but kept silent. They knew these meals were specially prepared by Shinmutian for Chu Shiyan. If they dared say anything, Shinmutian would probably beat them before Chu Shiyan even got a word out. Therefore, even though they were salivating, they didn't dare speak up. Having eaten their fill and rested for a bit, Chu Shiyan finally asked, where does Senior Shing live? Is there a lot of traffic? Sheng Yichen, who was driving, shook his head and answered, considering that they may not see what they hope to find, my house is on the outskirts, and the foot traffic is light. With half an hour of driving, we should get there. Thinking about finally being able to go home, Sheng Yichen involuntarily tightened his grip on the steering wheel. The phrase, fear of return, probably described him well. While he had been hoping earlier to hurry back home, now that he was close, he was almost afraid to return, dreading any scenario he didn't wish to see. Mu Xinyan, sitting in the passenger seat, placed a hand on Sheng Yichen's thigh and patted it softly, offering silent comfort. Sheng Yichen responded with a smile. I'm fine, don't worry. Seeing that Sheng Yichen had Mu Xinyan to console him, Chu Shiyan didn't continue speaking, lazily leaning against Shinmutian's embrace. Though fearing to see something unpleasant, Sheng Yichen drove quickly, wishing to pick up his family as soon as possible no matter what. Upon arrival, they got out of the car. Lifting his head to look at the high-rise building over 20 stories tall, Chu Shiyan had an ominous feeling. Which floor do you live on? Hearing this, everyone else also fixed their eyes on Sheng Yichen, awaiting his answer. Sheng Yichen guiltily avoided their gazes. 21st floor. This news hit everyone like thunder in clear skies. Without electricity now, they would have to climb the stairs, and despite having better physical endurance due to their powers, that didn't mean they were willing to climb that high. Chu Shiyan looked down at his slim arms and legs, then turned to Shinmutian with a pitiful expression. Big brother. Shinmutian held him tightly. Good, it's fine. Your big brother will carry you up, all right? Chu Shiyan instantly wiped away his tears, laughing and nodding enthusiastically. Okay. Everyone, unbelievably shameless to pretend like that. Chu Shiyan wasn't worried about Shinmutian carrying him since, from childhood training, Shin Daddy would always make Shinmutian carry Chu Shiyan while running. Though initially it may not have been easy, over time Shinmutian grew accustomed to it and found it as effortless as not carrying anyone. Lin Yanbai looked at the skyscraper, then glanced sideways at Lin Yanhan. Should your big brother carry you? Lin Yanhan shook her head. No need, I'll go up with all of you. Lin Yanbai's body was not as strong as Shinmutian's, so Lin Yanhan couldn't bear the thought of her brother carrying her all the way up to the 21st floor. After discussing, the group began their ascent. The stairwell was too narrow to accommodate Little Silver, so Hanyu stayed behind with it. The rest continued together, knowing that if anything happened, given Chu Shiyan and Hanyu's close relationship, Chu Shiyan would quickly find out. Moreover, the two beasts were much faster than them. In case of danger, they could easily find the others from the outside. Shinmutian was carrying one person, so he walked at the back while Sheng Yichen led the way. The empty staircase was scattered with zombie corpses, leaving behind blackened bloodstains on the walls and floor. Even though they had encountered such scenes countless times before, this moment still unsettled Xing Yichen deeply. Mu Xinyan quietly held his hand. Xing Yichen forced a smile. Let's go. The sound of footsteps echoed through the stairwell, giving an eerie sensation. Seeing these sights, Chu Shiyun suddenly remembered his time in the research lab and clutched tightly onto Shen Mutian in fear. Shen Mutian noticed Chu Shiyun's unease and patted his but reassuringly. Don't be afraid. Chapter 48, Tragic Experience. On the 21st floor, it normally takes over 10 minutes to walk at a normal pace, but now with everyone hurrying, the time was cut in half. It only took 5 minutes to arrive. Along the way, they dealt with a few level 0 zombies. Perhaps because these zombies rarely went out to forage for food, their levels were not high. As soon as Xing Yichen emerged from the stairwell, he arrived in front of room 2101 and gently knocked on the door, knock knock. As expected, there was no sound in response. Taking a deep breath, Xing Yichen took out the key and opened the door. The moment the door opened, a broom flew towards him. Acting quickly, Xing Yichen caught it. Aya. Chu Shiyun looked inside and saw a woman who looked quite good-boned but was too frail, swinging the broom wildly with her eyes closed while shouting loudly. Chu Shiyun guessed she might have been doing it to boost her own courage. Mom. Seeing a family member, Xing Yichen could no longer control his emotions. He snatched the broom from his mother's hand and stepped forward, hugging her tightly. Mom, don't be afraid. It's me. I've returned. Startled by Xing Yichen's actions, Grandma Xing froze. Upon hearing a familiar voice, she looked up disbelievingly, tears welling uncontrollably at the sight of her son's weary face. W. Yichen. Mother and son embraced each other tightly and cried bitterly. The others slightly stepped back, giving them some space. Mo Yuyang watched this scene with envy, wondering how his own family was faring. Lin Yanbai glanced at the melancholy Mo Yuyang and patted his shoulder gently. Mo Yuyang smiled again upon seeing his friend. Yichen. Grandpa Xing had only come out to check the source of the noise, and he never imagined seeing his grandson who was studying in City C. Xing Yichen raised his gaze, noticing his grandfather who looked a decade older, a pang of sadness filling his heart. After releasing his mother, he stepped forward and hugged his grandfather. They stayed like that for a long while before slowly letting go as a family. Looking at the two of them, Xing Yichen felt confused and turned toward the inside of the room. Mom, where are Dad and Grandma? Upon hearing this question, Grandma Xing's emotions, which had just stabilized, crumbled again as tears streamed down her face, her response choking. Your grandma turned into a zombie when the apocalypse began. She is locked up in the room right now, and your father. He was killed by someone while trying to find food. Recalling those events, Grandma Xing burst into uncontrollable sobbing. Grandpa Xing turned away reluctantly, his eyes already red-rimmed. Xing Yichen stood frozen in place, as if unable to believe what he'd heard. After a long pause, he gradually found his voice. Mom, are you lying to me? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. How can I lie to you? Your dad's body is still lying in the room. After hearing this sentence in a daze, Xing Yichen walked into his parents' room and opened the door. A putrid smell immediately filled the air, but it seemed to go unnoticed by him. Slowly walking in, he saw a decomposed corpse lying on the bed, having been severed. It had been a month since death occurred, and maggots covered the remains of his father's body. Ah! Xing Yichen collapsed onto his knees in front of the bed, wailing painfully, veins popping out on his forehead, a clear sign he was enduring immense anger and sorrow. The metal objects in the room began to resonate with a buzzing sound. As he struggled to keep himself under control, a hand softly landed on his shoulder and pulled him into an embrace. Recognizing the familiar scent, Xing Yichen calmed down gradually, resting his head against Mu Sinin's abdomen, speaking word by word firmly. No matter who they are, I must kill them and avenge my father. Mu Sinin didn't respond verbally, but merely stroked Xing Yichen's scalp gently. In an instant, Xing Yichen understood Mu Sinin's intentions. He wiped his face roughly twice and stood up, saying, let's go. The others waited outside the house, having overheard the conversation inside. They all exchanged glances, unsure of how to console Xing Yichen. An extended silence ensued. Xing Yichen then stepped out of the room. His expression had already returned to calmness. Looking at Mo Yuyang, he spoke calmly. Yuyang, please help me cremate the bodies of my family. Mo Yuyang nodded continuously. Without waiting for Xing Yichen to say anything more, Mo Yuyang entered the room, setting fire instantly to the body. Within moments, only ashes remained. Mu Sinin took out a jar and placed the ashes of Xing's father inside it. Grandma Sheng and Grandpa Sheng were momentarily bewildered by the actions of those around them. It wasn't until Xing Yichen explained to them, Mom, Grandpa, these are my friends. They are all good people. Finally, he introduced Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun with emphasis. This is our captain, and this is the captain's lover. Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian obediently greeted them. Auntie, grandfather, good. Sheng's mother was taken aback as she listened to Xing Yichen's introductions. When she heard that the two were lovers, she was a little surprised, but upon seeing Chu Shiyan's polite face and Shen Mutian's cold but kind demeanor, she did not say anything, greeting each of them in turn. Seeing the thin bodies of his mother and grandfather, a flash of pain passed through Xing Yichen's eyes. Mu Sinan noticed this and took out ingredients and tools from her space, handing them over to the twins and Mo Yuyang. The group squeezed into the not-so-large house, where Xing Yichen asked his mother about what had happened while he was away. "Mom, you said Dad was. What exactly happened?" Wiping away a few tears, Xing's mother finally began to speak. It turns out that at the beginning of the apocalypse, since Xing's grandmother had turned into a zombie, she was locked up at home. At first, there was enough food, so they weren't too worried. However, fearing that their food supplies would run out eventually, Xing's father decided to go out and find more food. Back then, everyone was still an ordinary person, the few individuals with special abilities wouldn't team up with them either. Since Xing's father was just a simple teacher before the apocalypse, going out to search for food initially felt quite unfamiliar to him, and the amount he brought back wasn't much. But for the sake of his family, Xing's father gradually became accustomed to it, and the family's food supply started increasing. With thriftiness, they managed to last half a month. However, about half a month after the start of the apocalypse, during one of Xing's father's expeditions, he got trapped in a supermarket along with some neighbors from the same community. The group fought hard to escape from the supermarket, but because Xing's father was pushed by someone else and ended up shielding that person from zombies, that person survived unscathed, whereas Xing's father was bitten. He struggled hard to run home and deliver the last bit of supplies. By that time, everyone already knew that being bitten by a zombie had a certain chance of granting superpowers, so although they were angry, Xing's family still retained some hope. But who would have thought that the person who pushed Xing's father, the neighbor from 2103, would be so concerned that Xing's father might turn into a zombie that he chopped off his head right in front of Xing's mother when they reached the door. Afterward, since that family had connections in City A, they picked them up once they had settled down there. As for Xing's family, because they feared that Xing Yichen would come home and not find anyone, they stayed put at home, even refusing to leave when people from the base came to take them away. Chapter 49, so irritating, and at this time no one is comforting me. Upon hearing Xing mother's response, Chu Shiyan and Shen Mutian exchanged a glance, clearly not expecting Xing father to be in such a pitiful state. The others apparently thought the same. Xing Yichen thought of his grandmother still in the room and asked his grandfather, "Grandpa, what do you want to do about Grandma?" Xing grandfather remained silent. Looking at him, Xing Yichen said, "In this situation, Grandma won't return to her original state. But we can take her ashes with us." After a long silence following Xing Yichen's words, Xing grandfather finally nodded, clearly agreeing. Xing Yichen understood how bad he felt inside and thus did not say anything more. Xing Yichen softly discussed with Xing mother, "Mom, after we've packed our things, we'll head for City A." Hearing Xing Yichen's words, Xing mother hesitated. Although she wanted revenge for Xing father, she didn't want her child to lose their life like this. Especially because the person who killed Xing father apparently had some power in City A, while they were only 3 people. How could they possibly take revenge? "Yichen, can we not go to City A? Can we just go to the nearest place, our base in City Z?" Xing Yichen didn't understand why Xing mother said this. Even if she didn't know the outside situation well, wouldn't she still hope to avenge Xing father? "Mom, why? Mom doesn't want you to get hurt. It's quite a distance to City A. With so much danger outside now, what if there's an accident? I've already lost Dad, I can't afford to lose you too." Xing Yichen gently explained to her, "Mom, don't worry. I have special abilities now and I can protect you. Moreover, our goal has always been City A, so it's impossible for us to stay here. Also, zombies are getting stronger, and it will definitely be unsafe at home later on. What will we do without food?" Xing mother still had some concerns, but... Xing Yichen looked at her firmly, "Mom, listen to me." With that, Xing mother could only nod. In the past, Xing mother always listened to Xing father. Now that her husband was gone, she had no choice but to listen to her son. Moreover, seeing all these people living comfortably and eating well, it seemed they would be fine following them. Relieved by Xing mother's agreement, Xing Yichen sighed in relief. He truly feared that she might never agree. After agreeing, Xing mother returned to her room to pack her things. Since Xing father was no longer around, she had been staying in Xing Yichen's room. So now, she was only going to his room to get her belongings. Xing Yichen went back to the room to help as well, since there were also some things he wanted to take. After all, there might not be another chance to come back. "Mom, just take the necessary items. Other non-essential things don't need to be taken." "All right." The voices of mother and son could still be heard in the living room. Xing grandfather also returned to his room to pack his belongings. Seeing this, Mu Sinan moved forward to help. Seeing that Xing Yichen was fine, everyone sighed in relief. They really feared that upon hearing this news, he might have trouble coping. Chu Shiyan lazily leaned on Shen Mutian, watching those who still had hope for the future, deeply moved. Although the situations were different, he presumed they weren't very dissimilar. He thought of himself and Shen Mutian from the previous life. Back then, Shen Mutian had truly reached the point of despair. "He must have loved me dearly. If not for my responsibilities, perhaps after avenging me, he would have followed me into death. With these thoughts, Chu Shiryun tilted his head upward, looking at the sharp jawline just inches away and softly whispered, "Big brother, I love you so much." Huh? Shen Mutian touched his ear where Chu Shiryun exhaled warmly, asking, "What's wrong?" Shen Mutian had already become accustomed to Chu Shiryun's unique way of thinking. Looking at this scenario, he knew Chu Shiryun had imagined something again. Chu Shiryun shook his head, "Nothing." Shen Mutian looked at the soft figure and replied, "If there's nothing, then it's alright. Big brother loves you too." Chu Shiryun giggled happily. Pouting, Chu Shiryun looked at Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian helplessly bent down and kissed him. In the living room, Bai Qiaoshi, the sole bystander, remained silent. Apparently, no matter what the situation, these two couldn't stop flaunting their affection. After Shen mother and Shen grandfather finished packing, the twins had also prepared lunch. As everyone sat around the table, Shen mother and Shen grandfather looked at the brightly colored dishes and swallowed their saliva. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't eaten such good meals. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become so thin. Looking at the people sitting around the table and then at Chu Shiryun and Shen Mutian still on the couch, Shen mother touched the arm of her son Shen Yichen beside her and asked in a low voice, "Yichen, shouldn't you invite your two team leaders to join us for dinner?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yichen replied, "Shen brother ate in the car, he's not hungry yet, Mom. Don't worry about Shen brother and the others, even if we starve, they won't." The rest of the group agreed wholeheartedly, "Exactly right." Shen mother nodded thoughtfully. Shen Yichen then invited everyone to start eating. First, Shen Yichen served his grandfather a piece of braised pork, and only then did everyone else start eating. Although there was no formal rule in the group about waiting for someone to eat first, out of consideration for Shen mother and Shen grandfather's comfort, everyone waited until the elders had begun eating before they started as well. Habits were habits, and politeness was politeness. Chu Shiryun rubbed his belly. He wasn't exactly hungry, but he was craving something, particularly fruit. Shen Mutian noticed his gesture and smiled slightly, leaning close to ask in his ear, "Feeling peckish?" Chu Shiryun nodded vigorously, "MHM. Want some cherries, but..." Halfway through, Chu Shiryun pouted in dissatisfaction, realizing that it wouldn't be convenient with other people around. Shen Mutian naturally understood what he meant to say, teasingly responded, "Regretful now?" "Humph." Chu Shiryun turned his head away, ignoring him. How could he be so mean and refuse to comfort him? Shen Mutian shook his head helplessly, looking at the others who were still eating, and said aloud, "Chu Shiryun and I will go downstairs first. You can come down after finishing your meal." Thinking of Han Yu and Xiao Yin still waiting below, no one raised any objections. They all nodded in acknowledgement and returned their focus to their plates. Chu Shiryun immediately realized why Shen Mutian had said that, and his previously pouted mouth curved into a smile. His bright eyes gleamed as he looked at Shen Mutian affectionately. Shen Mutian chuckled, saying, "Come on, dear." Chu Shiryun followed closely behind. The moment the door closed, Chu Shiryun leaped onto Shen Mutian, clinging to him entirely. Shen Mutian caught him deftly, preventing him from falling. "Be good." Chu Shiryun wrapped his legs around Shen Mutian's waist, holding a few cherries in hand, sharing one by one. As they slowly made their way downstairs, more accurately, Shen Mutian walked while carrying Chu Shiryun. Han Yu and Xiao Yin upstairs merely observed silently. Another day of being forgotten. Chapter 50, The Refined Rogue Cousin vs. The Cold but Passionate Eldest Brother. Upon reaching the ground floor, as expected, the two spotted two little creatures sitting on the ground glaring at each other with their big eyes wide open. When the two appeared downstairs, Han Yu's eyes lit up instantly from looking at Xiao Yin with an unfriendly expression earlier. Whoosh! Han Yu shot forward like a cannonball, flying directly to Chu Shiryun's side, twisting and cooing, "Meow. Master, you're back." Seeing this act of Han Yu, Chu Shiryun felt uncomfortable. Ever since he had scolded Han Yu, the cat had been more restrained, but recently it seemed to have reverted back to its old self. Xiao Yin ignored Han Yu, stepping gracefully towards them, revealing its thorny red tongue while licking its paw, disdainfully glancing at the feline trying to appear cute. Chu Shiryun observed these two carefully, noticing that Han Yu's change started after he adopted Xiao Yin. So was this now a competition for affection? Curiously watching the two creatures, Chu Shiryun just stared silently, ignoring any other antics from them. As a result, the two small beings who had been hoping Chu Shiryun would show some affection began staring at each other fiercely, as if angry electric currents were flashing between their eyes. Watching this scene, Chu Shiryun elbowed Shen Mutian, who was standing behind him, playfully whispering, "Brother, they're going to fight." His eyes brightened, seemingly looking forward to it. Shen Mutian couldn't help but laugh. How many people wish their adorable pets would start fighting? He always preferred drama over calmness. Shen Mutian ruffled Chu Shiryun's hair gently and said sternly, "All right, stop encouraging them. They really will start fighting soon." Though Shen Mutian didn't wish to ruin Chu Shiryun's fun, they were still outside. If the two injured each other and someone else profited, it wouldn't be good. Chu Shiryun pouted in dissatisfaction, saying reluctantly, "Fine then." Afterward, his eyes turned into an icy blue, slowly sweeping across the two creatures. The two animals trembled involuntarily, freezing where they stood. Then their innocent eyes pleaded with Chu Shiyun, showing a cowardly yet defiant attitude. Chu Shiyun, humph. Since his brother had reprimanded him, his beloved one was quite unhappy now, and needed comforting. Shen Mutian looked helplessly at Chu Shiyun's face. He leaned in for a gentle kiss and asked, "Are you happy now?" Chu Shiyun raised his hand, pointing out with his thumb and pinky, indicating a tiny amount, just slightly better. Shen Mutian gazed lovingly at the sulking figure and kissed again. "How about now?" Chu Shiyun, only slightly better. Shen Mutian could not resist looking at the person flirting with him, thinking how irresistibly cute this person was. He wanted nothing more than to squeeze this individual tightly into his embrace, and so he did. An unknown duration passed. Cough, cough. A slightly awkward cough was heard in the distance. Both turned to see Mu Sinan and others already waiting downstairs, looking embarrassed as they caught sight of the two cuddling closely together. Mu Sinan was covering his mouth, his voice carried the cough sound. Shen Mutian wasn't the least bit embarrassed, casually ruffling the head of the person in his arms once again. Chu Shiyun gave Shen Mutian an irritated glance, tidied up his messy hair, straightened his clothes a bit, and only then faced everyone else. Shen mother and Shen grandfather saw this overly affectionate Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian for the first time and didn't know where to look, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Shen Mutian, observing everyone, spoke calmly. "Let's go." Since there were quite a few people, they divided into two cars. Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian, Bai Qiaoshi, and the twins went in one car, and the rest in another. Just as they were about to get in. Ah! Everyone turned toward the sound, spotting Shen mother pointing at Xiao Yin, who had been waiting quietly in a corner. Her eyes brimmed with terror, her body wobbling as she clutched onto Shen Yichen for support. What is this?" "Mom, don't be afraid, this is Captain's mutated beast. It won't harm us." After hearing this, Shen mother looked at the elegant Xiao Yin, glanced back at Shen Yichen and the group behind him, noticing they showed no reaction, and managed to steady herself somewhat, though her legs still felt weak. Regarding Shen mother's behavior, everyone understood, as they'd reacted similarly the first time they encountered Xiao Yin. Mu Sinan supported the shaky Shen grandfather upon seeing Xiao Yin, and Mu Sinan along with Shen Yichen helped both elders into the car. Once the vehicle started, Xiao Yin followed elegantly behind on all fours. Inside the car, Lin Yanbai drove, Lin Yanhan sat in the passenger seat, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian sat in the middle position, while Bai Qiaoshi sat at the back petting a cat. Chu Shiyun held a map in his hand. Actually, by this point, even without the map, it wouldn't matter much. They had traveled this road hundreds if not thousands of times, becoming very familiar with it. A gentle smile curved on Chu Shiyun's lips, different from his usual mischievous grin. This was a smile filled with genuine joy. Chu Shiyun leaned against Shen Mutian's shoulder, raising the map. "Big brother, we are finally going home." His voice brimmed with boundless happiness that anyone could easily notice. Shen Mutian nodded in agreement, "Yes." Chu Shiyun revealed a nostalgic look. "I miss elder brother and mother Shen so much. Including the previous life, if one didn't count the days he spent wandering as a lost soul, he hadn't truly seen them for 10 years. Shen Mutian said, "We'll meet them soon enough." Chu Shiyun replied, Yeah. They had waited for such a long time already, these few moments more didn't matter. Knowing they were safe was all that mattered. But Chu Shiyun lowered his head and sighed, "Ah." Confused, Shen Mutian asked, "What's wrong, darling?" Chu Shiyun was troubled. "I'm wondering when elder brother will find love. It's really no good if your little brother marries into wealth too early while he's still losing hair in the lab. According to the scenario from his previous life, it would be several more years before his elder brother settled down. As a brother, he worried about this constantly, sighing over it." Hearing this, Shen Mutian chuckled. "What kind of?" Shen Mutian couldn't quite describe it, but hearing Chu Shiyun talk about marrying him brought him immense joy. Chu Shiyun interrupted, Don't worry about those details." Shen Mutian followed up, All right. Let's continue talking about elder brother Chu." The other three people in the car silently reduced their presence, not daring to say or ask anything. Yet their ears unconsciously perked up. Secrets of the wealthy and influential families. Great gossip. How could there not be an audience? They were willing to alleviate any distresses for them. Seeing Chu Shiyun looking deeply concerned, Shen Mutian recalled the man who, although taciturn, was outwardly cold but inwardly warm-hearted. Then he thought of his own uncle who, though smiling broadly on the surface, was essentially a sly tiger in disguise. It dawned on him that he and his beloved shouldn't be worrying about Chu Shiyu's marriage. With his uncle's skill set, once someone catches his fancy, escape would be impossible. Of course, if Chu Shiyu disapproves, they naturally would prevent Uncle Shen, but judging by Chu Shiyu's behavior, it didn't seem like he had any objections. Chu Shiyun's eyes darted around mischievously, clearly having the same thoughts as Shen Mutian. Alas. Never mind. Anyway, I've already found love. Whether elder brother finds a sister-in-law or not is already irrelevant. Satisfied, Chu Shiyun leaned on Shen Mutian, evidently showing signs of putting familial duties aside for affection. The three others grew increasingly restless, almost clawing at their hair. What was happening? Why stop halfway through? But regardless of how eager they got, neither Chu Shiyun nor Shen Mutian uttered another word. At the same time, Chu Shiyu, whom Chu Shiyun had been murmuring about, was working inside the institute at the Hope base. Achoo! Chu Shiyu touched his nose and muttered lightly, "Who's badmouthing me?" "Professor Chu, are you okay?" a nearby colleague asked with concern. Chu Shiyu shook his head, "I'm fine." Although his tone was cold, his looks made many overlook his indifference and still admire him. Another female colleague showed her concern, "Is it because you've been too exhausted lately? I see that you've neglected your health just to quickly study the zombie vaccine." Chu Shiyu felt helpless. He was genuinely fine, but since it was a sign of someone's care, he had nothing else to do except remain quiet with his cold face. Apart from this female colleague, both male and female co-workers admired Chu Shiyu with affectionate gazes but never dared to express themselves directly. After all, in their minds, Chu Shiyu was like the moon hanging high above, they could only admire from afar. Ignoring this small episode, Chu Shiyu continued his work. The apocalypse had started more than a month ago. Other than exterminating zombies, they had no other methods. More and more cities fell, gradually turning into zombie territories. The human bases were getting fewer and fewer. Since the zombies evolved faster than humans, if they still couldn't find a solution soon, then perhaps. He shook his head slightly, driving away negative thoughts. Although now zombies outnumbered humans, it didn't mean humans were powerless against them. The existence of psychics within humanity offered significant hope. Although the progression was slow, they could still take shortcuts using crystal cores. Recently, the most powerful individual in Hope Base had just broken through to the 3rd level from the 2nd a few days ago, which was an excellent sign. It proved that humanity still held some hope. Chu Shiyu tiredly pushed his hair back, revealing a full, white forehead. He glanced at the nearby clock and realized it was already 11. Everyone else in the research lab had already left. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Chu Shiyu was about to leave when a wave of dizziness hit him. His vision doubled, and as he began to fall unconscious, a figure quickly rushed forward to catch him. Once the haze lifted, Chu Shiyu could clearly see the face of the person holding him. Perched on his nose was a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, beneath them was the face of a refined, scholarly man who now wore deep concern. His usually smiling expression had been replaced with worry. "I'll take you to the hospital," the man said firmly. With those words, Shen Yini cradled Chu Shiyu in his arms and hurried out of the building. The cold wind blowing against him helped Chu Shiyu regain consciousness. With resignation, he tried to explain, "Yini, there's no need. I know my own condition." But Shen Yini's face revealed suppressed anger. Ignoring Chu Shiyu's protests, he roughly pressed the other into the car. "Didn't you guarantee me this wouldn't happen again? You kept insisting you were fine. If I hadn't gone to your place tonight to find that you weren't home, were you planning to lie here all night on the floor of your lab?" Seeing the rage on Shen Yini's face, Chu Shiyu remained silent, letting Shen Yini drive him to the hospital without further protest. Chapter 51, Baby Fat has come out. Hospital. Carrying Chu Shiyu into the examination room, Shen Yini looked seriously at the doctor. The doctor felt helpless under Shen Yini's gaze but couldn't say anything, so he could only obediently examine Chu Shiyu. After taking his pulse for a while, the doctor looked at Chu Shiyu and advised, "Overworked, a bit weak physically, and a little hypoglycemic. You need to eat on time, avoid staying up late, and remember to get proper rest." Hearing the doctor's words, Shen Yini's expression improved slightly, but his gaze on Chu Shiyu still wasn't very pleasant, clearly upset about Chu Shiyu's disobedience. However, he didn't say anything in front of others. Walking down the corridor, Chu Shiyu finally spoke up, "Nian-yi, I've already said my body is fine, I'll be good with just a little rest." Shen Nian-yi just stared at him coolly, making Chu Shiyu look away. "Last time you said the same thing, and the time before that too, but how often do you actually follow through?" Chu Shiyu felt guilty. Looking at Chu Shiryu's slightly pale face, Shen Nian-yi ultimately couldn't bring himself to say harsh words, "I know what you're worried about, but these things can't be rushed. What if you ruin your health? How will you continue researching? Your body is capital, and if you don't care, think." Pausing for a moment, Shen Nian-yi continued, "Think about other people who worry about you, and think about your younger brother. You wouldn't want him to come back and see you sick, would you?" At first, Chu Shiryu paid no attention to Shen Nian-yi's words, but when he mentioned Chu Shiryun, he nodded. Yes. He hadn't even seen his younger brother yet. Since the apocalypse, there'd been no word from Chu Shiryun, and he didn't know how he was doing now. Seeing that Chu Shiryu had taken his words to heart, Shen Nian-yi relaxed a bit. Still, seeing who had put Chu Shiryu in this state made his heart ache. Although Shen Nian-yi knew that Chu Shiryun was important to Chu Shiryu, it still hurt to see Chu Shiryu favor him like this. Sigh. Chasing a spouse, it's a long road. Fortunately, his own nephew had managed to win Chu Shiryun's heart, otherwise, given the emphasis Chu Shiryu placed on Chu Shiryun, chasing after him would have been even more difficult. In the dark nights of the post-apocalyptic world, the skies were pitch black. But compared to the skies lit up by dazzling city lights in the past, nowadays one could simply look up and see countless shining stars. Chu Shiryun and his group stopped by the roadside to rest. While everyone else was busy with their own tasks, Chu Shiyun, wearing a big cotton coat and hugging his neck, sat facing away from the group and gazed off into the distance. Shenmu Tian sat beside him and asked quietly, "What's wrong?" Chu Shiyun did not answer immediately but instead pointed toward the distant city. Following his finger, Shenmu Tian saw it, the former city A, now a dead city. The once brilliantly lit city had turned completely dark due to being overrun by zombies. If it weren't for Chu Shiyun's sharp eyesight and their current elevated position, they might not have seen it. Yet, the transformation of this formerly warm city into ruins was indeed heart-wrenching. "Brother-in-law, shall we go straight through?" The Hope Base was established across the bridge south of City A, while Chu Shiyun's group was currently located north. Therefore, they needed to pass through City A to reach the Hope Base. Shenmu Tian shook his head. "No, we'll take a detour and go by water." Though going to the Hope Base and passing through City A would have been the optimal route, there were far too many zombies in the city. It wasn't like the early days of the apocalypse where they could easily traverse a zombie-infested city, even though they were capable. Shenmu Tian didn't intend to take unnecessary risks. If it had been just him and his treasure, he would have chosen to go straight through City A, but there were other teammates in the group. And now there were 2 ordinary people added as well, which raised the difficulty level. Thus, Shenmu Tian preferred to spend a bit more time rather than risk it. Chu Shiyun nodded. Thinking about the mutated little silver, Shenmu Tian still opened his mouth. "Treasure, can your spatial ability wrap all of us inside it?" Chu Shiyun nodded. "Yes, I can hide all of us for an hour without any issues." His current ability had reached level 4, and he was much more proficient in using his spatial power. Upon hearing this, Shenmu Tian sighed in relief. Detouring by water was the most convenient method he had found, ensuring maximum personnel safety. Still, dangerous mutated animals might exist in the water, so even with this option, there remained some peril. However, since Chu Shiyun could envelop them all in his space, the key problem had been solved. If Chu Shiyun's level had been higher, his abilities could have been enough to support their passage through the city center. Unfortunately, it fell short by just a bit. Chu Shiyun leaned back, with Little Silver crouching behind him, so he ended up falling into the fluff. Shenmu Tian was there with him. Chu Shiyun looked at the starry sky and sighed. "It's been a long time since I've felt this relaxed." Shenmu Tian nodded in agreement. Yes. For this past month, they had been traveling non-stop without proper rest, encountering one distressing situation after another, making them anxious. They only dared to relax slightly when they thought they would reach their destination the next day. Chu Shiyun wore a fluffy earmuff and turned his head to look at Shenmu Tian, saying, "Big brother, take a good rest tonight. I'll keep watch." Chu Shiyun knew that even with Hanyu around, Shenmu Tian didn't dare to sleep deeply, only managing light sleep and waking up at the slightest sound. On the other hand, Chu Shiyun completely relaxed knowing others were on guard, always sleeping soundly. Shenmu Tian held Chu Shiyun's icy hand in his own chest. "No need, you can rest more. You're tomorrow's main force, big brother needs your protection. We can't let you get too tired, right?" Looking at Shenmu Tian's sincere eyes, Chu Shiyun inwardly exclaimed. Oh no. He really had a point. What should he do? He originally wanted to persuade his brother-in-law, but now it turned out his brother-in-law was persuading him instead. Chu Shiyun bit his lip, 2 little people wrestling in his mind. Shenmu Tian immediately understood what he was thinking about and fanned another flame. Alright. My treasure. Don't you want to protect Big Brother? Chu Shiyun firmly denied. No. I will definitely protect Big Brother well. Shenmu Tian smiled. Then it's settled. I'll keep watch for my treasure tonight, and tomorrow, my treasure will protect me. Okay. Seeing the 2 reaching an agreement, Little Silver rolled its eyes at Shenmu Tian. These days, isn't it ridiculous that someone still thinks it's reasonable to rely on one's wife? Feeling the strength transmitted from its waist, Little Silver found it even more speechless. It was a wolf, and it didn't want to eat this kind of dog food. Chu Shiyun comfortably leaned against Little Silver's long fur and asked, Big Brother, do you think if we pull Little Silver's hair, it will grow back? After all, it has mutated. Shenmu Tian hesitated a bit. I'm not sure, but Little Silver's fur is quite long. Cutting off part of it might be fine. Hearing this, Chu Shiyun's eyes lit up as he stared at the fur in his hand. Why hadn't he thought of that? Such long fur, cutting half of it seemed fine. Whoa. Little Silver roared angrily upon hearing its owner contemplating pulling its fur. Hearing the sound, Chu Shiyun felt a bit regretful, looking at Little Silver with sadness in his eyes. Really no way. Whoa. Alright. Chu Shiyun had no choice but to let go, feeling somewhat displeased. Shenmu Tian curiously asked, what happened? Did it say something? Chu Shiyun complained pitifully, Little Silver said its fur cannot be pulled, but it will grow back. Shenmu Tian tenderly hugged him, don't worry, baby. If it won't give its fur, Big Brother will find you another mutant beast, surely one you will like. Chu Shiyun happily nodded, yes yes. Little Silver was rolling its eyes to the heavens by now. A mocking voice came over, tisk. Little Silver glared at the source with its emerald green wolf eyes. Hanyu was grooming itself, looking disdainfully at Little Silver. Their eyes met, and an intangible pressure spread. Humph. Seeing the two getting ready to fight again, Chu Shiryun huffed, narrowing his dangerous eyes. The two furry ones instinctively sat down obediently, looking innocent at Chu Shiryun. But this time Chu Shiryun wasn't fooled by their act. He coolly uttered a sentence, "Since you're scared, go fetch some crystal cores." Chu Shiryun's attitude was too intense, the two small ones dared not oppose and, after exchanging another glare, ran off in opposite directions. Without the two small ones around, Chu Shiryun's fierce expression softened but was still a bit agitated. Watching the two quarreling and fighting every day was really annoying. Shenmue Tian drew him into his arms, stroking his fur. "Don't dwell on them too much, they've been like this for quite some time. From what we've seen, they don't match well. Pretending to be friendly would only make things awkward." Chu Shiryun pouted, "Seeing them bicker and fight every day makes me annoyed. If they keep doing this, I'll lock on you in the space and pluck all of little Silver's fur." The two small ones who weren't far away heard this and bolted even faster, afraid Chu Shiryun would change his mind and bring them back before sending them out. With the two gone, Chu Shiryun's grumpy face eased, but he was still a little restless. Shenmue Tian looked at the shrinking figures walking away and then glanced at Chu Shiryun who was frowning, and chuckled, "They're gone." Chu Shiryun said, "The farther they go, the better. So they wouldn't disturb him in his master's intimate moments." Chu Shiryun shook his head, "I guess I just don't have good chemistry with these little creatures." Shenmue Tian was about to deny it but recalled the pets Chu Shiryun had as a child. The first one was a goldfish. Due to Chu Shiryun's lack of experience, he kept overfeeding it until it died in just a few days. Chu Shiryun was only 5 at the time and cried for 2 hours when the goldfish died. No one could console him. The second pet was a rabbit given by Shenmue Rain when Chu Shiryun turned 10. On the first day, Chu Shiryun fed it and got bitten, so he bit back. That night, he cooked the rabbit. It tasted quite delicious too. Then there was a bird when he was 12 years old. After a week, he took it to the community park, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared and never came back. After that, Chu Shiryun seldom raised any small animals again. Recalling all those experiences from childhood made it hard for Shenmue Tian to sincerely say no. So he stayed silent. Looking at Shenmue Tian's expression, Chu Shiryun naturally thought of his own childhood and became even more frustrated. Recently, even the fattened ones seemed to be upset. Chapter 52, Pinching, Kissing, and Biting. Looking at Chu Shiryun's little baby bump that was puffing out angrily, Shenmue Tian felt there was a devil inside him, urging him to pinch it. Especially when he saw Chu Shiryun's pouting face with wide open eyes, he felt something named desire stirring in his heart. He couldn't resist but reached out his hand, pinching towards the soft lump in front of him. Chu Shiryun was still reminiscing about some embarrassing moments from his childhood when suddenly, a hand touched his face, pinched, caressed, and even rubbed it hard. Chu Shiryun turned his head, looked into Shenmue Tian's eyes filled with overflowing love, and after being stunned for a moment, quickly regained his composure, speaking in a dangerous tone, "Big brother." Shenmue Tian pretended not to notice. What's wrong, dear?" Chu Shiryun narrowed his eyes, "Do I look like your toy?" Shenmue Tian glanced at Chu Shiryun and then at his own hand, belatedly realizing that Chu Shiryun seemed somewhat upset. He lightly coughed twice to cover up and slowly retracted his hand. Cough, cough. "Big brother just wanted to check if you've gained some weight back these few days." "Well, now what?" "I have gained it back." Slap. Chu Shiryun immediately covered Shenmue Tian's face with both hands and said angrily, "Big brother, you're really overdoing it." Shenmue Tian gazed gently, "How am I overdoing it?" Chu Shiryun indignantly exclaimed, "Even during nighttime sleeping, you pinch me, bite me, and occasionally lick me, and now during the daytime, you don't stop. Look, my face is already swollen." Shenmue Tian evaded his eyes sheepishly, "Isn't it because you're so adorable, sweetheart?" "Chu Shiryun, don't justify yourself." Chu Shiryun thought for a while but couldn't find an appropriate word. How could he say that Big brother was creepy? "Anyway, you can't argue anymore. You're not allowed to bite me during our sleep from now on." Looking at Chu Shiryun seriously emphasizing, Shenmue Tian's eyes were full of indulgence. What to do then? "Who told you to be so cute? How can Big brother not sleep with you?" Chu Shiryun, looking at Shenmue Tian grinning mischievously, curled his lips and spoke softly, "It's fine, I'll protect my face with my power from now on while sleeping." After saying this, he also provocatively glanced at Shenmue Tian. As expected, Shenmue Tian was momentarily stunned in place. Humph. Chu Shiryun let go of Shenmue Tian happily. Shenmue Tian, seeing Chu Shiryun's delighted expression as though he'd won, didn't say any words to irritate him. After all, if he really wanted to kiss, he believed the sweetheart wouldn't disagree. After fooling around for a while, Chu Shiryun leaned on Shenmue Tian and looked towards the camp behind them. "Big brother, do you think Senior Mu and Senior Sheng will tell Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng about their relationship anytime soon?" Chu Shiryun watched Senior Mound tending to the elders diligently in the camp, sensing somehow that these two wouldn't have it as easy as himself and Big brother. Shenmue Tian looked at Mound Suiyer pretending to hide his efforts to please the mother and grandfather of Sheng's family, lost in deep thought. After quite some time, he spoke, "Maybe they want to wait until everything settles down first." Sheng Yichen is an only child, and Mao Suiyer is an orphan, so all the pressure is entirely on the two elder members of the Sheng family. Moreover, since Sheng's father is no longer alive, it will undoubtedly become more difficult for them to be together. Although nowadays in the apocalypse era, most people wouldn't mind whether their partner is male or female, the old generation's thoughts are always hard to correct. Furthermore, Sheng Yichen clearly values his mother's opinion significantly, and the mother overly depends on her son. Hence, Shen Mutian shook his head lightly. Ultimately, it's something they themselves need to resolve. Worrying for them won't solve the fundamental issues. Chu Shiyun apparently also considered this layer of relations, and his eyes filled with pity. Hard to deal with, huh? In his previous life, he didn't pay much attention to others outside his family, so he really had no clear idea how these two would end up. Thinking for a bit, Chu Shiyun opened his mouth again. I remember Senior Sheng pursuing Senior Mu initially, right? Shen Mutian nodded in agreement. Chu Shiyun, looking at the figures of Sheng Yichen and Mao Suiyer, then whispered near Shen Mutian's ear, Big brother, don't you feel like Sheng Yichen has the potential to be a scoundrel? Upon hearing this, Shen Mutian seriously scrutinized Sheng Yichen from top to bottom, thoughtfully saying, actually, there seems to be some truth in it. Chu Shiyun seemed to have found a kindred spirit. Right. What if Senior Sheng ends up betraying Senior Mu's trust? What will we do then? After all, Senior Mu is the type who clearly lacks love, and people like him are hard to warm up. Of course, if someone can truly win his heart, he'll surely unconditionally side with that person. But, sigh. How unbearable it would be for him if things really reached that point. Shen Mutian watched Chu Shiyun enthusiastically talking, unsure of what to say as, after all, the two were fine now, and it wasn't right for them to jinx their breakup here. Alright. Things haven't reached that stage yet, so you don't need to worry too much. However, Chu Shiyun shook his head. No, big brother, you don't understand, this is being prepared. If Senior Sheng really does something to betray Senior Mu, I'll introduce some handsome men to Senior Mu. There will definitely be one that suits him, right? Isn't there a saying that finding a new lover is the best way to get over an old relationship? Shen Mutian was momentarily speechless. Seeing Chu Shiyun earnestly express himself, he couldn't utter any refusal. Unable, Shen Mutian could only nod in agreement. If you like, then so be it. Chu Shiyun nodded eagerly, like a little chicken pecking at rice. As dinner time approached, Shen Mutian didn't continue admiring the view with Chu Shiyun anymore but led the way back to the camp. Lin Yanhan looked as they arrived, then glanced around behind them. Boss, sister-in-law, where are Han Yu and Xiao Yin? Dinner's ready, where did they go? Chu Shiyun saw Lin Yanhan had prepared an abundant meal for the two, a face-sized basin of beef each, plus a basin of heated milk. He felt that spoiling these two so much had probably made them bored and constantly want to fight. Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun, seeing that he didn't intend to explain, and took on the task. Your sister-in-law noticed they've gained some weight recently, so she sent them out to practice. Lin Yanhan skeptically commented, have they? I remember they still maintain standard figures. Especially Han Yu, which hardly has any meat, how could it be considered fat? Lin Yanbai observed Lin Yanhan genuinely thought the two had been sent out because they'd grown too fat. He felt his mother only passed her brains onto him and none onto his sister, shaking his head helplessly before dragging her away. Brother, why are you pulling me? Don't ask so many questions, just eat your food. Or else Mo Yuyang will eat it all. Lin Yanhan startled, glancing towards the dining table, sure enough seeing Mo Yuyang already digging into the feast, with every sign of eating until nothing was left if others didn't step in. Not caring whether or not the two might be hungry, filling herself up was what mattered. Mo Yuyang, leave some for me. Mo Yuyang completely ignored her and continued devouring his food without a second thought. The rest watching this scene chuckled lightly. Looking at the peaceful and harmonious scene, Shen Mutian's eyes softened. Come on. Let's also eat. He then pulled Chu Shiyun to the table. After everyone ate their fill, Shen Mutian asked Mo Yuyang, Yuyang, do you want to directly head to City A to look for people, or go to the base first, and return to City A if no one is found? Seeing everyone directing their gaze at him, Mo Yuyang scratched his head awkwardly and laughed foolishly. Let's go to the base first. I know my family. If they sense danger, they will choose to hide in a safe place. Now that City A has become a dead city, they can only go to the base. Upon hearing Mo Yuyang's response, Shen Mutian gently nodded and outlined the plan to everyone, conveniently attributing Chu Shiyun's abilities to Han Yu's skills. As Shen Mutian was the captain, naturally, no one had objections. It was precisely under Shen Mutian's leadership that no one in the team had been lost since the apocalypse began, something many other groups failed to achieve. Afterward, they carefully planned everything and confirmed the strategy before retreating to their tents for rest. Morning. As Chu Shiyun opened his eyes, he saw Shen Mutian staring intently at him filled with affection, unsure how long Shen Mutian had watched him in such a manner. Chu Shiyun burrowed back into the covers, avoiding Shen Mutian's direct, fervent gaze. Sigh. Big brother is perfect in every way, except his passion makes it hard for him to handle. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, a sound came from outside the tent. Howl. Realizing its owner was awake, Xiao Yin softly howled. Chu Shiyun poked his head out and saw a massive shadow imprinted on the tent. It could only be Xiao Yin's. Both Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian broke out into black lines looking at Xiao Yin's antics. Thankfully, Xiao Yin isn't human, otherwise, both would have given it a double beating by now. After getting up and washing up, Chu Shiyun collected 4 grade 3 crystal cores from the 2 young ones, as well as a grade 4 mutated plant's crystal core. After breakfast, everyone set off. Half an hour later, they gradually veered off the main road. They took a detour, with dense trees on both sides of the path. However, there weren't many leaves on these trees, most were dry and yellow. After the heavy snowfall, aside from the mutated plants, 80% of the trees had perished. Thus, if one now encountered lush, big trees somewhere, they could almost always expect something amiss with those trees. To prevent surprise attacks from zombies or mutated beasts, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian both rode on Xiao Yin, leading the way forward. Yet, the further ahead they went, the more both men felt that something was not right. Xiao Yin darted quickly along the road. Looking at the barren scenery around them, Chu Shiyun furrowed his eyebrows, revealing a tinge of perplexity. Big brother Shen, isn't this area too open? Shen Mutian observed closely for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You're right. Not only that, it seems like the road has also been expanded. Upon hearing these words, both stared at each other momentarily, and Chu Shiyun hesitated before opening his mouth. Could it be? Shen Mutian interjected decisively. It should definitely be. Both of them understood fully that whatever the issue was, it wasn't logical that the base wouldn't consider it either. Now that such signs had appeared, it likely indicated that the base had indeed sent personnel to clean the area and even construct a new road. Chapter 53, Almost Home. After another half hour of driving, the number of vehicles they encountered along the way increased. Some were heading the same direction from other places, while others came from ahead, seemingly exiting from the base. Chu Shiyun muttered to himself, could it be that the base has really opened up more roads? Shen Mutian said, if you want to know if it's true, we can find out once we get back. Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement. Not long after, a river 100 meters wide appeared before everyone's eyes. Bridges had been newly constructed across the previously barren river surface. Although these bridges couldn't compare with the original A-City bridge, they were still serviceable. The bridge wasn't especially wide, but it could accommodate 4 large trucks simultaneously. Shen Mutian's gaze brightened slightly. This width might have seemed a bit narrow during normal times, but in the current apocalypse world, it was absolutely sufficient. Furthermore, if a large-scale zombie attack occurred, the bridge could simply be blown up. With the river being 100 meters wide, most zombies would be effectively stopped. After crossing the bridge and driving another 3 kilometers, they would arrive at the Gate of Hope base. From the opposite bank, one could already see the tall and sturdy walls of the base, filled with soldiers on guard duty, while below, several lines of survivor queues were visible. Chu Shiyun looked at the fortress with bright eyes, feeling a rare sense of belonging. With his eyes shimmering with joy, Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mutian. Senior brother, we're here. We'll soon meet elder brother and the others. Shen Mutian smiled and nodded. Even though this newly built city didn't look exactly like what they remembered, it was still the home where they had lived for 20 years. The 2 vehicles following behind them saw this unfamiliar base and all their passengers stuck their heads out of the windows. Lin Yanhan, sitting in the front passenger seat, looked through the windshield at the landmark building and opened her mouth wide. She stared in amazement and asked, Big brother, is this where we will live in the future? Lin Yanbai responded calmly, yeah. Though his voice remained tranquil, his astonished eyes betrayed his surprise. Lin Yanhan murmured to herself, no wonder people kept talking about how the defense system of Hope Base ranks among the top 3 bases in the country. With mountains encircling its back, a natural river protecting the front, plus tall walls as defensive barriers, it wouldn't be easy to break through, right? Lin Yanbai agreed with a nod. Although the aim of this entire journey had been to reach Hope Base, there was some trepidation until they arrived. But now, everything felt secure upon seeing the reality laid out before them. Chu Shiyun patted the little silver wolf beneath him, urging it to walk faster. If one looked from atop the base's wall, they could see a snow-white wolf carrying 2 people walking toward the base. When they were 300 meters away from the base, the duo dismounted the wolf. Chu Shiyun stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. There are so many people. From afar, things weren't very clear, but now closer, one could see that many lines of people had formed. Each line held over 100 people, and the numbers seemed to be increasing rapidly. Shen Mutian nodded. Although there are many people, none seem to be wandering outside aimlessly. That's definitely because teachers like them manage well. Even though he was praising someone not present, Chu Shiyun still flattered Shenlong heartily. Shen Mutian chuckled, glancing at Chu Shiyun who looked completely proud of his family members. Others also got off their vehicles. Mu Sui put away the car. At this point, everyone saw the scene before the base, staring with widened eyes. They had never seen such a large-scale base before. The gate of the base was enormous, 50 meters high and 40 meters wide. Among those 40 meters, 10 were divided into 5 separate lanes used for checking survivors arriving from outside. In the middle, enough space was left for pedestrians. Another 30 meters served as exit and entrance routes specifically for those who already lived inside the base, each lane being 10 meters wide. 5 additional meters were allocated for checking whether returning people carried any zombie viruses, and the last 5 meters served as an emergency route. And in front of the gate, soldiers inspected incoming vehicles and apprehended anyone causing trouble. Let's go. Let's queue up first. It was the first time Shen Mutian returned after the apocalypse started, so although he wasn't entirely clear about the base's internal rules, going to the queue to be checked first was undoubtedly the right move. Yeah. Chu Shiyun nodded repeatedly. Chu Shiyun happily pulled Shen Mutian towards the nearest queue, but before they could get close, the queue disbanded on its own. Chu Shiyun scratched his head in confusion. Senior brother, what's going on? Shen Mutian watched the frightened expressions on those people's faces, and only then turned to look at the little silver wolf closely following behind. Seeing its seemingly innocent appearance, Shen Mutian helplessly massaged his forehead. Now it was clear why the passers-by they met earlier were trying to stay as far away from them as possible. Shen Mutian explained to Chu Shiyun, "It's Xiao Yin." Chu Shiyun looked perplexed. "Ah. What about it?" Shen Mutian knew Chu Shiyun hadn't taken Xiao Yin's combat strength seriously and thus had no idea of its danger. Now he explained slowly, "Xiao Yin is a mutated beast, which in others' eyes makes it similar to a zombie." Chu Shiyun pressed his lips together. "What should we do then? We can't just abandon it, can we?" Chu Shiyun glanced at Xiao Yin's soft fur with obvious reluctance. Xiao Yin didn't know what was going on yet. Seeing Chu Shiyun looking at it, it even nudged him with its head. Shen Mutian thought for a moment. "Let's queue up first, let Xiao Yin go find a place to wait. Once we've contacted someone, we'll bring it inside." After thinking for a bit, Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement and communicated with Xiao Yin. Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's instructions, although Xiao Yin was reluctant, it obeyed. In just a few steps, it ran under a nearby bare tree to wait. Of course, Chu Shiyun didn't neglect it. He gave it 2 large packs of beef jerky. Even though Chu Shiyun made quite a commotion, and Xiao Yin was fairly noticeable due to its size, since the soldiers had seen many things, including animal-taming mutants, this scene didn't strike them as odd. Once Xiao Yin left, it became much easier for Chu Shiyun and the rest to join the queue. As Chu Shiyun followed the line forward aimlessly, his gaze inadvertently fell on small houses by the roadside. These houses weren't very large, about 10 square meters each, with a total of 20 combined on both sides of the road. Chu Shiyun had high spiritual energy and could easily see that the person at the front of the queue stood before a machine. 10 seconds later, when there was no reaction from the machine, that person went deeper inside for registration. The next few individuals also followed the same process. Feeling somewhat bored, Chu Shiyun was about to shift his gaze when he noticed the 1-meter-high machine lighting up, emitting red light. Immediately after, the soldier checking became very serious and took that person into one of the 10-square-meter rooms nearby. Chu Shiyun scratched his head in confusion. Shen Mutian noticed and asked, "What's wrong, honey?" Chu Shiyun recounted everything he saw to Shen Mutian, asking, "Senior brother, can you guess what happened?" Shen Mutian shook his head. "We'll ask the inspectors once we get there." Chu Shiyun responded, Feeling a bit tired from standing, Chu Shiyun leaned against Shen Mutian. Despite the cold weather, there were too many survivors around, most of whom had been fleeing for their lives and didn't have time to tidy themselves up. Thus, the scene smelled overwhelmingly sour and rotten. Chu Shiyun put on a mask, and Shen Mutian was forcibly given one too. He maintained a distance of more than a meter from the person in front of him. "Ah!" As Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian were laughing, a startled scream came from behind. They turned around to see a child from somewhere unknown hugging Lin Yanhan's leg tightly. The dirty hands and face of the child smeared all over Lin Yanhan's white pants, leaving filthy marks everywhere. Lin Yanhan let out a shout in surprise when she was suddenly hugged by the boy. When Chu Shiyun was still wondering what the child wanted, he suddenly spoke. "Sister, give me something to eat, please. I've been hungry for 3 days. I beg you." Although Lin Yanhan was startled by the sudden hug from the boy, seeing him dressed thinly in such cold weather and barely having any flesh left on his face, her heart softened. However, remembering the ungrateful person from the village, Lin Yanhan refrained from giving anything directly. Though pitying the child, she didn't speak up. Chu Shiyun observed the people watching around. Some envied the child, some jeered with jealousy, and others found pleasure in his misfortune. At the same time, Chu Shiyun overheard some comments. "I think all these people in their group are rich, looking so clean and well-dressed. Who else but them should we take advantage of? I don't know what they do, but there's only one young girl in the group. What could they be doing? You can imagine, it's clear that with so many people in their team, they probably provide good services too. Ha ha ha. You don't even need to say it. Judging by how they dress and eat, they're experienced at this." Chu Shiyun cast a cold glance at those who were making lewd comments. There were quite a number of them, whether near or far, everyone who witnessed this scene was voicing unfavorable opinions. Since the apocalypse began, he had encountered many such individuals. Before the end times, these kinds of people could only get their fix from internet arguments, using their assumptions to speculate about others and would only hold back slightly when they met face to face. But now, without legal restrictions, they were becoming increasingly self-important. Shen Mutian patted him gently on the shoulder from behind as a silent reassurance. Chu Shiyun coldly withdrew his gaze and looked at Lin Yanhan. Lin Yanhan was still struggling with the boy holding onto her leg. The child's mother also approached Lin Yanhan and knelt down in front of her. Please give us something to eat. With the boy clinging to her leg and the woman tugging at her clothes, Lin Yanhan felt at a loss, seeking help by looking at her brother. Seeing the greedy looks around, there were many people with children present, and Lin Yanbai feared that if they gave this child some food, they'd be overwhelmed with endless trouble. Realizing this, Lin Yanbai coldly refused, sorry, we don't have much food either. Please let go. Chapter 54, The Precious One is Coveted Again. The two individuals did not loosen their grip. The woman gave her son a glance, and the little boy clutched even tighter while wailing. So hungry. So hungry. Please, brother, sister, give me something to eat. Some people nearby couldn't bear it and began speaking up for the child. Sigh. It's just some food, right? Giving him a bit won't kill you. Exactly, exactly. So stingy. Good people really don't live long, it's these miserly ones who live forever. They wouldn't share a little food to help others. Yanbai Lin frowned but still didn't give the mother and son any food. If they backed down now, there would be even more excessive demands awaiting them. Yanbai Lin directly pried the boy's hands apart. His movement wasn't overly heavy, but as soon as he let go, the little boy collapsed on the ground crying out loud. The woman anxiously asked, my child. What happened? Mom. My hand hurts. My hand broke. People watching the commotion condemned Yanbai Lin, heartless one, if you didn't want to give them supplies, at least you shouldn't have broken the kid's hand. Exactly, looks like someone has a black heart. Shichen Chu observed the siblings surrounded by public opinion, letting out a cold laugh before retaliating against those overly good-hearted or inciting troublemakers. Hey, that one wearing a black coat and black pants, giving him some supplies won't kill you. Now, saving him could get you someone to take care of you in your old age. Not helping means losing nothing but also earning no rewards, maybe even finding a wife. Hurry up and help him. You red-dressed sweater-wearing lady calling us stingy, this child is suffering now, you're so generous. Come and help him quickly. Why are you hiding? Sounds great from you, aren't you just squandering what doesn't belong to you? That green military overcoat grandpa accusing others of being stingy, I see you've lived quite long. How many times have you let someone die without helping? As a stingy man, how do you dare continue living in this world? Oh. I know why. Someone like you fears death the most, huh? Yeah. Why haven't I seen your kids? Could it be they starved to death because you didn't save them? Those speakers had no idea Chu Shichen had remembered all their faces. Each look made them ashamed, especially the elderly man, who was already old and now directly had his chest covered, making people guess whether he'd pass away in the next second. Shi Yun looked at those speechless people and added another sentence, how do you know we're black-hearted? People like you, when we see you on the road, we'd rather throw our food away than give it to you. Let you starve to death. Once those words were spoken, Shi Yun instantly angered everyone. Each gaze burned with fury towards Shi Yun as if what Shi Yun spoke about was their lost supplies. If looks could kill, Shi Yun might have been executed countless times. Shi Yun glanced disdainfully at them and stepped towards the boy, looking down at him from above, saying coldly, which hand is broken? Let me take a look. If it's not broken, I'll make sure to sever both your arms properly. The woman shakily pointed at Shi Yun, you. How can you be so merciless? Chu Shichen made an sound, pretending to be confused and then smiling pleasantly, why am I being called merciless? Wasn't it your son who claimed his arm broke? I'm just checking if it actually broke. And if it's not broken, I'll help you ensure the claim appears less false. Moreover, we can't just take this defamation lying down, can we? Come on, extend your hand, it'll break in an instant. I promise, after 10 to 15 days, the pain will stop. Chu Shichen's words were terrifying enough that the boy dared not wail anymore and hurriedly pulled the woman to leave. Looking at that swift departure, it was evident the boy's hand was uninjured. Humph. Chu Shichen sneered at these people who bullied the weak yet feared strength. Chu Shichen knew, if the twins hadn't played it tough, not saying much nonsense to the mother and son, the other onlookers wouldn't dare morally coerce them. After all, humans inherently seek benefit and avoid harm. Knowing they had encountered someone difficult to deal with, naturally no one would tempt fate. Unfortunately, still too young. Chu Shichen shook his head as he looked at the two siblings. Seeing how shocked Yan Han Lin appeared, Chu Shichen furrowed his brow and asked, did they hurt you anywhere? That child and the woman had gripped tightly, unsure if there were any injuries. Lin Yanhan, still shaken, shook her head to indicate she was fine, though during the queue, she instinctively kept a distance from others. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun finally nodded. What are you doing? Don't you know that causing trouble at the base entrance is forbidden? Just as Chu Shiyun wanted to get back in line, a voice came from near the front of the queue. Shen Mutian frowned, looking at the latecomer and feeling these people were too inefficient. He stood in front of Chu Shiyun, blocking a man's lecherous gaze, while Chu Shiyun also looked displeased hiding behind Shen Mutian. That man wore the uniform of a second lieutenant. Although Shen Mutian couldn't claim to know all the high-ranking officials in City A, he recognized about 70% of them. But this person was completely unfamiliar to him, indicating they probably had no prior connection. However, just with this man's ill-intentioned look at Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian knew he wouldn't let him off easily. Shen Mutian asked coldly, is there anything? The man had been looking around at Chu Shiyun. Even with a mask on, someone like Chu Shiyun would absolutely be seen as a top beauty by his standards. Given their current state, it didn't seem like they'd dare offend him if they wanted to stay in the base. But hearing Shen Mutian's voice and seeing how coldly he treated him, the man grew angry immediately. Don't you know that causing trouble at the base entrance is forbidden? Shen Mutian laughed coldly. Oh. How did we cause trouble? The man smirked disdainfully and questioned the surrounding survivors. Tell me what just happened here. Those who were scolded earlier by Chu Shiyun quickly stepped forward, embellishing the earlier incident, turning the twins' extortion into bullying children, and even deliberately slandering them. A group of people listened and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Onlookers watched them with a mix of schadenfreude. After listening, the officer glanced at them, then waved his hand backward indifferently and said, take them away. Yes. Wait, how can you believe one-sided words without understanding the truth? Why arrest us? Lin Yanhan questioned the officer, dissatisfied. The officer chuckled coldly, it's because I'm an official, you're a civilian, and this entire base belongs to me. Arrest them. The soldiers following the officer moved up immediately. Before they could even touch them, Shen Mutian kicked them away. Shen Mutian looked at the officer coldly and said, I didn't know this base actually became yours. The twins and others were also furious. They initially came along with Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian because their families were here. If this base really judged right from wrong so arbitrarily and oppressed others at will, they might as well build their own base. After all, with their team's strength, surviving in the apocalypse wasn't difficult for them. Both sides faced each other antagonistically, making the atmosphere tense. Now all it needed was a spark for a fight to break out. Chu Shiyun poked his head out from behind Shen Mutian, smiling mischievously and asking, arresting people without finding out the facts first. Aren't you afraid Commander Shen will punish you? The officer sneered upon hearing this, my father is Lin Jun. Even if Shen finds out, he can't do anything to me. Chu Shiyun responded mockingly, oh. Is that so? The officer nodded matter-of-factly. Shen Mutian looked at the man, asking in a toneless manner, are you Lin Yu? With pride, Lin Yu confirmed, yes, it's me. Chu Shiyun scoffed and rolled his eyes. Shen Mutian decided not to waste any more words, choosing to take action directly. In this situation, even if he left Lin Yu disabled, Lin Jun wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Both sides began fighting, and the survivors fled far away. The gatekeeper saw the commotion and hurriedly went back to report. Chu Shiyun watched their moves from the side, speculating that soon the senior leaders of the base would come out. He also wondered how Lin Yu dared to say the base was his, knowing full well that in the previous life, the Shen family managed the base last. Everyone in Shen Mutian's group possessed psychic powers of at least level 2, and Shen Mutian himself was a level 4 psychic power user. Facing only one second-level officer and the rest being first-level soldiers, they felt no pressure. In a flash, they subdued them. Shen Mutian directly pinned Lin Yu underfoot. I originally didn't want to cause a huge ruckus, but who made the Lins produce such a rat stain? With Lin Yu being stepped on by Shen Mutian, his face turned red with anger from not only the situation but also Shen Mutian calling him a rat stain. He glared at Shen Mutian, and if looks could kill, Shen Mutian would have died countless times already. You dare treat me this way? My father will never let you go. If you know what's good for you, release me now. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a terrible death. Upon hearing that, Shen Mutian kicked him again without holding back. The force sent Lin Yu spitting out blood, effectively silencing him as he lay there half dead. Chu Shiyun didn't rush inside either. Instead, he took a stool and sat down. Shen Yichen tried to offer help but was stopped by his family. Reluctantly, Mo Yunyang stepped forward and tied up Lin Yu. Chu Shiyun then had someone call Little Yin back. Shen Mutian watched Lin Yu with an expressionless face while Chu Shiyun kindly reassured him, Senior brother, don't worry, I guarantee Master and the others are fine. Hearing this, Shen Mutian's mood softened, and he nodded in response. Truthfully, he'd gotten a bit carried away. When Shen Mutian saw Lin Yu's arrogance and heard his words, he couldn't help but fear something had happened to his family. Otherwise, with Shen Lan's character, he wouldn't tolerate underlings bullying others unjustly. Even if Lin Yu wasn't part of Shen Lan's army, the rest of the soldiers shouldn't have stood idly by. After the apocalypse, communication became less reliable. By the time Lin Jun learned of his son getting beaten, it had been an hour. At this moment, all generals of the base with ranks above brigadier general were attending a meeting. Consequently, everyone else inevitably heard about Lin Yu getting beaten too. Chapter 55, Are You Afraid of Trouble? Recently, the Lin family army could be said to be in the limelight, oppressing everyone else. This time, hearing that Lin Jun is at a disadvantage is truly rare. Lu Xiao was one of the 3 commanders in the base. He was the youngest among the 3, but his depth of scheming was no less than the others. Now he looked at Lin Jun's hurried departure with a smirk, then turned to look at the others and said, how can our people in the base just let others bully them? I should go take a look. With that, he left first, and his subordinates naturally followed. The crowd was embarrassed, all those lofty words were just an excuse to watch a show. People from both the Lu and Lin factions left, leaving only those from the Shen family faction sitting there. Shenmush, pale-faced, looked at Shenlan, father. Shenlan saw the gossip-filled glances in others' eyes, as well as the still injured body of his eldest son. I'll have someone take you home first. Shenmush shook his head and coughed slightly. It's nothing serious for my injury, we'd better leave quickly. There's still time. Though somewhat worried, Shenlan nodded and led the group out together. As Shenmush walked beside Shenlan, one of his underlings helped support him. Since being injured a week ago, his condition had been sporadic and not improving well. Were it not for the importance of today's meeting, he wouldn't have come despite his illness. However, when he heard that Lin Jun's son got beaten, and badly at that, Shenmush couldn't help but feel a schadenfreude. Indeed, one shouldn't get too overconfident. Recalling how he sustained these injuries made Shenmush's gaze dim momentarily. At the entrance of the base, Chu Shiyun and his group had already been surrounded by soldiers on guard duty. However, since they held a hostage, the soldiers didn't dare make a move yet. Moreover, behind Chu Shiyun stood little Yin, watching with tigerish intensity ever since becoming Chu Shiyun's follower. Now at peak level 3 in his abilities, his powers grew rapidly. Chu Shiyun leaned against Shenmutian, shaking his head and looking at the fierce-looking soldiers with boredom. So boring. Brother Shi, do you think when will they arrive? Shenmutian crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and rested, replying, not later than 2 hours. It wasn't very far from the central part of the base to the gate, a round trip only took 2 hours. Besides, Lin Jun would surely be deeply concerned for his son and unwilling to let Lin Yu suffer any harm, meaning this situation wouldn't last too long. Chu Shiyun shot a glare at the menacing soldiers, then whispered in Shenmutian's ear, Brother Shi, do you think if we keep doing this, we might cause trouble for Master and the others? Shenmutian lifted his eyelids, glanced at Chu Shiyun, and mocked, you are worried about causing trouble? Chu Shiyun matter-of-factly replied, no. Shenmutian helplessly patted Chu Shiyun's head, then why do you even ask me this? Chu Shiyun blinked and explained, isn't it just embarrassing for Master and the others to clean up after our messes? Shenmutian sighed helplessly, thinking that if Chu Shiyun had felt even a bit ashamed, things wouldn't have reached this point. One day he'd cry the officer's child, the next day he'd yell at a business tycoon's heir, but each time seeing his pitiful expression, not only Shenmutian but the whole family couldn't bring themselves to scold him. Plus, this incident started because of Shenmutian himself. Nevertheless, it was not too severe. Before the apocalypse, it might have caused more trouble, but this is post-apocalypse where power speaks louder. Moreover, they aren't alone either. Out of boredom, Chu Shiyun counted the survivors queuing to enter the base. Even though their actions created some small disruptions within the base's work did not completely stop. So, while soldiers were arranged to watch over them, others continued working, albeit at a lower efficiency. With a sullen face, Chu Shiyun watched as those completing their tasks outside also lingered by the entrance, idly observing them like monkeys, and even pulling out stools to sit down. In particular, many men and women eyed them with peculiar interest, especially Shenmutian. Chu Shiyun himself was merely heartbreaker material to men, but Shenmutian was both a man and woman heartbreaker. Chu Shiyun silently complained, even with masks on, why does this happen? Shenmutian hadn't heard clearly, so he asked again, Chu Shiyun shook his head, nothing, just feeling that Brother Shi is so popular. Shenmutian lowered his gaze and glanced at the slightly sour person on his shoulder. His glance casually swept over the spectators who were enjoying the spectacle, finally understanding why Chu Shiyun had said that. Shenmutian gently consoled, but I am yours, no matter how popular. Chu Shiyun glanced at Shenmutian, unsure whether he was genuinely comforting himself or boasting about himself. Sigh. After all, it wasn't the first time his senior brother has been this popular. Screech. The sound of cars stopping reached their ears. The gates of the base were immediately surrounded by people who had arrived. Soldiers quickly cleared the area, and survivors who were just undergoing inspection were hurriedly shooed aside. Chu Shiyun smirked derisively, acting as if they thought themselves to be big shots. The moment Lin Jun got out of the car, he spotted his only child lying on the ground, tied up with ropes, his condition unclear. Lin Jun glared at Chu Shiyun and his group fiercely, forgetting even to maintain a polite smile in front of others. His only thought now was to teach them a severe lesson, so they would regret bullying his child. The onlookers standing around on both sides of the road watched as soldiers gathered around several men in military uniforms, one of whom was especially famous in the base recently. Seeing this spectacle, those with some power and background stayed far away, fearful of being involved in any trouble. Shenmutian lifted an eyelid and looked at the pot-bellied Lin Jun leading the group. Disgust flickered in his eyes. How many people couldn't afford meals in this world? How many were starving every day? How much corruption must this man have engaged in to maintain such a figure? Not to mention allowing his own child to do wrong without consequence. Looking at Lin Yu's behavior, Shenmutian felt sure that these actions weren't rare for him. Lin Jun stopped a little distance from Shenmutian. Their eyes locked, and Lin Jun felt a sense of familiarity in Shenmutian's face but didn't give it much attention. Looking at Lin Yu under Mo Yuyang's foot, Lin Jun narrowed his dangerous eyes at Shenmutian. Young man, there are some people you just shouldn't mess with. One must pay for their impulsive actions. Shenmutian snorted coldly, oh. Lin Jun responded with a disdainful laugh, if you know what's good for you, let go of Lin Yu now. Then perhaps I'll consider letting you enter the base. Otherwise. Lin Jun glared maliciously at Shen Mutian, deciding to tempt them first before capturing and torturing them after they release Lin Yu. Lying atop Shen Mutian's shoulder, Chu Shiyun chuckled lightly, otherwise, what can you do, old geezer? Despite sounding curious, no trace of a smile was present in the eyes exposed outside the mask. Boy, sometimes words lead to disaster, you know that? Upon hearing Chu Shiyun call him old geezer, Lin Jun's face darkened further. Chu Shiyun scoffed dismissively, refusing to waste more words on him. Standing up, facing Lin Jun directly, Mu Xinyan stepped forward to pick up the stool. This action brightened the eyes of the general accompanying them, finally understanding why they had been so brazen. There was a spatial ability user among the team. Since the apocalypse began, various types of ability users appeared, yet spatial ability users remained scarce. Out of hundreds of thousands of base residents, less than 1/4 were ability users. And among the less than 1,000 spatial ability users, fewer than 500 belonged to the army. Therefore, they welcomed spatial ability users warmly. Shen Mutian stared at the angry bunch. General Lin, when you arrive, why not ask us why we treated your son this way, or understand the whole truth from others instead of focusing solely on our injury to your child? As a father, caring for your child is normal, but as a general, shouldn't you first grasp the facts of the matter? After hearing these words, Lin Jun's face turned grim immediately. Although he held much power over the base, he did not yet control it completely. If his image as an unjust man became widely known, it could tarnish his reputation greatly. And while people seemed like they weren't paying much attention, they actually continued listening secretly. Should his name as an unfair man be confirmed, he would likely lose the chance to easily dominate the base. Lin Jun cast an inscrutable look toward the person who came to report the news earlier. That person understood well enough and spoke up looking at Shen Mutian. Our general certainly knows the full story, everything is obviously due to your malicious disruptions. You also refused to cooperate during investigations, ultimately even brutally assaulting Deputy Lin. These matters can be attested by all those at the entrance of the base. That small soldier pointed toward the individuals who had previously insulted the twins. When seeing Lin Jun's identity, they nodded fervently and started slandering Chu Shiyun's group on the spot, while others knowing the real situation dared not speak up lightly. Shen Mutian observed their actions, along with the surrounding crowd dodging them, and knew that if there wasn't another person of similar status to Lin Jun to stand behind them, regardless of where the fault truly lay, the blame today would land on them. Even though they were not afraid, after all, it wouldn't be good for the Shen family's reputation. But Chu Shiyun did not have such patience. Senior brother, stop wasting words on him. No matter what you say, it is just about wielding power to suppress others. There are so many people here inside and out, and aren't they also afraid of getting into trouble? Anyway, no matter how much we talk, it'll always be our fault, let's get our hands dirty directly. Upon these words, the surrounding atmosphere immediately became tense. The people behind Lin Jun glared at them like tigers ready to pounce, and Chu Shiyun and his group were also prepared for a fight. Lin Jun sighed, then said with a stern tone, since you refuse to admit your guilt, then don't blame me. Attack. As soon as the words left his mouth, a person stepped forward from behind Lin Jun. Seeing this person, many people retreated step by step as if they had seen some kind of flood or beast. Those who did not know were confused. Why would Lin Jun send up just one young man? After explanations, those people learned that he was the only 4th level ability user in the base, whose fire-based ability could burn someone into nothing but ashes. Moreover, he was also General Lin's close confidant. When Chu Shiyun saw the face of this man, however, he was somewhat stunned. Chapter 55, Rest Assured, Won't Die. For this person was none other than Yusu, the one he had seen earlier in the library, also the one who caused his death in the previous life. However, Chu Shiyun felt a bit strange. Under normal circumstances, this person should be in the Xianyang base, so why was he in the Hope base? Their eyes met, and Chu Shiyun saw familiar greed and covetousness in Yusu's eyes. If it weren't for the memories of his past life, Chu Shiyun wouldn't know why Yusu was looking at him like that. But with the experiences from his previous life, nothing was strange anymore. Shen Mutian frowned and stood in front of Chu Shiyun. He hated when others looked at his treasure with desire, and he disliked even more when they looked as if they were observing a commodity. Yusu looked at Chu Shiyun and softly smiled, little brother, we meet again. If you come to me, I'll let them go, alright? Shen Mutian glared at Yusu for openly poaching under his nose. Although curious about how Yusu recognized him, Chu Shiyun didn't want Shen Mutian to have any misunderstandings. He poked his head out and sneered, don't call so affectionately, we're not close. Yusu didn't seem to care, are we? I hope you won't say that later. Before the words finished echoing, a milky white fireball was hurled. Shen Mutian had been on guard against him all along. Upon noticing his offensive move, he already summoned his abilities. In an instant, a lightning wall blocked their path. Lin Jun and others sneered. They had witnessed how powerful Yusu's ability was, and thought this thin lightning wall would definitely fail to stop the fireball. But, they were in for a surprise. The white fireball hovered in mid-air until it was absorbed by the lightning wall, which then transformed into a larger thunderball hurtling toward them. Shen Mutian moved without pause, transforming a lightning whip in his palm just after the thunderball shot out, and swiftly swung it afterward. Yusu's expression turned serious, carefully dodging the direct hit from the thunderball. Before he could catch his breath, a lightning whip viciously struck his face. Wow! Chu Shiyun cheered loudly as if enjoying a show, much to the embarrassment of those supposed to be on Yusu's side. Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mutian's cold face, knowing his mood wasn't good, otherwise, he wouldn't have slapped someone right off the bat. Remembering the scars left by Shen Mutian's lightning-based ability were incurable, even for light-based ability users, unless Shen Mutian himself withdrew the residual energy, Yusu was likely to be disfigured for life. Regardless of what others thought, the two central figures directly engaged in battle. Unlike Chu Shiyun and others' casual demeanor, the group led by Lin Jun had grim expressions. Up until now, they hadn't seen anyone who could fight Yusu to a draw. After all, Yusu was their biggest leverage in controlling the base, and now another person appeared. In the eyes of onlookers, Shen Mutian and Yusu were evenly matched, but only Yusu, at the heart of the battle, knew he had always been dominated by Shen Mutian. Especially the wounds caused by the lightning landing on his body were excruciatingly painful. His own abilities couldn't even touch Shen Mutian. Startled, Yusu wondered, what level is this person's ability? He had already upgraded fast enough, so why did someone else's ability surpass his? Chu Shiyun watched the fighting pair, starry-eyed while looking at Shen Mutian, murmuring, elder brother sure can be cruel. Lin Yanhan questioned curiously, huh? Why say that? Lin Yanbai ranked third in strength within the team, but that didn't mean he couldn't perceive things others couldn't. Brother Shen's power far exceeds that man. According to Brother Shen's usual style, he should have taken care of the situation long ago, but he hasn't. As these words came out, everyone understood. Lin Yanhan asked, does that mean Brother Shen is deliberately punishing the person? Why? Lin Yanbai touched Lin Yanhan's head, you'll understand when you find someone who loves you. Lin Yanhan nodded, seeming to grasp it, pointing at Chu Shiyun and whispering, then why does auntie look so fond? Lin Yanbai paused deep in thought before answering, perhaps if elder brother weren't bad, auntie wouldn't love him. Chu Shiyun smiled and glanced at Lin Yanbai. There was no denying how perceptive this person was, she really liked the way Shen Mutian acted cruel, which was truly rare. Hey! A fight has broken out, and we're late again. Several vehicles drove to the main gate of the base. Road Xiao led a group of people into the circle of combatants, joining the fray. The first person he noticed, however, wasn't either of the two who were fighting but Chu Shiyun, who was watching from the sidelines. How could it be him? Due to his shock, Lu Xiao involuntarily blurted it out. The adjutant asked, Commander, who? Lu Xiao had a look of post-facto fear, glaring at the adjutant, who else, but the honored young master of the Shen family. The adjutant scratched his head in confusion and looked around but saw nothing. The reason Lu Xiao recognized Chu Shiyun at a glance was because over a decade ago, when he wasn't yet the commander, he followed his father on a visit to Shenlan where he saw Chu Shiyun playing ball by the door. Due to his own folly, looking at the pale soft boy and feeling like picking a fight, little did he know that he ended up stepping on Chu Shiyun's ball too hard without thinking. He hadn't imagined the ball would be so flimsy. Chu Shiyun stared at him after seeing the ball being crushed, with eyes that wanted to devour him. Though possibly due to outsiders present, Chu Shiyun didn't act then. Unbeknownst, later Chu Shiyun secretly gave him a laxative and even took away all the toilet paper, making him utterly humiliated. This wasn't the end. In the following 3 days, he got his hair burned, his clothes tampered with which forced him into public nudity, got haunted by a ghost late at night, and eventually had a turtle drawn on his face. Worse still, the ink was very special and remained unwashed for more than half a month. When the Shen family found out, they didn't punish Chu Shiyun, instead, they scolded him. They knew about Chu Shiyun's poor health yet he still bullied him. He truly felt wronged back then, and what was worse, his father beat him severely for disgracing their name. Afterward, whenever Lu Xiao saw Chu Shiyun, he developed the habit of deterring. Now, seeing Chu Shiyun with those curved brows and smiling eyes, Lu Xiao felt as if he were reliving the humiliation he suffered before. However, Lu Xiao gazed at Chu Shiyun and pondered since this young master had returned, there was no way Shen Xiaosan, third brother, would not be here. His eyes scanned the group, one man was Lin Jun's helper and currently the highest-ranked ability user in the base, while the other, Lu Xiao eyed the figure carefully noticing how Yusu obviously had the upper hand. This was clearly Shen Xiaosan. Not only did Shen Xiaosan beat Yusu who was a level 4 ability user, but also nobody knew what his rank had ascended to. Lu Xiao delightedly watched Lin Jun and wondered how Shen Mutian would react upon knowing his elder brother was hit and almost couldn't be saved. Once the lesson was delivered enough, Shen Mutian grew tired of wasting time with them, using his powers to tie them up. Yusu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring hatefully at Shen Mutian. His grand plans had been destroyed right at the start by Shen Mutian. Lin Jun's face went white as he realized with Yusu being a level 4 ability user, he still wasn't a match for Shen Mutian. Now, they understood just who they'd antagonized. Shen Mutian glared at the prone Yusu, his eyes faintly flickering toward Lin Jun and his people, is there anyone else? Lin Jun's face turned completely green, unsure what to say. Seeing Lin Jun's setback, Lu Xiao jabbed him, reminding Shen Mutian kindly, Xiao-san, you've finally returned. Shen Mu-ze was previously seriously injured and nearly didn't survive. Upon hearing these words, everyone was shocked. Neither Chu Shiyun nor his team knew that Shen Muzhe had been injured during their absence. On the other hand, Lin Jun and his men felt anxious. How could this happen? No one had mentioned that these individuals knew Shen Muzhe. No, wait. Shen Xiaosan. Was it really him? Chu Shiyun hurried forward, asking Lu Xiao, "Old man Lu, what do you mean?" Lu Xiao's face darkened momentarily. He was merely 30 years old, but it sounded as though he were near 70 or 80. Nevertheless, seeing the serious looks on both faces, Lu Xiao let go of any grievances. He pointed to Yu Su lying on the ground. "Look. That's the real culprit." Shen Mutian turned back to look at Yu Su lying down. Yu Su was almost spitting out blood with rage. How could he not have known that the person he injured before had such a connection to Shen Mutian? But Yu Su glared at Shen Mutian as though at a dead man, and then glanced at Lin Jun, trying desperately to lower his profile. With thoughts of "a good friend will sacrifice themselves" in mind, he dragged Lin Jun into trouble. "It was Lin Jun who ordered me. He said Shen Muzhe obstructed his control of the base. He asked me to kill Shen Muzhe unexpectedly and prohibited the light-type ability users in the base from treating him. He also made me kill many others who didn't follow his orders." As soon as these words came out, not only were they all stunned, but also the original onlookers thought they had stumbled across a shocking scoop. Anyone opposing Lin Jun was eliminated. This is too cruel. If they were to let someone like this be their leader, how could they possibly live in peace? Just look at Lin Yu's arrogant and overbearing manner, and you'll know. By the time it comes, not only will ordinary survivors suffer, even other ability users' teams will have to live in constant fear. Upon realizing these implications, the ability users of the base who had initially been observing the scene as if watching a play, now turned their gazes towards Lin Jun. Their eyes carried more dangerous sentiments. Lin Jun pointed at Yu Su, trembling and unsure what to say. You. Shen Mutian did not pay attention to the two men caught up in their squabbles but instead looked at Lu Xiao. "Older brother Lu, may I inquire about my elder brother's current condition?" Lu Xiao glanced at Shen Mutian, usually with a cold face, but now showing an urgent expression, and kindly informed him of the outcome. "Rest assured, as long as Chu Shiyun is around, he won't die." Hearing this, Shen Mutian finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 57, Niu Honghong's background. Chu Shiyun stepped forward and gently held Shen Mutian's hand. "Big brother, what do you plan to do with them?" Lin Jun is a general, so they can't deal with him arbitrarily, but Yu Su is different. Moreover, there are dirty dealings between the two of them. Just their intentional killings of senior base personnel is enough for the base leadership to convict Lin Jun. Shen Mutian scanned the two people sharply and said indifferently, "They have done so many things that go against heaven and justice, naturally, they must be handed over to the base for punishment." Chu Shiyun nodded. He wasn't surprised by Shen Mutian's actions, it was even commonplace to him. When Lin Jun heard Shen Mutian say he would be handed over to the base for punishment, his face turned ashen, and he looked like he had aged several decades. All was lost, completely gone. He knew that many high-ranking officials in the base were already dissatisfied with him long ago. If it weren't for Yu Su, perhaps they would have banded together to deal with him long before now. But now someone has appeared who can't even beat Yu Su. It was all over for him, no one could save him. For the first time, regret surfaced in Lin Jun's heart. At the same time, resentment filled his eyes as he stared at Lin Yu. In his mind, if not for Lin Yu angering Shen Mutian, he might still have had time to prepare and wouldn't have failed so completely. In such people's hearts, they never reflect on their own issues. Once something irreparable happens, they always push the blame onto others. Shen Mutian, watching Lin Jun's angry and hateful expression, feared he might cause trouble and thus bound him up with his psychic abilities. Shen Mutian didn't hold back. After all, retaliation was needed to balance out the suffering their elder brother endured these past days. Intense electric currents flowed through the condensed whip, tormenting Lin Jun every moment. The people who originally belonged to Lin Jun's faction couldn't help but break into cold sweats when they saw this scene, fearing that Shen Mutian might suddenly turn his aggression toward them. "Commander Shen." Just as Shen Mutian and others were about to tie Lin Jun and drag him back, the salute of soldiers was heard from the entrance of the base. Shen Muzhe was injured badly, but after such a long time, the vehicle should have arrived no matter how slowly it traveled. Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian exchanged glances and both saw joy in each other's eyes. The two quickly walked over in haste. Originally rushing towards them, Shenlan and Shen Muzhe noticed two masked figures pushing through the soldiers encircling them, coming closer. Initially wondering who they might be, upon close inspection, they realized it was none other than the supposed-to-be insidious foolish little brother, stupid son, and Yun Bao. What they originally planned as a casual visit to watch some drama, and prevent Lin Jun from causing more harm, turned unexpectedly into an immense joy. Chu Shiyun and the others swiftly tore off their masks, then embraced the tearful individuals approaching them. Teacher, father, big brother, older brother. The four were silent, simply embracing each other tightly. No words needed to be spoken at this moment. After hugging for quite a while, the four finally let go. Chu Shiyun took 2 steps back. Chu Shiyun blinked, observing Shenlan, who previously was a middle-aged handsome uncle, but now seemed to have aged 10 years. Teacher, your hair has turned white. Auntie will surely be picky about it. The few people who were just grieving couldn't help but laugh at Chu Shiyun's innocent remark. Shenlan lovingly patted Chu Shiyun's head, saying, as long as you all return, having more white hair doesn't matter. Chu Shiyun tilted his head slightly, gazing at Shenmuja's still pale face. Big brother, your face is too pale. And you've lost weight. Has the apocalypse caused food shortages? Shenmuja laughed at Chu Shiyun's continued innocence, realizing that after knowing the reality of the world's end, his younger brother still managed to protect him well. That's right. Everyone misses you so much that they can't eat properly. If Han Yu knew about Shenmuja's inner voice, it would undoubtedly shout loudly, you're imagining too much. Your younger brother is merely someone who eats soft meals without contributing. Hearing this, Chu Shiyun tapped his chest, with big brother around protecting me, I'm fine. Plus, we brought back plenty of supplies, ensuring everyone has a full belly. Shenlan smiled tenderly, our Yunbao truly has considerate hearts. Isn't life outside uncomfortable? Now that we're home, everything is fine. Chu Shiyun shook his head, pointing at Shenmutian's somewhat round face, not at all. Look, I've even gained weight. Shenmutian watched the harmonious trio with affection in his eyes, aware that Chu Shiyun intentionally distracted Shenlan and Shenmuja to relieve their mental tension, allowing them to relax and not remain constantly stressed. Both father and son, seeing Chu Shiyun's sincere appearance, also knew Shenmutian had continuously kept him safe. After the four had caught up with each other, Shenlan and Shenmuja finally had a chance to check on Lin Jun's condition. Looking at Yusu, known as the base's first psychic ability user, lying there half dead, both father and son were too shocked to recover. After all, Shenmuja was the one who was injured by him, and Shenmuja couldn't even withstand his 3 moves, yet now. Shenmuja felt a bit complicated in the moment, and it became even more so after learning that this person was injured by their adopted younger brother. While they were worrying inside the base about how to thwart Lin Jun's scheme, it had been simply revealed by Shenmutian, who returned only a month later. How could they feel? Father and son looked at Shenmutian no longer with complexity. For the past 20 years, they always thought Shenmutian was just a simple-minded love fool. After graduation, they just needed Shenmyeni to find him a job so he could support himself and take care of Yunbao. They never expected this, he has actually been concealing his true abilities. Shenmuja glanced at Shenmutian and suddenly smiled warmly, though this smile made Shenmutian feel uneasy. Younger brother. Originally, father and I didn't expect you to be able to help us much, but since your psychic powers are so strong, wouldn't it be great if you helped out in the army? Shenmutian. Shenmutian's eyes showed complex emotions. He really hadn't anticipated that on his first day back, his older brother wouldn't let him rest well but rather try to exploit him. Chu Shiyun gave a dangerous look, glaring at Shenmuja with an insidious plan to lure away his teacher brother, then exchanged a gentle smile filled with innocence yet firmness. That won't work. Realizing Chu Shiyun's words, Shenmuja now understood that his younger brother was no longer the malleable person he once used to be. Although he seemed inconspicuous before, probably the ranking in the family hierarchy had now changed, putting him possibly highest. Shenmuja's eyes dimmed slightly, his little brother wasn't someone to mess with anymore. Shenmuja said helplessly, all right. Without wasting any more time, Shenlan ordered people to capture them and then exercised special privileges, allowing a team to first conduct a medical checkup on Chu Shiyun's group, after which they took them home. Since the apocalypse, Shen mother hasn't been able to contact Chu Shiyun and others due to her worry, she can't eat or sleep properly and has lost several rounds of weight. Therefore, after Chu Shiyun and the others have returned, Shenlan must set aside their current tasks and bring them back for a family gathering. Handling the matters of Lin Jun can wait, but when family reunites, they mustn't be absent. A grand convoy headed towards Area A. The Hope Base is divided into 5 zones. Area A is where the various high-level personnel reside, such as military figures, political elites, researchers, and others who have contributed to the base. These people get to choose a house in Area A. Area B is for lower-ranked soldiers and staff living, not everyone qualifies for this zone. While Area A is freely provided to higher-ups by the base, from Area B onward, corresponding fees need to be paid to live here. Area C is designated for external psychics and their families, and also serves as the main headquarters for the psychic combat teams of the base. Living conditions in the first 3 areas are considerably better. Post-apocalypse, water and electricity shortages occurred, but resources in Area A are free while those in Areas B and C require payment after selection, albeit with some usage. Areas E and F fare far worse compared to the previous 3. Residents in Area E live in large warehouses crowded with survivors from various regions, with deplorable conditions, no electricity or water. And Area F has the worst conditions. People in Area E at least brought some supplies, whereas residents in Area F are refugees living in tents unable to keep warm. Each person receives 1 food ration daily consisting of a steamed bun, a bowl of porridge, and every 2 days, a small bottle of mineral water. Besides these 5 zones, between Areas B and C lies a central area further subdivided into 3 sections, one being the military zone, another the working zone where the Psychics Association is located, and the last being the trading market, the most chaotic place, where various people mix together. Though patrolled by soldiers, incidents like bullying, robbery, and theft cannot be entirely eliminated. In the car, Shenmuja slowly explained the general rules of the base to Chu Shiyun and Shenmutian. While on another vehicle, Mushin and others felt somewhat disoriented. Ever since Lu Xiao appeared, they realized that things were becoming unpredictable, and the final revelation of Shen Mutian's identity was something they found hard to believe. After all, even though Shen Mutian might have a cold personality and exceptional martial prowess, no one had imagined his background could be so extraordinary. The son of a general. In peacetime, such a person wouldn't even give you the time of day, let alone befriend you. Moreover, observing how attentive Shen Mutian was to Chu Shiyun seemed too good to be true. Exchanging glances, each of them saw the complexity in each other's eyes. After pondering for a while, Mo Yuyang spoke up, "There shouldn't be any princes or crown princes party around us here, right?" Everyone shook their heads. Looking around, they couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yanhan murmured, "Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I thought big brother and sister-in-law were just regular rich second generation before the apocalypse. None of them had even considered that he was actually a prince." Huh? A prince? Lin Yanhan suddenly brightened, "Big brother is a prince. In the future, won't he be able to protect us within the base?" Lin Yanbai's gaze was complicated, shaking his head helplessly. Clearly, all the intelligence in the family skipped over her dumb sister who just remembered now. Mu Xinyan stroked his chin, "Actually, I'm more curious about sister-in-law's background." The group exchanged glances and all saw the hint of gossip in each other's eyes. Chapter 58, Keep Away from My Wife. Shen Lan's explanation touched on many things Chu Shiyun had encountered in his previous life following Shen Mutian, so he wasn't overly curious. However, these newly established systems were all new to Shen Mutian and thus he didn't fully understand them yet. "Father, what is this abnormal ability association?" Shen Lan slowly explained, "This was the work mechanism that the base started with. Initially, it was only for convenience of management, but as more abnormal ability users appeared, the association became more comprehensive. It eventually evolved into a place that protects the rights of abnormal ability users. Of course, the upper management remains under military control. In order to manage a place well, the most important thing is ensuring power stays in one's own hands. Abnormal ability users come from everywhere and did all sorts of jobs before the apocalypse. Naturally, the base wouldn't allow them to govern. Abnormal ability users in the base form teams, publish missions, accept missions, and they also need to register at the Abnormal Ability Association." Shen Mutian nodded in understanding. After some thought, Shen Lan still gently reminded Chu Shiyun, "Cloud treasure, now it's the apocalypse, it's not like it used to be. However you behave at home is fine, but when outside, you should." Shen Lan paused for a while, then found a less offensive way to say it, "It's better to be a little obedient. If you're wronged, tell us, and we will take care of it for you. You absolutely shouldn't act rashly and hurt yourself, alright?" Chu Shiyun looked up blankly, confused why the conversation turned towards him. Instinctively biting the straw of his milk, he glanced toward Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian affectionately patted his head while looking at Shen Lan, "Father, don't worry. The mutated beast that our baby tamed is peak tier 3. As long as he brings it out, no one would dare to easily provoke." Hearing this, Shen Lan sighed in relief. After all, given Chu Shiyun's temperament, he wasn't the type who would endure losses willingly. Even with their support, there were still many dangerous people in the base who could harm Chu Shiyun without consideration. Although everyone present trusted each other, Shen Mutian chose not to disclose Chu Shiyun's real strength just in case. Now that it was the apocalypse, strange abilities could appear anywhere, something such as hypnosis, for instance. So keeping it hidden might be the best choice until an emergency arises. In a crisis, Chu Shiyun would be their ultimate card. After discussing serious matters, Shen Lan gave Chu Shiyun a thorough inspection, finding him eating well and even gaining some weight, which relieved him greatly. After all, his wife was increasingly worried, and seeing a thin cloud treasure might make her sad enough to faint. On the way back home, Shen Lan had already sent someone ahead to inform Mother Shen and others. Thus, every member of the Shen family waited anxiously at home. Mother Shen, both thrilled and anxious, feared it might have been a joke from Shen Lan. Turning back, she called out, "Aunt Sun, are all the dishes ready?" From the kitchen, Aunt Sun peeked out her head, "Madam, rest assured, I've prepared everything little master loves." Aunt Sun worked for the Shen family even before the apocalypse. Her family perished during those hard times when food was scarce, but the Shen family didn't abandon her. They kept her, and she felt deeply grateful to them. For Chu Shiyun, she showed particular affection. Upon hearing of his return, she immediately rushed to the kitchen. Satisfied with Aunt Sun's response, Mother Shen nodded. After the apocalypse, surrounded by husband and children who protected her, despite living through perilous times, she retained an innocent heart. She looked exceptionally well preserved for her age, showing signs of a pampered noblewoman. Despite being close to 50, she appeared to be in her 30s. Only due to excessive worry recently, she seemed slightly pale and worn, but nonetheless remained an elegant beauty. After some thought, Mother Shen turned her attention to Shen Muchu. "Have you informed little Yu? He has been very busy at the research institute lately. If he knows Cloud Treasure returned, he will definitely be very happy." Shen Muchu sighed helplessly but replied, "Mom, please rest assured, Brother Chu must have received the message by now and will be back soon." Mother Shen nodded after listening, still feeling uneasy. She took a small stool and went to wait at the gate. Shen Muchu helplessly held her forehead and hurried to catch up. "Mom, come back and wait. Although it's gotten a little warmer now, it's still very cold. But Mother Shen didn't listen. Shen Muqiu could only turn to seek help from her sister-in-law Tong Qingling. Qingling stepped forward to persuade, Mom, please listen to Muqiu. If you fall ill, Cloud Treasure will certainly feel upset. Grandson Shen Tong also nodded repeatedly, that's right, Grandma. Uncle Yun will definitely not be happy when he knows. No other words worked, but after this remark, Mrs. Shen became somewhat hesitant. Finally, the three of them put in a little more effort and managed to persuade her back into the house. They had just sat down for a short while when the sound of a car was heard at the door. Surprised, the four looked out, and sure enough, Shen Lan, Chu Shiyun, and Shen Mutian returned. As for Muse Nian and others, Shen Lan had the adjutant take them to another villa to rest. Although their identities might cause trouble bringing them back to Area A, Area A's houses weren't entirely controlled by the base. The original residences here were part of the senior military officer's properties which couldn't be touched. Therefore, Shen Lan brought them back and arranged them to stay at his own property, and no one would have anything to say about it. Before Chu Shiyun could even see clearly who was there, someone embraced him tightly, my sweet treasure. You're finally back, let me take a good look at you. Mrs. Shen hugged Chu Shiyun for quite a while before letting go, then began looking him up and down. She pinched him afterwards and wasn't very satisfied, you've suffered, haven't you? Your face has gotten thinner. Then she glared at Shen Mutian pretending to be invisible beside her, how did you take care of him? Look at yourself, all fat and healthy, yet you've starved our Yunbao thin. I shouldn't have allowed Yunbao to follow you to such a faraway place to study. After finishing her scolding, she looked at Chu Shiyun with concern and gave his chubby little cheeks a few pats. The other two women were no different. Normally, they wouldn't get such an opportunity. Now that everything was fine, they certainly couldn't miss the chance to pinch his cheeks either. Chu Shiyun's face turned grim as he greeted each of them, aunt, eldest sister-in-law, second elder sister, eldest nephew. My elder brother took good care of me. He didn't bully me. Ugh, please stop pinching. Please stop pinching. Surrounded by a group of women prodding and squeezing him, Chu Shiyun eventually turned his gaze toward Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian, who had been rendered speechless by what Mrs. Shen said, saw Chu Shiyun's plea for help and quickly moved forward. But before he could touch him, he received a glare from Mrs. Shen. Seeing Shen Mutian's action, Mrs. Shen sternly said, what are you trying to do? When he is outside, I understand if you take care of him, but now that he's home, are you preventing us from having a proper look? You've got some nerve. This comment caused Shen Lan and Shen Muqiu to immediately stand in front of Shen Mutian, seeming like they were merely assisting without any ulterior motive, saying, what exactly are you thinking of doing? As a son, you need to act appropriately, don't forget your manners. Are you really going to make a move? Shen Mutian looked at them with mixed emotions, unable to fully express himself. Don't think he doesn't know, they are envious because only he gets to show affection and embrace his beloved anytime he wants, while they can only watch and be jealous. They seized this chance perfectly. The air pressure around the trio was unusual, as if they could start fighting the next moment. Finally, Shen Mutian held back. Yet, deep inside, he pondered finding a place to live soon. Otherwise, returning home would mean being constantly watched when wanting to kiss or hug his beloved. If not for their current behavior, initially, he wouldn't have chosen such a distant location, although he believed his beloved would surely follow him wherever he went. Chu Shiyun watched as Shen Mutian pulled his hand back and felt genuinely disheartened this time. Shen Tong looked at Chu Shiyun surrounded by the group and the helpless Shen Mutian, and sighed in relief while feeling somewhat sympathetic for Shen Mutian. Poor uncle grabbed away the family's favorite pet and naturally deserves such a low status in the family. Fortunately, he's back now, otherwise it would have been him being criticized. Shen Tong thought this with great relief. Shen Mutian glanced sideways at Shen Tong smirking with delight, narrowing his eyes slightly. This delighted boy will pay for it eventually. Looking at those wolfish women around him, Shen Mutian found no way to intervene. Every one of them was his elder, every one was impossible for him to offend. Each time Shen Mutian tried to lift his hands slightly, they would fixate their gazes on him simultaneously. Helplessly, Shen Mutian could only watch his beloved fall into the clutches of others. Chu Shiyun stood lifelessly among them until another car sound echoed from the door. Chu Shiyun glanced over and happily discovered his eldest brother. His eyes lit up as he looked toward Chu Shiyu and shouted, "Big brother, come and save me." At the sight of Chu Shiyu, the women, despite their unwillingness, let go. No matter how much Shen Mutian was free game within the house, Chu Shiyu absolutely could not be meddled with. Mrs. Shen regarded Chu Shiyu with regret. Though she adored Chu Shiyu too, it's evident that Yunbao meant more to her. After all, didn't she put her own son in second place? Chu Shiyun, with a face full of, threw himself into Chu Shiyu's arms and mumbled, "Big brother." Chu Shiyu looked at him with concern, there. Big brother is here. Tell me, did you get hurt outside? Did anyone bully you? Let big brother check if you've gotten thinner. Chu Shiyu consoled Chu Shiyun in a soft voice, his tone gentle and caring, which made Chu Shiyun feel a tingling sensation in his heart. Mrs. Shen's over-the-top affection didn't affect him much because he was used to it from childhood, they always spoiled him as if to make up for something. But Chu Shiyu, despite being busy with work, would still take time out to be with him, to truly act like an elder brother who not only loved him but also scolded and educated him. Seeing the two of them hugging closely together, Shen Yan gave Shen Mutian a meaningful look. "Hurry up and take your wife away, don't let her near my wife." Shen Mutian shot back a provocative glance. "It's your wife pulling mine, why don't you ask her to let go first?" Shen Yan glared at him again. "Kid, the older you get, the less adorable you become." Shen Mutian laughed. "You may be a tiger in disguise, but you're still single no matter how old you get." KO. In the first round between Shen Mutian and Shen Yan was completely defeated. Chapter 59, Love at First Sight. After being stuck at the door for quite a while, it was Chu Shiyu's arrival that finally rescued Chu Shiyun. Everyone returned to the living room, and Chu Shiyun was finally able to go back to Shen Mutian. Chu Shiyun buried his face in Shen Mutian's arms, murmuring and refusing to get up, and Shen Mutian didn't disobey Chu Shiyun, holding him tightly with both arms. Of course, this action again drew disapproval from everyone, not towards Chu Shiyun, but towards Shen Mutian, who monopolized their yunbao. Shen Mutian didn't care much about it as he recounted their journey on the road to everyone, though naturally, he left out the dangerous parts. He also did not mention the time they had separated at the start of the apocalypse, not intentionally hiding it, but because it was their private matter. There was no need to bring it up just to reopen old wounds and make everyone worry. Shen Mutian's mother had never lived outside a single day. When the apocalypse began, their ancestral home became the base. One could say that half of the real estate in the entire base was donated by the Shen family. So when she heard that Chu Shiyun had been traveling day and night with Shen Mutian outside, eating poorly, sleeping uncomfortably, and even having to kill zombies, she couldn't help but look at Chu Shiyun with pity in her eyes. At the same time, she glared at Shen Mutian and said, "You're already a grown man, so how can you let Yunbao do such dirty work?" Shen Muqiu watched Shen Mutian obediently taking a lecture and thought back to the times she and her older brother were constantly told to work hard and lighten their father's load. For the first time, Shen Muqiu realized what it looked like when Shen Mutian got scolded by Shen Mom and Chu Shiyun got indulged. Suddenly, she felt both sympathy and schadenfreude for him. After all, it wasn't her being scolded, and she liked Yunbao too. Unfortunately, someone else's cabbage was already taken away by their own pig. Chu Shiyun recalled the scene earlier when Shen Mutian was blocked and unable to rescue him from trouble, so he stopped defending Shen Mutian altogether. His cheeks still hurt. Let Shen Mutian endure the lecture quietly. Chu Shiyun softly hummed, which only Shen Mutian could hear. Shen Mutian didn't mind. With a doting look in his eyes, he affectionately patted Chu Shiyun, then continued listening to Shen Mom's reprimands obediently. If any other family acted this way, Shen Mutian might have developed some extreme mentality long ago. After all, within one day, he had to be criticized several times, each time for failing to take good care of the other person. Anyone with an extreme mindset would probably do something harmful to the other individual. But he didn't feel anything about it, instead thinking it wasn't enough. If possible, he'd want to pluck stars from the sky and present them to Chu Shiyun. More remarkably, this style of favoritism from the Shen family may have actually started due to him. Back when Chu Shiyun was younger, everyone was relatively reserved, until they noticed how Shen Mutian always treated Chu Shiyun casually. They weren't happy with that, feeling why should their stinky son, stinky younger brother, get preferential treatment when they didn't. Thus, the era of indulging Chu Shiyun began, and every time Shen Mutian did things they couldn't, Shen Mom couldn't resist giving him a scolding. Even worse, on the day they came out, Shen Mutian almost got beaten up by everyone, only stopped by Chu Shiyun. From that point on, everyone looked at Shen Mutian as if his eyes weren't eyes, and his nose wasn't a nose. In short, every member of the family except for Shen Yanni was completely enchanted by Chu Shiyun's cute exterior. Shen Yanni, having been involved in business circles for years, wasn't easily deceived by Chu Shiyun's minor acting skills. According to him, it was more likely that everyone knew what kind of person Chu Shiyun truly was, but they simply didn't care, thinking as long as Chu Shiyun was happy, that was enough. Whenever this thought arose, he was grateful that Shen Shiyu hadn't been corrupted. Otherwise, there'd be nowhere for him to cry. Shen Mutian listened to Shen Mom's scolding while observing that everyone was safely back home. Despite how much he hypnotized himself during the return trip, he couldn't fully relax until he saw everyone safe. The Shen family isn't large. Among the older generation, there are only two brothers, Shen Lan and Shen Yanni, plus Shen Mom. Shen Yanni is Shen Grandpa's youngest child and is merely 32 years old. But don't underestimate him because of his age. In the business world, his status is extraordinary. As for the younger generation, there's the eldest brother Shen Muzha, the second sister Shen Muqiu, and the youngest brother Shen Mutian, along with Shen Muzha's wife Tong Qingling. And finally, 5-year-old Shen Tong. Years ago, Shen Grandpa was still around, but because of injuries sustained from the battlefield in his youth, his physical health was compromised. He passed away early, and Shen Grandma followed shortly thereafter, heartbroken over losing him. The Chu family is rather simple. There are only two brothers, Chu Shiyu and Chu Shiyun. Since Chu Shiyu is a researcher, he rarely returns home, so Chu Shiyun ends up living in the Shen household for all 365 days of the year. Even when Chu Shiyu comes home, he goes straight to the Shen residence. Although Shen Mutian doesn't know what turns people into zombies, he's relieved that his family is still intact. After catching up for a bit and having a full meal, Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun left to find Mao Senian. After all, they were the ones who brought them back, so they couldn't just leave them be. Mao Senian had been arranged by Shenlan to stay in another villa within the Shen compound. The distance between the two houses was short, as they were in the same neighborhood, only 5 minutes on foot. As soon as they exited the door, Chu Shiyun walked ahead while Shen Mutian followed behind, flatteringly saying, "Sweetheart, can you please stop being mad?" Shen Mutian thought the earlier matter was already over, but he didn't expect that this was where his sweetheart decided to settle accounts later. Shen Mutian started feeling a headache. He needed to figure out how to console him. Chu Shiyun huffed and refused to acknowledge Shen Mutian. Though Chu Shiyun's temper has improved significantly, it doesn't mean he doesn't have one. In front of others, he wouldn't dare act, but in front of Shen Mutian, naturally, he could do whatever made him happy. "Sweetheart, big brother was wrong. Can you forgive me?" Chu Shiyun continued walking forward. Upon hearing Shen Mutian's words, all he could think about was the pain in his face. He'd have to ask Lin Yanhan to treat it later. "Sweetheart, I've already thought it through. After we're done with them, I'll go find uncle and ask if he can give us that small villa near the river." Is that true?" Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mutian, his eyes brightening. He had wanted to move out for a long time, but the Shen family strongly opposed it. Before, he wasn't an adult, and even his older brother wouldn't agree, which postponed the matter. But now, they can no longer use age as an excuse. Shen Mutian nodded repeatedly, wrapping an arm around him while leaning his head close to Chu Shiyun's ear as they continued walking forward. "Of course. How would I dare deceive you?" Finally, after an hour of gloominess, Chu Shiyun smiled again. However, not long after, he hesitated and asked, "Are you sure uncle will agree?" Shen Mutian gave a confident smile. "He will." Chu Shiyun squinted at him suspiciously. "How certain are you?" "Absolutely." Hearing Shen Mutian's firm reply, Chu Shiyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Could it be that uncle has some dirt on you?" Shen Mutian belatedly realized something. It seemed like his beloved hadn't yet learned that their elder brother was being lusted after. Shen Mutian contemplated whether he should tell his beloved or not. Within seconds, he made up his mind without hesitation. "Uncle likes your brother." Shen Mutian casually dropped this explosive piece of news, causing Chu Shiyun to pause and rub his ears. "What did you say?" Shen Mutian repeated himself. "I said, uncle likes our elder brother." Chu Shiyun opened his mouth wide, staring incredulously at Shen Mutian. "You're serious?" Shen Mutian nodded. "Yes, I noticed it a long time ago, probably several years back. Once, elder brother came home very late, and uncle went to pick him up. When they returned, elder brother was asleep, and uncle carried him back. That's when I first sensed something odd, though I didn't fully understand it at the time. But once I figured out my feelings for you, everything became clear." Chu Shiyun listened to Shen Mutian's explanation and struggled to digest the information. "That scheming tiger was eyeing my brother from way back then?" Chu Shiyun's gaze gradually turned dangerous. He remembered from his past life that these two ended up together eventually. Suddenly, he recalled whenever his brother came home, and the two brothers sat together happily catching up, Shen Yini always looked at him with weird expressions. "Humph. Great. So you've disliked me from the start." Chu Shiyun crossed his arms, thinking about ways to disrupt Shen Yini's pursuit of his brother. Before Chu Shiyun could devise a perfect plan, Shen Mutian interjected, "Sweetheart, I don't think you should interfere in this matter." Chu Shiyun glared at Shen Mutian disapprovingly. "Why?" Shen Mutian patiently explained, "Because I noticed elder brother also isn't completely indifferent toward uncle. Besides, elder brother is an adult." Shen Mutian stopped speaking for a moment, realizing Chu Shiyu was only 26 this year, and rephrased his statement, "Big brother focuses all his energy on research, he might not have the time to think about getting married or having children. Anyway, it's better to find someone who truly understands him rather than someone with unknown intentions. Besides, have you ever seen him reject uncle?" Chu Shiyun seemed to understand the logic but big brother hasn't said he likes uncle either." Shen Mutian gave an exasperated smile. "Liking or not liking is something that needs to be tried out. If you don't give them a chance to get to know each other, how would you know if they're unsuitable?" Chu Shiyun mumbled in disagreement, "But I knew I liked you when I was still a kid." Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun as their eyes locked. Seeing the earnestness in Chu Shiyun's eyes, Shen Mutian couldn't help but ask, "When was that?" Without hesitation, Chu Shiyun replied, "The first time we met." Shen Mutian's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly imagine it, and struggled to say, "But back then, didn't you really dislike me? You wouldn't even call me brother." Chu Shiyun smirked, raising an eyebrow. "That's because I thought you were going to be mine anyway, so there was no need to call you brother." After hearing this, Shen Mutian's expression turned complex. Although Chu Shiyun's feelings as a child might have been more about liking the idea of having an older brother rather than love, Shen Mutian somehow felt incredibly happy inside. Chapter 50. What is it to stare at your own treasure all day? Shen Mutian held the person he cherished tightly in his arms without saying a word, only embracing them firmly for a long while before letting go. Shen Mutian gently rubbed Chu Shiyun's head, looking at his chubby face and bright eyes. "All right, let's go. We'll leave brother Chu and uncle to deal with their own matters." Chu Shiyun thought about it for a moment and nodded. The older brother has his own blessings. If he truly dislikes something, he wouldn't allow the so-called smiling tiger to succeed. However, he should still follow his master brother's advice for now. Just as Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian reached the entrance of the villa, they heard someone shouting loudly. They're here. Brother Shen is here. As soon as the words were out, everyone looked towards the two. Chu Shiyun had just lifted his foot but hadn't stepped down when he saw their predatory gaze, making him unsure whether to step forward or not. It seemed like they were looking at him and Shen Mutian as if they were some kind of rare animal. Chu Shiyun quietly tucked himself into Shen Mutian's embrace and asked, Master brother, are they possessed by demons? Shen Mutian chuckled but didn't say anything, only pulling the person inside. Based on their reactions, Shen Mutian already guessed why. Everyone sat neatly on the couches, and at first glance, they gave off an aura similar to students in class trying not to get called upon. Despite that, their curiosity was evident in their eyes, and the atmosphere among those familiar with each other remained unchanged. Only Grandma Cheng and Grandfather Cheng appeared overly restrained. Mo Yuyang looked at Shen Mutian as if he were staring at some treasure. Leader, how come you didn't tell us you're the son of a general? Yeah. You've really kept this from us. Everyone chimed in agreement. Shen Mutian sat down on the sofa opposite them with Chu Shiyun. So what if I am the son of a general? Does that mean I'm no longer your team leader? Lin Yanhan affirmed, of course, you're our team leader, but this is the first time we're meeting someone of your social class. Shen Mutian noticed Chu Shiyun's attention turned to the lychee on the table and thoughtfully picked it up, peeling one by one for him. You'd get used to seeing more people like that after a while. Moreover, with the apocalypse now, you won't see fewer such people. Everyone nodded in agreement. Today alone, they had seen all the high-ranking officials of the base. Lin Yanhan blinked her starry eyes. I always thought you guys were of noble stature, living in luxury, and being served for everything. And even having a private car for transportation. Oh, why did you do that, brother? Before Lin Yanhan could finish speaking, she was smacked on the head by Lin Yanbai. Lin Yanbai showed no mercy. Do you read too many novels? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yanhan glared at Lin Yanbai, wanting to spit fire. Humph. Lin Yanhan then redirected her bright gaze to Chu Shiyun. Sister-in-law, don't tell me you also have some remarkable background. Ah. Suddenly called upon, Chu Shiyun felt somewhat dazed, still chewing on something. He turned his gaze toward Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian smiled faintly and explained for him, Deer's family is in business, his older brother specializes in scientific research. The crowd responded with an understanding, oh, but before they could fully digest the information, Shen Mutian hit them with another bombshell. For instance, the machine we use today to test if we had the zombie virus, it was created by Deer's older brother. What? All their eyes nearly popped out. They had naturally seen that machine. While others across the country were still using primitive methods, spending 6 hours cooped up in a dark room to confirm the absence of the zombie virus, Hope Base had already researched a machine requiring merely 10 seconds to check for viruses. After all, the apocalypse hadn't lasted more than a month. They had recently asked the commanding officer who brought them here, and it turned out the machine had been developed half a month ago. Furthermore, the man behind it wasn't yet 26 years old, which indicated what? That this person was a genius among geniuses. At the time, they thought this person was quite capable, never expecting that this individual was actually their sister-in-law's older brother. The way everyone looked at Chu Shiyun became complicated. It seemed Chu Shiyun, who had remained quiet, was truly the most outstanding among them. With his brother's influence and Shen Mutian's, probably no one in the entire base would dare to mess with him easily. Unlike others with complex gazes, Lin Yanhan shone with excitement. Sister-in-law, you have to take care of me in the future. Chu Shiyun watched Lin Yanhan's excited appearance. Though he didn't know what she was daydreaming about, he still promised, sure. It wasn't surprising that Chu Shiyun wasn't fully aware of the impact his brother had. Growing up in a family where his elder brother continuously skipped grades, developed numerous inventions, and won various awards, made him accustomed to being surrounded by extraordinary people. It was like asking a spoiled child who'd been pampered all their life to suddenly go grocery shopping. They wouldn't know how to do it appropriately. However, according to Chu Shiyun's way of thinking, Lin Yanhan didn't need to act this way because she was a rare light-type ability user, which was even rarer than space abilities. Light-type ability users could heal almost anything short of regenerating lost limbs, showcasing just how valuable they were. Chu Shiyun chewed on something, his cheeks hurting slightly. Once he felt they should be fine, he asked Lin Yanhan to heal his face. Chu Shiyun reached out to touch, realizing his face no longer hurt. Sister-in-law, what happened to your face? Did the big guy bite you? Ahem. Shen Mutian, who was drinking water at the moment, choked at Lin Yanhan's words. Although this sort of thing happened often with him, this time it truly wasn't his doing. Chu Shiyun quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe Shen Mutian's mouth before speaking. No, not the master brother, Auntie and the rest were just too enthusiastic. Although they didn't know who Auntie was, they assumed it must be the mother of the boss. The group expressed sympathy for Chu Shiyun for the first time, imagining that having such an enthusiastic mother-in-law must strip a layer of skin every visit. Shen Mutian, seeing them continue to gossip about him and Chu Shiyun, quickly intervened. Now that we've arrived at the base, what are your plans? Mo Sinan recalled something he'd heard from a soldier earlier and said, I heard that psychic ability users in the base can form a team when there are 5 or more members. Since we were already a group, why don't we start our own team? Shen Mutian looked around, what do the rest of you think? Judging by their expressions, Shen Mutian guessed they must have already discussed this while coming over. That's settled then. It's a bit late today, so we'll register as an ability team early tomorrow morning. They all nodded in agreement. After discussing the formation of the team, Shen Mutian turned his gaze toward Mo Yuyang. Yuyang, I've asked someone to check the registration records at the base for your family. As long as they arrive, we'll hear back soon. Even though conditions were tough during the beginning of the apocalypse, the base had prepared well beforehand. After the establishment of the base, regular procedures were followed, including population registration backed by computers. Though the internet was unusable, some basic functions still worked, making the task easier compared to other bases relying solely on paper records. Mo Yuyang glanced gratefully at Shen Mutian. Originally, he had planned to search painstakingly after arriving at the base, but the leader solved it with just one word. Was this what it felt like to rely on powerful connections? After discussing some other matters, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian returned to the Shen residence. Luckily, it wasn't far, allowing them to travel back and forth easily. But once they moved into the riverside villa, everyone would definitely come along, otherwise, it would be inconvenient for handling affairs. Even though this place was temporary housing, all living necessities were available, and Mu Sinan's group also had supplies. Shen Mutian didn't need to worry. Before leaving, Shen Mutian reminded the soldiers guarding the villa, Little Zhang, if anything happens, come find me at the Shen residence. Little Zhang understood, third young master. The two slowly walked back. Chu Shiyun lifted his hand to look at his watch, we have enough time to make it back for dinner. Shen Mutian looked amusedly at him, you're hungry that fast? Chu Shiyun nodded, pouting unhappily, yeah, I didn't eat much at lunch. Shen Mutian instantly understood why he hadn't eaten much. His gaze fell on Chu Shiyun's face. Looks like tonight, he would have to get the keys from Uncle Xiao. Otherwise, his treasure at home wouldn't truly belong to him. I heard elder brother Chu and Uncle Xiao both tend to return home late these days. But now that you're here, brother Chu probably won't be working overtime. When we rest tonight, I'll go see Uncle Xiao for the keys, and we'll move in tomorrow. Chu Shiyun listened, his face brightening, nodding repeatedly, good. Then he frowned slightly, but what if Auntie comes along? A mischievous glint flashed in Shen Mutian's eyes. It won't happen. Chu Shiyun was puzzled. Why not? First, father wouldn't allow it. We'll definitely be on missions often, and father wouldn't agree to let mother stay there alone. Uncle Xiao would help stop this too. If someone followed us over there and set a precedent, then brother Chu would surely come as well. But the research institute is far from the riverside area, and Uncle Xiao wouldn't bear being apart. Chu Shiyun suddenly understood. He could already envision their future life like they were in Sea City, happy together in their own little world. Though there would be more people around, that was fine as long as they didn't bother him. As long as Shen Niani, that tiger with a smile, kept them at bay, they'd absolutely not be able to follow himself and his master brother to the riverside. Shen Mutian couldn't help but crack a smile when he saw Chu Shiyun's face lit up with joy. It wasn't his fault for scheming against his own family, it was because they were stealing his treasure. There was already Shen Tong at home who should have been enough to keep these kids entertained, yet they insisted on going after his prized possession. What sort of behavior was this? Chapter 51, Unknown Selection. In front of the Shen family villa. Seeing Chu Shiyun's figure, Xiaoyin ran like a gust of wind and quickly reached Chu Shiyun. Since Xiaoyin is quite large and there are many ordinary people in the neighborhood, to avoid scaring others, the two left Xiaoyin at home. Once they move to the villa by the river, there won't be as many concerns. Shen Tong, with chubby cheeks, walked over, Uncle Xiao, Uncle Yun. The two nodded at him. Xiaoyin heard Shen Tong's voice and immediately darted behind Chu Shiyun, watching Shen Tong cautiously. Chu Shiyun was still unclear about the situation, but Shen Mutian looked at Xiaoyin's messy fur and Shen Tong's disheveled clothes. He frowned disapprovingly at Shen Tong, you dared to chase after it even when we were not at home. Do you realize that if its temper was just a bit worse, you could have ended up inside its belly right now? Upon understanding what happened, Shen Mutian's tone became more serious. After all, Xiaoyin is not Hanyu. Hanyu is a spirit vessel, but Xiaoyin is a carnivorous animal that has grown naturally. It only appears tame because Chu Shiyun is around. When they weren't here earlier, any accidental occurrence would mean no one could save Shen Tong, given Xiaoyin's peak third-level strength. Shen Mutian's gaze deepened, realizing he must take Xiaoyin wherever they go unless its power grows higher and intelligence sharpens further. Initially looking at Xiaoyin with longing, Shen Tong meekly nodded upon hearing Shen Mutian's words. Though still young, Shen Tong knew Shen Mutian had his best interests at heart, yet he felt somewhat sad. Before the apocalypse, things were fine as he could still go out to play with friends. But now, no one plays with him outside, and everyone at home is busy. Seeing Xiaoyin stirred a great deal of curiosity within him. Shen Tong tightly closed his lips and apologized to Shen Mutian, I'm sorry, Uncle Xiao. It won't happen again next time. Shen Mutian looked at Shen Tong with complex feelings. Despite their excellent genes allowing children to mature early, there's still just Shen Tong of this generation, making him lonely at times. Sigh. Shen Mutian squatted down and patted Shen Tong on the head. I'll take you out tomorrow. Shen Tong was full of surprise. Really? Shen Mutian nodded. Standing aside, Chu Shiyun observed the uncle-nephew duo and reminisced about his own childhood. Back then, Shen Mutian used to cajole him in a similar way, though never reprimanding him, rather gently reasoning with him even in difficult situations. Thinking back on these moments, Chu Shiyun's eyes softened and his expression turned gentle. When Shen Mutian turned around, he saw this scene. The sunset cast on Chu Shiyun added a mysterious air to him, removing some of the usual naivety and making him appear more mature yet kind-hearted. Shen Mutian couldn't help but get lost in thought. Shen Tong watched the two surrounded by pink bubbles and twitched the corner of his mouth before wisely running off. Chu Shiyun's tender voice sounded, "Big brother." Shen Mutian snapped out of his thoughts, You look so good. After replying, Shen Mutian couldn't resist adding another sentence. After hearing that, Chu Shiyun smiled even more softly. Aowo. Just as their eyes locked, sinking into each other's smiles, an angry shout broke the moment. Chu Shiyun put away his smile and dangerously narrowed his eyes. Turning his head, he saw Xiaoyin arrogantly lifting his head. Chu Shiyun gave an icy smirk. Xiaoyin, I think your fur looks pretty nice. The weather isn't as cold lately anyway, so why don't we cut it off and make me a cushion for my arms? Xiaoyin looked terrified at Chu Shiyun. But seeing the seriousness in the other's eyes, Xiaoyin realized, oh no, I messed up big time. Daring not to look at Chu Shiyun anymore, Xiaoyin hurriedly ran away and rushed to the backyard to lie down. Luckily, the Shen residence was spacious enough not to inconvenience anyone. Humph. Chu Shiyun let out an unsatisfied huff. Shen Mutian laughed lightly at him. That's enough, let's go inside. Chu Shiyun nodded. By the time Shenlan and Shen Mush returned from work, they saw Chu Shiyun sitting cross-legged on the sofa like he had no bones, his head leaning against Shen Mutian while holding a book. Shen Mutian was peeling an orange for him. Chu Shiyun dislikes any fruit requiring peeling due to laziness, but normally he didn't have to do it himself, so not many people know about this habit. Of course, Shen Mutian knows everything, clearly being his confidant. Shenlan kindly asked Chu Shiyun, are you done reading your book? Chu Shiyun nodded, yes, we've decided to register our team at the Psi Association tomorrow. Shenlan nodded in agreement. Since neither of you holds a specific post, registering a team would indeed be more convenient. Moreover, many tasks offered by the Psi Association require teams to undertake. After finishing eating the orange Shen Mutian had peeled for him, Chu Shiyun wiped his mouth and said, Dad, I think a lot of our fruits at home don't seem fresh anymore. Shenlan sighed with worry and nodded, yes. Since the heavy snowfall, nothing can grow in the fields. Although we still have supplies now, they won't last forever. At Shenlan's level, having power does not mean being free from concerns. They think daily about how to find more supplies, how to save more people, and how to ensure humanity's survival. Of course, they could choose an easy life unless they cared about the survival of the base's lower-level personnel. Chu Shiyun exchanged a glance with Shen Mutian. Chu Shiyun had collected many items along his journey through the spatial dimension, although to conceal his psi ability he avoided acting personally. He relied on Hanyu, and his control over the spatial flow ensured that everything collected since the apocalypse remained intact. The supplies within Chu Shiyun's space could sustain everyone in the base for this year without needing any other resources. Teacher, are the base's supplies running out? Shenlan shook his head, not yet, but consuming them without replenishment isn't sustainable. The Research Institute has already begun planting trials, though the results are insufficient. Perhaps wood elemental psi users could help, but it doesn't resolve the fundamental issue. Chu Shiyun nodded thoughtfully, remembering how he had tried using the spring water from his space to irrigate plants, which produced better tasting fruit, larger sizes, and shorter growing cycles. Could this method work? Lost in contemplation, Chu Shiyun decided to extract some spring water for Chu Shiyu to analyze. Seeing the others finished speaking, Shen Mush then remarked, these fruits look pretty fresh to me. Did you bring them back from outside? But that's odd, spatial psis shouldn't be able to keep these fruits fresh after more than half a month. Shen Mush broke open an orange segment, popping it into his mouth while observing both individuals curiously. Upon their return, Shen Mutian had already informed everyone of their situations, so Shen Mush knew Mo Nian was a spatial psi user. Looking at Shenlan and Shen Mush's expressions filled with curiosity, Chu Shiyun picked up Hanyu and placed it on the table, whereupon Hanyu once again acted as a spirit tool. Hanyu waved its claws, causing a few apples to appear beside the oranges. Witnessing this, Shenlan and Shen Mush stared wide-eyed, not because Hanyu possessed psi abilities, but because these apples looked just as fresh as the oranges on the table. Shen Mush pointed at Hanyu, unable to speak, this. Shen Mutian explained with a smile, Hanyu possesses spatial psi abilities and can control the flow within the space, so the fruits we gathered on the way remain fresh. While Shenlan managed to stay calm, Shen Mush looked at Hanyu as if he'd seen a ghost. Third brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Shen Mutian nodded confidently. All this information was shared by Bao Bao, and Shen Mutian had himself entered the space several times, so it was certain. They'd even planted fruit trees and vegetables inside the space, as Chu Shiyun controlled the rate of time, allowing them to harvest any time. The only drawback was the limited capacity. It was impossible to plant rice or wheat solely for 2 individuals. Otherwise, Shenlan wouldn't be so stressed. Watching Hanyu intently, Shenmush felt as though he'd encountered a treasure. If they'd had this earlier, much of the food destruction when the base started wouldn't have happened. At least some meat could have been preserved. After pondering, Chu Shiyun spoke up, "Teacher, there's no need for you to be so worried, there is a way for us to grow crops." The two immediately looked up. "Is this true?" Chu Shiyun nodded, "Yes, though we should try planting in the backyard and front yard first to avoid any unexpected problems." Shenlan agreed appreciatively, "Alright, as long as we can grow grain, next year's supply will no longer be a concern." Observing their delighted expressions, Shen Mutian warned, "Father, elder brother, before this is confirmed, outsiders must not know about it." Shenlan assured them, "We understand the gravity, Cloud Treasure will face no danger." Relaxing upon hearing their guarantees, Shen Mutian finally calmed down. Chu Shiyun added, "Although we can't currently provide ample food for all at the base, we certainly won't go hungry during this period. Moreover, distributing free grain isn't ideal, it might create dependency among them and dissatisfaction from others." The majority of people in the base had no psychic abilities. While most people struggled outside to find supplies, they could obtain free resources provided by the base. Though not abundant, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction. Moreover, with a population of over 200,000, they couldn't rely on the base forever for sustenance. Although preserving humanity's legacy was important, the cost was immense, and few were willing to take such losses. Shen Mutian nodded in agreement and then gave his suggestion, "Although the base's location is well chosen, we still need appropriate defenses to prevent wild animals and mutated plants from descending the mountain. The walls around the base must be constructed, otherwise, if an accident occurs, it will be too late. Since there is nothing for the residents in EF district to do, why don't we let them build the wall? Those who are willing can be fed 3 meals a day, not full meals, but certainly more than what they currently eat. However, after issuing this order, the base will only provide food to the elderly and children who cannot work. The rest will have to fend for themselves. The base offers a safe haven, not charity." After Shen Mutian finished speaking, Shenlan and Shenmush's eyes sparkled. This was a great idea that could both change the current situation of the base supporting ordinary people and enhance its defense system. Chapter 52, thought he was ancestor, unexpectedly became assistant. Shenlan thought about the supply problem of the base. There won't be any issue for a short time, but if it continues long-term, the food supplies in the base may not be sufficient. Shenmu Tian thought for a moment, "I remember that Anyan built a grain warehouse. Did anyone go there to collect supplies after the apocalypse?" Shenmu Zhe shook his head, "No one did. Although there aren't many zombies over there, the place is covered with plants. The base has sent the army to collect several times, but they always end up being annihilated. Even the teams of special ability users have tried a few times, but all failed without exception." Shenmu Tian nodded thoughtfully, "I'll take care of this matter, I will lead a team there in a few days." Shenmu Zhe immediately rejected the idea, "Absolutely not. Even the army couldn't succeed in this mission, you going there would be just like handing yourself over to them." Shenmu Tian looked at Shenlan and Shenmu Zhe with the same expression and felt somewhat helpless. He certainly couldn't tell them that he had an external help system, their precious baby who could isolate zombie-mutated plants from detection. Chu Shiyun tried to persuade them on the side, "Teacher, big brother, please let elder brother go. If elder brother can't do it, no one else will be able to. Moreover, Han Yu's space is large enough. We can reduce personnel and achieve a light expedition. It's best if we go." The two considered Chu Shiyun's words but found themselves unable to reject them. After all, Shenmu Tian was currently the most powerful person in the base. If even he couldn't bring back Anyan supplies, what chance would others stand? After pondering, Shenlan finally nodded, "All right. But we must prepare well." Shenmu Tian replied, Then Shenmu Tian asked more details. While the group was discussing serious matters, Chu Shiyun ran into the kitchen. "Auntie, are the supplies at home enough?" Ms. Sun, who was cooking originally, smiled when she saw Chu Shiyun. Yes, young master, what do you want me to cook for you?" Chu Shiyun didn't answer immediately, instead he went to check the fridge. He found mostly preserved foods, with very little meat. Chu Shiyun pondered a moment and said, "Auntie, there's no seafood at home, right?" Ms. Sun nodded, "Right, there's only some common vegetables. With the apocalypse here, food is too precious. The apocalypse happened so suddenly that most meats were damaged early on. Now what's left are extremely valuable items. Even today's lunch counts as relatively good compared to normal, a homely dish before the apocalypse that is now rare delicacy." Chu Shiyun glanced at Hanyu. Hanyu understood, rolled his eyes inside, but showed no visible reaction on his face. In a flash, he leaped onto the fridge. In a short moment, the extra-large refrigerator was instantly filled up. Chu Shiyun let Hanyu store some hard-to-find ingredients after the apocalypse, such as shrimps, crabs, mutton and beef. Ms. Sun stared at Hanyu's actions in amazement, doubting whether her eyes were deceiving her. She rubbed her eyes hard. This. Young master, did I see that correctly? Nope, auntie, let's cook the crab tonight. Also these giant scallops. Chu Shiyun shook his head, then reached out and placed a king crab in front of Ms. Sun, pointing to a few scallops in the fridge. Ms. Sun numbly nodded, not surprising that she knew little about this. These things were consumed plenty by her before the apocalypse, but now, every bit of meat is precious. Chu Shiyun glanced at the ingredients again. Let's make pickled cabbage fish and also green pepper stir-fried beef. For the rest, just leave it to your judgment. Chu Shiyun likes seafood, Shenmu Tian likes spicy food, and the remaining flavors of others are more or less similar. Ms. Sun quickly agreed, good. Good. Little master, you go ahead. I'll handle it. Ms. Sun looked at Chu Shiyun kindly. Indeed, he was the star of fortune for the house. As soon as he came back, he brought so much food to the house. Word was that he even pulled down a bad high-level officer in the base. Chu Shiyun wasn't in a hurry since everyone else wasn't coming home so soon either. The elders were still discussing important matters at home, and this amount of time was more than enough for Auntie Sun, who often cooked. Unexpectedly, when Chu Shiyun came out of the kitchen, he discovered everyone had returned, including Shen Mom sitting properly beside Shen Lan. Shen Yanyi and Chu Shiyu were seated together. Thinking about what Shenmu Tian mentioned earlier at lunchtime, Chu Shiyun's eyes narrowed at Shen Yanyi somewhat unpleasantly. Chu Shiyun leisurely walked and sat beside Shenmu Tian. Shenmu Tian gazed at Chu Shiyun's eyes and silently mourned for Shen Yanyi for 3 seconds. Shen Yanyi was originally helping Chu Shiyu peel an orange. The two brothers both dislike fruits with peels but love to eat them. Chu Shiyun is spoiled by Shenmu Tian, and naturally, Shen Yanyi wouldn't let Chu Shiyu do such tedious work. In his eyes, Chu Shiyu's hands were meant for scientific research. However, while Shen Yanyi was talking with Chu Shiyu, he suddenly felt a strongly unfriendly gaze. When he looked over and saw it was Chu Shiyun, he was puzzled. He made eye contact with Shenmu Tian as if to say, "What did your wife do this time? Did you upset her again?" Shenmu Tian understood Shen Yanyi's expression and sighed helplessly, muttering internally, "What are you talking about, like I'm always upsetting her?" Shenmu Tian glared at Shen Yanyi with disapproval. "Think about what you did. Shen Yanyi. What did I do? Why am I offending him now?" Shenmu Tian's eyes flickered towards Chu Shiyu and motioned slowly, "Say something yourself." Shen Yanyi's face stiffened. Slowly, he turned around to look at Chu Shiyu, who was completely unaware of anything, and then stared at Chu Shiyun, who seemed ready to devour him alive. He drew in a sharp breath. He really wasn't prepared for Chu Shiyun to find out just yet. Everyone in the family spoiled him so much that once this little master got upset, if Shiryu decided not to see him, he'd have no one to cry to. Chu Shiyun and Shen Yanyi's strange atmosphere caught the attention of others. Chu Shiryu looked at his younger brother with some concern. "Little brother, what's wrong?" Chu Shiyun didn't immediately answer Chu Shiryu but shot Shen Yanyi an angry glance before letting out a disdainful humph. Looking at Chu Shiyun's expression, Chu Shiryu guessed Shen Yanyi must have done something to offend him. Yet, he couldn't understand how this could happen. After all, little brother had only come back today, why would Shen Yanyi make him angry? As Chu Shiryu slowly turned his gaze toward Shen Yanyi, the suspicious look almost made Shen Yanyi vomit blood. Even worse, Shen Lan spoke up at this moment, "Older brother, what happened?" Shen Yanyi looked at the whole family glaring at him as if they were about to pounce, and inwardly spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew it, every time anything involving Master Chu Shiyun happened, there was bound to be trouble. With great difficulty, Shen Yanyi finally managed to speak. "Cloud Treasure, a nickname for Chu Shiyun, I should haven't offended you, right?" Chu Shiyun ignored him and focused on Chu Shiryu's worried eyes as he watched their interaction. An idea popped into his mind. These two still hadn't openly expressed their feelings yet. According to his older brother's personality, if no one pushed them a bit, things might go like the last life and take years before the two ended up together. Thinking about this, Chu Shiyun felt a bit frustrated. For the past month, he has been eating well, enjoying good company along the way, but if not for today's mention by his teacher, he would have forgotten all about it. Though he's upset that someone dared covet his big brother, Chu Shiyun still hoped that there could be someone around to care for him. So, with this thought in mind, he directly asked, "Big brother, do you like men?" Upon being called out, Chu Shiryu gasped sharply, "Eh? What?" The rest of the family also exclaimed in surprise. Though Chu Shiyun phrased it as a question, everyone detected a hint of unusual meaning behind his words. Shenmu Tian, seeing how Chu Shiyun had blurted out the matter without hesitation, sighed helplessly and covered his face. Shen Yanyi, wide-eyed, stared at Chu Shiyun. This ancestor was planning to do what? He originally intended to gently coax this situation like boiling a frog in warm water, but never expected Chu Shiyun to drop a bomb right at the beginning. Now that the question was asked, Shen Yanyi couldn't help feeling nervous and anticipatory inside. Without realizing it, his gaze shifted unconsciously to Chu Shiryu, and upon seeing his slightly flushed ears, he breathed a small sigh of relief. Mrs. Shen, alarmed, asked anxiously, "Shiryu, tell auntie, do you really like men?" Mrs. Shen stared intently at Chu Shiryu, unsure whether she hoped he'd confirm or deny it. While her inner voice told her it would be fine as long as Shiryu was happy, she worried about her friend being left childless. After all, her own mischievous son had already lured Cloud Treasure away. What if Shiryu liked men too? How could they handle that? With flushed cheeks, Chu Shiryu endured the intense gazes of everyone present and reluctantly nodded. Without realizing it, Mrs. Shen gripped Shenlan's hand tightly. Are you telling the truth? You're not deceiving Auntie, are you? Chu Shiryu shook his head firmly. I'm certain. And I already like someone. Saying this, Chu Shiryu inadvertently clenched his fists tightly. Mrs. Shen paused momentarily before continuing her barrage of questions. Are you dating? How's he like? Is he from your research institute? Can you rely on him? In Mrs. Shen's heart, since she couldn't change things, she wanted to choose a good man for her son. Seeing Chu Shiryu hesitate silently and glance occasionally elsewhere, Mrs. Shen didn't need to guess twice. Chu Shiryun already knew the answer. Brother, do you like Shen Yanyi? At this point, Chu Shiryun stopped using honorifics and addressed him directly by name. Shen Yanyi felt as if someone had just squeezed his heart tight, his fate hanging on a single thread. At the same time, the others also kept their eyes on the two of them, and Shen Yanyi felt several unfriendly gazes. Chu Shiryu thought that this matter was bound to come up sooner or later. And with how much Yanyi cared about him, he should feel the same way, right? Shen Yanyi slowly held Chu Shiryu's hand which was resting by his side, and Chu Shiryu understood his intentions. Looking at everyone, he nodded firmly. That's correct, I like him. As soon as the words were spoken, what should have been a joyous scene carried an eerie undertone. Besides Shenmu Tian who already knew, and Shen Tong who was only 6 years old, the rest all looked at Shen Yanyi with fury. Well done. Every good cabbage in this family had been snatched by the pig from within. Shenlan narrowed his eyes and spat out resentfully. It's hard to guard against someone from inside your own house. Shenmu Zhe, an older man preying on the young. Shenmu Yu, a gentleman turned scum. After these words were said, Shen Yanyi awkwardly turned his head away. Shenmu Tian lightly touched his nose, however, his reaction immediately made Shen Mother point the finger at him. And you? I asked you to take care of Yun Bao, but look what happened. You took advantage of him when he was still young, didn't you? Shenmu Tian looked utterly confused. Wasn't this supposed to be about uncle? Why was the blame shifting to him? Shenlan glared directly at the two men as if disappointed, saying, no wonder you were so willing when I asked you to look after Yun Bao and Xiao Yu. It turns out you planned it all along, didn't you? You practically raised a child bride for yourselves. Shenmu Tian and Shen Yanyi exchanged glances, both filled with helplessness yet also pride. Anyway, since the person was already theirs, enduring some scolding wouldn't hurt. Shen Yanyi even gave Chu Shiryun a look of gratitude, mistaking him for some sort of ancestor instead of realizing he had become their matchmaker. Chapter 53, Despicable Husband, I Hate You. Chu Shiyu was still somewhat slow to react, foolishly watching the two being scolded. Seeing Chu Shiryun's seemingly accustomed face, Chu Shiyu wondered if he should get used to it too in the future. Shen Yanyi seemed to have noticed something, turned back, and glanced at Chu Shiyu with a gentle smile. Chu Shiyu shyly avoided his gaze. The couple who had been reprimanding them just moments before saw this scene and couldn't help but feel infuriated. Shen Mutian had thought a little more about the situation. Originally intending for the two to develop their feelings slowly, he hadn't expected that his beloved one would directly expose their relationship so soon. Thus, it looked like seeking help from the uncle later wouldn't require any hesitation. A flash of shrewd calculation appeared in Shen Mutian's eyes. He had originally planned on using other benefits to ask him for help to delay matters at home, but unexpectedly, his precious one's direct admission would make things easier to handle. Little Shen Tong did not understand well. Wasn't it simple that uncle and cousin Yu decided to be together? Why such a big deal, much like when uncle and Yun uncle got together? Grandpa and grandma, aren't we always saying blessings for the offspring will come naturally? If uncle and cousin Yu have feelings for each other, why not let them be together? And uncle isn't old. Plus, he makes money, isn't it perfect for him to take care of cousin Yu? Hearing Shen Tong's innocent voice, the couple was left speechless. Shen Yanyi cast an appreciative glance at him. The two adults saw how even a junior said such a thing, they naturally couldn't say much anymore. However, their gazes toward Shen Yanyi were still somewhat unkind. It's time to eat. When everyone was in a stalemate, Aunt Sun called out. Chu Shiryun, who had just been glaring at Shen Yanyi with dissatisfaction, suddenly lit up his eyes upon hearing her. Dinner is served. Big brother, let's go. With great enthusiasm, he tugged Shen Mutian up. Although Shen Mutian had improved their diet before, it was only under certain conditions where they found accommodation. Otherwise, they all had communal meals. But now they were home, with someone taking time to cook. Naturally, the taste and variety of dishes couldn't compare. Aunt Sun hadn't mentioned anything yet, but everyone already smelled the fresh aroma wafting through the air. Shen Muda mumbled, what did Aunt Sun make today? It smells amazing. When she saw Chu Shiryun eating to his heart's content with oil dripping down his mouth and Shen Mutian diligently peeling crab shells for him, everyone, including herself, was stunned. Shenlan asked curiously, Aunt Sun, these dishes? Seeing the equally surprised faces around her, Aunt Sun explained while smiling, it's thanks to little master, who brought all this back. The fridge is packed full, along with lots of fruits. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed both incredulous and somehow unsurprised, since this kind of behavior was typical for Chu Shiyun. Shen Mutian, busy peeling crab shells for Chu Shiyun, also urged everyone to sit down. Let's eat first. We can talk while eating. The Shen family didn't follow the habit of not talking during meals. Everyone could only oblige and take their seats. Madame Shen watched Aunt's son darting between the kitchen and the dining table and couldn't help but call out, "Aunt, let's eat first." Aunt's son responded with a smile, okay, I'll just fetch some more dipping sauces." Shenlan, seeing Shen Mutian's usual demeanor, squinted her eyes and asked, "Exactly how many supplies did you collect on the road?" Under most people's circumstances where gathering staples is prioritized, finding time to choose other types of food indicated they had collected no small amount of goods. Chu Shiyun stuffed his cheeks until they bulged. "Not much, just a little billion." Shenlan held a skeptical attitude towards Chu Shiyun's claim, so she turned to Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian, noticing everyone's scrutinizing stares, could only explain as appropriately as possible, "It's not too much, just that our baby has a picky palate, so we picked various kinds of food." Shen Mutian looked at the table overflowing with food. "Really?" Shen Mutian, "Really?" Their goal was to fill up the space in their baby's bag, and not just a tiny corner. Children's thoughts weren't as complicated as adults. Shen Tong simply grabbed a crab leg and looked at Chu Shiyun with shining eyes. "Uncle Yun, you're truly talented. Dad and Grandpa don't have your skill, and usually just eating some meat deserves a celebration with fireworks." Though slightly exaggerated by Shen Tong, it was clear that despite his privileged life, he indeed endured hardship during this period. If not for seeing the amount he ate, Shen Mutian might have given him a smack on the head. "You little brat, were you ever lacking for food or drinks at home? Do you know how many people outside are still hungry?" Shen Tong completely ignored the glare his father gave him, "But the fact is, you're not as capable as Uncle Yun and Uncle. And I didn't say anything wrong." One big and one small set of eyes glared at each other directly. The originally somewhat awkward atmosphere due to Chu Shiryu and Shen Yin's situation improved a lot, with everyone bursting into laughter. After eating until they were full, Aunt's son brought out washed fruits. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was sitting around chatting, Shen Mutian called Shen Yin out. Sitting outside the yard, Shen Yin got straight to the point. "Did you tell your little emperor about me and Shiryu?" Although it was a question, the tone was declarative. Shen Mutian paid no heed. "Otherwise what? Should we wait for you to win his heart? If our baby could have kids, he'd be able to help us buy soy sauce by now." Listening to Shen Mutian's uncouth sarcasm, Shen Yin felt his blood pressure shoot up. "You little brat, the more you grow, the less adorable you become." Shen Yin took a few deep breaths, trying to appear kinder. "All right, speak up, what's the matter?" Shen Mutian wasn't courteous towards him either. "I want that villa you own by the river." Upon hearing this, Shen Yin raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Are you moving out?" "Yeah. Are you not afraid they'll tear you apart?" Shen Yin was genuinely a bit curious. Those several people back home almost tied Chu Shiryun to themselves. How could they really let Shen Mutian take him out? Shen Mutian said nothing, but looked at him with a smirk on his face. Shen Yin suddenly had a premonition of something ominous. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shen Mutian smiled and said amiably, "Uncle Nyenny. The success between you and Brother Chu fully relies on our baby. You wouldn't be so heartless, would you?" Shen Mutian already made his intention quite clear. If Shen Yin still couldn't figure out what Shen Mutian was scheming, he might as well donate his brain. However, because Shen Yin understood Shen Mutian's thoughts, he became so angry he wanted to spit blood. Originally, he had already displeased the elders by abducting Chu Shiryu, and once they knew he had given the riverside villa to Shen Mutian and Chu Shiryun, they would surely rip him apart. Shen Yin firmly said, "Absolutely not." Shen Mutian wasn't bothered in the slightest. "All right then. But I heard from our baby, he feels Brother Chu's decision might be irrational, so he decided to take him out for a few days to cool off and see if there's any chance of ditching someone and finding a sister-in-law instead." Shen Yin, who was previously determined, stared hard at Shen Mutian, hating him in his heart. Faced with Shen Mutian's threats, he truly could not ignore them. Although it was likely Shen Mutian was just making things up, but what if it were true? "I agree. Watch over your person well, don't let him lead Shiryu astray." "Got it." Shen Yin's face was unpleasant. Both husbands were black-hearted, and Shen Mutian even worse, assisting evil actions. Thinking about the others, Shen Yin started having headaches. How could he divert their attention? Having settled the moving issue, Shen Mutian became significantly friendlier. "Uncle, you shouldn't be too pessimistic. After all, you've already managed to pursue Brother Chu, haven't you?" Shen Yin didn't entirely agree with what he said. Who knows which day he will come again to threaten him. Shen Mutian thought Chu Shiryun should have eaten enough by now, and worried about him being taken advantage of again, decided to return early. Before leaving, he reminded, "We're moving tomorrow, Uncle, remember to give us the keys early." Shen Yin glared at him. "Understood, now scram." Shen Mutian did not mind at all, returning with a pleasant mood. When Shen Mutian walked back into the hall, he saw Chu Shiryun lazily sprawled out on the sofa. When Chu Shiryun noticed him, his eyes lit up, guessing the matter should have been smoothly resolved. Shen Mutian pulled Chu Shiryun away amidst dissatisfied gazes from everyone. After going back, he recounted the dialogue between him and Shen Yinyi. Shen Mutian cheerfully patted Chu Shiyun's head, happy now. Chu Shiyun vigorously nodded, yeah, yeah. Even though he liked the Shens very much, their enthusiasm was too much for him to handle. After sleeping soundly for a night, the next morning after breakfast, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian took Shentong out. This time before leaving, they left little Yin in the backyard, where there was enough space for it to run around freely. Shentong happily held Shen Mutian's hand, having stayed at home for many days, he was practically molding inside. Chu Shiyun watched Shentong hop joyfully and always felt like he overlooked a problem. After some thought, he asked, Shen Xiaotong, do you know what your superpower is? Hearing Chu Shiyun's words, Shentong hesitated, ah. What is a superpower? Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately furrowed their brows. Shen Mutian looked at Shentong as if he were not lying, and asked, just based on an inner sense to gather elements, like. Shen Mutian waved his hand, conjuring up a thunderball, Shentong's eyes glistening as he stared at the thunderball hovering in Shen Mutian's palm. Is this what superpowers are? So cool. Shen Mutian, didn't your older brother tell you? Upon hearing this, Shentong, who had been curiously watching Shen Mutian, lowered his head sadly. No, Dad and the others are always very busy, they don't have time to be with me. Grandma is around but. Although the words trailed off, the two already understood his meaning. Shen's mother came from a family of scholars, fond of reading books and drinking tea before the apocalypse, and it was no different afterward. Although she had the heart to play with Shentong, the generational gap was too large, the two simply didn't share any common interests. Chu Shiyun glanced at Shen Mutian, who nodded in agreement. Chu Shiyun, if you have superpowers, we'll take you out to fight zombies. If you don't have superpowers, then we'll find some kids your age to play with you, alright? Shentong nodded vigorously, okay. Anything was fine as long as he didn't have to stay home alone and be bored anymore. Checking the time, there was still enough, so the three of them found a place to sit down. Shen Mutian, talking while teaching him, look at me, raise your hands, close your eyes and concentrate. See if there's anything that feels like it wants to come out. Shentong followed his instructions obediently. Gradually, he felt as if there was a force in his body pulling and moving around, eventually converging into his right hand. Meanwhile, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian, who were closely observing him, were slightly surprised by the manifestation of his superpower. Chapter 54, It's a like, not love. They just let Shentong try it out, but they didn't expect that Shentong would really have superpowers, and it was the same type of lightning superpower as Shen Mutian. Keep in mind, Shen Mutian's lightning superpower is quite strong. If Shen Mutian were to teach him, over time, Shentong could definitely become a great power like Shen Mutian. Not hearing the two say it was okay, Shentong continued to keep his eyes closed, still sensing. Shen Mutian looked at Shentong's superpower, feeling both comforted and angry. My brother shouldn't have done that. Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Shen Mutian, Shentong's latent superpowers might not yet have emerged. In this world where strength reigns supreme, awakening superpowers a day earlier means having more reason to survive a day sooner. Even though the Shen family can afford their living expenses, self-protection is the true sense of being worry-free. Shen Mutian patted Shentong on the head, his eyes filled with tender affection. That's enough. Upon hearing this, Shentong opened his eyes. When he saw the little flicker of lightning in his hand, his eyes lit up with immense joy. Although the volume of the lightning ball was no bigger than a table tennis ball, Shentong believed that sooner or later he would summon a lightning ball as powerful as his uncle's. With happiness Shentong shouted, Uncle, I also have superpowers now, and it's the same electrical superpower as yours. Shen Mutian lightly nodded, Starting today, I'll begin training you, are you afraid? Shentong shook his head, no. His heart was overwhelmed by excitement, how could there be any fear? Shen Mutian said, have you thought it through? Once you've made the decision, even if you regret it in the future, I won't compromise. Shentong had an expression of no fear and thumped his chest saying, yes, come on. Looking at his determined face, Shen Mutian rarely showed a hint of a smile. Shen Mutian isn't afraid of Shentong lacking talent or having weak foundations. As long as he persists, Shen Mutian has confidence he can continue teaching. Shen Mutian fears that Shentong has been spoiled and lacks perseverance, but now that he has said so much, Shen Mutian naturally won't give him the chance to back down again. Shen Mutian hadn't expected that this matter was entirely decided between the two of them, without notifying the family. So when Shen Mutian told them this news, unsurprisingly, Shen Mutian was scolded once again. Shen Mutian stood up, looking at Shentong who barely came up to his thigh, let's go. We happen to be setting up a team soon anyway, and we'll register you then. Shentong heavily nodded his head. Listening to Shen Mutian's words, Chu Shiyun glanced at the thin-armed, spindly-legged Shentong and raised an eyebrow, brother, are you really going to register him into the team too? Shen Mutian firmly nodded, yeah. Since my brothers won't manage, I will. Otherwise, considering the current situation, they'll forget about this son eventually. This statement Chu Shiyun agreed with. Although base matters were busy, they certainly had time to spend with their children, unless they simply did not value Shentong's feelings. No, even if they did care, reality wouldn't leave them many options because, based on their personalities, they wouldn't abandon their duties to stay with their child. Shen Mutian tousled Chu Shiyun's head, let's go. Chu Shiyun said, okay. He could only be glad he couldn't have children, otherwise following their personalities, the children would likely be neglected even more severely. After all, in both their hearts, what mattered most was each other, and they wouldn't allow any existence to intrude, not even their own children. Shentong didn't care about the two people feeding each other lines of romance. Now, he immersed himself in the joy of discovering he possessed superpowers, and perhaps soon he could even join missions outside the base with them. Since the three didn't waste too much time, by the time they reached the place where Muse Nian and others lived, breakfast had barely ended not too long ago. When the group saw the two adults leading a child walk in, their eyes were full of curious and speculative glances. Lin Yanhan rushed straight forward, her bright eyes focused on Shentong as she asked, "Big brother, sister-in-law, where did this kid come from? Could he possibly be your adopted son?" All three faces froze, while others looked at Lin Yanhan with subtle expressions. It was evident that this child belonged to the Shen family, and there was no way he could be Shen Mutian's son. Lin Yanbai helplessly propped up his forehead once more, wishing his parents had distributed some intelligence to his sister. Shentong watched Lin Yanhan with complicated feelings and asked, "Uncle, who is this person?" Shen Mutian obviously noticed the gossipy look in Lin Yanhan's eyes and Shentong's faintly disapproving tone. After introducing him one by one, he stopped talking. Seeing the adorable little boy Shentong, everyone naturally liked him. After calling out to each person one by one, Shentong obediently stayed by Chu Shiyun's side. Shen Mutian looked at them with a faint tone, "Since you're ready, let's go." Naturally, no one objected. The elderly aside, everyone else followed them out of the door. As for the remaining people in the Shing family, Shing Yichen had no worries since this was the Shen residence. He believed no one would dare intrude recklessly. Before leaving, however, Shing mother pulled Shing Yichen aside for a long admonition. Whatever she said, it clearly didn't sit well with Shing Yichen. Shentong watched Lin Yanhan with complex emotions and asked, "Uncle, who is this person?" Shen Mutian obviously noticed the gossipy look in Lin Yanhan's eyes and Shentong's slightly disapproving tone. After introducing everyone one by one, he stopped speaking. Han Yu felt ecstatic upon seeing Bai Qiaoshi. Without even saying hi, he darted over to Bai Qiaoshi, whose worried face brightened significantly at the sight of Han Yu. Although Shen Mutian initially kept Han Yu around to look after him, after days of staying together, Han Yu had genuinely grown fond of these people. Naturally, his affection towards Han Yu also deepened. However, they were already at the base, and Han Yu had gone with Chu Shiyun yesterday, which inevitably made him somewhat worried. But seeing that Han Yu still clearly enjoyed his company put his mind at ease. As usual, Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian, and the twins were in one car. Of course, this time Shentong joined them too. In the car, Lin Yanbai drove as they slowly left the neighborhood. Shen Mutian looked at the twins and asked, "Did you sleep well yesterday?" Lin Yanbai chuckled, "We slept very comfortably." He did not say polite words, they genuinely had a good rest. The house was large enough, and the people Shen General introduced were pretty decent. Though looking rather serious, they were willing to tell them whatever information they wanted to know, such as more detailed conditions of the base. Shen Mutian smirked, "That's great then." Chu Shiyun thought about the strange atmosphere this morning and asked, "Has anything happened among all of you?" Lin Yanbai glanced at the rearview mirror, thinking how sharp Chu Shiyun's observation was. He considered his choice of words carefully, "Everyone is fine. After all, we have been through thick and thin together since the start of the apocalypse." However. Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow, "However what?" Lin Yanbai pondered how to open the topic properly, but before he could speak, Lin Yanhan couldn't resist blabbering, "It's nothing new, right? It's about Brother Sheng's family. After you returned yesterday, somehow they found out about Brother Mu and Brother Sheng, and kept blaming Brother Mu for leading Brother Sheng astray. They said they'd either expel Brother Mu or leave themselves." Shen Mutian frowned, clearly not expecting such an event. Chu Shiyun snorted derisively, indicating he had foreseen this. "But still. Who gave them the guts to kick someone out of my house?" Hearing his light tone, the twins had come to understand his temperament over the past month and thus wouldn't dare to provoke him at such moments. And Shen Mutian and Shentong, who had experienced his anger firsthand, both quietly sat still. Chu Shiyun recalled the instant dislike from Shing mother when Shing Yichen first introduced him and Shen Mutian, causing him to sneer. He wouldn't care about what went on between Mu Xinyan and Shing Yichen, but he hoped those two wouldn't cross his bottom line. Otherwise, they shouldn't blame him if he refused to show team spirit. Realizing Chu Shiyun had his own thoughts figured out, Shen Mutian felt relieved and held his hand tightly. Chu Shiyun turned to Lin Yanhan, "Anything else?" What was Shing Yichen's reaction? Mentioning Shing Yichen, Lin Yanhan wasn't as angry, though her expression remained sour. What else can there be? Comfort them, of course. After soothing them, he went to ask Brother Mu for lenience, claiming he'd resolve it. "I don't believe he will." Though harsh, Lin Yanhan's words made sense. Everyone knew by now that Shing Yichen treated his family extremely well, agreeing to all their demands. While being good to family members was beyond reproach and they wouldn't object, some behaviors of the Shing family were truly excessive. Just a few days ago, they even tried to lecture Chu Shiyun. Apparently, living comfortably had given them leisure time to create trouble, they should continue being hungry. Such thoughts ran through Lin Yanhan's mind. Lin Yanbai helplessly looked at his sister, refraining from countering her because she spoke the truth. He himself wasn't fond of the Xings either. If they took advantage of having a child with powers to act improperly, then it only showed they were wrong. After all, in their team, the real decision-maker was Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyun crossed his arms and stared out the window. Let it be for now. If they don't cause major chaos, let Xing Yichen handle it himself. All right. Shen Muqian hugged him tightly and agreed. Yes. The twins echoed in unison. After not minding their affairs, everyone's mood improved a lot. Yesterday was too rushed, so none of them had time to take a good look at the base. Now in the car, although it was driving, Lin Yanbai intentionally slowed down. Regarding Lin Yanbai's actions, Shen Muqian did not object, and instead looked around together. The construction of Area A and B in the base was almost the same as before he left, and the most changes occurred in buildings after Area C. The originally densely packed residential area had been expanded due to the influx of survivors. In the middle of the entire base, some areas were demolished to create the Small 3 district. Since only walking was allowed in the Small 3 district, no vehicles were permitted, so Lin Yanbai found a place to park. This was the first time for the twins to enter the base and see its layout. Naturally, they became more interested. Mushi Nian followed closely behind, and Chu Shiyun glanced back a couple of times. Not knowing whether it was due to the absence of the Xing family's interference, the atmosphere between the two seemed better, but Chu Shiyun shook his head mockingly. Shen Muqian observed his movements and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Shiyun didn't answer, instead asking another question, "Brother Mu, is there anyone who truly allows their loved one to be hurt? Wouldn't they disregard everything for their loved one's feelings?" He didn't understand this. Shen Muqian looked towards that direction thoughtfully and said lightly, "Perhaps because it's liking, rather than loving." Chapter 85, Leave. The voice wasn't loud, but neither of the two noticed anyone else around. Upon hearing Shen Muqian's response, Chu Shiyun came to terms with it. Not everyone could treat their partner like how Shen Muqian unconditionally adored him, and besides, their families were not the same, one side approved while the other opposed. Such an outcome was therefore unsurprising. Seeing Chu Shiyun's look of enlightenment, Shen Muqian did not say more. Instead, he took his hand and intertwined their fingers. "Let's go. You've been bored out of your mind from all this traveling recently. After we're done registering, we can go sightseeing." Hearing this, Chu Shiyun nodded happily. Chu Shiyun's heart was small, so small that it could only fit himself and Shen Muqian. As for others' romantic issues, he was powerless to help. All he could do was take care of himself, live a good life with Shen Muqian, and find a way to end this apocalyptic era. District C was the central area, encompassing the military zone, work area, and trading market. Although the military zone belonged to District C, not all soldiers resided there. Apart from Zone 5, the base had another separate area allocated for military personnel where they ate, lived, and trained on a daily basis. Most people in the military district were officers, and it was here that they conducted important business. The Psi Association was located in the work area, and the first place Chu Shiyun and company headed was the Psi Association. On their way, they encountered various kinds of people, men or women, young or old. Those who walked in Area C either had skills of their own or had family connections to rely on. Looking at the crowd bustling outside the Psi Association's gate, Chu Shiyun instinctively leaned closer to Shen Muqian. Shen Muqian glanced at the scene. Although everyone living in Area C had some ability, most barely managed more than just enough food. Their clothing didn't reflect much wealth either. The better-off ones might occasionally wash themselves and change clothes, but those poorer could only look unkempt. In the apocalypse, water was precious, and not many could be as extravagant as Chu Shiyun and company, taking baths and changing clothes daily. Knowing his germophobia, Shen Muqian carefully hugged him. "Don't be afraid, Big Brother is here to protect you." Chu Shiyun obediently nodded. Observing their interaction, Shen Yichen and Mu Sinan discreetly moved ahead of the pair. Looking at them, then at himself, Shen Tong found it somewhat amusing. Clearly, he was the one needing protection here. But he wouldn't dare voice such a comment to Shen Muqian. In fact, even if they hadn't taken action, no one would recklessly approach them. In the post-apocalyptic world, a person's power isn't judged by money but rather by appearance. If someone looked well-fed and well-dressed, they weren't someone you wanted to mess with. Furthermore, clean appearances and rosy complexions indicated strong backing forces. So when Chu Shiyun and company entered the Psi Association, people naturally made room for them. Peering from behind Shen Muqian, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but marvel, there are so many people. The structure of the Psi Association resembled pre-apocalypse banks. People queued up, whether for team registration or task acquisition, and windows simply directed different processes. Registration for teams only required one queue, whereas everything else revolved around task acquisition. Meanwhile, the large screen continuously rolled updates on various missions. Among these, Shen Muqian spotted a level 3S mission at the top. One involved securing grain in an county, and the other was retrieving medical supplies from the A City Center Hospital. Though the rewards were substantial, none of these tasks had ever been successfully completed. Chu Shiyun naturally noticed too. He leaned onto Shen Muqian's shoulder asking, "Big Brother, should we take one of these missions?" Shen Muqian knew which mission he meant. Patting the hand clutching his waist, he responded affirmatively, After pondering for a moment, he added, and I'll go with you, accurately speaking, just the two of us. Hearing this, Chu Shiren's face lit up, really? Shen Mukon nodded, yes. After careful deliberation overnight, he decided this was the best course of action. While the others' abilities were powerful, they drew too much attention for stealth operations. If he went alone, he could not guarantee completing the mission without harm. Just like the incident at the gas station, if either him or his beloved companion were absent, it would have likely ended fatally. Besides, his beloved space-based powers were beneficial, maximizing the chances of remaining undetected. Still, Shen Mutian thought about the group of people at home and felt a bit troubled. It seemed that after moving to the riverside, he would need Uncle's help to hide their trail. At the very least, they needed to wait until he and his beloved left the base. The people following him were all a bit confused. Where were they going? Why weren't they bringing them along? Thinking about it, naturally led to questions. Lin Yanhan, leader, after establishing the team, are you planning to go somewhere else to complete the mission? Shen Mutian nodded, that's right. Moreover, this mission can only be done by me. Upon hearing Shen Mutian's words, everyone's first reaction wasn't feeling slighted but worry, only Shen Mutian could accomplish such a task, how difficult must it be? Lin Yanbai, with a serious face, tried to persuade him, Big Brother Shen, why don't you take me along? He was one of only 2 level 4 psychics in the team and figured he should be able to help a little. Shen Mutian shook his head, no thanks, this time it's not about having more people giving an advantage. Hearing that, everyone had to drop the matter. They all knew Shen Mutian's temperament, decisions he made couldn't be easily swayed, what they did just now was out of psychology. Just. Lin Yanbai looked at Chu Shiren, somewhat gravely, Big Brother Shen, are you really taking sister-in-law along? Chu Shiren, Chu Shiren was originally lazily sprawled on Shen Mutian's body. Upon hearing Lin Yanbai call him, he couldn't help but look up. Shen Mutian teasingly ruffled his hair, I will not leave him alone. Even if he knew the base was the safest place, though Chu Shiren didn't have psychic abilities, the most he might do was avoid unnecessary risks, Shen Mutian would absolutely no longer let Chu Shiren stay alone. Under any circumstances, he had to remain by his side. Chu Shiren nodded repeatedly, MHM. With a look filled with joy. Everyone, seeing the harmony between them, had no choice but to accept it. While Chu Shiren and company were standing there, quite a few gazes drifted over to them. Naturally, the one who drew the most attention was Chu Shiren, who looked innocent like a lotus blossom. Before the apocalypse, maybe not much of anything, but now during these times, those already mentally unstable or with preferences for males particularly favored people like Chu Shiren. Otherwise, when Chu Shiren met by Qiaoshi, he wouldn't have dirted himself intentionally. Chu Shiren naturally sensed those gazes but ignored them, as currently, he was merely a weak individual incapable of self-care, a small waster. Besides, punishing people could be exhausting too. People noticed Chu Shiren dressed neatly while everyone else struggled to live from hand to mouth. He still maintained an air of purity and innocence, as if he had never witnessed the inferno of humanity post-apocalypse, which sparked many resentments. Due to Chu Shiren's deceiving appearance, compared to the person beside him, Shen Mutian, who was strong and cold, repelling people 3 feet away, Shen Mutian certainly looked powerful and extraordinary. The day Shen Mutian and company returned created quite a stir, but not many people truly got a clear look at their faces since the military sealed off the area. Thus, when they saw Chu Shiren and Shen Mutian, whose identities appeared mismatched, slowly some began to entertain evil thoughts. Taking advantage of the waiting period, someone approached. This was a plain-looking middle-aged man. Compared to others, he was relatively well-dressed among everyone in the entire Psychic Association hall, though when he spotted Chu Shiren, his eyes carried an evil glint. As the ones initially not far from them quickly stepped back, it was like they didn't want to get involved in trouble. Lin Yanbai stood before Shen Mutian and Chu Shiren, blocking the other man's lecherous gaze. Frowning, Lin Yanbai asked, is there something? That man, who was originally irritated, froze upon seeing Lin Yanbai's appearance. Contrasting his preference for Chu Shiren's type, he actually leaned more towards Lin Yanbai's cold demeanor. The man glanced over everyone casually, growing increasingly astonished. Normally, finding even a couple of good-looking people was considered lucky, yet today he found a whole crowd. However, this man expressed regret because the boss had his eye on the refined and beautiful innocent teenager behind them. The man rekindled his smile arrogantly, saying, our team leader has taken a fancy to the young man behind you, so he wants to exchange food supplies for him. After this statement, Lin Yanbai clearly felt the air chill, the surrounding pressure plummeting. Internally cursing, Lin Yanbai understood the situation was about to get ugly. Shit, doesn't everyone know that sister-in-law is Brother Shen's beloved? Is this guy just being idle? Why didn't the zombies outside bite him already? Sensing the off atmosphere, Lin Yanbai no longer bothered with pleasantries, now he just wanted to get rid of this person quickly. Go back and tell your team leader that we're not exchanging any of our members. Next time, don't blame us for not holding back. The man's smile instantly turned grim. He glared malevolently at Lin Yanbai, kid, do you know who our captain is? How dare you speak to me like this? Lin Yanbai sneered, I don't care who your captain is. If I get annoyed, I'll still punch you. The man stared angrily at Lin Yanbai. In the base, aside from the top few teams, who else dared to embarrass them like this? These people clearly were new arrivals. They needed a lesson or they wouldn't understand their place. The man clenched his hands into claws as a fireball slowly formed. You'd rather have punishment wine than courtesy wine. Lin Yanbai looked bored. Before the man could unleash his powers, Lin Yanbai moved so fast an ordinary person couldn't see, rushing forward in an instant and kicking the man hard to the ground. And with cold detachment, he spat out one word, get lost. Chapter 55, Causing Trouble, Unyielding. Seeing Lin Yanbai punch the man, everyone around them was startled by his boldness, while at the same time secretly enjoying the spectacle. Everyone present knew that the man belonged to the 7th-ranked Hurricane ability group of the. Now that Lin Yanbai had hit him, it was likely that the Hurricane ability group wouldn't let this go easily. The man, clutching his stomach and writhing on the ground, eventually looked up at Lin Yanbai after some time. His hand trembling, he asked shakily, You dare to hit me? Lin Yanbai asked coldly, why shouldn't I? Do you know who I am? The man yelled furiously in response. Lin Yanbai gave an indifferent eye roll. Brother, it's better not to be too impulsive. As they watched Lin Yanbai repeatedly slap the man across the face, the leader of the Hurricane ability group could no longer contain himself and approached with a group of people. Hearing the voice, Lin Yanbai sneered coldly, Oh. Is that so? The leader gave Lin Yanbai a cold glance before casually looking over at Chu Shiyun. The leader had not noticed before, but now, seeing Chu Shiyun up close, he found that Chu carried an aura of sacred untouchability. This single glance further solidified the leader's determination to take Chu Shiyun back with him. Looking at Lin Yanbai, the Hurricane leader said arrogantly, I'll give you two options, either you obediently hand over the person behind you, and I might spare your life, or you'll be beaten to death, and then I'll take him away. Young man, you'd better hand the person over. That's right. It's a blessing for him that our leader has taken notice of him. And you look decent too. Why don't you join our Hurricane team? Ha. That's good. Hela probably hasn't even been touched yet. The people behind the Hurricane leader also chimed in, mocking and teasing Lin Yanbai with their words and eyes. After hearing all this, Lin Yanbai decided not to give these people any more face. They were the ones who had started things, though he still wondered why the patrol squad hadn't arrived yet. But even if they did come later, Lin Yanbai knew they would be justified. And since they had just arrived at the base, if they didn't set down authority properly, they would be stepped on by others later. Lin Yanbai wasn't someone known for kindness. On the contrary, he was harsher than most. This is why he was one of only 2 level 4 ability users in their team. Just as he was about to attack, Shen Wuqian's voice came from behind him, don't cripple them. Though softly spoken, Lin Yanbai, having spent many days with Shen Wuqian, could sense the repressed anger. Despite not knowing why Shen Wuqian didn't want anyone seriously hurt, Lin Yanbai followed the order. In a flash, Lin Yanbai quickly charged into their ranks, and the Hurricane leader gathered wind-based abilities on his legs, narrowly dodging Lin Yanbai's attack. The next moment, sharp blades materialized in his grip, fiercely stabbing towards Lin Yanbai. If struck, there was a real chance of instant death. Lin Yanbai ducked under the attack and kicked out towards the Hurricane leader. The leader attempted to block with both hands, expecting an easy counterattack, only to find himself pushed several steps back by Lin Yanbai's force. The shock was clear in his eyes, and before he had time to think, Lin Yanbai attacked again. This time, his fists were covered with a faint black sheen. For some reason, when the Hurricane leader saw this, he felt a chilling sensation, instinctively knowing that if he were hit by this blow, it would cost him half his life. Attempting to dodge, he suddenly felt lightheaded while retreating and swayed uncontrollably. Chu Shiyun lazily leaned against Shen Wuqian. He didn't consider himself a good person, allowing others to scheme against him meant he wouldn't respond unless necessary. Watching how the Hurricane leader's wind abilities matched Lin Yanbai's speed, Chu Shiyun grew impatient and decided to lend Lin Yanbai a hand. In an instant, Lin Yanbai seized the opportunity and thrust his fist straight toward the Hurricane leader's chest. Ah! The Hurricane leader emitted a painful scream. Leader! Leader, what happened? Ah! The leader's chest. Because of their leader's injury, the members of the Hurricane ability group were all shocked. At the sound of the cry, everyone looked at their leader's chest where Lin Yanbai had struck, finding a fist-sized crater starting to visibly rot. Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on Lin Yanbai like they'd seen a devil. What kind of ability was this? Why had they never seen it before? Complete silence enveloped the area except for the Hurricane leader groaning painfully on the ground. Here's a piece of common knowledge about the Parapsychics Association. There are many parapsychic groups, and not all their leaders are level 3 ability users. However, to enter the top 10 parapsychic groups, the leader's ability must be at least level 3, otherwise, they have no qualification. And now, the level 3 Hurricane ability group leader had just been defeated, so what was the level of his opponent's ability? It was evident that everyone present had considered this scenario, with some showing shock and others quietly sizing up something. Lin Yanbai shifted his gaze toward those who had mocked him verbally before, noticing that they were trying to escape. He let out a cold chuckle, and the whip formed from black smoke in his hand instantly bound them all together. Since Shen Mutian had instructed him, Lin Yanbai simply tied them up without allowing his power to corrode them. After dealing with them, Lin Yanbai turned his attention towards the two waiting nearby. Brother Shen. Shen Mutian nodded, walking Chu Shiyun over to the group leader, whose constant cries of agony brought no sympathy to his eyes. Chu Shiyun was his taboo line. Shen Mutian wouldn't even tolerate verbal insults against him, let alone someone attempting to take away his beloved one. Releasing Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian squatted halfway, gazing at the hurricane leader, whose mind was already somewhat disoriented. With an icy tone, he said, "Let me give you one piece of advice, grow some wisdom next time." He wasn't interested in knowing what kind of person the hurricane leader was, he didn't comment on his behavior either. His actions merely explained the survival principle in this apocalyptic world, that is, whoever has the stronger fist wins. Moreover, since they were more powerful today, it would have been justified if Shen Mutian had killed the man then and there. However, Shen Mutian didn't want to make it easy for him, it would be a waste. After all, as labor, he could always use him to build the city wall. Chu Shiyun looked at the crater on the hurricane leader's chest, feeling a flash of disgust. He then jumped into Shen Mutian's arms, who had just stood up, with teary eyes exclaiming, "Big brother, he's so scary." Shen Mutian sighed helplessly at Chu Shiyun but thought to himself, such a little performer. Despite that, considering the wound on the hurricane leader, Shen Mutian still let Lin Yanhan treat him a bit, after all, it couldn't be allowed to die now. Paying Chu Shiyun's head a light pat, Shen Mutian consoled, "There, my darling. It's fine now." Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun cautiously peeked out, finding that the man's chest had stopped decaying further. Although Lin Yanhan didn't spend too much effort, it was after all initiated by this individual provoking first. Therefore, while the flesh on the leader's chest healed, the dark-type ability planted inside him by Lin Yanbai would continue to torment him incessantly. Before the chaos settled, another wave of trouble arose. Not long after Lin Yanhan healed the hurricane leader. A group of people dressed in uniforms entered, pointing at Shen Mutian and his companions, commanding loudly, provoking fights, injuring others intentionally, arrest them all. Chu Shiyun furrowed his brows. How come these people hadn't come to arrest anyone when the hurricane ability group was causing trouble? Now they planned to apprehend them because they had won the conflict. Naturally, Shen Mutian noticed Chu Shiyun's dissatisfaction, and he felt the same way. Hold on. If this is about arresting someone, why is it us? The patrol team captain gave Shen Mutian a scornful glance, saying, "Why do you think? The hurricane leader was almost killed by your people, so who else should we arrest?" Shen Mutian retorted sternly, "If they started the trouble, they should expect to face retaliation. On the contrary, as the order-enforcing patrol team, why didn't you intervene when they initiated the conflict?" The patrol team captain glanced disdainfully at Shen Mutian, replying arrogantly, "Do you not know the difference between him and you? If you like someone in your group, why don't you just hand them over and stop pretending to be tough?" These words left everyone uneasy, implying that this guy had been there all along, but chose not to interfere until now. Shen Mutian gave the patrol captain a chilly glare. If maintaining order meant taking sides based on who was involved, then this regulation might as well be abolished. It was clear that this matter required a discussion with his father back home. Shen Mutian looked coolly at the patrol team. "Well then, you currently have no right to arrest us." As they saw them approaching, everyone revealed their abilities. When the patrol team captain saw their readiness, he became slightly infuriated, asking, "Are you planning to resist? This isn't your house, you're supposed to follow rules honestly and come with us." Shen Mutian sneered derisively. "Sounds nice, doesn't it? Everyone knows that causing disturbances in central areas is prohibited. Why did you stand idle while they started things but appeared only after we won? I'd like to see who gives you the authority to abuse justice." As for others, Shen Mutian naturally didn't need to be courteous. Moreover, Shen Mutian was genuinely somewhat annoyed. After returning home, he should have been living a stable and comfortable life, but after just a few days, so many incidents arose, one being Lin Jun's treachery to seize power from higher-ups, and then the patrol team's corruption. Chu Shiyun, seeing Shen Mutian truly angered, also turned cold toward the people opposite. The patrol team captain, witnessing Shen Mutian deliberately not giving him face in front of everyone, became red-faced with anger. After all, despite his relatively low psychic ability rank, as the captain of the patrol team and a favored associate of the Parapsychics Association president, group leaders of various parapsychic teams usually gave him some respect. Who would have thought that today, this man would embarrass him publicly? Fine. You're really something. Not only causing disturbances, but also refusing orders now, huh? Everyone, arrest them directly. Chapter 85, Shen Mutian could only hold him tightly. In the vast space, the patrol team was about to make their move. Chu Shiyun leaned on Shen Mutian, watching as the captain of the patrol team pointed a finger at Shen Mutian. Irritated, Chu Shiyun's eyes flashed with a tinge of blue light. In the next moment, the captain's finger snapped off as if it had been cut by something unseen. Chu Shiyun's abilities were too high, his movements too fast for anyone to see clearly what had happened, almost like the finger had broken on its own. Only Shen Mutian knew that Chu Shiyun had moved. Lin Yanbai and others didn't know what had just occurred, but they all stood ready, alertly observing the patrol team. "Aha!" The patrol captain clutched his injured hand and screamed in agony. Witnessing this miraculous scene, everyone in the hall kept a safe distance, fearing involvement. The patrol team also halted their actions and quickly attended to their captain. Meanwhile, the staff from the Ability Association had already sent an urgent message to the military. Things had escalated beyond their control. Half kneeling on the ground, the patrol captain glared venomously at Shen Mutian, shouting hoarsely, "I'll make sure you both regret living." Chu Shiyun replied with a calm smile, "We're waiting." Shen Mutian, gazing coldly at the captain who hated him, asked icily, "It seems fitting that I ask the upper echelons whether the base's rules are meant to be completely ignored. The regulations clearly stated no brawling or troublemaking in the central area. Yet, today's actions by the patrol team blatantly disregarded these rules and suggested possible bribery. Because of the chain of events, Mu Senian stopped bothering with the registration forms. He now stood behind Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun and even provided them with 2 chairs. They sat down while Mu Senian guarded them like a protector. Chu Shiyun looked disdainfully at the patrol captain writhing on the ground in pain. What a joke, he thought, a mere patrol captain actually thinking so highly of himself. Just doing a patrol job, and already acting superior. Flattered a few times and lost sense of self-importance. Chu Shiyun shook his head lightly, so dull. Power. Such a thing was irresistible yet so destructive. Remembering his past life where he'd perished due to the pursuit of power, Chu Shiyun's expression turned increasingly cold. Blood-like hues began to appear in his eyes, making his overall state seem quite unsettling. Even Shen Mutian, deep in thought about how to resolve the mess of issues within the base, noticed his abnormality. Looking at Shen Mutian with a worried face, Shen Mutian asked anxiously, "What's wrong, baby?" Seeing signs of Chu Shiyun's condition resurfacing, Shen Mutian felt a surge of panic. It hadn't happened in so long. Chu Shiyun glanced at Shen Mutian's concerned expression, slowly regaining his senses, and smiled faintly at the corner of his lips, "Nothing." Although Chu Shiyun said this, Shen Mutian didn't believe everything was alright. But seeing Chu didn't want to talk, Shen didn't press further. Instead, he held him tightly and gently patted his back. Something significant had happened at the Ability Association that day. Rumors spread about a new arrival defying the rules and causing chaos directly at the association, wounding the 7th-ranked Hurricane Ability team, then cutting off the patrol captain's hand. When the news broke out, the entire base was shocked. Everyone here came seeking safety, a place to settle down. Raising hell in the base meant being expelled. While there were multiple bases across the country, Hope Base enjoyed a renowned reputation, not only due to its 3 prestigious armies stationed there, but also because of President Chu Shiryu of the Institute, who possessed remarkable talent and was heralded as the most likely to develop a zombie antidote. Entering the base was easy, but surviving the journey beforehand was far from simple. Who among those who managed to enter would willingly leave? Moreover, once someone was evicted from the base, they lost all rights to re-enter. Hence, when the news spread throughout the base, people unanimously believed the newcomer must have been outrageously bold, utterly reckless. Given the gravity of the offense, the president of the Ability Association learned of the situation almost immediately and was now meeting with many senior officials in the base to decide Lin Jun's punishment. When the president of the Ability Association learned that his highly regarded patrol team captain had been publicly humiliated and lost a hand, he instantly frowned. He couldn't figure out who would dare to act so boldly. After all, the patrol captain was one of the few level 3 ability users in the military, which was why he'd been appointed as the head of the patrol team. Now, someone was telling him that this level 3 ability user had his finger severed in just a moment of confrontation. How could he believe it? He looked at Shenlan, the true power holder of the base. "Commander Shen, there has been an incident at the association. Please excuse us. As for Lin Jun's matter, please wait until I resolve this." After saying that, he got up and left. Everyone nodded, and since the soldier reporting hadn't held back, everyone in the meeting room already knew what had happened at the Ability Association. Being the commander of Shen family's army, with his son known as the highest ability user in the base, and under the condition that Lu Xiao had stepped down, Shenlan had already begun to subtly control the base's power. Although Lin Jun had fallen and the new commander of Lin family's army had taken over, they still couldn't match Shenlan's credibility. Shenlan watched the president of the Ability Association leave and for some reason felt an ominous premonition. He thought about his troublemaking grandson. Glancing slightly, he looked at Shenmuch sitting beside him. Shenmuch noticed his father's look and leaned over, then heard what he whispered into his ear. "Did Yun Bao and Lao San tell you where they were going today?" Upon hearing Shenlan's words, Shenmuch felt uneasy, remembering his little troublemaker's capabilities, especially with news of recent incidents caused by newcomers. It might very well be them. With a bitter expression, Shenmuch reluctantly replied, "They said they were going to register their team at the Ability Association." Hearing this, both father and son stared at each other, wide-eyed. Without hesitation, they got up and rushed to the Ability Association. Their hurried departure wasn't due to worrying about them causing trouble but more out of concern that others might bully them. While uncertain if they were indeed responsible, not checking would leave them unsettled. And knowing Yun Bao, with Lao San protecting him, they might act even more recklessly. What if no one backed them up? Even with great abilities, no one could stand against bullets. The others watching the two rush off without a word were somewhat bewildered but also intuitively felt something significant must have occurred. All exchanged glances, and then unanimously stood up, following the father and son. Because the military district was near the central area, the president of the Ability Association arrived quickly. His first sight was of the patrol team captain, pale-faced and supported by others. The Ability Association was filled with people, some were maintaining order, while others were there just to watch the spectacle. Due to Shen Mutian's group showing such courage, most of the captains who heard the news had arrived. Chu Shiyun, not wanting to be on display like a monkey, had already hidden in Shen Mutian's arms early on. Surrounding them were their own people, shielding them from view. So when the president of the Ability Association approached, he failed to notice that the troublemakers were Shen Lan's third son, now the talk of the base. The patrol team captain, seeing the president, though still ghastly pale, showed signs of relief. "President, you've finally come. You must help me seek revenge. They not only refused to obey orders but also severed my hand." The president looked at the patrol captain's bandaged hand, blood still flowing, unaware of what exactly caused the injury. The wound showed no signs of healing. For the first time in a long while, the president of the Ability Association felt anger rising within him. Everyone knew the patrol team captain was his man. Cutting off his finger was essentially slapping his face in public. He forced a sinister smile and directed it at those surrounded by Lin Yanbai and others. "Before entering the base, you should have understood that physical confrontations are prohibited, correct? Now not only did you violate the rules, but you also injured the patrol team captain. What does that mean? Do you really think no one can handle you?" Chu Shiyun was nearly dozing off when suddenly, a chilling voice startled him, chasing away any remaining drowsiness. Stretching lazily, Chu Shiyun said, "Everyone, move aside." Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's voice, Lin Yanbai and others moved to either side. The moment the president of the Ability Association heard the familiar voice, he felt uneasy. When he saw Chu Shiyun's face, it felt as if he might have mistaken him for someone else. His eyes glanced at the man beside Chu Shiyun. Who else could it be but Shen Much, the third young master of the Shen family? And sitting orderly next to them wasn't Shen Tong, the grandson of the Shen family. Shen Mutian looked up at him, his gaze calm. "President Yuan, long time no see." President Yuan, upon seeing Shen Mutian's eyes, wished he hadn't come. Realizing that the troublemakers were indeed from the Shen family, President Yuan was so angry he almost wanted to slap the patrol team captain right there. The look President Yuan gave the patrol team captain was filled with resentment. Fool, doesn't he know everyone knows Lin Jun has fallen and Shenlan has risen because his third son has returned? Now this patrol team captain had just caused such a big trouble, did he want to ruin them all? He knew what kind of person his subordinate was and also understood Shen Mutian's character. He could already guess it was his subordinate who caused the incident. Now, all he hoped for was not to get involved in teaching Shen Mutian a lesson but rather to avoid getting dragged into the mess. As for the onlookers, upon hearing Shen Mutian's words, they wore complex expressions, clearly surprised that the young man was acquainted with the president of the Ability Association. And when the patrol team captain saw President Yuan's glance, his heart began to panic. President Yuan didn't have the patience to deal with them right now. Instead, he simply greeted Shen Mutian. "It's been a while. Third young master. I didn't even have time to visit you after you returned to the base." Hearing President Yuan respectfully address Shen Mutian, everyone was stunned. The situation had flipped. Shen Mutian replied indifferently, "There's no rush on that matter. Let's talk about the causing random trouble incident first." Chapter 58, Hope Psyforce Team. President Yuan's face broke out into an awkward smile. "You're joking. It must be his fault for offending you too. Do whatever you like with him." But President Yuan's attempt to placate them depended on whether Shen Mutian would agree. Seeing President Yuan's demeanor, Shen Mutian clearly knew that this bribe-taking incident was likely led by him. Being in such a position, one should think about managing rather than causing trouble all the time, at least not worrying every time they stepped outside because of issues with patrol teams. Shen Mutian's gaze towards President Yuan turned sharp and cold. Even those who were originally watching the scene realized that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. Shen Mutian asked in a frosty tone, "President Yuan, could it be that you know nothing about what your subordinates are doing?" President Yuan gave another forced laugh. "Young lord, as you know, the workload in the base is immense. There's no way I can know everything they do." Shen Mutian sneered, "Oh, is that so?" Pretending not to hear Shen Mutian's sarcasm, President Yuan nodded repeatedly, "Of course." Chu Shiyun, seeing President Yuan's "I know nothing" attitude, smiled mischievously and spoke up, "A man in position should fulfill his responsibilities. If someone cannot perform their job properly, then they should step down and let someone competent take over." President Yuan's smile froze on his face. Chu Shiyun's words had hit right at his weakest point, erasing even his fake smiles. He opened his mouth with hostility. "Mr. Chu, aren't you aware that amateurs shouldn't meddle in professionals' affairs?" Pretending to be frightened, Chu Shiyun ran into Shen Mutian's arms. "Big brother, he's scaring me." Holding him gently, Shen Mutian comforted, "Don't be afraid. Big brother's here." Lin Yanbai, looking at the couple pretending to console each other but actually flirting, then glancing at President Yuan's red-faced anger, felt sorry for him for the first time. "Third young master, this is my fault for poor management, but our Psyforce Association's matters are not something you two can interfere in indiscriminately." President Yuan said this while looking at both of them. Though compelled by Shen Mutian's strength to show some respect, this did not mean he feared Shen Mutian. Managing an institution wasn't as simple as mouthing off, truly, children only acted impulsively. Is that so? What about me? While President Yuan secretly gloated, a full-bodied voice came from the doorway. Shenlan entered followed by a group of people. Shenmuzhe took 3 quick strides forward, looking worriedly at Chu Shiyun nestled in Shenmutian's arms. Little Cloud, what happened? Who bullied you? Tell uncle. Huh? Chu Shiyun looked up and saw Shenmuzhe's concerned face, momentarily bewildered, and glanced at Shenmutian holding him. Shentong, speechless at Shenmuzhe ignoring him completely, thought their minimal father-son bond might disappear too. Shenmutian sighed inwardly, elder brother, Shiyun's fine. Let's focus on handling this matter. Nodding slightly toward Shenmuzhe, he gestured to President Yuan. Shenlan calmly said one word, Commander Shen. The frozen smile on President Yuan's face disappeared, but he still had to offer a greeting. Shenlan looked at President Yuan coldly before shifting his gaze to Shenmutian. Younger brother, tell us what happened. Shenmutian nodded and repeated the recent events. As Shenmutian spoke, both Shenlan and Shenmuzhe nearly burst with rage. Due to different management scopes, they hadn't ever interfered with the Psi Force Association's affairs, yet such a bullying act occurred under their nose with the association president being the instigator. President Yuan wasn't worried while listening to Shenmutian. Without evidence, Shenlan couldn't do much against him either. Commander Shen, you shouldn't just listen to young lord's words. My character, I believe, everyone understands well enough. What President Yuan didn't expect was, even if the Psi Force members wanted to help conceal the truth, others who suffered under oppression wouldn't stay silent. Most importantly, Shenlan and company were not fools. Character. President Yuan's real character, they understood clearly. His subordinates wouldn't dare without his orders. Shenlan didn't respond immediately but turned to look at the senior officials present. He knew these people had been eyeing the Psi Force Association for a long time. Today presented an excellent opportunity, he needn't move a finger for them to peel a layer of skin off President Yuan. As expected, Lu Xiao said with a grin, President Yuan, I don't think your words or the words of your Psi Force Association can be entirely trusted. I remember 3 days ago you guys arrested a group of people, and the patrol team gave the reason that they caused trouble. But afterward, I heard it was because some members of a Psi Force team wanted to forcibly buy a second-grade crystal core from them, and when they refused, you just put them in custody, right? And a week ago, it said President Yuan's daughter randomly hit people in the trading market, but in the end, she wasn't caught, and those who were beaten were driven out of the base the next day. Am I wrong? President Yuan, though you may be getting old and too many things may be beyond your control, you can still replace the incompetent ones. However, not only did you fail to manage properly, you also favored your private interests. What does this mean? After Lu Xiao made a start, others joined in one after another. The Shen family listened more closely, their brows knitting tighter and tighter, as they hadn't expected so many incidents despite hearing some gossip before. President Yuan gritted his teeth at Lu Xiao's gang, there was no way he could argue back against these claims. If he admitted them, then he had favored private interest unlawfully, if not, it showed he couldn't carry out his duty effectively. No matter how he argued, he wouldn't gain anything good. For a moment, all that remained was the talk of Lu Xiao and his group. Shenmutian had read his expression clearly. Suddenly, he spoke up, Father, we shouldn't blindly believe one-sided opinions either. After all, what Commander Lu and his group say might also be uncertain regarding their veracity, right? Upon hearing this, everyone looked surprisingly at Shenmutian, obviously not expecting him to speak on behalf of President Yuan. But President Yuan didn't seem to feel any gratitude toward Shenmutian. Instead, he appeared somewhat uneasy. Indeed, Shenmutian proposed, since it hasn't been too long, we should still be able to find the people who were captured before. There must have been quite a few witnesses for the events that happened at that time. In this way, we would know whether Commander Lu and his group are framing President Yuan. Once these words came out, President Yuan's face turned pale. He knew this affair wasn't kept very secret, and it would definitely get exposed if investigated. Once confirmed, it wouldn't be as simple as being dismissed from office for him. President Yuan looked at Shenmutian with deep regret in his eyes, while his glare towards the patrol team captain conveyed nothing less than killing intent. The patrol team captain became stupefied. He hadn't expected things to turn into this situation. He just wanted to capture an unruly individual like usual. How did he end up implicating himself? And the spectators now gazed at Shenmutian with astonishment. If they still didn't know who Shenmutian was by now, they might as well go feed zombies. Son of Commander Shen, one of the renowned 3 young masters, aside from pulling Lin Jun down the first thing after returning, the highest-ranked psionic individual in the base, there was no other person except him. And the one who had been protected by him all along, wouldn't that be? Little ancestor of the Shen family? Everyone found the contrast too great. That person in the rumors, considered a monster of chaos, and even bullied Commander Lu, it was him. Chu Shiyun, looking gently innocent, feeling the gazes of everyone around, glanced at them with thoroughly confused eyes. People unanimously shook their heads. Rumors were mistaken. How could such a delicate and beautiful young man be a monster of chaos? They believed what they saw in front of them, completely ignoring the possibility that their understanding of Chu Shiyun was inaccurate. Regardless, once everything was investigated thoroughly, President Yuan would no longer be able to hold on to his position. Shen Mutian and others felt no sympathy for him. If those in high positions didn't do their job properly, how could they manage the base well? In this case, replacing him with someone outstanding sooner was better. Thus, this incident was temporarily concluded. Shenlan still had matters to attend to and took President Yuan away. A new president would be appointed soon. People looked at them with inexplicably complicated expressions. Those who crossed paths with them ended up badly. Lin Jun and President Yuan were perfect examples. Nobody dared to provoke, plus the staff treated them well upon observing everything. Soon Mu Xinyan got the registration form back. Chu Shiyun looked at the registration form which required the writing of main and deputy captains, team members, psionics, levels, gender, age and the name of the team. Mu Xinan looked at the two and asked, Senior Shen, should it be you or Shiyun as the captain? Before Shen Mutian opened his mouth, Chu Shiyun responded, Big brother will be the captain. And Yan Bai will be the vice captain. Lin Yan Bai curiously looked at Chu Shiyun, puzzled why he chose Shen Mutian to be the captain when he himself didn't want to be the vice captain. Chu Shiyun smiled cheerfully and said, what's good about being the captain? You may have to constantly accept challenges from others. And even if I'm not the captain, Big brother still listens to me, doesn't he? As Chu Shiyun said the last sentence, he leaned even closer to Shen Mutian, looking up at him with a proud expression. There was barely 2 or 3 centimeters between them. Shen Mutian affectionately ruffled his hair and then nudged noses with him. Lin Yan Bai closed his mouth. He should have known better, he shouldn't have asked, it was his own fault for opening his mouth. The others ignored their interaction and proceeded to fill in the patrol team captain on the form, beginning to input the rest of the data. When they reached Chu Shiyun, naturally there were no psionic abilities or ranks to write down. Shen Mutian observed Mu Xinan's actions and had him add Tongshen. Mu Xinan looked confused, Shen brother, isn't this inappropriate? I mean, he's too young. He should be playing at home. How can he go out on missions with us? Shen Mutian did not waver, insisting firmly, add him. Though reluctant, Mu Xinan complied, but when it came to asking about Shen Tong's abilities, he rubbed his ears, suspecting that he'd misheard. There was no way such a young child had awakened a psionic ability, let alone one of lightning like Shen Mutian. At this moment, Mu Xinan somewhat understood Shen Mutian, a talent like this would be wasted if not utilized. Still, Mu Xinan was puzzled at the end, Captain, what's our team name? Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun exchanged a glance and both simultaneously replied, Hope. Chapter 59, Big Brother, You're Naughty. Thus, the special ability group that would later become renowned in the end times was officially established. This time, Shen Mutian personally went to the task assignment window to queue up, and Chu Shiyun naturally went along. Fortunately, it was almost 11 o'clock, and there weren't many people left wanting to take tasks, so the two of them quickly reached the front of the line. Shen Mutian said without a hint of nervousness, Hello, I'd like to accept the SSS level mission for County. When the registration staff at the counter heard Shen Mutian's request for an SSS level mission, her smile froze. Had she not just learned about Shen Mutian's identity moments before, she would have certainly thought he was here to cause trouble. Patiently explaining, she said, Young Master Shen, in the base system, you must start with the lowest E-level tasks. After completing 10 E-level missions, only then can you proceed to D-level tasks. The same rule applies for C-level tasks. Shen Mutian frowned, he hadn't realized how complicated it was. Perceiving Shen Mutian's confusion, the staff kindly explained further, to ensure ability groups understand their true capabilities and choose suitable tasks rather than blindly go after reward points, this regulation was put in place by the Ability Group Association. Shen Mutian understood too, after all, some people might really misjudge themselves. However, this rule presented him with a bit of a problem, is there no other way? The staff hesitated, in the past, matters like these could be decided by former President Yuan. But now, Shen Mutian understood immediately, former President Yuan had already been detained thanks to them. Chu Shiyun peeked his head out from behind Shen Mutian and softly pleaded, Miss, you should know the importance of this mission. If even my big brother doesn't have a way, then who else will? Please let us take this mission. Looking at Chu Shiyun's plump and adorable face, the staff almost relented but restrained herself upon thinking about their safety issues. Sorry, I don't have the authority to register you for such a dangerous mission. Chu Shiyun blinked his eyes and asked, then can we call someone who does? After glancing at Shen Mutian and seeing him nod in agreement, the staff gave in reluctantly, all right. I'll take you to vice president, but whether he agrees or not is beyond my control. Both nodded. Subsequently, the staff led them upstairs. Due to what happened earlier, the vice president of the Ability Group Association stayed on site. Upon hearing Shen Mutian's request, the vice president was surprised. This mission had been announced more than half a month ago, yet no one had successfully completed it, simply because it was too perilous. The vice president gravely responded, Young Master Shen, I believe you are also aware of the significance of this mission. It cannot be accomplished merely through blind enthusiasm. Shen Mutian knew that the vice president was concerned for him, so he didn't contradict him, I understand, but we also clearly recognize what this mission means for the base. A brief silence followed, then Shen Mutian spoke again, if you're worried about angering my father, there's absolutely no need. I've discussed this with him beforehand. Another long pause ensued before the vice president sighed, all right. I consent to your accepting of this mission, young Master Shen. Though this mission is crucial, I still hope you prioritize your personal safety above all else. At this point, Shen Mutian held immense importance, not only for the entire base but potentially humanity as well. His formidable power was undeniable, and currently known as a level 4 ability holder. Shen Mutian acknowledged that the vice president had his best interests at heart, so he nodded in response. If you, young Master Shen, can accomplish this mission, accepting it will indeed be optimal. Since you belong to official ranks rather than within the special abilities group, there will be no concern over you monopolizing achievements or making excessive demands on the base. The vice president thought it through and began discussing some finer details with Shen Mutian. Young Master Shen, if you require any assistance, do let us know. The military will provide support to the best of its ability. Shen Mutian shook his head, thank you, but I have my plans. Seeing his determination, the vice president ceased pressing the issue further. Very well. There's a month to complete this mission, so you don't have to rush. You may complete it whenever appropriate. Shen Mutian agreed, Once they'd come to an agreement with the vice president, both made their way downstairs. With the vice president's approval, registering became effortless. At the same time, it could be seen that the mission on the screen to collect supplies in County had turned gray, which meant that someone had claimed it. The green tasks were those already completed and would be removed after a day's broadcast, then replaced with new ones. The red tasks indicated missions not yet claimed. A team could take no more than 2 missions at once, and couldn't claim any new missions until current ones were finished. In order to keep his teammates from idling away, Shen Mutian also took a B-level mission for them, go downtown to kill 1,000 level 0 zombies, and all crystal cores would belong to the special ability group. Since Shen Mutian and the others had exceptionally taken an SSS level mission, the staff didn't follow the regular procedures this time, directly agreeing instead. The content of the task was printed on a small card, which would have details about the mission, such as the one for County's mission included a smaller map, alongside introductions about the place, including information about zombie counts and mutated animals and plants. These cards were compact and convenient, serving as proof upon completion of the mission. Shen Mutian looked at those who were waiting, handing over the B-class mission card to them. You arrange yourselves on who will go. But once you complete the task, you may continue to accept the next mission. Don't slack off during this period. Everyone nodded. Chu Shiyun tugged lightly on Shen Mutian's hand. Big brother, are we still going to the trading market? Originally they had planned to stroll around, but unexpectedly registering their abilities association consumed too much time. Shen Mutian teased his nose with a finger. Do you want to go? Chu Shiyun nodded earnestly. Then let's go. Shen Mutian looked up and asked, are you all going on your own, or with us? Although he asked that way, everyone could easily see the warning look in his eyes. Lin Yanhan tactfully pulled Lin Yanbai's arm. Boss sister-in-law, my brother and I are leaving first. You two can wander slowly. Without giving Lin Yanbai a chance to respond, she quickly left. Sheng Yichan also pulled Mu Xienian away. Regardless of anything, he needed some private time with her. Mao Yuyang and Bai Qiaoshi were left looking at each other. Han Yu jumped obediently onto his shoulder. Bai Qiaoshi petted it. Brother Mao, let's go. Mao Yuyang nodded hurriedly, fearing if he went too slowly, Shen Mutian would chase him away directly. Chu Shiyun giggled quietly while clinging to Shen Mutian's back. Shen Mutian helplessly hugged him. Let's go. Didn't you say you wanted to browse around? Chu Shiyun nodded again. The two stepped out of the ability association towards the trading market. Chu Shiyun's face carried a teasing smile. Big brother, is it really necessary? Anyway, we'll go out on a mission in a few days, so others won't be able to interfere anymore. Shen Mutian, hearing his words, ruffled his hair forcefully. Ungrateful little thing, do you know why I'm doing this? Isn't it for what you desire? Chu Shiyun pouted unhappily. Big brother is bad. Shen Mutian poked his cheek. Am I as bad as you? Chu Shiyun snorted. Even though he wanted to spend time alone with Big Brother shouldn't have said it out loud like that. Didn't he care about face? Shen Mutian, looking at him, could he not know what Chu Shiyun was thinking? Saying this, the love and indulgence in his eyes were something anyone could easily perceive. Shen Mutian took his hand. Let's go. We still need to return home for dinner after browsing. Chu Shiyun tilted his head and glanced at him, acting coy. I won't go. Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun, who was becoming increasingly cute, feeling his heart melting. All right then. You carry the bag, I'll carry you. Then he shoved the duck-patterned school bag into Chu Shiyun's hands and squatted slightly on the ground. A glint of success flickered in Chu Shiyun's eyes as he slung the bag on, and couldn't wait to crawl onto Shen Mutian's back. On the wide road. A man with a deep-set and stern appearance was carrying a delicate and handsome young man on his back. Passers-by stole a glance but soon moved their eyes away. Homosexual romance was a very common occurrence nowadays. Since survival itself was uncertain, it was better to seize the joy within one's heart. So people wouldn't comment much when seeing this. Chu Shiyun hooked his legs around Shen Mutian's waist. Shen Mutian held Chu Shiyun's bottom with both hands. Big brother, second sister mentioned that in the trading market, various materials are traded. She even got a level 3 mutated plant crystal core before, since that merchant did not recognize its value and sold it cheaply to her. Shen Mutian immediately understood what his little treasure was planning, but he always admired his luck. Do you want to go look for bargains? Yup. Hey. Brother Shen, you're mean. Chu Shiyun felt the hands under him give a little squeeze and quickly accused Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian chuckled lightly, my little treasure is just too cute to resist. Chu Shiyun placed his chin on Shen Mutian's shoulder and pinched his face, will you dare again? Shen Mutian promptly begged for mercy, no. My dear, please forgive me. Chu Shiyun let out a humph and loosened his hands. On the way, the two flirted and joked around, making the distance between the ability association and the trading market seem much shorter. As they entered the trading market bustling with people, Shen Mutian put Chu Shiyun down. Although it had only been a short month, the base's institutions were already well established. People from all 5 zones could enter the trading market, so there was quite a diverse crowd inside. Many simply laid out a piece of cloth on the ground, which served as their stall, while more sophisticated ones had tables set up. There were sellers of clothes, cosmetics, toys, and various other items. Even precious jewels from before the apocalypse now couldn't match the value of a single loaf of bread. Chu Shiyun came to a complete stop in front of a jewelry stall. Chapter 70, a bright gemstone. Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun, then glanced at the stall. The stall displayed a variety of rare gemstones, but for the Shen family, they were not particularly extraordinary. His gaze fell on a round blue-purple gemstone placed in the center of the stall, as if it had been carefully polished. It was about the size of an infant's fist, with a smooth and warm color that emitted a gentle glow under the sunlight, exuding a mysterious aura. From Shen Mutian's years of experience in gemstone purchasing, he could easily discern the rarity of this gemstone, let alone one in blue-purple. He had never bought a gemstone of this color for his collection yet. Sure enough, Chu Shiyun's eyes were almost glued to the gemstone. Shen Mutian couldn't resist Chu Shiyun's eager demeanor. He smiled and asked, do you like it? Chu Shiyun nodded enthusiastically without turning around, Chu Shiyun dared say that the 4th grade crystal core he collected earlier wasn't as beautiful as this gemstone. Moreover, there was a strong desire within him, compelling him to buy this gemstone at all costs. Shen Mutian then turned to look at the stall owner, who was a woman in her 30s with remarkable beauty. Although she was dressed in disarray, she carried an elegant and noble air, probably having been a wealthy lady before the apocalypse. When the woman saw someone showing interest in the gemstones, she wore a gentle smile on her gaunt face. I wonder which gemstone would you two gentlemen prefer? Compared to other vendors who relentlessly promoted their goods at the slightest inquiry, Shen Mutian appreciated this woman's understated approach. If one liked something, he wouldn't need persuasion to make a purchase, and if one disliked it, no amount of sales talk would persuade him otherwise. Chu Shiyun picked up the blue-purple gemstone. Once it was in hand, Chu Shiyun immediately felt satisfied. He then asked the woman, how much for this one? The woman, noticing Chu Shiyun's obvious affection for the gemstone, didn't overprice it but offered a reasonable price instead. This gemstone will cost 2 pounds of rice. After speaking, she looked at Chu Shiyun somewhat anxiously, fearing he might think the price too expensive. Chu Shiyun, however, thought he was getting a tremendous deal. Before the apocalypse, such a gemstone would have required a 9-digit sum. Even now, despite its decreased value, it was still quite precious. Chu Shiyun reached into his little yellow duck backpack, actually retrieving a 2nd-level earth crystal core from his spatial pocket. Now, in Chu Shiyun's eyes, even the 4th grade crystal core couldn't compare to this gemstone, let alone the ugliest earth crystal core among all the cores he owned. The woman was astonished by the sight of the crystal core in her hand, looking somewhat uneasy. Young master, it's far too generous. Currently, the exchange rate between crystal cores and food was 0-level cores for 1 pound of grain, 1st-level cores for 10 pounds, and 2nd-level cores for 100 pounds. Therefore, from the woman's perspective, Chu Shiyun was undoubtedly giving far more than necessary. Shen Mutian, seeing the purity she retained amidst the apocalypse, reassured her, take it, and go trade it for food at the military post. Just mention my name, Shen Mutian, and no one will dare cause you trouble. Shen Mutian noticed Chu Shiyun's fondness for this gemstone, so he decided to be magnanimous this time. The military had established trading zones in various regions of the base to facilitate exchanges between ordinary people and energy users for food. Of course, the largest trading hub was located in the working area. Shen Mutian's statement wasn't out of concern for the military causing trouble for the woman, rather, it served as a warning to certain greedy individuals. Seeing Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun's kindness, the woman unconsciously welled up with tears in her eyes. Thank you. Shen Mutian gently pulled Chu Shiyun away, his voice carrying in the air, you're welcome. Encountering someone pleasing to the eye was rare, helping them was only natural, and besides, for them, it was merely a minor effort. Chu Shiyun hadn't even noticed being pulled by Shen Mutian, too captivated by the bright, shiny gemstone in his hand. Shen Mutian sighed helplessly, is it really that likable? Hearing Shen Mutian's slightly jealous tone, Chu Shiyun immediately looked up, trying to please him by saying, of course, I like my senior brother the most. Shen Mutian tapped his forehead lightly, you. Chu Shiyun grinned mischievously. Shen Mutian cast his gaze at the gemstone in Chu Shiyun's hands, admiring its mesmerizing glow. It truly was beautiful. Chu Shiyun removed his backpack, placing the gemstone inside, actually storing it in his spatial pocket. Then obediently, he took Shen Mutian's hand. Subsequently, the two found a place called Mutant Beasts Restaurant for lunch, stayed for only a short while after eating, and returned to the parking lot where the others were already waiting. Lin Yanhan, who had been aimlessly drawing circles on the ground in boredom, instantly questioned upon spotting them, "Sis-in-law, where did you two go? Why are you so late?" Chu Shiyun patted his belly and said, "We went to the Mutant Beasts Restaurant for lunch. Believe it or not, it was truly delicious. I can guarantee that the chef must be at least 5-star level." Lin Yanhan teared up, regretting not going with them. If only she hadn't been afraid of getting killed. Shen Mutian half-dragged, half-carried her into the car. "Alright, let's go back first. After we get home, pack our bags because we're moving to a new place." They all nodded. In the car, Lin Yanbai asked, "Brother Shen, are you two moving in with us?" Shen Mutian nodded, Lin Yanbai looked somewhat puzzled. "Aren't you and sister-in-law staying at the Shen family residence anymore?" According to Lin Yanbai's thinking, since they had rarely returned home for such a long time, shouldn't they stay together? Shen Mutian glanced at Chu Shiyun's already glum face but didn't reveal the truth. "Now that we've formed a team, it will be more convenient to carry out missions if we live together." Lin Yanbai nodded thoughtfully before asking again, "So is it still in the neighborhood?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yanbai realized he'd asked a stupid question. If it were really in the neighborhood, Shen Mutian might as well not move. Indeed, Shen Mutian replied, "No, the new house is by the riverside. It will also be more convenient when we leave the base later. The riverside area doesn't pass through the central district, there's a straight road leading to the base gate." Sitting beside them, Shen Tong, who had been pretending to be invisible, lifted his head. He had been ignored earlier, so he had followed by Xiaoxi. Now, hearing something surprising, what did Shen Tong say? "Uncle 3 plans to take away the household's favorite pet. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten?" Thinking this, Shen Tong blurted it out, but upon realizing his mistake, he immediately covered his mouth, terrified as he looked at Shen Mutian, who predictably gave him a half-smiling, half-menacing look. Shen Tong quickly apologized, trying to please him, "Little uncle, wasn't I just thinking about your benefit? Don't be angry, pretend I said nothing." Shen Mutian smirked coldly, prodding his head with his finger. "Whether or not I get beaten is uncertain, but do you believe that before I get beaten, I'll definitely beat you up first?" Shen Tong was on the verge of tears. I believe it, little uncle, I'm wrong, spare me." The twin siblings sitting in the front seats quietly perked up their ears. What had they heard? Shen Mutian would get beaten if he took sister-in-law. And by a group. The twins exchanged glances. Though the gossip sounded good, they felt an impulse to jump off the vehicle, because they didn't want to get beaten either. Shen Mutian cast a faint glance at the twins, frightening them into sitting properly and staring straight ahead. The journey passed under the nervousness of these three individuals. After dropping off Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian at the station, Lin Yanbai turned the car around and sped away as if chased by zombies. Once again, Shen Mutian fixed his gaze on Shen Tong. "During the next period while I'm gone, practice your abilities at home by yourself." Shen Tong sighed with tears in his eyes. Yes. This was punishment for talking back. While others went out, he had to stay at home. Since Shenlan and the others hadn't returned yet, Shen Mutian could only delay telling him about the plan to collect supplies in County, so he opted for a backup plan and sought out Shen Yeni. Shen Yeni's expression wasn't very pleasant when he saw Shen Mutian. The moment Shen Mutian stepped into his room, he rolled his eyes. Shen Mutian, thick-skinned, teased him, "Younger uncle, watch your image, don't make brother Chu disdain you." Shen Yeni chuckled coldly, "You little rat, whose fault is this situation now? Speak. What's the matter?" Seeing Shen Yeni's less than optimal mood, Shen Mutian decided to make it worse by spilling out the truth. "Uncle, in a few days, I'll be going to Encounty with Sweetheart to collect supplies. Remember to provide cover for us until we return." "What?" Shen Yeni stared wide-eyed at Shen Mutian, feeling like his nephew had come to curse him. "Repeat that. What am I supposed to do?" Shen Mutian didn't feel like he was saying anything outrageous. "Help us provide cover." Shen Yeni resolutely refused. "Impossible." Shen Mutian nonchalantly said, "All right then. I heard there are many mutant animals and plants in County. I wonder if Brother Chu is interested." After saying this, Shen Mutian glanced at Shen Yeni and, as expected, found his face turning black. Shen Yeni gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll help." "Great. Thanks, uncle." Shen Mutian immediately changed his tone, looking obediently grateful at Shen Yeni. Shen Yeni was almost amused by Shen Mutian's rapid changes in expression. After pondering for a moment, he said, "It's impossible to keep it hidden until you come back, you'll definitely have to inform elder brother before leaving. When he realizes that the little spoiled one isn't at home, he will surely guess that you've taken him away. At most, I can help cover for you for a day or two." As long as Shen Yeni agreed, Shen Mutian didn't care about the rest. A day or two is enough, and by then we might already be there. Shen Yeni glared at Shen Mutian, clearly realizing he had been calculated from the moment he walked in. "Alright, scram." Shen Mutian touched his nose. "Uncle, the keys." Shen Yeni took a deep breath, trying hard not to get mad. picked up the keys, and threw them at Shen Mutian. Now can you leave? With the keys in hand, Shen Mutian scurried off. Taking advantage of the time when everyone else was at work, Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun quickly packed their things and moved to the riverside villa. Since the villa was already fully furnished after renovations, they only needed to bring some clothes or Chu Shiyun's collectibles along. They also made arrangements for the rest of the team and placed Little Silver into its new home. That evening, when everyone returned, Shen Mutian and Shen Lan discussed the trip to County to collect supplies. Since this matter had been mentioned earlier, no one raised objections, just urging him to take care. The next day, Shen Mutian informed Shen Yanni, and then set off with Chu Shiyun and Han Yu. Chapter 50, Han Yu is very arrogant. An off-road vehicle mixed with many others drove out of the base. Ah! The sky is so blue, the land is so green, and the air is so fresh. Chu Shiyun felt that his mood was just beautiful. Even looking at Han Yu became more pleasing. The last time he felt like this was when he went on a trip alone with his master. Han Yu was also very happy. Thinking about Xiao Yin who was left at home, Han Yu couldn't help but be boastful. Indeed, in the heart of his unscrupulous owner, he was the most important one. Shen Mutian watched Chu Shiyun seriously telling nonsense, stretching out a hand to touch Chu Shiyun's sleek hair. Are you very happy? Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian looked at his appearance and thought if it weren't for the seatbelt, he would have probably already jumped into his arms. Should we finish our task earlier and play outside a bit before going back? Shen Mutian asked with a smile. Chu Shiyun's eyes lit up. All right. This way, they would have a little more time together, not having to worry about their mission, and they could even go collect some beautiful crystal cores. Chu Shiyun remembered the zombies crowded in the urban area, as well as the mission to get medical equipment. Master, should we take a lap around the city after completing the mission? Shen Mutian nodded. It's fine, let's go to the city center. We'll also check if there are any high-level zombies inside. Their crystal cores will definitely be your favorite, plus we can complete the mission for collecting the medical equipment. Chu Shiyun looked at him with bright eyes, then it settled. Shen Mutian, yeah. Just cleaning out the zombies in the city center would mean they wouldn't have to detour when entering or leaving the base in the future. Without Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian really wouldn't dare to go alone, but his own treasure has got the golden finger, capable of both fighting and hiding if necessary. Seeing how Chu Shiyun openly showed his happiness, Shen Mutian realized that his own mood had improved too. To get to County, they first had to cross a river. The pair chose the road they initially used to enter the base. Of course, now there was no other way available. Thanks to the efforts of the base, the usable area increased again. Looking far away, everything was barren, offering no place for zombies to hide and eliminating the possibility of mutant plants growing. Within 10 minutes, both could see another vehicle pass by. The apocalypse had already been ongoing for over a month, people had overcome the initial panic and gradually began adapting to their new lives. Seeing this scene, Shen Mutian believed that there would eventually come a day when zombies would be exterminated, restoring peace. As they were approaching the entrance to the city center, Shen Mutian took a detour. Their destination was exactly opposite to it. The deeper they went, the denser the trees became. As spring weather was gradually warming up, there was no need to wear thick cotton jackets anymore. Chu Shiyun only wore a jacket over a t-shirt. Chu Shiyun lay against the car window, gazing at the external scenery. Master, do you feel like something is off? They were currently right between the base and County, yet the present situation seemed strange. Not mentioning the trees getting increasingly dense along the road, Chu Shiyun noticed that a few kilometers ahead, there stood a roughly 100-meter-tall tree, whose leaves were still lush and green. Knowing that all non-mutant plants had perished in the heavy snowfall half a month ago, the sudden emergence of such a vibrant tree was suspicious. He didn't believe it had no secrets behind it. Shen Mutian nodded. The team that came here previously might have been eaten by this tree. Yet Shen Mutian was somewhat puzzled. According to reason, such a large mutation tree, at least level 3, should have some intelligence. How come it hadn't disguised itself, instead blatantly exposing its uniqueness? Chu Shiyun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the tree. Should we go straight over? Shen Mutian, yes. At that, although the car that had already slowed down again accelerated, it was much faster than before. Within an instant, they arrived 100 meters from the giant tree. At this distance, if the two were unable to defend themselves, they could easily be trapped and killed by the big tree. With sharp eyes, they stared intently at the mutant tree ahead. Chu Shiyun's mental force kept spreading outwards. Something's wrong. Chu Shiyun loudly shouted after sensing the fluctuations picked up by his spiritual force. He immediately turned to look backward, Shen Mutian following his movements to observe. In merely a flash of an eye, the road behind them had already been surrounded by densely packed dry branches. In the brief moment while they were focused on the rear, these dry branches formed a closed circle, encircling them in the middle. Shen Mutian's expression grew grim, eyebrows furrowed tightly. Trouble. Chu Shiyun also scrunched up his pretty little face. It's bad enough that the zombies level up quickly, why are the mutated plants so fast too? The only thing that could silently surround them without drawing their attention would be a level 5 or higher mutated plant. Since the last fight with a level 4 zombie, Shen Mutian had discovered he had a new wind element ability. After Chu Shiyun let Shen Mutian absorb the wind core, Shen Mutian advanced to level 5, and Chu Shiyun himself, who was already at peak level 4, leveled up as well after another battle. Now, only a level 5 or above mutation tree could surround them under the eyes of 2 level 5 psychics. Shen Mutian thought for a moment, maybe it's because it ate the soldiers and psychics from the previous trips to Encounty. Mutated animals, plants, and zombies alike could advance in levels by absorbing blood and flesh. The highest level psychic on the last 2 missions was level 3, and the lowest was level 1, with over 100 people each time, enough to feed a creature all the way to level 5. Ugh. These things are as disgusting as zombies. Chu Shiyun looked extremely unhappy. Shen Mutian had no time to comfort him. Alright, get out of the car first. Let's deal with this mutation tree. Chu Shiyun nodded and leapt out after opening the car door. As they moved, the dry branches outside just a dozen meters away instantly lashed out. Chu Shiyun's mental force revealed that there were human faces growing on those branches, some expressionless, others in agony, as if mimicking the people who had been here before. Seeing the densely packed human faces, Chu Shiyun got goosebumps, and when these faces saw him, they opened their mouths even wider. Big brother sure, watch out, there are human faces growing on the branches. Despite feeling nauseous and terrified, Chu Shiyun still informed Shen Mutian promptly. Shen Mutian nodded and then remembered Chu Shiyun couldn't see it, so he hummed affirmatively. Shen Mutian summoned 2 boomerangs formed from his wind element. These boomerangs cut through the air, slashing the swinging dry branches. Shen Mutian held a Tang Dao for self-defense since his boomerang was infused with both wind and lightning elements, leaving the cross-sections of broken branches unable to regrow and giving off a burnt smell. Meanwhile, Chu Shiyun used his mental force to interfere with the movements of the branches while searching for the trunk of these branches. He also kept making gestures with his hands. After some effort, Chu Shiyun could now easily use his space ability, and he could even split or conjure spaces. Chu Shiyun lightly brushed his hand across a spot, and on the other side, the dry branches seemed to have been split by an invisible force, creating neat cross-sections. Chu Shiyun leaped a few steps behind Shen Mutian and distastefully used his space power to cover both their ears. Once the sound of anguished screams disappeared from their ears, Shen Mutian realized what Chu Shiyun did, smiled indulgently, and continued chopping branches. As if angered by the two's coordination, the branches in the air started flying more wildly, like a swarm of snakes blocking the sky, darkening the area where they stood. Chu Shiyun became even more repulsed. Even though his body instinctively moved closer to Shen Mutian, he didn't abandon his search for the main trunk of the mutated tree. Honey, how much longer until we find the trunk location? Shen Mutian squeezed Chu Shiyun's hand, and at the next moment, Chu Shiyun dissolved the spatial membrane he'd placed over their ears. Simultaneously, Shen Mutian's voice reached him. Just wait a little longer. Chu Shiyun's expression turned grim. If they couldn't find the trunk, based on the endless strength of the branches, they might exhaust themselves to death. Even though they had space abilities, if they couldn't defeat this mutation tree, they still couldn't collect supplies in Encounty. Chu Shiyun suddenly unleashed all his mental force. Sensing the immense power, the flying branches in the air froze for a moment, only to come back even fiercer next, as if sensing a great threat. Shen Mutian could also feel the tension in the atmosphere and protected Chu Shiyun more tightly. Since Chu Shiyun was focused on locating the tree, he paused his own actions, increasing Shen Mutian's pressure. Though Chu Shiyun disliked it, he did not give up on his search for the main trunk. Darling, how much longer will it take to find the trunk location? Shen Mutian gave Chu Shiyun's hand a light squeeze, prompting Chu Shiyun to withdraw the spatial barrier covering their ears, allowing Shen Mutian's voice to reach him clearly. Just a little longer. Han Yu, 300 meters at 3 o'clock, 500 meters at 7 o'clock, and 350 meters at 11 o'clock. Chu Shiyun suddenly opened his eyes and gave orders in a serious tone. Upon hearing him, Han Yu, who was originally by his side, split into 3 and headed off in 3 directions. As if sensing Chu Shiyun's actions, the dry branches retracted swiftly and wildly flew to block Han Yu's path. However, Han Yu, whose power surpassed Chu Shiyun's, didn't fear them in the slightest. Its sharp claws extended, slashing once and severing the blocking branches. With the flying dry branches out of the way, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian were in a much better situation. Although their abilities had consumed quite a bit of energy, fortunately neither was injured. Shen Mutian panted as he watched Han Yu become a silver-white shadow. Can it handle this? Because Han Yu always appeared lazy or too busy vying for favor with Xiao Yin, Shen Mutian wasn't very clear about its true strength. Chu Shiyun took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Shen Mutian while answering, no problem. Its power is far greater than mine. Upon hearing this, Shen Mutian looked somewhat surprised at Han Yu's figure. So it did have such strong backing, no wonder it acted so arrogantly all the time. Chapter 72, We Will Meet If We Are Destined. With the specific location pointed out by Chu Shiyun, Han Yu found it easy to deal with the mutated tree. In just 3 minutes, Han Yu returned with 3 green crystal cores in his mouth to claim credit. Chu Shiyun took them over and marveled, 2 are grade 5, 1 is at the peak of grade 5. No wonder. The size of a grade 5 crystal core is the same as a grade 4, but the energy inside is purer and more beautiful. Compared to Chu Shiyun's calm expression, Shen Mutian frowned seriously and said, we've only gone halfway so far, so would the zombies and mutated animals and plants ahead be of higher grades? Chu Shiyun looked at Shinmutian and blinked her eyes. Probably not. The zombies ahead don't have flesh and blood to absorb, so their level should not be as high as here. Shinmutian thought about it, which made sense, but he was still uneasy since he always trusted his intuition. Shinmutian temporarily put aside his heavy thoughts and turned to Chu Shiyun. Do you want to rest for a bit first? Chu Shiyun glanced at her watch. It was almost noon. She nodded. Okay, let's go back into the space dimension first, have lunch, and then we can continue while restoring our abilities. Both had reached their limits, and they needed a little break. The air around smelled sour and foul, so Chu Shiyun pinched her nose in distaste and immediately took Shinmutian into the space dimension. Looking at Chu Shiyun who left him behind, Hanyu blankly blinked his eyes, then sighed. After all, he was used to it. Sigh. I'll just enter the space on my own. Once inside the space, everything looked quite different from when Chu Shiyun first obtained it. Now the space already had some crops planted that had grown out. The time within the space could be set by Chu Shiyun, so he divided the farming area from other areas. The time in the region where the supplies were stored remained static, while the crop-growing region moved at 5 times the speed of real-world time. The vegetables and fruits Chu Shiyun planted before could now be eaten. Seeing this familiar place, Chu Shiyun stretched lazily, her voice soft and tired. Big brother, what should we eat for lunch? Shinmutian could tell just from looking at her that the battle earlier drained her spirit power significantly. With deep concern, he gazed at Chu Shiyun. How about hot pot? It had been a long time since either of them had eaten hot pot. Now the vegetables in the space had grown sufficiently, and they still had the meat they collected before. Hot pot was the most convenient option. Chu Shiyun nodded her head, weariness clearly showing in her eyes. Shinmutian pulled her towards their little bungalow, which was built next to the spirit spring pool. Initially, both had only intended to build a small bamboo house because building a bungalow required too much work. Unexpectedly, Chu Shiyun conjured up the entire building with a mere thought, and thus they settled down there. As Hanyu had put it, the space was an independent microcosm. Since Chu Shiyun had claimed ownership, everything within the space was subject to his control. As long as the materials were available, constructing a small house wasn't difficult. Sleep for a while first, and then we'll eat after waking up. Shinmutian watched her lie down and was about to leave. But unexpectedly, Chu Shiyun directly held on to him. At first, it hadn't seemed noticeable, but after 10 minutes, Chu Shiyun could barely keep her eyes open. Yet she still looked at Shinmutian and said, Big brother, sleep together with me. You're also very tired. Chu Shiyun held Shinmutian's hand and placed it on her face, gazing at him through half-closed eyes. Shinmutian felt his breath tighten as if his heart was being firmly grasped by Chu Shiyun, making refusal impossible. All right. As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Shiyun drifted off to sleep almost instantly, like a sign of complete trust toward Shinmutian. Shinmutian affectionately looked at her, unable to help himself but touch her pale face, gently poking it until some color returned. Not wanting to disturb her further, Shinmutian climbed into bed and hugged her close before drifting off himself. Hanyu had already wandered everywhere within the space. Having lived inside the space for years, he was already fully familiar with everything inside. Moreover, with Xiaoyin absent and nothing to do for some time, Hanyu became exceedingly bored, only hoping that his irresponsible owner would wake up sooner. By the time Chu Shiyun woke up, it had already been 4 hours later. Just after waking up, Chu Shiyun was a little dazed, sitting blankly in bed as it took some time for her vision to focus. Then she stretched herself, checked the watch on the bedside table, and murmured to herself, it's already this late. We can directly have dinner. Upon waking, she noticed Shinmutian was nowhere to be seen, indicating that he must have woken up much earlier. After throwing off the blanket, Chu Shiyun went out directly without wearing a coat. Anyway, the space's 4 seasons were all within his control, and there was absolutely no need to worry about catching a cold. Big brother. Chu Shiyun called out as she saw Shinmutian bustling around. Hearing the voice, Shinmutian turned to see Chu Shiyun slowly walking down the stairs from the 2nd floor and smiled back, You're awake. Are you hungry? Chu Shiyun nodded her head and looked at the dining table. It was already loaded with ingredients. Shinmutian also held a plate of fruit in his hand to reduce greasiness. Shinmutian walked towards the dining table while holding the fruit and reminded her, Go wash up, it's time to eat. Chu Shiyun nodded and then wandered off to the bathroom like a wandering soul. When she came out again, Shinmutian realized that Chu Shiyun was truly awake now, rather than being the dazed person who took 3 seconds to think before doing anything. With the enticing aroma under her nose, Chu Shiyun wore an expression of satisfaction, Big brother, your cooking skills are really good. Shinmutian placed a saucer by Chu Shiyun's side and said, If you like it, eat more. Chu Shiyun, okay. Chu Shiyun spoke between bites, Big brother, have you ever been to An County before? Shinmutian brushed a piece of beef onto his plate and responded, Yes, the geographical location of the county is similar to the base, surrounded by mountainous terrain. The people there are mostly simple farmers. Except for essential items, they consume what they raise and plant themselves. They even drink spring water, making it quite a scenic place. Chu Shiyun, isn't it supposed to be the granary? Since such a large grain storage facility was located in An County, even if it wasn't affluent, it certainly wasn't impoverished. Shen Mutian listened to her adorable accent, unable to suppress the laughter on his face. There is indeed some grain storage, but they still prefer raising their own livestock or growing their own fruits and vegetables because they believe the taste is better. Chu Shiyun, oh. At this point, Shen Mutian's expression became somewhat serious. Given that everyone raises animals locally, I fear there might not be few mutated beasts. Although they both weren't afraid, they had gone there to collect food supplies, not specifically to fight. No need to worry, darling will protect you. Finally, after swallowing the food in her mouth, Chu Shiyun looked seriously at Shen Mutian. If necessary, they could provide food from the space to their teacher and others, but the space was their secret weapon and couldn't be used indiscriminately. Shen Mutian chuckled at her. I know you want to protect me, darling is the most capable. Chu Shiyun gave a self-satisfied hum. That's right. It took them over 2 hours to finish the dinner. At first, Shen Mutian had taken care of Chu Shiyun, constantly serving her food. Later, it finally became her mealtime. After feeling full, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian went out for a stroll. Since planting in the space, they hadn't had a proper look yet. Chu Shiyun plucked several bunches of grapes from one stand and picked a few strawberries from another patch, followed by grabbing some cherries. Not bad at all, the soil in the space really works wonders. Everything tastes different. Chu Shiyun said while eating. She felt that compared to the fruits and vegetables collected earlier, the ones grown in the space tasted far superior. After pondering, she looked at Shen Mutian beside her. Big brother, should we raise some chickens, ducks, and geese in the space? Shen Mutian held a basket filled with fruits that Chu Shiyun had just picked. Whatever you decide is fine. Chu Shiyun immediately decided to proceed, then appeared somewhat troubled. But where do we find chicks or ducklings? The apocalypse had hit, and those in the wild had either died or turned into mutant creatures. There was no reason left for rational thought. These things couldn't be tamed anymore. Shen Mutian suggested, later, we can go back to the base to check. Perhaps someone is still raising chickens and ducks. If not, we can also look for mutant animals and manage them properly. Chu Shiyun nodded, thinking this was feasible. For fish fingerlings, we can go to the fish farm. They probably won't all die out completely. Having planned the future, both their moods improved greatly. Shen Mutian observed the currently barren space apart from a small orchard, a little house, a spirit spring pool, and piles of grain in the corner, and proposed, baby, why don't you renovate your space? Chu Shiyun exclaimed, how can it be remodeled? Shen Mutian thought for a moment and said, you can turn it into whatever style you like, the seaside, cliffs, islands, seas of flowers, green hills, and clear waters. The more Shen Mutian spoke, the brighter Chu Shiyun's eyes became. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Although it was just a temporary place to live, it was still a secret between her and Big Brother. Shouldn't they make it as comfortable as possible? And if they got tired of the current scenery, they could always switch to something new. It was absolutely wonderful. Chu Shiyun then turned her gaze toward Han Yu. Before proceeding with the renovation, she had to check with the spirit of the artifact first. She needed to know whether such changes would have any adverse impact on the space. Han Yu, if I were to remodel the space like what Big Brother suggested, would that be alright? Han Yu paused for a moment, then nodded. It will work. When the Master Artificer created the Bright Void bracelet back then, all these geographic environments had already been refined within. However, without the permission of its owner, they've remained compressed into a small space, which is why the space has maintained its boundless appearance. But all these terrains do actually exist. Upon hearing Han Yu's explanation, both of them looked astonished and filled with admiration. No one could help but respect the power of such a great being. Chu Shiyun couldn't help feeling nostalgic. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to meet him. Recalling the figure she'd glimpsed in the past, Chu Shiyun felt as though she were gazing upon a divine presence. Shen Mutian gently ruffled her fluffy hair. If it's meant to be, we will surely meet him someday. Chapter 73, Silent like a Dead Land. Because of what Han Yu said, Chu Shiyun directly summoned the scenic spots compressed into balls to the front. Watching dozens of balls floating in the air, Chu Shiyun's face was full of amazement. So powerful. When can I achieve this? Although he didn't show it on his face, Shen Mutian was indeed deeply impressed. To compress a scenic spot into a ball with a diameter of 20 centimeters, what kind of strength is needed to achieve that? Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun, seeing the envious look on his face, and comforted him. There's still time, even if you can't do it like this, compressing a house should be possible in the future. After hearing Shen Mutian's words, Chu Shiyun nodded firmly. One day he could also do it. Han Yu watched the two make their bold declarations and really didn't want to discourage them. This is a skill of cultivators, how could it be easily learned without anyone teaching them? But what Han Yu didn't know was that there would be a day when he would have his face slapped. Chu Shiyun summoned those beautiful scenic spots and let Shen Mutian choose one. Shen Mutian looked at the beautifully presented balls in front of him and never thought that he would have difficulty choosing. He directly handed over the decision-making power to Chu Shiyun. Let our treasure choose. Chu Shiyun nodded helplessly. All right. Each one was so beautiful, each one so likable. I'll take this one. In the end, Chu Shiyun chose a ball with picturesque mountains and waters. Chu Shiyun closed his eyes, imagining placing the sphere where they were now standing. When he opened his eyes again, Chu Shiyun was astonished by what lay before him. They stood by the river, under their feet was yellow soil covered with emerald green grass, 50 meters away was a crystal clear river, fish swam in abundance, reminding Chu Shiyun of a small clear pond, with hundreds of fish visible. On the opposite bank were mountains, densely covered with trees, giving a feeling of fresh tranquility. Their small vegetable garden and orchard were still there, the small house remained too, the collected grain had been automatically moved to an open area behind the house. Chu Shiyun looked delightedly at Shenmutian. Big brother, this place is really beautiful. Shenmutian nodded while feeling some pain. Ever since that incident, the little treasure had not liked going out much, the farthest place he'd gone was probably with him to attend school in Sea City, these places had only been seen online until now, the first time in reality. Looking at the fish in the river, Chu Shiyun felt inspired and looked brightly at Shenmutian. Big brother, let's catch a fish to roast. Shenmutian chuckled helplessly, stretching out his free hand to gently pinch Chu Shiyun's nose. You just ate so much, can you still eat? After being reminded by Shenmutian, Chu Shiyun pouted, glancing at his stomach. All right. Shenmutian, if you really want to eat, I'll roast for you tomorrow. But steaming this fish might taste sweeter. Chu Shiyun, full of flattery, said, Big brother, whatever you decide. He was just interested in food, no need to ask him about such opinions, he had just been a little greedy before. After walking around, they went back to rest. Both did not forget their tasks at hand, only resting well could enable them to deal with mutated beasts. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, they continued on their journey. Chu Shiyun sat in the passenger seat, holding a large bowl filled with washed fruits. Burp. Chu Shiyun burped and then stuffed another grape into his mouth. Shenmutian watched his actions and advised, honey, put it down and wait a bit before eating. Chu Shiyun shook his head, no. Shenmutian could only close his mouth. Chu Shiyun pinched a grape, lightly tossed it, and as it fell, the thin layer of skin of the grape tore open. Chu Shiyun's eyes lit up, picked up another grape, but the result was the same. Yesterday, while using space-time abilities, he discovered that although he could isolate a separate space, due to lack of practice, the energy consumption was extremely high. But after training last night and this morning, he had already mastered good control. For instance, making the skin and flesh of a small grape separate. Chu Shiyun held up the peeled grape to his eyes and recalled the compressed spheres he saw last night, pondering how to achieve that. Chu Shiyun closed his eyes and began to think carefully. Time slowly passed, and fine beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, wetting his beautiful face. Shenmutian glanced over, seeing his focused thinking, left him alone and paid careful attention to the conditions outside the car. Ha huff. After an unknown duration, Chu Shiyun opened his eyes, breathing slightly faster, but his eyes were bright, as if containing fragmented stars. Chu Shiyun raised the grape in his hand and offered it to Shenmutian, exclaiming joyfully, Senior brother, look. Shenmutian slowed down the car and took a glance. At just one look, Shenmutian was stunned and instinctively stepped on the brake. The car spun on the spot due to Shenmutian's sudden braking and only stopped after quite a while. Chu Shiyun shook his head, feeling dizzy from the spin. Shenmutian asked shakily, Treasure, you've succeeded. Chu Shiyun grinned proudly, nodding then shaking his head, yes, but not entirely. Shenmutian, what do you mean? Look. Chu Shiyun extended both hands, on his left floated a translucent piece of grape flesh, and on his right were a few tiny seeds floating in midair. Shenmutian looked at each of Chu Shiyun's hands and asked incredulously, You separated them? Chu Shiyun nodded. It's no wonder Shenmutian lost his composure. Chu Shiyun's ability was truly extraordinary, previously separating the skin and flesh of the grape while keeping them intact, but now this feat where they were completely undamaged. This implied that someday if he were locked in a room by accident, he could escape without needing a key. Thinking about it sent shockwaves through Shenmutian. Now Shenmutian was glad Chu Shiyun had concealed his abilities initially. With such powerful techniques held back as his trump card, there was no need to fear anything. Smiling, Shenmutian patted Chu Shiyun's head, Our treasure is truly amazing. Chu Shiyun replied arrogantly, Of course, who am I? Shenmutian restarted the car before asking, Treasure, how did you manage this? Chu Shiyun thought for a moment and answered, Well. I saw that the scenic spots in the compressed space formed into balls. Are the sections of the sphere considered different spaces? After that, I tried to hide the seeds in one layer of space and have the pulp enclosed in another. Space is strange, I don't know how to describe it, but it can be both one space and countless spaces simultaneously. I attempted to separate the two spaces, and after succeeding, I found the pulp and seeds were separated. Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's explanation, Shenmutian couldn't find the words to express his thoughts. Could his little treasure really be someone destined with incredible luck? Otherwise, how could something so difficult be accomplished so effortlessly without any teaching? Shenmutian remembered Mo Yuyang's constant rants and for the first time agreed, nodding. Maybe his treasure truly was the chosen child of fate. He shifted his gaze towards Hanyu. Originally sitting obediently, its large eyes also opened wide when it witnessed Chu Shiyun's actions, clearly startled. Shenmutian asked, Hanyu, what do you think of our treasure? Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun also turned his eyes towards him, forgetting that there was a true high achiever among them with great vision. Han Yu looked at Chu Shiyun with complicated eyes, meeting his anticipatory gaze, and said, "If you were born in the cultivation world, you might ascend to become a deity." With just these simple words, both of them understood its meaning. Chu Shiyun huffed petulantly, "I wouldn't want to anyway." "He's not there." Shen Mutian chuckled along. Han Yu felt a bit speechless. It was the first time it dared to criticize. "Do you even know that thinking like this will make you dig wild vegetables for a living?" In Han Yu's eyes, Chu Shiyun at this moment was exactly what Lin Yanhan described, love-addled. Chu Shiyun squinted his eyes and glared at Han Yu. "Whether I dig wild vegetables or not is my business, but if you keep blabbering, I'll confiscate your food and let you go dig them yourself." Han Yu bared its teeth. The unreasonable owner was too wicked. It was obvious he wanted him to speak, and now was demanding silence, too malicious indeed. "Humph." Chu Shiyun watched Han Yu dare not say anything further and made a teasing gesture, "Come on." Han Yu's fur bristled with anger. Just when Shen Mutian thought it would lose control, Han Yu flipped its tail, huffed once, choosing the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, curling itself up. Chu Shiyun looked like a victorious child, full of pride displayed on his chubby face. Shen Mutian observed their interaction and felt some relief. The precious one used to be very lonely. Although seemingly lacking nothing, always letting others indulge him, Shen Mutian could sense that except for his own presence, there was never true happiness. It was like pretending to be a normal person all the time. Scenes like the current childishness were rare indeed. Thinking of this, Shen Mutian couldn't help but look at Han Yu with a warmer gaze. Perhaps due to the space factor, Chu Shiyun had no guard against Han Yu, but regardless, being able to relax was a good thing. After seeing Han Yu ignoring him, Chu Shiyun picked up a grape and started practicing again. Later, he practiced removing the seeds from strawberries as well. Thanks to his powerful spiritual energy, Chu Shiyun could clearly see every pattern, but that didn't necessarily mean he could do it perfectly. Everything required practice. Time slowly passed. Apart from the 3 mutated trees disguised as dead trees they encountered yesterday, the two also came across a group of mutated dogs on the road. There were around 30 of them, with a rank of level 2. Their leader was level 3. It took the two some time to deal with those mutated dogs. When they were 5 kilometers away from An County, even if they were slower to realize it, something felt off. Why did they encounter 3 level 5 mutated trees in the middle of their journey but found nothing here? It was eerily quiet, as if the entire county was dead. Chapter 74, Lazy Chu Shiyun. "Sweetie, did you sense anything?" Chu Shiyun shook his head, still no movement at all. Shen Mutian frowned deeply. Theoretically speaking, any county is a huge grain storage site. Even in the apocalypse, it shouldn't be so quiet. Apart from zombies and plants along the way, there should also be quite a few livestock. The fact that everything's eerily quiet means only 2 possibilities. If someone didn't already take care of them, then they're deliberately lying in wait for us. What should we do? Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun. "Dear, shall we go? If you don't want to, we'll turn back." Given such an eerie scene, even if Chu Shiyun has his space ability, Shen Mutian wouldn't let him risk himself recklessly. But leaving behind such a big secret made Shen Mutian somewhat reluctant. But regardless of the situation, both scenarios are dangerous. In the first case, the unknown could be either friend or foe, and in the second case, it indicates intelligent leadership among mutated beasts. If the latter were true, it would spell disaster for humanity as a whole. Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mutian's expression and immediately knew what he was thinking. "Big brother, if you want to go, let's go." Shen Mutian nodded upon seeing Chu Shiyun unconditionally supporting him. "All right. Remember to stay close to me. If you encounter danger beyond your control, remember to enter your space, understood?" Chu Shiyun nodded, "Okay." With that said, their vehicle slowly began moving forward. By now, they had entered a much more open area where any zombies or mutated creatures would have nowhere to hide. As the vehicle passed through the county district, not a single zombie appeared, and continuing forward, rows of grain warehouses came into view. Chu Shiyun frowned in confusion. "What's going on? I still can't sense anything at all." Shen Mutian took a deep breath. "Let's go check." After finishing his words, he got out of the car first, and Chu Shiyun followed closely behind. He then recalled the vehicle into his space. As they approached closer, the duo discovered a burned smell in the small square in front of the granary. Chu Shiyun widened his eyes, shocked. This must have been done by a peak level 6 fire elemental user. Shen Mutian's face also showed a startled expression. How quickly had this person advanced? It was common knowledge that the official spread of crystals started 10 days after the apocalypse began. Most current users' abilities ranged from levels 1 to 2, with only a few at level 3 and fewer still at level 4. Even he and his beloved were just at level 5, this was partially because the beloved had an extra advantage while he himself managed to use the crystal core shares. Seeing the remaining ashes scattered around, Chu Shiyun's face suddenly changed dramatically. Not good. He quickly ran towards the granaries, with Shen Mutian right behind him. Once they opened the doors and saw the inside, Chu Shiyun almost cried out loud, "Why is it like this?" Through projecting his spiritual power, Chu Shiyun discovered that there wasn't a single grain left in all the granaries, everything was wiped clean as if locusts had passed by. Shen Mutian's expression turned somber. Beloved, are all the granaries like this? Chu Shiyun tearfully nodded. They had made a wasted trip. Shen Mutian, however, pondered over more things. Since Chu Shiyun possessed his own space, he didn't know how large ordinary space-type ability holder spaces could be. Currently, Muse Nian's third-level space was merely about 50 square meters, whereas each of these granaries spanned over 1,000 square meters. To move all the grains here would either require careful premeditation or this individual having a similarly large space akin to Chu Shiyun's. Shen Mutian patted Chu Shiyun. Let's go check other places for clues. Chu Shiyun could only nod silently, muttering under his breath the entire time. After investigating the entire area, Shen Mutian found signs of significant battle remnants, bloodstains, traces of powers used, and most importantly, Shen Mutian noticed tire tracks. Shen Mutian sighed lightly in relief. For a moment, he thought someone else's space ability capacity rivaled his dear one's. Chu Shiyun muttered, sounding gloomy, Big brother, so what do we do now? Shen Mutian remained thoughtful for a long time before replying, divert to the city center and have Han Yu return with the message at the crossroads. Regardless of whether someone had beaten them to the granaries or someone's ability had reached level 6, they needed to report the information. Meanwhile, they would proceed to gather medical equipment from the city center. Although someone else had taken the food supply, securing this batch of medical equipment was imperative. There was still a reserve of food stockpiles at the base. Before they left, Chu Shiyun had already filled a large bucket with spiritual water from his space to conduct experiments. If effective, they wouldn't need to worry about next year's harvest. However, medical supplies were key to researching a zombie vaccine which might ultimately end the apocalypse. Thus, they had to get their hands on them. Chu Shiyun agreed and nodded, all right. Shifting his gaze to Han Yu, he asked, did you hear that? Once you return, immediately inform the teacher. Remember, besides the teacher and big brother, you mustn't tell anyone else. Han Yu, observing Chu Shiyun's solemn expression, nodded earnestly. 2 days later. 1, 2, 3, 131, 132, 3452. At a 5-star hotel. Chu Shiyun was seated cross-legged on a blanket, slowly counting the pile of crystal cores before him that formed a small hill. His round eyes sparkled like they were filled with stars. When Shen Mutian emerged from the shower, he caught sight of this scene. Pausing mid-stroke as he dried his hair, he then stepped closer, inhaling deeply next to the fragrant figure beside him. In these past 2 days, starting from the outskirts, they had been killing zombies relentlessly, collecting an incalculable number of crystal cores. More importantly, due to the urgency, their powers surged rapidly, and they grew more adept in utilizing their abilities. Even though they were currently just at level 5 in their abilities, they possessed dual-element powers. Furthermore, with Chu Shiyun being a mentalist, they weren't afraid to confront a level 6 user or even have confidence in escaping from a level 7. Chu Shiyun, looking at Shen Mutian whose chin rested on his shoulder, pointed to some clearly separated purple and blue crystal cores which were larger than the others. Big brother, we'll take a break for now on our journey. These are all Wind Thunder crystal cores of level 4 and above. There are 12 level 4 ones and 3 level 5 ones. After you absorb them, if you don't reach level 7, you should definitely reach level 6. Shen Mutian leaned over and kissed Chu Shiyun's cheek, then I thank my dear. Hearing Shen Mutian's words, Chu Shiyun smiled contentedly with his eyes squinted. Shen Mutian, looking at the sorted piles of crystal cores, asked, are you done counting? Chu Shiyun nodded. There are 4,385 crystal cores in total, 522 wood element, 455 earth element, 439 metal element, 421 water element, 413 fire element, 15 mental element, 11 space element, various force/speed kinds make up 943. 798 are unaffiliated element while the wind thunder elements under level 3 are 351. Now that you've reached level 5, I consider those not useful anymore, so I'll give them to Xiao Tong instead, and the rest can be shared with them. Shen Mutian replied, whatever you decide is fine. Shen Mutian watched as Chu Shiyun stored away the indigo spiritual element cores and transparent fractured spatial cores, somewhat puzzled, why aren't you absorbing them? Weren't you saying these cores could help you earlier? Chu Shiyun shook his head, after absorbing that level 4 spiritual core, it doesn't seem effective now. It hasn't helped as much as when I released my power against the mutated tree and recovered later. Even the level 5 cores only slightly improved me by just a bit. As he said this, Chu Shiyun extended his finger indicating such a slight difference. Shen Mutian couldn't help but chuckle at this analogy. Chu Shiyun, after pondering, added, it's better for me to soak inside the space and drink some spirit spring water. That increases my strength far more than this. Evidently disdainful of the comparison, Shen Mutian didn't push further. The present use of these spiritual and spatial cores seemed less valuable than their appearances implied. Alright, if you know best, shall we enter the space? Chu Shiyun stretched lazily, yeah. And with that, both figures plus the numerous crystal cores vanished from their spot. The reason they chose this hotel rather than entering the space directly was, according to Chu Shiyun, finding high ground made observing situations easier, also allowing them to clean off the blood stains of zombies. Although they could wash themselves within the space, Chu Shiyun preferred keeping the space clean without contaminating it from outside impurities. Once inside the space, Shen Mutian automatically began cooking, while Chu Shiyun packed up the already sorted crystal cores and took the time to visit his little orchard and vegetable garden. For the next 3 days, Shen Mutian stayed within the space absorbing the crystal cores, while Chu Shiyun spent his boring time exploring parts of the space he hadn't yet discovered. On the second day, Chu Shiyun found a message book left by a weapon refiner. For the following 2 days, he used these books, essentially novels, to pass the time. Surprisingly, both Chu Shiyun and Han Yu were absorbed into reading them. When Han Yu, who lived in the space for so long, realized there were such things available and hadn't known about it before, Chu Shiyun ridiculed it harshly. A fight between the man and the object almost broke out again. Beneath an ancient millennium-old tree by the riverbank, Chu Shiyun lay on a rocking chair holding a book that emitted a faint glow. As Han Yu put it, it was something from the cultivation world. These storybooks, too, were extraordinary. Chu Shiyun had attempted attacking the book, discovering it remained completely undamaged. Hurry up and take a look. Why are you so slow? Since they had entered the space, Han Yu, thus restored to its original form, was urging him anxiously. Chu Shiyun glanced at it indifferently. Why don't you look at that big pile over there? Instead, you're forcing me to hand over this one in my hands. Do you want me to punish you? Han Yu bared its teeth at him. It's just that the one you have is exactly what I want to read. Chu Shiyun snorted and chose to ignore it. Come to think of it, as an Earth native, he could inexplicably understand the language of the cultivation world. Chu Shiyun suspected it might be related to the mysterious golden light left by the weapon refiner when he departed last time. Why do you, as a spirit weapon, enjoy reading such things so much? Han Yu replied nonchalantly, I can't improve in strength, and if I don't read books, what else am I supposed to do? When Han Yu said this, Chu Shiyun recalled something. Why do I feel like every time I level up, your power also goes up a bit? Upon hearing this, Han Yu looked somewhat despondent. My strength is closely linked to the space. And since you've bound yourself to the space, because of your insufficient prowess, my class has been demoted. Now, only as you gradually level up can I regain my strength. Oh, is that so? Chu Shiyun said this without any hint of guilt. Looking at Chu Shiyun's expression, Han Yu knew all its words were for naught. Why was it so hard for him to try harder and improve his abilities more quickly? How could this guy be so lazy? Han Yu never imagined that in the near future, the person it now called lazy would go all out to enhance their strength. Chapter 75, Darling, don't be angry. Han Yu looked at Chu Shiyun and said, aren't you ashamed? Your man's strength is about to surpass yours. You'll soon have to eat soft food. Chu Shiyun shrugged nonchalantly, nope. And soft food is so delicious. My teeth are bad, I prefer soft food. Upon hearing this, Han Yu hung his head dejectedly. Indeed, this person could possibly only be commanded by her man. Unfortunately, the one who could command her willingly chose to be commanded instead. Han Yu was almost on the verge of rage. Chu Shiyun looked at the small villa with no movement and felt a bit bored. Her master hasn't spoken to her for 3 days already. She's starving. The food made by her master has all been eaten up. If she doesn't come out soon, she'll starve to death. QAQ. Chu Shiyun pouted as she rubbed her belly, lost in deep thought when she was suddenly swept into a man's embrace, who then gave her a peck on the cheek. She was still dazed. Looking at the bewildered Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian smiled, stunned. Chu Shiyun narrowed her eyes looking at Shen Mutian, then, quickly reached out and pinched him. His touch was soft, it's definitely her master. Realizing Shen Mutian had truly come out of seclusion, Chu Shiyun pouted and complained, Master, I'm going to starve. Shen Mutian blinked and looked at Chu Shiyun's clearly fattened face, and then at her watery big eyes. He decisively said, it's my fault for letting our darling go hungry. I will make food for you right away. Chu Shiyun nodded repeatedly, unable to hide the joy on her face. Han Yu hovered mid-air, speechless watching their backs walking away. She rolled her eyes. She was wrong, Shen Mutian didn't just spoil her unscrupulous owner, but this person was blind. Knowing her unscrupulous owner deceives him, he still believes. If Han Yu were familiar with human culture, she would understand that this was called, one willing to hit, the other willing to endure. Chu Shiyun comfortably nestled in Shen Mutian's arms, Master, are you level 6 now? Speaking of this, Shen Mutian couldn't help but feel delighted. Before, his darling's level was higher than his, making him seem utterly useless. Now, his level was finally one rank higher than hers. Yes, and because those 3 level 5 crystal cores were used by me nearing a breakthrough, I successfully broke through level 6, reaching mid-level 6. Hearing Shen Mutian's words, Chu Shiyun's smile wouldn't stop, happier than when she herself broke through. Master is really awesome. Shen Mutian pressed against Chu Shiyun, brushing noses slightly. My darling is also awesome. We are also about to enter the central area. According to the rule that zombies gain levels faster than humans, the zombie levels in the central zone must be around level 6. Even if they reach level 7, with your current abilities, Master, combined with mine, we might have a chance. And Chu Shiyun didn't mention, even if both can't win, there's also Han Yu guarding nearby with nearly level 7 power. Looking at it this way, with their capabilities, they might sweep through City A easily. Shen Mutian nodded in agreement, then asked, how about you? Do you feel any urge to break through? Chu Shiyun's situation differs from Shen Mutian's. For normal humans, upgrading requires sufficient energy and sometimes may encounter obstacles. But Chu Shiyun's type, such exceptional cases, requires systematic practice. When the feeling or energy is there, a breakthrough is possible. As Han Yu puts it, if not for Chu Shiyun being too lazy, she should have broken through to level 7 or 8 by now. At present, I am at the peak of level 5, but there's still a little more needed for the next breakthrough. Chu Shiyun frowned slightly, unhappy with this fact. She always felt that this breakthrough needed some kind of trigger. Although she worked hard to find this sensation, it seemed like something vague covered everything, unclear and indistinct. It's okay, you have great talent, it won't take long before you break through. Shen Mutian consoled her. Chu Shiyun nodded, comforting herself, actually, breaking through isn't necessary anyway since Master will protect me. Shen Mutian looked at her helplessly, though he said nothing. Given Chu Shiyun's claim of being underweight due to hunger, Shen Mutian directly prepared her a grand feast. After eating to their heart's content, they continued their journey, which actually meant dealing with zombies, following Shen Mutian's plan, going straight from the southern part of District A to the northern part. This way, high-level zombies can be efficiently dealt with, reducing the number significantly. They could also collect some leftover supplies from before the apocalypse, achieving 3 goals in one move. Chu Shiyun was fully in agreement with Shen Mutian's words. Of course, while dealing with zombies, they didn't forget their main mission this time, they were here to collect medical equipment. The People's Hospital of City A was unlike other hospitals built in suburban areas or places with developed transportation, it was close to the city center. A giant silver-white cat rapidly flashed across the street, and on its back were 2 figures, one black and one white. Big Brother Shen, before we set out, we didn't take up the task of collecting medical equipment, which means we don't have a map. Should we search through everything? Chu Shiyun leaned her back against Shen Mutian's chest and looked up at his sharply defined jawline. Shen Mutian helplessly tapped the dark head in front of him. Little fool, did you forget about your mental power? Searching with it will be more useful than anything else. That's true. Chu Shiyun replied after realizing it herself. Who? Anyway, there are only so many places where important equipment would be stored or used, if we wander around a bit more, we'll surely find what we're looking for. Shen Mutian casually severed the head of an attacking zombie as he spoke. Alright, but doesn't Big Brother's workplace also have such equipment? Is it not enough? Chu Shiyun stroked her chin, slightly troubled. Her older brother's research institute always got priority access to the most advanced mechanical equipment first, there should be no reason to collect more from the People's Hospital. Shen Mutian explained calmly, Big Brother said that when elder brother Chu and the others evacuated, an accident occurred, the research institute caught on fire. Although they managed to carry away most of the machines, a few crucial ones were left behind. And the missing equipment can only be found in the People's Hospital. Alright. After understanding the situation, Chu Shiyun wasted no more time and focused intently, releasing her mental power to probe the surrounding conditions. As usual, zombies far away wandered aimlessly, and those nearby, sensing their blood and flesh smell, lost track of them due to Han Yu's swift movements. The streets were crowded with zombies, even more so than what they encountered in City C before. Back then, the number of zombies hadn't frightened them and had given them some hope. However, the zombies in the central district of City A were so many that they stepped over each other. The air carried a foul stench that made people feel disgusted. Chu Shiyun, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly furrowed her brow. Shen Mutian asked, what's wrong? At 2 o'clock, 600 meters away, I saw, the zombies are. Chu Shiyun paused momentarily as if searching for the right words. Well, eating each other? Chu Shiyun's tone carried a hint of uncertainty since the distance was too far for her to confirm whether what she saw was real. Hearing Chu Shiyun's description, Shen Mutian abruptly frowned deeply. What's the level of the highest level zombie there? Chu Shiyun kept an eye on the distant scene with her mental power as she described, currently, the highest is a peak level 4 zombie. There are a total of 153 level 4 zombies, and I haven't seen any higher level zombies yet. But it can't be ruled out that higher level zombies might be letting lower level zombies fight among themselves, picking the victor, and finishing them off. Chu Shiyun continued, I'm more inclined to think that the higher level zombies are raising these low level ones like food. When it came to matters unrelated to Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun could always maintain an objective and rational perspective. Listening to Chu Shiyun's words, Shen Mutian quickly made his decision. Let's go to the hospital first. Regardless of whether they're raising food or not, with the number of zombies gathered there, we wouldn't stand a chance. Although Shen Mutian wanted to eliminate these zombies, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could single-handedly take care of over 100 level 4 zombies in the central area and all the countless lower-level zombies surrounding them. Most importantly, they didn't know if there were even higher-level zombies lurking in the shadows. Alright. Chu Shiyun responded, then patted Han Yu below her. Quickly. Han Yu began running swiftly. Sensing the urgency of both individuals, a trip that originally took 15 minutes now only took 5. Then they dashed recklessly inside the hospital. If there was one place besides the central zone streets that had the most zombies, it was undoubtedly the hospital, which undoubtedly ranked first. At the start of the apocalypse, whether it was due to their weaker resistance or physical discomfort, humans in hospitals were among the first to get infected. Even if there were lucky ones who managed to avoid infection and survive, being trapped in a hospital overrun by zombies made it nearly impossible for them to escape alive. Hospitals that had once symbolized hope for saving lives turned into deadly hells overnight. Because of the overwhelming number of zombies on the ground, Hanyu directly carried the two along the walls. Shenmutian's lightning element power transformed into a long rope, tightly binding the two onto Hanyu's body. Ho ho ho. Roar. Ha. Seeing the pitch-black claws reaching out from below, dangerously close to her, Chu Shiyun caught a whiff of the nauseating stench of zombies and couldn't help but move closer into Shenmutian's embrace. At the same time, she couldn't resist telling Hanyu, "Can't you go higher?" After hearing this, Hanyu lowered his head, looked at the zombies that almost touched his fur, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat twice. "Got it, I'll go higher." And so, he began climbing higher as he spoke. Seeing Chu Shiyun's slightly downcast expression, Shenmutian gently rubbed his black hair. "Good girl. Don't be upset." Bang. Roar. As Hanyu passed by a glass window, a decayed hand with visible white bones and black nails burst through the glass and lunged straight towards Chu Shiyun sitting on Hanyu's back. Chapter 75, he would protect his treasure, even at the cost of his own life. Chu Shiyun looked at the zombie claw that almost stabbed into his eye and blinked, then glanced toward where the purple lightning had bound it. His power tightened, and the hand that nearly injured him was severed, dropping down into the crowd of corpses below. However, the level 0 zombie still stared at Chu Shiyun through the window, showing no fear despite losing its hand. Its mutated teeth, dripping with saliva, greedily eyed the person outside the window. Shenmutian directly used a wind element ability to decapitate it. At the same time, Hanyu grew a pair of wings on her back and flew them into the air. Shenmutian broke out in a cold sweat and hastily asked, "Baby, are you alright?" Chu Shiyun shook his head and seeing Shenmutian's worried expression, quietly consoled him, "Big brother, don't be afraid. It can't hurt me. Even if it really did stab me, I wouldn't turn into a zombie." Shenmutian let out a breath but couldn't help but scold while keeping a straight face, "Even if you won't be infected by the zombie virus, you mustn't get injured. Understand?" Seeing Shenmutian's angry face, Chu Shiyun obediently nodded. Whatever Big Brother said, he would listen. Shenmutian originally wanted to say more, but seeing Chu Shiyun attentively listening, all words seemed stuck in his throat. Shenmutian sighed and decided he'd better just keep a good watch over him. Shenmutian ordered, "Hanyu, go to the storeroom." Shenmutian wasn't worried about Hanyu getting lost, being a spiritual artifact, her mental power surely wasn't lacking. In these few days, she had also learned human writing, so finding the storeroom would be easy for her. Hanyu strutted through the hospital, and if there were people who saw such a large creature, they would undoubtedly be astonished. However, apart from Chu Shiyun and Shenmutian, there was no one else here. Hanyu hovered mid-air and addressed the two people, "We're here." The two didn't jump down immediately because there were zombies guarding the entrance to the storeroom. Moreover, having become brainless zombies, there were quite a number of zombies gathered here. Ugh. Ugh ugh ugh. Shenmutian glanced at the dozens of zombies below guarding the place, then turned to Chu Shiyun, "Baby, shall you handle this?" Chu Shiyun nodded as his eyes gradually took on a faintly bluish glow. Originally attracted by the scent of flesh, the zombies gathered below now slowly retreated, forming a vacuum area. The two leaped down and Hanyu reverted to normal size. "Hanyu goes in, I'll guard with Big Brother." Before Hanyu could reply, the two charged into the crowd of zombies from the outside, beginning to harvest their crystal cores. Under Chu Shiyun's control, the zombies were like lambs awaiting slaughter. No matter how high their rank, their crystal cores were taken in a single move by the duo. As both worked hard on the outside, Hanyu inside didn't slack off either. Entering the storeroom, whatever she saw, no matter what it was, she collected it all. It took merely 5 minutes to deal with dozens of zombies, including killing them, collecting, and cleaning their crystal cores. Shenmutian handed over the cleaned crystal cores to Chu Shiyun, watching as he promptly stored them in his spatial dimension. Chu Shiyun looked at the pile of zombie corpses on the ground, "Big brother, what should we do with these zombies?" Shenmutian lowered his head deep in thought and replied after a moment, "Burn them. Burn the ones outside guarding too." The zombies within the hospital were not low-ranked. Perhaps due to the early infection, there were even a few level 5 zombies present. To avoid creating problems for themselves later, Shenmutian decided to burn them all together. Chu Shiyun considered for a moment and nodded, "Good idea. But before that, we should deal with those few level 5 zombies first. Otherwise, controlling them along with lower level zombies would quickly drain my stamina." And both knew that the higher the zombie rank, the harder its body becomes. Wanting to burn them with regular fire would require at least 3 hours to incinerate them completely. "Shenmutian, baby, trap them inside your space ability and then burn them. Is that possible?" Chu Shiyun lit up with realization after contemplating Shenmutian's suggestion, "Seems feasible. My space follows my commands. Once they're inside, even a level 5 zombie would turn into an ordinary zombie. Good, let's go with that." After the two discussed it, Hanyu also emerged, having finished gathering equipment. Before leaving, they piled up the zombie corpses and set them ablaze. Chu Shiyun added another layer of spatial ability, ensuring that they would burn to ashes in the shortest time possible without damaging any buildings. With Chu Shiyun's spatial ability, even the corpses of level 3 zombies only took 15 minutes to burn. Chu Shiyun nodded contentedly. This plan seems feasible. Let's go. Shen Mutian looked at him and patted Hanyu. Hanyu sighed helplessly as her body grew larger, allowing the two to climb aboard. Afterward, they followed the same method, first trapping the level 5 zombies inside Chu Shiyun's new independent space ability, where they were hunted down one by one. It took them half an hour to burn these level 5 zombies completely. With some strength left, Chu Shiyun used his mental power to gather all the zombies in the hospital into the square, which was previously spacious but instantly became overcrowded. Because of the large number of zombies, it took approximately 2 hours to incinerate them all. After everything was done, Chu Shiyun collapsed onto Hanyu. Phew. That was exhausting. Chu Shiyun felt as though he couldn't even lift his arms anymore. Shen Mutian, seeing Chu Shiyun's drained appearance, helplessly shook his head and approached to half support him against his chest. Turning to Hanyu, he said, "Let's go." Seeing everyone had boarded, Hanyu flapped her wings and immediately flew away from this zombie-infested place. Flying high in the air, Hanyu asked the two people on her back, "Where are we heading now?" Shen Mutian raised his wrist and glanced at the time. 5:50, let's find a place to rest. It was getting late, and he still needed to cook for his treasure. Hanyu, okay. A giant cat soared through the sky, with the two figures on its back leaning on each other tenderly, while the fading sunset spread softly over them, giving them a lively hue. This brought a sense of hope to the city plagued by zombies. Chu Shiyun lazily leaned against Shen Mutian and said wistfully, "Big brother, when the apocalypse is over, let's settle inside the space. We can come out once or twice a month. If we get tired of it, we can go on trips. I haven't traveled anywhere yet despite growing up. What do you think?" Shen Mutian responded affectionately, "Good idea." Chu Shiyun envisioned the future. "At that time, we won't bring anyone along." We can bring 2 little ones as mounts." Shen Mutian agreed warmly, "And. Ah." Chu Shiyun opened his mouth to say something but suddenly went blank. An intense pain surged, causing him to cry out uncontrollably. Shen Mutian clutched him tightly with an alarmed expression, speaking incoherently, "Treasure, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Look at me, baby. Where does it hurt?" But just then, there right beneath them, Hanyu, was seemingly startled by something and violently shook in midair before plunging straight down. Frightened, Shen Mutian embraced Chu Shiyun firmly while invoking his wind element ability to ascend again and slowly descend. There was no such luxury for Hanyu, who fell from a great height, only receiving a wind element cushion at the very last moment from Shen Mutian. Even so, the impact crushed zombies within 10 meters radius due to Hanyu's landing pressure. The surrounding zombies were temporarily frightened off by the force of this blow. Ugh. Ah. Chu Shiyun continued groaning in Shen Mutian's arms, pale-faced with damp, thin strands of hair sticking to his sweat-covered face. "Baby. Baby. Tell big brother how you're feeling." Looking at the painful expression on Chu Shiyun's face reminded Shen Mutian of those 3 days at the beginning of the apocalypse when he lost Chu Shiyun, making him feel utterly terrified and disoriented. Glancing at the silver-white fur nearby, Shen Mutian subconsciously remembered something and turned to Hanyu anxiously. "Hanyu, what's wrong with my baby?" Hanyu had reverted to her original form, not looking any better herself, and despite enduring her injuries, she explained to Shen Mutian, "An 8th-grade mental energy user attacked us. Both the master and I were hit by the mental attack. The master protected you from injury by blocking the opponent's ability." As she spoke, she kept vigilantly observing the surroundings. Unfortunately, no matter how carefully Hanyu scrutinized, she could not determine the direction of the previous attack. It seemed to come from everywhere. Upon hearing that Chu Shiyun shielded him from the attack, Shen Mutian was filled with guilt. Then, upon hearing about the 8th-grade ability user, his eyes widened with disbelief. How could this be? Shen Mutian didn't remember offending such a person nor understood why an 8th-grade ability user would target them. While Chu Shiyun suffered in pain, Shen Mutian blamed himself and stayed alert. Hanyu kept watch on their surroundings, until 2 sets of footsteps echoed louder and closer. Each step caused Shen Mutian's heart to tense further. The grip on Chu Shiyun tightened as well. In just a short moment, 2 figures appeared in front of the duo and the artifact. The leader was an incredibly handsome man, his beauty different from Chu Shiyun's. The man's beauty was a soft, almost feminine kind of allure. The man following behind him was ruggedly handsome and robust. Handsome man by Changshan looked at the delicate man Tang Anyan with furrowed brows, disdainfully asking, "Is it them?" A child who only knows how to act cute for favor, a mere 6th-grade abnormality user, and some unknown pet. It wasn't surprising that Bai Changshan looked down on them. These two simply didn't match the description given by Tang Anyan. Shen Mutian listened to Bai Changshan's words in confusion. He was certain he'd never seen these two before. Tang Anyan did not respond to the man but instead glanced at Shen Mutian mockingly. "You really are pitiful." Shen Mutian stared warily at the two. "Who are you?" Tang Anyan slowly curved his previously compressed lips into a line, casually saying, "We're obviously here to end your lives." Before the words even finished echoing, Tang Anyan's eyes bore straight into Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian felt like the man had done something to him, though he sensed nothing directly. The muffled groan from beneath him answered his suspicion. Chu Shiyan's face grew even paler, without a trace of blood, as if he would die right there in agony. Seeing this scene, Shen Mutian understood exactly what Tang Anyan had done. Sharp-eyed fury blazed in Shen Mutian's gaze as a thunderstrike exceeded its usual power limit, moving so fast others couldn't see it as it headed toward Tang Anyan. Just 1 centimeter away, it was blocked by a golden wall, set up by Bai Changchen. After blocking Shen Mutian's attack, the golden wall transformed into several sharp blades, flying toward Shen Mutian. Before he could think, Shen Mutian just managed to wrap Chu Shiyan fully in his ability, protecting his vital areas, then tightly hugged him close, using himself as a human shield. The blades pierced through Shen Mutian's body, stopping only outside the safe membrane tightly surrounded by his ability. Without a second to waste, Shen Mutian acted purely on instinct, scooping up Chu Shiyan and fleeing in the opposite direction from Bai and Tang. Even so, Shen Mutian was merely delaying their inevitable deaths. His ability was only at a 6th grade level. Although Chu Shiyan had helped shield him from an 8th grade psychic attack, there was still an 8th grade metal-based ability user. Even with Han Yu's help, her powers were being suppressed. All she could do now was use 7th grade strength. Besides, Han Yu was also aiding Chu Shiyan to fend off Tang Anyan's mental attacks. Shen Mutian leapt among the corpse crowds, using his wind-based ability to stay airborne. Both wind and lightning abilities transformed into blades that attacked continuously. Han Yu flew beside him, occasionally helping him block the incoming attacks. Her movements grew increasingly sluggish, and she got injured multiple times. Bai and Tang pursued leisurely. With their skill levels, ending Shen Mutian's life would take no more than the blink of an eye. But they chose to let their prey panic, running around until all hope was lost, eventually meeting their demise in fear. How could Shen Mutian not know their plan? Yet, he had no choice. What had once been a white overcoat was now drenched in blood. Beside him, zombies smelled his fresh blood and craved a bite. Shen Mutian carefully held his person a little higher, his lips reaching Chu Shiyan's ear. When he spoke, blood flowed out of his mouth. "Treasure. Wake up. Don't sleep anymore." Even in such critical moments, Shen Mutian couldn't hide his gentleness toward Chu Shiyan. All he knew was that if Chu Shiyan woke up, he could save them by bringing them into the space. Han Yu had far less patience. Flying to Chu Shiyan's ear with the last of her strength, she urgently shouted, "Master, wake up. Shen Mutian is dying." The pursuers laughed scornfully upon hearing Han Yu's plea, clearly confident in their own abilities. But what they didn't see was Chu Shiyan's reaction to this cry. His eyebrows knitted tightly together, like a dissatisfied child, finally shedding a tear in frustration. Upon seeing his treasure showing signs of waking, Shen Mutian sped up despite leaving a trail of blood wherever he went. Even as the surrounding zombies broke through his defenses to gnaw at him, it mattered little. All he needed to do was protect his precious treasure well. He had promised that his treasure wouldn't need to struggle. He would protect her from storms and keep her safe. No matter how hard things got, he vowed to guard his treasure with his life, if necessary. Seeing Chu Shiyan's eyelids twitch and then slowly open, Shen Mutian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, a golden blade that shot from behind pierced straight through his heart, cutting off the words in his mouth. In contrast, a spurt of warm blood sprayed onto Chu Shiyan's face. Chu Shiyan hadn't yet realized what had happened, just dumbly staring at the golden blade sticking out of Shen Mutian's chest. The voice that reached his ears was as gentle as always. "Treasure, take care of yourself." Chapter 77, A Glimmer of Hope. Chu Shiyan had never realized that the tall, robust figure which had always protected him could be so frail. He couldn't even hold Chu Shiyan tightly in his arms. The once mighty body was now so battered and broken. A stumble caused him to fall to the ground. The usually bright eyes grew dull, and blood-streaked fingers lightly traced the tender face, managing only to leave a streak of blood before the man collapsed powerless into the boy's embrace. Chu Shiyan, confused and at a loss, watched as Shen Mutian, covered in blood, leaned weakly against him, his head resting gently on Chu Shiyan's shoulder. Chu Shiyan wanted to lift his hand, to touch and call out to this person, but found his throat hoarse, his body limp and trembling uncontrollably, unable even to move. Tears fell like a string of beads snapped without warning. Sitting dumbfounded where he was, Chu Shiyan cried silently. However, anyone could see Chu Shiyan's grief at that moment. Tang Anyan, seeing Shen Mutian collapse helplessly in Chu Shiyan's arms, revealed a smirk of satisfaction. "Oh. So he's dead already. How painful. Deserved it. I wanted you to experience the most painful thing in the world. Let your life from now on be like that of an unthinking corpse. No, you don't have a future life anymore." Bai Changchen, seeing Tang Anyan's crazed look, his face full of pity, quickly held him in his arms. Why waste words on him? Kill him and send him off to meet his mistress. Tang Anyan, looking at the man embracing him, gradually calmed down, but his gaze towards Chu Shiyan remained haughty. Chu Shiyun turned his head blankly, looked at the smug man, and his originally lifeless eyes suddenly filled with anger. Ah ah ah. Chu Shiyun let out a heart-wrenching cry. Just when Tang Anyan was about to laugh, he suddenly clutched his head, his face pale as death. Bai Changchen wasn't much better, though slightly better than him. Chu Shiyun stared hard at Tang Anyan. Bai Changchen didn't know what he had done, but felt an oppressive energy around him. The originally 5th grade ability began to break through, turning into a 6th grade, and the higher Chu Shiyun's level became, the paler Tang Anyan's complexion grew. If Bai Changchen could see their mental powers, he would find that the lower level Chu Shiyun was gradually consuming Tang Anyan's spirit power. Although Tang Anyan tried to counterattack, golden light suppressed him completely, making him unable to move. Clutching his forehead in pain, Tang Anyan shouted, "Ah!" This method which he had intended to use against Chu Shiryu, was now reversed, and he himself tasted the same punishment. Seeing Tang Anyan's increasingly deteriorating complexion, Bai Changchen abruptly unleashed a golden blade. However, when it touched Chu Shiryun's eyes, it stopped, as if blocked by something. It was Chu Shiryun's spatial ability. Looking at the familiar golden blade before him, Chu Shiryun's expression turned horrifying. Bai Changchen could see the space around Chu Shiryun start breaking inch by inch, so fast that within the blink of an eye, it had reached him. Bai Changchen hastily picked up Tang Anyan and ran, but the collapsing space followed closely behind, just waiting for them to slow down a bit to catch up. "I will make you both die." Chu Shiryun, watching the fleeing figure, his eyes hardened cruelly, mouth overflowing with blood, yet the breaking space reached just in time behind Bai Changchen, brutally cutting off large chunks of flesh from his back. Chu Shiryun watched the rapidly disappearing silhouette, remaining still, as if trying to etch their figures into his memory. And all of this happened in just an instant. He lowered his head, looking at the face devoid of any color, and finally burst into tears. "Big brother." Wawa. Chu Shiryun helplessly embraced Shen Wuqian's body, who did not console him like he used to. His wails echoed across heaven and earth. The broken space, unconsciously released spiritual power, tore apart the zombies surrounding them piece by piece. Around Chu Shiryun, the scene was akin to a slaughterhouse. Despite being bone-chilling, because of the helplessness and lamentation of the person, it was imbued with a mournful atmosphere. Han Yu shook off the dizziness in his head. Just now, there had been too much commotion. When Chu Shiryun broke free of Tang Anyan's control, the two forces directly stunned him. Hearing Chu Shiryun's sobs now, Han Yu finally woke up. Though unstable on his feet, he anxiously made his way to the two people's side. Han Yu swiftly examined Shen Wuqian's body with his mental power. Breathing a sigh of relief afterward, he hurriedly told Chu Shiryun, "Shen Wuqian is not dead, we can still save him." After the sorrowful weeping ceased, Chu Shiryun lifted his red, swollen eyes and blankly stared at Han Yu. After a long pause, he managed to find his voice again. "What did you say?" Han Yu hurriedly repeated himself, "I said you can save him. Quickly bring him into the space and place him in the spirit spring." Chu Shiryun heard Han Yu's words, but his mind had not yet processed them. Nevertheless, his body acted swiftly, carrying Shen Wuqian into the space, directly landing him in the spirit spring pool. As he watched the battered body slowly cease bleeding due to the spirit spring, a glimmer of hope gradually returned to Chu Shiryun's face. Han Yu entered behind him. But upon realizing that the spirit spring could not mend Shen Wuqian's injuries, Han Yu's expression turned grim. Chu Shiryun looked at Han Yu with a gaze filled with tremors, even those unknown to himself. "Han Yu, what must I do to save Big Brother?" Han Yu did not immediately answer but flew forward to inspect Shen Wuqian's wounds. After Chu Shiryun carried Shen Wuqian inside, the blade originally embedded in Shen Wuqian's body transformed into dispersed energy in the air. Now, under the clear spring water, one could see countless wounds covering Shen Wuqian's body. The wounds stopped bleeding in the spring water but showed no sign of healing. With a serious face, Han Yu muttered, "I originally thought the spirit pool could save him, but the person who injured him was too much stronger in grade. Furthermore, it has been too long since the damage occurred. It's already a miracle that he is still alive now." Chu Shiryun's complexion paled as he gazed at Shen Wuqian, whose state was uncertain, and despair clouded his reddened eyes. "To save him, you must wait until you reach level 10. Han Yu gravely delivered the final sentence. Chu Shiryun asked hoarsely, "What do you mean?" "Han Yu, your rank isn't high enough. As a result, the spirit pool hasn't been fully unlocked, and the energy available to cure Shen Wuqian is insufficient. But once your rank reaches level 10, the space will undergo a qualitative leap, unlocking the spirit pool, at which point, you will be able to save him." Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Chu Shiryun felt regret for the first time. Why hadn't he diligently practiced before, always lazily slacking off? If his rank had reached level 10, then this wouldn't have happened, and Shen Wuqian wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries rescuing him. Chu Shiryun lamented, wishing that the one lying down now was himself. Yet finally, there was a flicker of hope. "Master, this is not a time for sorrow. In addition to reaching level 10, during this period, you need to make the spirit pool's time stand still. Only by placing him in a frozen space can you ensure his condition stays as it is at this moment. Even if the wounds won't heal, they must not worsen." Chu Shiryun instantly understood Han Yu's statement. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the spirit spring, and with a single thought, Han Yu could feel that the space around the spirit pool had stilled. The flowing water froze mid-air, and the remaining traces of blood on Shen Mutian's face pierced through Chu Shiyun's heart. Chu Shiyun raised his hand, gently stroking through the void, murmuring softly, "Big brother. Don't worry, I will surely cure you. And I will not let those who made you like this go unpunished." Recalling the two people who fled hastily in the end, Chu Shiyun's eyes hardened with a flash of murderous intent. But remembering Shen Mutian's dislike of him being this way, he quickly reined it in. Even though he knew that Shen Mutian couldn't see him like this, Chu Shiyun didn't want to show his beloved the ugly side of himself. Thus, he resumed his usual warm and harmless smile. Speaking gently, "Big brother, stay well here. Your little treasure will come to see you every day." Stepping out of the spirit pool's range, Chu Shiyun noticed the golden glow floating around him due to the overwhelming emotions. His eyes flickered with gratitude. He knew that if not for the golden light left behind by the weapon master, despite his remarkable abilities at merely level 5, there would have been no way for him to beat two level 8 psychics. "Let's go." Bang! Chu Shiyun barely spoke a word when everything went black, and he collapsed onto the ground. "Master." Han Yu rushed to Chu Shiyun's side and checked his condition with mental energy, discovering excessive psychic consumption. Han Yu recalled the moment it awakened, seeing the fractured surrounding void, and its gaze towards Chu Shiyun became complex. Truly worthy of being chosen by Master Weaponsmith, his talent was indeed exceptional. Han Yu shook its head, restored calmness, and took him back to the room. Chu Shiyun slept soundly for half a month, slowly digesting Tang Anyan's mental force absorbed earlier, with his psychic ability creeping infinitely close to level 7. And naturally, he remained unaware that the people outside were going crazy searching for him and Shen Mutian. Since receiving the news from Han Yu last time, Shen Lan and the others had been waiting in the base, and they had already waited for half a month. Shen's mother was anxiously pacing around the room, with people sitting all over the couches. All the important members of the Shen family were here. Chu Shiyu included. What should we do? They haven't returned after such a long time. Could it be that? Don't talk nonsense. Before Shen's mother finished her words, Shen Lan interrupted her. Even though Shen's mother didn't finish her sentence, everyone more or less understood what she implied. With no news for so long, they feared something untoward might have happened. The living room fell silent for a moment, the atmosphere heavy and low. Shen Muse looked at everyone and said, "I'll go look for them." "Chu Shiyu, I'll go with you." Shen Nian looked at Chu Shiyu, wanting to stop him but not knowing how to persuade him. Shen Muse frowned disapprovingly as he watched Chu Shiyu, but seeing his determined gaze, finally nodded. The others wanted to intervene, yet remembering Chu Shiyu's brother was involved, found themselves unable to voice any objections. It was thus decided that Shen Muse would set out first thing tomorrow morning. At the Riverside Villa, the Hope Squad members exchanged glances uncertainly, unsure of what to say. When I went out to gather intelligence today, someone returning from the city center said that half a month ago, there was a great battle there. The space ruptured bizarrely, and within a mile radius, zombies were torn into pieces. To this day, nobody has ventured there. Bai Qiaoshi broke the silence, narrating calmly. Muzier lowered his head in thought. Half a month ago was exactly when Brother Shen left the base. Raising his eyes slightly, sure enough, looking at the others' expressions, their thoughts were all aligned. The expedition was thus arranged, just like with Chu Shiyu, they would leave on the second day. Chapter 78, Separated by Two Realms. The moment Chu Shiyun woke up, he was still a little disoriented and instinctively called out, "Senior brother." Hearing no response, Chu Shiyun furrowed his brow and called again, "Master." Halfway through the word, Chu Shiyun came back to his senses. Shen Mutian had been severely injured and was currently soaking in the spirit spring pool. A look of loneliness flickered across his face, but it quickly disappeared as he got up, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and casually prepared some dry food to fill his stomach. Afterward, he went to the spirit spring pool, talked to Shen Mutian for a while, and then left. Han Yu recounted the events of the past half-month beside him. Han Yu could enter and exit the space without needing Chu Shiyun's permission, but when Chu Shiyun entered the space, if Han Yu wanted to return to it, he needed to be within 100 meters of the original location. So over these past 15 days, Han Yu would occasionally go out to gather information and hunt zombies. The space anomalies that Chu Shiyun used to kill the zombies on a large scale were so powerful that there was nothing left, not even the crystal cores. The torn spaces outside have healed themselves. Since this is downtown, there are very few people here besides zombies. Those who do pass by avoid this place due to its eerie atmosphere. Han Yu reported everything to Chu Shiyun with precision. Chu Shiyun gave a faint nod as he walked down the street. He saw some buildings nod away, missing parts here and there or just halved, but this phenomenon disappeared more than a kilometer away from Chu Shiyun's center, clearly indicating what he had caused originally. How many advanced zombies are still out there? Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's emotionally detached inquiry, Han Yu trembled. There's one level 7 zombie, 11 level 6 zombies, and 853 level 5 zombies. Have you fought them? Han Yu understood what Chu Shiyun meant and shook his head. No, I only watched from afar. When that zombie saw me, it ran. Because Chu Shiyun had broken through to a new level, Han Yu's current strength had already recovered to level 8. As Han Yu spoke, Chu Shiyun lowered his head deep in thought. After a moment, he muttered, if senior brother knew about this, he would definitely not be happy. Let's settle this once and for all. Listening to Chu Shiryun's words, Hanyu couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Even upon waking earlier that day, something felt off about Chu Shiryun. It was as if this was how he appeared the first time they met. Back then, Chu Shiryun also looked completely calm but intended to kill him, making Hanyu inexplicably terrified. It was his fault. Previously, Chu Shiryun's behavior seemed too normal, even lazy and cute at times, which made them forget his true nature. Shaking his head, Hanyu cautiously followed behind Chu Shiryun, taking care not to disturb his master's deep contemplation. Right now, Shen Mutian wasn't around, and no one could stop him in this state. With slow, measured steps, Chu Shiryun stepped out of the strange vacuum zone. Though the step seemed short, it actually covered 10 meters. This was the result of combining spatial abilities. Over the past half-month, though he appeared to be unconscious all along, during his sleep, he trained instinctively. This ability to shrink distances had been newly mastered. Nowadays, zero-level zombies were scarce, and most zombies were above level 1. With boredom, Chu Shiryun casually pulled out a second-grade crystal core using his spatial powers. A zombie that had been charging toward him fell to the ground with a thud. Hanyu watched stiffly as Chu Shiryun easily separated the crystal core from the zombie, much like separating grape seeds. This was the 490th zombie whose core Chu Shiryun had extracted on their journey with an utterly calm expression. Hanyu hadn't expected such a drastic change in Chu Shiryun since Shen Mutian's injury. Now, he had become exceedingly cruel. If Shen Mutian had died. Hanyu's face showed horror as he couldn't imagine the consequences of that event happening. Chu Shiryun's expression had gradually turned impatient. It seemed that the higher-level zombies, who had witnessed the devastating crisis half a month ago, had all hidden upon sensing his presence, leaving none to be found. Only lower-tier zombies with minimal intelligence came closer, attracted by his scent of blood and flesh. Seeing Chu Shiryun who had been killing zombies non-stop for 2 hours, Hanyu hesitantly approached, cautiously asking, Master, are you tired? Would you like to rest a bit? Chu Shiryun coldly replied, not necessary. Hanyu drew his neck in submissively and continued following silently. With Shen Mutian absent now, there was no one who could restrain him in this state. Suddenly, Chu Shiryun stopped in his tracks and fixed his gaze on a direction far away among the tall buildings. It was a place 500 meters away. According to Chu Shiryun's mental power, he could see a zombie that looked almost human except for its red eyes, pale face, and black nails. The zombie was also looking at Chu Shiryun. It could sense that if it ate that human, it would be able to break through to level 8. But the zombie hesitated a bit. It sensed a huge threat from this human. Though of a lower level, the energy emanating from him was so strong, and the cat beside him had an even higher level than it did. This is precisely what made the zombie hesitate. It couldn't guarantee that it could defeat Chu Shiryun. While the zombie was still in doubt, Chu Shiryun had already stepped forward slowly. With a sweep of his mental power, he saw the 7th-level zombie whose appearance increasingly resembled a human. He first placed a layer of spatial membrane around himself. Then he casually glanced back at Hanyu, who immediately understood. Transforming into a big cat with wings, Hanyu soon carried Chu Shiryun in front of the zombie. High-level zombies have strong territorial awareness, either they are accompanied by many subordinates or there's no other zombie around. So, one man and one zombie just stared at each other through the floor-to-ceiling window. Roar. Ultimately, the desire for strength overcame the instinctual fear of the level 7 zombie. Under its control, metals in the building crashed through the window, aiming straight for Chu Shiryun. Chu Shiryun wasn't going to hold back. Standing with his right hand up in front of him, he grasped at nothingness, thereby breaking open the space before him. The metal aimed at him all entered this opened-up space. Recognizing this familiar technique, the level 7 zombie remembered the terrifying force from half a month ago. It ceased attacking Chu Shiryun, leaped back several times, and hastily fled, trying to leave this place. However, Chu Shiryun had no intention of letting it go. Narrowing his eyes, he violently clapped his hands in front of him, making the building in front feel as though suddenly crushed by something. Both sides began pressing towards the center. Roar. The zombie felt threatened and let out a wild roar, but the building compressed rapidly, and the level 7 zombie died within the active structure. Hanyu watched dumbfounded. It had always known that people with spatial abilities were freakishly powerful, but just one move, and someone of a higher level was instantly taken down. Was this normal? Hanyu was unsure whether Chu Shiryun had been hiding his real strength all along or if Shen Mutian's injury had suddenly spurred him like this. All Hanyu knew was that from now on, it was best just to listen obediently. Otherwise, its frail body wouldn't withstand even one hit from Chu Shiryun. Chu Shiryun let out a light breath, his face slightly pale. Clearly, that move had consumed quite a bit of his energy, but he ignored it. Now, in his hand was a golden crystal core, something usually very precious, but at this moment, it was merely a stone to him. With Shen Mutian not by his side, everything lost meaning for him. This person had taken all his joys and sorrows. All he knew now was that he must do one thing, quickly enhance his strength and reach level 10 as early as possible so he could save him. Thinking about Shen Mutian, Chu Shiryun's pupils warmed momentarily before reverting to their cold state once again. Chu Shiryun patted Hanyu under him and said, "Let's go." Clean up all the high-level zombies here. Daring not to hesitate, Hanyu flapped its wings and patrolled in the space. Under the collaboration of both master and pet, within a short day, all the high-level zombies in the urban area of City A were cleared out, leaving only those below level 3. Believing that it wouldn't take long for the army to send people to clear out the city, they would soon reclaim some of their land. After a day of intense activity, Chu Shuyun's consumption was rather large too. After dealing with the last 4th level zombie, he entered the space to rest. Feeling the faint spiritual energy passing through his body, Chu Shuyun relaxed a little. He first went back to the small house, took a shower, and roughly ate something. Thinking for a moment, he took some newly grown fruit, then came to the spirit spring pool. This time, Chu Shuyun chose a good spot, right near the pool outlet where Shenmutian leaned against. Having washed off the dust from his body, Chu Shuyun now sat next to Shenmutian with a mild and harmless expression on his face. Chu Shuyun, opening his round bright eyes wide, looked at Shenmutian leaning against the shore, his body covered with wounds. His face showed unrestrained sorrow, but quickly turned into a cheerful smile. Big brother sure, today I've taken care of all the zombies above level 4 in the city area. The remaining level 3 zombies will surely be dealt with by teacher and his team soon. I know you wouldn't want any high-level zombies threatening the base's safety, so I took care of them all alone. Praise me. And another thing, my powers have reached level 6 already, just a little more to reach level 7. Didn't expect that, did you? I'll surpass you soon. You'll be left behind again very soon. You don't know, zombies are afraid of me now. Am I not amazing? I've had enough food today, but it didn't taste good. I still prefer the meals you make. This is some freshly picked fruit, it's really sweet. But no one peels it for me, it's such a hassle. When you wake up, you'll be punished to peel fruits for me every day. The sky inside the space gradually grew darker, with countless stars crafted by alchemists hanging in the air. Chu Shuyun had talked for half a day, and no one responded to him, so his expression slowly softened. With a thought, a bed appeared beneath him. He lay on his side on the bed, looking at Shenmutian who hadn't moved since the space stopped. With a gentle voice, tinged with a hint of coquetry, he said, Big brother sure, I will break through to level 10 very soon, I promise I won't let you wait too long. I know how hard waiting is. Be a good boy, okay? I promise to avenge you before you wake up, no matter who it is, I will never forgive them. When Chu Shuyun said these words, his voice was soft, but his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. His self-talk gradually came to an end. Outside the spirit spring pool, a person lay on the bed, tightly curled on the side near the pool no matter how big the other side was. Inside the spirit spring pool, the man still had a pale face, and the water at the spring outlet hung in the air, unmoving. This night, 2 loving hearts were incredibly far apart, separated only by a thin layer of membrane, yet divided by 2 time spaces. Chapter 79, like a stagnant pool. The next day when Chu Shuyun woke up, he immediately saw Shenmutian in the pool. Although he wasn't in Shenmutian's arms, just being able to see him made Chu Shuyun couldn't help but smile. Chu Shuyun muttered for a while, stretched lazily, and then got up. Chu Shuyun decided to return to the base. To find the 2 people who had injured Shenmutian back then, relying solely on himself was impossible. Therefore, he decided to mobilize the base's resources to look for them. Unless those 2 had vanished into thin air, he couldn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find them. Chu Shuyun leaped from rooftop to rooftop. After a short while, he had covered some distance. He looked at Hanyu and asked, Can you print out the faces of those 2 people from that day? There was a printer in the space, but Chu Shuyun didn't have any photos. Although he could draw them, if Hanyu could print their faces on paper, it would save a lot of trouble. After hearing Chu Shuyun's question, Hanyu nodded repeatedly, It's possible. Imprinting their appearances isn't an issue. Hanyu was weeping internally. Heaven only knows how he had suffered these past few days, with his unreasonable master releasing cold air non-stop, he almost couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, as a device, imprinting what he'd seen wasn't difficult. Otherwise, he feared he might not live to see tonight's moon. Upon hearing Hanyu's reply, Chu Shuyun nodded contentedly. His quick steps grew even faster. For him now, traveling by car was slower than using his spatial power to move about, unless a vehicle powered by abilities was invented someday. Half an hour later, the swiftly moving Chu Shuyun paused for a moment and then stopped. He was now located between the outskirts and the midsection of the city. Although he had eliminated a large group of zombies yesterday, they were high-level ones. There were still countless low-level zombies around. In this time when most people were merely at level 2 or 3, this place was already very dangerous. However, right here, Chu Shuyun actually spotted someone he knew, and they were surrounded by zombies. If no one came to their rescue, it was likely that this group of people would die here. Chu Shuyun's usually indifferent face crinkled slightly, and then he changed direction, running towards the group of people. Shenmujia and Mu Sinan's groups had bumped into each other not long after setting out. Afterwards, the 2 groups decided to stick together. Their current situation was relatively good. Besides Lin Yanbai, Xiao Yin, Shenmujia, and Xing Yichen had all advanced to level 4. Although they looked somewhat disheveled, it was impossible to say that they were helpless. Shenmuja's expression darkened as he watched the increasing number of zombies. His face seemed ready to drip with water. This time, he hadn't brought too many people since everyone knew it was a perilous trip into the city center, most wouldn't make it back. So he only invited his confidants and provided them with a large amount of supplies. Even if they didn't return, the base would take care of their families. Of course, Shenmuja's subordinates were extremely loyal. Even without the supplies, they would have been willing to come along with Shenmuja into the city. Still, Shenmuja did not bring too many people, just 20 individuals, all above level 2, with most at level 3. Colonel, there are more and more zombies. This can't go on forever. Shenmuja's aide-de-camp said to him. Lin Yanhan closely followed behind Lin Yanbai, immediately using her abilities to heal anyone who got injured. Since ability users had a certain resistance to the zombie virus, combined with Lin Yanhan's light element abilities, the team had yet to suffer any casualties. Brother, what should we do? Lin Yanhan's face paled upon seeing the masses of zombies, even though she wasn't unfamiliar with them, they were just too many this time, sealing them off completely with no gaps. Lin Yanbai's face turned serious as he looked at Shenmuja and said, Colonel Shen, there are too many zombies. Let's focus on breaking through a specific area, escaping the encirclement before deciding our next steps. Shenmuja nodded, all right. He had never intended to die meaninglessly, so withdrawing first was the best choice. The 3 level 4 humans and 1 beast chose a place with both lower-ranked zombies and fewer numbers to break through. Roar! Xiao Yin charged ahead, roaring loudly, his huge and imposing body wreaking havoc among the zombies. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum appeared in the originally densely packed zombie horde. The 3 level 4 individuals guarded from the sides and the rear, protecting the lower-ranked members in the middle. Because of their coordination, the group quickly moved a considerable distance. Xiao Yin gradually became covered in decaying zombie flesh, while Shenmuja and others were also far from their best. Large sweat drops kept dripping down their foreheads, and their movements became sluggish. Even though they were using their abilities with one hand and absorbing crystal cores with the other, the replenishment rate ultimately couldn't keep up with the consumption rate. Lin Yanhan was the most exhausted. Whenever anyone was injured, she had to step forward. Now, her face was pale as she looked fearfully at Mu Sinan beside her. Brother Mu, are we going to? Lin Yanhan didn't finish her sentence, but everyone knew what she wanted to say. The expressions on everyone's faces became heavy. Although they all knew that there would be many zombies in the urban area, they hadn't expected there to be so many. What they didn't know was that this phenomenon was entirely due to Chu Shiryun's actions half a month ago, which drove the zombies out of the city center. Yesterday's hunt also sent some more zombies away. Don't overthink it. There are always more solutions than problems. Mu Sinan consoled quietly, it wasn't the right time for remarks that would hurt morale. Lin Yanhan belatedly realized that she might have said something wrong and looked at him guiltily. Mu Sinan didn't say anything, he just supported her as they followed behind the group. Ah! A cry of pain rang out, and Lin Yanhan immediately looked over. A soldier had been clawed by a zombie across his chest from his left breast down to his abdomen. Fangzi. Big brother Fang. Shen Muzan watched helplessly as it was his own adjutant who had been injured. Everyone around looked angrily at the zombies. The soldiers aimed their guns at the heads of the zombies, stopping the following zombies within 5 meters. Lin Yanhan staggered forward, placing her hands above adjutant Fang. His wounds began visibly healing almost instantly. However, Lin Yanhan's face grew paler and paler. Then with a thud, she collapsed onto the ground. By this point, Adjutant Fang's wound had only healed a third, and if it wasn't completely treated, it could result in severe injury or even infection with the zombie virus. Sister Han. Seeing Lin Yanhan fall, Lin Yanbai's cold demeanor finally cracked as he shouted anxiously. But what Lin Yanbai didn't notice was that a level 3 zombie he'd kept outside had seen his brief moment of distraction. With that, it leaped forward, its long sharp claws aimed directly at the back of Lin Yanbai's head. Big brother Lin, watch out. As Bai Qiaoxi saw the situation behind him, she panicked and shouted while shooting out vines from her hand, hoping to pull Lin Yanbai back. But it was too late. Bang! Under everyone's astonished gaze, the zombie attempting to ambush Lin Yanbai exploded into pieces and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, the surrounding zombies began disintegrating one after another, spreading outward like an infectious disease. Some more intelligent level 3 zombies quickly retreated, but the rest charged forward recklessly, disregarding any potential danger ahead, continuing undeterred. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, feeling as if it were surreal. Just moments ago, these zombies nearly took their lives, but now they simply shattered before their eyes. Even the earliest fallen zombies began slowly turning into dust. Chu Shiryun stood on a nearby tall building, watching as nearby zombies were annihilated while those far away slowly wandered without detecting any signs of living beings here. He then withdrew his hand. Even though his rank was high, he still couldn't use his ability infinitely. Such a powerful attack just now had drained at least a third of his abilities. Chu Shiryun jumped between several floors, soon appearing before everyone. When they saw Chu Shiryun, they instinctively raised their guard. But upon recognizing his familiar face, they all retracted their abilities. Sister-in-law. Young master. Yun Bao. Hearing their voices, Chu Shiyun gave no response, instead frowning and asking coldly, "Why did you come here? Don't you value your lives?" Initially, Lin Yanbai's group was happy to see Chu Shiyun. However, upon seeing the unfamiliar expression on Chu Shiyun's face, doubts crept in, wondering if perhaps they had mistaken someone else for Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyu, however, was different. As Chu Shiyun's elder brother, he naturally recognized that this person was indeed Chu Shiyun. Seeing Chu Shiyun's aloof and indifferent expression, he felt something was off. When Shen Mutian wasn't seen accompanying Chu Shiyun, an ominous premonition arose within him. He instinctively asked, "Younger brother, why hasn't third brother returned with you?" Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. The atmosphere turned silent as all eyes turned to Chu Shiyun, and no one dared to speak. Still, they all shared the same unspoken question, where was Shen Mutian? Chu Shiyun slowly turned his head towards Chu Shiyu and after a long silence, finally spoke, "Third brother is in a very safe place." Chu Shiyu looked at his usually precious younger brother's cold and gaunt face, as well as the dim and lifeless eyes, feeling a wave of panic and inexplicable heartache rise within him. Ignoring Chu Shiyun's indifferent expression, Shen Mush anxiously asked, "Yunbao, what are you talking about? Where's the third young master?" Although he normally acted like he disliked Shen Mutian, this was his own third younger brother, how could he not feel the pain? Chu Shiyu grabbed Shen Mush's hand, stopping him from asking further questions, and gave him a meaningful look towards Chu Shiyun's expression. After one glance, Shen Mush was also deeply startled, because Chu Shiyun's condition was all too familiar, exactly like when he had episodes as a child, but even worse than before. Back then, there was still some light in his eyes, now they were like stagnant water, unable to ripple even the slightest. Chapter 80, You Are All I Have. Chu Shiyu took up Shen Mush's words and said to Chu Shiyun, "Let's go home and talk about it." Chu Shiyun nodded lightly. He stepped towards Lin Yanhan and tossed a white level 5 crystal core in front of her. It was the only healing crystal core he obtained. Though it had differences compared to Lin Yanhan's natural light type ability, the healing ability was similar to one derived from the light type ability, so there wouldn't be much trouble for Lin Yanhan to absorb it. Mushi Nian, who was watching over Lin Yanhan, woke her up and let her absorb the crystal core. After Lin Yanhan recovered, she would treat Officer Fang. Sister-in-law. Lin Yanhan looked at Chu Shiyun with surprise, but upon seeing his cold gaze, she forcibly swallowed her words. Han Yu automatically grew larger and became Chu Shiyun's mount. At this moment, it didn't care whether or not others were afraid of it, its main focus was serving its master well. Chu Shiyun crossed his arms and closed his eyes as he sat atop Han Yu, quietly waiting for everyone else to recover. Shen Muzha gave Chu Shiyun a complicated glance before ordering his subordinates to collect the crystal cores. He didn't forget about those densely distributed cores scattered on the ground. As they eyed the crystal cores lying on the ground, everyone collected them with an attitude that seemed to question reality. Were their experiences too limited, or was Chu Shiyun simply too strong? With just one move, countless zombies were eliminated instantly. A cursory glance revealed at least 10,000 zombies reduced to powder. A few people like Mushi Nian stood by the side, unsure whether to approach Chu Shiyun or stay put where they were. It had only been half a month since they last saw him, yet they felt as if they no longer recognized the Chu Shiyun before them. Even if someone told them this wasn't Chu Shiyun, they might believe it. Though many wanted to step forward and inquire about Shen Mutian's situation, upon seeing Chu Shiyun's desolate eyes, they all hesitated. It took roughly 5 hours to gather tens of thousands of crystal cores. By the time they finished, the sky had already grown dark. Having no other choice, Shen Muzha had to find a place to spend the night and return to base tomorrow morning. Chu Shiyun offered no objection, only choosing a separate room and saying, "Don't bother me unless necessary," before walking in and shutting the door behind him. Everyone glanced at each other, and worry could clearly be seen on Chu Shiyun's face. After taking a deep breath, Shen Muzha turned around and instructed, "Rest here for now. If anyone wishes to explore other rooms, go in groups of 4. "Yes, Lieutenant General." Shen Muzha approached and gently patted Chu Shiyun's shoulder, "Let's go." He understood that Chu Shiyun's current condition was far from normal. Being able to communicate with them was already quite an accomplishment. If they asked about Shen Mutian's whereabouts, they'd likely be asked to leave. Still, his third younger brother might have encountered something disastrous. Shen Muzha closed his eyes in pain, masking the redness that appeared. When he opened his eyes again, aside from the reddened rims, no other emotions were visible on his face. A flicker of worry crossed Chu Shiyun's eyes, but remembering Chu Shiyun's stubborn personality, she nodded. Once inside the room, Chu Shiyun immediately entered the space. After fighting intensely in the morning, resting little, and eating nothing, he now felt both physically and mentally exhausted. Han Yu followed closely behind him until Chu Shiyun finished washing up, changed into a new set of clothes, and headed towards the spirit spring pool, then stopped. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chu Shiyun held a bowl of already prepared packaged sour spicy noodles. Chu Shiyun quietly stared at Shen Mutian for a while. Only after the noodles cooled down did he come back to himself, quickly devouring the noodles in a few bites. After finishing, he furrowed his brows in distaste, complaining to Shen Mutian, "They're so awful. Big brother, I want to eat your food." Pausing for a bit, he added, "I saw elder brother today. How foolish they were. They knew there were plenty of zombies downtown and still insisted on coming here. Fortunately, I spotted them, or else they'd all be feeding the zombies. After a long silence, Chu Shiyun lay on his side, his gaze sorrowful yet tender as he looked at Shin Mutian. Big brother, do you remember when I was 7 years old? You saw me being bullied by the Chu family. Despite how small you were yourself, you still declared you'd get justice for me. Back then, I thought you were so stupid. Even if teacher and the others had the power, what could you, a child, possibly do? But your look that day truly left a lasting impression on me for such a long time, as if you were an angel carrying holy light, descending to earth to save me. Sometimes, even things that don't concern me deeply, you still remembered vividly. You knew I disliked others getting close to you, so you refused every person who wanted to be friends with you. You remembered what I like and dislike, things that others thought were cheap, but you would beg for me. Mom was a gentle person, but she felt more guilt and compensation towards me and my brother. She wanted to make up for lost time with us while she still could, but my brother had already grown up, and as for me, I no longer needed it. My brother was such a busy person, he cared about me, but he couldn't abandon his career. Senior brother, am I pitiful? In the end, I got nothing, not even you could I protect. Am I so useless? You were the only one who truly cared for me wholeheartedly, without owing anyone anything, yet I couldn't even save you. Chu Shiyun lay on his side on the bed, looking at Shin Mutian, who was only 30 centimeters away, but he felt as though they were separated by time and space, never to meet again. Shin Mutian still couldn't give any response, and the air carried Chu Shiyun's faint sobs. Shinmuzha and others were ready to go. As Shinmuzha was about to knock on Chu Shiyun's door, the room where Shinmuzha and others rested was pushed open, revealing Chu Shiyun standing in the doorway. Seeing Chu Shiyun's sunken eyes and slightly swollen eyelids, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but feel heartache. He stepped forward, gently hugging Chu Shiyun, softly consoling him, "Don't be afraid, your brother is here." Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun slowly looked at him, nodded his head once, and then gave no further response. Chu Shiyun put aside his sorrowful mood and looked at Shinmuzha. "Big brother Shin, let's go." Shinmuzha nodded. In the end, Chu Shiyun did not join them in the car, but instead climbed onto Han Yu's back. If it were any other time, Xiaoyin would have surely quarreled over attention with Han Yu, but seeing Chu Shiyun unconsciously giving off cold air, Xiaoyin quietly stepped back. With Chu Shiyun joining them, the group quickly left the city. This made the people who came with Shinmuzha feel complex emotions. They didn't expect the trip to be so hard when coming but so easy when leaving. Knowing Chu Shiyun had left the previous day would have saved them much effort chasing after someone. Although it all seemed like a mix-up, no one complained since this mission was voluntary. Yet, they weren't entirely empty-handed. Although they experienced being surrounded by zombies and nearly dying, everything turned out fine in the end. The crystal cores collected lastly, Chu Shiyun shared them all with the group. He didn't take a single one for himself. Just this alone brought everyone immense joy. But looking at the somber atmosphere within their team, no one could genuinely be happy. The convoy headed toward the base, with the enlarged Han Yu taking the lead. Although mutated beasts weren't unusual anymore, a cat of such massive size was something new to everyone. So, when Chu Shiyun and his group moved toward the base, passing either those returning or departing for missions, the various groups curiously observed Han Yu. However, upon seeing the military vehicles following closely behind, they ceased their curiosity. When they entered the gate of the base, noticing Chu Shiyun radiating a cold aura, the guard hesitated to approach. Chu Shiyun didn't wait for the soldier to do anything but directly walked up to the machine. After ensuring there were no issues, he swiftly climbed back onto the cat, proceeding under everyone's watchful eyes. After Chu Shiyun left, his companion took a few steps forward and said exasperatedly, "He looks good, but are you really afraid to approach him?" The soldier looked embarrassed. "No, I just felt an overwhelming presence from him, making it impossible for me to step forward." Yes, the soldier used impossible rather than afraid. This strange phenomenon was something he had encountered for the first time. But seeing Professor Chu trailing behind and General Shen, it somehow didn't seem odd anymore. What the soldier didn't know was that what he sensed wasn't just perception, it was the pressure exerted by a stronger individual over weaker ones. Chu Shiyun had now become a level 6 psionic, and whenever he released his cold demeanor without containing it, those lower ranked would naturally bow to him. As soon as Chu Shiyun returned to the base, the first thing he did was return to the Shen household. He intended to place a reward for information on the whereabouts of those two men, and avenge senior brother Shen. When Chu Shiyun returned home, as expected, Shenlong and others were absent. Only Shen mother was present. Initially thrilled to see Chu Shiyun come back, Shen mother, intending to rush over and embrace him, stopped abruptly upon sensing the low-pressure aura emanating from Chu Shiyun. She remained standing, about a meter away from Chu Shiyun. But even so, her compassion for Chu Shiyun did not diminish. "Yun Bao. Where have you been these days? Why didn't you come home?" As she spoke, Mrs. Shen couldn't help but feel tears welling up in her eyes. However, Chu Shiyun merely glanced at her indifferently and replied solemnly, "There was an unexpected incident." Seeing the drastic change in Chu Shiyun's demeanor, Mrs. Shen began to sense that something was amiss. She realized that she hadn't seen her youngest son come back, who usually was inseparable from Chu Shiyun. Now, he wasn't there, giving her a foreboding sense of unease. She forced a grim smile and hesitantly asked, Yun Bao. Where is that third brother of yours? Why hasn't he returned with you? At the mention of the third brother, Chu Shiyun's eyes flickered for a moment before raising his head and earnestly responding to Mrs. Shen, senior brother is in a safe place and won't be returning in the near future. Hearing Chu Shiyun's response, Mrs. Shen's smile froze on her face, her expression became distant and unsteady. Chu Shiyun quickly moved forward to steady her and helped her sit down. Sitting on the sofa, Mrs. Shen looked at Chu Shiyun, whose countenance remained calm and composed, leaving her at a loss for words. Though she should trust Chu Shiyun, his demeanor seemed too strange, filling her heart with immense unrest. After hesitating for a while, she asked a few more questions, but Chu Shiyun refused to answer them, forcing Mrs. Shen to eventually give up. When Chu Shiyun returned, someone had already gone to notify Shenlan and others in the military department. Not long after Chu Shiyun arrived back, they rushed over from the military department as well. Looking at Chu Shiyun sitting on the couch, emanating an aura of loneliness, Shenlan appeared 10 years older. But still, he wanted to ask himself. Otherwise, he couldn't accept it. Chapter 81, The Truth Behind. Shenlan managed to steady herself and led her children to Chu Shiyun's side. After a long while, she looked at Chu Shiyun and asked seriously, Shiyun, I hope you can tell me how the third one is doing. Chu Shiyun lifted his eyelids, revealing that dim look in his eyes, and gave a self-deprecating smile. Just this glance chilled everyone like cold water splashed on them. Shenlan felt as if all her strength had drained away, leaving her eyes vacant. Shen Muyu, who had just returned, cried with red eyes. Han Yu observed the somber atmosphere in the living room, then looked at Chu Shiyun who clearly didn't want to reopen the wound by speaking, and helplessly shook his head, taking a step forward. Shen Mutian has suffered serious injuries and is recuperating in my space. It will take more than a year or a half for him to recover fully, but otherwise, there's no major issue. You don't need to worry too much. Hearing Han Yu's words, everyone was stunned, unable to process what they'd heard. What did these words mean? Did it mean their child/brother wasn't dead? Did it mean they could still see their loved ones? Shenlan, with reddened eyes, looked between Han Yu and Chu Shiyun, asking, what exactly happened? Chu Shiyun didn't answer her question but instead pulled out two A4 papers. Han Yu could see that these were the faces of the two men Chu Shiyun had printed, the ones who injured Shen Mutian. Chu Shiyun handed the two sheets of paper to Shenlan and said solemnly, Uncle, I want to offer a reward throughout the entire base for these two people. If anyone knows their whereabouts, and if the information is accurate, I'll give them 105 level crystal cores. Startled, everyone stared at Chu Shiyun as if trying to gauge whether he was joking. 105 level crystal cores, what did that mean? There weren't even any 5th level abilities users in the current base. Shenlan and the others were sure that when this news got out, there would be a wave of searching within the base. Shenlan didn't ask further about Shen Mutian's condition but looked gravely at Chu Shiyun, you're not joking. Chu Shiyun's face was resolute, his eyes carrying an undercurrent of madness. No, I must find these two. Looking at Chu Shiyun's expression, everyone more or less guessed that these two must be related to Shen Mutian being critically injured. Seeing Chu Shiyun's determination, Shenlan nodded, alright, I'll have the Psi Energy Users Association register this task. After pausing for a moment, Shenlan added, looking at Chu Shiyun who hadn't spoken after saying that earlier statement, do whatever you need to do. The Shen family will support you. These words essentially meant Chu Shiyun could use the full resources of the entire base. Chu Shiyun nodded slightly, didn't wish to say anything more, stood up, and went upstairs, returning to the place where Shen Mutian had lived for 20 years. Those remaining in the living room sat quietly, silent for a long time. Eventually, Shenlan picked up the two pieces of paper on the coffee table. When she saw one of the portraits, her eyes widened, how could this be? Confused, Shenmue stepped closer, Father, what's wrong? Shenlan passed the piece of paper to Shenmue's. As soon as Muse took a look at the portrait of Bai Changchen, his expression mirrored Shenlan's perfectly. Shenmue's face turned bright red in anger. Had he not restrained himself, he might have torn those papers apart. The rest of the people exchanged looks with each other, wondering what these two had seen that made them react so strongly. Clutching his fist tightly, Shenlan slammed the armrest beside him, his expression heavy. Capital Base is really bullying us here in City A. Shenmue, watching the cryptic behavior of both individuals, wiped away her tears and asked, Dad, big brother, what are you talking about? It was no surprise Chu Shiyun and the others didn't recognize the person in the portrait. Bai Changchen's identity was known only to a few high-ranking officials. Shenlan, suppressing his anger, said, one of the individuals in this picture is the son of the premier, Bai Changchen. If it truly was they who harmed my son. Though Shenlan didn't finish his sentence, everyone else understood the implied meaning. In short, once it was confirmed that this incident was indeed orchestrated by Bai Changchen, no matter what, Shenlan would absolutely not let him off easily. Han Yu, who stayed behind, kindly reminded the indignant Shen family of a detail Chu Shiyun hadn't yet mentioned. Even though you want revenge, both of these individuals are level 8 ability users. They won't be easy to deal with. What? Shenlan's complexion, already grim, darkened further. In their own base, there weren't even any 5th level ability users, yet capital base already had 8th level users, and worse yet, one of them had injured his child. After thinking it over, he struck the armrest hard again. So what? He made the first move against my son, and anyone who attacks should be prepared for our retaliation. Shinmuja and Shinmuru, the two siblings, nodded in agreement. Their family would never tolerate being bullied. Hanyu looked at their united front and approvingly nodded. Shinmutian had such a supportive family, how fortunate. The one with the delicate features is an 8th level mental series ability user, while the other is a metal series ability user, extremely powerful. If anyone spots them, do not act rashly, remember to come back and inform us. Hanyu earnestly reminded them, his face serious. Shenlong nodded, clearly taking Hanyu's words to heart. Afterward, Shenlong asked Hanyu some details, learning how his son had been harmed. Of course, Hanyu only shared things that were less critical, omitting that Shinmutian's injuries could only be healed when Chu Shiryun reached level 10, or that his heart was gravely injured. Before leaving, Hanyu took out a pile of crystal cores below level 5 for everyone to use in their cultivation. Only by enhancing their strength could they seek revenge effectively. Later, Hanyu visited the lakeside villa again, telling them about the incident half a month ago. Upon hearing this news, Mu Sinan and the rest were deeply grieved. Since the start of the post-apocalypse era, they had been together, never imagining that Shen, who had always protected them most and possessed the greatest strength, would meet such a fate. They mourned for a long time. Hanyu didn't care much about their feelings, leaving behind some crystal cores before returning to the Shen residence. Chu Shiryun had already entered the space, and after Hanyu returned to the space himself, his first action was to find Chu Shiryun and tell him the news relayed by Shenlong. Chu Shiryun, who had been practicing spatial techniques, lost control of his abilities upon hearing this news, causing a distant mountain to explode. The gloom in Chu Shiryun's originally dim eyes deepened, his face full of ferocity. Excellent, so the capital base thinks I won't dare to touch them just because they're in the capital. Behind Chu Shiryun's voice lay suppressed anger. He didn't know what he had done to make these two hate him so much, but they had crossed the line by hurting his beloved. This was his forbidden scale, whoever touched it would die. Hanyu watched Chu Shiryun's fierce expression, hesitating before advising, Master, although you are capable and I have some confidence against them, we don't know if the capital base has just these two 8th level ability users. What if more reinforcements appear? We'd have little chance of winning. Moreover, the capital base is their territory. Even if they can't take our lives, killing those two men won't be easy. Chu Shiryun reined in his rage, calmly nodding, I understand. I'll prepare properly before seeking them out. He wasn't foolish and naturally knew the importance of Hanyu's words. He was merely a 6th level ability user, not even reaching the 7th level yet. What qualification did he have to challenge another 8th level ability user? The last time he managed to injure them was thanks to the help of an artisan of alchemy. Without the golden light from those artifacts, he might have perished on the spot. Since absorbing the crystal cores hadn't worked, he'd have no choice but to fight. That was the fastest way he could think of to boost his strength. Before that, he still needed to resolve certain issues. Chu Shiryun thought of Yusu, the man who had killed him in his previous life, his face filled with killing intent. Seeing that Chu Shiryun had listened to his advice, Hanyu found a place to rest. Both the man and the device rested for 3 days before stepping out. During these 3 days, Shenlong and the others wanted to find Chu Shiryun but went to his room and saw no one, nearly driving them crazy in worry. They were almost ready to dig up the ground to search. After breakfast, Chu Shiryun turned to Shenlong, who had been waiting for him for a long time, asking, Teacher, is there something you need? Shenlong nodded and relayed some information about Bai Changchen to him. Chu Shiryun indicated he had understood and then asked, is the 4th level ability user under Lin Jun from before still around? Hearing Chu Shiryun's question, Shenlong felt curious, not understanding why Chu Shiryun wanted to know about Yusu's whereabouts, but still nodded and answered carefully, he's detained in the military department. If you want to see him, I can have the leader take you there. With his busy schedule, Shenlong could only send Shenmuja to escort Chu Shiryun. Chu Shiryun had no complaints and softly agreed, all right. Then the 3 of them set off together. Arriving at the military department building, the 3 split up, with Chu Shiryun following Shenmuja to the prison. There was originally no jail here, but it was built to manage unruly ability users and incarcerate officials guilty of offenses, thus establishing the military prison. 2 third-level ability users were guarding Yusu. Chu Shiryun looked at the person before him, whose current state was a far cry from the proud and confident figure of half a month ago. Now he was utterly disheveled and filthy. Chu Shiryun turned to Shenmuja and said, Big brother, I have something to discuss with him. You guys go out first. Shenmuja hesitated, opening his mouth slightly. But seeing Chu Shiryun's unusually determined look, he eventually complied, signaling the 2 guards on duty before walking out himself. Since Yusu was a 4th level ability user, the military department had been very cautious about imprisoning him. Even though Shenmutian's ability restrained him, they still remained vigilant and placed him in the furthest section of the jail. There was no one else around here except Yusu and his guards. Chu Shiryun looked down on the man who had caused him endless suffering in his past life, feeling no resentment, only regret. It was this kind of filth that had killed him in his previous life. He truly had been foolish. Looking up and seeing Chu Shiryun's cold expression, Yusu mocked sarcastically, "Oh, our dear protagonist finds the time to come visit me?" Hearing Yusu's words, Chu Shiryun was confused. But he felt that behind them lay the truth as to why Yusu had killed him in his previous life, and the reason why those two men hated him so much. Chapter 82, The World in the Book. Ignoring Yusu's sarcastic expression, Chu Shiryun asked, "Why did you come to the base?" Yusu snickered, "Could be for anything, of course, it's to find a good patron. Who doesn't know that the Hope Base is a great place?" Chu Shiryun disregarded his words and spoke again, "I will give you one last chance." Seeing Chu Shiryun as aloof, certain that he would definitely speak up, Yusu's face filled with rage in an instant. Once again, this attitude of looking down on everyone, this high and mighty manner, all because he is the protagonist, so everyone must love him, respect him, and defer to him. Why? Furious, Yusu spat out, "If I don't want to tell you, what can you do about it? Do you think because you are the main character, people must let you have your way?" Ah! Suddenly, Yusu collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, letting out a painful scream. Chu Shiryun coldly watched him. "Since you won't speak, then I'll just take a look myself." Ignoring Yusu's pale complexion, Chu Shiryun's powerful spiritual energy directly entered Yusu's mind, forcibly intruding and making Yusu feel as if needles were pricking his brain, making life unbearable. Half an hour later, Chu Shiryun left the dungeon with a sullen expression. Yusu lay on the ground, his life or death unknown. By the time Shinmuzha received the message, Chu Shiryun had already returned. In Shinmutian's room at the Shin family residence, Han Yusu trembled and cowered next to Chu Shiryun. Watching Chu Shiryun sitting in a chair, suppressing his anger, she didn't dare to interrupt. The reason Chu Shiryun's face was so grim was because of what he saw in Yusu's memories. He realized that the world he lived in was a book, and this Yusu wasn't the person from his previous life who killed him. Instead, this Yusu was the reader of the book, transforming into Yusu 3 days after the apocalypse began. The person he saw in the library before was the transformed version of Yusu. Based on what Chu Shiryun saw in Yusu's memories, he himself was the supporting male lead of this world, while Master Brother was the main male lead. However, the storyline of the book wasn't exactly what he was experiencing in this lifetime. In the beginning, he hadn't unlocked the spatial ability. He fled to the library, got beaten and humiliated by others. It was only when he was close to dying that Master Brother appeared. That was supposed to be how the plot unfolded. Later, they endured hardships and returned to City A. The incidents in the village in the book were opposite to those in this lifetime, as he hadn't awakened his psychic abilities or made a contract with Xiao Yin. They encountered a fierce battle, during which Master Brother was injured while protecting him. His real awakening of spatial powers occurred when they met a level 4 zombie at the gas station. When Master Brother was overwhelmed and nearly killed, he timely activated his space binding, saving Muse Nian and others who went along with them. In the book, he also couldn't absorb crystal cores. To grow stronger, he often went with Master Brother to kill zombies. Another major battle happened while they were on their way to Countian. They almost perished entirely but were saved just in time by Han Yusu. Afterward, they faced continuous zombie attacks. Finally, they managed to resolve the zombie issue and gathered food supplies from Countian. They didn't head straight to the city either, instead, they collected materials from the city only after reaching level 6 in their abilities. In the story, they encountered a level 7 gold-based zombie but returned safely to the base without much trouble. There was no incident like this lifetime where they were hunted by an 8th level psionic user. Later, after he handed over the spirit spring water to his brother, within half a year, the second year of the apocalypse, his brother developed the zombie vaccine. To quickly end the apocalypse, he and Master Brother took teams around to exterminate zombies. One day, passing through a large base, during their rest there, they discovered the conspiracy between the commander of the base and the president of the psychics due to strange disappearances within their team. This base was capturing psionics for experimentation, attempting to create an army of mutated humans. So-called mutates originated from psychic individuals whose potential was being tapped, allowing them to become invincible at the same level but lacked consciousness and drastically shortened lifespans. He and Master Brother killed the so-called base commander and the president of psychics. When Chu Shiryun read the description of the psychic president, his expression turned immediately somber. According to the book, the psychic president had a gentle yet beautiful appearance and was a powerful mental energy user. This reminded him of the effeminate man from earlier. An 8th level psionic user, killing them without provocation. If this person had been reborn just like him, the situation became crystal clear. However, Chu Shiryun didn't think that the people in the book had done anything wrong. If Tang Anyan hadn't captured psi-energies and harmed innocents, with the delusion of using them to create an army of mutants, he and his Master Brother might not have killed them. Chu Shiryun immediately connected the experiences from both of his lifetimes with the content of the book. In his previous life, the reason he was captured was entirely because of the so-called prophetic psi-energy user. Chu Shiryun suspected this person was either a time traveler or a reborn soul. And it seemed clear to him that they also had godlike vision, allowing them to save him early on, bringing him back to the base for research and torment. In this life, Tang Anyan was a reborn soul, which allowed him to use his precognitive abilities to elevate his own psi powers to the unmatched 8th level. Moreover, Yu Su had foreknowledge about the presence of the Min Kong bracelet and attempted to gain his trust in order to acquire the space powers, but when this failed, Yu Su resorted to killing to seize it. Having obtained Yu Su's memories, Chu Shiyun quickly sorted out the relationships between these events. After a long pause, Chu Shiyun silently covered his face with his hand, but Han Yu could sense his fatigue within. Thinking about everything he had learned, Chu Shiyun felt bitter and helpless, all because of the reborn people who caused him such pain in both of his lives. He was constantly being sought out for revenge, coveted for his space powers, coveted for his own abilities. At this moment, Chu Shiyun missed Shen Mutian more than ever. Acting upon it, he directly entered the space and wearily curled up on the bed, gazing at Shen Mutian in the pool. Master brother. Looking at the figure in the pool, Chu Shiyun suddenly felt some relief, grateful that heaven had been kind to him. Though in his previous life, he was killed by either a time traveler or a reborn person, he now had another chance to be reborn. And in this life, though their two people were attacked, they still had a glimmer of hope. Tiredness took over as Chu Shiyun fell asleep. The revelations of today greatly affected him and added to his mental stress. When Chu Shiyun woke up the next day, his state had already adjusted. He realized clearly that time travelers and reborn souls were no match for real strength. As long as one had power in hand, any conspiracy or trickery would fail. Now he had already dealt with one time traveler, as for the remaining reborn soul, Chu Shiyun would absolutely not let him go. Chu Shiyun got up, washed up, spoke with Shen Mutian for a while, then left the space. The research on the zombie vaccine was still ongoing, and cultivating grains was part of the plan. With Chu Shiyun's spiritual spring water, he wasn't worried about Shenlong and others failing to perform well. Chu Shiyun placed some ingredients down before heading out. He intended to check on Mo Nian and the others. Seeing Chu Shiyun's cold yet spirited demeanor, Han Yu sighed in relief. Compared to seeing him half dead, Han Yu preferred Chu Shiyun like this, keeping busy, helping him get out of sorrow, and quickly enhancing his psi levels. Chu Shiyun rode Han Yu, letting it take him along the riverbank towards the villa. Although the villa had transferred from Shen Niani to them, Chu Shiyun rarely visited it. The only time was last time when he moved there with Shen Mutian. However, since Shen Mutian was currently not around, there was no need for him to stay there. During their move, he only took some items, leaving the rest at the Shen residence. As Chu Shiyun arrived, Xiao Yin, feeling bored, lazily lay by the door guarding it. Upon spotting Chu Shiyun, Xiao Yin quickly stood up and ran toward him. Despite Xiao Yin finding Chu Shiyun rather cold and terrifying yesterday, he was still its owner, and naturally, Xiao Yin missed him very much. Seeing Xiao Yin run to him, Chu Shiyun just lightly patted it. Let's go. One human, one device, and one beast walked into the villa. Since everyone knew Chu Shiyun had returned, they all stayed home waiting for him, unsure whether he might come looking for them. Fortunately, they waited successfully. Previously, Lin Yanhan and Mo Yudong admired Chu Shiyun the most, and their personalities were quite lively. Naturally, they were the first to speak, sister-in-law. Chu Shiyun gave a slight nod. Seeing everyone here, satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Lin Yanbai looked at Chu Shiyun's cold face without concern and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you awake and have your psi abilities awakened?" Consciously, Lin Yanbai avoided asking questions that would hurt Chu Shiyun, focusing instead on his psi powers. This was something they had agreed upon beforehand, not to mention Shen Mutian. Chu Shiyun nodded slightly. Yes, spatial psi energy. Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's response, everyone felt somewhat skeptical, especially Mo Nian, who remembered some strange actions by Chu Shiyun and Han Yu during their journey. Gradually, he began to understand. Lin Yanhan, with a look of admiration, asked, "Sister-in-law, you're really amazing. What level is your psi energy at now?" Chu Shiyun replied, 7. SSS. The group gasped in shock. While they had expected Chu Shiyun's level to be high, they hadn't anticipated it would reach the 7th level. Chu Shiyun's original psi level had been at peak 6th level. After he killed thousands of zombies and saved Shenmuzha and the others, it wasn't long before he broke through the barrier, smoothly advancing to the 7th level. Ignoring their reactions, Chu Shiyun waved his hand, and a large pile of crystal cores appeared on the empty coffee table. These crystal cores are suitable for all of you. Enhance your levels as soon as possible. Yes. Though astonished by the quality of these crystal cores, better even than what Han Yu had given them yesterday, no one dared to disregard Chu Shiyun's order. Moreover, the crystal cores were diverse and clearly suited for improving their ranks. Chapter 83, The one who got hurt was your sister. How has the past month been? Chu Shiyun looked at the restless group and asked. Now that Shen Mutian was severely injured, the tasks that should have been his to do would now be taken over by Chu Shiyun one by one. After exchanging glances, Mu Sinan began, after you left the base, we would look for missions every day. Our team received an SSS-class mission because Han Yu returned and reported the situation in County, so the mission was cancelled, and no points were deducted from our group. General Shen took good care of us, and no one at the base dared to give us a hard time. Yu Yang's family has also been found and is now in the back courtyard. Upon hearing Mu Sinan's account, Chu Shiyun nodded to indicate he understood. He was pleased to see that there had been no reduction in team members, showing that everyone knew their own capabilities and acted accordingly. Not like him, foolish beyond compare, who thought himself superior due to spatial abilities and didn't value others, causing harm to the one he loved. There was a fleeting moment of sadness in Chu Shiryun's eyes before he returned to normal and looked at the levels of the group. Their abilities had significantly improved. Currently, all the team members' powers were above level 3, with Lin Yanbai nearing a breakthrough to level 5. Mo Yuyang looked at Chu Shiryun's aloof face and said gratefully, "Sister-in-law, thank you for helping me find my family." Seeing his strange demeanor, Chu Shiryun was slightly confused. What happened? Before Mo Yuyang could speak, Lin Yanhan explained with anger on her face, "The relatives of Yu Yang's family are all top-notch people. When we first found Yu Yang's family, they weren't in great shape. If we hadn't arrived quickly, Yu Yang's sister would have been sold, Before she finished, Lin Yanhan was covered mouth by Lin Yanbai. Lin Yanbai was drenched in sweat, thinking how truly foolish his younger sister was. Should she be the one saying such things? Regardless of how bad the Mo family might be, they were still Mo Yuyang's relatives. It wasn't appropriate for an outsider like her to be the one speaking up. Mo Yuyang, seeing Lin Yanhan held by Lin Yanbai, said tensely and somewhat awkwardly, "Brother Lin, you don't need to be like this. What Yanhan said isn't false, it's true that they were not kind first." By the end of his words, Mo Yuyang's face darkened. Looking at Mo Yuyang, who usually appeared cheerful, now wearing an angry expression, Chu Shiryun felt it was extremely unusual. Leaning his elbow against the armrest, supporting his chin with his hand, Chu Shiryun asked casually, "So, what exactly happened?" Mo Yuyang began to recount the events slowly. Back then, some relatives of Mo Yuyang's family took advantage of their proximity to the Hope base and came to the base when the army was looking for survivors. But at the time, most of them were ordinary people with minimal supplies. Prior to the apocalypse, they lived comfortably off the dividends from Mo Yuyang's company each month. Once the apocalypse hit, they couldn't bear the change. At first, those who acted arrogantly were beaten half to death, but later they became smarter, though they remained lazy and unproductive. Even though the base offered some work, they refused it, choosing instead to stay idle. Mo Yuyang's parents and sister had to work hard to support the large extended family of over 10 people. Later, Mo Yuyang's sister, Mo Yuding, awakened water elemental abilities and managed to exchange resources by supplying water to the base, improving the family's situation somewhat. But it wasn't much better, as the Mo family's relatives grew increasingly greedy, especially Mo's grandmother, who was unreliable and favored boys over girls. She wasn't particularly nice to Mo Yuding, even though the entire family's resources were obtained through Mo Yuding's hard work. Later, the leader of an ability group set his sights on Mo Yuding, proposing a deal to the Mo family. If they handed over Mo Yuding, they would receive 100 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of meat, and 10 level 1 crystals. Surprisingly, the Mo family agreed. Relatives tied up Mo Yuyang's parents, drugged Mo Yuding with mind-controlling drugs, and it wouldn't have ended well if Mo Yuyang hadn't intervened early enough. Chu Shiryun felt somewhat astonished after hearing this. Would they really believe these things could simply exchange for a water elemental? He remembered that a 0-level water elemental earns 2 pounds of rice per day and a 0-level crystal. A level 1 water elemental earns 5 pounds of rice plus 5 0-level crystals. Are the Mo family pigs? Chu Shiryun frowned as he finished listening. After finishing, Chu Shiryun turned to Mo Yuyang, "And you just brought your family here, without giving those people a lesson." Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat embarrassed. Mo Yuyang did beat up his uncle and cousins, but when his grandmother saw this, she scolded him for being unfilial, making a scene and rolling around on the ground, leaving him helpless. The others, seeing it wasn't their family matter, hesitated to get involved. Acting recklessly might have affected their team spirit, so they largely ignored the matter. Observing everyone's reactions, though Chu Shiryun felt disdain, he knew that if it were his master's brother seeing this scene, he wouldn't stand idly by. Thinking of that person, a trace of warmth flickered in Chu Shiryun's eyes. Perhaps influenced by his family, Shen Mutian was overly kind-hearted at times, but Chu Shiryun liked such a Shen Mutian. Chu Shiryun redirected his attention to Mo Yuyang. "So, what happened next?" "It's fine here at the villa, they don't know the address. But when I go on missions, they always stop me, saying I'm unfilial and not taking care of them." Because of this, he hadn't gone on any missions for quite some time, just staying home while others went out. Lin Yanhan added quietly from the side, "When we took Mr. and Mrs. Mo away, we already gave them a large amount of supplies. And we agreed to regularly provide grandmother Mo with supplies. If they weren't Yu Yang's family, and considering what they've done to Yu Ting, we wouldn't have let them off so easily. And the supplies that Yu Yang gives grandmother Mo every month are enough for her own consumption. Unfortunately, because of her freeloading son and overprotective mother-in-law, a month's worth of food doesn't last more than a few days." Thinking about those people, disdain flickered in Lin Yanhan's eyes. Listening to these two, Chu Shiryun lightly tapped the wooden armrest with his free hand, startling everyone. They didn't know why, but they all particularly feared Chu Shiryun now. "So, they wanted to sell your sister, but since you intervened on time, nothing happened, yet you maintained the appearance of filial piety and continued providing them with supplies as if nothing had happened, right?" Hearing Chu Shiryun's blunt words, Mo Yuyang turned red in the face with embarrassment. Lin Yanhan, unable to bear it, said, "Sister-in-law, it's not entirely his fault. It's mainly because Uncle Mo and Aunt Mo can't bear to see Grandmother Mo suffer even at her age. Chu Shiyun shook his head lightly, uttering a dismissive sentence. No, it's not kindness, it's foolish filial piety. Mo Yuyang lowered his head even further, afraid to meet Chu Shiyun's gaze. I don't care what you do, as long as it doesn't affect your own strength improvement. The group of ability users was whom Chu Shiyun intended to take to the capital base, and their power absolutely couldn't be low. So, regardless of what they did, as long as it didn't affect their personal strength enhancement, he wouldn't interfere. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Chu Shiyun, satisfied, nodded, then immediately stood up and left with Han Yu. Before leaving, he left one final statement: this matter isn't a grievance against you, or your parents, or your grandmother, it's against your sister. Stunned, everyone looked up, watching Chu Shiyun's retreating back. Mo Yuyang, meanwhile, remained dumbfounded. He recalled how, after that incident, even though he beat up his uncle's group at the time, for his younger sister, Mo Yuding, the damage to a girl couldn't be healed so quickly. He remembered that ever since then, though his sister hadn't deliberately distanced herself, she wasn't as intimate as before, which caused him deep regret. With a swift motion, Mo Yuyang stood up. All eyes turned toward him, but he paid no attention, heading straight to the back courtyard. There was understanding in a few people's eyes. Mo Yuyang must have gone to talk to his sister. After leaving the Riverside Villa, Chu Shiyun headed to the Ability User Association, marking the second time he came here. It was as lively as usual. Nowadays, third-level ability users were relatively common, and there were also many fourth-level users, but fifth-level ones were still non-existent. Chu Shiyun casually picked a window and waited in line, holding Han Yu in his arms. Han Yu usually enjoyed being held by Chu Shiyun, but this time, something strange felt off, like at any moment, an insane person might appear to slaughter him. Big brother, that kitty is so cute. I want it. Fine, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Chu Shiyun released his spiritual power outward, noticing a pure-looking young woman pointing at Han Yu in his arms and whining to a man. The next moment, the pair walked over to him. At the front was a bearded man, with his hand resting on the waist of the innocent-looking woman. As people queued nearby noticed the two approaching, they all made way. The bearded man sized Chu Shiyun up, noticing his clean clothes and healthy complexion, adopting a somewhat friendly tone. Excuse me, friend, my partner has taken a liking to your cat. Would you consider giving it up? Don't be fooled by the man's bearded face, he spoke in fairly elegant terms. Chu Shiyun raised his eyelids and gave the man a glance, then coldly spat out two words: no way. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. The man's smile froze instantly. Considering his well-known status within the Ability User Association, when had he ever failed to achieve what he wanted? At this moment, the seemingly pure woman also started to pester him. Brother, I want it. The bearded man looked at the woman in his arms, then once again turned his gaze to Chu Shiyun, but now his tone was less friendly. Kid, I'll give you one last chance, hand over your cat to me. This time, Chu Shiyun completely ignored the man. Excellent, just you wait. For the first time being so publicly disrespected, the bearded man stormed off after throwing a menacing glare at Chu Shiyun, taking the woman with him. Judging by his expression, it seemed unlikely that he would let Chu Shiyun off easily for causing him such humiliation. Seeing that Chu Shiyun had offended the bearded man, the others in the hall distanced themselves from him, fearing entanglement. Last time someone didn't give leader Zhu face like this, they died while on an external mission, right? And the one before that? Either their family members ended up dead or sold into the red light district. TSK. This one probably won't escape either. Who wouldn't if they angered the 7th-ranked ability group? Amidst the murmurs of the hall, Chu Shiyun showed no reaction, quickly reaching the front of the line. He directly claimed the SSS level mission hanging prominently on the display screen. By sheer coincidence, the attendant registering missions was the same one as before. She awkwardly smiled and said, Mr. Chu, shall I call the president for you? I don't have the authority. Though Mu's Nian's group had been doing tasks recently, they still weren't yet qualified to take on S-level missions, let alone SSS level ones. Seeing the genuine concern on the attendant's face, Chu Shiyun could only nod. Next, Chu Shiyun once again arrived at the second-floor reception room. The former vice president, now full-fledged president, looked at Chu Shiyun with obvious embarrassment. Although the in-county task was cancelled due to Shenlan's arrangements, Chu Shiyun was still technically considered not to have completed the assignment. So now, seeing Chu Shiyun request another SSS-level mission made it hard for even the president to keep his composure. Mr. Chu, you should know that this kind of mission isn't easy to claim. Chu Shiyun cut him off mid-sentence. I know, just bring the person who issued the task here, that's all. After saying this, he revealed a large piece of medical equipment. The president's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets upon seeing the sudden appearance of the device. Chu Shiyun looked at the president and spoke in a light, indifferent tone, now, can I proceed? The president nodded repeatedly, yes. I'll go find the person who issued this task immediately for you. Saying this, the president ran off excitedly. Chapter 84, isn't Chu Shiyun their precious one already? By the time the president returned with his entourage, he saw Chu Shiyun sitting on the couch, supporting his head with his hand, playing with two smooth, round beads about the size of an infant's fist. When he noticed them coming in, Chu Shiyun immediately put the things away. As Chu Shiyun and Chu Shiying exchanged glances, both of them fell silent. Chu Shiying had heard the president mention that someone had completed a task published by their institute and decided to come himself since he was free anyway. Little did he know that the person who had completed this task was none other than his younger brother, who had been missing for half a month and just returned yesterday. And Chu Shiyun hadn't expected that the institute would directly publish the task, he assumed it was released through the military department. If he'd known, he could have just shown the equipment directly to his elder brother. Thus, the two brothers remained silently staring at each other. The president, observing the strange atmosphere between the two, thought to himself, how odd. These two brothers look like strangers now, so awkward. Helplessly, the president broke the silence with an awkward smile. Dean Chu, young Master Chu, don't you need to go over the task? Chu Shiying blinked and after snapping back to reality, said directly, it's unnecessary. I trust my brother to do good work, just help him finish registering the task. The president nodded continuously, sure thing, thanks for your visit. Chu Shiying replied, no trouble. Thinking for a moment, the president asked, young Master Chu, do you want the points from this task credited to yourself or the Espers team? Chu Shiyun hesitated, furrowing his brows while looking at the president. The president felt as if Chu Shiyun was giving him a glare meant for a fool but dared not say anything, merely smiling awkwardly. Chu Shiyun retorted, is it possible for individuals to accept tasks from the Esper Association? The president blinked again, no, they can't. Huh. The president finally seemed to understand why Chu Shiyun looked at him that way. Wasn't this someone who usually acted independently, leading me to think he was trying to be different? Muttering inwardly, yet maintaining a respectful demeanor, he said, I'll have someone assign those points to the Hope Espers team right away. Chu Shiyun nodded and followed Chu Shiying out. So when the two left, something mysterious happened within the Esper Association. An SSS-class medical equipment acquisition task hung on the task board without anyone claiming it, but it was somehow marked as complete. And there were 5 bold words written behind it, indicating that this task was accomplished by the Hope Espers team. In the car heading to the institute, Chu Shiying drove while occasionally looking at his younger brother seated next to him in the passenger seat. However, no matter how he tried to engage him, Chu Shiyun remained quiet, leaving Chu Shiying sighing helplessly. Won't you say something? Chu Shiyun glanced at him briefly and then fixed his eyes forward, there's nothing to say. Seeing Chu Shiyun so aloof, Chu Shiying's eyes softened with sympathy, little brother, I know you've always been independent since childhood, but, there's still your big brother here. You don't have to carry all the pressure on your own shoulders, remember, you're never alone. We're right behind you. Chu Shiyun stayed silent for a while before faintly nodding, acknowledging what his brother had said, Ah. Chu Shiying sighed again and fell silent. He thought his younger brother was about to continue being cold and distant when unexpectedly Chu Shiyun asked, how's the water I gave you? Any progress in the research? Once the topic shifted to this, Chu Shiying lit up, I wanted to tell you this actually. Where did you get this stuff? It's really amazing. We've made some breakthroughs in the research, and I believe it won't be long before we successfully develop the zombie vaccine. Chu Shiyun nodded, that's good. What about food? Following your instructions, we diluted that water and irrigated it onto the soil, planting crops afterward. The results are significant. The first batch of seed sown has already grown. I have something to say to you. For now, I won't be able to provide that water anymore. Chu Shiying responded with a simple, What? What? Chu Shiying was absolutely astounded, slamming on the brakes suddenly and twisting around to stare at Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyun, having anticipated the move, remained calm. Chu Shiying scowled deeply, little brother, although for the vaccine side, I guarantee I can produce it within half a year even without the water you provided, but when it comes to crops, we're still uncertain. Ever since that hailstorm, our land has become infertile. Your water is the only hope we have now. I know, but there's nothing I can do right now. I can only guarantee that I'll provide you with the spirit water 2 years from now, but at this moment, it's impossible. Chu Shiyu restarted the car and drove on, listening to Chu Shiyun's words. After deeply contemplating for a while, he nodded, all right. Thinking of the past life events, Chu Shiyun gave Chu Shiying a reassurance, you don't have to worry too much. The inability to grow grain is just an issue this year. Next year won't be so troublesome, even though the yield will still be low, it's better than having none, isn't it? Hearing Chu Shiyun's words, Chu Shiying could only bitterly smile. This reasoning was correct, but with insufficient food supplies combined with extreme weather conditions, the population would undoubtedly decrease significantly, just like during that heavy snowfall when, despite base assistance, 2/5 of the survivors had died, mostly elderly, sick, disabled, women, and children. Now, as the weather was getting hotter after enduring the winter, Chu Shiying could already imagine how many more people would die without sufficient food and water sources. Moreover, if those bodies weren't properly handled, they were bound to cause epidemics. Before the apocalypse, such situations might have been manageable, but now in the post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce, there was no capacity to treat or care for the affected. Not to mention the threats posed by zombies just dozens of kilometers away from the base, all watching hungrily and ready to pounce. Seeing Chu Shiying's worried expression, Chu Shiyun, as if guessing what he was thinking, said, "Don't think too much about it. The zombies in the city area will soon be dealt with. For supplies, we can gather psychics to help out, wood-type psychics can assist with planting, water-type psychics can handle water sources, and land issues can be resolved by calling upon a few light-type or healing-type psychics." Though the soil cannot grow crops, everyone knew there was one exception: wood-type psychics could use their powers to cultivate food. Listening to Chu Shiyun's words, Chu Shiying lit up. "Good, I'll arrange for them to give it a try soon." Upon hearing that Chu Shiying had taken his advice to heart, Chu Shiyun decided not to say anything further. Regarding the next steps, Chu Shiyun believed Chu Shiying would figure them out himself. Later, Chu Shiyun followed Chu Shiying to the institute, handed over the medical devices, and left without looking back. Had it not been necessary to place this batch of equipment in a specific location, Chu Shiyun doubted he would have even stepped inside the gate. Staring at the cold gleam of the operating room, the specimen jars filled with formalin, Chu Shiyun felt his blood run cold. Only after leaving the place did he feel somewhat better. Looking up at the sun above him, Chu Shiyun truly realized he was still alive, though it barely made any difference. It was almost like being half dead. He gave a self-deprecating smile and instructed Han Yu to enlarge his form, carrying him away from the institute. By evening, Shenlan and the others returned from the military department. Chu Shiyun took the opportunity to inform Shenlan of something he had forgotten to mention earlier. "Teacher, currently, the highest level of zombie in the city area is level 3. Even if there are some escapees, their levels don't exceed 4. If you're intent on retaking the city, you should quickly arrange for the army to clean out the zombies." Since he wasn't sure whether the zombies would have leveled up after his departure, Chu Shiyun refrained from making absolute statements. Shenlan frowned, feeling as if he understood each sentence separately but struggled to grasp the overall meaning. What exactly did Chu Shiyun mean by saying the highest level of zombies in the city area was 3, and no more than 4? Although unwilling to admit it, after investigating over the past half-month, they had found level 4 and 5 zombies in some relatively remote areas. With so many zombies roaming the city, the number of levels 4 and 5 zombies was also significant. But now, Chu Shiyun claimed the highest level zombie in the city was only level 3, could this really be true? In contrast, Shenmue remained calm, recalling the skill Chu Shiyun had displayed while rescuing him that day. A new guess formed in his mind. "Cloud Treasure, do you mean to say that during the past half-month, you eliminated all the zombies above level 3? As soon as these words came out, all eyes turned to Chu Shiyun, eagerly awaiting confirmation of the truth. Chu Shiyun nodded. In reality, it had taken him merely a day, but details like that weren't worth elaborating on. Whoa! Everyone looked at Chu Shiyun as if seeing some kind of monstrous creature, more precisely, a genius prodigy. It was already hard work for them to fight just one level 3 zombie, yet this person effortlessly wiped out levels 4 and 5 zombies. Shenlan remembered the mission Chu Shiyun had released that day, with a reward of 100 level 5 crystal cores, and now he finally understood where those cores had come from. The group looked at Chu Shiyun with more complex expressions. Was this still their little baby who would cry when bullied or whimper over a tiny cut? How did it seem like even Yunbao couldn't match him now? Was it because the times had advanced, or were they falling behind? Ignoring their gazes, Chu Shiyun gave Shenlan the final notice. "I can only guarantee there will be no zombies above level 4 for these 2 days. If it's delayed longer, they might evolve. If you want to reclaim the city center, send people as soon as possible. If there aren't enough psychics in the military department, missions can be posted on the Psychic Association's board. I believe many would be willing to join." After speaking, Chu Shiyun stood up and went upstairs. Everyone had already gotten used to such behavior from Chu Shiyun lately, so they weren't too bothered by his rather solitary actions. Glancing at each other, the group pondered Chu Shiyun's words. If what he said was true, then they should really send someone to investigate. Chapter 85, Chu Shiyun got angry. A few days later, Chu Shiyun decided to check on how well Mu Xin and others were progressing in their cultivation. In the downtown area, thanks to Chu Shiyun's warning, a large group of zombies had been eliminated, and half of the land was retaken. Encountering high-level zombies, Chu Shiyun also resolved one such issue. This time, he killed all the zombies with potential for advancement, thoroughly solving the problem. Afterward, Chu Shiyun enjoyed some peace for quite a while. The matter of reclaiming the territory no longer troubled him, so he could take this opportunity today to see how those people had improved in strength. Sitting in the living room enjoying afternoon tea was Mrs. Shen, who noticed Chu Shiyun's preparations to leave. She asked worriedly, "Cloud baby. Are you going out again?" Chu Shiyun nodded, "Yeah." Then he gestured for Shentong standing nearby to follow him, and Shentong left together with him. Seeing that Chu Shiyun didn't look back, Mrs. Shen's face filled with worry. Aunt Sun, looking at her expression, couldn't help but console her. "Madam, Master Cloud is very capable. Very few people can bully him." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Mrs. Shen's eyes immediately reddened. "I know, but it's precisely because of this that I feel heartbroken. Cloud baby should have lived his life carefree and happy. Even with the apocalypse happening, our Shen family could have protected him, but..." Mrs. Shen picked up a silk handkerchief to wipe away her tears and continued, now he has to pay for us, and even turn back into this cold-hearted person. Listening to Mrs. Shen's words, Aunt Sun didn't know what to say. Chu Shiyun had also grown up under her watchful eye. To be honest, she too found it hard to bear that this innocent child had turned into someone like this. However, the world had become what it was, what could they do? Mrs. Shen was a woman who had always been well protected and hadn't witnessed zombies devouring humans. Since the base was located in their Shen family stronghold, Mrs. Shen hadn't experienced the cruel nature of the apocalypse from the beginning, so how could she possibly understand how to survive in such times? Although Aunt Sun rarely ventured outside either, she had seen survivors engaging in cannibalism by exchanging children in the survivor zones. Regarding Mrs. Shen's seemingly naive demeanor, Aunt Sun could only say that she was indeed very well protected by her husband and son. Shen Tong followed close behind Chu Shiyun in small steps, looking at the growing size of Han Yu. Sensibly, Shen Tong climbed aboard, sitting at the front. With a stride of his long legs, Chu Shiyun sat on as well. Uncle Cloud, where are you taking me? Chu Shiyun crossed his arms, gazing ahead, you'll find out soon enough. Shen Tong replied dejectedly, oh, okay. Chu Shiyun ignored Shen Tong's lack of enthusiasm. Today, he intended to get Shen Tong trained. Originally, it was agreed that Shenmu Tian would teach Shen Tong about using his abilities. However, they had been gone for more than half a month. In these 2 weeks, Shen Tong had only been confined at home, since Xiao Yin had gone to the riverbank. At home, only Shen Tong, Mrs. Shen, and Aunt Sun remained. Chu Shiyun hadn't expected that Shenmu Zhe would be so irresponsible. Before leaving home, they had told Shenmu Zhe that Shen Tong was talented and that he should arrange for proper instruction. Unexpectedly, whether out of concern for Shen Tong or due to being too busy, over the course of these half-months, Shen Tong's situation hadn't improved much compared to when Shenmu Tian taught him. Aside from occasionally summoning a small lightning ball to make his abilities slightly more skillful, there was no change in his level. It was just these past couple of days that Chu Shiyun had time and instructed Shen Tong on how to absorb crystal cores, thereby raising his level to 1. Han Yu swiftly galloped along the road by the river. Shen Tong clung tightly to Han Yu's back, fearing he might fall off, while Chu Shiyun sat leisurely in the back, steady as ever. Shen Tong envied the way Chu Shiyun's gaze stayed locked forward without effort. In the last few days, he heard from the soldiers guarding the gate that Uncle Cloud's level was likely the highest in the base now. Although he didn't know exactly how high, it was said that even 5th-grade zombies were no match for him. This made Shen Tong, who thought even level 0 zombies were incredibly powerful, gaze with starry eyes, both envious and admiring. As Shen Tong looked toward their destination, he blinked twice. Wasn't this the place they had come to last time? Chu Shiyun leapt down and calmly told Shen Tong, let's go. Shen Tong nodded and slid off Han Yu. Once both were settled, Han Yu instantly shrank. Xiao Yin, guarding at the door, saw Chu Shiyun's figure and eagerly flew over, woo. Upon seeing this, Chu Shiyun immediately stepped aside. Xiao Yin landed on the ground and looked pitifully at Chu Shiyun, then cautiously approached, rubbing against him. Realizing there was no reaction from Chu Shiyun, Xiao Yin shoved its entire head into Chu Shiyun's chest. Chu Shiyun steadied his posture, which had been pushed back slightly by Xiao Yin, and sighed helplessly, all right. I'll take you out in a few days. Who? Really? Xiao Yin lifted its big head, widening its emerald green eyes as if trying to see whether Chu Shiyun was just placating it. Chu Shiyun nodded, I'm not lying, I will take you out in 2 days. Chu Shiyun needed to boost his strength now and the only way was to seek out opponents. He wouldn't stay cooped up in the base forever. Once everything was settled, he would leave the base to hunt zombies and mutated animals and plants. Chu Shiyun patted Xiao Yin's head and then stepped inside. As soon as he entered through the front gate into the villa entrance, he felt that something seemed off. What are you doing? This is my nephew's house, why can't I come? Yeah, cousin, we are your family members, we want to live with you. Cousin, I like this room, I want to stay here. Just stop messing around. This is no place for you. I don't care, I'm hungry, I want to eat. A cacophony of voices reached Chu Shiyun's ears. He lifted his eyelids and looked at the hall below where everyone was neatly gathered, and there were about 10 more people than usual. He looked upstairs and saw that the room he shared with Shen Mutian was open, with 3 people standing in the doorway, an elderly woman, a young woman, and Mo Yuyang blocking them. His gaze darkened, and an icy chill unconsciously emanated from Chu Shiyun. Sis, sis. This sudden shout immediately silenced the noise. People from the Hope Ability Group, seeing Chu Shiyun's expression, sensed trouble coming. The others saw a young man walk in, heard Lin Yanhan's voice, and assumed he was Lin Yanbai's other half and Lin Yanhan's sister-in-law. They shot him a disdainful look before continuing their arguments. As a result, while members of the Hope Ability Group stood up to look at Chu Shiyun, the rest continued to clamor noisily. However, after hearing everyone from the Hope Ability Group address him as sister, they realized something wasn't right. Their voices naturally became quieter, leaving only the sound of children shouting. Chu Shiyun paid no attention to the crowd, walking through the disarrayed living room. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed in the silent living room, and those who had searched for Chu Shiyun downtown held their breaths. Chu Shiyun merely glanced at them coolly and started heading upstairs. In a flash, Chu Shiyun teleported himself instantly to the upper floor. Witnessing this, the crowd was shocked. Han Yu, with its already round eyes wide open, had sensed Chu Shiyun's anger earlier. Now seeing his teleportation, Han Yu's fur bristled all over. With one leap, it jumped into Shen Tong's arms and stared at him fearfully. Being raised in the Shen family since childhood, Shen Tong had learned how to read people's expressions well, especially when someone was universally adored by the entire family. So following Chu Shiyun's teleportation upstairs and seeing Han Yu jumping into his arms, Shen Tong thought, let the person who made Little Master angry deal with him. And without delay, Shen Tong quickly retreated outside the door. Since Uncle Shen was away, he certainly didn't have the competence to handle this. Seeing the actions of the boy and the cat, people like Mu Xinyan could only lament silently. They also wanted to run, but since the incident happened in a villa, even if it was unrelated to them, they couldn't easily evade responsibility. Ah! Upon seeing Chu Shiyun appear suddenly, a girl screamed and hid behind Mo Yuyang. Shut up! Chu Shiyun coldly spat out 2 words. The girl's scream abruptly stopped, stuck in her throat. Mo Yuyang, looking guiltily at the grim-faced Chu Shiyun, tried, Sister, I. Chu Shiyun gave him a cold glance, cutting off Mo Yuyang's next words. Chu Shiyun slowly walked into the room he shared with Shen Mutian. Nothing much had changed, but Chu Shiyun noticed that his room had been rummaged through. The deep blue gemstone series that his senior brother prepared for him, emitting soft light on the table, was missing its largest one. Several decorating items, including some level 2 and level 3 crystal cores, had disappeared as well. Marks showed that the large bed in the center had been touched. Chu Shiyun quietly observed all this. Because this place was home to the people selected by his senior brother and was also part of their expanding force, Chu Shiyun trusted them and believed they wouldn't enter this room casually. He also knew that they were aware of his preferences and habits and would refrain from tampering with his belongings. Hence, he had left without worry. Having come here several times without adding a spatial anomaly to isolate this place, Chu Shiyun hadn't expected his trust would be rewarded this way. Chu Shiyun's eyes gradually revealed a look of disdain. This room was supposed to be his and his master brother's, yet it now bore the traces of others. Chu Shiyun instinctively covered his mouth, feeling a surge of nausea in his stomach, and after dry heaving for a while, he finally felt a little better. After acclimatizing for a bit, Chu Shiyun stepped forward, picking up tea with Shen Mutian and some clothes brought over from Shen's house. Other items scattered around in the drawers were also collected by Chu Shiyun. The deep blue gemstone on the table was also picked up by Chu Shiyun, even though he felt repelled that someone had touched it. Since it was a gift from his master brother, Chu Shiyun decided to keep it no matter what. Seeing Chu Shiyun's series of actions, Mo Yuyang started to feel a growing unease in his heart. As Chu Shiyun walked out of the room and looked at the 3 people outside the door, his gaze fell on the bulging pocket of the girl. The size matched that of a deep blue gemstone along with a few crystal cores. Chu Shiyun's expression turned cold, and he lifted his hand to extract the gemstones from her pocket using his spatial force. Ah! What are you doing? That's my stuff. The girl shouted loudly as Chu Shiyun pulled out what she had stolen from his pocket, but her eyes betrayed an overwhelming fear. Chu Shiyun sneered, your stuff. Slap. Without hesitation, he slapped her from a distance using his spatial ability, leaving a clear imprint of pain across her face under the effect of the power. Ah! My dear granddaughter. Mo Yuyang, how can you just stand there while your sister is bullied? The old man standing beside the girl immediately started yelling when he saw her fall to the ground with swollen cheeks. Mo Yuyang frowned deeply, clenched his fists, but seeing the state of the elder, he sighed and said to Chu Shiyun, sis. Bang! A streak flew directly from the 2nd floor down to the 1st floor, landing in the middle of the hall. Chapter 85, Only Shen Mutant can control him. Chu Shiyun retracted his foot and looked at Mo Yuyang lying on the ground, half dead after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mo Yuyang now has 4th stage peak psychic abilities, and Chu Shiyun didn't worry about kicking him to death with that one kick. At most, he would have to lie in bed for a week. After Lin Yanhan treated him, he'd be as good as new by the next day. Everyone was scared by Chu Shiyun's actions and dared not approach. Lin Yanhan also froze in place, unsure whether or not she should treat Mo Yuyang's injuries. Mo Yuyang struggled to prop himself up, looking up at Chu Shiyun standing on the 2nd floor, his face pale with shame as he said, Sister-in-law. I'm sorry. Chu Shiyun gazed at him and said, the person you owe an apology to isn't me. You betrayed someone else's trust. Upon hearing these words, Mo Yuyang's complexion turned ghastly white. He understood Chu Shiyun's meaning, it was a reference to how he had betrayed Shen Mutant's trust. Son. Brother. No matter what they were thinking, Mo Yuyang's parents and younger sister rushed anxiously to his side, helping him up. Mo Yuyang shook his head at them, signaling that he was fine. The rest of the Mo family were terrified by Chu Shiyun's actions and dared not move lightly. Mo Day's family watched Chu Shiyun in fear, afraid that he might kick them just as he did Mo Yuyang. Grandma Mo and Cousin Mo stayed far away. Cousin Mo covered her face, her eyes filled with terror. She already regretted it, she shouldn't have tampered with the contents of that room. As the living room finally grew quiet, Chu Shiyun averted his gaze from everyone else and refocused on Cousin Mo. His shoes clicking against the floor made sounds, da-da-da, that reverberated in Cousin Mo's heart, causing her anxiety. What are you going to do? Cousin Mo hid behind Grandma Mo due to her facial injuries, talking hurt her face and her voice wasn't clear. Watching Cousin Mo's frightened expression, Chu Shiyun scoffed with laughter. What am I going to do? What else can I do? I'll merely teach you what you should and shouldn't do. Seeing the terrifying look on Chu Shiyun's face, Cousin Mo was truly afraid, her tears and snot flowing together as she cried and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I understand now, didn't I already return the items to you? What more do you want? She gripped Grandma Mo's clothes tightly, who felt her granddaughter's fear and quickly interjected, didn't you already teach Ningning a lesson? What more do you want? My grandson works tirelessly for you. So, because he took something of yours, you're so petty. Are you trying to kill my granddaughter? She is still a child. Grandma Mo wrapped both arms around Cousin Mo while glaring viciously at Chu Shiyun, as if he had committed some unforgivable sin against her. Grandma. Listening to Grandma Mo's words, Mo Yuyang's complexion changed drastically. Sister-in-law was already furious, and now his grandma spoke like this. Was she trying to ruin him? He clearly knew that without Chu Shiyun and Shimutan, he would be nothing. Perhaps, he wouldn't have even survived the return to a city before becoming a zombie's meal. In Mo Yuyang's heart, these two people were his adoptive parents, they gave him a new lease on life. Even though Chu Shiyun had just kicked him earlier, he had no resentment, only shame for failing to handle matters properly within his family, causing Chu Shiyun such anger. He clearly understood that the real decision-maker of the team wasn't Captain Shin nor Deputy Captain Lin, but Chu Shiyun. Now, his grandmother speaking like this to his captain and sister-in-law, was she deliberately stirring up trouble? Was she determined to make the captain expel him from the team? Mo Yuyang questioned internally that even after their wrongdoings to his sister, he only punished them verbally. Not once did he mistreat them. On the contrary, at the request of his father, he even supported Cousin Mo every month with food and money. Yet seeing the present demeanor of Grandma Mo Yuyang could only feel deep despair and coldness. You shut up. I'm your grandma, I can't speak on your behalf anymore, is that it? Who would have thought Grandma Mo couldn't listen to Mo Yuyang's plea? She even believed Mo Yuyang was defying her. As his grandma, why couldn't she decide for him? This scene made the rest of the team feel resentment toward Grandma Mo. Chu Shiyun was already incredibly upset with Mo Yuyang, and now Grandma Mo's attitude, where was this going to leave Mo Yuyang? Isn't this grandma supposed to have been picked off the street? In response, Chu Shiyun didn't react too much. Instead, he smiled gently, of course, you can make decisions for him since you are his grandma, aren't you? Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's words, Grandma Mo thought that Chu Shiyun agreed with her and naturally opened her mouth, of course. To her surprise, Chu Shiyun instantly turned serious, unleashing his psychic energy that directly pressed down on Grandma Mo and Cousin Mo so hard they couldn't move. So, you're his grandma but not mine. Why should I give you face? You're already half in the coffin. Even if I killed you right now, what could you do? A mere outsider really thinks they own this place. After finishing his sentence, the two were directly crushed by Chu Shiyun's power, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mom! The two brothers of the Mo family saw their mother like this and shouted out in pain. But Chu Shiyun's psychic energy also landed on them, leaving them unable to move. And you, since you don't know your place, I'll teach you a lesson so you won't lose your life next time. Chu Shiyun looked at Mo Ningning and took a few steps forward, stepping directly on the hand she used to support herself, grinding it mercilessly. In just a moment, the bones in Mo Ningning's right hand were completely crushed by Chu Shiyun because of the excruciating pain. Mo Ningning let out wailing cries. Ah! A miserable, chilling cry sounded, and no one dared to utter a single word against Chu Shiyun anymore. They all thought this person was truly terrifying and wanted nothing more than to leave this place, which felt like hell. Satisfied, Chu Shiyun retracted his foot and fixed his gaze on the entire Mo family. Guests should have some self-awareness and stop trying to take over the host's place. Everyone was embarrassed red in the face, but they cared little about that at the moment. All they wanted was to quickly leave. Chu Shiyun judged that his display of authority was enough, then turned his attention toward Mo Yuyang. Mo Yuyang, you'd better take your people and leave here. Sister-in-law. When these words came out, everyone in the squad was shocked. They thought Chu Shiyun had finished venting, but instead, Chu Shiyun seemed determined to expel Mo Yuyang from the team. Mo Yuyang's face turned ashen. He did not resent Chu Shiyun's cruelty but blamed himself for being indecisive, blaming even more the rest of the Mo family who dragged him into this mess. Seeing Chu Shiyun's cold stare, Mo Yuyang tried to speak but ultimately said nothing. Yes, sister-in-law, I'll leave. Mo Yuyang helped his sister to stand up and responded accordingly. Yuyang. Seeing Mo Yuyang comply, the members of the squad grew anxious. They were teammates who had been together for so long, akin to siblings. Now watching Chu Shiyun drive Mo Yuyang away, how could they bear it? Sister-in-law, please give Yuyang another chance. Yeah. Sister-in-law, don't kick Yuyang out. He already knows he was wrong. Listening to their friends plead on his behalf, Mo Yuyang's eyes flickered with hope, but Chu Shiyun had made up his mind. Did I give you permission to speak? Everyone fell silent. This wasn't over yet. Chu Shiyun continued, clean up the house immediately. By 7 p.m. everyone will practice controlling their abilities 3,000 times. Those who fall short, I'll throw them into a level 5 zombie pile. Han Yu, make sure they follow through. Han Yu replied, yes. Seeing Chu Shiyun's firm stance, everyone knew there was no room for negotiation. The only person who could possibly persuade Chu Shiyun was unconscious. Having given instructions, Chu Shiyun went upstairs. Since these people had chosen the secondary rooms, and the master bedroom remained vacant, even if the master bedroom on the second floor was unavailable, Chu Shiyun could still use the one on the third floor. Colleague, I'll give him a week. It's up to him to choose. Mu Xinyan stared in bewilderment as Chu Shiyun walked into a room, hearing those words in his mind and looking around at the others, confirming that they hadn't heard anything. Though he didn't know why Chu Shiyun could transmit thoughts directly into his brain without letting others know, Mu Xinyan understood these weren't questions he needed to ask. All he had to do was focus on his own tasks. Mu Xinyan looked at the physically weak Mo Yuyang, Yuyang, sit down and rest for a while. Let Yan Han treat you. Mo Yuyang nodded. Seeing someone who used to radiate with optimism now silently enduring with a dull expression, Mu Xinyan sighed. Getting caught up in such a family situation was truly unlucky for him. Fortunately, his senior had still given him a chance. Lin Yanhan stepped forward to help Mo Yuyang heal, consoling him, Yuyang, don't worry. Maybe sister-in-law is just momentarily angry. When she calms down, everything will be fine. Mo Yuyang gave a wry smile. If Chu Shiyun's anger had truly dissipated, then there would have been no problem. But he was in this situation now. After Chu Shiyun left, the Mo family gathered around Mo Yuyang, Yuyang. What should we do now? Should we really leave? Having brushed with death, Grandma Mo wasn't as defiant now. Hearing Grandma Mo's words, Mo Yuyang sneered, what else can we do besides leaving? Wait for your niece-in-law to throw me out herself. Seeing her grandson's resentful expression, Grandma Mo felt somewhat embarrassed but didn't take it too seriously. After all, her grandson was a 4th-level psychic. Even if he quit this team, it wouldn't be such a big deal. Without that person's suppression anymore, they could potentially live better. As Grandma Mo fantasized about the bright future ahead, her mood became increasingly exhilarated, and she even forgot about the pain from her internal injuries caused by Chu Shiyun earlier. Mu Xinyan shook his head looking at the Mo family members who seemed to think they were helping Mo Yuyang escape from a dire fate. Right now, Yuyang probably hated them more than ever. Especially the main culprit who stole Shen's and the junior members' belongings, Mo Ningning. When Mo Yuyang's wounds healed, Mu Xinyan offered voluntarily, let's go. I'll help you pack. Mo Yuyang nodded, albeit without much enthusiasm and feeling rather disheartened. Once they got rid of those people from the Mo family and entered Mo Yuyang's room, Mu Xinyan consoled him, Yuyang, don't blame Shiyun. You know how easily he loses control when it comes to anything related to Shen. Mo Yuyang nodded, mushy, I understand. I don't blame my sister-in-law, it's my own fault. Seeing Mo Yuyang without any resentment, Mu Xinyan let out a sigh of relief. Then he slightly altered what Chu Shiyun said earlier before passing it on to Mo Yuyang, Yuyang, there is still a chance for Shiyun to forgive you. Hearing this, Mo Yuyang asked with great joy and hope, really? Chapter 87, missed his master again. In Mo Yuyang's room, Mu Senian looked at him and said naturally, of course, before this Yun told you to settle your family matters, but you didn't listen. Moreover, they even found their way here. How could he not be angry? The problem lies with you and them, it's just whether or not you are ruthless enough. Mo Yuyang was certainly not stupid, he understood what Mu Senian meant, but he still had some worries. But, things have gotten like this, will sister-in-law still forgive me? You're the person Shen chose, for Buddha's sake if not for the monks, he won't really make it hard for you. After pondering, Mo Yuyang thought it made sense, and then looked at Mu Senian full of hope, Brother Mu, then what should I do? Mu Senian did not give a clear answer. Anyway, Mo's family was ultimately his family. He couldn't directly disclose everything, but hinting around the edges was also fine. This was also why Chu Shiyun talked to Mu Senian rather than speaking directly to Mo Yuyang. This matter, you have to think about it yourself. But don't let Shiyun wait too long. If you wait until he has no patience, no one can help you. Get this done within 7 days. A glimmer of insight flashed in Mo Yuyang's mind, but when he tried to think further, it slipped away. Resolutely, he said to Mu Senian, Brother Mu, rest assured, I will not let sister-in-law be disappointed in me again. I will surely handle my family matters properly. Mo Yuyang no longer wanted to deal with Grandma Mo and her group. If it weren't for his father's blind filial piety, making him helpless, he wouldn't be so passive now. They even almost got him kicked out of the ability group. To say he wasn't resentful towards Grandma Mo would be a lie. Even his own father, Mo Yuyang, resented deeply. Mu Senian nodded satisfactorily, you find a place to stay first, after 7 days, go to the Abilities Association, I'll come to pick you up. If you've handled your matters well, I'll plead for leniency from Shiyun on your behalf. Mo Yuyang nodded seriously, all right. Mo Youyang simply packed his belongings and left with his people. Before leaving, the Mo family all believed that they were going to have good lives from now on. They even provocatively glanced back at the crowd standing at the entrance. Mu Senian shook his head in silence. Lin Yanhan stood by the gate, red-eyed, watching his retreating figure. Lin Yanbai stood beside her and patted her head. That's enough, stop looking, let's go back. Lin Yanhan, dispirited, hummed an agreement and then whispered softly, brother, is Youyang really not coming back? Upon hearing this, Lin Yanbai turned his gaze toward Mu Senian who showed no particular expression. He did not reply about whether Youyang would return or not, instead lightly tapping his sister's head as a comforting gesture, saying, don't overthink it. Everyone has their own fate. But Youyang has been our teammate for such a long time now. This time, isn't sister-in-law being too? Little sister. Before Lin Yanhan finished her sentence, Lin Yanbai reproved her sternly, solemnly informing her, no matter what sister-in-law decides, it's his choice. All we need to do is obey. Lin Yanhan opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything, merely murmuring, I understand, I just don't get it. Clearly, Mo Youyang wasn't at fault in this matter, yet it was him who had to bear the consequences. Lin Yanhan felt it was grossly unfair. Although she also thought the Mo family went too far this time, Mo Youyang was still a close friend after several months together. How could she possibly stand by while he was driven away? Lin Yanbai sighed softly, sister-in-law is teaching him a lesson. Huh? Brother, what do you mean? Lin Yanhan didn't understand, wasn't Mo Youyang already expelled? Why say he was being taught? For many things, the outcome is more important than the process. You only see sister-in-law's severe and merciless attitude today, but you haven't seen her earnest intentions. If she hadn't taken action today, how much trouble would that Mo family bring for Youyang later on? Enduring short-term pain is better than enduring prolonged suffering. While there's still time, sister-in-law has completely detached Youyang from those blood-sucking relatives of his, avoiding more troubles ahead. In the end, we are all personally chosen by Brother Shen. Sister-in-law wouldn't be that cruel. Moreover, this incident also implicates little Mo Youyang. If he had kept his family under control and not intruded into Brother Shen and sister-in-law's room, breaching their boundaries, sister-in-law wouldn't have been so enraged. Truth be told, we also bear responsibility, thus we too deserve punishment. Lin Yanhan was completely stunned by Lin Yanbai's words, never having thought that such a simple matter could contain so many implications. Compared to his brother, she, as the younger sister, seemed almost worthless. She had even thought that sister-in-law truly intended to drive Mo Youyang away. Recalling how she misunderstood Chu Shiyun, Lin Yanhan felt deeply guilty. But now, her concern was focused on something else. Brother, does that mean Youyang will be back soon? Then he will have finally broken free from those blood-sucking relatives of his, right? Lin Yanbai neither confirmed nor denied it, we'll see later. What you need to do now is repeat your abilities training 3,000 times. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you next time. Recalling the consequence of not completing it, Lin Yanhan groaned in dismay, 3,000 times. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Even without food or drink, she doubted if she could meet the standard. Before she could wallow further in self-pity, Lin Yanbai dragged her away. Bai Qiao she glanced at the remaining Mu Senian couple and hurriedly slipped away. Sheng Yichen, having overheard Lin Yanbai's words, couldn't help but ask, Xiao Nian, will things really go the way Yanbai said? Mu Senian shot him a look, what difference does it make asking so much? Why don't you go train instead of wanting to be fed zombies? Sheng Yichen looked at Mu Senian with great distress. How come his wife treated others so kindly but acted so differently toward him? He didn't think he had offended her lately either. After Chu Shiyun chose a room to place his stuff, he went downstairs. By the time he reached the backyard, everyone was gathered. Shen Tong had been brought along by Han Yu. Chu Shiyun, seeing everyone training earnestly, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, although their levels were not high, they were hardworking. As long as they kept trying, other issues weren't problems. Chu Shiyun decided that once their ranks reached level 6, he would take them all to the capital base. They could gradually train along the way, ensuring that by the time they arrived, their abilities wouldn't lag behind. Looking at Shen Tong standing beside him, Chu Shiyun gazed towards the group training in the distance. Now, except for Chu Shiyun himself, the only ones with ESP abilities at level 5 were Lin Yanbai and Sheng Yichen, the rest were still stuck at level 4. Chu Shiyun carefully sized up Lin Yanbai, nodding thoughtfully. Chu Shiyun then called out to Lin Yanbai, who was striving hard just to reach his standard, Big brother Lin, come here for a moment. Seeing Chu Shiyun beckon him, Lin Yanbai rushed over immediately, sister-in-law, what's wrong? Chu Shiyun gestured towards Shen Tong nearby, you've met before, my young nephew, who has lightning-based abilities. Though a bit weak, I want you to guide him. Both the mentor and men slightly twitched their mouths, though Shen Tong might indeed be weaker, being so straightforward about it in front of him wasn't ideal. Shen Tong immediately frowned and pleaded, Uncle Yun, give me some face. Chu Shiyun gave him an indifferent glance, what difference would giving you face make? When training begins, everything will be clear anyway. Shen Tong wailed, Uncle Yun. Lin Yanbai somewhat pitied this kid, whose misfortune it was to run into Uncle Chu Shiyun. I can guide, but I have dark element abilities while he has lightning element abilities. I doubt I'll be able to teach him much. Chu Shiyun letting Lin Yanbai guide Shentong was nothing unusual, except for the fact that their ESPs were different. This meant there wasn't much he could guide Shentong about. Lin Yanbai understood clearly that he could teach Shentong a bit about using his ESP, some battle skills, but the rest would need Shentong to comprehend on his own. Moreover, since Chu Shiyun was better than Lin Yanbai, why didn't Chu Shiyun teach him directly? That was what Lin Yanbai found puzzling. Chu Shiyun, however, didn't care much. No problem, just help enlighten him well. Lin Yanbai could only agree, alright then, bring him over these next few days. After finishing speaking with Lin Yanbai, Chu Shiyun turned to Shentong, he's going to be your teacher from now on, understand? Seeing Chu Shiyun and Lin Yanbai, Shentong nodded seriously, understood, Uncle Yun. Afterward, Shentong glanced at Lin Yanbai and respectfully called out, teacher. You may call me Uncle Yen. Lin Yanbai's face lit up with a gentle smile as he ruffled his head and led the boy away. Watching the two walk away, Chu Shiyun casually found a place to sit. Among this group, he was most satisfied with Mu Senian and Lin Yanbai, both were smart and had clear insights. However, since Mu Senian possessed spatial ESP abilities, it wasn't suitable for him to teach Shentong. So Chu Shiyun could only turn to Lin Yanbai. Though Lin Yanbai's ESP didn't quite match Sheng Yichen's, who also ranked at level 5, Chu Shiyun still believed Lin Yanbai was the best mentor in this group. Although Sheng Yichen's ESP was not bad, Chu Shiyun thought his personality did not suit teaching Shentong well. In terms of intelligence, Sheng Yichen couldn't hold a candle to Lin Yanbai either. Chu Shiyun aimed to train someone with both ability and intelligence, not just brute force without brains. Most importantly, the problems within Sheng Yichen's family loomed ominously even though there was no open conflict between him and Mu Senian yet. Chu Shiyun could tell they weren't far from breaking out. Even though he hadn't encountered Sheng Yichen's family on his visits, Chu Shiyun knew such issues couldn't be avoided simply by dodging them. Looking distantly at Mu Senian and Sheng Yichen who appeared harmonious but harbored discord, Chu Shiyun shook his head. He disapproved of people who took things they've gained for granted, assuming others would forever wait for them. That mindset was ignorance. And compromising oneself in every situation. It was undesirable. Chu Shiyun turned his gaze away. The internal affairs of the Sheng and Mu families were none of his concern. What mattered now was boosting his own strength so that he could rescue his master brother. Thinking about Shen Matian, who had been lying in the spirit spring pool for a month, a bitter smile crept onto Chu Shiyun's lips. Though time seemed frozen for Shen Matian, the world around Chu Shiyun continued to change. For him, every day waiting felt unbearably long. Chapter 88, Survival of the Fittest. After a few consecutive days of training, Shentong's changes were visible to the naked eye. In terms of appearance, Shentong was a slightly chubby little fat boy, but after Lin Yanbai's training, the fat on his body had become more compact, the baby fat on his face was gone, and his physical fitness had improved significantly. Chu Shiyun had only one reaction, satisfaction. While Chu Shiyun was satisfied, the other members of the Shen family were heartbroken. Watching Shentong grow thinner day by day from his former chubby self, until he transformed into a handsome young child, filled them with mixed emotions. Shentong, as the main character, enjoyed the whole process. His superpower also advanced to level 1. At the Shen family estate, Shentong changed into a tidy set of clothes, wearing a pair of small boots. His bright eyes gazed at Chu Shiyun, Uncle Yun, I'm ready. Let's go. Chu Shiyun nodded approvingly upon seeing Shentong's outfit, finally no more dazzling, flashy clothing. Alright, let's go. Your Uncle Yen is waiting for us outside the base. Great. As soon as Shentong finished speaking, Chu Shiyun lifted him up single-handedly and tossed him onto Little Silver's back before jumping onto Han Yu's back himself in one swift leap. The two creatures immediately galloped off. Isn't Uncle Yun being too rough? Little Tong hasn't even stabilized himself yet. Watching their departing figures, Aunt Shen couldn't help but voice her concerns. What's there to worry about? This has been happening every day lately. Do you see that brat showing any fear? He enjoys it thoroughly. Shenmue watched his son's enthusiastic demeanor and knew he wasn't scared, instead, he was thrilled. Aunt Shen asked doubtfully, is it really like this? Shenmue confirmed firmly, yes. Shenmue indeed understood his son well. At that moment, Shentong was excitedly gripping Little Silver's long fur, enjoying the cool breeze and the thrill of Little Silver's rapid run, feelings he had never experienced before. He began to understand why his uncle decided to leave home with Uncle Yun. The sensation of living without constraints, completely unrestrained and free, truly felt amazing. Still, Shentong felt somewhat embarrassed. For days, Uncle Yun still liked tossing him onto Little Silver's back. Although thrilling, falling off would be painful. By the time they reached the entrance of the base, the twins were already waiting beside the vehicle. In an open space outside the base gate, there parked a shiny new SUV. A cold, handsome man leaning against the car with his hands in his pockets, exuding the aura of a level 5 superpower wielder that made others hesitant to approach. On the hood of the car sat a sweet-looking girl, with her legs propped up. These two clearly special individuals drew various kinds of people, but Lin Yanbai's frosty demeanor prevented them from daring to approach. Although the apocalypse had lasted for 2 months, and most of those lacking self-protection skills were already devoured by zombies, it didn't stop some from wanting to hitch on to a powerful ally for a worry-free life later on. Lin Yanbai was an excellent choice, good-looking, capable of winning over both men and women, and extremely powerful. Thus, the survivors were eager to charm Lin Yanbai. The first thing Shen Tong saw as he came out of the base entrance was this scene, the handsome Lin Yanbai surrounded by many people. There were quite a number of them, but they shared a common feature, either handsome men or beautiful women. For some reason, when Shen Tong saw this scene, he found himself feeling unhappy. After all, Lin Yanbai was his teacher, and how could those messy, shifty-eyed people deserve to stand beside him? Little Silver, quick, drive them away. Then, Shen Tong gave an order to Little Silver, who rushed into the crowd, wreaking havoc, scaring the group surrounding Lin Yanbai away. Chu Shiyun observed Shen Tong's action but remained silent, riding leisurely toward them on Hanyu. Sister-in-law. The twins greeted Chu Shiyun, and Lin Yanhan also jumped down from the hood of the car. Aha! Chu Shiyun nodded, looking at the team consisting of just the 2 siblings. Where are the others? Lin Yanbai explained, they knew you'd bring Little Tong out for training today, so they decided to split up from us and go hunting. Chu Shiyun understood. Yanhao, why don't you follow them? We won't get injured alongside you, but others need you. Lin Yanhan scratched her head. It's Brother Mu who wanted me to come along. He said we can't always depend on my superpowers, so I decided to go out on my own. Besides, Little Tong is only 7 years old. One shouldn't fear a myriad possibilities but should be prepared for the worst. Having me along might be better. After saying that, Lin Yanhan blinked at Shen Tong. Chu Shiyun thought for a moment and nodded, all right. You 3 decide where to go for today's training, I won't intervene unless there's mortal danger. Yes. The 3 shouted in unison. Let's go. As Chu Shiyun finished speaking, the twins quickly got into the vehicle and drove ahead to lead the way, while Chu Shiyun and Shen Tong followed on Little Silver and Hanyu. In the urban area of City A, due to an order issued by the base, not only the army but also task-receiving mutant groups were dispatched to deal with the zombies. Due to astonishing rewards, a great portion of the zombies in the city had already been eliminated. Of course, Chu Shiyun deserved the greatest credit, otherwise, it would take these mutant teams at least a year to clear all the level 3 zombies alone. Now the city became the top choice for hunting grounds for many mutant groups. Lin Yanbai had also led them towards the city due to his mission assignment. Riding alongside Chu Shiyun, Shen Tong's excitement quickly gave way to fear, unease, and trembling. He had never left the base before, so he was unaware of what lay outside its borders. All his questions from the past suddenly found their answers: why grandfather, father, mother, and his younger aunt were always coming home late without time to accompany him. Before Uncle Yun returned, they constantly wore worried expressions, often talking about how many people had died in the base recently, how much the zombie force had grown, how long food would last, and how to address these problems. Looking at the ruins of the city, dead zombie bodies, human limbs scattered around, and blood stains across the ground, Shen Tong remained deathly pale throughout the entire ride, gripping tightly onto Little Silver's fur with both hands, his small body shaking uncontrollably. Chu Shiyun merely glanced at him and didn't bother intervening further, leading Hanyu around the corner into a vast open space. In front of them, a team of mutants was battling a level 3 zombie. The team captain was also level 3, though equal in level to the zombie, the fight was anything but easy. Zombies have natural advantages over humans, stronger bodies and no feeling of pain, which are significant difficulties for humans. Little Shen Tong, trailing behind Chu Shiyun, saw the level 3 zombie first as it kicked away the level 3 captain, then took advantage of the other team member's momentary lack of attention to rip out a level 2 member's intestines with its bloody, pale hand. This gruesome sight struck deeply into Shen Tong's eyes. Just as the zombie was about to drag the intestines to its mouth, it suddenly stopped. The level 2 victim who had been held by the zombie quickly retreated, his face pale as he pushed his internal organs back inside his torn abdomen. Soon after, the level 3 zombie was defeated by combined efforts, but there was no cheer among this team. They all sorrowfully gazed at the injured member whose abdomen had been pierced. Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Tong and withdrew his powers. Lin Yanhan, seeing this scene too, immediately jumped off the car and rushed to help those people. Meanwhile, Shen Tong, still white-faced, staggered off Little Silver and vomited beside a wall. Lin Yanbai, looking at Shen Tong's condition, felt pity. Sister-in-law, isn't this too harsh? Lin Yanbai regretted bringing Shen Tong to the city. It was his first time here and being exposed to such horrifying scenes, nightmares seemed inevitable. Chu Shiyun, glancing at Shen Tong who was throwing up against the wall, said coldly, if we don't train him hard today, should we wait until he is eaten by zombies to cry? Chu Shiyun has never agreed with their view. Always excusing kids' exposure to bloodshed because they're too young to understand, letting them grow up indulged until they become fragile youths. However, zombies do not distinguish whether you're young or old, they see everyone as delicious meals. By the time Shen Tong grows up, the zombies will likely have advanced several levels already. At that point, it will only be harder to train him, and Shen Tong might die countless times beforehand. Lin Yanbai fell silent, knowing deep down, being someone who had walked through the apocalypse step by step, one shouldn't protect Shentong like locking him in a cage. If one does, this cage would be both his protection and a weapon that could cost his life. Sorry, I was too idealistic, Lin Yanbai admitted. Chu Shiyun shot Lin Yanbai a glance. Don't worry, he isn't as fragile as you think. Lin Yanbai nodded in agreement. To hold off till now before vomiting demonstrated his psychological strength. After Shentong finished vomiting and returned, Chu Shiyun handed him a bottle of water to rinse his mouth. Even after all these actions, Shentong still seemed dazed. Chu Shiyun, sitting on Han Yu with his arms crossed, offered a faint compliment. Not bad. Being able to hold out until now is one of your strengths. Upon hearing this, Shentong frowned. What kind of strength was that? Uncle Cloud, are things outside always like this? Shentong asked with a ghastly pale face. He could still vividly remember the zombie ripping out intestines that he had just witnessed. No. Relieved by Chu Shiyun's response, Shentong let out a sigh of relief. But before he could fully recover, Chu Shiyun added, this world is far crueler than you can imagine. What you just saw was nothing compared to some of the more brutal sights. Would you like to see something worse? Shentong was outright terrified by Chu Shiyun's words, shaking his head as he turned to Lin Yanbai for reassurance. Uncle Yen. Sigh. Lin Yanbai sighed softly, stepping forward and hugging the small trembling body of Shentong into his arms. You'll get used to it eventually. Hearing this, Shentong felt as if his entire worldview was being reshaped. Everything he knew before felt unreal compared to what he was witnessing now. Lin Yanbai held the boy tenderly in his arms and climbed onto Little Silver, deciding to shield Shentong a little better during their next encounter. Chu Shiyun looked at Shentong and spoke deliberately, this world is merciless. If you can't adapt and survive in this changing reality, then death is inevitable. And coming here, wasn't that your decision? Chapter 89, Radical Chu Shiyun. Your task today is to kill 10 level 0 zombies. While Shentong was in a daze, questioning life, Chu Shiyun directly gave him a firm command. Hearing Chu Shiyun's cold and heartless words, Shentong immediately clenched the big hand hugging himself, as if this could help him escape reality. Shentong looked at the terrifying scene before his eyes, almost crying, let alone killing those ugly zombies. Therefore, he said with a crying tone, Uncle Yun, I don't want to kill zombies anymore, I won't learn superpowers, I want to go home, I want to go home. Lin Yanbai suddenly widened his eyes and quickly covered Shentong's mouth, but it was too late. He looked at Chu Shiyun, whose face was dark and eyes indifferent, and felt a jolt in his heart. Chu Shiyun crossed his arms, lightly tapping his right hand on his left forearm. You can give up if you want. Shentong's face lit up with joy, but the next words from Chu Shiyun turned his face pale white. Here, only the dead have the right to say no. Do you want to die? Wah wah wah. Hearing Chu Shiyun's merciless words, Shentong burst into tears outright. After all, he was just a 7-year-old child seeing this kind of scene for the first time and being threatened by a trusted relative. No matter how strong he tried to be, he couldn't hold it together. Lin Yanbai had a headache looking at the child who wouldn't stop crying and the emotionless leader. In the end, Lin Yanbai chose to comfort the easier one. Little Tong, your Uncle Yun does this for your own good. You can't stay in the base forever. If you don't learn to kill zombies now, what will you do later? Shentong choked and sobbed, but Daddy will take care of me. Lin Yanbai patiently soothed, your dad can't take care of you forever, the only person you can rely on is yourself. With tears hanging all over his face, Shentong listened to Lin Yanbai's words, feeling completely lost. Lin Yanbai sighed helplessly, why don't you come with me to kill the zombies? It's not that scary. Your Uncle Mu has already gone to kill zombies, it's not that frightening. Shentong shook his head and seriously replied, but they are older than me. Lin Yanbai adjusted his face and said earnestly, but we will grow old, and when we do, we won't be able to fight zombies anymore. If little Tong doesn't grow up, who will protect us? Think about your family, if you don't protect them, what will happen if they get eaten by zombies? At the thought of his beloved parents getting eaten by zombies, Shentong showed sheer terror on his face, I don't want my parents to get eaten. Lin Yanbai nodded in satisfaction, now will little Tong go with Uncle Yen to kill zombies? Shentong hesitated for a moment, then nodded and wiped away his tears haphazardly, wah, okay. Watching the two leave, Chu Shiyun looked curious. He hadn't expected Lin Yanbai to be quite good at comforting children. After treating patients well and coming back, Lin Yanhan looked at Chu Shiyun scaring little kids, slightly helplessly, sister-in-law, children need to be comforted. You can't scare him like that. Chu Shiyun faintly said, I don't have that much patience. It was usually others who comforted him, never him having to comfort others. Wasn't he also a kid? Lin Yanhan found herself speechless, but she did know that Chu Shiyun was spoiled by Shinmutian. Not throwing Shentong straight into the zombie pile was already pretty good, making him soothe Shentong was harder than killing him. Chu Shiyun closed his eyes to think deeply for a while, then opened them, looking up and down at Lin Yanhan. He spoke, you're at peak level 4 now. Lin Yanhan nodded continuously, yeah. For some unknown reason, being looked at like that by Chu Shiyun made Lin Yanhan feel restless and anxious, making her want to flee immediately. But without Lin Yanbai's protection, leaving Chu Shiyun would be a death sentence. Chu Shiyun softly muttered, looking at Lin Yanhan's delicate skin, almost at level 5. Thinking about the things he saw following Shen Mutian in his past life, Chu Shiyun soon made a bold decision. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Ah. Chu Shiyun went forward, grabbing the back of Lin Yanhan's neck, and instantly transported between skyscrapers. Han Yu jumped onto Chu Shiyun's shoulder and followed along. Without any protective measures, Lin Yanhan was directly lifted up and hung in mid-air, leaping from one building to another. Seeing the zombie army below resembling ants, Lin Yanhan nearly cried. Wah, sister-in-law, please hold on tight. The fabric of my clothes isn't very good, don't let me fall down. Wah. Lin Yanhan was carried by Chu Shiyun, unable to hug anything to increase her sense of security. As Chu Shiyun glanced at the situation below the building, he said, don't worry, I won't let you die. Having limbs cut off still hurts a lot. Lin Yanhan became even more terrified upon hearing Chu Shiyun's words. If she wouldn't die, then her limbs might be severed or she could be injured. Moreover, she had no idea where Chu Shiyun was taking her. Lin Yanhan felt utterly miserable. She was just a wet nurse. Why did she have to do such a dangerous task? After being carried by Chu Shiyun and swaying in mid-air for a long time, Lin Yanhan finally waited until Chu Shiyun stopped. We've arrived. Hearing Chu Shiyun's words, Lin Yanhan looked at the nearby group of little zombies and asked, sister-in-law, why are we here? She couldn't understand the meaning behind Chu Shiyun's actions. The highest level of zombie here was only level 1. For Chu Shiyun, it was as easy as waving his hand to solve these zombies, so why bring her specially here? Wait a moment. Something seemed amiss. Lin Yanhan suddenly widened her eyes as she stared at Chu Shiyun beside her. Surely, it wasn't what she thought it was it? You will see. Chu Shiyun met Lin Yanhan's hopeful eyes and directly threw her into the pile of zombies. Before tossing her in, he confiscated her handgun, leaving her with only a dagger for self-defense. Ah! Lin Yanhan screamed in terror. Since awakening her powers in the apocalypse, she hadn't killed many zombies. Most of what she did was treating others' injuries. Even when killing zombies, it was at the beginning of the apocalypse when the zombies had less damage capability. Now that the zombies' levels were higher, Lin Yanhan's companions like Lin Yanbai didn't dare let her go out alone. Sister-in-law, I can't do it. In a panic, Lin Yanhan quickly stood up, slicing off the head of a zombie trying to bite her and kicking another one that grabbed her hand. She hurriedly looked toward Chu Shiyun's position but found that he had already disappeared. Looking at the empty spot, Lin Yanhan felt lost for a moment, not understanding why Chu Shiyun had abandoned her in such a remote place. Did he want to kill her? But if so, why bring her here? A sense of injustice welled up in her heart, making her feel incredibly sad. Ah! Get away! While Lin Yanhan was lost in thought, the nearby zombies immediately lunged forward, grabbing her firmly no matter how hard she struggled and fought back. In desperation, Lin Yanhan directly used the dagger to chop off the hand of the zombie that held her. Seeing the beginning signs of blackening on her own hand, Lin Yanhan quickly used her abilities on herself. Facing the gathering zombies, Lin Yanhan chose a direction with fewer zombies and began running frantically. In the city center filled with zombies, an isolated human like Lin Yanhan was akin to a fat lamb, exuding a fresh and delicious scent. More and more zombies smelled the scent of blood and meat, drawing closer to Lin Yanhan. Soon, Lin Yanhan realized she was surrounded by zombies. Tears brimming in her eyes, after fighting for so long without Chu Shiyun appearing, Lin Yanhan understood that he really had left her behind. Though unsure of the reason, Lin Yanhan knew that now she could only rely on herself. However, seeing hundreds or even thousands of zombies around her, Lin Yanhan felt waves of despair welling up in her heart. Her power was healing, she lacked any offensive ability, making it impossible to escape alive. What should she do? How was she supposed to survive? The dirty zombies quickly surrounded Lin Yanhan, their sharp nails tearing through her flesh. As she used her light-based power to heal herself repeatedly, it became evident that no amount of energy would suffice for this level of consumption. Sensing the pain coursing through her body, the overwhelming feeling of despair enveloped Lin Yanhan. She remembered she hadn't said goodbye to her eldest brother yet. She thought about why Chu Shiyun had treated her this way, which made her heart swell with strong dissatisfaction and a survival instinct. Centering around her, a brilliant golden light gradually radiated outward. After the golden glow passed, all the zombies under its shine disappeared, turning into piles of dust, leaving behind translucent crystal cores. Lin Yanhan lay quietly on the ground, her previously injured wounds vanished, and if not for her torn clothes, there would be no sign of what had happened. Chu Shiyun, who should have long departed, appeared beside Lin Yanhan, picked her up gently in one hand from her waist, and leaped away in mere moments. Han Yu, following beside Chu Shiyun, helplessly remarked, "Master, there were clearly other ways. Why did you choose the most radical one?" Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun's eyes gleamed with a light that Han Yu couldn't comprehend. "We don't have time." Although there were other ways to stimulate Lin Yanhan's potential, triggering potential in the face of life and death was the fastest method. Han Yu looked at Chu Shiyun's obstinate appearance and didn't know how to persuade him, "At least consult with little Lin, now she will likely hate you." If I had consulted her and let her know my existence, then it wouldn't have worked. If she knows that no matter what, she won't die, how can her potential be stimulated? Han Yu was speechless, thinking it was indeed true. But still, this method was somewhat inappropriate. Looking at Chu Shiyun, who ignored all advice, Han Yu sighed helplessly, hoping only that the thick-headed Lin Yanhan would not hate him once she woke up. It was already 3 hours later when Chu Shiyun returned with Lin Yanhan. Lin Yanbai sat at their original position with a dirty shentong. As Chu Shiyun suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Yanbai originally wanted to greet Chu Shiyun, but just a glance made him see Lin Yanhan's wretched state, causing his complexion to change drastically. Little sister. Chapter 90, Shocked Han Yu. Lin Yanbai quickly stepped forward and took Lin Yanhan in his arms. After looking her over, he found that aside from her clothes being a little torn, she didn't seem to have any other injuries, so he let out a sigh of relief. It was because Lin Yanbai was overly worried that he failed to realize Lin Yanhan's powers could automatically repair her wounds as long as she didn't die. Lin Yanbai looked at the disheveled Lin Yanhan and asked anxiously, "Sister-in-law, what happened to my sister?" Lin Yanbai couldn't figure out why his sister would end up in such a state with Chu Shiyun by her side. Chu Shiyun gave him a light glance and replied coldly, "I helped her unlock some of her potential." Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's reply, Lin Yanbai momentarily didn't know what to say. Ordinarily, he should be angry at someone using his younger sister as an experiment. However, this person was none other than Chu Shiyun. Given his trust in Chu Shiyun's judgment, Lin Yanbai believed that while she may get hurt, his sister wouldn't die. For a girl with light elemental abilities like hers, it wasn't a big deal. Still, the fact that Chu Shiyun had taken his sister without a word infuriated Lin Yanbai. He was just about to speak when he noticed the haggard look on Chu Shiyun's face since Shen Mutian's disappearance. His gaze, though mild, seemed like a silent rebuke. Lin Yanbai immediately swallowed his words. Faced with such an innocent expression, even if Lin Yanbai had 1,000 words, they all went unsaid. Lin Yanbai finally understood why Shen Mutian, someone so capable, fell for Chu Shiyun. Even a stranger might hesitate to say anything harsh to Chu Shiyun, not to mention someone who lived alongside them. Lin Yanbai could only gently say, "Sister-in-law, remember to inform us ahead of time next time something like this happens. Also, my sister is timid. You can use gentler methods." Looking at Lin Yanhan's tattered clothing, Lin Yanbai didn't know what to say. There was no need to guess, she had been through brutal torment. But Chu Shiyun's actions were for Lin Yanhan's benefit after all, so Lin Yanbai didn't feel right criticizing him. Leaning against Han Yu, Chu Shiyun said slowly, "There won't be a next time. Her potential has already been awakened." After pausing briefly, Chu Shiyun added, "You'd better work harder, otherwise, you'll likely lose to her in the future." Lin Yanbai frowned slightly, had he heard that right? How could he possibly lose to a pure healer? But seeing Chu Shiyun's earnest expression, Lin Yanbai could only nod. With Lin Yanhan in such a state, the three decided not to continue fighting zombies outside. They checked into a hotel instead. Lin Yanbai took off his jacket and draped it over Lin Yanhan, who was still unconscious. Helplessly, Lin Yanbai waited. Chu Shiyun said there was nothing wrong with her, it was merely fatigue, and Lin Yanbai had no choice but to wait for her to wake up herself. After being scolded by Chu Shiyun this morning, Shen Tong had become unusually quiet and dared not approach Chu Shiyun anymore. Instead, he clung tightly to Lin Yanbai's side all day, much to Lin Yanbai's frustration. Chu Shiyun rested his head on one hand, sitting on the sofa and looked at Shen Tong in front of him, asking, "Had enough killing yet?" Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's words, Shen Tong became instantly nervous. "No, not yet, 3 more to go." Shen Tong waited for a moment but received no further words. Looking up curiously at Chu Shiyun, he said, "Uncle Yun." Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow and gazed at him, "Huh?" Shen Tong hung his head low, fidgeting with his fingers, "Won't you scold me?" Chu Shiyun retorted, "Why should I scold you?" Shen Tong complained quietly, "But this morning, you said I had to kill 10 zombies. Chu Shiyun lightly tapped his fingers on the wooden armrest, replying in an unreadable tone, "So am I supposed to punish you for not completing it?" "Huh?" Shen Tong raised his head blankly, trying to recall what exactly happened this morning. It seems that Chu Shiyun hadn't really said he must punish him if he didn't finish. It was just that Uncle Yun was too fierce in the morning, making him think he couldn't come back unless he finished his task. "You're 7 years old. Being able to kill 7 zombies within 3 hours is already impressive. The remaining ones can wait until tomorrow." "Okay." Originally expecting to be scolded, he didn't anticipate praise. As a result, Shen Tong's mood brightened significantly after getting reprimanded earlier in the morning, and he no longer avoided Chu Shiyun. Seeing Lin Yanbai shaking his head, this was undoubtedly known as punishing and rewarding appropriately. As Chu Shiyun and Shen Tong chatted, Lin Yanhan emitted a soft moan, drawing everyone's attention. Lin Yanbai walked over and helped her up, looking at Lin Yanhan who had just opened her eyes and seemed at a loss. Worriedly, Lin Yanbai asked, "How are you? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Hearing Lin Yanbai's gentle words, Lin Yanhan suddenly felt overwhelmed with and tears streamed down her face as she threw herself into Lin Yanbai's arms and cried loudly. "Wah! Lin Yanbai was taken aback but still hugged his sister, consoling her gently. What's wrong? Tell your brother what happened. Wah. Brother, I thought I'd never see you again, wah. Lin Yanhan sobbed uncontrollably, recounting to Lin Yanbai the things she thought of when she was near death. Listening to his sister's words, Lin Yanbai looked at Chu Shiyun. Seeing Chu Shiyun's calm demeanor and his sister's overwhelming, he couldn't help but wonder, what exactly had happened. It's fine now, isn't it? Tell your brother what happened. Wah. My sister-in-law tried to kill me. Lin Yanhan emerged from Lin Yanbai's embrace, wiped away her tears, and smeared snot onto Lin Yanbai's clothes before opening her mouth to accuse. Lin Yanbai. Shentong, ft. Upon hearing Lin Yanhan's words, Shentong, who had been drinking water, spat out the water in his mouth and stared in shock at Lin Yanhan. After crying for half a while and realizing her brother wasn't reacting, Lin Yanhan opened her eyes and looked at him, only to find that Lin Yanbai was looking at her with a complicated expression. Lin Yanbai sighed lightly, patted Lin Yanhan on the head, and advised, Sister, I know you've suffered today, but you can't slander sister-in-law. Look at yourself, do you have any limbs missing? Aren't you safely back? It's not like that, Hearing Lin Yanbai's words, Lin Yanhan wanted to explain right away, but upon seeing Chu Shiyun sitting nearby and Shentong holding a cup with a shocked expression, as well as the entirely different environment around her, she wondered, how did I get back here? Well, sister-in-law says you've activated a new ability. Let your brother take a look. Before Lin Yanhan could figure everything out, Lin Yanbai spoke again. Hearing Lin Yanbai's words, Lin Yanhan questioned, I didn't. But before she could finish speaking, she remembered the golden light radiating from her body before she lost consciousness. She instinctively stretched out her hand, and a faint golden glow appeared. With a wave of her hand, the nearby window corroded into a large round hole instantly. Lin Yanhan widened her eyes in amazement. Did she do this? When did she become so powerful? Lin Yanbai observed her light elemental abilities, which shared similarities with his own dark elemental powers, nodding contentedly. Good job, now you can attack as well as heal. Hearing Lin Yanbai's words, Lin Yanhan was still confused. Brother, what happened? Lin Yanhan felt she had completely lost her bearings. Lin Yanbai repeated to Lin Yanhan the same words Chu Shiyun had previously told him, and after listening, Lin Yanhan recounted her experience. Then, the two siblings stared at each other blankly. Lin Yanbai never expected Chu Shiyun to be so rough, actually throwing his younger sister into a pile of zombies. If the event hadn't already happened, Lin Yanbai would surely have worried about his sister earlier. Even now, seeing Lin Yanhan's current state made him heartbroken. But since Chu Shiyun managed to return Lin Yanhan safely, and she had also activated her new abilities, Lin Yanbai didn't condemn Chu Shiyun. As for Lin Yanhan, she never imagined Chu Shiyun's actions were all aimed at stimulating her potential. Realizing she had misunderstood Chu Shiyun as wanting to kill her, Lin Yanhan felt deeply guilty. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for doubting you. Chu Shiyun accepted the tea passed by Shentong, took a sip, and calmly nodded in response, Still flustered, Lin Yanhan stammered, it was just too dangerous then, you didn't tell me beforehand, and I almost got eaten by the zombies. I thought you. Wah, I'm sorry. Chu Shiyun glanced at Lin Yanhan crying miserably and said, no problem. Just practice your elemental powers properly, don't confuse attacking and healing. Lin Yanhan replied tearfully, Understood. Han Yu watched this bizarre development, its jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Why did the heartless master throw Lin Yanhan into a zombie pile, yet both siblings reacted like this afterwards? Shouldn't there have been some scolding and yelling? Why was everything developing in such an unexpected way? This was nothing like Han Yu imagined at all. As for that girl Lin Yanhan, she was brainless enough, but what was up with Lin Yanbai? How could they just let something so critical slide? This was an issue that, if mishandled, could lead to matters of life and death, yet it was simply dismissed. Han Yu didn't understand this at all, but it certainly took a great shock. If Lin Yanbai knew what Han Yu was pondering, he would probably scoff mercilessly or just ignore it altogether. In their hearts, their lives were saved by Shentong. And Chu Shiyun was the one Shentong cherished the most. If Chu Shiyun had decided to take back their lives, neither of them would object. After all, without Shentong, they would have died long ago. So now, it was only about making Lin Yanhan unlock her potential through life and death scenarios. Besides, as long as Chu Shiyun was around, Lin Yanhan wouldn't really be in danger. In that case, why get angry? This time, Chu Shiyun was there overseeing everything. Any threat to life could be promptly addressed. But imagine if, during a real life or death situation later on, Lin Yanhan couldn't activate her potential, it would be far sadder. And not telling Lin Yanhan beforehand was also for her own good, otherwise, knowing might ruin the effect. And as Lin Yanhan's brother, Lin Yanbai naturally cared deeply about her well-being. Thus, after both siblings understood the truth, they could empathize with Chu Shiyun's methods. Chapter 91, Is This Love? Since that day, Shentong and Lin Yanhan were pulled by Chu Shiyun to kill zombies. Every day there was a set quota, from 10 level 0 zombies at the start, to 10 level 1 zombies later on. Because Lin Yanhan's power level was higher than Shentong's, both Chu Shiyun and Lin Yanbai were stricter with Lin Yanhan, whereas they treated Shentong more leniently. After a week of hard work, Shentong's level had been boosted to level 2. In contrast to when he would be scared to tears at the sight of zombies in the beginning, he could now hold his own. If members of Shen's family were to see this, they would definitely be greatly shocked. As for Lin Yanhan, her situation was far worse. Her natural ability was relatively high to begin with, but as she used to be a pure healing type, she always had no physical strength. When she watched Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian training others before, Lin Yanhan envied them for being able to go out and kill zombies to provide for their families. But today, after being trained alternately by the two people, Lin Yanhan no longer envied them. She thought such tasks were not for humans. Lin Yanhan would rather return to being her pure healing type. No matter how much the two cried out in despair, a week went by like this. Since they happened to be in the city center, Chu Shiyun planned to get rid of the remaining zombies today so they could take back the city earlier, which belonged to humans. Chu Shiyun sat on Han Yu's back and looked at the three of them. Do you want to go back to base first, or come with me? The three exchanged glances and all spoke up. Sister-in-law, we will go with you. It will also take you quite some time to exterminate the rest of the zombies alone. Why don't we go with you? Yes. Uncle Cloud, I can kill zombies now. I can definitely help you. We will go with you. Seeing their responses, Chu Shiyun could only give up. All right. As long as you take care of yourselves. If we hurry, we should be able to return within 3 days. Seeing the calm and composed Chu Shiyun, Shentong couldn't help but ask, Uncle Cloud, are there really few zombies in the north? Can we clear them all in just 3 days? Looking at the innocent Shentong, Chu Shiyun lifted an eyelid and indifferently retorted, there are about half left. Not too many. But, do you really think you can compare with me? Shentong. Shentong didn't reply anymore. He wanted to go to the corner to grow mushrooms. Wah wah wah, even though it's a fact, why must you hit on it? Shentong felt wronged but said nothing. Although he couldn't see Chu Shiyun's real strength, he himself is only level 2. However, in Shentong's eyes, it was also because Chu Shiyun practiced longer. He has only contacted ESP for about a month, and officially practicing for merely 2 weeks. To reach this level already was quite impressive, right? Must he bash him like this? Just because he's stronger, isn't it? Looking at Shentong's aggrieved expression, Lin Yanbai chuckled, knowing well how unsparing Chu Shiyun's words were. But he thought it was Shentong's own fault. Forget about the past, even though they've lived together in the downtown area for a week, Shentong still didn't know Chu Shiyun's temperament and sought trouble willingly. How could this be blamed on anyone else? Therefore, Lin Yanbai also spared no effort to mock Shentong, making Shentong extremely depressed. Teacher, you're not helping me either. Shentong sniffed and turned around to look at Lin Yanbai, who was mad. Lin Yanbai picked up Shentong and brought him into his arms, roughly ruffling Shentong's head, saying, who told you to offend sister-in-law repeatedly without learning a lesson? You can't even beat me. What makes you think you're capable of something? Hearing Lin Yanbai's words, Shentong's face was full of unhappiness. Teacher, I'm not always like this. I will definitely surpass you in the future. We'll talk when you're better than me. Both their talents were roughly equal, and Lin Yanbai had practiced longer than Shentong, so whether Shentong could surpass Lin Yanbai remained uncertain. Watching the two play fight, Chu Shiyun said, let's go. Time is pressing, let's clean up the zombies sooner and return to base earlier. Yes. Chu Shiyun rode on Han Yu and galloped toward the city center. Lin Yanbai carried Shentong onto Silver while Lin Yanhan drove the car behind them. Shentong, who originally doubted Chu Shiyun's words, immediately dropped his jaw when he saw Chu Shiyun charge forward unflinchingly, leaving only powder where the zombies once stood. Turning his head, Shentong mumbled to Lin Yanbai who embraced him from behind, is this Uncle Cloud's power? Lin Yanbai nodded seriously, surprised that within less than half a month, Chu Shiyun's strength had reached another peak compared to the last accident when Chu Shiyun saved everyone. Now Lin Yanbai observed Chu Shiyun's actions much more clearly. But it was limited to the space around Chu Shiyun, because from beginning to end, Chu Shiyun didn't do much, always sitting on Han Yu. If not for having seen this move, Lin Yanbai wouldn't have known what happened. And the ESP ability was quickly retracted, perhaps out of fear of harming these people. By the time they passed, all the surrounding zombies had already been wiped out, and the zombie-killing ESP ability followed Chu Shiyun forward. This was the first time Lin Yanhan saw Chu Shiyun use a move like this, and following behind her, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, completely disbelieving that such a powerful technique could be used by a human. Chu Shiyun was killing zombies while collecting those crystal cores. Since no one was helping him tidy up this time, Chu Shiyun could only tire himself out a bit and take care of it personally. Thus, Chu Shiyun rode Han Yu, walking unhurriedly in front, with the three following behind. The crystal cores on the ground floated into the air, then entered Chu Shiyun's storage space. It was as if a beautiful colored chain was tied around Chu Shiyun. The other espers who were hunting zombies elsewhere saw this scene and immediately widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. Am I hallucinating? Did I just see the crystal cores floating in midair? I feel like I'm hallucinating too. How many crystal cores are floating in the air? There are even level 2 and level 3 ones. That person's strength is too powerful. Such scenes also appeared among the previous military forces. Zombies that they usually considered very troublesome and strong became nothing more than a larger number of crystal cores under Chu Shiyan's hand. "Boss, I think that looks like Brother Yun," one soldier under Shenmutian's command said to his captain. Hearing this, the captain also turned his gaze towards Chu Shiyan, who was gradually moving away, slowly widening his eyes. "Damn, it really is Brother Yun. What is he doing? I think he's killing zombies and collecting crystal cores." The captain slapped the back of the subordinate's head. "Of course I know that. What I want to say is how advanced his ESP has reached. How terrifying it is." Shenmutian heard the commotion and came over. "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, the two soldiers saluted Shenmutian, reporting while Chu Shiyan had just turned at the corner and wasn't seen. After hearing their report, Shenmutian hurriedly looked over, only to find Chu Shiyan long gone, leaving behind a field of powdered remains. Seeing the place where every zombie had been exterminated, Shenmutian pursed his lips. Shenmutian's mood was complex. He knew Chu Shiyan was very skilled, but these changes had only occurred after his younger brother disappeared. So Shenmutian did not wish for either of his brothers to suffer greatly. While one suffered severe injuries, the other transformed into such a cold figure. Unfortunately, no matter how the family tried to counsel, it made no difference. Chu Shiyan still did as he pleased, becoming even colder and more distant towards them, even towards his elder brother Chu Shiryu. Closing his eyes to calm his emotions, Shenmutian said to his subordinates, "Follow them. If you see any remaining zombies, go deal with them. At this speed, our home will soon be reclaimed." Yes. Everyone followed orders. By the middle of the day, Chu Shiyan directly exhausted his spatial ability before stopping. Looking at Chu Shiyan, pale-faced yet stubbornly refusing anyone's support and insisting on walking into the hotel himself, Han Yu felt somewhat dispirited. It was Chu Shiyan's spirit weapon, and it should have protected both him and his mate. But due to its insufficient power, Chu Shiyan's proud and radiant master became this cold and aloof individual without even someone to support him. If Shenmutian were here, Chu Shiyan would probably jump onto him to act cute already. Thinking about the domineering yet doting Shenmutian towards Chu Shiyan, Han Yu shook its head and sighed. He's still soaking in the spiritual spring pool, so thinking about it too much serves no purpose. Han Yu did not know whether it should tell Chu Shiyan that upgrading to level 10 was even harder than upgrading to level 4 or level 7. Even though Chu Shiyan doesn't have constraints for upgrading, breaking through won't be easy. Han Yu feared Chu Shiyan might not get past this level 10 barrier. If this truly happens, he might go crazy again. Han Yu hung its head and walked into the room with Chu Shiyan, then entered the storage space as expected. Chu Shiyan went to the spiritual spring pool to look for Shenmutian and took care of eating, sleeping, and washing beside the pool. Watching his owner regain a smile and lie next to Shenmutian, it seemed like all troubles and fatigue disappeared as long as this person was present. Han Yu returned to its original form and flew to sit on a big tree. Supporting its chin with two little hands, it displayed an expression of confusion for the first time. For a spirit weapon, they possess no emotions. So it had never understood why Shenmutian could sacrifice his life for Chu Shiyan, or why Chu Shiyan could go crazy because of Shenmutian. Humans said this was love. Then what is love? Han Yu was very puzzled. It only knew about their possessiveness towards each other, how they would feel happy or sad for each other, even willing to die for each other. Was that all there was? Then Han Yu thought about itself and found it seemed to not have such feelings. No. Upon reflecting on the past, Han Yu realized it once yearned for someone too. It didn't know what that was, but it wanted him. What benefit did that person bring to it? None apparently. Was there any attraction? Not particularly either. Han Yu looked at Chu Shiyan, whose eyes were full of Shenmutian, muttering, "Is this love?" The truth, it couldn't figure out for now. Chapter 92, The Younger Brother Can Only Be Spoiled. Within just 3 days, Chu Shiyan's decisive move completely eradicated the zombies that had occupied City A, with only 1 or 2 escaping. These stragglers were subsequently dealt with by the military and a special mission team of psychics. Upon hearing this news back at the base, they quickly dispatched people to clean up the city area and begin rebuilding their homes. As for Chu Shiyan, after these 3 days of output recovery, his psychic abilities finally reached level 8. However, Chu Shiyan wasn't particularly happy because when he previously battled Shenmutian and the other two, they were already at level 8. Over this time, Chu Shiyan also didn't know whether they had advanced to level 9 yet. Moreover, during these 10 days, everyone managed to upgrade their abilities to level 5, and Lin Yanbai even broke through to level 6. In the riverside villa, Chu Shiyan sat on a single sofa, legs crossed, left hand resting on the armrest supporting his head, gazing at those seated in front of him. He calmly began, "I'll give you all one last month to elevate your psychic abilities to level 6. By then, regardless of whether you've been promoted or not, I must set off." Lin Yanbai was the earliest among them, aside from Chu Shiyan, to reach level 6, so he felt no pressure about advancing to level 6. Hearing Chu Shiyan's question, Lin asked, "Sister-in-law, where are we going?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Chu Shiyan's gaze swept around the group and found that everyone was looking at her with curiosity. She then replied, "The capital base." Pausing briefly, she added, this journey may involve the risk of losing our lives. If any of you don't wish to go, feel free to tell me beforehand, I won't force you. Listening to Chu Shiyun's words, everyone frowned. Mao Senian even said, Shiyun, why are you saying such things? If it were due to danger, we wouldn't have come with you from City C to City A in the first place. We trust that there's definitely a reason you're heading to the capital base, let alone if it truly is as dangerous as you say, how could we possibly allow you to go alone? Lin Yanhan kept nodding fervently, exactly. Sister-in-law, without us by your side, how can we ensure your safety? Although you're skilled, you're just one person and will get tired too, we must definitely go with you. After hearing what both said, Chu Shiyun looked toward the others who hadn't spoken yet, do you share the same sentiment? That's correct. How could we let you go alone? You're even younger than us, so we should be taking care of you instead. Providing us crystal cores for cultivation has gone on long enough, and something like this certainly cannot have you risking yourself alone. Everyone voiced their opinions. Chu Shiyun nodded satisfactorily, alright, enhance your abilities properly, I'll notify you 2 days before departure. Aside from clothing, I'll take care of everything else. Yes. Seeing Chu Shiyun finishing up her announcement, Mo Yuyang hesitantly spoke, sister-in-law, I want to join you. Chu Shiyun glanced at Mo Yuyang sitting in the corner and said indifferently, all taken care of. Mo Yuyang nodded furiously, fearing that if his reaction was delayed, Chu Shiyun would send him away again, everything is handled. I won't let them bother you anymore. I rented a small house in Zone C where my parents live. My sister is a psychic who can support herself. I've talked with my grandma, and she chose my uncle over my father, to whom I gave a large supply of goods. From now on, they and I will no longer have any ties, nor will I acknowledge that group of people. Chu Shiyun approved with a satisfied nod. Not bad, decisive enough. The others were also impressed with Mo Yuyang's decisiveness. It was understandable that Mo Yuyang seemed harsh since if that group hadn't initially intended to sell Mo Yuding and later caused disturbances at the villa while abusing relationships linked to Mo Yuyang to bully other survivors, Mo Yuyang wouldn't have acted so mercilessly. Also, grandmother Mo lacked good judgment, favoring Mo Debo's family despite them being incapable while trying to step on capable Mo Yuyang's family to rise. After witnessing Mo Yuyang speaking and finding out Chu Shiyun was evidently content with his handling, Mo Yuyang sighed in relief. Actually, 5 days ago, he'd already finished dealing with matters. However, at that time, Chu Shiyun wasn't at the base, and Mo Yuyang dared not return and contradict Chu Shiyun's orders, waiting until today, after Chu Shiyun returned to handle affairs outside the base, for him to rush over. Even after entering the door, Mo Yuyang remained anxious, but thankfully, Chu Shiyun forgave him. Seeing there were no more questions lingering among everyone, Chu Shiyun planned to leave. Chu Shiyun glanced at Han Yu, who was lazily enjoying herself in Bai Qiaoxi's embrace. Feeling someone's gaze, Han Yu's hair stood on end, and she immediately leapt up and ran to Chu Shiyun's side, rubbing against him affectionately. The man and the beast then walked out together, leaving a baffled Shentong behind. Was he being left behind again? Looking at Shentong's expressionless face, Lin Yanbai, though with a faint expression, had a glint of amusement in his eyes. Alright, I'll send you back later, let me take you to practice your psychic abilities first. Seeing Lin Yanbai's thoughtful nature, Shentong nodded repeatedly, instantly forgetting about Chu Shiyun and sending him far into outer space. After leaving the door, Chu Shiyun didn't immediately return to the Shen family but instead came once more to the research institute. Standing in front of the entrance, Chu Shiyun frowned as he stared at the gates that resembled the gaping mouth of an abyssal beast, unwilling to enter. However, remembering the purpose of his visit, Chu Shiyun suppressed his aversion, picked up Han Yu, and walked inside. Because previously when Chu Shiyun escorted medical equipment, the guards had seen him. Chu Shiyun had also ordered them not to stop Chu Shiyun if he arrived and let him pass directly. So upon seeing Chu Shiyun, the guard at the gate saluted, then opened the gates. Once Chu Shiyun entered, the gates closed immediately. To ensure the safety of the research institute, it was built underground with only the main gate located above ground. Chu Shiyun looked at the passage glowing with cold white light and furrowed his brows tightly enough to kill a mosquito. Han Yu looked at Chu Shiyun standing still and curiously asked, Master, aren't we going in? Chu Shiyun narrowed his eyes dangerously, if you hadn't spoken, no one would have thought you were mute. Hearing Chu Shiyun's cold tone, Han Yu pouted unhappily. Wasn't this just because he wasn't moving? Why be so harsh? Ignoring Han Yu, Chu Shiyun took a deep breath and proceeded straight to the innermost part. On the way, Chu Shiyun saw researchers in lab coats wearing masks and caps, and through glass windows, he observed either preserved zombies or mutated beasts in formaldehyde or as specimens, along with other bizarre creatures. Han Yu looked up at Chu Shiyun and noticed how unusually pale his complexion was, with his body temperature unnaturally low. Han Yu remembered noticing the same thing last time they visited here. Why was this happening? Unaware of Han Yu's concerns, Chu Shiyun found a staff member to guide him and soon arrived at Chu Shiyu's working area. Seeing Chu Shiyu bustling around inside the research room, Chu Shiyun remained silent and waited beside the door. After about half an hour, Chu Shiyu finally finished his work. Seeing Chu Shiyun waiting by the door, he quickly put down what he was doing and walked out, asking worriedly, what's wrong? Chu Shiyun usually discussed matters at home, so what made him specially come to the research institute this time? And wasn't he just returning from outside the base? Chu Shiryu glanced at the dark circles under Chu Shiryun's eyes and felt heartache for his younger brother. Without wasting time, Chu Shiryun cut straight to the point. I need a new type of gun. This gun shouldn't require bullets, instead, it will transform crystal cores into energy. The quality must be good, the quantity needs to be 30 guns, and I want them within 1 month. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiryu frowned. Little brother, creating the weapon you ask for won't be easy, especially given just 1 month. Chu Shiryun fixed his gaze on Chu Shiryu, confident and resolute. That might be true for others, but for you, it can definitely be done. Chu Shiryu could only laugh bitterly as he replied, you're placing too much faith in me. Not only is this novel gun design recent technology, but crystal cores themselves have only been studied for months without full understanding yet. How could we develop anything so quickly? Chu Shiryun said nothing, merely staring silently at Chu Shiryu. For a moment, the two brothers locked gazes until Chu Shiryu couldn't stand it anymore and reluctantly agreed, all right. I'll try my best. I'll set aside other research projects and attempt to develop these weapons for you, though there's no guarantee, don't hope for too much. He sighed helplessly. His little brother always seemed like some kind of debt collector born to trouble him, so he could do nothing but fulfill this request to the best of his ability. To this, Chu Shiryun only responded with one sentence, I trust you. Chu Shiryu gazed at his little brother's unwavering trustful look, unsure whether to laugh or cry. I don't have any crystal cores on hand now, all the ones I initially had were used for earlier research. We'd need to apply for more from the base, which might take at least 3 days. Another issue came to Chu Shiryu's mind, and it already gave him a headache. Seeing Chu Shiryu's troubled expression, Chu Shiryun directly took out a big bag from his spatial storage, which felt heavy in his hands. Chu Shiryu looked over curiously and was surprised to find the very crystal cores he had just been racking his brains about obtaining. His eyes widened as he turned to look at his younger brother in astonishment. When did you get these? The moment the words were out, Chu Shiryu realized how foolish they sounded. His little brother had just returned, making this an obvious question. Chu Shiryu slapped his forehead, then reached out to take the bag of crystal cores from Chu Shiryun, opening it to take a peek inside. He immediately estimated there were no fewer than several hundred crystal cores, if not more than 1,000. Alright, I'll do my best to create what you need. Regardless of whether or not the research is successful, I'll let you know after a month. After speaking, Chu Shiryu gave Chu Shiryun some additional instructions before heading back to the research room. Chu Shiryun didn't pay much attention to the distressed look on Chu Shiryu's face because, in the previous life, it was their eldest brother who had invented this new type of energy gun. Although it would still be a few months before the invention of the energy gun, with the crystal cores he had just given him, Chu Shiryun couldn't imagine his genius elder brother failing to develop it. Chu Shiryun had come with a cold demeanor, but with Chu Shiryu's promise, his mood improved somewhat. This meant he was one step closer to avenging himself. Chapter 93, The Truth of the End Times. After everything was arranged, Chu Shiryun left the base again to eliminate zombies. He intended to exterminate all the zombies that could threaten the base before he left, so that he could give an account to his master after he woke up. Due to the initial proposal, the rear location of the base had shrunk by half. A wall was built at the edge of Zone A. From the back gate of the base to the foot of the mountain, there was a considerable distance. Hanyu ran along the road by the riverside villas until he reached the foot of the mountain behind the base, where he slightly slowed down. Looking at the muddy road, wings sprouted from behind Hanyu and he hovered 1 meter off the ground. Master, why are we here? Hanyu contracted his limbs, gently flapping his wings as he asked the man sitting on his back. Chu Shiryun sat cross-legged with one leg bent and the other straightened, propping his chin with his hand supported on his knee. What do you see when you look at this mountain? Hearing Chu Shiryun's question, Hanyu blinked and gazed at the green mountains. Since the trees had all turned into dead wood, the mountains and forests with vitality were rare. Although they were scarce, they weren't non-existent. Hence, everyone in the Hope Base saw nothing strange about the mountains covered with greenery since the onset of the end times. Hanyu looked up and slowly widened his eyes. Do you mean something is wrong with this mountain? Chu Shiryun did not deny it. Confused, Hanyu asked, but why, after such a long time since the apocalypse, has there been no sign? Maybe there isn't a problem at all. Chu Shiryun listened to Hanyu's words, shook his head, and curled his lips in a smile. I don't know if you noticed, but under the extremely scarce green vegetation condition within the base, no one suggested checking out this place. People have become accustomed to the lush, green mountain behind them. Not even during the construction of the city walls did anyone find anything odd here. Suddenly understanding, Hanyu exclaimed, oh. So master, you've known for a while there was something wrong with this place. Chu Shiryun looked at the seemingly peaceful mountain forest and narrowed his eyes. No, I only realized this when my abilities rose to level 8. Before that, I didn't pay much attention to what might be amiss with this mountain. However, once I reached level 8, I had a premonition. This mountain is very dangerous. This feeling was like facing a sleeping ferocious wild beast. Once awakened, death would surely follow. Chu Shiryun continued, when I realized how abnormal this felt, I asked others, but they showed no reaction. Even though they could clearly see the scenery of this mountain, they found nothing peculiar. Han Yu, shaken by Chu Shiryun's explanation, hesitated to fly forward anymore. Then why do you want to go there? Isn't it dangerous? Upon hearing this, Chu Shiryun cast a meaningful look at him. Although Han Yu couldn't see Chu Shiryun's eyes, he felt a cold breeze blow past, giving him chills. You're already level 10, right? Damn. Han Yu immediately knew something bad was coming upon hearing Chu Shiryun's statement. Though he'd reached level 10, that didn't make him invincible. So, with whining tones, he responded, Wah. Master, even though I'm level 10, I'm just a spirit weapon. My job isn't to deal damage. Talking combat strength, I'm not even as good as you. At his words, Han Yu received an honorable look of disdain from Chu Shiryun. Stop whining and fly into the mountain to take a look. Oh. Hearing Chu Shiryun's reprimanding voice, Han Yu reluctantly agreed, then flapped his wings and flew into the mountain forest that seemed normal yet was perilous. As Han Yu entered the mountain, Chu Shiryun added a protective barrier around both of them, isolating themselves from any outside biological searches. Inside the mountain, Han Yu moved much slower due to the chaotic trees. His flight dropped lower to only 30 centimeters above the ground. He could clearly see that after flying into the mountain forest, the landscape inside differed greatly from the outside. The sleeping forest seemed to awaken, vines visibly crawling and wrapping around nearby large trees. Deeper inside, a mutated python hung from a tree. When a rat-sized mutated mouse crawled by, the python swiftly darted out, sinking its venomous fangs into the rat's body and swallowing it whole. Such scenes were everywhere. Staring blankly at these sights, Han Yu momentarily froze mid-air and finally said after some time, Master. It's very dangerous. Should we continue? Just judging from the tiger it saw earlier, it was at least level 6, higher than the level of the wolf at home that they regularly took for walks. Chu Shiryun looked gravely at the scene before him and said in a serious tone, why shouldn't we go? It's precisely because it's dangerous that we need to eliminate the danger. Han Yu sighed helplessly and followed Chu Shiryun's order, all right. Chu Shiryun watched all this with concern. He knew that if someone were manipulating these killings confined to the mountain forest, they could easily bring them into the base instead. To this day, he still didn't know what kind of strength his adversary had. Even the strength of a mutated beast on the outskirts was so formidable, Chu Shiryun was very sure that whoever controlled everything behind the scenes must be no weaker than him, otherwise, he wouldn't have only discovered it when his ability reached level 8. And now, he intended to resolve this situation before anything happened. Chu Shiryun did not plan to clear out these mutated animals and plants until he found out what caused their mutation. He didn't want to alert the perpetrator prematurely. Passing by several level 7 or 8 mutated creatures without being detected, Chu Shiryun didn't care much as they ventured deeper. He could sense that the truth was right before them. Han Yu slowed down significantly, fearing Chu Shiryun's powers might fail to conceal them and get them noticed. Looking at the slope before them, sunlight faintly filtered through the dense foliage above. Chu Shiryun felt his heart tighten. Taking a deep breath, he patted Han Yu under him gently and said, let's go. Upon hearing this, Han Yu flapped his wings and flew up. Immediately, an incredible sight revealed itself before them. On the other side of the slope lay a massive deep pit. Inside, there was an irregular 10-meter diameter meteorite. Separated by the slope, one side was bright while the other plunged into darkness. Points of greenish fluorescent light scattered throughout the deep pit illuminated the dark realm completely. 10 meters away from the meteorite stood an enormous ancient tree, and within 10 meters around the meteorite, no living things existed. Surrounding the meteorite from about 10 meters outwards, thick vines and branches intertwined as if guarding, or claiming possession. Before Han Yu could take a closer look, Chu Shiryun returned with him to their space domain. Chu Shiryun's pupils contracted, shock still lingering on his face as though he hadn't fully recovered from it. If he still couldn't figure out what was happening right then, he really should return to school for another lesson. The moment he saw that meteorite and that mutated tree, everything became clear. However, he never expected that such a small meteorite was the cause of the global calamity. Certainly no news report of its landing came during the pre-apocalypse era. Han Yu looked around at the familiar environment, confused and looking at Chu Shiryun. Master, why are we suddenly back? Chu Shiryun glared down at Han Yu, his expression grim. If we hadn't come back, that tree might have noticed us. Seeing Chu Shiryun's sour face, Han Yu appeared perplexed. Is that tree so powerful that it can detect our existence despite our spatial isolation? Chu Shiryun nodded slowly. That tree is at level 9 peak, just shy of reaching level 10. Hearing this, Han Yu widened his mouth in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could its level rise so fast? After all, the higher the level, the harder it is to upgrade. Chu Shiryun was an exception since his abilities increased automatically once his energy hit the critical point, with any slight difficulties merely due to unfamiliarity with those skills. It was like when he was level 5 initially. However, neither humans, zombies, nor mutant creatures shared this natural advantage. Their power upgrades were achieved step by step, unlike Chu Shiryun who progressed smoothly. This explained why the majority of people in Hope Base remained at such low levels. Lifting his eyelids toward Han Yu, Chu Shiryun asked, did you see that rock outside? Confused, Han Yu responded, yeah. Isn't it just a glowing large rock? Chu Shiryun gave a cold chuckle. That's a meteorite, an energy-bearing meteorite. Do you think the boundary of day and night has nothing to do with the glow emitted by the slope and the meteorite? As Chu Shiyun explained, Han Yu slowly closed his mouth. Chu Shiyun continued his analysis. The reason why that tree improved so quickly is tied to that meteorite. If my guess is correct, the mutated tree absorbs the meteorite's energy, deceiving the entire hope base by using the meteorite's power. Its sole purpose must be monopolizing the energy. Listening to Chu Shiyun's reasoning, Han Yu found it convincing but remained puzzled. But how does the meteorite have such abilities? Why doesn't the mutated tree die after absorbing its energy? Han Yu's words were not baseless. A rock without consciousness can do nothing more than release energy. Moreover, the latter is the energy that caused the entire earth to mutate. How could it be so easily absorbed by a tree? Chu Shiyun pondered and said, the meteorite having hidden abilities must be correct, because before today, I hadn't even heard any news about its appearance. As for why the mutated tree can absorb its energy, I think it hasn't yet reached the critical point, and what it absorbs is only a part of the scattered energy. But, I don't think absorbing this power will bring any benefits. We know nothing about it. The crystal cores we use now have been weakened, they're not its pure power. Besides, when I got close to it, I felt very uncomfortable. Although it attracted me, I also felt its evil and disgusting nature, which is quite strange. It's as if once its energy is truly absorbed, one can never stop. And our bodies would eventually reach their limits. Once we reach that moment, it would be no different from exploding and dying. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 94, Chu Shiyun is no longer listless. Han Yu looked at Chu Shiyun as he seriously analyzed the situation. Han Yu's hair stood on end, because even though Chu only glanced and made so many conclusions, he was truly extraordinary. Moreover, Han Yu believed there was a significant chance that what Chu Shiyun said could be true. Chu Shiyun continued with his guesses. There might be another situation where that mutated tree will turn into a weapon in his hand, with 70% probability of releasing a zombie virus. Even if we don't know the strength of its ability, just having this possibility would be catastrophic. Han Yu looked at Chu Shiyun, seemingly seeking help. Then what should we do? Chu Shiyun narrowed his eyes, and from it Han Yu sensed a dangerous aura. What we can do now is to destroy the meteorite. Han Yu hesitated, but if it's an extraterrestrial object, would it be easy for us to destroy it? Moreover, the mutated tree is guarding it. A dangerous look flashed through Chu Shiyun's eyes. Even if it's difficult, we still need to try. This thing must be destroyed. Although Chu did not know all the details, he had a feeling that this meteorite wasn't something good, and even quite dangerous. If it isn't eliminated soon, it might threaten the future of humanity. Although Chu Shiyun didn't want to be a savior, he wouldn't pretend not to see the harm of the meteorite and leave directly. Thinking about how hard it would be to deal with the meteorite, Chu Shiyun continued, if nothing else works, we have space. If human power can't destroy it, then isolate it. Upon hearing this, Han Yu nodded in agreement. This plan is feasible. The bright void bracelet comes from the cultivation realm, so it doesn't follow normal logic. It shouldn't be a problem to store this meteorite inside, and there are also many scenic fragment spaces within it, such as deserts and wastelands, which can be used to contain the meteorite. With the protection of Master Artificer, we don't have to worry about it releasing harmful energy. As long as we seal it, we don't have to worry about it continuously spreading the virus anymore. Chu Shiyun nodded and gave Han Yu an appreciative glance. Good job, you're clever. What Han Yu said was also what Chu was thinking. No matter what happens later, we should first try to destroy the meteorite. If possible, let's avoid putting it into the space. Absolutely. Han Yu agreed with Chu Shiyun's words. After all, it's their home. When unsure about the meteorite, it's best not to store it if we can avoid it. Thinking about the mutated tree guarding the meteorite outside, Han Yu asked, Master, what should we do now? That mutated tree is at peak 9th level, almost reaching 10th level. Moreover, you said it may also spread viruses. How are we going to solve this? Hearing this, Chu Shiyun's face wrinkled together. This was his dilemma too. Although he has just broken through to 8th level, dealing with such a powerful opponent wouldn't be easy. Relying on the powers of the artificer might lead to success, but those powers would become increasingly limited. He had already used some when chasing down Tang Anyan and Bai Changchen before, although not much. The accumulation would make him feel pain, so it's best not to rely on them unless necessary. Chu Shiyun looked at Han Yu solemnly. Are you sure you can't beat it? Han Yu looked troubled. Master, I am not lying. In single combat, I couldn't even win against you. My main abilities focus on protecting, not attacking. All I can do is protect you from being harmed by that tree, but I really can't defeat it. Han Yu felt distressed inwardly. When the artificer created him, his abilities were not designed mainly for attack, so fighting wasn't his forte. What could he do? Otherwise, when Tang Anyan and Bai Changchen attacked them back then, they wouldn't have been so disheveled. It's impossible to directly use the bright void bracelet as a weapon to smash. Listening to Han Yu's words, Chu Shiyun fell into deep thought. He naturally trusted Han Yu's words, but that this 10-level guardian warrior was less powerful than him was indeed difficult for Chu Shiyun to accept. Feeling a slight headache, Chu massaged his temples. He was currently at a loss. Not matching up in strength, not knowing the opponent's bottom line, Chu Shiyun didn't even know if the meteorite was harmful or not. Han Yu spoke softly, Master, don't be so troubled. Since we've come here, we'll stay calm. There's always a way to think of, if not today, perhaps tomorrow. Hearing Han Yu's words, Chu Shiyun raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting such a phrase coming from Han Yu's mouth. You seem to have significantly improved culturally now. Hearing Chu Shiyun's somewhat approving words, Han Yu proudly tilted his head, not bad. Chu Shiyun looked at the little man on top of the leaves with small wings, then thought about Han Yu's usual cat form and examined Han Yu carefully. Then Chu Shiyun opened his mouth. I remember, can you change shape at will, right? At this topic, Han Yu became more professional, of course. There is nothing I can't transform into, no matter what you want to see, I can make it happen. Chu Shiyun nodded thoughtfully. Can you turn into a giant? Han Yu nodded firmly. Of course, I can show master right now. After speaking, the cute little Han Yu disappeared from where he stood. In its place was a Tenjong-high giant. It proudly addressed Chu Shiyun, its voice scaring away all the birds in the forest. Master, I told you I could, don't you think it's quite magnificent? Chu Shiyun glanced over Han Yu's new figure, then pointed to an ancient towering tree by the riverbank. Go pull that tree up. Although he was curious why Chu Shiyun could simply pull trees up with a mere thought but insisted for him to do it manually, Han Yu still followed through. Wings sprouted on his back, carrying him across the river to the other side. From afar, Chu Shiyun could already see Han Yu beginning to pull the tree. The once proud towering tree began trembling, then gradually started being uprooted inch by inch. It took only 10 minutes before Han Yu managed to completely uproot a tree bigger than himself. A faint glint appeared in Chu Shiyun's dim eyes, although it quickly faded. But the miniature Han Yu who had returned saw this moment. Master, am I amazing or not? Chu Shiyun calmly nodded, not bad. Han Yu rarely received praise from Chu Shiyun, so naturally responded smugly, humph. Chu Shiyun suddenly asked, do you think you can withstand the mutated tree's attack? Han Yu considered it for a while, then confidently nodded, I can. Even though its attacking capabilities were nothing special, its defense was undoubtedly strong. Before, its power had been suppressed, making it seem weaker. Now that it had reached the 10th level, as the saying goes, even 3 days apart should lead to reassessing one another's abilities, and the same applied to him. Listening to Han Yu's response, Chu Shiyun immediately made a decision. Then, we choose an appropriate time. I will mainly attack, and you go and uproot it. Ha. Han Yu widened his eyes looking at Chu Shiyun, as if trying to confirm whether what Chu Shiyun said was true. Master, even if we uproot it, there's still no way we can handle it. Besides, it might counterattack us. Moreover, it has awareness, just pulling it isn't going to be easy. Chu Shiyun glanced sideways at it, can't you do it? The seemingly light tone from Chu Shiyun actually doubted him, and instantly triggered Han Yu's competitive spirit. Yes, I can. Why wouldn't I? Just wait, and I'll let you see my capabilities. Chu Shiyun continued responding lightly, oh. Looking at Chu Shiyun's indifferent expression, Han Yu felt extremely agitated. Damn master, bullying me again. Chu Shiyun did not continue teasing him and instead spoke about his plan. I'm not sure if the mutated tree can move, but if it can, that would be ideal. If it can't, you must uproot it anyway. Once it enters the space, we shouldn't have a problem dealing with it. Han Yu brightened, indeed. Space belonged to the master, any life within it could easily be controlled with life or death at a single instant. Master, you're truly smart, coming up with such a plan. It's not me being smart, this is simply the best solution, and its body is large enough, making it easier to contain it inside the space. As for people like Tang Anyan, Chu Shiyun couldn't easily get them into the space because they were enemies to begin with and would guard against each other, using their abilities to attack from a distance without needing to close in. Chu Shiyun continued, once it is separated from the soil anchoring it, it would become much easier to encase it within the space. All I need to do during the battle is touch it, and once touched, whether it enters or not depends entirely on me. After thinking about it, Han Yu spoke. There should be no problem with Master and me handling the mutated tree, but doesn't it have hypnotic powers? What if it calls for help from other mutated beasts? With so many mutated plants and animals on this mountain, even their spittle combined together would be enough to drown us. Picturing the scene Han Yu described, Chu Shiyun felt a chill throughout his body. Shut up. Seeing Chu Shiyun's expression of disdain, Han Yu mumbled, being clean freak is terrifying. Then he muttered in a low voice, but I didn't say anything wrong. There indeed are many mutated plants and animals on the entire mountain. How should we resolve these issues? Chu Shiyun thought about the size of the deep pit and the position occupied by the mutated tree, calculating for a moment. It seemed to be right within his range of control. When the time comes, I'll seal off the space there first. As long as we finish the battle quickly, they will have no chance. Han Yu remembered his master's spatial abilities and nodded. In that case, they could fight freely without any concerns at the back. Looking at Chu Shiyun, who was painstakingly dealing with just one meteorite, Han Yu felt much more relaxed inside. The previous Chu Shiyun always had a cold face with an air of being resigned to death. Han Yu believed that if Shen Mutant couldn't be saved, Chu Shiyun would surely follow him into death. Now that Chu Shiyun had shifted his focus onto resolving the meteorite issue, his energy and spirit improved greatly, without any signs of lifelessness anymore. Overall, Han Yu was quite satisfied. Chapter 95, eradicating the mutant tree. After discussing with his weapon, Chu Shiyun decided to take action immediately without any prior preparation. Since Chu Shiyun had just broken through to the 8th level, it was unlikely he would break through again in the short term. His control over his psychic abilities was now effortless and refined. As for weapons, they could offer him no help since the mutant tree was at the peak of the 9th level, and Chu Shiyun himself wasn't even certain that he could harm it. Furthermore, guns ineffective against 5th level or higher beings were out of the question. As for Han Yu, it relied on Chu Shiyun's assistance to level up, so expecting it to boost its own strength was unrealistic. Therefore, Chu Shiyun resolved to directly launch an assault on the mutant tree. He reminded Han Yu one last time, remember, once we leave the space, wait for my orders. When I give you the signal, go straight ahead and pull it out. Who they intended to pull out was understood by both the person and the weapon, and Han Yu firmly nodded. It wouldn't be dragging its master down at this crucial moment. Watching Han Yu's determined demeanor, Chu Shiyun immediately gripped it and stepped out of the space. Facing the familiar meteorite crater and the mutant tree, Chu Shiyun wasted no time. Once he released Han Yu, he instantly used spatial psychic ability, teleportation. Using his mastery of space, he teleported into midair. His spiritual energy interfered with the mutant tree as spatial psychic energy also surged forth, causing the space around to crack inch by inch before rushing toward the mutant tree. Due to Chu Shiyun's sudden attack, the mutant tree exploded with anger. Thousands of thick branches, each as wide as an adult's arm, danced menacingly in the air, charging fiercely toward Chu Shiyun. But before these branches could reach Chu Shiyun, they were reaped by the spatial psychic energy surrounding him, vanishing into thin air without a trace. Witnessing such a scene, the mutant tree grew even angrier. Dozens of branches emanating green light extended from its trunk, striking furiously at Chu Shiyun. Seeing how easily these branches shattered his spatial barriers, Chu Shiyun did not resist needlessly but retreated using teleportation once more. Simultaneously, his spiritual energy covered the main trunk of the mutant tree while Chu Shiyun carefully observed its weaknesses. These branches were extremely sturdy, covered with an unknown substance resisting penetration by Chu Shiyun's spiritual force. This made his battle arduous. Ordinarily unbeatable spiritual force had met its match, obstructing Chu Shiyun's progress. Observing the faint green glow enveloping the mutant tree, Chu Shiyun frowned slightly and retreated until he flew far above, where the tree could not reach him. His gaze fixed on the seemingly motionless meteorite below turned increasingly fierce. Han Yu appeared on Chu Shiyun's shoulder, anxiously asking, "Master, are you injured?" Chu Shiyun shook his head, indicating he was fine, and looked at the mutant tree which raged wildly because of his disappearance. There was an unreadable emotion in his eyes. Worried, Han Yu asked, "Master, can you defeat that tree? If not, let's try again tomorrow." Chu Shiyun resolutely replied, "No, it must be dealt with today." Before confronting the mutant tree, Chu Shiyun had already isolated the space around them, so Han Yu didn't notice anything strange about their surroundings. However, Chu Shiyun could feel that the tree was calling for help, summoning the other mutant plants and animals it had previously controlled. If Chu Shiyun hadn't been vigilant, he would already have faced more opponents. Though Chu Shiyun was lower in rank than the mutant tree, he was never someone who could be measured simply by levels. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on the mutant tree alone like this. His initial concern stemmed from a lack of confidence, fearing mutual destruction. During the fight, Chu Shiyun realized how stubborn the tree was, and its fluctuations indicated that in a few days, it might even break through to the 10th level. Chu Shiyun was already struggling against it now at the 9th level, fighting a 10th level mutant tree would be almost impossible. Han Yu stopped trying to persuade him, only urging Chu Shiyun to be cautious. Chu Shiyun glanced at the core space enclosed by his power, evaluating its resilience, then eyed the mutant tree and the meteorite, determination evident in his expression. Han Yu, when I draw the mutant tree's attention later, take the opportunity to collect the meteorite into the space. I've already released the desert area outside, remember to place the meteorite there. Looking at Chu Shiyun's serious profile, Han Yu questioned in confusion, "Why don't we eliminate the mutant tree first?" "There's no need," said Chu Shiyun, "just bring it into the space." "Understood." With Han Yu's response, Chu Shiyun charged ahead, his figure flickering in and out of sight in midair until he quickly arrived beside the mutant tree. Clenching his fists tightly, Chu Shiyun struck fiercely against the mutant tree's trunk. Boom! The fist imbued with spatial force collided with the tree trunk, causing a ripple that spread out at the point of contact. Chu Shiyun furrowed his brows slightly and quickly retreated. The mutant tree, angered by Chu Shiyun's attack and subsequent retreat, flailed its branches wildly in the air. They converged into one forceful surge heading directly toward Chu Shiyun. A branch larger than Chu Shiyun's body rammed toward him, but just as the tree gloated, Chu Shiyun vanished from the spot, reappearing elsewhere. Each time Chu Shiyun launched a surprise attack on the mutant tree, he would vanish again before it could retaliate, enraging the tree beyond measure. This was Chu Shiyun's greatest advantage, his advanced spiritual abilities let the mutant tree's attacks appear as slow-motion replays to him. Combined with his teleportation, he could always evade its attacks in time. Thus, even without Han Yu's protection, Chu Shiyun did not worry about his own safety. Still, Chu Shiyun had to concern himself with exhausting his strength. "Han Yu, hurry. Han Yu, understanding clearly the seriousness in Chu Shiryun's voice, did not disappoint. Taking advantage of Chu Shiryun's diversion of the mutant tree's attention, she shrank her body and flew to the giant meteorite hundreds of times her size. With a gentle touch, the meteorite disappeared instantly, taking her along with it. With the meteorite gone, atmospheric changes returned to normal, and white skies illuminated the scene of combat. Sensing the disappearance of the meteorite's energy, the mutant tree went completely mad. Sensing Chu Shiryun's unfamiliar presence, along with previous provocations, it unleashed all-out attacks carelessly. Chu Shiryun played with it like a cat teasing a mouse. In reality, Chu Shiryun was observing changes on the mutant tree. Ever since Han Yu had stored the meteorite into space, the green glow enveloping the mutant tree had vanished. A gleam flickered in Chu Shiryun's eyes as he gently pulled something with both hands. Gradually, a sphere appeared between them, as if the center were being torn apart. The sphere grew larger, reaching a diameter of 1 meter before Chu Shiryun hurled it forcefully toward the mutant tree. Seemingly sensing danger, the mutant tree immediately recalled its branches to block itself in front. The sphere pierced through layer upon layer of defense until it reached dozens of peculiar branches before it. These previously impenetrable branches, hardened by spatial powers, gave way easily this time. Layer after layer passed until it slowly corroded a thin layer of the bark, then dissipated entirely. Though using 1/3 of his new skill's power left Chu Shiryun pale, his gaze shone remarkably bright. Indeed, none of Chu Shiryun's earlier hypotheses proved wrong. His psychic powers couldn't penetrate the mutant tree because they were aided by the meteorite. Now, without its protective force, the tree couldn't withstand Chu Shiryun's assault. Chu Shiryun watched as parts of the mutant tree vanished due to his powers, forming numerous spatial spheres in midair. Although their potency wasn't as great as the first, their sheer number made up for the deficiency. Despite appearing increasingly pale, Chu Shiryun pressed on, creating more spatial spheres until he felt himself approaching his limits. He then drew back his hands, sending all the floating spheres plunging straight down onto the mutant tree. The mutant tree attempted to defend itself, but to no avail. When all the spatial spheres had finally vanished, the mutant tree was left near death. Seeing the tree still cling to life, Chu Shiryun knitted his eyebrows once more, summoning another sphere. This one was only the size of a table tennis ball, yet a thread of golden light floated above it. The mutant tree could sense it. This tiny sphere far exceeded the terror of the largest one at the start. It tried to flee, but its roots anchored firmly in the earth wouldn't budge. Within a mere breath of time, the mutant tree completely lost its vital force. After confirming through his mental powers that there were no more fluctuations from the mutant tree, Chu Shiryun descended among the ruins. On the debris, a bright green bead lay shining. As Chu Shiryun approached to pick it up, he couldn't help but marvel. Except for the purple-blue gemstone he had bought at the market with Shenmutian, he'd never seen such a beautiful pearl. It resembled clear lake water, purifying the soul. Chu Shiryun hesitated momentarily. He liked this bead very much, but he needed it to create a barrier. Given its properties, illusions and separation, and being nearly 10th level, it was undoubtedly an excellent choice. With the aid of the wooden bead as a medium, Chu Shiryun's spiritual energy swiftly encompassed the entire mountain. Everything seemed to return exactly as it had been before. As for those low-level mutated plants and animals, naturally, they didn't notice any of these changes. Chu Shiryun hadn't expected that he would be able to kill the mutant tree without resorting to his original plan of having Han Yu uproot it. With that opponent out of the way, Chu Shiryun relaxed a little. Chu Shiryun entered the space and looked around, but he couldn't find the meteorite that had been brought in. He felt quite puzzled. Summoning Han Yu, he asked, "Where's the thing I had you bring in?" Han Yu looked at Chu Shiryun's figure as if a child who'd been bullied outside finally saw their parent to file a complaint. "Wow. Master, you're finally back. The meteorite, it was eaten by that thing." Chu Shiryun. Hearing Han Yu's words, Chu Shiryun just felt very confused. What had been eaten? Before Chu Shiryun could investigate thoroughly, a round bead with a purplish-blue glow about the size of a fist appeared before him. Chapter 95, The Truth of Chu Shiryun's Rebirth. Chu Shiryun frowned slightly, looking at Han Yu beside him. "Isn't this the gemstone I bought with my master before? You said it ate the meteorite." Han Yu nodded repeatedly, recalling how after he had just returned the meteorite, the bead that had been missing all this time suddenly appeared in front of him. Shortly thereafter, it swallowed the meteorite, which was hundreds of times larger than itself. At the thought of this scene, Han Yu looked terrified. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiryun carefully examined the beautiful bead in front of him. It remained as mysterious and pretty as ever. This time, upon seeing it again, its body bore a few more dazzling hues. Previously, Chu Shiryun had already found it very attractive, but now seeing the bead clearly brighter, he felt it even more beautiful. It was like wiping away the dust covering a pearl, fully revealing its true appearance. "Hello." Chu Shiryun raised an eyebrow, listening to this ethereal yet clearly tired voice, then turned his gaze toward the bead that floated suspended in front of him. "Is it you speaking?" "Aha." Confused, Han Yu looked at Chu Shiryun. "What is it, master?" Chu Shiryun waved dismissively, signaling it was nothing, and looked back at the bead floating midair. In a calm tone, he said, "Speak. What are you?" The blue-purple bead swayed up and down slightly, then slowly began to speak. "I am the world consciousness, existing since the birth of the world. 20 years ago, 9 meteorites fell from the sky, scattered throughout the world. They brought new viruses that infected the creatures surviving on this world. I watched as cities turned into ruins, green forests became deserts, yet I could do nothing. So, I chose someone to change everything. This person possessed great fortune, a born child of destiny. After this explanation, the world consciousness paused. Chu Shiyun stared at the bead. Even though it lacked eyes, Chu Shiyun still felt like it was looking at him. Thinking about the information he had learned so far, a strange premonition arose in his heart. Pointing at himself, he asked, "You mean, the person you chose is me?" Aha! Upon hearing the world consciousness answer, Chu Shiyun's emotions became complicated. How did he become the savior? To be honest, he thought that if it were his elder brother or his master instead, both would be much better choices, one a naturally talented researcher, the other filled with love for all. Compared to them, he seemed less suitable by any measure. He was selfish, he only wanted to protect the people he cared about in this post-apocalyptic world. Just as Chu Shiyun's emotions grew complicated, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing him to sharply turn toward the world consciousness. He coldly questioned, "What did you mean earlier by 20 years ago? Isn't the apocalypse just 3 months old?" Listening to Chu Shiyun's doubt, the world consciousness slowly explained, "Your life indeed started only 3 months ago, but when you add your previous lives together, that makes 20 years. At this statement, Chu Shiyun was greatly shocked inside, yet outwardly kept a calm face. "But I only remember my last life. I don't have any memory from my first one." Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's words, the world consciousness was also somewhat frustrated, only able to say helplessly, "It was due to fate playing tricks on us. In your first life, you and your man went through 10 years of the apocalypse, created the zombie vaccine, and defeated the zombie king, but failed to eliminate the meteorites, ultimately being destroyed by them." While the world consciousness was explaining, Chu Shiyun realized it might be referring to the life that Yu Su once mentioned, also the same life in which he made enemies with Tang and Yen and Bai Changchen. "After your deaths, the world naturally ended too. Helpless, I could only send you and your man back in time, to 10 years earlier," continued the world consciousness. "Unfortunately, luck wasn't on your side during your second life, or perhaps it was because I slightly weakened the world's protection barriers in order to reverse destiny, allowing many reborn individuals and transmigration travelers to return. Tragically, you died once more. I originally intended to see if your man could save the situation, but 10 years later, after defeating the zombie king, he followed you into death. Thus came the second decade. As expected, the world was also destroyed afterward. With no choice, I had to expend more strength to call both of you back one last time. If we fail again this time to solve the issue of these virus-carrying meteorites, there really won't be any solutions left." Hearing the words of the world consciousness, Chu Shiyun could feel its deep exhaustion. Truly, reversing destiny wouldn't be such an easy task. "But you said my master returned alongside me, so why doesn't he retain memories from his past life?" "That depends on individual willpower and luck. Your man's willpower isn't bad, but his luck seems a bit lacking." Chu Shiyun thought of the scenario he had witnessed in the explosion of his past life, then questioned, "But why did I see our souls being taken in by space?" "Because it's the medium, something transcending beyond this world. That's why I could so easily send you both back to the very start of the world." Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun had mostly resolved all his doubts, yet there was still one key question. "I sense something abnormal about the meteorite, is it your doing?" The world consciousness remained silent. Although it had hinted to Chu Shiyun upon his first glance at the meteorite, it couldn't help much at the time. It was suffering from severe power depletion, even struggling to move, and it also feared Chu Shiyun wouldn't cooperate, which was why it employed a small trick. Humph. Chu Shiyun, seeing its current state, understood everything. "I don't care about your plans to save the world it occupies, but you shouldn't have hypnotized me without my consent." The world consciousness, flexible as always, immediately apologized upon hearing this. "I'm sorry, but I desperately needed its energy. I've spent too much of my strength by bringing you back twice already. At that point, I couldn't even speak properly, so I had no choice but to make you deal with it in this way." Chu Shiyun said nothing, merely looking at it silently. Feeling Chu Shiyun's lack of cooperation, the world consciousness quickly revealed its leverage. "If I absorb another meteorite, I can bring your man back to life." "Is that true?" Initially disinterested and distant, Chu Shiyun became surprised and overjoyed after hearing these words. "I promise, with sufficient energy, I'll be able to save him." Upon hearing the world consciousness vow, Chu Shiyun felt immense joy deep within his heart, and for the first time since Shenmue Tian fell into a coma, he smiled sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Although Chu Shiyun could have revived Shenmue Tian himself, he couldn't guarantee when he would reach level 10, as his recent upgrades were becoming increasingly difficult. With this shortcut now available, if he didn't seize the opportunity, he might have had to work tirelessly for an unknown amount of time before being able to bring that person back. "Fine, I agree." After careful consideration, Chu Shiyun spoke without hesitation. He wasn't sure if the world consciousness was telling the truth, but even a 10% chance was worth trying out. And if it failed, he could always enhance his own abilities. If it worked though, he'd be able to rescue that person sooner. "Thank you." The world consciousness expressed gratitude immediately. It and the world are complementary. If not under duress, it wouldn't have been forced to take such actions. Thinking about how Shinmu Tian would soon awaken, Chu Shiyun's mood improved significantly. You're welcome. By the way, did you guide me here earlier? No, although I detected its presence, it wasn't me who sent you here, you came here on your own accord. Afterward, I only made you realize its danger. So, can you detect where the remaining 8 meteorites are located? Yes, I can show you the way. 2 of them are on the route to the capital base where you're heading. A gleam appeared in Chu Shiyun's eyes. Excellent. It seemed that his elder brother really was about to awaken. As for the healing capabilities of the world consciousness, Chu Shiyun harbored absolutely no doubt. Even if their acquaintance may have been premeditated, ultimately, it returned him to the initial stages of the post-apocalyptic world, providing him with an essential life-saving grace. You needn't worry, even if he's dead, as long as I have enough power, I will definitely bring him back to life for you. Just find all the meteorites for me. Cheerful moments ago, Chu Shiyun's mood soured once more at the example provided by the world consciousness. Though it could save lives, could it refrain from cursing? Alright, just find somewhere to stay for now. I'll search for meteorites along the way for you. Dismissed impatiently by Chu Shiyun, the latter urgently headed toward the spirit spring pool. However, before he could visit his beloved elder brother, Hanyu interrupted him politely. Master, do you truly believe what it said? What if it's deceiving you? Chu Shiyun, seeing Hanyu blocking his path, simply reached out and hurled the object away. Even if it's deceiving me, so what? It'll only delay my brother's awakening, but if it's true, there's a way to save him. Besides, I don't think it's lying. Hanyu flew back, listening to Chu Shiyun's explanation and blinked curiously. Why do you say that? Chu Shiyun narrowed his eyes slightly and explained. First, it's very weak, clearly showing signs of depleted power. The Sky Void bracelet, I don't know whether it brought me back, but I am certain that my return owes much to the role played by the world consciousness. I also had help from the Sky Void bracelet, but how do other reborn individuals or transmigration travelers explain their existence? Second, when I returned to the beginning of the apocalypse once more, I truly sensed a force. I used to think it was the artificer protecting me, but now upon reflection, that force undoubtedly belonged to the world consciousness. Hanyu scratched his head, still not fully comprehending. Is that so? Chu Shiyun curled his lips into a smile, yet his grin remained cold. Third, am I not the child of fortune indeed? Hanyu looked at Chu Shiyun, unsure what to say. The best he could manage was that his master had suffered greatly, reborn twice already, and in both previous lives, killed by others. Sigh. Chu Shiyun paid no heed to Hanyu's sighs of sympathy. He was off to find his senior martial brother. It wasn't until Chu Shiyun had been gone for quite some time that Hanyu, hovering motionlessly in the air, suddenly snapped back to reality. That's strange. Its master was reborn. Too absorbed in the tale earlier, Hanyu had failed to pick up on this fact. Now, everything clicked into place, and an overwhelming wave of pity washed over him. Sigh. His pitiful little master. Chapter 80, Chu Shiyun was insulted. Since the day he dealt with the mutated tree, Chu Shiyun spent 3 more days resolving all the 7th and 8th level mutated plants and animals in the mountain forest. The remaining ones were no longer a significant threat. Hanyu flapped its wings flying back to the base, while Chu Shiyun sat cross-legged on its back. Out of curiosity, Hanyu asked the person on its back, Master, haven't you already sealed the mountain using the wood beads from the mutated tree? Why do you still want to get rid of the rest of the high-level mutated organisms? Aren't they useless to you? Because he received confirmation from the world's consciousness and learned that Shinmutian would soon recover, Chu Shiyun was in a good mood. Thus, his tolerance for Hanyu also increased slightly. He answered happily upon hearing its question, I may have no use for these things here, but that doesn't mean others won't find them useful. I've merely sealed it temporarily, but I lack the power of the mutated tree. People with stronger willpower will soon realize the situation here, and my seal only targets mutated beasts in this area, not humans. They are bound to climb the mountain sooner or later. If I don't resolve the higher level issues beforehand, they might not make it back. Besides, even if I can't use them, there's no reason why Brother Sure cannot. It's only about 3 months' journey from here to the capital base, faster travel could make it even shorter. When Brother Sure wakes up, he will certainly need these resources. And those at home who are only at level 5 need them even more. Oh. Hanyu nodded thoughtfully. Then Hanyu added, but there are still many 6th level mutated beasts. And now that all 7th and 8th level ones are gone, these beasts will become kings of the mountain. In just a few days, they will definitely evolve. Chu Shiyun propped his chin as he said, I'll inform the base of the situation here in advance. If people insist on coming despite the warnings, then it's their problem, not mine. At this, Chu Shiyun curved his lips into a cold smile, as if envisioning those conceited individuals who always think themselves invincible. Hanyu nodded again, also imagining such a scenario. After all, humans are inherently greedy, aren't they? If news like that truly spreads, people's first reaction wouldn't be to consider the danger but to believe that the base found something valuable and deliberately kept it from them. However, it still had a small doubt, Master, why didn't you make the seal bidirectional? That way, they wouldn't be able to come in at all, right? Chu Shiyun replied indifferently, why should I make it bidirectional? I've already warned them. If they still insist on coming, isn't it their own fault? Moreover, nothing is permanently sealed. The people at the base will eventually improve their levels. Won't it be great to leave something challenging for them to overcome slowly? Understood. Thinking about those who refuse to heed advice and contemplating the ferocious mutated flora and fauna within the mountain, Han Yu silently mourned for them. Letting out a deep sigh, Han Yu continued flying towards the base. It wasn't really its business anyway, so it chose not to meddle anymore. Han Yu's flight speed was incredibly fast. Within half an hour, it had already returned to the base. Turning around to look at Chu Shiyun on its back, Han Yu asked, Master, where are we heading now? Back to the Shen residence or to the riverside villa? After contemplating quietly for a moment, Chu Shiyun responded, to the research institute. All right. Chu Shiyun lightly tapped his knee, thinking about the plants collected in his space, the soil from the deep pit where the meteorite once lay, and a fragment of the mutated tree. Being inexperienced in this field, Chu Shiyun needed to consult Chu Shiyu to uncover more profound aspects. Also, believing many people have already seen the condition of the mountain, discussions about whether to investigate further must already be underway. To avoid putting his elder brother at risk, Chu Shiyun decided to retrieve all items of research value beforehand. As the ground beneath him was barely 100 meters away, Chu Shiyun said to Han Yu, go to the military district and find the teacher. Inform him about the conditions in the mountains and the issue regarding mutated plants and animals. Remember, what should and shouldn't be disclosed. Hearing the warning tone in Chu Shiyun's voice, Han Yu trembled briefly and immediately replied, yes. Han Yu understood Chu Shiyun's intention, not to divulge what they saw atop the mountain to anyone else. After all, the force of the meteorite was immense, and there was always a risk someone else might have designs on it. Alright, once you complete your task, go back to Jiangbian and meet Bai Qiaoshi. With that, Chu Shiyun directly leaped off from a height of 100 meters. Han Yu was left behind red-faced due to the teasing remark from Chu Shiyun. Of course, since Han Yu turned into a cat at present, only its fur could be seen blushing. The moment Chu Shiyun landed, he consciously retracted his power so as not to crack the floor. However, the two little soldiers guarding the gate were terrified by the scene. They unconsciously looked up at the sky where Han Yu had just flown back and then at Chu Shiyun on the ground. Instinctively, they saluted militarily. In their hearts, they thought, indeed high-ranking individuals could do whatever they pleased, jumping down from such a height without getting hurt. Chu Shiyun ignored the startled little soldiers and went straight in. System recognition successful, the door closed. It took them a while to snap out of it. Looking at the now closed door, they felt bewildered. What level is young Master Yun? The other one murmured in reply, I don't know. But those who went to clean up the city said that young Master Yun wiped out all the zombies in the area in less than a week. I heard that the zombies in the city were level 5. They glanced at each other, both seeing helplessness and envy in the other's eyes. Talented geniuses were truly incomparable to ordinary folks. Even starting from the same point, but while others stayed the same, he managed to raise his level considerably simply by coming home from school elsewhere. Unaware of these soldiers' thoughts, Chu Shiyun was walking through the cold white corridor. Although this wasn't his first time here, Chu Shiyun still found it uncomfortable. All around were rushing staff members dressed in uniforms, while only Chu Shiyun stood out in his white t-shirt and black pants. At the entrance of the research institute, work uniforms were available, for the researchers as well as for visitors to change into. However, Chu Shiyun disliked everything about the institute and naturally had no intention of changing clothes. Most of the people working there also knew his background, so none dared to ask him to do so. Hey, you there, how did you get in? This is no place for riffraff like you, go away quickly. When Chu Shiyun had barely walked halfway through, someone noticed him, hurriedly chasing after him, grabbing Chu Shiyun's hem to stop him. Chu Shiyun turned around and looked at the beautiful yet haughty woman behind him, annoyed, asking, what do you want? Looking at Chu Shiyun's handsome face, jealousy immediately flashed across her face. She inwardly mused, what does a man need to be so good-looking for? He must be here for some ulterior motives. Thinking along these lines, her expression soured. Disdainfully, she spat at Chu Shiyun, do you even know what this place is? A research institute, not somewhere for scum like you, who sell your ass, can come into. Slap. Before the woman finished her sentence, Chu Shiyun slapped her, glaring at her as if she were already dead. If your mouth isn't cleaner, I can sew it shut for you. The woman gasped in disbelief, trembling under Chu Shiyun's icy gaze, but thinking about herself being slapped, quickly regained her arrogant attitude, yelling at Chu Shiyun, you dare hit me, do you know who I am? Chu Shiyun had no interest in continuing the quarrel with this woman. He left her raging furiously behind him. And the other people working in the laboratory, watching this farce unfold, only showed ridicule and disdain. None of them intended to warn her. Wasn't the young master here just a few days ago? How could Lu Shanshan not have seen it? And the young master looked so much like the dean, there's no way she couldn't recognize him. Who knows about her? She always flaunts her somewhat authoritative grandfather, acting arrogantly. Her grandfather is no good either, having been here only a week, and already putting on airs. Always eyeing things that don't belong to her. The last time I went to see the dean, I heard he actually wanted to marry off Lu Shanshan to the dean. Doesn't even check if Lu Shanshan deserves it. What? Haven't you heard that Captain Shen and the dean are together? He wants to break them up. So that's why I say he's not a good person. Also trying to make our dean hand over his position, doesn't know his place. Humph. This time, Lu Shanshan has picked on the wrong person. Who doesn't know the young master is our everyone's treasure? High strength, good family background, and very loyal. Exactly, with such limited abilities but excessive greed, she'll suffer. As Chu Shiyun walked ahead swiftly, his spirit force caught the gossip behind him, causing him to frown. His older brother was being forced into marriage. But Chu Shiyun soon calmed down, believing his elder brother wouldn't be so easily coerced into matrimony by an old man with a bit of power. At most, he'd find another place to deal with it. In any case, he would never let Chu Shiyu be wronged. Chu Shiyun walked to the research lab exclusively belonging to Chu Shiyu. Through the glass window, he could clearly see that there was not only his older brother in the room. Moreover, even though the soundproofing of the room was good, it couldn't block Chu Shiyun's spiritual force. Thus, he effortlessly overheard. Little Chu. To conduct research, materials are essential. Check when to have someone deliver the stuff. And also, Little Chu, take a look at what you're doing now, the main goal should be researching zombies. Also, crystal cores, don't you have crystal cores here? Let me take some back, and then you can request more from higher-ups. And another thing. Little Chu, did you submit my proposed plan to study special ability users? If we figure out why special ability users possess such abilities, then we can stimulate them ourselves. Listening to the old people surrounding him nagging him non-stop, Chu Shiyu rubbed his temples and felt utterly exhausted. These were the scientists and medical experts who had just been retrieved recently, none of them could afford to be offended. Chu Shiyu looked at everyone and explained one by one, Mr. Chen, I've already applied for the things you need, but it will still take some time. Please don't be anxious, alright? Mr. Zhong, these all belong to my younger brother, who needs them for tasks outside. I need to ensure his safety. These crystal cores are for him to conduct research too, so I cannot provide them to you. Mr. Liu, I've said it before, your proposal shouldn't be brought up again. Research on special ability users is unethical, and I will not agree to it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen indicated that he understood and even suggested if he needed help with researching new weapons. As for Mr. Zhong, he shamelessly requested Chu Shiyu give him some crystal cores, which Chu Shiyu sternly refused. Among the rest, Mr. Liu who proposed the study of special ability users turned completely black-faced. Chapter 98, Chu Shirwen, can this guy read my thoughts? Inside the research lab, old Liu glared at Chu Shiyu in dissatisfaction. Little Chu, what do you mean by saying it's immoral? Every research starts with sacrifices. They are just dedicating themselves for the future of humanity. If this experiment succeeds, all of humanity will thank us. TCH. Thank us? You. Don't give me that grand talk. It's just an excuse for your ambition. Chu Shirwen burst in directly, looking scornfully at old Liu. You little brat, what are you talking about? Do you understand anything? This research is great. If it succeeds, it will go down in history. And look at you, aren't you a staff member here? Get out immediately. Old Liu scolded Chu Shirwen, his face lighting up with a mad gleam as he mentioned the research, then turning to express discontent towards Chu Shirwen. Chu Shiyu, protective of his younger brother, protested, Old Liu, this is my younger brother. I allowed him to come in. Hearing this, old Liu became even angrier. Little Chu, not everything I say goes, does it? Is it normal to let outsiders into the research room? However, two other elders who heard Chu Shiyu's words reacted very differently from old Liu. Elder Zhong stepped forward, rubbing his hands and smiling humbly. Is this the first energy user in the base? Pleased to meet you. I hear that your brother's crystal core was given by you. Could you possibly give me some too? I can help study the weapon you want. This must be Mr. Chu. Indeed, you have an extraordinary appearance. I hear that even the head of the base listens to you. Could you expedite the approval of the research materials? Seeing the two elderly men in their 70s grinning with countless wrinkles on their faces while fawning over him, contrasting sharply with their previous attitude towards his older brother, Chu Shirwen felt a sense of incongruity. Isn't it said that powerful people are always irascible? Yet Chu Shirwen thought that compared to these two, old Liu on the other side seemed like the one who dedicated all his energy into research. What Chu Shirwen didn't know was that his infamous reputation had already spread throughout the base, though not in a good way. For example, being cruel and bloodthirsty, anyone who offended Chu Shirwen, regardless of who they were, would get into trouble. The former base leader Lin Jun ended up this way because he offended Chu Shirwen. Another example is the former president of the Energy Users Association, who abused his power and thus incurred Chu Shirwen's wrath, resulting in him being stripped of his position. Yet another rumor claimed that Chu Shirwen loved consuming human flesh, favoring those in higher positions with greater authority. Regardless of whether they were from the military or among the energy users, anyone who offended him would vanish without a trace the next day. Of course, rumors aren't necessarily true. However, these high-ranking individuals, who leaned on their age and status, still dared not offend Chu Sherwin. What if the rumors turned out to be true? That would put them in danger. So those individuals, who normally maintained a cold demeanor in front of the base leader, couldn't bring themselves to say anything strong against Chu Sherwin now. After all, they feared death, didn't they? Chu Sherwin naturally had no idea what they were thinking, nor did he care at this moment. Chu Shiyu looked at the people still lingering and trying to stay, and decided to chase them away. All right, we'll talk another day, old gentleman. No need to see you off. Looking at the determined Chu Shiyu, the three of them realized they couldn't stay any longer. Old Lu was also aware of Chu Sherwin's fearsome reputation but didn't take it seriously. He doubted Chu Sherwin would dare to harm researchers. He didn't approve of Chen and Zhong's actions either, believing they had lost their dignity. With a disdainful glance at their retreating figures, Old Lu redirected his attention to Chu Shiyu. Seeing how anxious Chu Shiyu was about Chu Sherwin, Old Lu knew nothing would happen today. With a cold snort, Old Lu strode out the door, thinking of other ways to start the research project. These people were short-sighted. Once he successfully finished the research, they'd realize its significance. Ignoring the departing trio, Chu Shiyu turned to his younger brother and asked, "You're back so soon? Did something else happen?" Chu Shiyu knew that unless there was something urgent, his younger brother wouldn't come to the research institute to find him. They had agreed that 1 month meant 1 month. Chu Sherwin nodded, then took out specimens from his storage space. All of these samples were neatly packed in sealed bags beforehand. Chu Shiyu looked at what Chu Sherwin took out, widening his eyes. "Where did you find these things?" Chu Sherwin carefully arranged the items into categories. "From the mountain. Be careful during the research. There might be viruses." "I understand." Chu Shiyu picked up a piece of mutated tree trunk excitedly while pretending to be casual. Seeing Chu Shiyu's full attention on the piece of tree trunk in his hand, Chu Sherwin stopped trying to persuade him. He waved his hand and enclosed the research lab with a spatial envelope before slowly saying, "I went to the mountain behind the base and found a meteorite. That was the source of the virus. These soils were collected from the place where the meteorite once stayed. The tree trunk in your hand is from a tree that absorbed the power of the meteorite, and these grasses were also collected from the mountain." Chu Shiyu, who was originally not taking it seriously, became much more cautious about the specimens after hearing Chu Sherwin's words. Looking at these items, he felt something was missing. Upon closer inspection, it dawned on him, it was the lack of a meteorite fragment. So he asked, "Didn't you say there was a meteorite? Wasn't it retrieved?" Chu Sherwin released a chair from the space and sat down. "I destroyed the meteorite, nothing left." "All right." Although Chu Shiyu felt a little regretful, he also knew the importance of destroying the meteorite. If it were to release any more viruses, all those nearby would suffer. Check if there are any substances inside. Are they different between the tree trunk and the soil? What changes have occurred in these grasses? Sure. After responding to Chu Sherwin, Chu Shiyu immediately started, taking the items to the equipment for careful observation. Chu Sherwin handed over these items to Chu Shiyu because he had already questioned the world awareness beforehand. None of these items contained zombie viruses, so there was no worry about turning those who touched them into zombies. It was precisely for this reason that Chu Sherwin brought the items back with peace of mind. The air grew quiet as Chu Shiyu focused intently on studying, while Chu Sherwin sat leisurely beside him, playing with 2 level 8 mutated tree beads in his hand. When mutated plants reached level 7, the substance containing their full strength was no longer called a crystal core. Only those below level 7 were called crystal cores, whereas those above level 7 were referred to as wood pearls. This was because the crystalline structure of the mutation for plants at level 7 differed greatly from that of mutant animals or zombies, which remained irregular. The crystal cores of mutant plants were always rounder. By level 7, they resembled artificially polished spheres, entirely smooth without a single bump. Moreover, the energy they contained advanced significantly, hence justifying a new name. Regardless of whether it be humans, zombies, mutated animals, or plants, there were 3 pivotal stages when advancing levels. Transitioning from level 3 to 4 was one stage, 6 to 7 another, and 9 to 10 being the final one. Every time a barrier like this was crossed, the force within would undergo qualitative changes. In total, Chu Sherwin had 14 wood element wooden pearls, a level 8 thunder element wooden pearl, and 3 level 7 water element wooden pearls. Because fire element abilities worked against plants, Chu Sherwin had never encountered any fire-based mutant trees, though he had run across some fire mutant beasts. The soul thunder bead in his possession took him quite a long time to locate. Originally, the thunder element was thought to counteract plant abilities too, but for unknown reasons, possibly due to the absorption of the meteorite's powers, the level 8 mutant tree transformed and gained thunder element abilities. Done. As Chu Sherwin was deep in thought, Chu Shiyu's voice broke through, prompting Chu Sherwin to look up. There he saw his older brother, exhausted, remove his mask and cap and ran over to pour himself a glass of water, which he drank in one gulp. Chu Sherwin blinked and asked, "Did you find anything?" Wiping his sweat, Chu Shiyu explained to Chu Sherwin, "The largest piece of tree trunk contains an enormous amount of energy. However, I found that this kind of energy enhances the trunk's power while, at the same time, destructing its vitality to a certain extent. Chu Sherwin pondered deeply. So what you're saying is, despite increasing the tree's power, it decreases its lifespan. That's correct. Suppose a person could live to be 100 years old, after absorbing this kind of energy, he might only survive another 10 years. Upon hearing this, Chu Sherwin bowed his head in deep thought. Isn't this just forcing potential enhancement? Regarding Chu Sherwin's statement, Chu Shiyu agreed as well. That's right. Moreover, this kind of energy is extremely violent, easily making people lose control and go mad. I've discovered traces of this energy in the soil as well. The least presence of it is found in the grass. But still, regardless of how much they've absorbed, it has affected their internal balance. Chu Shiyu summarized finally, if not absolutely necessary, I don't recommend using this kind of energy to enhance strength. Chu Sherwin nodded in agreement, sharing the same view. Trading one's lifespan for temporary strength was highly irrational. Of course, if Shen Mutian had died in that battle, Chu Shiyu would definitely use this method to enhance his strength. After all, if Shen Mutian were dead, his own life wouldn't hold much meaning either. He might as well increase his power early to avenge him. Chu Shiyu suddenly remembered that at the time, Han Yu said the world awareness had swallowed the meteorite whole. He wondered whether that might have any influence. As if knowing what Chu Shiyu was pondering, the world awareness immediately sent a telepathic message to explain, absorbing the power of the meteorite is no different from how you absorb crystal cores normally, there's no need to worry. Hearing the world awareness's message, Chu Shiyu touched his nose and felt somewhat discontented, wondering if it could read his thoughts. Looking at the specimens he had gathered, Chu Shiyu suddenly stood up, put away the chair, and simultaneously stored away the things he had collected. Since it has such severe drawbacks, they should be removed from existence. However, we probably can't keep it hidden for long. How to deal with the base will be your responsibility, brother. After some consideration, he added a warning. It doesn't matter if others collect these items, but just watch out for the unethical researchers in your institute. Chu Sherwin nodded, indicating that he understood. Chapter 99, Chu Shiryun who was out to trick his brother. After putting the things away, Chu Shiryun redirected his gaze back at Chu Shiyu. Have you made any progress on the weapon I asked you to create? Upon hearing Chu Shiryun's words, Chu Shiyu was utterly speechless. It had been only 3 days, and even if he possessed multiple identities, there was no way he could have finished researching so quickly. Ignoring Chu Shiyu's thoughts, Chu Shiryun still stared brightly into his eyes, causing Chu Shiyu to helplessly rub his forehead. It's not that fast. Psionic guns are a new concept in weaponry, there has never been anything like them before. Without any reference, it's not easy to create. Seeing Chu Shiyu's distressed expression, Chu Shiryun narrowed his eyes slightly, as if contemplating something. As they say, pressure leads to motivation. Should he apply some pressure on his brother? Unaware of Chu Shiryun's thoughts about tricking him, Chu Shiyu continued, however. You gave me an idea earlier, and now I have grasped a bit of inspiration. Seeing Chu Shiyu's sparkling eyes, Chu Shiryun couldn't resist saying, isn't it just like turning light energy into electricity? Both are about converting external energy into another form of energy, is it really that hard? Under Chu Shiyu's fixed stare, Chu Shiryun struggled to stop himself mid-sentence. All Chu Shiyu did was slap his palm once and exclaimed as if struck by enlightenment, that's right. How come I didn't think of that? After speaking, Chu Shiyu turned towards his younger brother, your ideas are quite good. Have you ever thought of changing careers? You're still young enough to make changes. We share the same mother, so I believe you also possess some talent. Why don't we work together? Chu Shiryun declined politely, alright then, just focus on your research. By the way, let me tell you something. The current general-purpose firearms are ineffective against zombies of level 4 and above. Believe me, the military will soon be contacting you. Chu Shiyu looked silently at Chu Shiryun, unsure whether he was genuinely giving him a heads up or applying more pressure. Fine, I'll go first. Just keep researching carefully. Pay attention to your hair loss issue. Baldness isn't very aesthetically pleasing. Although Chu Shiryun doesn't mind if his brother looks ugly, if their age gap appears too large in public, others might think he is older than he actually is, which he wants to avoid. Chu Shiryun walked off with ease, leaving behind a thoroughly confused Chu Shiyu. This time around, Chu Shiryun didn't encounter anyone who interfered, and soon exited the research institute. Thinking for a moment, Chu Shiryun headed toward the Psionics Association. With 1 month still left, if he clears out all the zombies near the base, there would be no worries afterward. The Psionics Association was as bustling as ever. Newcomers were registering their abilities, while many others were picking up tasks. The first thing Chu Shiryun saw was the SSS level task he had personally announced, high up on the display screen. Only, since Chu Shiryun had set the task so long ago, no one had come to him yet. He speculated that those 2 individuals must have returned to the capital. After all, as level 8 psionics users, staying put in the base was safer, not to mention, one of them was the son of the leader of the capital base. Apart from the task Chu Shiryun posted, the rest were merely at the S level, presenting no real challenge. Since County's grain supply was already gone, the zombies had also been dealt with by others, posing no significant threat anymore. Currently, the urban area was under reconstruction, and mission assignments for the base residents no longer required detours. Directly traversing through the city center sufficed. The food problem, handled according to Chu Shiryun's suggestion, recruited Earth Element and Light Element psionics users and had already begun showing results. The walls of the base were sufficiently sturdy, even in case of a zombie wave attack, they were no longer afraid. In short, everything was improving. Realizing there wasn't anywhere for him to assist, Chu Shiryun decided to head home. After roaming outside for 3 days and consecutively slaying so many advanced mutated animals and plants, he was feeling a little weary. The old woman in your house has already received my supplies, sold you to me, and now you want to back out? Don't even think about it. Let go of me. My brother paid you back with the supplies long ago. Our family owes you nothing. Humph. Back then when I gave you those supplies, do you know what state your family was in? If it weren't for my supplies, you would have all perished by now. Yes, our group leader saved you, and you don't even know how to show gratitude. Haven't you heard the saying, repay a life-saving favor by dedicating your life? Just as Chu Shiryun stepped out of the Psionics Association gate, he saw a commotion not far away. According to his exceptional memory, if his guess was correct, one of them was the group leader who had wanted to buy Han Yu earlier, and the other was Mo Yuyang's sister. Chu Shiryun raised an eyebrow, surprised by this coincidence. So, it was him who originally wanted to buy Mo Yuding. Now take a look at Colonel Zhu, the woman by his side has changed as well. Chu Shiryun shook his head. Even if he wasn't clear about all of it, he knew that the girl from before must have already been discarded. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, how long can someone survive just on their looks? Chu Shiryun crossed his arms and stood to the side, watching this commotion unfold. Since his previous uproar at the Psionics Association, not many people within the base dared to brazenly start fights anymore. Those who did would choose inconspicuous places, so as to avoid being caught by the patrol team. And while this group of people wasn't fighting now, open robbery on the street didn't seem right either. Chu Shiryun wondered whether he should add a few more rules for the base to prevent these kinds of farces from happening every few days. There were quite a few people around like Chu Shiryun, watching the scene as though it were a show. Although they pointed and gossiped, no one intervened. In the end times, surviving oneself was hard enough, there was no energy left to worry about others. Listening to the onlookers' chatter, Chu Shiryun decided to first understand the beginning and end of the situation. Saving people was certainly necessary, but there were different ways to go about it. Someone unaware of Chu Shiryun's thought spoke up, so Zhu Chang has set his eyes on another girl. I wonder how many this makes now. At least she's a water-type Psi user. Relying on supplying water to the base, living a good life isn't impossible. True, it's really too bad. Her family members are also nothing but leeches, taking more than they should from the resources she works hard to obtain, even going so far as to sell her off. Humph. That girl is just asking for trouble, receiving those supplies and still refusing to go with Commander Zhu. Acting high and mighty after selling her virtue. Exactly, I bet she had her own ideas too. Maybe dissatisfied with what she already had, she's pretending to be chaste now because there are so many suitors. Chu Shiryun glanced over, catching sight of 2 individuals in the crowd looking disdainfully and maliciously at Mo Yuding. A dangerous glint appeared in his narrowed eyes. The people standing near them gradually felt as though they were being pushed away. What's going on? Why are people inside pushing? That's right, why are they jostling? Do they think they're rushing to be reincarnated? Ignoring the angry curses, Chu Shiryun stepped forward, his long legs striding easily, as he looked at the 2 men. One was a middle-aged man with a lecherous appearance, the other was a handsome young man with a delicate face. Both were level 3 Psi users. Chu Shiryun smirked coldly, ah, you've got some skills, I see. No wonder you feel free to spout nonsense on the street. Even though Chu Shiryun didn't need to care about what others said, he just couldn't tolerate such warped individuals who envied others' better lives and took out their frustrations on others instead of trying to improve themselves. They were weak and incompetent. Upon hearing Chu Shiryun's words, the 2 instantly flew into a rage. What did you say? Say it again. The middle-aged man flushed with anger as his hands slowly formed a soil layer. Clearly, he was a level 3 Earth Element Psi user. The delicate-looking young man also sneered, why do you care about what I say? Watch your mouth or you'll die without knowing it. Instead, Chu Shiryun chuckled lightly, really? I'll give you that advice too. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of an 8th level Psi user erupted, instantly pressing the 2 men in front of him to the ground with a thud. Unable to control themselves, they coughed up a mouthful of blood. If you don't want to die, watch your mouths in the future. Seeing Chu Shiryun so decisively beat people outside the doors of the Psionics Association, the onlookers quickly scattered, and some even ran inside to call for help. Chu Shiryun did not let the 2 get up. Instead, he turned towards the original disturbance and saw Mo Yuding's clothes had been torn, exposing half her shoulder. Chu Shiryun thought that Mo Yuyang and this girl were polar opposites, one excessively calm, the other seemingly brainless. Seeing how Chu Shiryun easily suppressed the 2 level 3 Psi users, Zhu Chang looked at Chu Shiryun with apprehension. He ordered his subordinates to stand behind him and grinned nervously, may I ask what this friend intends to do? Chu Shiryun simply gave him a light glance before turning back to look at Mo Yuding, asking, why don't you fight back? Mo Yuding had once glimpsed Chu Shiryun from afar. Knowing Chu Shiyun was her brother's leader and also the commander's son, she responded earnestly, there are rules in the base prohibiting disturbances. Chu Shiyun thought to himself that it was indeed as expected. He asked again, but if you don't fight back, they will take you away. Aren't you afraid? Mo Yuding lowered her head, replying, I am afraid, but if I fight back, it will cause my brother trouble. Chu Shiyun was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Ever since he was a child, he had always been doted on, first by his mother and older brother, then later by his master's elder brother disciples. After that, the entire Shen family served as his backing. He had never pondered this kind of issue before, because it had always been others who feared him, never the other way around. He did not understand the emotions one feels when they are indecisive due to insufficient strength, filled with worries and anxieties. But that did not stop him from lending her a hand. After all, she was the sister of one of his team members. It wouldn't look good if he let her die without helping. Chu Shiyun glared at Zhu Chang. Let her go. Looking at Chu Shiyun, who appeared like a king, Zhu Chang's smile turned awkward. Friend, this is between her and me. Please don't interfere, alright? As he finished speaking, he released the aura of a level 5 Psi user. Seeing Zhu Chang trying to intimidate him with his Psi abilities, Chu Shiyun pushed it back effortlessly. With a thud, the 7th-ranked Psi team leader knelt down in front of Chu Shiyun in front of over 100 people. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skills. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Mo Yuding watched as Chu Shiyun, arms crossed, glared down at the person who had just oppressed her, feeling as though she were looking at an emperor reigning over all under heaven. Chapter 100, Someone covets the treasure again. Still lying there, are you prepared to go with them? Seeing Mo Yuding dumbly staring at him, Chu Shiyun coldly said. Mo Yuding came back to her senses and nodded repeatedly, Oh. Thank you, Brother Chu. Chu Shiyun turned his head and looked at those people who were preparing to laugh at him. He gave a faint glance and then directly took Mo Yuding away from here. When Chu Shiyun was capturing someone, he carefully grabbed the back of the other's clothes so that he wouldn't have any physical contact with Mo Yuding. The Paranormal Ability Association originally received reports and planned to put the person in the dungeon for training for 2 days. However, when they saw Chu Shiyun's face, their thoughts changed. An early notice had been sent down, in this base, even if you don't respect the director of the base, there is one person you can't overlook, that's the strongest individual in the base, the one you absolutely cannot offend. In the riverside villa, Chu Shiyun lazily sat on the sofa, slowly sipping tea. Originally, he didn't like drinking tea, but Shen Mutian liked it, so he wanted to try it out. After drinking more, he gradually grew fond of its sweet aftertaste. Seeing Chu Shiyun's nonchalant appearance, Muse Nian and others who had just returned from their mission exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Especially, Chu Shiyun brought back Mo Yudong's younger sister. They all heard from Mo Yuding what had happened, but they never expected that Chu Shiyun, such a cold person, would actually voluntarily save an unrelated person, even breaking the rules he had said about no fighting in the base. Although Zhu Chang and his gang were wrong, Chu Shiyun still used force, which might hurt his reputation later as not many people were willing to listen to their explanation. However, upon further thought, this seemed consistent with Chu Shiyun's actions because he was naturally someone cold on the outside but warm inside. After some imagination, the group regarded Chu Shiyun with even more admiration. If Chu Shiyun knew their thoughts, he might sneer at it. To everyone except Shen Mutian, he wasn't exactly a good person. Mo Yudong stood up and sincerely thanked Chu Shiyun, sister-in-law, thank you for saving my younger sister. In the future, wherever you ask me to go east, I won't go west. In response to Mo Yudong's declaration of loyalty, Chu Shiyun only faintly responded, Seeing the fluctuating qi on everyone's bodies, Chu Shiyun asked, how is your rank promotion going? Muse Nian seriously replied, currently, apart from Xiao Shi, everyone else has reached level 6. Bai Xiaoxi was a dual energy practitioner. Although dual energy practitioners have advantages in combat, leveling up was also difficult for her. Chu Shiyun understandingly nodded and directly issued a command, you have 1 day to prepare. Starting tomorrow, go behind the base into the big mountain to kill mutated flora and fauna for half a month. Hearing this, the group twitched their mouths. They had all heard Han Yu talk about the matters in the forest. Let alone how large the forest was or how many mutated creatures resided within, just encountering the level 6 mutated creatures would be enough to give them headaches. Under normal circumstances, humans find it hard to defeat same-level zombies and mutated plants and animals because they lack the human weakness unless their crystal core is removed, leaving them otherwise unscathed. They weren't like Chu Shiyun, capable of killing their opponents easily. If they truly encountered these opponents, escaping being dismembered by their enemies would be lucky. Thinking of those level 6 foes on the mountain, the group felt chills. Lin Yanhan complained with a pained expression, asking, sister-in-law, will you accompany us? Woo, without sister-in-law, they'd die. They had just leveled up. How could they possibly match against those mutated beasts? Soon, Chu Shiyun crushed their hopes, I won't go with you. Life and death are predetermined by fate, survival depends on your destiny. Group, QAQ. They were doomed. This matter was decisively settled for Chu Shiyun without mercy, and afterwards, everyone hurried to make arrangements. This trip would last for half a month, and they needed to settle their family affairs first. Looking at the suddenly empty hall, Chu Shiyun got up and left. Returning to the Shin residence, Chu Shiyun looked at Hanyu before him. Do you want to watch over them? Hanyu hesitated a moment and then firmly nodded. Although they hadn't known each other long, they were all good people, kind to him, and Hanyu couldn't stand seeing them fall into danger. Chu Shiyun observed Hanyu's movements, with not a hint of surprise in his eyes, clearly having already guessed this. That's fine. Secretly follow them. Xiao Yin will stay with me. Master, where are you going? Hanyu, who had initially intended to nod, suddenly became flabbergasted upon hearing Chu Shiyun's words. Its unscrupulous owner hadn't informed it of the plan to go out. If it had known they were really going out, it would have certainly chosen to protect its unscrupulous owner. By coincidence, I still have over 20 days. I'll first collect nearby meteorites. Not possible, Master, how could you possibly go alone? I will not go with them. Take me with you, I'll follow you. Chu Shiyun directly cut it off. That's settled. It doesn't matter if you come or not. Since you've decided to protect them, fulfill your duties accordingly. After looking at Chu Shiyun, Hanyu hesitated, ultimately having no choice but to reluctantly agree. Seeing the dispirited appearance of Hanyu, Chu Shiyun gave a lukewarm reminder. All right, you know the situation in the mountains more or less. Be sure not to lead them straight into dangerous areas, let them adapt first. Yes, Master. Hanyu said weakly. The space has been open for so long, this was the first time it wasn't by Chu Shiyun's side. In contrast to Hanyu's weakness, Little Yin was boastfully showing off to Hanyu. After breaking through to level 6, Little Yin gained the ability to automatically control his body size and even speak human language. At that moment, he and Hanyu lay on one side together. Formerly weaker than Hanyu, now he was excessively proud, his round green eyes full of arrogance, which made Hanyu wish to tear him apart. Looking at the invisible sparks flying between the two beasts, Chu Shiyun immediately chased them out. Once out of the door, the two creatures stared each other down, their eyes brimming with anger. Hanyu angrily spat, "You nasty wolf, you're despicable." This nasty wolf must have taken the chance to gain favor from the master when he was away, and that was why the master didn't bring him along this time. Compared to Hanyu's anger, Little Yin remained composed. He mocked, "Oh. Our big red beast has fallen out of favor. Usually, you acted recklessly because of your high strength, and now master does not want you anymore. You." Hearing Little Yin's words, Hanyu clenched his teeth in hatred. Seeing that his front body had shrunk and was now not much larger than himself, the claws under the paw mat couldn't help but stretch out. He scratched Little Yin's cute smiling face. "It must be you blowing hot air in master's ears, so he did not want me to come this time. I will cripple you, and see how you can compete with me later." Little Yin was already always cautious against Hanyu, so when Hanyu attacked suddenly this time, he wasn't injured. Neither used supernatural abilities, instead, both relied purely on primitive forces to fight. TCH. If you weren't distracted all the time, do you think master would abandon you? Now master has seen through your true nature, abandoning you. While dodging, Little Yin sneered. "Arg arg arg. Despicable, I'm going to rip you." Outside, how those two fought Chu Shiyun didn't know, and even if he knew, he would just say that they worried too much. Chu Shiyun merely thought the mountains weren't safe enough, so he sent Hanyu to protect those people, while Little Yin wasn't strong enough yet, thus following him for further training. Chu Shiyun had never expected that because he didn't explain, these two small creatures ended up having an all-out fight. Not until the next day, when he woke up and saw walls filled with scratch marks everywhere, did Chu Shiyun realize what happened, then proceeded to beat the animals severely. Although beaten, Little Yin was still happy and carried Chu Shiyun outside. The destination Chu Shiyun wanted to reach this time was G City, the city that fell right at the beginning of the apocalypse. In his previous life, Chu Shiyun didn't react much when he learned about this, but only after encountering the world consciousness in this lifetime did he know that the city fell so quickly because a meteorite landed there. The existence of the meteorite completely turned this originally bustling city into a gathering place for zombies. Since this meteorite was the closest one to the Hope base outside the Great Mountain, Chu Shiyun decided to deal with this meteorite first before heading to the capital base to resolve the grudge. Little Yin's agile figure quickly dashed on the road, occasionally meeting many supernaturally powered zombie killers. 3 months into the apocalypse, those who survived outside basically were all soups. Ordinary people either entered bases or died on their way to the bases. Besides that, the ordinary people visible were generally relatives of the supernaturals. Thanks to Chu Shiyun's cheat-like powers and the speed inherent to Little Yin, man and beast took only a day to arrive at a small town under G City. This town was famous for tourism, and there were plenty of houses available to stay in. Chu Shiyun directed Little Yin to find a large farmhouse. Little Yin looked at the brightly lit small villa before him and could be sure that the people inside were either foolish or very powerful. Without lingering too much on the largest of the villas, Little Yin turned to Chu Shiyun. "Master, are we going to stay here?" Chu Shiyun gave a faint nod. "Yeah, let's go to the house in the back. Don't get too close to them." "Good." Chu Shiyun felt the gaze emanating from the well-lit villa and frowned in distaste. He lightly patted Little Yin, who understood immediately and started running at once. Soon, their figures disappeared from sight. Inside the small villa, a man standing on the third floor, watching Chu Shiyan's movements, couldn't hide the interest flashing in his eyes when he noticed Chu Shiyan's vivid expressions. Also present on the third floor were his subordinates, who weren't immune to the desire sparked by Chu Shiyan's beautiful and delicate face. Although there were certainly others prettier than Chu Shiyan in this post-apocalyptic world, Chu Shiyan carried an inherently pure aura, as if he'd never encountered anything dirty, which obviously made him more intriguing to them. Chapter 101, Shenmue woke up. Walking into the villa, Chu Shiyan tried to turn on the light. As expected, it didn't light up. Tap tap tap. Achoo. Achoo. The dust stirred up by stepping inside made Xiao-Yin slightly uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but sneeze, his fur standing on end. Seeing Xiao-Yin trying hard to move closer to him, Chu Shiyan patted him and said, "Come up." Upon hearing this, Xiao-Yin was delighted and immediately shrank in size, leaping onto Chu Shiyan's shoulder. His furry tail covered his mouth and nose, only exposing two round green eyes. Looking at the dusty house, Xiao-Yin showed clear disapproval and wouldn't stay here if he hadn't wanted to avoid spending the night outside such a dirty place. Chu Shiyan had no intention of cleaning the large house. He walked straight upstairs, entered a random room, gathered everything inside into a spatial pocket, and compressed the dust into a small space. Then Chu Shiyan placed a series of small daily necessities one by one, while Xiao-Yin hopped into its nest on its own. "Master, you're not staying here." Seeing that there were only his daily necessities prepared, Xiao-Yin was quite puzzled. Was the master planning to stay in another room? Looking into its innocent and confused eyes, Chu Shiyan explained, "I'll be living in the space. You will stay here and keep watch for me. Understand?" As he spoke, Chu Shiyan handed Xiao-Yin a transparent pearl-sized orb about as big as an infant's fist. "Break this orb if anything happens." This pearl was created by Chu Shiyan during his practice with special abilities. It was otherwise useless, but Chu Shiyan would feel it if it was broken. Okay. Though it didn't understand why the master said he would live in a space or why he gave him such a strange little sphere, Xiao-Yin didn't argue against Chu Shiyan. After Xiao-Yin agreed, Chu Shiyan entered the space. He originally planned to go back to the small villa to take a shower and then search for Shenmue, but suddenly, he felt something wrong with the flow of time in one particular area. Wide-eyed, Chu Shiyan immediately transported himself beside the spirit spring pool. Gazing at the bubbling water, Chu Shiyan lost balance and stumbled into the pool. "Big brother! Big brother!" Panic-stricken, Chu Shiyan could only use his hands to push aside the water, step by step, moving toward Shenmue. Looking at that familiar pale face, Chu Shiyan's heart filled with fear. "Big brother, please, don't. Don't scare baby." Chu Shiyan gently held Shenmue in his arms, carefully feeling for breath from his nose. Feeling a faint breath, Chu Shiyan instantly relaxed, going limp and collapsing into the water together with Shenmue. "Big brother." Seeing the weak current washing away the bloodstains on Shenmue's face, Chu Shiyan couldn't help but well up, trembling as he traced Shenmue's face in the air, like touching a fragile porcelain doll, which might break at the slightest touch. Chu Shiyan looked greedily at the person before him, wanting to embrace him tightly, yet fearing hurting him. But when he let go of Shenmue, Chu Shiyan couldn't bear the parting and tortured himself mentally instead. "He's waking up." Looking at the Chu Shiyan who seemed completely different, the world consciousness directly delivered an explosive piece of news. "What?" Looking at the world consciousness floating in the air, Chu Shiyan appeared not to have heard clearly. Patiently, the world consciousness repeated, "The wooden bead you collected earlier has been absorbed by the space. The space upgraded slightly, and the effect of the spirit spring is stronger than before. Though it cannot completely cure your man, his condition won't worsen anymore." Chu Shiyan quickly looked at Shenmue's wound, indeed finding that, as the world consciousness said, it had started slowly repairing itself. Though it was slow, it was truly healing. Chu Shiyan burst into tears, overwhelmed with joy. Hugging Shenmue, he was at a loss for words. Watching the exquisite little face drenched in tears, and holding the bloody person, Chu Shiyan caused the world consciousness to ponder for a moment before speaking, "I can give you a hand," letting Shenmue recover earlier. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyan turned to look at the world consciousness, his eyes brimming with serious emotions, as if trying to verify whether the world consciousness was truthful. "Yes. However, after saving him, I will fall into a deep sleep. To speed up my recovery, you need to get hold of the meteorite in G City as soon as possible." "Alright, deal." For the requirements set by the world consciousness, Chu Shiyan did not hesitate to agree. For him, Shenmue was the most important thing. Even if there were mountains of swords or seas of fire ahead, he would surely proceed. Just as Chu Shiyan finished speaking, streams of purple light flowed from the world consciousness into Shenmue's body. With the movements of the world consciousness, the visible wounds on Shenmue started healing at an incredible speed. The chest wound that had caused Chu Shiyan so much pain also gradually closed up until it vanished completely. As Shenmue's vitality grew stronger, the world consciousness's power became increasingly faint. When Shenmue was finally healed, the glow around the world consciousness dimmed significantly. Taking advantage of his remaining awareness, he gently instructed, "He is still very weak. Do not let him get hurt again. Also, try to obtain the meteorite as soon as possible." Chu Shiyun carefully memorized the world consciousness's words. Seeing Chu Shiyun nodding, the world consciousness darted toward the depths of the space with a swift motion. Chu Shiyun carefully submerged all of Shenmue except for his neck in the water, while he himself cautiously held him to avoid any water entering his lungs. Looking at Shenmue's face, which remained pale but showed no sign of death and was now filled with vitality, Chu Shiyun slowly began to smile. From initially believing he would forever lose this person, to later realizing that achieving level 10 would save him, then gathering enough meteorites to awaken him, to now having his elder brother close to recovery, despite all the difficulties, as long as this person lived, Chu Shiyun asked for nothing else. Chu Shiyun tenderly embraced Shenmue's waist, leaning against his shoulder. Due to the space being stationary, Shenmue's physique was the same as it was a month ago, still robust and powerful, giving Chu Shiyun a sense of security. Big brother, wake up soon. Chu Shiyun's lips curled slightly with a smile as he slowly fell asleep. The water in the spirit spring contained spiritual energy, capable of improving their bodies, so Chu Shiyun wasn't worried about discomfort from soaking too long. When Chu Shiyun woke up the next day, he found himself not only in a different position but also in a different place, held firmly in the man's strong arms, resting against his chest. This familiar scene momentarily disoriented Chu Shiyun. His waist was tightly grasped by a large hand, leaving him unable to move. He couldn't help but nuzzle and mumble in Shenmue's embrace, "Big brother, I'm still sleepy." Shenmue looked at Chu Shiyun's sleepy little face, gently patting his head, and softly coaxed, "All right, my dear, sleep if you're still tired." Loosen a bit, I can't breathe." "Okay." Hearing Shenmue's reply, Chu Shiyun was delighted and snuggled back into the man's arms. 1 second. 2 seconds. Half a minute later, Chu Shiyun suddenly widened his eyes, finally sensing something amiss. Since Big Brother was injured, he had been sleeping beside the spirit pool. So what was happening now? Chu Shiyun mechanically raised his head, looking at the familiar yet strange gentle smile, unable to hold back a pang of emotion, tears welling up in his eyes and gradually blurring his vision. Seeing Chu Shiyun shedding tears, Shenmue immediately panicked, "Darling, what's wrong? Your big brother is here. Don't cry." "Wah. Big brother." Chu Shiyun pouted, his eyes instantly turning red. All right. What's wrong, my good baby? Who dared to bully our treasure? Tell your big brother, and I'll deal with them." Watching Chu Shiyun's scrunched up face and continuous tears, Shenmue felt immense heartache. He lowered his head, kissed away his tears, and whispered soothing words. Listening to these familiar tones and scenes, Chu Shiyun felt like he was dreaming. "Little sleepyhead, have you slept, silly? Can't tell being awake from being asleep?" Listening to Chu Shiyun's self-murmuring, Shenmue chuckled lightly. Chu Shiyun extended a hand from Shenmue's embrace, gently touching his still pale face, and then pinched it hard. Seeing the flushed complexion on the face he pinched, Chu Shiyun finally retracted his hand, sobbing as he asked, "Does it hurt?" Shenmue, who was indeed in pain but showed no anger, kissed the small hand beside his cheek. "Yes, it hurts, but since it was done by my precious one, it doesn't matter." Hearing this answer identical to previous ones, Chu Shiyun could no longer contain himself and burst into uncontrollable sobs. Listening to Chu Shiyun's cries, Shenmue's heart nearly broke, but he could only gently stroke Chu Shiyun's back, offering silent comfort. Shenmue knew his previous state must have terrified his beloved. After crying for a long time, Chu Shiyun opened his swollen red eyes, gazing greedily at the person before him, and said, "Big brother, kiss me." Shenmue tenderly kissed Chu Shiyun's eyes. Chu Shiyun was not satisfied, pouting, "Not the eyes." As he spoke, Chu Shiyun found it hard to control his emotions again and felt like crying. Goodness. If not the eyes, then not the eyes. Big brother will kiss your lips, all right? Saying that, Shenmue quickly kissed Chu Shiyun on the lips, with an anxious look in his eyes. Chu Shiyun pursed his lips, "It's not enough, I want more." Shenmue helplessly chuckled and continued kissing every inch of Chu Shiyun's little face. After being kissed all over his face, Chu Shiyun still acted up, "Big brother, hold me." Shenmue looked at the serious expression of the person in his arms and couldn't help but pat his soft little bottom, "Aren't I holding you right now?" Chu Shiyun shrugged, "Not tight enough. Can you hug me tighter?" Shenmue helplessly looked at the person acting cute and could only comply with his request. Chu Shiyun, embraced in Shenmue's arms, softly said, "Big brother, I missed you so much." Feeling the dampness on his chest, Shenmue's heart softened, and he patted Chu Shiyun's back, saying, "I know." Chapter 102, Darling, can you promise me? Chu Shiyun raised his head and said gloomily, "Shige, big brother, darling is hungry." Shenmue affectionately pinched Chu Shiyun's nose and indulged him by saying, "I'll go cook for you, big brother will." I want little wontons." "All right, little glutton." Shenmue got up, took out his own clothes from the wardrobe, and put them on. Chu Shiyun followed him step by step, as if Shenmue would run away if he was a bit slower. Shenmue didn't object, allowing Chu Shiyun to hold on to the hem of his shirt as they went in and out together. After some time, Shenmue finally made Chu Shiyun a steaming hot breakfast. Chu Shiyun ate each bite very slowly, giving off an air of cherishing it. Shen Mutian couldn't help but laugh and said, there's still some left in the pot. If it's not enough, Big Brother can get you more. Chu Shiyun responded with puffed cheeks, Eating this familiar breakfast, Chu Shiyun felt a sourness in his heart. During the days when Big Brother was injured, everything tasted bland. Now eating it again, he truly missed it. After waiting for Chu Shiyun to finish, Shen Mutian tidied up the dishes, and the two of them walked along the riverside together to digest their food. Looking at the person whose cheeks had become significantly slimmer and whose appearance had changed somewhat, though unsure of what happened, Shen Mutian couldn't help but feel heartbroken. So he asked, darling, did anything happen during the day or two I was unconscious? Chu Shiyun paused in his steps and looked at Shen Mutian's serious face, realizing that he didn't know he had been asleep for a month. So Chu Shiyun gently explained, Big Brother, it has actually been a month now. After you were injured, I brought you into the space. Han Yu said putting you in the spirit spring pool could heal you, but my level wasn't high enough. Therefore, I had to stop the flow of time within the space. It's already been a month since then. Seeing Chu Shiyun's sorrowful face, Shen Mutian felt unbearably heartbroken. No wonder his beloved had lost so much weight, he must have been asleep for that long. Shen Mutian softly held him in his arms and spoke tenderly, you worked hard this whole month. Hearing Shen Mutian's gentle words, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but well up with tears. For over a month, everyone saw his strength, everyone knew he was powerful and not someone to mess with. But no one knew about the pain inside his heart. Every day, he could only watch helplessly as his beloved lay inert in the spirit spring. If he hadn't known Big Brother would wake up, he would have fallen apart long ago. And now, the first one to notice his inner pressure and pain was still this person. Chu Shiyun sniffed and said, Big Brother, there's nothing wrong now, I'm fine. As long as you return, as long as you're by my side, all the patience has been worth it. From now on, Big Brother will always be by your side. Gently patting Chu Shiyun's head, Shen Mutian sensed the aura around Chu Shiyun changing, realizing he could no longer discern exactly how powerful Shiyun had become. Smiling, he asked, what level are our dear one at now? I can't even see clearly anymore. Looking at Shen Mutian's slightly teasing tone, Chu Shiyun blushed embarrassingly, level 8. Upon hearing this answer, Shen Mutian wasn't surprised. In his heart, his precious was always the strongest, even reaching level 10 wouldn't seem abnormal to him. But even so, Shen Mutian believed that encouragement was still necessary for his beloved, our little treasure is really talented, already level 8 so fast, once again surpassing Big Brother. By the end, Shen Mutian seemed a little troubled. Was he considered freeloading now? His wife was far more powerful than him. Chu Shiyun gently cupped Shen Mutian's face and consoled, Big Brother doesn't need to worry, I'll find crystal cores for you. Soon, you'll be as strong as me. Good, our dear is excellent, then Big Brother relies on you. Alright. Perhaps for some people who are a bit chauvinistic, this might be difficult to accept. However, Shen Mutian didn't mind it at all, living off someone else's support. Absolutely delightful. He has bad teeth anyway, preferring to live comfortably like this. Little Silver slept soundly until dawn, stretched lazily, and just stared outside aimlessly. Its master hadn't prepared any food for it. Should it hunt for itself or wait for its master to feed it? Little Silver laid lazily in its little nest, pondering. Just as Little Silver was deep in thought, two figures suddenly appeared before its eyes. Recognizing the familiar pair, Little Silver immediately leapt up and rubbed against Chu Shiyun's hand flatteringly, then turned to Shen Mutian, Boss Shen, it's been a while. Were you staying inside the space this whole time? Originally, Little Silver hadn't thought of it, but after Chu Shiyun mentioned living in the space yesterday, Little Silver guessed that Shen Mutian, who had been missing for over a month, must have been inside the space. Shen Mutian gently patted Little Silver's head and confirmed with a mm. Hearing Shen Mutian's voice, Little Silver immediately asked, then, what does Master Space have? Endless crystal cores and meat that never runs out. Shen Mutian chuckled and said to Little Silver who was daydreaming, do you think it's filled with treasures? Want endless crystal cores? Go hunt some more and maybe you'll get them. Little Silver pouted, alright. Shen Mutian looked around at this unfamiliar environment and asked, dear, where are we? Chu Shiyun explained while pulling Shen Mutian to the window, pulling the curtains open so he could see the scenery outside. It's a small town near G City, famous for tourism. We're staying at a farm-to-table inn. What are we doing here? Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's words, Shen Mutian became a bit worried. If he hadn't woken up earlier, he would have likely not known that his dear one had traveled such a long distance. Hadn't his beloved gone to dangerous places before too, just to improve their strength and heal him sooner? Thinking about this made Shen Mutian ache with concern. Chu Shiyun saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, so he reassured him, Big Brother, don't overthink. I'm here to find something. What is it? Chu Shiyun told Shen Mutian everything the world consciousness had said. Finally, he added, so, our mission now is to remove this meteorite. Shen Mutian's already pale face grew darker, dear, are you serious? There are 8 meteorites carrying the zombie virus. Chu Shiyun firmly nodded, yeah, we found the first one behind the base in the big mountain, and it's been taken care of. The others can only be searched for gradually. The world consciousness was now unconscious, and Chu Shiyun wanted to wake it up by acquiring this meteorite. Shen Mujian furrowed his brows tightly, feeling that this task was extraordinarily difficult. To obtain the meteorite, there would definitely be a powerful presence guarding it, yet failing to obtain it would cause harm. Shen Mujian didn't know how to handle it well. His power was only at level 6, insufficient to help his dear one. Even not causing trouble would be a good thing. But if they didn't solve the problem soon, the entities surrounding the meteorites would become even stronger later on, making it far harder to deal with then. Shen Mujian looked at Chu Shiyun. Dear, do you need to go right now? Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement. Yes, I've already promised it, and we need to get the item as soon as possible. Shen Mujian thought for a moment. Alright, I'll go with you. We can discuss any issues together. No. Unexpectedly, Chu Shiyun strongly opposed his suggestion. Chu Shiyun continued, you can't get hurt right now. You must stay in the space. Otherwise, I won't feel safe. If Shen Mujian hadn't been in the space for too long, Chu Shiyun wouldn't have allowed him out of it. Shen Mujian gave a bitter smile. Dear, I'm just a bit weak, not useless. I can protect myself. No way, I won't allow anything like that to happen. Shen Mujian gave a helpless laugh, looking at Chu Shiyun who treated him like a porcelain doll, and said, I'll just follow and watch, no actions, alright? Not alright. But if I let you go alone, I'll be worried too. Let me accompany you, alright? I'm at level 8 now and can protect myself. Big brother, don't worry. Shen Mujian fell silent, not knowing what to say. Chu Shiyun is strong, if he wants to, he can easily force Shen Mujian into the space. Now he's just trying to make Shen Mujian volunteer. Even if you're at level 8, I'll still worry. That meteorite is very powerful. How can I possibly relax without watching over you? Seeing Shen Mujian's resolute expression, Chu Shiyun lowered his head silently. Shen Mujian sighed lightly. Dear, will you let your big brother accompany you? After a long while, Chu Shiyun finally mumbled, alright, but if I tell you to return to the space, you must go back. I'll listen to you. After agreeing on this, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mujian set off with Little Silver. Riding on Little Silver, Shen Mujian circled Chu Shiyun's waist, hugging him close to his chest, with his chin resting on Chu Shiyun's shoulder, enjoying the ride immensely. In the largest villa of the farm-to-table inn, on the rooftop, the man who had been observing Chu Shiyun last night was without exception continuing to watch them. His eyes were full of curiosity and investigation, as well as a barely noticeable desire. Shen Mujian, sitting on Little Silver's back, could feel a strong gaze coming from the northwest direction. Shen Mujian looked over and saw a man with a firm and handsome face, who was looking at them motionlessly. Shen Mujian dangerously narrowed his eyes, glaring back, while directly pulling Chu Shiyun into his arms, not hiding his possessiveness towards Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyun was surprised and looked up at Shen Mujian, only to find him looking in another direction. Chu Shiyun followed his gaze and saw the same sight, frowning in distaste, then told Little Silver to speed up and leave quickly. After leaving the inn, Chu Shiyun muttered, I really want to gouge that guy's eyes out. That look filled with curiosity and strong desire made Chu Shiyun feel repulsed. If it weren't for the fact that the other side hadn't acted yet and they were rushing to find the meteorite, Chu Shiyun would have truly gouged out his eyes. Seeing Chu Shiyun's little furrowed face, Shen Mujian soothingly patted his head. Come on, let's not look at him. Although somewhat aggrieved, Chu Shiyun still obediently nodded. Chapter 103, Babies Injured Again. The underlings following the man were looking at Chu Shiyun and Shen Mujian, who had left riding on the white wolf, and felt a bit strange. A tall and thin one suspiciously said, That's odd. Last night, were there 2 people? The others thought the same. Although it was dark last night and the distance was far, they saw clearly that only the handsome boy came. An ordinary-looking man stroked his chin and said, Perhaps he has been living here all along. With that, the others also believed it to be so. Only their boss smiled slightly, saying nothing. But in his heart, he was thinking that Chu Shiyun had some big secrets. After leaving the agritainment venue, the 2 of them and the beast directly headed towards G City. Xiaoyin leaped quickly with robust posture. Chu Shiyun and Shen Mujian lay on its back as the fierce wind blew through their hair and fluttered their clothes. Looking at Shen Mujian pressing against him, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but remind him again, Big brother, you must remember what you said. If there's danger, hide behind me, alright? Shen Mujian smiled and nodded, understood, I'll listen to you. Shen Mujian knew his own capabilities. He was staying close to Chu Shiyun because it gave him peace of mind, but Shen Mujian wouldn't act beyond his means. If there were zombies stronger than him, he wouldn't fight. Of course, even if he wanted to, Baby wouldn't allow it. That's more like it. Upon hearing Shen Mujian's words, Chu Shiyun satisfactorily nodded. Originally running swiftly, Xiaoyin gradually slowed down now and stopped in front of the enormous city gate. Feeling Xiaoyin's body trembling uncontrollably and looking at the terrified eyes staring at the city, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Xiaoyin's teeth chattered for a while before calming itself, yet upon careful listening, fear could still be heard in its voice. Master, I can sense a terrifying existence here. It is, more terrifying than you. By the end, Xiaoyin involuntarily trembled, as if witnessing some horrifying scene. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them couldn't help but frown. Given Chu Shiyun's high strength, he didn't feel the force that made Xiaoyin scared. And Shen Mutian, being human, lacked the sharp senses of Xiaoyin, so he couldn't sense it either. Shen Mutian subconsciously tightened his grip on Chu Shiyun's hand. Baby. Chu Shiyun turned around, looking at the worried man, patting his hand in comfort. Big brother, I'm fine. Let's take a quick look first. If we can't beat it, we can always run away, right? After much deliberation, Shen Mutian finally nodded. All right. But please be careful, understood? I will. I promise to stay safe and grow old with big brother together. Hearing Chu Shiyun's anticipatory words, Shen Mutian couldn't help but smile tenderly, gently caressing Chu Shiyun's face, and making a commitment. Yes, when the apocalypse ends, we will retire to seclusion within the space. This was the promise Shen Mutian had already made to Chu Shiyun, and now, he was merely repeating it once more. Good. Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mutian and smiled. Soon after, he reined in his smile and redirected his gaze toward Xiaoyin. Do you know how strong the opponent is? Xiaoyin was now level 6 in strength, and the pressure it felt from such a great distance must have come from an extremely powerful entity, one that Chu Shiyun himself couldn't exert on Xiaoyin from so far away. Thus, Chu Shiyun guessed that the existence might have already broken through to level 10. Here, unlike the mountain full of greenery, this was a city densely populated by thousands upon thousands of humans. If someone used them for cultivation. Chu Shiyun shook his head and dared not think further. Right now, he only hoped that when facing this presence, he would have enough power to fight. Xiaoyin closed his eyes carefully to perceive. After opening them again, it instantly panicked and retreated. I can't sense its level, I just know that it's very powerful. Master, let's leave. Although Xiaoyin didn't know why Chu Shiyun had come here, it was frightened now and just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. It just felt that if they didn't leave soon, they would be unable to leave at all. Seeing that Xiaoyin's legs were shaking and almost collapsing, Chu Shiyun furrowed his eyebrows. Shen Mutian patted him and suggested, Baby, why don't you try using your spiritual energy to take a look? If things go awry, we'll leave immediately. Thinking about it for a moment, Chu Shiyun nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. After speaking, Chu Shiyun closed his eyes and released half of his spiritual power outward. A thread of Chu Shiyun's azure spiritual power began to slowly extend along the streets and floors, from the city gate where he was located to the outer suburbs. Time passed bit by bit as sweat gathered densely on Chu Shiyun's forehead, which Shen Mutian tenderly wiped away. Observing the situation in the city district, Chu Shiyun, feeling his lack of spiritual power, gathered it into a concentrated stream and directed it towards the center. Since a full coverage was impossible, he aimed for the central point. Deserted streets with no signs of life, broken high-rise buildings, and tightly packed decrepit cars filled the roads. Zombies that bore a close resemblance to humans roamed about in the city, moving back and forth. Chu Shiyun's eyebrows slightly knitted together as he continued watching. The fine threads of his spiritual power turned through the various streets, observing decayed supermarket doors that seemed to have been torn apart by hands, leaving behind a broken section revealing the cement-reinforced flyovers. Shifting his view further, Chu Shiyun spotted a 1-meter diameter huge yellow crystal ball with vertical steel bars inside. After a glance, Chu Shiyun moved on, continuing his search for any other suspicious places. His vision unintentionally caught another identical crystal ball, causing Chu Shiyun to suddenly stop. Cold sweat poured from his body, far outside the city. Recalling the overlooked details, the yellow, somewhat murky crystal balls with curved steel bars at their centers, spaced 3 meters apart, they seemed to rotate. Chu Shiyun stiffly attempted to turn his spiritual force, but to his horror, he discovered the ball originally 2 meters away was now closely attached to the back of his released spirit energy, motionless like an eye staring at him. Startled, Chu Shiyun immediately withdrew his spiritual power. Because of this, he clearly saw the true identity of the 2 crystal balls. The head between 2 buildings now shook its body due to Chu Shiyun's actions, beginning to rise. As it moved, the dust covering it began to fall off, gradually revealing faces on its body, faces filled with fear, sadness, or resentment. Chu Shiyun had already retreated 200 meters away when he observed this enormous creature standing at least 10 zhang tall and 6 zhang wide. Its body was composed of countless zombies, or more accurately, people. Chu Shiyun didn't know how they became this way. He only stared at the monster made up of people with densely intertwined lower halves and upper bodies swinging in the air, feeling a wave of nausea. These people swayed on the monster's body, their hands waving in midair, perhaps trying to escape this painful hell or possibly attempting to capture others, turning them into members of their group. Every person's face bore expressions of negativity, as if they endured suffering before death. Chu Shiyun noticed that what initially resembled snake eyes started to produce ripples. Gradually, a pair of naked male twins extended their upper bodies from these ripples. When Chu Shiyun met their gaze, uncontrollable blood spurted from his mouth, retracting his spiritual power. Baby. Seeing Chu Shiyun pale-faced and suddenly cough up blood, Shen Mutian worriedly murmured, holding him tightly in both hands. Chu Shiyun shook his head, straightened himself, wiping a streak of blood from his lips. Recalling the scene before departure, a hint of determination flashed across his eyes. With a flick of his right hand, a vortex appeared at the spot. In urgency, Chu Shiyun called out to Xiaoyin, leave quickly. Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's words, Xiaoyin dared not hesitate any longer and rushed into the vortex created by Chu Shiyun. Just as Xiaoyin stepped into the vortex and the area returned to calm, a horrifying sight unfolded. Where Chu Shiyun and the others had just been, a crack appeared. Within the crack, a giant yellow eye emerged, inside of which stood a handsome young man. Seeing there was nothing left outside the city, the youth retreated back into the eye, closing it, after which the crack disappeared. On the other side, Xiaoyin exited the vortex and found itself back at Shen's family residence. Recognizing the familiar place, Xiaoyin instantly sighed in relief, its body involuntarily collapsing onto the ground. Supporting Chu Shiyun to stand up, Shen Mutian then cradled him horizontally, walking back to their room on the third floor. Placing him gently on the bed, Shen Mutian couldn't hide his concern as he looked at Chu Shiyun's grayish complexion. Cough, cough. Chu Shiyun tried to say something but lost control and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Baby. With trembling hands, Shen Mutian wiped the blood from Chu Shiyun's lips. Chu Shiyun shook his head, sis. Brother, I'm fine. It's just overuse of my ability. Nonsense. Upon Chu Shiyun's words, Shen Mutian couldn't help but reprimand him. However, upon seeing Chu Shiyun's face, Shen Mutian softened. In the end, he could only ask, what did you see in City G that frightened you so much? Hearing Shen Mutian's question, Chu Shiyun felt a wave of guilt and confessed, I'm sorry, brother, it's my fault. If I hadn't insisted on going to City G, we wouldn't have encountered such danger. Then Chu Shiyun recounted everything he had seen to Shen Mutian. This time, Chu Shiyun was genuinely terrified. After witnessing the appearance of the twins, Chu Shiyun realized that before breaking through to the 9th level, he would never be their match. Strangely enough, those twins could somehow injure his mental power just by manifesting. Under normal circumstances, one's mental power can't be seen by anyone other than oneself. Yet, this time around, the monsters not only saw his mental power but also managed to harm him. This incident made Chu Shiyun keenly aware of how close he'd come to death, an experience he'd never had when facing Tang Anyun or Bai Changchen. If he hadn't acted decisively, they might have been trapped there forever. Recalling how he nearly got Shen Mutian killed once again, Chu Shiyun couldn't help tearing up with an almost crying expression. Sorry baby, if it weren't for my suggestion, you wouldn't have been injured, said Shen Mutian, feeling both heartache and regret. He believed that had he not suggested Chu Shiyun use his mental power for reconnaissance, Chu Shiyun wouldn't have gotten hurt. Chu Shiyun shook his head, brother, it's not your fault. It was my promise to the world consciousness to help it find the meteorite. As he spoke, Chu Shiyun expressed his frustration. He had found the meteorite, undoubtedly in the form of the monster they saw earlier. But now that he had located it, he realized he couldn't possibly defeat it. Looking at Chu Shiyun's troubled face, Shen Mutian understood what was bothering him and gently consoled him, don't think too much about it. Rest well first. Once we figure something out, we'll deal with it then. Chu Shiyun nodded and accepted Shen Mutian's suggestion, okay. After a pause, Shen Mutian continued, judging from what you've described, that monster must be powerful, yet it doesn't leave its location. There must be some kind of restriction. Otherwise, it wouldn't still remain in City G after it turned into ruins. If it could leave, those people we met would have already become part of it long ago. Chu Shiyun agreed. The mutated tree and meteorite in the mountains previously were also confined to their places, presumably due to restrictions set by the world consciousness. Realizing this, Chu Shiyun remained troubled. Even if these creatures couldn't leave, he still wasn't strong enough to fight them. It was a dead-end situation. In his slumber, Chu Shiyun was vaguely thinking about all these things, causing him to frown. Lying beside him, Shen Mutian held him gently, patting his back softly. Chapter 104, A Treasure No One Dares to Offend. After waking up, Chu Shiyun felt that his injuries were almost healed. But in fact, he hadn't been seriously injured, he had just overused his psychic abilities. Now that he had rested enough, he was fine. Seeing the darkening sky outside, Chu Shiyun groggily reached for the other side of the bed but didn't feel anyone there. The spot had become ice cold. Teacher brother. Chu Shiyun abruptly sat up, shouting with a face full of panic. He threw off the blanket and leaped out of bed without shoes, rushing toward the door, just in time to collide fully with Shen Mutian who was opening the door to come in. Looking at Chu Shiyun, who was wearing only a pair of shorts, revealing his long and white legs and bare feet ready to run out of the door, Shen Mutian frowned with a mix of pain and slight annoyance as he said, why such a rush? Don't you even dress properly? Teacher brother. Unexpectedly, Chu Shiyun looked at him with a sense of grievance, his eyes reddened, and he extended his arms to hug. Shen Mutian sighed lightly, lifting him up crosswise, all right, I'm here. Don't be afraid. Even if you're anxious, change your pants and wear your shoes properly. Don't you know how cold the floor is? As he spoke, he placed Chu Shiyun back on the bed and gave 2 light smacks on Chu Shiyun's bottom, pretending to scold. Just as Shen Mutian was about to get up to fetch some trousers for Chu Shiyun didn't want him to leave. Wrapping his arms around the man's waist, he leaned his head on the man's shoulder and said dejectedly, it's because I'm scared. Seeing those gradually moistening eyes, Shen Mutian lost his previous firmness, feeling a sense of softness in his heart. He gently kissed Chu Shiyun's hairline and consoled, I know, but we're at home, nothing will happen, okay? Okay. Chu Shiyun reluctantly nodded, though he didn't want to act like a scarecrow either. But what could he do? He was simply afraid. What time is it now? Looking at the already darkened sky, Chu Shiyun asked. 7 o'clock. It's time to start dinner. Dad and eldest brother will be back soon. Shen Mutian pulled Chu Shiyun's hands away and fetched a pair of casual pants from the wardrobe for him, serving him by helping him dress. All right. Chu Shiyun nodded in understanding. It seemed teacher brother had already met Mother Shen. But he wondered if the teacher and elder brother had received the news yet. Are Yen Bai and Xin Yen all right? Seeing that Chu Shiyun was fine, Shen Mutian opened the topic. He had wanted to ask earlier, but yesterday, Chu Shiyun had just woken up, and today he had been out all day. He had just returned, and the treasure had been injured too. Thus, Shen Mutian hadn't brought it up until now when everything was settled, and he wanted to inquire about the conditions of the others. Knowing how much Shen Mutian cared about his brothers who had followed him since the apocalypse began, this made Chu Shiyun feel normal. They're fine. Mo Yuyang has also found his family. However, his family consists of vampires, so I let him deal with his family matters early on. Later, he cut ties with his grandmother and her group of relatives. Now his family includes only his parents and his sister. Previously, I took Lin Yanhan to the city center and awakened her potential somewhat. Now her light-based psychic abilities can not only heal people but also attack. Shen Xiaotong, that kid, I left with Lin Yanbai, and they get along quite well. They've both reached level 6. Bai Qiaoshi was previously at level 5, but after a few days, she should also be at level 6 now. Since I resolved the meteorite issue in the mountains before, where there were still many mutant plants and animals below level 6, I sent them up there. Listening to Chu Shiyun narrate these things so lightly, Shen Mutian sweated, feeling that his treasure was getting more brutal, though inexplicably, he liked it. However, Shen Mutian knew that Chu Shiyun must have been under tremendous pressure in the past month. With the base on his mind constantly, his treasure would surely help protect the base. If not, he wouldn't worry about Lin Yanbai and the rest or concern himself with Shen Tong's affairs. With these thoughts, Shen Mutian gazed at Chu Shiyun with gratitude, leaning down to kiss Chu Shiyun's rosy lips gently. Thank you, treasure. Chu Shiyun blinked, looking at Shen Mutian who was so close, puzzled and asking, Teacher brother, what are you thanking me for? Shen Mutian smiled, patting his head affectionately, then whispered softly in his ear, Thank you, my treasure, for protecting everything that I care about. Hearing Shen Mutian's low-pitched voice, Chu Shiyun's face turned red unwittingly, turning aside while saying, There's no need for thanks. Whatever you care about, I naturally will protect it for you. Alright, I understand. Now go wash up and head downstairs. Dinner will be served soon. Gazing at the adorable Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian couldn't help but smile. After Chu Shiyun finished washing up and headed downstairs, Shen Mother was seen sitting on the sofa watching them. Mrs. Shen's face carried a smile of relief and comfort, though her eyes were red, showing how delighted she was. Seated nearby were Shen Lan, Shen Niani, Shen Mu's family of 3, and Shen Muchu. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red, clearly indicating that they had already heard Mrs. Shen's news. Shen Mutian had returned. Seeing Shen Mutian who looked somewhat pale but otherwise unhurt, Shen Lan gave a carefree laugh, It's good you're back, it's good you're back. Shen Muchu walked up to Shen Mutian, embracing him tightly, then scolded him with a voice tinged with crying, You little brat, you've finally come back. Don't push yourself so hard next time, got it? Shen Mutian knew the worry he'd caused his family over the past month. But if given the same choice again, he would still choose to protect Chu Shiyun, his treasure. He patted the sister hugging him tightly and consoled, Sis, I'm fine now. Stop dripping your snot and tears on my shoulder. The mood, which had been quite sad before, made everyone burst out laughing after Shen Mutian said this. Shen Muchu even blushed, pushing Shen Mutian away and punching his chest, You brat, mocking your sis, are you? Feeling the weak punch on his shoulder, Shen Mutian couldn't help but smile helplessly. Now these people treated him like a fragile doll. In the past, the punches that could knock him back several steps weren't this feeble. Alright, let's eat first. Seeing others still wanting to say something, Shen Lan directly instructed. Everyone nodded in agreement. After dinner, the Shen family reseated themselves on the sofa, looking at Shen Mutian more carefully again, despite having just done so moments ago, as they were still concerned for him. Now they scrutinized him even more closely. However, except for his slightly pale face, there were no signs of discomfort in Shen Mutian. Seeing Chu Shiyun who was always close to Shen Mutian, Shen Niani teased him, Little third, you have no idea. This month without you has been such an ordeal for us. After saying this, he clicked his tongue and shook his head. Hearing Shen Niani's words and noticing others' implicit approval, Shen Mutian felt puzzled and curious. And Chu Shiyun, upon hearing Shen Niani's words, had a faint sense of foreboding. Sure enough, when Shen Mutian asked Shen Niani what happened, Shen Niani looked at him with expressions of frustration and difficulty. Shen Mutian, seeing Shen Niani's look, instinctively turned his gaze toward Chu Shiyun and immediately saw Chu Shiyun looking at him pitifully. In an instant, Shen Mutian's heart melted, no longer caring what the others wanted to say. Honey, what's wrong? Chu Shiyun blinked his big eyes and said, Big brother, I want to eat fruit. Can you wash it for me? Upon hearing this, how could Shen Mutian refuse? Alright, take it out, I'll go wash it. Once Shen Mutian spoke, Chu Shiyun instantly took out fruits from his dimensional space, watermelon, honeydew, strawberries, grapes, all filled up. Shen Mutian chuckled helplessly and, seeing Chu Shiyun's expectant look, didn't hesitate to wash the fruits. When Shen Mutian left, Chu Shiyun smiled brightly at everyone in the living room. Looking innocent, he said, how can you all say bad things about my treasure in front of Big Brother? The baby hasn't done anything, right? Seeing Chu Shiyun's seemingly pure yet threatening smile, everyone shivered and started looking everywhere except at Chu Shiyun, afraid of being targeted by someone who remembered grudges, especially Shen Yeni, awkwardly looking at Chu Shiyun. Shiyun, we didn't say anything, right? Oh no, forgot about this vengeful person. Originally, they thought everything would be fine once little third came back, but they hadn't expected it to get worse. Mistake, mistake. Yes, Cloudy baby, we said nothing, knew nothing. That's right. Our obedient and adorable Cloudy baby would never do such a thing, right? Just so, Uncle shouldn't say anything bad about our Cloudy baby. The group immediately guaranteed this to Chu Shiyun. Shen Muqiu went further, adhering to the philosophy of not sacrificing oneself but willing to betray others, directly pointing the finger at Shen Yeni. Hearing this, others also looked at Shen Yeni, starting to criticize. Younger brother, Cloudy baby is so well behaved, how could you say bad things about him in front of the third one? That's slander, don't you know? That's true. Second uncle, even though Shiyu has been staying at the research institute helping Cloudy baby study weapons, that doesn't mean you should target Cloudy baby. Seeing the father and son shifting the blame onto himself, Shen Yeni almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Who was it that complained in front of him before? About how since Shen Shaosan wasn't around, Chu Shiyun, the cute complainer, wasn't behaving well anymore and was always cold and aloof, scaring them all. And now you've forgotten what you said before, haven't you? Looking at Shen Yeni being attacked from all sides, Chu Shiyun smiled. Is that so? Uncle Yeni? Faced with Chu Shiyun's inquiry, Shen Yeni could only manage an awkward laugh, sitting uneasily as if there were thorns on his bottom. Seeing Shen Mutian walk over with a fruit plate seemed like seeing a savior. Shen Yeni gave him a look. Shen Shaosan, come quickly and control your wife. Looking at Chu Shiyun who seemed innocently looking at him, then glancing at Shen Yeni who appeared isolated, Shen Mutian raised his eyebrows. Who made you offend him when I don't even dare to bother him usually? Shen Yeni gritted his teeth. You still have the nerve to say that? It's all your fault for spoiling him into becoming completely out of hand. Shen Mutian replied provocatively, I like doing it. Shen Yeni felt like spitting out a mouthful of blood. He suspected these two young troublemakers were born to anger him. Wailing softly, he lamented how much he missed his own dear wife, but she had been pulled away by this sweet talker to do hard labor. Chapter 105, Chu Shiyun, I said it, but you didn't listen. Humph. Ignoring Shen Yeni who was in tears, Shen Mutian happily served Chu Shiyun. Looking at Chu Shiyun, who appeared to be perfectly obedient in front of him, Shen Mutian could hardly imagine his beloved acting unruly and lawless outside, yet being so well behaved in front of him. How could he possibly bully others? Brother, ah. Seeing Shen Mutian standing still looking at him, Chu Shiyun opened his mouth, signaling for him to hurry up and feed him. Shen Mutian chuckled lightly and obeyed. While feeding him, Shen Mutian asked his father, Dad, how's the situation at the base now? Upon hearing this, Shen Lan instinctively glanced at Chu Shiyun, who innocently looked back at him. Why are you looking at me, teacher? Brother is asking you, not me. Aha, then I will say. Shen Lan awkwardly wiped a bead of sweat, then looked into Shen Mutian's eyes that gleamed with shrewdness. After coughing twice, he began, the zombies in the city have been cleared. My plan with the higher-ups in the base is to treat the urban area as one of the partitions of the base. Otherwise, many survivors don't have housing and die every day. This would ultimately harm our development. The construction of the city is underway. If nothing goes wrong, people can move in half a month later. Afterward, Shen Lan gradually told Shen Mutian some more about the base situation, naturally skirting around anything involving Chu Shiyun. Otherwise, if Chu Shiyun slapped a label of deliberate slander on him, that wouldn't be any fun. After some thought, Shen Lan continued, Younger brother, do you have any interest in becoming the district head? Huh? Shen Mutian looked at Shen Lan with confusion, only to find his older brother and second sister both eagerly staring at him. Shen Mutian smiled bitterly, Dad, don't you know I dislike being restrained? Wouldn't it be better if Big Brother took on this role as the district head? To his surprise, Shen Lan glared fiercely at Shen Muse and complained, if your big brother had your abilities, don't you think I'd prefer having him take it? The members of the Psionics Association all have stronger powers than him. Who could he possibly control? Shen Mutian and Shen Muse looked at each other awkwardly, completely unexpected such a situation. Shen Mutian examined Shen Muse once, a level 5 psionic, certainly not low. With the army's help, he should be able to handle the troublemakers, right? Thinking this, Shen Mutian voiced this very question. Alas. Shen Lan sighed at Chu Shiyun, leaving Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian confused, unclear why this matter somehow involved him, the baby. Recognizing their doubts, Shen Muzha hinted, Great Mountain. At this reminder, they understood. Chu Shiyun chewed on some fruit, puffed cheeks hesitating, it doesn't make sense. From the time I came back, including that day, it's only been 3 days. Could they already have discovered? Didn't you send someone to guard ahead of time? Shenmue responded bitterly, we did. But even then, it was no use. They felt we found something good, but didn't share with them. So, they injured the guards and rushed inside. 10 people went in, only 1 returned alive. And the one who returned had leveled up to 5-star psionics. He claimed eating fruits from inside made him level up. Now this rumor has spread widely throughout the base. People know the Great Mountain may be dangerous, but there are things that rapidly improve psionic levels. Afterwards, sending people to guard it became impossible. 5 out of the top 10 psion groups came. Each leader returned after leveling up to 6-star psionics. With so many people leveling up, the rest got restless. For this, Shenmue too felt helpless. There wasn't much he could do. Those psionics were arrogant and already weren't listening much to military commands. Now because of this, they believed the military wanted to hog the benefits from Great Mountain by keeping them from entering. Thus, the relationship between the Psionic Association and the military became strained. Chu Shiyun furrowed her brows and asked, didn't you tell them about what my brother researched? Shenmue grimaced, sighing deeply, we did. We told them early on, but they didn't believe us. What else could we do? Humph. Looking for death. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun let out a cold laugh. Although she had foreseen the possibility of this happening, when she heard some people believed the base wanted to harm them, all she could do was scoff. Since they refused to heed warnings, their deaths afterward would be no fault of anyone else. Shenmue looked at Chu Shiyun's sarcastic smile, cupped his face and rubbed it. Seeing the annoying smile disappear, Shenmue was satisfied, alright, tell brother what's up with the Great Mountain. Previously, Shenmue had only heard from Chu Shiyun that the Great Mountain had many mutant plants and animals, but didn't know there was anything else. Chu Shiyun blinked and obediently answered, it's about the meteorite thing I mentioned to you before. The meteorite altered some of the mountain substances. Direct contact is harmless, eating it will enhance psionic abilities but also damage one's lifespan. That is, those who increase their strength in this way will not survive beyond 10 years, after which they'll kick the bucket. Moreover, during these 10 years, various side effects can occur, like irritability or even losing sanity, these are common. After hearing this, Shenmue frowned deeply, showing less sympathy for the groups that wouldn't listen. He turned to Shenlong and Shenmue, who made the decisions, so now we just let them go inside. The two nodded, there's no way to stop them. They beat us. Shenmue understood their concerns, psionics were a significant force. Once united, they'd be enough trouble for the base. Since they like going so much, why not open access to everyone in the base? Nonsense. Shenmue was the first to oppose. Shenmue didn't look at Shenmue, but directly fixed his eyes on Shenlong, waiting for his response. Shenlong pondered silently for a while. Finally raising his gaze, he said seriously, go ahead. Hearing Shenlan's words, Shenmue knew his father was interested in his plan. We're currently being secretive, which makes them think we intentionally want to monopolize this treasure place. Since they so desperately seek to upgrade, we shouldn't be villains, right? All we need to do is put up a sign at the foot of the mountain, warning people about the hazards of eating things from the mountain, as well as indicating the presence of level 7 mutated beasts inside. To avoid accidents, we can announce this information base-wide. At that time, whether they go in or not is their choice. We just need people to guard below the mountain to prevent any mutated beasts from coming down. Doing this will give them no reason to attack us. After finishing his explanation, Chu Shiyun quietly reminded, brother, I've set up a great array on the mountain. The mutated beasts cannot come down. Hearing this, Shenmue was amused, this way, there's no need for anyone to stay behind. Shenlong lowered his brow, contemplating Shenmue's approach, evaluating its feasibility. Shenmue gave another reminder, we can order the military not to consume anything from the mountain. If anyone disobeys, they're expelled from the base. In this way, there will surely be clever ones. The military always adheres to discipline, even without orders, Shenmue wasn't worried about them not following instructions. As Shenmue spoke, Shenlan's eyes lit up incredibly. His initial concern had been precisely about this issue, but now Third Son had resolved it all. There was no more hesitation needed. Shenlong firmly decided, that's settled. Eldest brother, tomorrow you shall broadcast Third Son's suggestions, especially regarding the army's side. Yes sir. Looking at the solemn faces present, Chu Shiyun spoke somewhat belatedly, ah. Actually, I could arrange someone to guide the troops into the mountain. Although herbs and plants shouldn't be consumed, crystalline nuclei and wooden pearls should still be usable. Shenmue looked at Chu Shiyun in surprise, dear, you didn't seem to mention this before. Ah. Didn't I? Chu Shiyun scratched his head innocently. The others nodded earnestly, affirming that Chu Shiyun had indeed never mentioned this. Chu Shiyun shrugged, impossible, must be that you guys didn't listen carefully. Hearing Chu Shiyun reverse the argument, Shenmue just wanted to laugh but still decided to save face for his love, okay, it's us who didn't listen carefully. Can darling elaborate further? As soon as Shen Mutian finished speaking, Shen Nianyi gave him a disdainful look, finding him too unassertive. Shen Mutian raised an eyebrow, thinking, with a good wife, why would I argue with her? Without minding the actions between the two, Chu Shiyun huffed lightly and continued, the crystal cores and wooden pearls from the Great Mountain are still more effective than other places' mutated fauna and flora. Of course, combat power within is incomparable to those outside. Inside, the 5th level mutated beasts correspond to the 6th level externally. After hearing Chu Shiyun's statement, Shenlan reflected for a moment before turning to Shen Mutian, Old 3, what do you think? Should we let the soldiers follow your team up the mountain? Shen Mutian shook his head, no, our people will handle the crystal cores ourselves. The army must absolutely not go up the mountain, or others will definitely think we're lying. Once they see that the military also goes up the mountain, the psionics will be even more convinced that the base is deceiving them. Therefore, the hunting of mutated plants and animals should be handled by Mo Nian and his group. He and his darling could absolutely not climb the mountain. Many people in the base have seen them, but Mo Nian's group knows very little about it. They are the best ones to take action. Shen Mutian looked at a few hesitating people and added, we will take part of the crystal nuclei obtained from the Great Mountain and distribute them to those who have contributed to the base. Hearing this, Shenlan was delighted, alright, after your brother and I return, we'll make a detailed plan. You all can rest now. After saying that, Shenlan took Shenmue and a few others to the study, apparently intending to talk all night. Looking at his father who planned to act immediately, Shen Mutian helplessly shrugged his shoulders and turned to Chu Shiyun, dear, are you full? Burp. Yes. Chu Shiyun patted his round belly and nodded. Let's go for a walk. Okay. After speaking, Chu Shiyun used Shen Mutian's pull to stand up, looking rather helpless at his 3-month pregnant-looking belly. Unwittingly, he ate too much. Seeing Chu Shiyun's appearance, Shen Mutian smiled indulgently. He turned to look at Shen Mom who was still sitting on the sofa and said, Mom, I'll take my darling out to digest our meal. You can rest first. Good, go ahead. Come back early. Yes. Watching Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian supporting each other as they walked out of the gate, Shen Mom smiled kindly behind them, wishing the two would always stay like this. Chapter 105, he was indeed extra. Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian walked one after the other in the backyard. Chu Shiyun's hands were on his belly, barefoot under the moonlight stepping on the pebble-paved path. His shiny and chubby little feet looked incredibly adorable. Though he had a delicate and handsome face with a well-built figure, his feet didn't quite match. Shen Mutian was holding Chu Shiyun's slippers, following behind him. His eyes fell on Chu Shiyun's feet, looking at the white tender soles, making him want to reach out and hold them. In the end, he restrained himself and focused his gaze on Chu Shiyun who appeared to be in a wonderful mood. This also helped him relax significantly. Regardless of what enemies they faced during the day, this short period of time at night was exclusively theirs. Chu Shiyun turned around and saw the man who had been following him the entire time, whose gaze always rested upon him. The deep affection in those eyes was never concealed. Chu Shiyun was deeply attached to Shen Mutian when he was like this. Brother, does it still hurt? Swinging his head that was mesmerized by Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun asked anxiously. Even though he believed in the efficacy of the spirit spring, matters concerning Shen Mutian still made him feel tense. Shen Mutian wrapped an arm around his waist and led him forward, it's already healed. Don't worry about it, alright? Chu Shiyun could only nod, A gentle breeze brushed across his face, causing strands of hair to fall on it. At this moment, Chu Shiyun looked extraordinarily gentle. Baby, this past month must have been hard for you. Looking at the black hair atop his head, soft black tresses, an obedient person beside him, Shen Mutian couldn't help but speak with concern. Chu Shiyun tilted his head slightly and replied slowly, not too bad. For the first half of the month, I overused my abilities and went into a coma. Afterward, I returned to the base and spent all the remaining time cleaning up zombies, reclaiming the city area, teaching Shen Xiaotong how to harness their abilities, taking them for training, and resolving the meteorite issue in the mountains. It was just busy work. Otherwise, everything was fine. Later, I collected wood beads, activated the spirit spring, and with the assistance of the world consciousness, you woke up. Chu Shiyun casually narrated his experiences without mentioning the difficulties or the pain he endured while Shen Mutian was absent. It's brother's fault, letting you deal with all these things alone. How could Shen Mutian not realize that Chu Shiyun only told him some surface details and kept silent about his own inner struggles? Such behavior from Chu Shiyun only made Shen Mutian's heart ache more. It was supposed to be his responsibility, yet he left everything for his dear one to handle. Chu Shiyun shook his head gently and said warmly, no, brother, I'm glad I could help you. Looking at Chu Shiyun's gentle features and warm smiles, with his watery eyes completely fixated on him, Shen Mutian couldn't resist lowering his head, moving toward the rosy lips. It wasn't due to power, fame, or status, it was because his beloved could assist him in small matters that made Shen Mutian endure all these trivial affairs. How could such a gentle Chu Shiyun not make him love even more? They loved each other, relied on each other, he was all his, and his beloved was his everything. Their love was acknowledged by their family and grew with time. Life might have its end, but their love would never cease. Under the moonlight, they kissed, expressing their fiery feelings in the darkness. That burning heart is their light. Beneath the dark tree shadows were two intertwined figures, the lights of the villa gradually going out, the moon retreating into the clouds. Their silhouettes became indistinct. The moon set, the sun rose, Chu Shiryun lay in bed dazedly, blinking his blurry eyes upon waking. His arms exposed on the soft blanket revealed purple-red marks on his white skin. Chu Shiryun felt that battling a peak level 9 mutated tree wouldn't leave him as tired as now. His eyes burned and swelled, and below felt painful too. He struggled to raise his arms. Chu Shiryun buried his face in the soft covers, mentally criticizing the idea that men abstaining from intimacy are undesirable. His brother had suppressed himself for too long, sniffle sniffle, it hurt, it was exhausting. He didn't want to move, and his brother was so mean. Grabbing the chance to bully him. Baby. Shen Mutian entered carrying a bowl of green vegetable porridge, placing the bowl on the bedside table. He then lightly lifted the person and let him lean against his body. Ugh. Brother, you're bad. As soon as Chu Shiryun opened his mouth, his voice came out hoarse and painful. It wasn't quite a Drake's voice but close enough. Humph. Shen Mutian chuckled softly, massaging the person's waist gently until he moaned comfortably. Sorry, will you forgive brother? Humph. A bit to the right, it's sore. Alright. Shen Mutian massaged Chu Shiryun for half a day, helped him wash his face, and then fed him porridge. While eating, Chu Shiryun asked, what time is it? 11:30. Chu Shiryun smacked his lips, not wanting to recall the details anymore. Brother, your wound has almost healed. I will send you into the space soon so you can first enhance your ability level, alright? Chu Shiryun said as he glanced at Shen Mutian's face that had become much redder. Because the world consciousness had advised not to let Shen Mutian get hurt, Chu Shiryun decided to allow him to enhance his abilities first. After his body recovered, they could go out to train some more. Shen Mutian kissed away the grains of rice on Chu Shiryun's lips and said, no rush, I want to stay with you first. But you are only at level 6 now. Before Chu Shiryun could finish his sentence, Shen Mutian cut him off, but I haven't seen my baby for a month, does the baby not miss brother? Though Chu Shiryun really wanted to send Shen Mutian into the space, he couldn't help but admit, his heart was beating faster. Fine. After Chu Shiryun finished eating and sat for a while, Shen Mutian lay down with him again for another nap. When Chu Shiryun woke up again, he could feel his body had improved a lot. Chu Shiryun stretched lazily, gazed at Shen Mutian's profound features, and gradually broke out into a lovesick smile. The next moment, the man opened his eyes filled with laughter. Baby, does brother look good? Chu Shiryun nodded crazily like a fangirl. In his mind, brother was simply the best looking. Alright, stop staring and let's get up. Oh. Pouting, Chu Shiryun reluctantly said. When the two went downstairs, there was no one in the house, even Shen Mom had gone out for a walk. In the courtyard, the two saw Shen Tong practicing abilities on an open ground. A whip formed by lightning struck the earth, leaving a scorched black mark. Shen Mutian nodded satisfactorily. Nice job. Uncle. Upon hearing the praising voice, Shen Tong turned around and discovered his uncle he hadn't seen for a long time. Shen Tong happily charged over like a little cannonball. Uncle, I missed you so much. A few days ago, Shen Tong had gone exploring the mountains with Hanyu, so he wasn't home. Naturally, he also didn't know Shen Mutian had woken up yet. It was only today that Hanyu learned the news from Chu Shiryun and sent Shen Tong back, but the timing wasn't very good since both were taking an afternoon nap, so Shen Tong didn't see them. Although Muse Nian and the others wanted to come back too, they dared not without Chu Shiryun's permission. Nonetheless, hearing the news about Shen Mutian's return, they were still thrilled. Shen Mutian looked at Shen Tong hugging his leg, and helplessly patted his head. That's enough, how old are you? Still acting childish? Hearing Shen Mutian's words, Shen Tong became unhappy and pointed at Chu Shiryun, grumbling, Uncle Cloud isn't older than me and he keeps hugging you all day. Uncle, why don't you scold him? Boy, that's my wife, you can't compare yourself to her. Shen Mutian chuckled while scolding and gave Shen Tong a light slap on the back of his head. Hey! Don't hit me, uncle. I'm a power wielder now. It's embarrassing to lose to you. Shen Tong hurriedly held his head and dodged. Looking at Shen Tong pretending to be disdainful towards him, Shen Mutian helplessly smiled, alright, stop fooling around. Show me all the attack methods and skills you've learned. Yes. As soon as the words were out, Shen Tong began demonstrating what Lin Yanbai had taught him as well as moves he developed himself, repeating over and over for Shen Mutian's scrutiny. On the wide open ground, Shen Tong earnestly practiced. The scorched marks from his released powers on the ground showed just how capable this boy, who was merely at power level 3, truly was. Watching Shen Tong carefully, Chu Shiryun hugged Shen Mutian from behind, resting his chin on Shen Mutian's shoulder and suddenly bit his earlobe. Brother, who is your wife anyway? Seeing mischievous Chu Shiryun, Shen Mutian sighed helplessly and turned around, forehead against Chu Shiryun's forehead. He solemnly declared, of course, it's my treasure, Chu Shiryun. Chu Shiryun raised an eyebrow. No, I want to be your husband. With a gentle smile in his eyes, watching this eager person, Shen Mutian fulfilled his wish, lowering his voice and whispering softly in his ear, husband. It felt like a kiss landing on the earlobe. Those tempting and deep words traveled through the ears straight to the heart, conveying Shin Mutian's true feelings. Chu Shiyun dumbly touched his chest, only feeling like he had been electrified the moment before, tingling and numb. Thus, Chu Shiyun naively said, "Brother, you're electrifying me." Looking at Chu Shiyun's sincere expression, Shin Mutian was also stunned. He felt helpless yet amused inside. His treasure was really a master at ruining the atmosphere. He didn't know whether to call him stupid or sincere. Reaching out, he flicked Chu Shiyun's forehead. "You little idiot." Chu Shiyun covered his forehead, pouting unhappily, clearly having already come back to his senses. Glaring resentfully at Shin Mutian, it wasn't as if he had been stunned or anything. How dare brother call him dumb? Humph. Seeing Chu Shiyun pout in an instant, Shin Mutian had a face full of helplessness. "All right. It's my fault, don't think too much, let's teach Shin Tong his abilities first." "Oh." Chu Shiyun reluctantly responded. Shin Tong, who had been excitedly practicing for Shin Mutian to see, now stopped his movements and looked at the two with an unspeakable expression. Quietly thinking to himself, "I should have never come. I should have followed the teacher up the mountain to kill mutant beasts rather than watch these two feeding each other's sweetness." Looking at Shin Tong, who stopped his practice, Shin Mutian seriously said, "That's enough, do it one more time." Shin Tong glanced at him, then at Chu Shiyun, sighed, and obediently went back to training. He was obviously surplus. Chapter 107, Alas. Men in Love. Chu Shiyun leaned entirely on Shin Mutian, watching Shin Tong's actions and said smugly, "How about that? Not bad, right?" Shin Mutian looked back at the person behind him and couldn't help but smile a little. However, he still satisfied Chu Shiyun's wish and praised, "It is indeed very good. Level 3 abnormal ability, and you have independently researched how to use lightning-based abilities. There are many more ways of fighting now. You're no longer as delicate as before. To achieve this within such a short time, it's all due to my darling." Chu Shiyun's eyes curved into a crescent shape, smiling immensely. Humph. Shin Tong rolled his eyes. He was completely fed up with his uncle's favoritism. What did "all because of darling" even mean? Although Uncle Yun had helped, he himself had worked hard too. And the teacher had contributed significantly as well, yet now it seemed like all the credit went to Uncle Yun alone. Alas. Men in love. Seeing Shin Tong stop moving, Shin Mutian let go of Chu Shiyun and walked forward to look at his nephew, who was only as tall as his waist. "Do you want me to teach you your supernatural powers from now on, or do you want your teacher to teach you?" Shin Mutian originally intended to teach Shin Tong himself, but seeing how well Lin Yanbai could teach him in just a month, so much so that Shin Tong could even create new moves on his own, made him think that perhaps his involvement didn't matter much. Moreover, if Lin Yanbai were to teach Shin Tong, then Shin Mutian would also save much of his time, allowing him to do more things. Looking at Shin Mutian's serious expression, Shin Tong furrowed his brows and thought seriously. He wanted his teacher to teach him, but the teacher's supernatural power wasn't suitable for him, limiting what they could teach each other. But with his uncle. Shin Tong glanced at Chu Shiyun and sighed. Alas. Cloud Uncle surely wouldn't give away any of his precious time for someone else. And not to mention, he already had a teacher now. Shin Tong looked at Shin Mutian and said earnestly, "Uncle, I hope teacher continues teaching me." Listening to Shin Tong's answer, Chu Shiyun found him much more likable. Not bad, teachable." Shin Mutian raised an eyebrow, "Are you sure?" Shin Tong nodded, "Yes." Shin Mutian, seeing the child's serious face, understood his choice. "All right, all your combat techniques and wilderness survival skills will be taught by Lin Yanbai from now on. In terms of supernatural powers, I'll give you some guidance. If you don't understand something, you can come ask me." Shin Tong nodded while inwardly rolling his eyes. Nice words, but really it was just telling him not to bother them two with nothing. In just an hour, Shin Tong could feel it, his status was getting lower and lower. A month ago, it wasn't like this at all, alas. What Shin Tong didn't know was that after this incident, both Chu Shiyun and Shin Mutian realized that the most important one was the other side. Rather than spending their time on others, they would prefer focusing all their attention on each other. They ignored Shin Tong's inner complaints and explained the flaws Shin Mutian saw. "Your control over your supernatural powers isn't proficient enough. Every single time, you fail to control exactly how much power you release. This behavior could cause severe waste during battles and might even threaten your life." Upon hearing Shin Mutian's words, Shin Tong nodded solemnly. This was something Lin Yanbai had told him as well, but he always failed to grasp the key points. Although Lin Yanbai had taught him methods to control the supernatural powers, since their abilities were different, every time he practiced, it felt awkward and inconsistent, and he hadn't fully mastered it yet. Shin Mutian turned around and looked at Chu Shiyun. "Darling, give me 2 tree stumps." After finishing speaking, Chu Shiyun directly summoned 2 tree stumps from space. Shin Mutian looked at the tree stump on the ground, returned his gaze, and looked at Shin Tong. "Supernatural power can be manifested. I believe you've tried before. Manifesting supernatural powers challenges one's control over these powers." As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Mutian waved his hand, creating several knives in the air. Under his control, the knives flew towards the tree stump. In no more than 20 minutes, the rough tree stump was transformed into a miniature Chu Shiyun. After retracting the electric knives, Shen Mutian looked at the small figure of Chu Shiyun and nodded satisfactorily. Wow! Looking at this change, Shen Tong widened his eyes in astonishment. Swallowing his saliva, Shen Tong looked at Shen Mutian with admiration. Uncle, you're truly talented. Shen Mutian smirked slightly. Skill comes with practice. You should try more. You don't need to carve out a person. When you can break a tree stump into 8 equal pieces in one go, you will have become adept at controlling your supernatural powers. Yes. Shen Mutian patted his head. Alright, practice seriously. I'll leave first. After speaking, he took Chu Shiyun's hand and left under Shen Tong's gaze. Chu Shiyun looked at the little figurine in his hand, examining it carefully. He found that apart from being wooden, it bore a 9/10 resemblance to him. Even some minor details had been noticed by Shen Mutian, who carved them onto the figurine. Chu Shiyun looked curiously at Shen Mutian. Big brother, when did you learn carving? How come I didn't know about it? Seeing Chu Shiyun's look of admiration and starry eyes, Shen Mutian smiled as he rubbed his head. I learned it in the last 2 years. Didn't you like dolls before? So I found a master to learn. Listening to Shen Mutian's words, Chu Shiyun suddenly understood. So the wood carving you gave me during the new year was made by you? Shen Mutian nodded to confirm it was his work. Watching Shen Mutian's actions, Chu Shiyun pressed his lips together and looked at him resentfully. Big brother, you didn't even tell me. He thought the wood carving looked so lifelike that Shen Mutian must have commissioned someone else to do it. Who would have thought that Shen Mutian personally carved it and gave it to him? Shen Mutian immediately pleaded for mercy. It's my fault, I should have told my darling. Shen Mutian naturally also remembered the wood carving buried deep in their storage box by his beloved. Although the things he sent were all carefully kept by his beloved, they were still categorized into liked and less liked categories. The ones that Chu Shiyun liked, he would often take out to look at, but the ones with just average interest would be packed away. When Shen Mutian gave Chu Shiyun the wood carving, due to time constraints, he only carved one. Unknowingly, Chu Shiyun said that since there was only him, lonely without a wooden version of Shen Mutian, he tucked it away. It has never been taken out ever since. Chu Shiyun remembered his foolish act and looked at Shen Mutian with ill intent. Even though it was his doing, he certainly wouldn't admit it was his mistake. Who would let big brother not tell him? Shen Mutian, seeing the dangerous look, instantly raised his hands to plead for mercy. Darling, don't be angry. I'll go back and carve myself again, making a pair. Okay. After saying this, he leaned close to Chu Shiyun's ear and kissed him to win favor. Humph. Chu Shiyun snorted lightly, neither saying yes nor no. Chu Shiyun took a step forward, stopped after walking a few steps. Shen Mutian couldn't stop in time and crashed right into him. What's wrong, darling? Chu Shiyun glanced back at him, then directly sucked him into the space. After pulling him into the space, Chu Shiyun directly rushed to the big mountain behind the base. Being pulled into the space, Shen Mutian looked around at the familiar surroundings and chuckled bitterly, then headed towards the mountain across the river. There was a bridge over the river, so Shen Mutian could easily cross it. Wandering around the mountain, Shen Mutian finally found a tree that satisfied him, cut it down, and used wind-based ability to transport the large tree to the other side of the river. Arranging the tree properly, Shen Mutian began to work. Outside the space, because Chu Shiyun directly used teleportation, it took less than 5 minutes to reach the mountain. Compared to his last visit, Chu Shiyun noticed more psychics this time, with varying levels of strength. These were probably the members of the psychic group mentioned by Shen Muzha. Although Shen Mutian's proposal had already been communicated to the entire base and people there knew the things on the mountain were toxic, yet could quickly boost power, compared to continuing aimlessly, in this end world dominated by strength, not entirely clear whether there were really any adverse effects, but indeed capable of enhancing abilities, most of the people in the base chose the former. Without paying much attention to those who came to treasure hunt, Chu Shiyun figured these people were destined for death anyway, thus, there was no need to waste too much attention on them. Taking advantage of the training within the space, Chu Shiyun swiftly ran toward where Han Yu was located. Originally, Chu Shiyun wanted to summon Han Yu back, but thinking about the group of people still on the big mountain, he decided to make a trip himself. After all, coming and going didn't require much time. Chu Shiyun's figure leaped through the dense forest. Someone who saw his figure disappear in an instant suspected they had mistaken or seen a high-level mutant beast. Chu Shiyun arrived at a 100-year-old tree, stood and waited for a while. Soon, Han Yu appeared beside Chu Shiyun. About 100 meters away, Lin Yanbai and his group were battling a level 6 python. Han Yu looked at Chu Shiyun, full of confusion. Master, is there something urgent? Chu Shiyun withdrew his gaze from Lin Yanbai and the others, and his eyes fell on Han Yu. Can you resist psychic abilities of level 10 or above now? What? Han Yu immediately widened his eyes. Master, does this mean you've encountered danger? Chu Shiyun nodded. I met a meteorite that had fused with countless zombies. It has a pair of twins, one of whom is a psychic. I'm no match for them. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's face fell miserably. Then what should we do? If even you aren't their match, how are we supposed to deal with them? Chu Shiyun thought back to what he had seen that day and reflected for a moment before saying, I speculate that they are currently restricted, so they can't leave their original location. However, when their strength grows further, it's uncertain if these restrictions will still exist. Chu Shiyun guessed that these restrictions would eventually disappear due to the world's consciousness theory. If they couldn't leave their spot, the final outcome wouldn't necessarily lead to destruction. What Chu Shiyun needed to do now was eliminate them before they broke through the current limitations on their power. Chapter 108, Wu. Big Brother. Hanyu pouted and said, so what are we going to do now? If they couldn't fight back, and if the restriction truly disappeared, none of them would be able to escape. Chu Shiyun's gaze fell on Hanyu. Hanyu, who was being stared at by Chu Shiyun, felt a chill for some unknown reason. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Looking over the little cat, Chu Shiyun stroked his chin and said, I'm thinking about whether you can block its attack. If Hanyu could withstand the attacks from the twins, Chu Shiyun wouldn't have so many concerns dealing with the meteorite monster. His main concern was just the two 10th level twins. As for those large meatballs made up of countless zombies, as long as he had time, Chu Shiyun believed he could strip them layer by layer. As soon as the outer shell was peeled away, how could the world consciousness not have a way to deal with the meteorite inside? Upon hearing this, Hanyu's face fell in despair. Wu, master, I can't possibly do it. Chu Shiyun narrowed his eyes, say that again. Hanyu closed his mouth reluctantly, full of. Then he unwillingly said, blocking them isn't impossible, but it will consume a lot of power. All of Hanyu's current strength came from Chu Shiyun's boosting and the power he stored earlier. If it ran out, it would drop to the same level as Chu Shiyun unless Chu Shiyun found something to help increase its level, like that would be before. Unfortunately, the bead was left in the mountains. Unexpectedly, Chu Shiyun responded matter-of-factly, isn't there the meteorite? You can absorb it. He couldn't absorb it, but that didn't mean Hanyu couldn't. Hanyu blinked his eyes, and it seemed true indeed. The meteorite hadn't shown any rejection after entering space, so perhaps it could absorb it too. But... Master, wasn't the meteorite meant for that stone? The master surely wouldn't go back on his word for its sake, would he? After hearing Hanyu's words, Chu Shiyun looked at him in silence. He didn't understand how this guy managed to live so long. But then again, this fellow had been asleep since arriving on Earth, which explained it somewhat. Before, it said absorbing 2 more meteorites could save the Big Brother. So, absorbing 2 more would restore most of its power, the rest should contribute to strengthening it. Hence, giving you a bit wouldn't cause much harm. Although Chu Shiyun wasn't sure how many meteorites were needed, he believed all of them weren't necessary, and among them, Hanyu only needed to absorb a small part of the energy to maintain or even enhance his power. Having such power, Hanyu would be able to assist him against the protection beasts around the meteorite. Chu Shiyun didn't believe the world consciousness would hesitate on such a profitable deal. Moreover, the biggest reason for eliminating the meteorites was actually their potential to destroy the world in the near future. Once Chu Shiyun got rid of all of them, the world consciousness would gradually recover. Therefore, this matter really wasn't a big deal. Hanyu nodded thoughtfully, oh. So that was the case. Indeed, humans were cunning, clever creatures. Unaware of what Hanyu was thinking, Chu Shiyun asked, how about it, do you feel confident? This time, Hanyu didn't hesitate to nod. Restraining them is no problem, I guarantee they won't hurt you, master. Hearing the loophole in Hanyu's words, Chu Shiyun gave an ambiguous smile, looking at the clueless cat. Can you immobilize someone too? Hanyu's face turned haughty, immobilizing them may be a stretch, but confining them for 1 or 2 days is certainly possible. As he trailed off, Hanyu also realized his slip-up and looked guiltily at Chu Shiyun. Humph. Chu Shiyun chuckled lightly, crossing his arms and leaning against a nearby tree trunk, watching Hanyu. Though Chu Shiyun said nothing, Hanyu somehow sensed that this moment was dangerous. It reminded him of their first meeting. Hanyu quickly raised his hands in supplication. Ah. Master, please don't dwell on these details. This ability only works because of the changes in space, although my previous skills were still present, some tricks required assistance from space. Chu Shiyun snorted mockingly, is that so? Yes yes. How could I dare hide anything from you? Alright, tell me your other abilities. With the grin gone, Chu Shiyun opened cruelly without mercy. Hanyu blinked pitifully, that's all. For now, I can only confine people. Seeing the sincerity in Hanyu's eyes and confirming that he wasn't lying, Chu Shiyun withdrew his gaze. You keep an eye on them. When I call you, bring them back. Yes. With that said, Chu Shiyun leaped through the woods and left. Only after Chu Shiyun had departed did Hanyu slump against the tree trunk, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew. The unscrupulous master grows stronger day by day, his aura has also become more terrifying. Despite Shin Mutian's return, how has the situation become even more dangerous? To Hanyu's question, Chu Shiyun was unable to provide an answer, as Chu Shiyun was now heading towards the base. At the moment, nothing major was happening at the base, and everything was progressing positively. He had already resolved the issue of insufficient base area and built up the walls. Even if zombies besieged the city, it wouldn't be breached in a short period. The problem with high-level zombies in the surrounding areas had been dealt with, though the meteorite issue would still require some time. Therefore, he could now focus on helping his brother-in-law improve his level first. There was also the food problem. His brother had mentioned it so many times. His brother-in-law was almost recovered, so he could send some spiritual water their way. The more Chu Shiyun thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, causing his steps to involuntarily quicken. Swish. Sensing the shivering cold wind beside his ear, Chu Shiyun hastily stopped in his tracks. A golden arrow swept past his cheek, cutting off a strand of his black hair and leaving a streak of blood on his cheek. Feeling the sharp pain on his face, Chu Shiyun slowly raised his hand, stripping away the strange ability that was eroding the wound on his face. However, the wound on Chu Shiyun's face was still there, and his hand was also stained with a bit of blood. Looking at the bothersome red spot, Chu Shiyun's entire body froze with a chill. His eyes exuded a dangerous air as they turned toward the person who had attacked him from behind. His cold gaze looked as if he were seeing a dead man. "Little Master Chu, it's been a while." Seeing Chu Shiyun's expression, the man not only showed no fear but instead cheerfully greeted him with a laugh. Chu Shiyun did not respond, carefully examining this familiar figure before him. This person was none other than Zhu Chang, someone who once tried to take Hanyu from him and was ignored. Later, when Chu Shiyun saw him again, Zhu Chang was attempting to snatch him Oyuding. However, the Zhu Chang Chu Shiyun saw this time had undergone significant changes. His energy fluctuated wildly, having already reached level 8, despite his unstable aura. There was no doubt Zhu Chang was indeed at level 8. Chu Shiyun regarded this person who had advanced 3 levels in merely 5 days with the same coldness but felt slightly astonished in his heart. Did this guy eat some kind of divine pill or dig up soil from the mountain pits and consume it? How could his strength have risen so quickly? Still, Chu Shiyun could feel that although Zhu Chang's strength had improved rapidly, his condition was far from good. His eyes were blood red, like those of an irrational beast. The veins on his body stood out conspicuously, as if he might explode at any moment. Additionally, there were some distinctly inhuman changes, like fur growing all over his exposed skin and his ears becoming pointed, making him look more like an actual beast. Chu Shiyun remained silent, which didn't bother Zhu Chang. He continued speaking, "So long without seeing each other, young master is still so arrogant." Recalling the humiliations he endured at Chu Shiyun's hands, Zhu Chang couldn't help but wish to tear Chu Shiyun into pieces, let him fall into a mud pit, and prevent him from ever maintaining his current pride. Looking at Chu Shiyun's haughty posture, Zhu Chang couldn't help himself. "Aren't you so skilled? And what of it? I am now at level 8. No matter how strong you are, can you defeat me? No wonder your army had to occupy this place, it's really quite excellent here. I just absorbed some crushed stones from a pit, and it gave me the ability to devour others' mutant beasts." Listening to Zhu Chang's words, Chu Shiyun realized that his guess was correct, the reason was indeed the meteorite crater. But looking at Zhu Chang's appearance, Chu Shiyun guessed he must be experiencing some sort of rejection reaction. Zhu Chang went on, "You people with privileges, aren't you just relying on your elder's support at home? After I disable you, I'll go back and kill the commander of the base and slaughter everyone who doesn't follow my command. That way, I will become the absolute ruler of the base." Ha ha ha. Looking at Zhu Chang who was dreaming during daylight hours, Chu Shiyun showed nothing but disdain. With desires amplified by the meteorite destroying his nerves, this man truly believed he could easily become the top leader of the base. Chu Shiyun thought that even if he didn't act, it wouldn't be long before Zhu Chang would die from his own body exploding. Strength isn't something that can be enhanced that easily, even that mutated tree at the peak of level 9 had gradually improved its abilities. Otherwise, Chu Shiyun would have met it when it had already ascended to level 10. Forcing rapid growth like this is unnatural, it's like trying to pour a barrel of water into a cup, it's no wonder he can't survive. Now that Zhu Chang had divulged all the critical information, Chu Shiyun saw no need to hold back any longer. Chu Shiyun mercilessly unleashed his mental energy, fully overwhelming Zhu Chang, whose mind was already compromised. Before long, Zhu Chang was lost in the illusion Chu Shiyun had created. With a flick of his hand, Chu Shiyun used spatial slash to end Zhu Chang's life and also pulverized his corpse so that the mutated beasts on the mountain wouldn't eat him and transform into monsters like him. Just before leaving, Chu Shiyun muttered one last sentence towards where Zhu Chang had perished. "Villains always die because they talk too much." Sullenly touching the wound on his face, Chu Shiyun then flew off. As he continued flying, no one noticed that Chu Shiyun vanished into thin air halfway through. After entering the realm space, Chu Shiyun immediately headed toward Shenmutian's location. Upon seeing the person who was diligently carving something, Chu Shiyun joyfully ran over, but halfway there, remembering the injury on his face, his mood soured again. Sniffling, he ran to Shenmutian. "Wah! Big brother." Chapter 109, I want to record all our past. As Chu Shiyun ran toward him with a pout, Shenmutian put down the things in his hand, looking worried, and hugged the person who had rushed into his arms. "Dear, what's wrong?" Chu Shiyun looked at Shenmutian with tearful eyes, pointing to the wound on his face. "Wah! Big brother, my face hurts so much." Seeing the 1 mm wide and 1 cm long cut, Shenmutian immediately became tense as he cupped Chu Shiyun's face gently. There. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. How about we soak in the spirit spring?" Chu Shiyun nodded obediently. "Okay. With that, Shenmutian carried him horizontally, walking while asking, how did this happen? Looking at the cut on the otherwise pale face, Shenmutian felt immense pain. Chu Shiyun usually took good care of himself, but now the wound on his face was clearly visible. Listening to Shenmutian's concerned words, Chu Shiyun said pitifully, I encountered someone with some grievances along the way. He ambushed me and injured my face. Shenmutian lightly blew on Chu Shiyun's wound. It's okay. Should I help you take revenge? Chu Shiyun shook his head, obediently replying, no need, big brother. I've already killed him. Shenmutian carefully placed him into the spring water and stepped in himself. Whoever harms my beloved deserves death. Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement, yeah. Thanks to the powerful healing ability of the spirit spring, Chu Shiyun's face was restored to its original state within moments, leaving no trace of injury. Chu Shiyun summoned a mirror with a wave of his hand, originally placed in the bedroom. Looking into the mirror, he saw his smooth face like an eggshell after peeling, and he nodded contentedly. The bothersome scar was gone. Shenmutian leaned over and kissed the recovered area. You're fine now. My beloved is still beautiful, don't be sad. Nodding, Chu Shiyun found a comfortable spot in Shenmutian's embrace, leaning against the man's chest. He waved his hand and grabbed the wooden carving Shenmutian had recently made in the space. This was a 30-centimeter tall double-person small wooden carving, depicting a tall man carrying a slim boy on his back, covered by plants resembling rice that surpassed their waists. Chu Shiyun recognized it as their experience in the rice fields of a small village. Surprisingly, Chu Shiyun turned and asked, Big brother, why did you think to carve this? Shenmutian wrapped his arms around Chu Shiyun's waist, leaning back a little. His big hands encased Chu Shiyun's small ones holding the wooden carving as he explained with a smile, these are unique memories shared only by me and my beloved, so I want to record them. Listening to Shenmutian's words, Chu Shiyun smiled sweetly. With his spiritual power, he glanced at the wooden shavings piled up outside the villa's entrance and the already shaped carvings. Watching these scenes uniquely belonging to their memories, Chu Shiyun laughed more joyfully. Gazing at the wooden carving in his hand, Chu Shiyun searched around inside the space and finally found a large glass orb and a base. Chu Shiyun carefully placed the items inside. Gazing at the two tiny figures within, his face was filled with tenderness. After putting away the items, Chu Shiyun looked up at Shenmutian, Big brother, will you go with me to the institute later? Shenmutian thought for a moment and asked, are we going to see the weapon Chu brother is making for you? Chu Shiyun replied, partially. Shenmutian chuckled lightly, what do you mean? Chu Shiyun explained the favor Chu Shiyu had previously entrusted him with, older brother wanted the spring water from the space to conduct research. Since you were still soaking here then, I didn't give it to him. We've been back for 2 days now, so it's better to give him the stuff sooner. Shenmutian nodded in agreement, alright, I'll go with you later. Then Shenmutian hesitated again, but since we didn't notify brother Chu beforehand, might we not be able to get in? Chu Shiyun showed no concern, it won't happen. Older brother has given the order, if I wish, I can enter any time. When I bring you, they won't stop us. Shenmutian couldn't help but smile helplessly. Thinking about the fact that he ultimately had no pass, he still said, just go yourself then. I don't have a pass, they won't let me in. Chu Shiyun frowned, no, no, no. If I bring you, and the people there know you, they won't obstruct you. Shenmutian caressed Chu Shiyun's black hair, alright, listen to me. Don't make it difficult for brother Chu, okay? Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun pursed his lips, taking quite a while before nodding, alright. Then, big brother, wait for me in the space. I'll return home quickly after delivering the item. Good. With the immense power surging within him, Shenmutian decided to focus on enhancing his abilities. Otherwise, when they ventured out, he wouldn't be able to help his beloved. After soaking a bit longer with Shenmutian, Chu Shiyun left. Before departing, at Shenmutian's request, Chu Shiyun handed over a pile of thunder and wind elemental cores to him. Initially needing only 1 or 2, Shenmutian was both amused and exasperated by the mountain of cores before him. He hadn't anticipated that within just a month, he would have to rely on someone else again. On the way to the institute, Chu Shiyu was already yelling in the underground plaza of the research institute. Didn't I say clearly that none of you should consume anything from the great mountain? Did you all ignore my words? Don't others know about the dangers of this stuff? Are you tired of living and looking for death, huh? If you want to die, then leave the institute now, don't die here, damn it. The usually mild-tempered Chu Shiyu burst into foul language due to anger. Looking at the timid group in front of him, Chu Shiyu felt even angrier and paced restlessly on the stage. Director, you cannot prove that your research is correct either, right? In just a day, how can you confirm its harm? The one speaking was a boy with thick glasses, originally an inconspicuous figure in the institute who was often ordered around because of his personality. After eating a fruit given by the base for research, his psychic ability reached level 5, making him popular. Seeing the speaker was the one leading the group consuming substances from the Great Mountain, Chu Shiyu laughed bitterly, I can't prove it's correct, but can you? Do you really think your lives are too long, so you're looking for death? Can't you believe me? Aren't your hands and tools enough? Why must you take risks like this? By the end, Chu Shiyu directly cursed at the crowd before him, some had consumed it and others hadn't. Chu Shiyu thought since the establishment of the institute, he had never been so angry. They were all researchers, how could he possibly harm them? Even if they didn't trust him, couldn't they conduct preliminary investigations? This boy still wasn't submissive and retorted, Dean, you claim these things are harmful, but I don't feel any danger from them. Haven't many outside psychics consumed them without incident? And look at me, I'm perfectly fine too. With all these precedents, why don't you admit your mistake? These things benefit us rather than harming us. Hearing the man's words, everyone was shocked, thinking this person was incredibly bold. Professors and doctors inside the institute would still give the dean some face, yet this guy so blatantly disrespected him, it seemed he feared no retribution. Chu Shiyu did not respond to the boy's question but looked at the others, do you all think the same way? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Looking at these people, Chu Shiyu truly felt chilled to the core. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. A voice came from the farthest corner of the square. Dean, I believe in you. A simple sentence, yet filled with trust. Chu Shiyu, startled, looked towards the source, a very young boy who must have just graduated. He now worked odd jobs in the institute, and Chu Shiyu had met him several times. The boy was diligent and hardworking. Unexpectedly, the first to speak up was someone Chu Shiyu didn't interact with much. Chu Shiyu nodded at the boy. Following the boy's words, other acquaintances of Chu Shiyu paused to consider, and then also spoke up. Dean, I believe in you. Yes, we all believe in you. If the dean was deceiving us, his powers would have improved long ago, unlike now where his strength remains low. So, we should believe the dean's warning. He said those things won't show adverse reactions initially but will gradually cause negative emotions before accelerating rapid death. Correct, there are instruments within the institute. Even if you can't trust the dean after such a short investigation, we can check ourselves. There's no need to accuse the dean like this. Besides, I trust everything the dean says. Everyone knows how young he was when he accomplished so much. Achieving another breakthrough isn't surprising. As more voices arose, more people stood by Chu Shiyu's side. Only a small fraction remained silent, still doubtful. Looking at the people who spoke up for him, Chu Shiyu's eyes twinkled with a smile, and then he gestured for everyone to quiet down. I don't deny that these things can genuinely enhance our power, but they do so by overextending our potential and damaging our bodies. Once again, the crowd exchanged glances. Even though Chu Shiyu had mentioned this before, hearing it again left them astonished. Those who have consumed these substances, stand to my left, those who haven't, stand to my right. Though puzzled by Chu Shiyu's instructions, everyone complied. Looking at the 1/5 of the group standing to his left, Chu Shiyu couldn't help frowning. He hadn't expected the allure of power to be so great, luring nearly 40 people from his institute. Silently noting down these individuals, Chu Shiyu finally announced, starting today, you are no longer part of the Hope Research Institute. I've said before, anyone who consumes these will be expelled from the institute. Since you dared to do it, you must now prepare yourselves to leave. Chapter 110, Darkness in the Survivor Zone. Following Chu Shiyu's words, an uproar arose at the scene. Someone shouted loudly in rebuttal, why should we leave just because we consumed a single fruit? That's right. We didn't make any mistakes, so why do we have to leave? Talking about how you said anyone who has consumed things from the mountain needs to leave is simply your way of expelling disobedient people and keeping only those who listen. Why put on such airs? The male student who first opposed Chu Shiyu said this. Hearing this, Chu Shiyu gave a cold laugh, it's not only my rule here, the military also has such rules. Not satisfied? You can go argue with the base, I am too humble a temple to accommodate your great Buddha. I've emphasized time and again that it is your refusal to heed advice that brought us to this. Now, there are viruses inside your bodies, changes could occur at any moment. How can I trust using you when this poses a danger to the institute? Many of those listening to Chu Shiyu's questions thought it absurd, though a small portion started feeling uneasy due to the resolute attitude Chu Shiyu held from start to end, unsettling those who had taken whatever substance it was they ingested. Humph. Leave then leave, it's not like I want to stay. Seeing Chu Shiyu's unyielding stance, the male student ripped off his white coat and threw it to the ground. After giving Chu Shiyu a glance, he left without looking back. The others exchanged glances and similarly walked away. The small square was left with only those who hadn't touched the substances from the mountain throughout. Looking at the remaining group, Chu Shiyu solemnly explained, I'm not seeking control or targeting anyone specifically. I'm doing this for all of our safety. I'll reiterate, eating things from the mountain will disrupt your original genes, affecting your bodies. It might take 10 years, or as short as 2 to 3 years before you die due to the virus spreading in your body. I hope you can hear me out, avoid regretting decisions that cost you, strength can be gained slowly, preserving yourselves is most important. Yes. Listening to Chu Shiyu's grave tone, everyone firmly agreed. Alright, go ahead and disperse. Time is critical now, go finish the tasks at hand. Chu Shiyu looked at Director Jiang standing not far from him and called out, Director Jiang, wait behind. After everyone else left, Director Jiang asked, Dean, is there something else? Chu Shiyu softly instructed, a fifth of the staff here just left. Have someone temporarily fill their positions. I'll contact the base to send over reinforcements. Director Jiang nodded, acknowledging he understood. But only he knew how helpless he felt, how much he wanted to cry over losing more than 40 people. That many workloads. Skilled professionals aren't easy to replace. Not long after Chu Shiyu returned to the studio, Chu Shiyun arrived. Seeing Chu Shiyu busy in his white lab coat, Chu Shiyun silently pulled out 2 large buckets of spirit water. Chu Shiyu looked perplexed at this scene and uncertainly asked, "Is this the spirit water from before?" "Yeah." Chu Shiyun directly nodded and confirmed it. He then took out a bag containing crystal cores collected during a previous trip with Xiao Yin. These were procured a few days ago. "Don't worry about wasting materials. If it's insufficient, I'll gather more. Just experiment freely." Chu Shiyu gazed complexly at Chu Shiyun for a while before finally nodding. In the past, it was always them wanting to research something but lacked the materials. Now the materials were here, yet he faced a dilemma, a sweet problem indeed. As he poured the spirit water into special containers, he questioned, "Didn't you say that these couldn't be provided within the next 2 years? Why can they be provided now?" Chu Shiyun replied, "Oh. Previously, we urgently needed the spirit water, unsure for how long, so its distribution had to be halted temporarily. Now, since the demand isn't as high, some can be made available." Chu Shiyu semi-believed Chu Shiyun's explanation but chose not to inquire further. "Understood. Is there anything else? When I came just now, I seemed to see quite a number of people leaving. Every talent counts for the base now, but Chu Shiyun saw a group of people quitting collectively, which seemed suspicious." At the mention, Chu Shiyu frowned in disgust. Those people were all infected with the virus. Keeping them wouldn't offer any benefit, and they might even endanger the research institute. Oh. Chu Shiyun understood, it was yet another bunch of non-heeding individuals. One could only say that the lure of power was too tempting. What about now? Will the departure of so many people affect the research institute? This was a matter that Chu Shiyun could not take lightly. After all, he also needed some of the things being researched at the institute. Chu Shiyu furrowed his brows. There won't be any major issues for now. However, we can temporarily halt some studies due to the lack of personnel. It shouldn't be a big problem. Chu Shiyu's words were said with much reservation. There wasn't an experiment now that wasn't important for the base. Suspending any would have some adverse effects, even hindering the base's progress. It wouldn't be long before the higher-ups in the base contacted him. But Chu Shiyu had no regrets. He had personally conducted the experiments on the substances from the mountain and knew fully well the danger those viruses posed. Instead of facing an unpredictable crisis down the line, it was better to nip the problem in the bud. Chu Shiyun shrugged indifferently since Chu Shiyu was the one making the decisions and thus didn't meddle further. After pondering for a moment, Chu Shiyun suggested, "With the manpower shortage, we can recruit from the base. Since the start of the apocalypse, the researchers here have all been sought out by the base people, but some might remain undiscovered among the wild." Chu Shiyu looked down thoughtfully before hesitantly asking, "Would that be okay?" The staff in the institute were formally trained individuals pre-apocalypse, and during the zombie outbreak, they were rescued by military personnel who clearly understood their backgrounds as well as their suitability for different roles. But recruiting now from the base made Chu Shiyu uneasy. It might mean bringing in those without prior experience. Chu Shiyun countered, "Why wouldn't that be fine? Perhaps there are great talents out there. You can't guarantee if anyone was simply on holiday when disaster struck. Besides, isn't it your rule that only professionals are allowed to come? Brother, what exactly is the standard for professionals in your institute? Not everyone could possibly be rescued by the base at the onset of the apocalypse. Some may have fled and survived independently. Did the common folk ever express interest in working at the institute, or have you overlooked their requests?" Chu Shiyu's face turned sour, clearly feeling somewhat humiliated by Chu Shiyun's remarks. These were situations he hadn't considered, nor could he imagine how many potential talents they had lost. One must understand, before the apocalypse, these individuals all lived comfortably, and if lucky enough to awaken abilities, they might have a chance to survive. Without such powers, within the survivor zones, they likely lead bitter lives. In my opinion, your mind has gone offline focusing too much on research. You really don't know as much as you think. All this was based on Chu Shiyun's own conjectures, and he hadn't thought through the impact his words might have on Chu Shiyu. After Chu Shiyun finished speaking and looked toward Chu Shiyu, he noticed an uncharacteristic expression of distress. "I don't know, I'm not in charge of that." Chu Shiyu muttered softly. Chu Shiyu merely handled matters large and small within the institute. If someone wanted to work there, they wouldn't directly approach him. Should the base truly have missed out on talents because of this process, Chu Shiyu would feel deeply anguished, since he was the dean, and it would fall on his shoulders. Seeing something off with Chu Shiyu, Chu Shiyun hesitated before calling out, "Big brother." Hearing Chu Shiyun's voice, Chu Shiyu abruptly stood up, determination flashing in his eyes as he looked toward Chu Shiyun. "Younger brother, you're right. We should recruit people from the base instead of limiting our focus to other regions. Let's go to the association, post recruitment tasks, and let Uncle Lon broadcast to inform the whole base." "Ha. Before Chu Shiyun realized it, Chu Shiyu dragged him into the car, revving the engine as they roared out of the institute gate. Chu Shiyun was still confused about why they just decided to leave like this without his agreement, especially when he had already told his senior fellow apprentice that he would return early. Ugh, he had to find his senior apprentice. By the time Chu Shiyu hastily arranged everything an hour later, including posting recruitment tasks at the association for researchers of all kinds, the institute accepted everyone. Of course, it was Chu Shiyun who paid the service fees with crystal cores since Chu Shiyu was broke. Then, Chu Shiyu rushed to the military district to find Shenlan, having them broadcast the message across the base. Now, everyone in the base knew that the institute was hiring personnel. Seeing how Chu Shiyu said one thing and did another, Chu Shiyun rolled his eyes and said, "Brother, even if you post the task and broadcast it, there won't be news so quickly. Only psychics can take on missions at the Psychic Association, ordinary people rarely enter. Moreover, in the survivor zones, things are chaotic, so even if you broadcast it, they won't act immediately. Their biggest wish is to just live well. If you really want to recruit, I suggest you go see for yourself. Those famous big shots, I believe you must have an impression of them. Alright, I'll leave first." Before Chu Shiyun could finish his sentence, Chu Shiyu grabbed him by the collar and shoved him into the car, saying, "Younger brother, I think what you said makes sense. To avoid missing anything later, will you accompany your older brother on this trip?" Chu Shiyun, he didn't want to get involved. He wanted to go home and sleep with his senior fellow apprentice. Wailing inwardly QAQ. No matter how much Chu Shiyun protested, Chu Shiyu's car headed towards the survivor zones. As a person who lived a straight-line life, traveling only between home and the institute, Chu Shiryu was shocked when he saw the survivor zones. Although Chu Shiryu had seen humans fighting zombies, their mutual combat, and the cities overtaken by zombies, none of those sights compared to the shocking scene he witnessed now. Initially, Chu Shiryu had dismissed Chu Shiryun's words about the survivors living a hard life in the survivor zones, thinking that since they were all part of the base, how different could things be? At worst, they'd be hungry and homeless. Given the previous efforts to help build the city walls of the base, these people's lives should have improved somewhat. But upon seeing emaciated individuals with vacant stares waiting for death, strong people beating the weak, and tall men surrounding good-looking boys or girls while bullying them, Chu Shiryu realized he was wrong. Everyone around showed indifference to such scenes, which were far too common in the survivor zones. Here, the weak lived worse than dogs. Their existence was mistaken, an error, something meant to endure abuse but not death. Chu Shiryu, seeing the primitive, bloody actions, couldn't help covering his mouth and ran aside to vomit. Chu Shiryun remained calm, walked over to Chu Shiryu, and handed him a pack of wet wipes. "If you can't bear it, let me handle it. These are just the simplest cases, I'm afraid the ones deeper inside, you won't be able to handle them." Chu Shiryun said this calmly, clearly aware of such phenomena. Chapter 111, Chu Shiyu is a living idiot. Chu Shiyu paused for a moment, waving his hand. "It's fine." Chu Shiryun looked at his elder brother's appearance and felt that he didn't seem fine, but since Chu Shiyu had already said so, Chu Shiryun didn't feel right to press further. "Let's go." Chu Shiyu straightened his back, taking a deep breath before saying. Actually, Chu Shiyu, who usually worked in the lab, had seen many things, but the impact of those scenes still made him feel uncomfortable mentally. Chu Shiryan shrugged indifferently and followed in Chu Shiyu's footsteps. As they moved forward, Chu Shiyu noticed that everyone in the survivor zone seemed accustomed to the bullying scenes they encountered. Frowning, Chu Shiyu asked, "Aren't the patrol teams managing these kinds of incidents? Doesn't the base have regulations prohibiting fights?" Hearing Chu Shiyu's naive words, Chu Shiryan remained expressionless. He knew that Chu Shiyu only cared about matters concerning the research institute and was unaware of how things outside worked. Patiently, he explained, "Big brother, not all places are as ideal as you imagine them to be. The main patrol area of the patrol team is Zone C, and generally speaking, they don't manage other areas. Although the base has issued orders prohibiting fighting, there is always darkness under the light, isn't there?" Chu Shiyu asked in confusion, "Can't they ask the patrol team for help? If someone asks them, surely they can't evade responsibility, can they?" Showing no impatience towards his naive older brother, Chu Shiryan continued explaining, "The situation you mentioned does not exist because such ideas get stamped out before they even start. Big brother, do you know what would have happened if we didn't have strong psychic powers in the first place, and if our master's son wasn't also one of the teacher's children? Do you think we could just casually offend a Psi who's close to the Psi Energy Association? Would I really end up being locked up for a few days, or would I be used as some sort of bargaining chip? Brother, these people know their interests well. They are the ones enjoying the benefits, why would they harm themselves by acting on behalf of others? Just like the dark side of this survivor zone, it doesn't benefit them in any way, so why should they care? And even if you manage to supervise the situation temporarily, can you guarantee long-term supervision? Even if I make sure soldiers keep an eye on them today, what happens when the soldiers leave? You're sure they won't retaliate with greater force? Besides, the survivor zone is so large, and our resources are limited. We need to consider the future of the base, it's impossible to cover everything. Currently, teachers and leaders are focused on expanding the base and eliminating zombies, trying to figure out ways to collect more food to sustain more lives. It's not that we're neglecting our duties, but sometimes there are situations beyond our control. Like psi energy users, had the strongest psi user not been aligned with the military, they wouldn't be so obedient now. If they were stronger, wouldn't they want to overthrow the current base structure and proclaim themselves rulers instead? This is an era ruled by strength, where laws have become obsolete. If we push them too hard, sooner or later they will rebel. Big brother, do you understand? Chu Shiyan's calm and clear explanation entered Chu Shiyu's ears, making him wish he hadn't heard it. He had never imagined that something as simple as events in the survivor zone could involve so many tangled threads. Though reluctant to admit it, Chu Shiyu deeply pondered within himself, if the most powerful psi user of the base was not his younger brother, could they control these people? Clearly, there would be a 90% chance that these people would take over, although they wouldn't seize the position of the base leader directly, the power held by the psi users would undoubtedly be far greater than it is today. Taking a deep breath, Chu Shiyu shivered and muttered, so, there's no way to change them, is there? After hearing this, Chu Shiyan glanced at those sitting listlessly in front of their tents, either waiting for death or fawning obsequiously to those stronger than themselves, merely hoping for a temporary reprieve. There is a way. Once the apocalypse ends and psychic abilities disappear. However, the probability is slim. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyu's eyes darkened. Seeing these images filled him with pain, yet he realized that it wasn't something he could change easily. Let's go. Chu Shiyu said this and walked inside first. Chu Shiyan followed closely. With mental preparation, Chu Shiyu's reactions became better than at the beginning. On the way, he kept noticing older individuals because of concern over potential oversight. To ensure no one was missed, Chu Shiyan even took the initiative to enter the tents for checks. The arrival of Chu Shiwen and Chu Shiyu caused quite a stir. Observing their fresh and well-groomed appearances, many people harbored unsavory thoughts. Some stared at them with unguarded lewd glances, while others displayed resentment and hostility towards the two. There are always people who envy the wealthy, regardless of the time. When they themselves were starving and cold, seeing others looking radiant and dressed impeccably often sparked malicious intentions. Yet, compared to these fleeting thoughts, what intrigued them more was why the two had come here. Since Chu Shiyu was still in his white lab coat, the crowd started forming various unusual assumptions. Chu Sherwin looked at Chu Shiyu's intent to walk down there on foot and felt somewhat exasperated. Brother, you don't want to see everything now, do you? Hearing Chu Sherwin's sigh, Chu Shiyu hesitated. Is it not possible? Chu Sherwin took 2 deep breaths, giving himself a mental hint that his brother is simply a man of science, too naive for daily dealings, so he should not bother to argue. Considering the whole survivor zone added together, do you think you could cover everything today? Looking at Chu Sherwin's serious expression, Chu Shiyu turned red-faced. Then what should we do? Why don't you go back first? You give orders, let your research institute people find those we're looking for. Heaven knows Chu Sherwin has wanted to say this much earlier, but the person wouldn't give him any chances to speak, rushing headlong into action without much thought. After all, Chu Shiyu still had unfinished work Chu Sherwin entrusted to him, and Chu Sherwin himself had plans to return home. There simply wasn't enough time to waste. It won't work, I cannot trust them with this responsibility. After Chu Sherwin explained, Chu Shiyu understood something. The researchers from the institute generally felt superior to others, and asking them to come to a place like this, the civilian area of the base, they would naturally be unwilling. Listening to Chu Shiyu's firm response, Chu Sherwin gave up arguing further, continuing to obediently follow Chu Shiyu around in search of the individuals. Brother, do you have photos or anything related to them? Let me help look for them. After pondering, Chu Sherwin suggested this. With his extensive spiritual energy, probing the entire survivor area wouldn't be an issue, but recognizing each individual researcher posed some difficulties. At the sound of Chu Sherwin's words, Chu Shiyu immediately tapped a few times on his wristwatch, and a blue screen floated out, displaying a video clip. Witnessing such high-tech equipment, Chu Sherwin fell silent. If only they'd known real photos existed, why endure the trouble of searching? While showing Chu Sherwin, Chu Shiyu began explaining, this is something new I've made, not yet named. It combines some previous functions of mobile phones and computers, storing materials related to my scientific research over the years. This device can facilitate short-distance communication without relying on cell towers. I tested it, and within the base, communication works perfectly fine, though outside the base it becomes less effective. I'll make one for all of you another day. That way, if Motion stays home while you're out, you can contact him conveniently. Still silently watching all this, Chu Sherwin kept quiet. He secretly wondered if he might have underestimated his brother. To create something like this requires extraordinary intellect indeed, even if somewhat inept socially. Having scanned once through, Chu Sherwin already memorized all the faces inside. Alright, let's begin the search. Huh? Are you sure? Chu Shiyu asked suspiciously, don't you need another glance? No, let's go. Chu Sherwin answered confidently. With his potent spirit force, reviewing this information almost guaranteed perfect recall. Alright. Seeing Chu Sherwin's determined face, Chu Shiyu didn't persist further, instead continuing to walk ahead with Chu Sherwin. Chu Sherwin stealthily projected his spirit force outward. Throughout, he encountered several unpleasant sights but chose to ignore them. The more he observed, however, the more Chu Sherwin felt a chill running down his spine. Naturally, Chu Shiyu noticed Chu Sherwin's slightly pale complexion and asked out of concern, "Little brother, is something wrong? Do you feel unwell? Should you go back and let me continue searching?" Reluctantly retracting his spirit probe, Chu Sherwin looked at Chu Shiyu and shook his head. "No problem, let's proceed." Found an old man up ahead. Despite feeling uncomfortable, Chu Sherwin dared not leave his elder brother alone in this den of wolves. Although no immediate threat seemed apparent, there was always the risk of someone having ill intentions. He could protect himself easily enough, but his elder brother was utterly defenseless. The reason Chu Sherwin knew all this was because Mo Yuyang's family used to live here. Realizing they had found the people, Chu Shiyu felt a bit happy. But looking at Chu Sherwin's demeanor, he remained somewhat worried. "Let's go." Ignoring Chu Shiyu's concerns, Chu Sherwin directly dragged him away. If they stayed any longer, it might be too late to save anyone. Leading the way into one of the large tents, Chu Sherwin immediately rushed toward the back. As they entered, a disturbing scene was already unfolding there. "You old bastard, who would have thought you have such a pretty grandson? After this long in the apocalypse, and he's still so soft and tender, how well you've treated him. If he serves us boys properly, I'll guarantee that no one in Zone F will dare touch you. You bastards, let go. Leave Anin alone. Help. Help. Someone help me. Grandpa save me." A group of men, either burly or corpulent, surrounded an old man and his grandson. In fact, these men kicked the old man aside and were dragging the boy called Anin away. People around them remained indifferent, as if scenes like this happened regularly. Chu Shiyu's face turned pale upon seeing the elder's plight. Eldarin. Chapter 112, The Pitiful Coolie, Chu Shiryun. Chu Shiryu quickly stepped forward and helped the old man who had been kicked to the ground. After being supported by Chu Shiryu, the old man immediately looked towards Anin. With an urgent look on his face, he said, "Cough, cough. You quickly let him go." Chu Shiryun furrowed his brow, looking at the ashen-faced old man. He waved away the man holding Anin. As soon as Anin was released, he rushed towards the old man, hugging him tightly in fear. Grandpa, how are you? Don't scare me." Anin carefully wiped away the blood from the corner of Anlao's mouth, his hands trembling as he held on to the person. "Hey! Youngster, do you know the rules? Dare to snatch our people? Looking for death." Looking at Chu Shiryun and Chu Shiryu who had snatched the person from their hands, the leading big man said fiercely. Chu Shiryun stood aside with his arms crossed, ignoring the ferocious big man. Chu Shiryu checked Anlao's pulse and after knowing that there was nothing serious wrong with him, sighed in relief. After comforting Anin, he then looked at the big man and coldly laughed. "Rules? The entire survivor zone belongs to the base. What kind of rules do you want to talk about with me? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Doesn't he know that Zone F is under our control? He wants to talk to us about the rules of the base. Youngster, I thought you looked pretty, but it seems like you have no brains at all." Although they knew this place was lawless, when the big man said these words in front of Chu Shiryu couldn't help but get angry. No wonder the junior had said those words to him, it seemed that this survivor zone was indeed thoroughly corrupt. Chu Shiryun rolled his eyes at what those people said. Looking at the grandfather and grandson who had already recovered, he asked, "How do you want to deal with them?" Since they were the ones the elder brother wanted to recruit, Chu Shiryun didn't mind helping them out a little. The grandfather and grandson looked at Chu Shiryun and saw that he looked very serious, without any fear on his face. The old man showed no reaction yet, but Anin first revealed hatred in his red eyes and said, "I want them dead, I want them to feel worse than death." Chu Shiryun smiled lightly and said one word, "Good." After his words, the men laughed loudly, clearly not taking Chu Shiryun seriously. "Youngster, do you think you can touch us? Who do you think you are?" "That's right. Our boss is a third-level psychic ability user. Do you even know who you're messing with? This guy must be thinking he can beat our boss just with his mouth skills. Ha ha ha." They didn't take Chu Shiryun seriously, and the commoners around also retreated far away, as if afraid of trouble coming to them. A third-level psychic ability user might not be much in the whole base, but in this area where such abilities were rare, they were already the dominant force. Ignoring others' thoughts, Chu Shiryun lightly snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, the laughing men clutched their throats. In no time, each turned bright red, as if something was choking them. In the unseen air, the oxygen surrounding those men had been stripped away one by one. They could only struggle helplessly until finally collapsing on the ground, powerless. Seeing the men who had intended to bully him now lying like corpses, Anin looked blank and slightly astonished, apparently not believing that the thug they thought impossible to resist had died so easily. People watching also looked horrified at Chu Shiryun, as if they had seen some monster. Others, just then, carefully examined the clothing of Chu Shiryun and his companion. To their surprise, both were clean and radiant, evidently well off. Even within the dimness of the tent, it was clear their health was good. Chu Shiryu didn't care how his younger brother had dealt with those people. Looking towards Olden, he helped him up, apologetically saying, "Olden, I'm sorry that you've suffered." Olden was an agricultural scientist, and a close friend of Chu Shiryu's mentor. When the mentor turned into a zombie at the onset of the apocalypse, Olden should have been fine but ended up suffering in the survivor zone, making Chu Shiryu feel deeply guilty. Olden shook his head, gazing at Chu Shiryu with gratitude. Young Chu, don't blame yourself. I must thank you. If not for you, Anen. As he spoke, Olden's face still showed signs of past fear. His son, protecting them, had been killed by those men earlier, leaving Anen as his last family member who couldn't have anything happen to him. Olden knew that if it weren't for Chu Shiryu's timely rescue, his grandson might have been lost today. Anen grabbed Olden's hand, thanking tearfully, thank you, both Chu brothers. Chu Shiryun raised his eyebrows slightly, observing the pale child whose fright was palpable. Based on what he'd seen, it was apparent that his hatred for those men ran deeper than this moment suggested. Likely, something else had occurred previously. Not only that, Chu Shiryun always felt that there was something strange about the child, and his ashen face seemed like more than just being frail and sick. There's no need to talk so much. Follow us back first. Chu Shiryu helped the man to stand up and said. All right. Looking at Chu Shiryu who just planned to take them away like this, Chu Shiryun sighed and asked, "And Lao, do you have any other problems to solve?" After Chu Shiryun's words, Chu Shiryu looked embarrassedly at the two of them, realizing he hadn't thought it through well enough. And Lao glanced at Chu Shiryu, then at Chu Shiryun, isn't it too much trouble? Chu Shiryu shook his head, it's nothing, and Lao, tell us what's on your mind. After thinking for a moment, and Lao said, in these few months we've been here, a young man has been taking care of me and Anen, often bringing food to help us out. I want to take him with us. Chu Shiryu was wondering what the matter could be. He didn't expect it to be so simple. No problem, where is he? Let's go find him right now. He went out to work today and won't be back until the afternoon, but... Looking outside at the scorching sky, they would have to wait for him to return, and Lao wondered if the Chus were willing. Chu Shiryun, looking at Chu Shiryu's expression, knew that he had no objections. Thinking of the people he saw with his psychic ability, Chu Shiryun couldn't help but say, brother, how about we look for others first, and come back in the afternoon to pick him up? Chu Shiryu turned towards the grandfather and grandson, seeing that they had no objections, and nodded in agreement. Since Chu Shiryu worried about people coming to bother them, he didn't feel comfortable leaving them there, so Chu Shiryun retrieved a bus from his storage space. With that, they set off towards their destination with the group on board. Later, they picked up 2 old professors from Area E and a young man accomplished in the medical field. The professors brought along their families. One family already included 5 or 6 members, while the young doctor only came by himself. As Chu Shiryun drove, he kept glancing in the rearview mirror and noticed that the group looked dazed, clearly unable to believe that they were actually leaving the horrors of the survivor zone. To those unaware, EF zone was merely a place where ordinary people gathered, but for those living there, it was a disaster. Chu Shiryun reflected, considering whether to change the current environment. Though he couldn't guarantee that such situations would be completely eliminated, at least it shouldn't reach the point where bullying scenes were visible at the entrance of the survivor zone. Chu Shiryun shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. Now that the apocalypse had only begun a few months ago, everything was still in its infancy, and even if this phenomenon was to be changed, it would have to wait until the base stabilized. The young doctor happened to be seated behind Chu Shiryun. Watching Chu Shiryun's actions, he asked, Mr. Chu, may I ask where we are going now? Chu Shiryun lifted his eyes to meet the gaze in the rearview mirror. We'll first pick someone up from Area F, and then find a place for all of you to stay. Though the young doctor looked dirty with an unrecognizable face, Chu Shiryun could sense the person's extraordinary demeanor. This person gave him the same impression as Bai Qiaoshi from before, someone adept at using the environment to conceal themselves. Although covered in grime, this person appeared spirited. Chu Shiryun guessed that this individual wasn't doing too badly in Area E either, possibly far better than the granddaughters of the 2 professors sitting behind him. Looking at the 2 women huddled in their relatives' arms, Chu Shiryun remained indifferent. Even though he had already dealt with those who had harmed them, the damage had already been done and wouldn't be easily repaired. The young doctor continued asking, could you please tell us, Mr. Chu, what exactly do you want us to do? Moreover, we don't have many supplies ourselves, so we're afraid we can't afford the houses in the base. Although Chu Shiryun and his brother suddenly appeared and took them away, they hadn't yet specified what they needed to do. Chu Shiryun answered calmly, rest assured. Since we found you, we will not let your talents go to waste. After arranging accommodation for you, you can start working at the research institute. The base provides free housing to researchers, so you don't need to worry about not having enough resources to pay for it. While Chu Shiryun was speaking with the young doctor, the rest of the passengers listened quietly, learning from the conversation. They were all delighted, although initially they had some suspicions, they didn't dare to dwell on the outcome without definitive answers. Everyone knew the radio broadcast earlier that day. At the time, they were wondering if salvation might come to them. They never expected that help would arrive so soon. Little brother, is there anyone else left? Ignoring the expressions of others who were either crying or laughing, Chu Shiryu asked. Such a large base, and only 4 people had been found so far. That's all. Although there might have been more previously, those who couldn't be found now were probably dead. Seeing Chu Shiryu's disheartened expression, Chu Shiryun continued, don't worry, if we can't find them now, isn't there still the upcoming recruitment? They had sought out a group of highly reputable individuals, distributed across various bases. It was already quite good that they could still find survivors in the EF zone. Chu Shiryu naturally understood this as well, so he didn't press for more. Watching Chu Shiryu talk privately with Enlao again, Chu Shiryun stopped worrying too much and accelerated the car to its highest speed, heading towards Area F. The group in the car didn't know why Chu Shiryun was driving so fast, but they didn't dare to argue, only enduring silently. The reason Chu Shiryun drove so fast was simply to return and see Shenmue Tian as soon as possible. That detestable older brother had dragged him off to do manual labor, causing him to not see his master brother for half a day already. QAQ. Chapter 113, Chu Shirwen and Shenmue Tian complementing each other. After picking up people in District F and dropping them off in District B, Chu Shirwen got out of the car. His mission was already completed, the rest could be handled by his brother. Now, he just wanted to go home. He handed the car over to Chu Shiyu and teleported away. In less than 3 seconds, Chu Shirwen returned home, and in another second, he entered the space. Looking at the man sitting beside the spirit spring pool earnestly absorbing crystal cores, Chu Shirwen's expression immediately softened. Bounding over to Shenmue Tian's side, he sat cross-legged, propped up his cheeks, and looked intently at the man. Shenmue Tian opened his eyes after absorbing the crystal core in his hand and saw Chu Shirwen, whose face was only a centimeter away from him. Smiling faintly, he raised his hand and patted his head. Are you back? Are you tired? Seeing Shenmue Tian stop practicing, Chu Shirwen directly threw himself into his arms and started venting his grievances. I'm exhausted. Big brother Chu is too mean, dragging me around in the survivor area all afternoon. Chu Shirwen apparently forgot how he took it for granted when he asked Chu Shiyu to make him weapons while ignoring the latter's helplessness and suffering expression. Watching Chu Shirwen's exaggerated expressions, Shenmue Tian chuckled. Then, my treasure, should we not have you visit big brother Chu for the next while? Chu Shirwen nodded repeatedly. Yes. Brother-in-law, let's leave the base tomorrow. The remaining matters can be resolved by big brother on his own. I'm sure Uncle Xiao would be more than willing to help. Shenmue Tian thought about it and agreed. All right. He had just awakened recently. Due to absorbing the spirit spring water, his abilities had broken through to level 7, making it the right time to go out and practice. Lying down felt a bit tiring, so Chu Shirwen turned around and laid on Shenmue Tian's legs. The nearby zombies have been dealt with by me. We cannot go to G City yet unless Hanyu is called, but she's busy training others and can't come along. Shenmue Tian said calmly, it's been several days now, they should also be trained enough by now. Chu Shirwen nodded in agreement. That's true. I intended to bring Hanyu back in a few days. Didn't you say that you set up a protective barrier on the large mountain? Have all the mutant plants and animals above level 7 been killed by you? If so, they won't need Hanyu's protection anymore. Shenmue Tian stated matter-of-factly. Muzi Nian and his group never imagined that they would be so easily abandoned by their leader, whom they were eager to meet again. Shenmue Tian looked down and met Chu Shirwen's gaze. Treasure, let me see those twins. Hearing Shenmue Tian's words, Chu Shirwen was slightly confused but still straightened up. Foreheads touching, he transmitted what he had seen to Shenmue Tian. At the same moment, Shenmue Tian also caught sight of the vast meatball within Chu Shirwen's immense spiritual sea, as well as the eerie twin spheres inside the meatball's pupils. Opening his eyes, Shenmue Tian had a solemn expression, deep in thought about how to solve this big trouble. Though his darling was powerful, he was merely at the peak of level 8, not quite reaching level 9, while the twin's strength had already reached level 10. As for Shenmue Tian himself, he was still only at level 7, and thus unable to offer much assistance. Though there was Hanyu, her capabilities were limited to defense, she couldn't retaliate. However, even a short memory made Shenmue Tian realize how difficult these twins were to deal with. After thinking it through, Shenmue Tian said, can we use bombs to blow them up? Chu Shirwen shook his head. No, heat-based weapons can only handle zombies below level 4. For stronger ones, they are ineffective. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed Big Brother's help researching new types of weapons. Then how about the new type of weapon? Huh? Chu Shirwen's eyes flickered mischievously, and slowly, he raised his head and glanced at Shenmue Tian, lifting his eyebrows slightly. Not entirely impossible. Although the power of the previous weapons was insufficient to break through the bodies of level 4 zombies, who knew whether the newly developed crystal core-made weapons might not work? Suddenly, Chu Shiryun said dejectedly, although we can try, Big Brother hasn't made it yet. And he's very busy lately. We don't even know if we'll be able to resolve this in the next month. It wasn't that he didn't want to. They just lacked the means. Shenmue Tian also thought about this layer, and for a moment, the atmosphere between the two became somewhat despondent. Chu Shiryun propped his chin on both hands and sighed. Sigh. If only my power was at level 9, then I wouldn't have so many concerns. If he had level 9 strength, he could borrow the strength of an artificer. At that point, dealing with a level 10 zombie would be as easy as flipping your hand. As for what followed, once global consciousness awakened, it wouldn't pose much difficulty. Alas. Chu Shiryun fell short of reaching level 9, the strength he could endure was insufficient to defeat level 10 zombies. Shenmue Tian ruffled Chu Shiryun's hair and consoled, don't lose heart, there are always more ways than difficulties. Sigh. If only it could explode by itself. Upon hearing this, Shen Mutian paused mid-motion, a gleam rising in his eyes as he excitedly grabbed Chu Shiyun. Dear, what did you just say? Confused, Chu Shiyun was caught off guard by Shen Mutian, not understanding the excitement in Shen Mutian's expression as he hesitantly responded, let it explode by itself. After Chu Shiyun finished speaking, Shen Mutian slapped his palm, a look of immense joy spreading across his face. That's right, dear. You're truly smart. Chu Shiyun tilted his head, clearly not keeping up with Shen Mutian's rhythm. Big brother, what are you talking about? Seeing Chu Shiyun's puzzled expression, Shen Mutian calmed down from his excitement but visibly improved his mood. Dear, have you forgotten your separation technique? Chu Shiyun stared blankly at Shen Mutian, finally catching on to what it meant. His eyes lit up with a brilliant light. That's right. How could I have forgotten? They could attack from within even if the outer defenses were strong. Just, what could we use to attack them with? Now they had a plan to defeat them, but without an offensive weapon, the plan was still speculative. Shen Mutian smirked mysteriously, patted Chu Shiyun, and then directly pulled out a level 3 crystal core, tossing it to the opposite side of the river into the woods. Not long after the crystal core entered the forest, the lightning wrapped around it exploded, releasing such powerful energy that all trees within a 10-meter radius were reduced to powder. Watching this scene, Chu Shiyun wasn't frightened in the slightest but instead looked excitedly at Shen Mutian. Big brother, you're truly brilliant. Shen Mutian quickly embraced the person who rushed to him, praising with a smile, this is all thanks to dear. If you hadn't mentioned defeating them internally, I wouldn't have thought of this either. Since crystal cores were rare resources used to improve their abilities, no one had considered using them against enemies before. Even the idea of using them as energy for new weapons came as an impulsive thought. Naturally, they hadn't thought of detonating them initially. Chu Shiyun shook his head, no. Still, Big Brother is the most impressive. Dear is the most impressive. With a strategy in place, the two were no longer in a rush and rested well for a day. Early the next morning, just as Chu Shiyun prepared to get up for breakfast, he saw a group of people sitting in his living room. When they noticed him, their eyes immediately turned toward him. One by one, they had red-rimmed eyes, as though they'd been crying their hearts out. Chu Shiyun descended the stairs, utterly perplexed, sitting next to Shen Mutian but still unsure of what was going on. Chu Shiyun cast a glance at Shen Mutian, silently asking, what's going on? Shen Mutian chuckled lightly, nothing, just too excited. What do you want to eat? I'll get it for you. Anything will do. Listening to Shen Mutian's explanation, Chu Shiyun looked at Mu Xinyan and others and confirmed that they indeed were like that. Despite red-rimmed eyes, they were smiling, evidently having no major issues. Looking at everyone, Chu Shiyun became inflamed. What's going on? Coming back just to wail, huh? Cough cough cough. Shen Mutian, walking halfway over, was startled by Chu Shiyun's words and choked on his saliva. Doesn't his precious little one know what he's saying? No. Sister-in-law, we're just too happy. That's right, we're happy. Please don't be angry. Mo Yuyang and Lin Yanhan hastily waved their hands in explanation, terrified of drawing Chu Shiyun's attention. Humph. Chu Shiyun sniffed lightly, unsure whether or not to believe their excuse. Leaning lazily against the armrest of the sofa, he propped his head with one hand, assessing the strength of everyone present. After a few days of effort, everyone's strength had steadily increased to level 6. Lin Yanbai, Sheng Yichen, and Mo Yuyang were even at the peak of level 6, almost reaching level 7. Chu Shiyun's eyes flashed with a satisfied look. They must have worked hard, and the mutated beast crystal cores from the mountains were quite effective. However, no matter how much Chu Shiyun trusted them, he still felt the need to warn them a bit. Your strength has improved pretty fast. Haven't you been eating anything you shouldn't? No, absolutely not. With your instructions, sister-in-law, how could we dare to eat anything? Ouch. Brother, why did you hit me? Lin Yanhan clutched her head, glaring angrily at Lin Yanbai. She didn't understand why he hit her while she was talking. The others silently covered their faces. They all lamented why Lin Yanbai's intelligence couldn't be split in half for Lin Yanhan. Wasn't she accusing Chu Shiyun of being harsh? Chu Shiyun looked at their actions and smiled tenderly. Is that so? Don't listen to her nonsense, sister-in-law. That's right. We know the dangers of those things and haven't eaten them improperly. Mo Yuyang said this while shooting an uncomprehending Lin Yanhan a glare. Seeing their sycophantic behavior, Chu Shiyun lost interest and turned away his gaze. Just then, Shen Mutian also came out with breakfast. Thus, Chu Shiyun ate as he listened to them recount what had happened recently. Chapter 114, Little Chu Shiyun. After everyone had spoken, there was still an air of unfinished conversation. It was their first time facing such a powerful opponent, though the process was perilous, the outcome was quite pleasing. Shen Mutian glanced at them approvingly and then gave instructions. You've all done a fine job. For the next while, stay in the base. Jiaoqi, with your water and wood abilities, you can help supply water or grow crops. Yanhan, your light ability is just as useful for healing and aiding the land. Yichen, you can help strengthen the base's walls. Yanbai and Yuyang, you can protect my father and others. Sinan, I believe my older brother will need you. This had been decided by Shin Mutian and Chu Shiyun from the start. They were soon to leave the base, and the duration would not be short. To maintain stability within the base, they wanted to select some trusted individuals to stay behind, always monitoring the situation, and Lin Yanbai's group was most suitable for this task. Though they were only ranked 6th level, neither was worried. Those who abnormally advanced usually faced certain aftereffects. This was something Chu Shiyun had noticed by observing Zhu Chang. As long as they didn't reach beyond level 8, Chu Shiyun was confident everyone could handle it. As for those forcefully advancing to level 8, they wouldn't last long anyway, no need to worry, and they had other aces up their sleeves. Despite their doubts, the group did not ask more but nodded in agreement. After some thought, Mu Sinan said, "Big brother Shen, are you going to be away for a long time?" Though unaware what Chu Shiyun and Shin Mutian were planning to do, they wanted to know how long it might take before they returned. Chu Shiyun and Shin Mutian exchanged glances and conservatively responded, "If everything goes well, we'll be back in half a year. If things slow down, we can't be sure." Chu Shiyun's goal on this journey was to find meteorites, and until that problem was resolved, they wouldn't return easily. All present stared with widened eyes, never expecting such an answer. "Leader, you're really leaving for so long?" Shin Mutian nodded in affirmation. Pausing slightly, he added, "Don't worry, we won't be departing until about half a month from now. Any issues, come find us. Precious resources will be left with enough crystal cores to enhance your strength. You just need to safeguard the base properly." Seeing the two's determined expressions, the rest could only consent. Mu Sinan kindly reminded them, "With your strong powers, there isn't much to say. We hope, though, that you return safely." "That's right. The outside world is dangerous. Leader, please be careful." Ever since gaining offensive capabilities, Lin Yanhan gained a new appreciation for the combat prowess of zombies and mutants, understanding fully their danger. "We will," Shin Mutian replied confidently. Even if not solely for himself, he surely would have to consider his companion. "All right, after rushing back so hastily, you must all be exhausted. Go get some rest." Chu Shiyun put down the glass of milk, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and spoke to the group. If Chu Shiyun guessed correctly, these few likely rushed back at dawn, perhaps even staying awake all night without rest, clearly evident by the dark circles under their eyes. Exchanging looks, they all nodded. Indeed, having barely rested, they'd hurried back, a full day and night's journey, and quite tiring. As everyone left, Chu Shiyun reclined lazily on the couch, swinging his feet on the armrest, looking at Shin Mutian with confusion. "Elder brother, why did you inform them so quickly? We're not leaving for another period yet, are we?" Even if they were going to G City, they'd still plan to come back. Shin Mutian grabbed the leftover milk on the table, drinking it all at once. "Let them adapt beforehand. Otherwise, when we leave, they may not be ready." "That's true. Phew." Chu Shiyun let out a long sigh, shaking his head. Shin Mutian turned his gaze toward him. "What's bothering you?" Chu Shiyun hesitated, somewhat troubled, replying, "I'm not sure if I should leave Hanyu behind at the base." Hanyu was his weapon spirit, able to connect with him anytime. Leaving it at the base meant, if anything major happened, they could contact each other. Plus, its strong protective power would ensure no serious situations arose, and it could even hold off a zombie tide for some time. But Chu Shiyun and Shin Mutian were going to look for meteorites, facing opponents bound to be even stronger. Without Han Yu's defensive capability, things might get a bit risky. After hearing this, Shin Mutian stroked his chin and said, "It is a bit hard to deal with." Thinking about the world consciousness Chu Shiyun had mentioned, Shin Mutian asked, "Dear, do you think if we get the meteorite in G City, the world consciousness will awaken?" Chu Shiyun frowned, "I don't know." Shin Mutian suggested, "All right. If after devouring the meteorite in G City, the world consciousness awakens, then we won't bring Han Yu along, we'll leave it behind to protect the base. If the world consciousness doesn't awaken, then we'll take it with us." Chu Shiyun nodded, "That's fine." Shin Mutian continued, "All right, when Han Yu returns, we'll let it know." Since the group hadn't rested much, Han Yu was worried something might happen to them, so it sent them home. Come to think of it, why haven't we seen Mom and Aunt's son lately? After arranging the details of their departure, Shin Mutian noticed other issues. Normally, Aunt's son and Mom would stay home after eating to 10 flowers and drink tea, but recently, they were rarely seen. Chu Shiyun played with 2 beads in his hands, watching them rise and fall as he said, "Recently, the base has been busy planting food crops. Since they were worried Aunt might get bored at home, brother and teacher suggested she go out for some exercise, so Aunt and the others went to help in the fields." Shin Mutian couldn't imagine his elegant and refined mother working in the fields, no matter how he tried. Shin Mutian asked with difficulty, "Did Mom agree?" Chu Shiyun looked at Shin Mutian in surprise, "Brother Shen, why would you think that? For survival, there are fewer entertainment facilities now, Aunt was so bored, how could she not want to go?" Hearing Chu Shiyun's explanation, Shin Mutian couldn't argue against it. Thus, he changed the topic, "All right, go change your clothes. We still have somewhere to go later." "Good." Chu Shiyun nodded and quickly stood up. Once Han Yu returned, they would set off for G City. They had already told the Shin family about this last night, so there wouldn't be any concern when they suddenly disappeared, they wouldn't worry unnecessarily. The two immediately changed into training uniforms. This opponent was incredibly powerful, so naturally, they had to treat other aspects seriously as well. Chu Shiyun tied her slightly long hair into a small ponytail at the back. Shen Mutian instinctively reached out to touch it. Dear, I remember your hair wasn't that long before. How did it grow so fast just in a month? I don't know. After sleeping one day, it became like this. Speaking of this, Chu Shiyun also felt troubled. She had only been unconscious for half a month, but when she woke up, she found her bangs had grown to cover her eyes, and her hair at the back reached her shoulders. It looked just like wolf-tail mullet head. A flicker of amusement crossed Shen Mutian's eyes as he pulled her into an embrace and kissed the top of her head. Don't worry, it looks good. Huh? Chu Shiyun lifted her head in surprise. Really, brother Shen? Since Shen Mutian hadn't woken up earlier, Chu Shiyun hadn't paid much attention to her hairstyle, but once she noticed, she thought it didn't suit her face. However, because she was so busy, she hadn't had time to cut it, and now that Shen Mutian said it looked good, it was unexpected. It really looks great. Why didn't I ever suggest you cut your hair like this before, dear? As he spoke, Shen Mutian touched and teased the little ponytail, clearly showing how much he liked it. Then I won't cut it anymore. Let's go. After saying this, Shen Mutian partially embraced her and headed downstairs. Hanyu was already waiting in the hall, lazily licking its claws as it asked, Master, are you going somewhere? Yes, I'll explain while we're on the way. Chu Shiyun didn't deny what Hanyu said and picked up the cat to go outside. I mentioned this before. We found a meteorite in G City, but my power wasn't sufficient back then, so I couldn't handle it. Now, since you have free time and I've figured out a method, let's go confront it. Seeing Chu Shiyun's confident expression, Hanyu swallowed. Can we not make it sound so obvious? It's scared. Though the opponent may not hurt it, it knew Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian wouldn't simply solve things either. Master, aren't you going to reconsider? You're only at level 8 right now. The higher the rank, the greater the gap in strength becomes. Challenging a superior level isn't that easy. Chu Shiyun petted the kitty. I've thought it through. In the short term, I can't advance to level 9, but this meteorite has to be dealt with. I can't just let it stay there. Compared to doing nothing, it's better to try. Let's go. Saying this, Shen Mutian half encircled her as they walked down. After all, if he can't win the fight, he can still run away. Moreover, he can also take advantage of the fight to figure out some of the opponent's abilities. In short, there's absolutely no way he'll suffer a loss. Seeing Chu Shiyun's determined expression, Hanyu let out a dispirited sigh. Once Chu Shiyun made up his mind, there was no way for anyone to change it. By the way, remember to protect teacher well, alright? Chu Shiyun held Hanyu in front of him and earnestly instructed. Hanyu nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, showing that he had clearly heard and understood everything. Only then did Chu Shiyun relax. Next, Chu Shiyun turned to Shen Mutian. Teacher, you have to stick close to Hanyu, alright? Looking at Shen Mutian, who had been told this countless times already, he helplessly replied, Understood, dear. I won't lose sight of him, okay? Gazing at Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun blinked her eyes. Teacher, why don't you go into the dimensional space? I'm always a little uneasy. Observing the person who truly seemed to be considering it, Shen Mutian paused, then after a long while, responded, Then how about I stay by your side? Chu Shiyun's eyes sparkled with delight. Alright. Hanyu rolled its eyes disdainfully. It absolutely didn't believe that his unscrupulous owner wasn't waiting for Shen Mutian to say that very sentence. Chapter 115, So it has a neck after all. Let me stay by your side, or it won't be convenient for you to detonate the crystal core. Since Chu Shiyun's psychic power was neither fire-based nor lightning-based, he couldn't directly detonate the crystal core. While destruction was possible, making it explode with the force of a bomb would be difficult. Chu Shiyun set Hanyu down on the ground, and Hanyu immediately grew larger, carrying the two of them and flying towards the direction of G City. The people in the base who witnessed this were already used to such sights. They all knew that Chu Shiyun had a mutated beast capable of changing size and flying. Seeing it carry the two as it flew out of the base wasn't surprising. Far away at the military district building, Shenlan and his two sons stood by the window, watching that tiny dot. Shenlan sighed, I hope they don't get into any trouble. Previously, these two left similarly. One vanished without a trace while the other returned almost deranged. Shenmue confidently said, Dad, relax. The third one and Yunbao are incredibly powerful. There's no way anything bad will happen, and isn't there also Hanyu? Speaking about that cat which could speak human language and freely transform, Shenmue showed obvious wariness on his face. I hope so. As for what father and son might be thinking, Chu Shiyun and the others wouldn't even consider it. Leaning against Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun muttered, I wonder if the power of these crystal cores is strong enough. Hearing Chu Shiyun's words, Shen Mutian thought about the pile of crystal cores stacked like a small mountain in his space, some even being level 7 or 8. He chuckled as he looked at the person in his arms. He really wondered where all these concerns came from for his treasure. If all those crystal cores were useless, they wouldn't have to fear someone blowing themselves up. City A wasn't far from G City, and with Han Yu as their mode of transportation, their speed was faster than last time. It only took 3 hours to arrive. Flying high in the sky, Han Yu eyed the nearby city, which was eerily silent like a ghost town, full of caution. It could sense the existence within the city center, not just one but several entities that weren't weaker than itself. Han Yu informed Chu Shiyun about what it felt. Master, the thing below is extremely powerful. Are we still going down? Chu Shiyun didn't answer him but asked instead, can you stop it? Stopping it wouldn't be an issue, but I can't beat it. Regarding defensive capabilities, Han Yu's skills were unmatched. It could claim second place in defense with confidence. Fine, help me hold it off for an hour. Alright. For Chu Shiyun's safety, Han Yu wasn't worried. After all, if it got overwhelmed, it could always retreat into space. Its main concern was whether its energy was sufficient. QAQ. But recalling the benefits after obtaining the meteorite ball, Han Yu stopped worrying. After discussing, Han Yu directly carried the two into the city center. When they were 500 meters away from the fleshy ball, Shen Mutian wrapped an arm around Chu Shiyun's waist, and using his wind psychic ability, floated into the air, while Han Yu continued toward the fleshy ball. Sensing the threat, the originally sleeping-like fleshy ball seemed to awaken. The zombies on its body opened their eyes, waving their hands in the air as if trying to grab onto Han Yu. But thanks to Han Yu's agility compared to the fleshy ball's clumsiness, it failed every attempt to touch Han Yu. Then it stopped its movements, turning its head and fixing its orange-yellow eyes onto Han Yu. The pupils cracked open, releasing twin entities from inside. So began the battle between the two zombies and one cat in midair. Chu Shiyun watched the movement of the fleshy ball with admiration. Brother-in-law, look. That ball actually has a neck. I thought it was truly just a sphere. If it hadn't been for seeing the neck move, Chu Shiyun would have thought the ball could only roll. Shen Mutian smiled helplessly, but there was indulgence in his gaze as he looked at Chu Shiyun. Alright, focus on observing carefully. Otherwise, Han Yu might get angry later. Shen Mutian's look towards the twins held scrutiny. Undoubtedly, reaching level 10 in psychic abilities was amazing, and their powers were rare ones too. Therefore, they'd be even more challenging to deal with. To conserve energy, Han Yu directly shrank its own body, enveloped by a layer of blue light circle. The twins' psychic attacks hit Han Yu, but did not harm it. The more experienced one in spatial psychic abilities ripped the space surrounding Han Yu inch by inch, hoping to solve Han Yu this way. But since Han Yu was itself the spirit of the Ming Kong bracelet, its control over space was far superior to the twins, making it impossible for them to use space against it. As for psychic abilities, the twins' levels were the same as Han Yu's, so they weren't very effective against each other. However, while Han Yu could not defeat the two, the reverse was also true. Nevertheless, attacks that were trivial to Han Yu had a different effect on Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian remarked with a heavy tone, this pair of twins is truly formidable. His face showed his unreserved wariness towards them. Chu Shiyun agreed, yes. If I hadn't run fast enough back then, I might have been injured by them. Psychic abilities are advantageous when facing lower-level opponents, but when encountering someone stronger, it becomes easy to be manipulated or hurt. That was why Chu Shiyun had acted hastily before, and now standing there, he still had to be cautious about whether they would make a move on him. Upon hearing this, Shen Mutian glanced at Chu Shiyun with concern. He remembered how frightened Chu Shiyun looked the last time. Shen Mutian tried to change the topic. Since the twins have come out, should we go deal with that fleshy ball now? After pondering for a moment, Chu Shiyun shook his head. Let's wait a bit. The zombie with spatial abilities can teleport. Let's wait for Han Yu to trap it first. Having said that, Chu Shiyun quickly communicated mentally with Han Yu, ordering it to restrain the two as soon as possible. Receiving Chu Shiyun's command, Han Yu stopped dodging and turned to face the twins directly. It enlarged its body and charged toward them. When they attempted to attack, Han Yu retreated. Back and forth, Han Yu quickly lured the twins away. By the time the twins realized they needed to retreat, Han Yu had already locked them in place using its space lock, temporarily preventing their escape. Master, hurry up. I might not be able to hold them for an hour, Han Yu reported after restraining the two. Hearing this, Chu Shiyun immediately urged Shen Mutian, big brother, let's go. The twins could be dealt with later, but the meteorite issue had to be resolved sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it might spawn another pair of twins. Shen Mutian nodded and led them toward the fleshy ball. Last time, looking at it with psychics did not seem significant, and even from afar just now, it didn't feel too overwhelming. However, upon arrival, they realized just how massive the ball really was. Seeing the expressions of fear, pain, sorrow, and horror on the faces embedded within it, Chu Shiyun rubbed his hands together nervously. Perceiving his actions, Shen Mutian immediately hugged him tighter. Don't be afraid. Seeing Shen Mutian's gentle smile, Chu Shiyun firmly nodded. Then, continuing to observe the fleshy ball 20 meters away, Chu Shiyun frowned after observing for some time. Big brother, what should we do? This ball isn't vacuumed inside. And it doesn't have a mouth or nose, it won't be convenient to get something into it. The ball was too round, and despite having limbs, it was hard to manipulate it. Moreover, because its exterior was layered with humans and zombies, dealing with it wasn't straightforward either. Shen Muqian observed the densely packed bodies and suggested, how about we explode the outer layer first, weaken it, and then insert the crystal core. That's all we can try. Shen Muqian carried Chu Shiyun into the air and took out a level 5 crystal core, infusing a trace of lightning energy into it. Before handing it to Chu Shiyun, Shen Muqian instructed, don't throw it directly, aim it into one of those zombies' bodies. Chu Shiyun nodded despite not fully understanding and accepted the crystal core from Shen Muqian. He aimed carefully and shot it toward the eye of the fleshy ball. As Chu Shiyun made his move, Shen Muqian quickly flew backward with him. Empowered by Chu Shiyun's force, the crystal core zipped like a bullet. As it neared the fleshy ball, one of the zombies on its surface reached out to intercept, but the crystal core disappeared instantly, entering the body of a girl crying nearby. After completing this, Shen Muqian anxiously asked Chu Shiyun, did you expend a lot of energy? Chu Shiyun shook his head, not much, just a little more than separating grapes. Shen Muqian nodded, confirming that the energy consumption wasn't high. That was also why they hadn't initially tried inserting the crystal core directly into the meteorite, as each additional layer of obstruction increased the energy Chu Shiyun had to expend proportionally. Huao. Erg. Hark. While the two were speaking, Shen Muqian had detonated the crystal core. The disturbance caused by the explosion triggered unrest among the previously quiet zombies. From afar, it looked like demons were rampaging. Frightening sounds emitted from the grotesque faces. Chu Shiyun directly sealed off the space around himself. Feeling the absence of the sounds, Chu Shiyun sighed in relief. Phew. This sound is too terrifying. But, the power is really impressive. The explosion of a level 3 crystal core was already powerful, let alone a level 5 one. Moreover, these zombies were all above level 3, and they were also protected by the meteorite's inherent power. The results achieved were already commendable. Shen Muqian glanced and saw that 5 layers inward and 5 meters around on all sides, the zombies had been blown apart. The crystal core just now was water-based, so its power wasn't as great. We'll switch to a fire-based one next time, Shen Muqian replied. This time, the duo prepared 5 level 4 and 1 level 5 fire crystal cores. Chu Shiyun chose to place the cores into the orange-yellow large eye embedded within the fleshy mass. After the core exploded, the entire flesh ball trembled violently, clearly indicating how significant damage it sustained from losing an eye. The two floating in mid-air observed the city beneath shaking due to the movements of the massive fleshy orb, with high-rise buildings cracking under its collisions. Meanwhile, Hanyu was watching anxiously as the twins, trapped and raging inside its spatial lock, started sending urgent messages to Chu Shiyun. Master, hurry up. The twins are going berserk, I can't hold them much longer. Chapter 115, Solving the Twins. Shen Muqian and Chu Shiyun exchanged a glance, then no longer held back. One by one, crystal cores were sent into the bodies of the outer zombies by Chu Shiyun using the separation technique. Painful wails emanated from the flesh ball, some male and some female, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Splattered blood and flesh flew everywhere. With the outer layer of zombies dealt with, there were still inner layers to contend with, each revealing higher-level zombies as they peeled away. From the start, both could use level 5 crystal cores to explode the flesh balls, but now it required level 6 cores to break through their defenses and level 7 cores to shatter them. Shen Muqian, his face grave, asked, Baby, are we done yet? If we continue like this, our crystal cores might run out. They had plenty of low-level cores, but high-level ones were limited and couldn't withstand such excessive consumption. Chu Shiyun carefully sensed and found that the outer zombies were still 3 meters away from the meteorite inside. After estimating, Chu Shiyun calculated that he still retained half of his power. After dealing with the meteorite, he would use the remainder to handle the twins, which should suffice. Because once the meteorite was removed, the protective barrier surrounding the area would disappear, so Chu Shiyun needed to resolve the twins immediately. Big brother, bring out all the level 8 crystal cores. Chu Shiyun nodded solemnly, knowing they had 10 and used level 8 crystal cores, enough to take care of this smaller flesh ball without trouble. Chu Shiyun noticed that as the body became smaller, the flesh ball grew harder. He speculated that solving these remaining 3-meter-high zombies would revert this entity back to its inert state. Shen Muqian nodded and took out the crystal cores at once. Chu Shiyun watched the small ball intently, although tiny, it commanded no less respect. What remained were level 7 and 8 zombies, not easy to tackle. One after another, translucent crystal cores shot out from above toward the ball. As these objects approached, the remaining zombies unleashed various abilities in attempts to intercept them, fearing the ominous vibes those items carried. But with Chu Shiyun's spatial ability boosting, the zombies failed even to penetrate the outer defenses of the crystal cores. In an instant, the crystal cores disappeared mid-air, penetrating directly into the outer layers of the meteorite. This explosion lit up the entire downtown area, reducing everything near the flesh ball into ruins and ash. At the moment of detonation, Chu Shiyun instantly transported Shen Muqian into the space to avoid any involvement. Baby! Seeing Chu Shiyun stumble and fall directly onto him, Shen Muqian exclaimed in alarm. After resting for a moment, Chu Shiyun shook his head to indicate he was fine. Shen Muqian gently wiped the sweat off his face. How about it? Are you holding up? As Shen Mutian said this, he guided Chu Shiyun toward the crooked-necked tree under the bench to rest. Chu Shiyun rested for a while before saying, "Big brother needn't worry, I'm fine, just used too much power." Despite feeling a bit weary, his condition was much better than the last time when he teleported directly from G City back to a city. After drinking holy spring water, Chu Shiyun felt his abilities restored to 30%, "Big brother, let's go." Han Yu said the twins have emerged. Alright. Shen Mutian understood it wasn't the time to argue details. When Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian came out, Shen Mutian first checked the meteorite situation, truly worthy as an extraterrestrial object, it hasn't been destroyed even after all that. Looking at the intact meteorite, Shen Mutian was full of admiration. Chu Shiyun glanced briefly before putting it away, whether it is destroyed or not doesn't matter, anyway, it will eventually be absorbed. That is true. Shen Mutian agreed with Chu Shiyun. It could only be said as cause and effect looping, these meteors brought viruses, disrupting the world's balance, and later the world consciousness used them to regain strength, restoring this world again. After handling the meteorite, they saw the twins chasing Han Yu around. Han Yu's energy hadn't been entirely depleted, but it judged that now wasn't the time to provoke them, so it kept dodging. Upon seeing Chu Shiyun's figure, Han Yu rejoiced greatly and rushed over. "Master." Catching Han Yu mid-flight, Chu Shiyun responded indifferently, "You protect big brother, I'll deal with them." If it weren't for Han Yu, Chu Shiyun would have left Shen Mutian within the space. But since Han Yu was present, Chu Shiyun didn't want to deprive Shen Mutian of his rights as a concerned partner. Understood. Han Yu nodded emphatically, guaranteeing Chu Shiyun. "Be careful, baby." Shen Mutian kissed Chu Shiyun lightly before letting go of him. Big brother, you need to take care of yourself too. If the situation goes wrong, let Han Yu take you away immediately. After saying this, Chu Shiyun instantly teleported towards the twins. If one observed carefully, they could see a faint golden glow flowing around Chu Shiyun's body, although weak, it was indeed there. As soon as he engaged with the opponents, Chu Shiyun knew their strength, mid-level 10th rank. He couldn't win, so he had to outsmart them. With the power of the Ming Kong bracelet, Chu Shiyun directly tore apart this realm, taking the twins into the spatial rift, which vanished after they entered. Staring at the place where Chu Shiyun disappeared, Shen Mutian's face was filled with worry. "Han Yu, will baby be fine?" Chu Shiyun's strength was only at the 8th rank, even with the help of an alchemist, it wasn't enough to defeat the twins. Therefore, they had to devise another plan. Chu Shiyun had researched and found that the Ming Kong bracelet possessed the ability to stabilize space. So, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian decided to take the twins into the spatial rift to resolve the issue. Even though Chu Shiyun emphasized that having the Ming Kong bracelet meant he would be safe, Shen Mutian was still uneasy. Han Yu, seeing Shen Mutian's worried expression, seemed relaxed instead. "Don't worry. Master will be fine. It's those twins who should be concerned." Hearing Han Yu's words, Shen Mutian did not completely relax. His fists clenched unconsciously as his heart suffered inner torment. His own strength was too weak, and at such a critical moment, he could only watch helplessly as baby-faced entities stronger than him alone. Inside the spatial rift. After entering the spatial rift, Chu Shiyun stopped utilizing the power of the alchemy. All he could see in every direction was darkness. Helpless, Chu Shiyun could only survey his surroundings with spiritual energy. It was a pitch-black realm, with surging attacks of spatial force. In the areas his spiritual sense probed, sharp blades swirled past, and tornado-like forces raged everywhere. Chu Shiyun guessed correctly that this must be a spatial storm. Though similar in appearance to a tornado, its power was hundreds of times stronger. Chu Shiyun watched as one of the twins didn't last a second before being torn into pieces, while the other, who possessed spatial abilities, struggled painfully. Seeing the 10th rank zombie disintegrate instantly, Chu Shiyun shrank back and looked at the Ming Kong bracelet on his hand, relieved that if it weren't for this treasure, he might have been shredded into pieces as well. Chu Shiyun felt regretful looking at the destroyed crystal core, it was a 10th rank mental type crystal core. If he could obtain it, he could probably advance to the 9th rank. What a pity. He then shifted his gaze to the other zombie. This zombie lacked spiritual energy and therefore couldn't observe the objects in this space. Chu Shiyun waited patiently until this zombie was also shredded. Seeing the preserved crystal core left behind, Chu Shiyun's face lit up with joy. Judging from the fact that this was a spatial-based creature, its crystal core remained intact. Floating forward, Chu Shiyun took the crystal core floating in the air. He then tore the space again and escaped. Just as he came out, Chu Shiyun felt utterly exhausted. Even though he hadn't spent much effort to defeat the twins, splitting the space itself required a great deal of strength. Kneeling weakly on the ground, Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mutian running towards him, his silhouette highlighted by the light. "Big brother." Forcing a strained smile, Chu Shiyun didn't get a chance to say anything before being tightly embraced by the man. "I'm here." Shen Mutian gently caressed Chu Shiyun's face, then his hands, checking his entire body. He only breathed a sigh of relief upon finding no problems. Although Chu Shiyun stayed in the spatial rift for only half a quarter, Shen Mutian felt as if it had been a long time. "Big brother, let's not go home yet. Let's find a place to rest." Feeling safe, Chu Shiyun immediately relaxed his entire body and leaned comfortably against Shenmutian. Alright. Shenmutian lovingly kissed his forehead lightly, then jumped onto Han Yu's back, allowing it to carry both of them to look for a hotel. An hour later. Chu Shiyun soaked comfortably in the spirit spring pool, enjoying Shenmutian's care. Shenmutian held a towel, wiping Chu Shiyun clean from head to toe before stopping. After tidying up, both of them soaked together in the pool. Looking at the contented boy, Shenmutian affectionately nuzzled against his face and asked, "Baby. Is there anywhere you still feel uncomfortable?" Chu Shiyun thought for a moment, I'm feeling a bit hungry. As if on cue, Chu Shiyun's stomach growled in agreement. Shenmutian chuckled, "I'll go make you something to eat." And with that, he started to stand up. Chu Shiyun quickly held him back. "Big brother, don't bother. Let's just have something else. Stay and keep me company while we soak." With a wave of his hand, the table beside the pool was filled with fruits. Chu Shiyun picked up half a watermelon and began eating it. After being busy for most of the day and using so much energy, Chu Shiyun was genuinely hungry. Seeing Chu Shiyun already digging into his meal, Shenmutian decided not to move and instead sat beside him. He asked, "Baby, how did you deal with those twins?" Chu Shiyun mumbled through his mouthful, "I didn't do anything. They were torn apart by the spatial force. I have the Ming Kong bracelet, so I'm fine." After speaking, he proudly grinned. Shenmutian lovingly ruffled his hair, "That's good. Now that everything's resolved, take a good rest. You'll be busy again soon." Chapter 117, Both Advance. "Brother sure, I see that you've reached level 7 already, but you haven't practiced yet. Should we stay here for 2 more days?" Chu Shiyun said indistinctly while eating watermelon. Shenmutian frowned and said, Are there still zombies in G-City? It seems like the meteorite has merged them all into one." Chu Shiyun thought for a moment. Today, he didn't seem to have seen any stray zombies. Then what should we do? Should we go elsewhere to look? Let's just see if there are any. If not, let's head back to the base first. Isn't there mutated beasts on the Dasha mountain? Alright. Knowing that Shenmutian was considerate of him and didn't want him to be too tired, Chu Shiyun didn't oppose. He quickly finished off a watermelon, rested for a while, and then with bright eyes looked at Shenmutian before jumping onto him directly. A big splash arose from the spot, drenching both of them. "Brother sure." Chu Shiyun looked at Shenmutian with watery wide eyes, his tone full of anticipation. Shenmutian supported the fleshy little but with one hand and held the waist with the other, raising an eyebrow as he asked. Chu Shiyun wrapped his arms around Shenmutian's neck and his legs around Shenmutian's waist, eager to try. "We haven't tried it here yet." Feeling the smooth little legs hanging on his waist, Shenmutian's eyes darkened slightly, but his reason remained intact. "Isn't there other stuff in this space?" Chu Shiyun didn't think much of it. "No problem, I'll cast a barrier." As the master of the space, unless Chu Shiyun allowed, Han Yu would never break through his barrier. Looking at Shenmutian who was unmoved, Chu Shiyun directly coaxed, Come on. Shenmutian, with a hoarse voice, whispered near Chu Shiyun's ear, "You just fought someone. Can you handle it?" "Brother sure, don't underestimate me. Or is it that you're incapable?" By the time he got to the end, Chu Shiyun directly challenged Shenmutian with a glance. Shenmutian was immediately amused and said, "If I'm capable or not, you can try it yourself." Looking at the shimmering light, the spiritual spring pool covered by a blue shield. Han Yu looked at the bead in his hand, then glanced at the world consciousness beside him, speechless for a while. After quite some time, Han Yu helplessly asked, "What do we do now?" "World consciousness. Give it to them when they come out." Having absorbed the newly obtained meteorite, the world consciousness had already awakened. Because it knew Han Yu contributed greatly, it extracted some of the meteorite's power, condensed it into a bead, and gave it to him. Chu Shiyun was no exception. The world consciousness had given him the most energy. Knowing that Chu Shiyun was stuck at level 8 due to insufficient energy, this time it specially prepared a gift for Chu Shiyun, but unexpectedly, the two completely ignored them. Han Yu glanced at the light barrier once more, and the small green leaf over his head flapped its wings and flew away. The world consciousness turned around on the spot and also followed Han Yu to leave. It only absorbed half of the energy, the rest was still inside the meteorite. In order to restore its strength as soon as possible, it still had to absorb the meteorite sooner. Chu Shiyun stretched on a soft bed after Shenmutian woke up, so Chu Shiyun moved back to the villa. Rubbing his eyes, he felt extremely comfortable. It seemed that the effects of the spirit spring were truly wonderful. He casually kicked off the blanket, wearing slippers and shorts downstairs. Shenmutian was busy in the kitchen. Chu Shiyun peeked out his head from the door of the kitchen, looking at the man preparing breakfast with a smile. Sensing the intense gaze, Shenmutian turned around and, as expected, saw Chu Shiyun smile. "Why did you wake up so fast? Any uncomfortable spots?" Chu Shiyun shook his head and stepped forward to embrace Shenmutian's waist, tiptoed to place his chin on the man's shoulder, watching the serious manner in which the man was preparing breakfast for him. He bit the man's ear lightly and said, "Brother sure, tell me, doesn't it feel like we've retired now?" Shenmutian pondered for a while. "It does feel pretty similar. Unbothered by external distractions, no worry about zombie attacks, only their little house where they cook every day, fish a little, and have some fun, peaceful but full of joy. The two quietly enjoyed this precious time that belonged to them until Hanyu came in, breaking this serene atmosphere. Upon seeing the two, Hanyu went straight to the point and took out the bead given by the world consciousness. Master, this is the purified energy from the meteorite provided by the world consciousness. With this, you can advance to level 9. Chu Shiyun hesitated as he took the bead. The power within it was immense, and it could indeed allow him to break through to level 9. But Chu Shiyun directly handed it over to Shinmutian. Big brother, you take it. With this, your strength will increase rapidly. Although Shinmutian's power was already considered strong by others, compared to Chu Shiyun, it was still a little lower. Shinmutian felt the tremendous force from the bead and immediately refused. No, this is given to you by the world consciousness. With this, you can break through to level 9. I cannot accept it. Even though Shinmutian wanted to strengthen his power, he did not want to seize Chu Shiyun's opportunity. Chu Shiyun then pulled out the previously obtained level 10 space attribute crystal core, laughing as he explained, Big brother, don't worry. With this, I can still break through, so leave the bead for you. This. Looking at the crystal core in Chu Shiyun's hand, Shinmutian was a bit hesitant. Just take it. Please. Seeing Shinmutian's softening attitude, Chu Shiyun pressed on, directly acting coquettishly toward Shinmutian. After much hesitation, Shinmutian finally accepted but promised, all right. Once Big Brother levels up, we'll go look for meteorites together to enhance your power. Yes. For Chu Shiyun, these were merely external objects that weren't significant. Helping Shinmutian upgrade was their greatest use. Big brother, let's absorb these items and level up now, Chu Shiyun proposed, looking at the two things in his hands. They originally planned to rest for a few days, but since they had just what they needed to level up, Chu Shiyun decided to close themselves off together with Shinmutian. After pondering, Shinmutian agreed, all right. Compared to uncertainties, enhancing one's power was most important. Later, Chu Shiyun spent 3 days absorbing the level 10 space attribute crystal core, and his power successfully reached level 9. Because the energy within the bead was immense, and Shinmutian's original power was only at level 7, it took him longer. 5 days later, Shinmutian emerged from his seclusion, and his power also reached level 9. Looking at each other having both reached level 9, the two were very happy. Shinmutian was glad because he didn't have to hide behind Chu Shiyun all the time, needing protection constantly. Chu Shiyun was glad because he no longer had to constantly worry about Shinmutian's safety. In short, both were delighted. After emerging from their secluded training, they immediately returned to the base. They had initially planned to find a few zombies in G City to practice, but strangely, not a single zombie was found, as if they had been eradicated on that day. Seeing the duo disappear for 6 whole days and now return safely, everyone in the Shin family breathed a sigh of relief. The two's strength was far too great, even if they wanted to help, there was nothing they could do, leaving them to pray for their safe return. Shentong looked at the two sitting together with longing eyes. Uncle Xia, where did you and Uncle Yun go? I feel like you've gotten stronger again. Although he wasn't aware of their actual powers, Shentong could sense that every time he met these two, their powers were steadily increasing. Chu Shiyun and Shinmutian exchanged glances, and Shinmutian looked at Shentong, saying, getting stronger is true, but where we went doesn't need to be reported to you. Looking at the gentle but thoroughly annoying Shinmutian, Shentong pouted and complained, Uncle Xia is so mean. Ha ha ha. Seeing the antics of the two, the Shin family members in the hall burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Shenlong scrutinized Shinmutian, no matter what, old 3, what is your strength exactly now? Because Chu Shiyun gave individual lessons, the whole Shin family had advanced to level 5, but every time they saw these two, they felt unfathomably deep. Shinmutian turned around, seeing him nod, then said, both me and my darling are now at level 9. What? Level 9. Listening to Shinmutian's words, everyone shouted loudly. They had worked hard tirelessly killing zombies to improve their strength, and with Chu Shiyun's crystal core support, Shinmuja, who was the highest among them, was only at level 6, while Chu Shiyun and Shinmutian had already reached level 9. This concept left everyone unable to imagine. Shentong looked enviously and asked, Uncle Xia, how do you and Uncle Yun increase your strength so fast? I want to be that quick too. Everyone nodded inwardly in agreement with Shentong's words. They also wondered why these two improved so quickly. This time, Shinmutian only smiled faintly without saying anything. The reason Shinmutian and Chu Shiyun were able to advance their levels so quickly was due to their experiences of life and death situations multiple times. Additionally, Chu Shiyun had no level-up bottleneck, and the opportunities they encountered were something others couldn't replicate. Chu Shiyun directly reached out and tapped Shentong's head. You're young, but instead of thinking about being grounded, you're imagining unrealistic things. Haven't you been training too easily lately? Should I let Lin Yanbai assign you heavier tasks? Fearing the threat in Chu Shiyun's words, Shentong shook his head furiously. No, no. Uncle Yun, you've misunderstood me. I have plenty of training tasks already. I'm going to find my teacher, you can continue chatting. Seeing Shentong escape faster than a rabbit, everyone else was at a loss. When they looked at Chu Shiryun again, they glanced at each other, but none of them brought up the subject of levels again. Cough. Alright, old 3 and Yunbao must be tired. They should go back to rest early. Yeah. Chu Shiryun nodded repeatedly, yes, he and Big Brother needed to rest now. Please don't disturb them anymore. Seeing Chu Shiryun's adorable manner, Shen Mutian wrapped an arm around him and left. With the main characters leaving, the rest of the group went back to their own work. Chapter 118, A Two-Person World. Phew. Finally, we can rest. Chu Shiryun immediately sighed in relief and jumped onto the big bed. Looking at Chu Shiryun's exaggerated expression, Shen Mutian helplessly smiled, weren't you just awake before we came back? Chu Shiryun frowned in disagreement, Big Brother. How could it be the same? We also rushed on the way back. And we had to face our teacher's questions, it was exhausting. Shen Mutian merely gave Chu Shiryun a glance of indulgence and lay down next to him, regardless of whether he truly wanted to rest. For the next half-month, both stayed at the base, their farthest journey being into the mountains to kill mutated beasts. After training for 2 weeks, the newly promoted 7th-level mutated beasts in the mountains were once again killed by the two of them. Shen Mutian's control over his abilities became even more proficient. The others were gradually adapting to their posts, reporting on time to their work locations each day. With their addition, the pressure on the Shen family decreased significantly, allowing them more time to handle other matters. Chu Shiyu's new type of weapon had already been completed and handed over to Chu Shiryun. When Chu Shiryun received the weapon, he assigned another task to Chu Shiyu, this time, demanding that he create an energy-powered vehicle. However, this time around, Chu Shiyu outright expelled Chu Shiryun from the research institute. The base developed vibrantly, and Chu Shiryun and Shen Mutian also prepared to set out towards the capital base. A wide road was traveled by a modified off-road vehicle, which swiftly drove past, scattering dry grass and revealing tender new shoots growing beneath. With the recovery of world consciousness, the earth was slowly restoring its vitality. Although not very obvious, the change was indeed present. Chu Shiryun lazily chewed on a lollipop and said unclearly, Big Brother, how much longer until we reach the next destination? This sun is too intense. Just by glancing outside, Chu Shiryun knew how high the temperature was. If it weren't for the air conditioning in the car, they would likely have been scorched dry. Shen Mutian glanced at the map and said, the location of the next meteorite is in Wujitown, 100 kilometers away. It's reportedly a large chicken farm, hence the name Wujitown. Upon hearing Wuji, Chu Shiryun's eyes rolled, Big Brother, didn't we go there once after your college entrance exams? Shen Mutian nodded, that's right. Back then, after finishing the exam, intending to relax, Shen Mutian took Chu Shiryun on a tour. They heard that Wuji chickens were fresh, fragrant, and particularly delicious, so Shen Mutian brought Chu Shiryun there. Once they arrived, Chu Shiryun couldn't bear to leave, staying there for 3 days before continuing their journey. Chu Shiryun looked nostalgic, I wonder if there are still any Wuji chickens now. Shen Mutian smiled in response, there should still be some, but probably all turned into mutated beasts. Perhaps the guardian of the meteorite might be one of them. Hearing this, Chu Shiryun's eyes sparkled as she stared at Shen Mutian, Big Brother, level 10 Wuji chicken. It must taste amazing. Watching Chu Shiryun's impatient eagerness to try it, Shen Mutian chuckled, don't get your hopes too high, it might not necessarily be them. However, Chu Shiryun wouldn't listen, her mind was full of food. Big Brother, do you think steaming or stewing would be better? Or maybe barbecuing? Oh, wait. Shouldn't we have ingredients in the space? I've never organized it, what if we can't find them when needed? Looking at the muttering Chu Shiryun, the world consciousness silently lowered its presence. It suspected that the main purpose of this trip wasn't actually to look for the meteorite, but rather to go on a honeymoon. Were it not for the slight treasure hunting advantage, it might have long been discarded somewhere. Thinking of Han Yu left behind at home, the world consciousness mourned silently for it, don't attempt to intrude on their world. After traveling the roads for the whole day, they encountered a few zombies and several mutated beasts along the way, but these posed no real threat to either of them. Big Brother, let's find a place to rest tonight. Glancing at the map where their current position was shown not too far from Wujitown, Chu Shiryun said to Shen Mutian who was driving beside him. Shen Mutian thought about it for a moment. Having traveled for half a day, they were somewhat exhausted, while their opponents seemed well rested. So, going straight to confront them would not be ideal. Alright, let's take a break tonight and check out Wujitown tomorrow. Great. There are 3 towns ahead. One is close to the mountains, one near the urban area, and the third one near the K-City base, which is the closest to Wujitown. Which shall we stay in? Shen Mutian frowned, is there a base here? Chu Shiryun nodded, yes. It's the base of a group of ability users. The scale isn't large, but I've heard their leader is quite strong. It's not surprising that Shen Mutian didn't know. The K-City base had only appeared in the last month, the previous K-City base had fallen to a zombie wave. Not many people escaped, and the rest went to nearby bases as refugees. Later, because of the powerful leader of the new K-City base, some rogue ability users who hadn't joined any base were absorbed into their ranks. However, they could only accept ability users, regular people couldn't join. The number of people in one base was roughly around 100. After Chu Shiyun explained this, Shen Mutian understood, but... Honey, you mean they don't take in ordinary people, only those with abilities? Yeah, that's the information I sent someone to find out. Chu Shiyun furrowed his brows. Based on what he remembered from Yusu's memories, there was no mention of a new K-City base in the previous life. Even after sending people to investigate, they couldn't uncover the details about the leader of this base. Chu Shiyun still found himself completely baffled by this leader, even not knowing if it was male or female. I also think it's strange. Isn't it rare for stray ability users to exist without relatives among ordinary people? How can there be so many without a single ordinary relative? Chu Shiyun said in confusion. Seeing Chu Shiyun's troubled expression, Shen Mutian softly consoled him, if you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Our goal isn't them anyway. Chu Shiyun nodded, quickly forgetting about this little issue. Okay. Looking at the world consciousness curled up like a quail, Chu Shiyun poked it. Little Pearl, can you sense the meteorite now? The world consciousness. I'm not called Little Pearl. Come on, don't worry about such trivialities. You wouldn't want me calling you world consciousness all the time, would you? After finishing, Chu Shiyun poked it again. The world consciousness. Ignoring Chu Shiyun's actions, the world consciousness spoke on its own. The meteorite is currently inside a farm. It has a lot of mutated chickens around it, but there aren't any level 10 beings, well, nor are there any level 9 ones. Huh? Chu Shiyun cast a suspicious glance. Did you look wrong? How could there be none? Upon hearing Chu Shiyun's doubts, the world consciousness remained calm, reaffirming, no, there truly aren't any. And its aura feels really peculiar. The world consciousness turned around, appearing as if it were pondering over the mystery of the meteorite, looking quite troubled. Chu Shiyun asked, how is it strange? The non-existent brows of the world consciousness wrinkled. Its energy is very weak, sometimes I barely even feel its presence. Shen Mutian glanced at it and asked, could its power have been entirely absorbed by someone, which is why you can't feel it? No, its power cannot be absorbed by any living being on Earth. Moreover, regardless of where the 9 meteors on Earth are, I can always feel them. There's no reason for it to be this way. Both exchanged glances, their expressions involuntarily becoming serious. Even something the world consciousness wasn't clear about clearly wasn't normal. Chu Shiyun asked, what should we do now? After some contemplation, the world consciousness responded, let's go take a look. Regardless, it had to get the meteorite under its control. Alright. Big brother, let's find a place to disembark. I'll take you there. Chu Shiyun responded accordingly, then said this to Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian nodded, alright. When they arrived at a place with dense trees, Chu Shiyun stopped the car and directly teleported them there with Shen Mutian. Near Wujitown, the small town lay eerily quiet, without a single sign of life, much like the scene they had witnessed before in G City. Chu Shiyun held on to Shen Mutian's hand and walked into the small town together. Observing this phenomenon, Chu Shiyun unconsciously remarked, this is really eerie. Not a single zombie here, no mutated beasts either. Shen Mutian's expression grew solemn as his eyes naturally scanned the surroundings. This is the 3rd time we've encountered this kind of situation. Chu Shiyun wondered aloud, 3 times. Shen Mutian prompted him, and county. Chu Shiyun suddenly realized, yes. When they were in County back then, the scene they saw was similar to what they were seeing now, no bodies, not even cadavers. In G City, such phenomena occurred because of the meteorite absorbing everything into itself. So, could it be that the meteorite here had done the same? Big brother, both times, we haven't seen any corpses, do you think it might be the meteorite absorbing them all again? When they first saw such a scene in County, Chu Shiyun thought it might have been done intentionally. But now that they were encountering it repeatedly, he didn't believe it was coincidence anymore. Shen Mutian shook his head and guessed, it should not be. There were no meteorites around County, and the nearest mountain is guarded by mutated trees. But here, the world consciousness said that there are only black chickens around it, nothing else. Wow. This is so complicated. Why was it that every time he came out, he ended up dealing with so many things? Shen Mutian patted Chu Shiyun's head in comfort, if you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. We'll know when we're supposed to. The two looked for a while before finding a hotel in the small town. Looking at the dust-covered floors and furniture, Chu Shiyun wrinkled his nose in disdain and immediately clung to Shen Mutian's back. Shen Mutian helplessly patted the butt of the person on his back as he continued climbing upstairs. Chu Shiyun wrapped his arms around Shen Mutian's neck and leaned against his shoulder saying, Big brother, don't you feel how eerie it is here? Seeing the pitch-black environment, Chu Shiyun couldn't help but shrink his neck. Shen Mutian helplessly shook his head, don't worry, everything's fine. It's just been too long since people have lived here or cleaned it. Once I tidy up a bit, we'll be able to stay. After looking for quite a while, Shen Mutian finally found a relatively clean room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, Chu Shiyun directly took away these pieces of furniture. Shen Mutian tidied up for a while before allowing Chu Shiyun to release their own furniture. Happily rolling around on the bed, Chu Shiyun asked, Big brother, why don't we just live in the space? Why bother going through all the trouble to clean? Standing by the window, looking down at the eerily silent scene below, Shen Mutian slowly spoke, I always felt something off about this place. If we can avoid revealing our bottom cards, let's do so. Chu Shiyun blinked, understanding half of what was said, and nodded, oh. Chapter 119, Shen Mutian's Guess. In the darkness, it seemed as if something was observing and contemplating. If an opportunity arose, it would act immediately to capture its prey. Shen Mutian suddenly opened his eyes as a bolt of lightning struck towards the window. The lightning illuminated the darkness and also exposed the spy lurking in the shadows. A shadowy figure clung to the window, quietly watching the two people sleeping on the bed. The instant Shen Mutian woke up and launched an attack, the figure quickly retreated. The lightning shattered the window, but the person had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Shiyun was startled awake and asked, looking at the figure standing by the window, Big brother, did you see clearly? Shen Mutian shook his head solemnly, no, not even my ability managed to harm him. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun's expression grew serious as well. Shen Mutian is level 9, if his abilities couldn't hit the opponent, what kind of strength must this foe possess? Recalling the glimpse he had just seen, Chu Shiyun asked, is the enemy human? Shen Mutian nodded faintly, yes. It's a man, and somehow, I feel like I know him. After thinking about all the people he knew, Shen Mutian couldn't find anyone matching the description of their intruder, yet he still felt a sense of familiarity. Chu Shiyun furrowed his brow and thought for a moment, then asked, is it the two men who injured us before? Shen Mutian shook his head firmly, no, not them. The two spent the entire night trying to figure out who the mysterious person peering into their room could be, but to no avail. Looking at the sky starting to brighten and the dark circles under Chu Shiyun's eyes, Shen Mutian said tenderly, do you want to get some more sleep? There's still time. Chu Shiyun declined, no, big brother, you sleep instead. With the notion that someone had been watching them and they had absolutely no clue as to who or why, Chu Shiyun found it impossible to fall asleep again. Shen Mutian gave a wry smile, if you won't sleep, how can I possibly do so? Chu Shiyun looked up briefly and noticed Shen Mutian wasn't in great shape either. He held Shen Mutian's face gently and urged, let's try to close our eyes for a while, let Xiaozhu keep watch for us, alright? Shen Mutian agreed with a nod. After only resting for an hour, both of them woke up and their states were slightly better than before. After hurriedly eating breakfast, Chu Shiyun led the group towards Wuji town. After advancing to level 9, using instantaneous movement wasn't as taxing for Chu Shiyun anymore. Moving from one town to another now simply caused him to break a sweat. Chu Shiyun brought Shen Mutian down onto a branch of a withered tree outside the chicken farm. From afar, they could already see the stone glowing with a light green luminescence. However, this stone differed from the other two they'd previously encountered, its light was much weaker and it was also smaller in size. Chu Shiyun hesitated, is this different because it's too small? The previous stones they had seen were about the same size, but this one was tiny, almost like a miniature version. Shen Mutian's gaze shifted toward the world awareness floating in the air. The world awareness remained silent for a while before finally speaking, their sizes are similar. The reason this one is different is because the power inside has been transferred elsewhere. The strange matter was clarified right at that moment. Because the force within the meteorite had been transferred, it became weakened, causing the world awareness to have an unclear perception of it. Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian looked at each other helplessly, unsure what to do next. After observing for a long while, Chu Shiyun eventually asked, does this stone still have any use for you? World awareness, it does. Go and bring it into your space. Chu Shiyun nodded. His spiritual energy meticulously scanned the surroundings. Besides mutated chickens, there were no other creatures present. Yet, Chu Shiyun couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Instinctively, he gripped Shen Mutian's hand tighter, prompting the man to look at him, what's wrong, dear? Furrowing his brow, Chu Shiyun expressed his guess, big brother, I just have this ominous feeling like something bad is going to happen. On hearing this, Shen Mutian focused his gaze on the world awareness, can you check if there's anyone else around? The world awareness sensed for a moment and replied, there isn't. It only detected the presence of the mutated chickens and the meteorite. Shen Mutian frowned deeply. Naturally, he believed Chu Shiyun's words and prioritized his safety above all else. However, the world awareness claimed no one was there, so where was the danger coming from? Shen Mutian's gaze swept around the area and finally settled on the meteorite. After some contemplation, he said, dear, can you collect that meteorite into your space without getting close to it? Chu Shiyun tilted his head, observing Shen Mutian's serious expression for a moment before replying, it should be fine within 100 meters. Shen Mutian then shared his speculation with Chu Shiyun, dear, if that danger is from the meteorite, could you stay away from it? If not, we won't take it. Chu Shiyun furrowed his brow in thought. He realized he could gather the meteorite without approaching it, and if there was any danger, he could retreat into his own space as well. With multiple precautions in place, he should be safe. Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mutian and reassured him, big brother, nothing will happen. Even if there is danger, I can always retreat into my space immediately. Seeing Chu Shiyun's determined demeanor, Shen Mutian nodded, alright, I'll go with you. Chu Shiyun looked at him disapprovingly, but Shen Mutian didn't change his mind. After a long pause, Chu Shiyun reluctantly agreed, okay. But big brother, you must hold on to me tightly. Sure. Chu Shiyun first activated a spatial protection dome around them both, then carefully inspected their surroundings, planning the best route before leading Shen Mutian forward. Chu Shiyun leapt down from the tree, bringing Shen Mutian along, and two shadows, one black and one white, flashed faintly on the road. If one wasn't paying close attention, they might think they were witnessing some paranormal event. Just as they reached a distance of exactly 100 meters from the meteorite, Chu Shiyun promptly stopped. With a wave of his hand, he tried to absorb the distant meteorite into his space. As the spatial ripples appeared, his protective shield was suddenly attacked and instantly shattered. Chu Shiyun's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly retreated with Shen Mutian. At the same time, Shen Mutian unleashed his wind and thunder abilities toward their attacker. When these powers were about to strike the man, he vanished into thin air. Then Chu Shiyun felt the space behind him ripple. In a panic, Chu Shiyun tore open the surrounding space around the man, revealing his true form. Both sides came to a standstill. Chu Shiyun slightly leaned against Shen Mutian, though his strength had improved, splitting the space hadn't been an easy feat. Shen Mutian placed one arm around Chu Shiyun while keeping the other ready for defense, with traces of his wind and thunder powers swirling around him, glaring fiercely at the person who had ambushed them. But instead of showing panic, the man enclosed in the torn-apart space merely grinned and greeted them warmly. It's such a coincidence meeting again. Neither Chu Shiyun nor Shen Mutian fell for his amiable attitude, maintaining their guard and watching him closely. And this person was none other than the man they had seen at the countryside inn in G City. Shen Mutian asked coldly, "Who exactly are you?" Instead of answering Shen Mutian, the man kept his eyes fixed on Chu Shiyun, as if waiting for him to speak. However, Chu Shiyun had no intention of conversing with the man. Faced with Chu Shiyun's cold indifference, the man feigned hurt and put on a look of gloom. Chu Shiyun glanced away, filled with disgust by the man's pretense. Observing their unyielding attitudes, the man finally dropped his act and calmly looked at the two of them. "To tell you the truth, I really like you," he said directly to Chu Shiyun. "In such a short time, you've already managed to reach level 9 through your own strength, mastering both spatial and spiritual abilities. Furthermore, there's something in you that fascinates me deeply." At the end of his statement, the man couldn't help but display a captivated smile. This made Chu Shiyun inwardly uneasy. His spiritual abilities had never been used in front of outsiders, those who knew were all dead. Throughout, he only displayed his spatial abilities. How did this man know? Despite his racing thoughts, Chu Shiyun's expression remained calm. The world awareness emerged, scrutinizing the man from head to toe, then suddenly spoke, "He possesses the power of the meteorite." Hearing this, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian became immediately more alert, looking warily at the man. No wonder he had proven so challenging to handle, turns out the lost meteorite's force had been absorbed by him. Upon noticing the presence of the world awareness, the man chuckled, "So it's you. The thing that blocked our landing back then." Chu Shiyun/Shen Mutian. They weren't mistaken, the man indeed mentioned blocking his descent. Shen Mutian furrowed his brows, thinking things through and connecting the dots, roughly understanding what happened. "You are the meteorite." This wasn't a question but an affirmation. Chu Shiyun looked up at Shen Mutian, his eyes filled with confusion and shock. Shen Mutian didn't wait for the man's explanation, instead providing one himself for Chu Shiyun's benefit. They should have been born with consciousness but couldn't leave the place where they landed. In order to leave, he forcibly inserted himself into his current body, just like the pair of twins back then. But because of his inexperience, he was unable to properly adapt to and control his power. Thus, instead of being able to tempt living beings as he usually would, he accidentally left a trace of blood when feeding on those living creatures' life force for the first time in Encounty, and signs of a struggle emerged due to their resistance. When we saw him later in G City, he was likely attempting to absorb the power of another meteorite or possibly forging an alliance with it, though I'm inclined toward the former. Without mastering his new human form, the meteorite couldn't move, which explains why no one noticed any abnormalities within the mountain. It was shielding itself. When he saw us at the countryside inn, he hadn't fully gained control over this body yet, so he didn't harm us immediately. As for the newly established K-City base, the people there are those who had absorbed his energy and became under his control, which is why there wasn't a single ordinary person in K-City's base, and it's the same here. Everything had already been devoured by him before we arrived. That night, he attempted to attack us but failed, right, meteorite? Shen Mutian directed his last sentence straight at the man. Chapter 120, Big Brother, you're so talented. Chu Shiyun listened to Shen Mutian's explanation and looked at the man in shock. Shen Mutian's speculation left Chu Shiyun with no doubts, which was why he was so astonished. The meteor they had always thought was an inanimate object actually has consciousness. The man was also shocked by Shen Mutian, but soon returned to his calm demeanor. He clapped his hands and praised, "You are very smart, to guess the truth based on such slight clues. However, the smart ones, always die young." As soon as the words were spoken, the man disappeared from the spot. The icy wind howled fiercely around them as the man ruthlessly attacked Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian countered the attack with a palm strike, only to be violently sent flying away. His tiger's mouth ruptured, blood dripping down his fingers, staining the muddy yellow earth. But the man suffered no major damage and continued to charge toward Shen Mutian. Chu Shuyun retreated with others while controlling the space around the man to split open, yet it did little good. Every time he trapped the man, he would reappear from another place. After 5 minutes of engagement, Chu Shuyun and Shen Mutian were thoroughly dominated by the other party. They expended considerable energy but had inflicted no significant harm to the opponent. Shiju, do you know what kind of superpower he possesses? With a troubled expression, Chu Shuyun glanced at the world consciousness. After fighting for so long, their strengths had already been fully revealed to the opponent, yet they still did not know his ability and kept being passively hit. The world consciousness shook its non-existent head with frustration, light flashing on the pro body, can't quite see clearly, seems like invisibility or earth-based powers. Upon hearing this, Shen Mutian focused on the man's feet, observing his actions. Shen Mutian discovered that every time the man disappeared, there would be a noticeable disturbance in the ground beneath his feet. His eyes flickering with insight, Shen Mutian shouted loudly to Chu Shuyun as the man appeared again, "Baby, seal off all the spaces around his body." Before Chu Shuyun could fully comprehend what was happening, his body began moving. With a wave of his hand, the man was locked inside a transparent golden sphere. The moment he was sealed, the man's face turned pale. He started attacking the sphere, but it proved futile. "Despicable, fight me properly. Let me out, you two lowly humans. Lowly humans, I will never let you go." Seeing the man contained, both Chu Shuyun and Shen Mutian relaxed slightly and ignored his shouting. Chu Shuyun anxiously looked at Shen Mutian, "Big brother, are you alright?" Shen Mutian bore the brunt of the man's attacks and was much more severely injured than Chu Shuyun. Shen Mutian shook his head, "Nothing serious, just put that meteorite away first." Chu Shuyun nodded, waving his hand and immediately stored the nearby meteorite away. During the battle, they couldn't afford to lose focus, so Chu Shuyun hadn't paid much attention to the meteorite. Now, with some spare time, Chu Shuyun naturally wanted to keep it well. At the moment the meteorite was stored into space, the man's complexion drastically changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood right where he stood, and his aura became faint, unclear. Confused, Chu Shuyun looked toward the world consciousness. What happened to him? The world consciousness watched the man's aura slowly decreasing, then said, "He has lost contact with his main body. Without the supply of strength, he can no longer control his body." Chu Shuyun asked further, "Will he just die like this?" "Unknown, probably." After taking one last look at the man, Chu Shuyun turned away and refocused his attention on Shen Mutian, "Big brother." Leaning on Chu Shuyun for support, Shen Mutian stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked coldly at the man. "Looks like without the force sustaining him, even the mightiest crumbles easily. No wonder he protected the meteorite with such care, not letting us get near it." Looking at the cracking body of the man, Shen Mutian pulled Chu Shuyun's head against his chest. It was too bloody, he didn't want his beloved to witness it. Chu Shuyun had just glimpsed something happen and couldn't resist asking out of curiosity, "Big brother, what happened to that guy?" Based on his own guess, Shen Mutian replied, "The body is too fragile, while the consciousness is overly powerful. That body simply cannot contain his awareness, hence the cracking." "Oh." Chu Shuyun nodded somewhat understandingly. It must have been similar to Zhu Chong before, the body was not adapted, yet forced to absorb power stronger than itself, resulting in an explosion. Thinking of this possibility, Chu Shuyun quickly moved Shen Mutian far away. In the process, Shen Mutian felt a bit confused, but when he saw the man explode, he immediately understood why. Seeing the pile of powder in the sphere, in case the man's consciousness still existed, Chu Shuyun directly tore open the space and threw him inside. After resolving the issue, Chu Shuyun quickly took Shen Mutian into the space. Upon entering, both collapsed helplessly into the spirit spring pool. Chu Shuyun looked completely exhausted, with a slack body and lackluster eyes. Alas! If I had known it would be so simple, I should have trapped him earlier. Chu Shuyun thought that since space manipulation didn't work on the man and his abilities were lower than the man's, he did not lock him up before. However, after trapping him, the man lost all his defiance. Sighing, Chu Shuyun lamented, "Regrettable." After resting for a while, Chu Shuyun murmured, "Big brother, I'm so tired." Ignoring the wounds healing quickly on his body, Shen Mutian glanced at Chu Shuyun who was sprawled out like a dead person. He cut through the water to get closer, asking, "Are you injured?" Although Shen Mutian had blocked most of the attacks for Chu Shuyun, some still managed to land on him. Nonetheless, as Chu Shuyun had spatial abilities, his own body unconsciously protected him from harm. Chu Shuyun moved his hand slightly, touched his leg, and shook his head, "No." After speaking, Chu Shuyun then turned to Shen Mutian, asking worriedly, "Big brother, how about you? Are your wounds better?" Shen Mutian nodded, knowing the healing power of the spirit spring pool wasn't exaggerated. In an instant, he felt half of his body restored. "Come here, let me press on your muscles." Seeing Chu Shuyun was still weak, Shen Mutian stepped forward and positioned himself behind Chu Shuyun. His hands began slowly pressing down on Chu Shuyun's body. Chu Shuyun moaned contentedly. As he enjoyed Shen Mutian's massage, Chu Shuyun suddenly remembered something. "Big brother, you said if those meteors are conscious, then why didn't the ones I saw previously seem so? And when I grabbed them, they didn't even seem to resist. Maybe they have consciousness, but this awareness might not necessarily be clear. Instead, their wisdom develops based on what they've attached themselves to." Like the tree you dealt with earlier, maybe it was just a meteorite-possessed existence. Also, the twins you faced, they were also possessed entities, one being a tree thus having no real wisdom, while the other, being zombies with limited intelligence. The man we fought just now was a human, so he knows how to utilize his powers effectively to grow stronger. What seemed to be a random guess actually fit perfectly. Looking at Shin Mutian in admiration, Chu Shiryun said, "Big brother, you're really talented. Teacher was right, you truly should become a politician." Shin Mutian chuckled lightly, saying, "It's merely my insights. There's nothing great about it." Chu Shiryun shook his head, disagreeing, "Big brother, you're too humble. Even without seeing it firsthand, you can figure everything out." "I'm just guessing. It may not necessarily be correct." "No, what you said is definitely right," Chu Shiryun asserted with a serious expression. Shin Mutian, gazing at Chu Shiryun who always thought everything Big Brother did was correct, showed tenderness on his face. He naturally applied a gentler touch to his actions. After the intense battle, Chu Shiryun and Shin Mutian rested in the space for 2 days. During this time, the world consciousness absorbed the remaining half-piece of the meteorite. When they reappeared, Chu Shiryun noticed its hue became more beautiful. The aura surrounding it also grew more mysterious. Without thinking, Chu Shiryun complimented, "Not bad, little pearl. You've become prettier." World consciousness. Judging by this luster, if sold at auction, there's no way it could be bought for less than a few hundred million. World consciousness. "Thank you, but he doesn't consider it an honor." Switching its gaze to Shin Mutian, the world consciousness asked, "When will you leave for the next destination?" Shin Mutian looked at Chu Shiryun, "Darling." Chu Shiryun grabbed a nearby peach and bit into it fiercely, as if biting the world consciousness, replying, "Now." Shin Mutian shook his head helplessly. So mature yet still childishly stubborn, but utterly adorable, and he liked it. "So, let's go then." Before leaving, Chu Shiryun caught dozens of mutated black chickens from Wujitown, placing them in the space to breed for food. Actually, Chu Shiryun found the meteorite's quirks quite odd. For instance, the giant tree back then occupied an entire mountain yet idly nurtured the mutated flora and fauna there, while the twins in G City obsessed over covering themselves with zombies. And the man this time preferred consuming everything entirely. Shin Mutian explained, "Perhaps just like people, each has a different personality." Sitting in the passenger seat, Chu Shiryun murmured, "I hope the next meteorite won't be like this one." Shin Mutian was puzzled. "Chu Shiryun, it's about possessing human bodies. Too hard to deal with, and their powers are all weird." Thinking of the man who had used earth elemental abilities to the extreme, Chu Shiryun felt reluctant. Shin Mutian consoled, "When we encounter tough ones, can't we just trap them with spatial abilities? Besides, once they lose their physical bodies, they won't amount to much." Chu Shiryun nodded, "That's true, but why could the mutated tree and the twins move before?" Chu Shiryun was full of confusion. Why did the man explode directly while they were still able to act? Shin Mutian stroked his chin and said, "Maybe because their constitutions were strong enough." Chu Shiryun's eyes rolled around for a bit. "In that case, it's not entirely bad. Those with intelligence have insufficient physical strength, those with sufficient strength lack intelligence." With this thought, Chu Shiryun felt that facing the next 6 meteorites wouldn't be too difficult. Seeing Chu Shiryun becoming relaxed, Shin Mutian slowly smiled. Chapter 121, Making Efforts for Their Future. Under a newly green-leaved big tree by the roadside, Chu Shiryun held a map in his hand, which had been marked with various colors filling up the entire map. "Senior brother, the next place is in High City." Shenmu Tian leaned over directly, wrapping his arm around Chu Shiryun's waist, looking at the place pointed out by Chu Shiryun's finger. "I remember there was a base here." Chu Shiryun nodded. "Yes, this is the base established at the beginning of the apocalypse. Originally, everyone thought this coastal base would be flooded soon or eaten by huge beasts from the sea. But until now, it has remained safe and developed pretty well." Shenmu Tian glanced at the location marked on the map, frowning deeply. "This is where the meteor fell." Chu Shiryun tilted his head and took a look, exclaiming in surprise, "It can't be asking us to go underwater, right?" Although their abilities were quite good, they lacked combat strength underwater. If the meteor really was under the water, wouldn't they be doomed? Shenmu Tian slowly looked at Chu Shiryun. Chu Shiryun felt somewhat guilty under his gaze, innocently saying, "Senior brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Shenmu Tian sighed softly, "Never mind, I hope the meteor isn't in the sea." He hoped his beloved one's words wouldn't come true this time. Unfortunately, fear drew what it dreaded most. After 2 days of travel, the two finally arrived at the seaside. Watching the world consciousness firmly stating that the meteor was in the sea, Shenmu Tian helplessly supported his forehead. Chu Shiryun was filled with frustration, then quickly clarified, "It must be because this meteor doesn't like land but loves seawater, so it rolled down, definitely not my fault." Looking at the pouting Chu Shiryun, Shenmu Tian marveled whether it was due to his beloved having exceptionally good luck since childhood, thus making every word he said exceptionally prophetic regarding minor things, especially negative ones. "Right, it's not your fault. Let's see what kind of meteor actually likes water," Shenmu Tian coaxed gently near Chu Shiryun's ear. Chu Shiyun nodded, touched his tingling ears, then cast a space spell over both of them before diving into the water. Senior brother, how come it feels like there aren't many people around here? He hadn't noticed until they dived. Shouldn't this be the large coastal base? Why were there so few people? Shenmue Tian mused, it might have something to do with the meteor. After investigation, the bases near the meteors usually didn't end well. Hopefully, this base was an exception, but most other bases had become ghost towns. It was already unexpected that High City could develop for so long. Chu Shiyun frowned and thought, could it have been devoured by it again? He realized that the meteor's appetite was particularly large, always eating things, albeit perhaps through different means. Unknown, let's check the situation first. Chu Shiyun nodded, After descending for a while, Chu Shiyun stopped, releasing his mental power to perceive the ocean floor conditions meticulously. With the aid of mental force, mutated fish swam in the sea, their massive bodies could swallow both individuals whole. Meanwhile, their appearances were hideously grotesque, and Chu Shiyun couldn't recognize their original species. Suddenly, Chu Shiyun's spirit detected a pitch-black sea area where no other creatures existed, as if some horrifying presence resided there. Chu Shiyun intended to move forward, but encountered resistance. Next moment, the dark sea surged, gradually revealing its true form, a giant octopus with a head width of hundreds of meters and legs whose lengths were unknowable. Upon meeting four eyes with its own, a giant octopus tentacle swung towards Chu Shiyun's spiritual body. Chu Shiyun quickly withdrew, teleported Shenmue Tian out from the sea, and appeared high above. Then, Shenmue Tian used wind-based powers to soar them skyward. Looking at Chu Shiyun's serious expression, Shenmue Tian asked, "Sweetheart, what did you see?" Chu Shiyun focused intently on the sea below, saying clearly, "A giant octopus, level 10 grade. Considering its enormous size, it might be hard to handle." Upon finishing his sentence, an overwhelming tidal wave rose immediately from the sea below, followed by a tentacle with a diameter of 10 meters breaking the water surface and striking straight toward the two hovering high above. Shenmue Tian immediately flew upward, only stopping when the tentacle could not reach them anymore. Witnessing this spectacle, Shenmue Tian also understood just how large the octopus mentioned by Chu Shiyun truly was. Just one of its legs was 10 meters thick, if hit, one would die or become crippled. Chu Shiyun directly took out the world consciousness that had been resting in his space and asked, "Is it him?" The world consciousness glanced at the octopus twice, then nodded heavily, "Yes, it carries the aura of the meteor." As the world consciousness finished speaking, Chu Shiyun and Shenmue Tian's expressions both turned ugly. Trouble ahead. Hearing Chu Shiyun's words, the world consciousness was confused. Why? Chu Shiyun looked surprised at the world consciousness, despair on his face. "Don't you know? Octopuses have strong regenerative abilities, and they have 9 brains and 3 hearts. How are we supposed to fight this thing?" By the end of his sentence, Chu Shiyun was already losing it. Shenmue Tian tidied up Chu Shiyun's messy hair. The world consciousness shook its head, "I don't know. I only know your species' reproductive capability is quite remarkable." Chu Shiyun. Not wanting to look at the blue-purple bead floating in the sky anymore, Chu Shiyun glanced down at the still turbulent sea, wanting to cry but unable to. "Senior brother, what do we do? How can we beat it?" Their strength was no match for the opponent anyway, and now even their brainpower wasn't enough, even hearts the opponent had more than them. Shenmue Tian pondered carefully, "Let's go back first." Seeing the immense form faintly visible under the sea, Chu Shiyun could only nod. Beach Villa. Chu Shiyun sulkily leaned by the window, looking towards the coast not far away, sighing occasionally. Shenmue Tian had just returned from investigating the situation at High City Base. The first thing he saw was Chu Shiyun like this. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Shenmue Tian stepped forward, gently patting Chu Shiyun's head. Chu Shiyun tilted his head, looking at Shenmue Tian's tender smile, burying into his abdomen. "Senior brother." Seeing Chu Shiyun unwilling to speak, Shenmue Tian guessed, still troubled about that big octopus. Chu Shiyun nodded unhappily. Looking at Chu Shiyun's dejected appearance, Shenmue Tian felt a bit heartbroken. His beloved one had everything he wanted from childhood. When had he ever encountered such a setback? Come on, there will always be a way to solve it. Listening to Shenmue Tian's consoling words, Chu Shiyun still didn't seem very interested. "It won't come out for a while, we don't need to rush solving it. We're only level 9 right now, each meteor awareness is above level 10. We can boost our power first." Chu Shiyun peeked out with a small head. "Can we? But we've just upgraded recently. Almost a month." Chu Shiyun counted on his fingers, there were indeed over 20 days. "But we don't have anything that can help us level up." Shenmue Tian fondly scraped Chu Shiyun's nose. "Little fool, didn't you forget that vast sea? Although there's a large octopus in the sea, there are other level 9 creatures as well. They all have instincts to seek benefits and avoid harm, so their living areas are not too close to the large octopus. As long as we get their crystal cores, we won't fail to deal with the big octopus." Chu Shiyun blinked, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at the man. "Senior brother, you mean, blow it up like last time?" Shenmue Tian nodded. "That's right, let's break through to level 10 first, and then use those crystal cores to solve the octopus." "Senior brother, you're so smart." Mua. Chu Shiyun lifted Shenmu Tian's face, giving him a big kiss. Shenmu Tian helplessly looked at him. Alright, let's eat first, and after eating, we'll go back out to sea. Okay. Quickly ran to the dining table, Chu Shiyun picked up his small bowl and started eating. While eating, he said, Senior brother, did you discover anything on your trip outside? Shenmu Tian served Chu Shiyun a mouthful of vegetables. No, High City base shows no signs of abnormality. There are quite a few people at the High City base, generally at level 4. The highest level ability within the base is a woman at level 7, who is said to be the daughter of the base leader, a water element user. Moreover, I noticed they're exactly like Hope base from before, they haven't realized there's any anomaly by the sea. Oh, then have they considered killing some fish in the sea? Yes, but they take a detour to hunt at other coasts. After hearing this, Chu Shiyun looked baffled at Shenmu Tian, so they've also been hypnotized. Shenmu Tian nodded, yeah. Afterward, Chu Shiyun lost his appetite somewhat, constantly thinking about what Shenmu Tian had said. Actually, the base near the meteorite is quite dangerous, because once the meteorite consciousness fully integrates into its new body, they will have no qualms. At that time, without their restraint, those mutated beasts that were empowered by its force will lose control. So much fresh flesh and blood would likely become their meals. Chu Shiyun finally understood why, in the previous 2 lives, the world's final outcome was always heading towards destruction. A powerless world consciousness, a meteorite higher than level 10, mutated flora and fauna cultivated to levels 8 or 9, and humans whose special abilities generally rank lower than the mutated lifeforms. In such circumstances, once the meteorite breaks through their barrier, it would turn into hell on Earth. With only mutated animals and plants left, what kind of future could this world possibly have? Chu Shiyun's gaze gradually became firm. In the past, he had agreed to help the world consciousness search for the meteorites in order to revive Shenmu Tian, but now, he wanted to fight for his own future, for his senior brother, and for everyone's future. Chu Shiyun tightly grasped Shenmu Tian's hand. Senior brother, we must defeat them. Shenmu Tian looked at Chu Shiyun with confusion, yet still gave him the most determined reply, we will defeat them. Chapter 122, The Darling is a little unhappy. After thinking it through, Chu Shiyun no longer appeared lazy or indifferent about these matters, and his whole person exuded energy. Under the deep sea, Chu Shiyun and Shenmu Tian were enclosed in a space membrane. Around them floated bizarre fish after bizarre fish. At a glance, these mutated fish all ranked at level 5 or above. Chu Shiyun poked Shenmu Tian beside him, eyes full of greed. Big brother, do you think these fish are still edible? The burst of energy disappeared in an instant as Chu Shiyun returned to his food-loving nature. Upon hearing this, Shenmu Tian looked at him with surprise. Darling, you want to eat these fish? Yup. Big brother, don't they look beautiful? Shenmu Tian nodded but said, although they are pretty, I don't think they can be eaten. Aren't there already plenty of fish in the space? Chu Shiyun caught a greenlit fish swimming by, shaking it slightly. True. But we haven't eaten these mutated ones yet. They look so beautiful. Shenmu Tian helplessly shook his head, released the fish on the verge of death from lack of water back into the sea, and pulled Chu Shiyun away. Alright, let's research eating them later. Haven't you heard that the prettier something is, the more dangerous it might be? Now we need to first find where the high-level mutant beasts are. Let's get them quickly so we can return early. Chu Shiyun thought about it and nodded. Alright. A large bubble rapidly moved, carrying the 2 people further into the depths of the ocean. After swimming for half an hour, the 2 finally stopped. In front of them, in the seabed, lay a crab basking in rest with a dark green shell dotted with a tranquil blue glow. Its surroundings had no other creatures, only remnants of fishes that had been partially eaten. Chu Shiyun scrutinized this giant 3-zhang-wide crab carefully. Big brother, this mutated beast has reached the middle 9th tier. Pretty strong, huh? Shenmu Tian nodded in agreement but seemed somewhat regretful. Not bad, though it's really hard finding mutants underwater with similar elemental abilities like ours. All we can do is use their crystal cores to counteract that octopus. Chu Shiyun replied, there's nothing we can do about that. Though, finding a mutated beast over the 9th tier would already be quite good. Yeah. Darling, why don't you supervise from the side while I give this 9th tier crab a try? Okay. Having said that, Chu Shiyun cast another layer of a spatial barrier around Shenmu Tian, releasing him out of his own range. Shenmu Tian had capabilities akin to the crab, thus Chu Shiyun wasn't worried about Shenmu Tian losing the fight against the enemy. Although strength in water would affect Shenmu Tian to some extent, it was negligible under Shenmu Tian's elemental power. What Chu Shiyun needed to do now was to protect Shenmu Tian well from behind. Shenmu Tian experimentally unleashed his elemental power and found the space membrane did not obstruct his elemental force expansion. Satisfied, Shenmu Tian immediately threw a lightning ball towards the 9th tier crab, waking up the crab that had been resting peacefully. Due to water's conductivity, the initially experimental lightning ball of Shenmu Tian gained quite a bit of potency. As a result, the crab's highly defensive shell offered no protection, the lightning power entered its body through the water. Seeing the directly thrown off 9th tier crab, Chu Shiyun blinked her eyes in disbelief that such a crab could be so weak. Chu Shiyun couldn't resist trying to slash the crab's shell with a wave of spatial blades. However, the effect wasn't significant. Chu Shiyun guessed it might be because of the marine environment. One hit worked effectively, so Shinmutian didn't hold back. He pursued victory, casting a massive lightning web towards the crab. The dark deep sea was illuminated by purple lightning. The ninth-tier crab kept dodging and controlled the flow of water to block Shinmutian's lightning web. However, the effect was minimal, and instead, even the water currents hit the crab. After several moves, Shinmutian's powers inflicted quite a bit of damage on the crab. However, the crab's attacks failed to harm Shinmutian at all. The crab stared angrily at Shinmutian, constantly blowing bubbles from its mouth. Surrounding water began moving, getting agitated. Yet, it wasn't directed toward Shinmutian, but took a turn and rushed toward Chu Shiyun. Chu Shiyun raised an eyebrow, looking at the surging seawater. With a wave of his hand, the swirling water separated and passed smoothly by his sides, though Chu Shiyun himself was thrust 100 meters away without suffering any real harm. Shinmutian frowned, temporarily abandoning attacking the crab, using his wind-based element on his feet, and swam toward Chu Shiyun. Being embraced by Shinmutian, Chu Shiyun swayed his dizzy head, "Big brother." Looking at Chu Shiyun who seemed dazed, Shinmutian asked, "How do you feel?" Chu Shiyun shook his head, "It's nothing, just a little dizzy." Shinmutian looked back at the crab but found that its huge figure had already disappeared from the original spot. Escaped. This was the first time Shinmutian had seen a mutated beast escape, so his expression seemed somewhat peculiar. Chu Shiyun hurriedly looked up and said anxiously, "Oh no, big brother, we should chase it quickly. Otherwise, where will we find another one like this?" Shinmutian, "Okay." Chu Shiyun activated his spatial ability and carried both of them in pursuit along the blood trail in the water. Even though it was a grade 9 mutated beast, the crab's mobility wasn't particularly fast. It didn't take long for the two to catch up with it. Looking at Chu Shiyun and Shinmutian, the crab's eyes showed a hint of fear, as if having dominated this area of the sea for so long, it never expected to meet an opponent like this. "Big brother, let's settle this quickly." Seeing the shadow of the crab, Chu Shiyun indifferently advised. "All right." Shinmutian softly replied. His eyes focused as he looked towards the direction where the crab was located. The crab, seemingly realizing there was no escape, stopped running away too, instead stirring up seawater to obstruct their movements. In Shinmutian's hand, a thin streak of lightning formed into a chain. Although small, it utilized all 10 parts of Shinmutian's strength. He swung the chain towards the crab, and it stably fell onto the creature. Even when trying to crush the chains with its large claws, the crab failed. The energy from the chain spread throughout the crab's entire body. Bubbles in the water grew more numerous, until finally, when the crab lost its ability to resist, Shinmutian's chain directly pierced through its brain, extracting the crystal core. Looking at the remaining 3 Shanghai crab body lying on the ground, Chu Shiyun happily approached and stored it into his space. "Let's go." Seeing Chu Shiyun finishing up, Shinmutian casually spoke. Chu Shiyun nodded and took Shinmutian out of the deep sea. The calm surface of the water broke apart as a large bubble wrapped around the two people and burst when they landed on the shore. They were then revealed in the air. Having returned to the land, the two relaxed a bit. Although their power wasn't weak, they still weren't very adapted to being underwater. Chu Shiyun looked at Shinmutian and asked, "Big brother, how do you feel? Any uncomfortable places?" Shinmutian shook his head, "Nothing wrong." Although using a lot of power to eliminate the grade 9 crab earlier, it hadn't reached the point of exhaustion yet. Shinmutian looked down at Chu Shiyun, "Are you hungry? Let's roast the crab." Chu Shiyun's eyes lit up, nodding continuously, "Good idea." After speaking, he immediately took out the crab and tools from the space storage. On the edge of the beach, Chu Shiyun set up an umbrella while Shinmutian began dealing with the massive body of the grade 9 crab. Once the umbrella was set up, Chu Shiyun started preparing ingredients. Although he didn't cook often, by observing Shinmutian's actions so many times before, he managed to learn. Half an hour later, Chu Shiyun sat beside the barbecue grill, watching Shinmutian turn over pieces of crab meat. His mouth watered as he said, "It smells so good. I'm starving." Shinmutian looked at him affectionately, "Why not get some fruits out to eat? The crab meat still needs to be roasted for a bit longer." Chu Shiyun nodded, directly taking out processed fruits from his space storage, fruit juice, soda water, and some chilled salad. While eating, Chu Shiyun kept an eye on Shinmutian's movements, asking, "Big brother, did you find it hard to deal with that big crab earlier?" Shinmutian thought about it and shook his head, "Not bad, much easier than that man in K-City." Chu Shiyun naturally nodded, "Of course, that one is the embodiment of the meteorite, whereas this crab is merely a fish that absorbed the meteorite's power. But anyway, your ability does have an advantage, it might also work against that big octopus." Chu Shiyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, Shinmutian disagreed, "I could utilize my ability advantage only because my ability matches this crab's, but that octopus is a real grade 10 ability beast, which won't be easy to handle." Ah. Although it was true, Chu Shiyun wasn't exactly happy hearing this. Watching Shinmutian's serious and dedicated actions, Chu Shiyun took out the world consciousness and tapped lightly, "Little Pearl, if you've restored your strength, could you deal with those remaining meteorites?" As for Chu Shiyun's calling name, the world consciousness simply gave up on correcting it, as Chu Shiyun wouldn't change regardless of what it said. World consciousness, they are now a part of this world, and I cannot directly act against them. However, when you fight them, I can suppress them. Upon hearing this, Chu Xianit, why didn't you help us when we fought that man back then? Big brother Shen was severely injured then. Recalling the blood all over Shen Mutian's body at that time, Chu Shiyun looked at the world consciousness with unfriendly eyes. World consciousness. I didn't have enough power back then to suppress it. Chu Shiyun crossed his arms, glanced up and down at it, and snorted coldly, humph. Shen Mutian helplessly chuckled lightly and reached out to rub his head. Shen Mutian looked at the world consciousness seriously and asked, then, when we deal with this octopus, can you take action? Although they could not yet directly confront the giant octopus now, if they had the assistance of the world consciousness and he and his beloved gathered enough grade 9 crystal cores, then they would stand a fighting chance against a grade 10 octopus. The world consciousness nodded, yes, but I cannot guarantee how strong my suppression will be. The key is still for you two to deal with it. After hearing this, Shen Mutian was not surprised because if the world consciousness could directly restrain the meteorites completely immobile, then any mutated beast could defeat them. Chu Shiyun picked up a watermelon nearby and dug in fiercely. He mumbled while speaking, you'd better make sure you can keep it suppressed, otherwise, Brother Shen and I can't promise that we'll be able to handle it. Originally an extremely serious statement, Shen Mutian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Chu Shiyun's soft and cute accent. Chapter 135, The Unchanging Them. If the world consciousness had a face, Chu Shiyun would have seen it with a headache. Looking at the sticky couple, the world consciousness entered the space with the thought of, out of sight, out of mind. Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun and helplessly said, you know it's not on purpose, but you still bully it. Chu Shiyun was indifferent, we need to keep reminding it. Otherwise, every time we have to remind it ourselves, what kind of situation is that? In so many matters, with its help, everything could be handled much more easily. Shen Mutian shook his head, saying nothing. Big brother, let me take a look at the crab's crystal core. After speaking, Chu Shiyun directly extended his hand to Shen Mutian for the crystal core. Shen Mutian also took it out directly and gave it to him. Chu Shiyun held the item in hand, closed his eyes, and sensed the strength within. He only felt an overwhelming power. Chu Shiyun opened his eyes and said happily, Big brother, this crystal core's power is really abundant. Although it doesn't match the mutated tree from before, it has far more power than other mutated beasts. Shen Mutian remarked, the sea is much larger than the land, such level of mutated beasts must not be few, if we work hard, we should be able to find enough grade 9 mutated beasts. Aha! Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement. Although the mutated beasts in the sea are dangerous, they were precious opportunities for the two of them. The two spent another month by the seashore. Every day during these days, the two went underwater where they encountered 1 or 2 grade 9 mutated beasts every single day, along with countless lower grade mutated beasts below grade 8. In short, because of their efforts during this month, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian felt more confident in facing off against the 10-level giant octopus. Holding hands, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian hovered in the high sky, looking at the waters where they originally met the octopus. Big brother, I'll lure it out, you get ready. Okay. With the reply, Chu Shiyun jumped into the sea immediately, while Shen Mutian anxiously watched the surface of the sea, gripping an ability gun in his hand, which was equipped with an 8th grade crystal core at its energy conversion point. After over half a month of experiments, the two already determined the power of the ability gun. The purer the crystal core, the more powerful the energy bullets fired by the gun. The ability gun didn't lose any power because it was used underwater. As long as it was loaded with a crystal core, it remained as effective as ever. Chu Shiyun slowly swam downwards, and the dark area in front of him expanded increasingly. After sensing the boundary of the territory of the 10th level octopus, Chu Shiyun stopped his movement. With the enormous spirit force, he could see each tentacle of the octopus spiraling in the ocean water. The suckers stretched and contracted, with the carcasses of dead fish still attached. Chu Shiyun slowly spread both hands, creating a circle in the center, making the seawater spin uncontrollably, gradually forming a whirlpool. Chu Shiyun raised his hand and hurled the whirlpool outward, causing the deep-sea currents to rush towards it, then vanish into the vortex. After throwing out the space vortex, Chu Shiyun didn't linger, using instantaneous teleportation to leave the deep sea and quickly reappear next to Shen Mutian. Looking at the person who appeared again, Shen Mutian hugged the waist to stabilize him, asking, how did it go? Leaning against Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun seriously replied, it hit. Within Chu Shiyun's spiritual force perception, he saw the space vortex expanding continuously until it even sucked in a small part of the octopus tentacle. The sensation of its tentacle being torn apart by spatial forces caused intense pain, prompting the octopus to start struggling fiercely, trying its best to pull its damaged tentacle out but with little effect. Finally, the tentacle was severed by the space-cutting force, the vortex disappeared, and the clear seawater became tainted with blue blood. It was unclear whether the seawater was bluer or the blood was bluer. Tremendous waves rose on the sea surface, narrating the anger and suffering of the octopus. Seeing that increasingly clear silhouette, Chu Shiyun unconsciously gripped onto Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian tightened his embrace and gazed at the giant body of the octopus. Though there wasn't any visible expression on his face, he was extremely shocked inside. When earlier hearing about it from Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian hadn't really felt it, but now upon seeing it with his own eyes, Shen Mutian realized how horrifyingly large the octopus actually was. Baby, get prepared. Shen Mutian said solemnly as the octopus gradually revealed its massive head. Chu Shiyun nodded emphatically, all right. As the octopus revealed 1/3 of its body, after the two carefully observed, they couldn't help but draw a cold breath inwardly. It was not for anything else, only because the exposed portion of the octopus body clearly showed that it was a highly venomous blue-ringed octopus. Oh no. Shen Mutian muttered silently. Dealing with the level 10 octopus was already difficult, and now they had to be extra cautious not to get contaminated by the blue-ringed octopus's venom. Chu Shiyun immediately enveloped both of them in 3 layers of spatial membrane. Big brother, be careful. I'm not sure if its venom can corrode the space. Shen Mutian nodded, all right. Chu Shiyun directly unleashed the world consciousness, which as soon as it appeared, stably landed on top of the blue-ringed octopus's head. Chu Shiyun could feel that from the moment the world consciousness landed on the blue-ringed octopus's head, the latter's strength was suppressed to the initial stage of level 10. Chu Shiyun was greatly pleased, waving his hands to summon 2 spatial blades that attacked the blue-ringed octopus. Under the suppression of the world consciousness, the blue-ringed octopus's defensive ability dropped significantly. The exterior that originally could withstand a spatial attack became entirely defenseless, allowing Chu Shiyun to effortlessly cut through the outer skin. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Mutian fired at the wound of the blue-ringed octopus. Struck consecutively, the blue-ringed octopus became enraged and immediately sprayed a large mouthful of venom towards the two. Seeing the overwhelming amount of venom that could cover both of them, Chu Shiyun was shocked and quickly pulled Shen Mutian out of the range where the venom would fall. The venom that fell dispersed directly in the sea, causing Chu Shiyun to frown as he threw an 8th grade sea snake into the space. The sea snake turned into blood water the moment it touched the seawater. Watching this scene, Chu Shiyun shivered uncontrollably. Shen Mutian furrowed his brows, it seems its poison has also undergone mutation. With a serious look, Shen Mutian watched the frenzied octopus and let his hands erupt with thunderbolts. Sweetheart, tear open its body. Without asking what Shen Mutian was going to do, Chu Shiyun acted directly, lifting his hand to unleash a powerful move. Despite the octopus having tough skin, under the suppression of the world consciousness and Chu Shiyun's full power, it still sustained quite severe injuries. Just as Chu Shiyun retracted his ability, Shen Mutian's lightning bolt struck down. A vast area of the ocean turned into a region crisscrossed by lightning. The strong electricity penetrated the octopus's body, constantly moving, searching for its brain and heart. Sensing the threat, the blue-ringed octopus swung its 8 legs, lashing straight towards Shen Mutian. With too close distance to dodge, Shen Mutian was hit directly, flying backwards. Seeing Shen Mutian being thrown back, Chu Shiyun became anxious, giving the octopus a chance to also lash him away. Both of them who were lashed away landed on the surface of the sea, spitting out a mouthful of blood simultaneously. Fortunately, Chu Shiyun's spatial membrane was protecting them, so the blue-ringed octopus's venom couldn't harm them at all. The sea water surged, and Shen Mutian struggled to maintain his form, using wind-based abilities to rise above the sea. Just before the octopus's next attack struck, Shen Mutian grabbed Chu Shiyun and flew out of the octopus's attack range. Cough cough. Chu Shiyun wiped the blood off his lips, looking anxiously at Shen Mutian's blood-soaked clothes. Big brother, cough cough, are you alright? Shen Mutian shook his head, I'm fine. Where are you injured? Chu Shiyun also shook his head, nothing, a few days rest will do. After speaking, Chu Shiyun looked again at the frenzied octopus in the sea. Big brother, how about the search? Found everything, now we just need to insert the crystal core into its body and detonate it. Chu Shiyun nodded, taking out 11 ninth grade crystal cores and glanced at Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian suddenly lifted his hand and slashed another 11 wounds onto the octopus's body. The instant the wounds appeared, Chu Shiyun used his spatial abilities to send the floating ninth grade crystal cores directly inside. Very soon, the wounds on the octopus's body healed without a trace. If any slower, Chu Shiyun might find it hard to send the crystal cores inside. After the crystal cores were inserted into the octopus's body, Shen Mutian directly channeled the pre-existing lightning energy within the octopus's body. A massive force flowed through the octopus's body, drawing the crystal cores closer to its 8 hearts and 3 brains. Let's go. Determined, Shen Mutian said sharply. Upon finishing his sentence, Chu Shiyun instantly teleported away with Shen Mutian. Right at the moment they left, a huge explosion rose on the spot. The sea water was forced to surge around due to the explosive force of the crystal core, forming tall waves. The octopus's body was completely pulverized by the explosive force of the 9th grade crystal cores. Though the octopus had a tough exterior and incredible self-healing capabilities, it couldn't survive with its hearts destroyed. From a distance, the two quietly watched. After half an hour, they returned to the scene. Staring at the remains in the water and the blue-stained sea, Chu Shiyun carefully investigated with his mental power. Only after confirming that the gigantic blue-ringed octopus was truly dead did he let out a sigh of relief. For this battle, they had prepared for a whole month, and now that they had won, both of them could finally rest. Big brother, it's dead. Chu Shiyun lazily leaned against Shen Mutian. He was a bit tired from using teleportation multiple times. Shen Mutian held him and slowly flew forward to inspect. The explosion of the 9th-grade crystal core was enormous, and not much of the blue-ringed octopus's corpse remained. However, the dispersion of its venom was still quite troublesome. Do you have any way to stop them from spreading? Looking at the world consciousness returning after retrieving the meteorite, Shen Mutian indifferently asked. The world consciousness shook its head. No, we can only purify it gradually. Its power was slowly recovering, and purifying these toxins wouldn't be difficult. Shen Mutian nodded and searched some more, eventually finding the blue-ringed octopus's crystal core. The crystal core of the blue-ringed octopus was very peculiar. Perhaps because most of the meteorite's consciousness had already been converted, the crystal core had undergone some mutation. The deep blue crystal core had concentric blue circles at its center. Chu Shiyun stretched his neck curiously. So many crystal cores exploded, but none of them detonated this one. It has pretty strong defensive abilities. It might be due to the almost successful transformation of the meteorite's consciousness which caused some mutations. Alright, let's go. After speaking, Shen Mutian lifted him up horizontally and slowly flew toward their seaside villa. Hearing Shen Mutian's explanation, Chu Shiyun nodded and didn't think about it anymore. The soft sunlight fell upon their bodies, and what remained unchanged was the two figures always together. Chapter 124, Teacher brother, how is my acting? Ah. Bang. Shen Mutian calmly withdrew his hand, handing over the crystal core to Chu Shiyun behind him, and quietly observed the 7th-level zombie he had just killed. In the distance, two boys anxiously watched the girl who had just screamed in terror. They quickly ran over and softly consoled her, offering careful reassurance. Watching this scene, Chu Shiyun rolled her eyes. Weak abilities, yet she insists on going out and risking death. If she must pick a fight with someone stronger than herself, getting eaten by zombies would be her deserved fate. It had been 6 days since that day in High City when they dealt with the 10th-level octopus. On their way to the capital base, there were no more meteorites, so Chu Shiyun used teleportation and Shen Mutian used wind-based powers to alternate traveling. Now, the two had arrived near a small city close to the capital base. Not long after arriving, the duo discovered a squad combating a 7th-level zombie. The only girl in the group was lagging behind due to her weakness and was caught off guard by the speed-enhanced zombie. Since they wanted to know specific information about the capital base, Shen Mutian intervened to save the woman who was nearly eaten by the zombie. One of the consoling boys approached Shen Mutian, expressing his gratitude. Brother, thank you. Shen Mutian coolly responded, don't mention it. We're all humans, we should help each other in dangerous situations. The man nodded in agreement, replying, you're right. What's right? Brother, look. He dirted my dress. He could have saved me another way instead of messing up my dress. The girl, who had just been rescued, suddenly realized this and immediately went forward to accuse Shen Mutian. The man looked disapprovingly at his unreasonable sister and scolded her, shut up. Is your life or your dress more important? In such an emergency situation, who would have thought so much? The girl stared at the blood stains on her dress, stomped her foot angrily, and ran back into the car. One of the boys who had previously comforted her followed her inside. Chu Shiyun buried her face in Shen Mutian's back, hidden by strands of hair, examining the girl carefully. She thought this behavior was truly ridiculous. Wearing a skirt that hindered movement while out on expeditions was foolish. If the girl had strength, she could act however she pleased, but being both weak and capricious was akin to courting death. The man apologized to Shen Mutian regarding his younger sister's tantrum. Sorry. My little sister is spoiled, brother, don't mind her. Shen Mutian shook his head dismissively. No problem, I understand. If it were my beloved, I wouldn't want them to endure hardship either. As he said this, he glanced lovingly back at Chu Shiyun. After Shen Mutian's words, the man blinked and looked at Chu Shiyun standing behind Shen Mutian. To him, Chu Shiyun seemed like an ordinary person. He wondered why a highly skilled person like Shen Mutian would favor her, but considering her looks, it didn't seem entirely surprising. He laughed awkwardly and continued, do you guys know where you're headed? Shen Mutian sighed slightly and answered, we aren't sure where to go either. Most cities are now almost fully occupied by zombies, so we can only take it one step at a time. After some contemplation, the man enthusiastically invited them, since brother doesn't have anywhere else to go, why not come to the capital base? Although I'm not sure about other places, the capital base is absolutely secure. Our commander's eldest son and his lover are both peak 9th level ability users. With them around, the safety of our base is undoubtedly ensured. Upon hearing this, Shen Mutian's eyes narrowed momentarily, but he quickly masked it so subtly that the man didn't detect anything unusual. Smiling, he replied, that's fine. My lover and I have nowhere to go anyway. Based on what you've said, let's visit the capital base. Hearing Shen Mutian's reply, the man happily agreed, introducing his group. If so, before heading back to the base, let's travel together. I'm Lu Guan. The girl you saved earlier is my younger sister, Lu Sulan. The others are members of my team. Although phrased as a question, Lu Guan gave Shen Mutian no opportunity to decline, continuing his talk without pause. Shen Mutian didn't mind and introduced himself and Chu Shiyun after the other finished speaking. I'm Tian Mu. This is my lover, Bai Shi. Lu Guan nodded and acknowledged, ah, so your brother Tian and brother Bai. Seeing the amicable conversation between the two, one of Lu Guan's subordinates stepped forward, saying, "Boss, there are many zombies here. Let's leave this place first." Lu Guan looked at Shen Mutian, who nodded in agreement. Then, Shen Mutian followed everyone else, letting them board the truck first. Only afterward did he jump onto the vehicle holding Chu Shiyun in his arms. Perhaps due to the lack of space ability users, the vehicle carried many supplies. Fortunately, the squad didn't consist of too many people, just 6. 2 sat in the front driver and passenger seats, while the remaining 4, including Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun, sat at the back. Once on board, Chu Shiyun complained unhappily, "Brother, it's so dirty. I don't want to sit." Shen Mutian glanced at the old, mud-streaked seats in the truck bed, feeling instantly sorry for his lover. He then held Chu Shiyun close and comforted him, saying softly, "All right my dear, brother will hold you." With that, he sat down first, then gently pulled Chu Shiyun onto his lap. Lu Guan observed this and couldn't help but think how much Tianmu really spoiled by Shi. Though the seat was a bit dirty, compared to most things in this post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't bad. Lu Sulan watched Chu Shiyun acting like a delicate flower and felt jealousy rising within her. She snapped, "If it's too dirty, don't sit then, just walk yourself. No one forced you to get on." Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun immediately raised his head, catching the emotions in Lu Sulan's eyes, before smirking slightly. However, when he turned back to look at Shen Mutian, his eyes were red-rimmed with unshed tears. "No, no. Baby just," his voice faltered, unable to finish. The others in the group hadn't paid much attention to these two men until they saw how distressed Chu Shiyun became by Lu Sulan's words. Sympathy rose among them, and Lu Guan scolded his sister harshly, "Sulan. What nonsense are you spouting? They were invited by me. Are you challenging my decision? And besides, Tian brother saved you. This is how you treat your savior. Apologize now." The other 2 members also shot Lu Sulan disapproving looks. Originally, they weren't happy about the spoiled young lady insisting on joining them on their mission, and now seeing her criticizing someone else so harshly despite the less-than-ideal environment she herself had complained about, made her behavior all the more unacceptable. Lu Sulan glared furiously at her elder brother, shouting back, "I haven't said anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Moreover, the one who saved me was Tianmu, not him. What right does he have to call himself my savior?" Shen Mutian showed little reaction to this exchange. He patted Chu Shiyun's bottom lightly, signaling him to tone it down, though perhaps a bit too forcefully. He then looked at Lu Guan apologetically and said, "Sorry, I may have been spoiling by Shi too much. Although I considered letting him experience the difficulties of the apocalypse, I ultimately couldn't bring myself to do so." Despite these words, there was no genuine regret in his tone. Instead, his implication suggested a quiet challenge, "It's my ability that allowed me to spoil my loved one this way, so if you can't manage better, stop criticizing him." Lu Guan frowned slightly. While he did agree that Lu Sulan spoke without restraint, he also thought Tianmu overindulged by Shi too much. Nevertheless, outward appearances mattered. "This isn't Tian brother's fault. I've been too lenient with Sulan. I owe you an apology," he replied diplomatically. Shen Mutian briefly exchanged pleasantries with Lu Guan before moving on to other topics. Chu Shiyun wrinkled his nose at the strange smell inside the truck. He slumped listlessly into Shen Mutian's arms, ignoring Lu Sulan's red-faced anger as he closed his eyes. Lu Guan was a 7th-level fire-type ability user, Lu Sulan was a 4th-level user, the driver was 6th level, and the rest were 5th-level users. Though seemingly unremarkable, in a regular base, they would be considered important forces. Considering Lu Guan's strength, he certainly counted as a core member of any normal base. Interestingly, Chu Shiyun noticed that these 2 siblings somewhat resembled Bai Changchen. But after Chu Shiyun boarded the vehicle, more questions came up in his mind. Usually, powerful individuals drew followers easily. Given Lu Guan's strength, having a space ability user in his team wouldn't seem out of place, yet what Chu Shiyun saw thus far defied logic. Chu Shiyun tilted his head slightly and exchanged a glance with Shen Mutian. Understanding his companion's silent query, Shen Mutian turned to Lu Guan and asked directly, "In my opinion, Captain Lu must be at least a 7th-level user, right? Surely you're one of the top in your base?" To everyone's surprise, Lu Guan shook his head and laughed bitterly, saying, "Not really. My level is pretty ordinary even in our base." Hearing this, both Shen Mutian and Chu Shiyun exchanged startled glances. Chu Shiyun questioned, "How so?" "Along the journey, I've passed through many bases where 7th-level users are the strongest." "Ha! Where are you from, Hick Town? Think 7th level is something great. Anyone randomly picked from our base would be 8th level, far surpassing those other bases." Lu Sulan snorted mockingly, her face full of disdain as she looked at Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian. Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyun feigned astonishment and stared at her with apparent admiration, saying, "Oh. Then you must be quite amazing as well, right?" As soon as the words left Chu Shiyun's lips, the atmosphere froze momentarily. Shen Mutian watched Chu Shiyun's innocent and naive expression and struggled to suppress laughter, which quickly turned painful as his stomach began to ache. Bai Shi obviously knew Lu Sulan was only a 4th level novice who would easily get eaten by zombies if she went out alone, yet here she was brazenly rubbing salt into others' wounds. Lu Sulan's face turned red with embarrassment at Chu Shiyun's comment, and she retorted fiercely, "What do you know? I just joined the base too late. If only I had." "Shut up." Before Lu Sulan could finish her sentence, Lu Guan interrupted, his expression dark as he glared angrily at his sister. Lu Sulan also realized she'd said something she shouldn't have but, too spoiled to admit fault in front of others, stubbornly refused to apologize. Chu Shiyun's eyes flickered with thought, sensing that Lu Sulan's unfinished statement was crucial. He decided it would be best to probe further sometime later. Chu Shiyun pressed his lips together and apologized sincerely to Lu Guan, "Captain Lu, please don't mind me. It's my fault for asking such a question in the first place." Looking at Chu Shiyun's seemingly innocent demeanor, Lu Guan felt even more disdain for his sister's behavior. His glare at Lu Sulan became more pronounced. "My brother, don't worry about it. It's my failure as an older brother to teach my younger sister properly. Once we reach the base, I will make up for this by showing you some hospitality." Seeing Lu Sulan attempting to interject again, Lu Guan quickly added, "If you say one more inappropriate word, I'll throw you out in the front. Next time, don't follow me outside either." With no choice, Lu Sulan shut her mouth but still shot Chu Shiyun a furious glare. Chu Shiyun looked back at her innocently. At the same time, he secretly communicated via telepathy with Shen Mutian, big brother, did baby act well enough?" Chapter 125, Fool, how could I blame you? Shen Mutian looked at Chu Shiyun with a smile in his eyes and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Before encountering Lu Guan and his group, they had already planned out their strategy to act as a couple wandering outside the base. Shen Mutian was highly skilled but indulgent toward his lover, while Chu Shiyun appeared to be someone well protected by Shen Mutian during the apocalypse, like a clean slate. On the surface, it seemed that Shen Mutian was responsible for gathering intelligence, but in reality, it was Chu Shiyun who was doing so. Pretending to be innocent and naive to lower others' guard, combined with using telepathic abilities to hypnotize and obtain the answers he wanted. In just a short walk, though seemingly saying nothing, Chu Shiyun had already gathered a lot of information. For example, the brother and sister of the Lu family were the nephew and niece of the base commander, Bai Changshan was their cousin. Moreover, Tang Anyan had once again conducted experiments using live humans to study superpowers and succeeded. A clear testament to this was the level 8 superpower user in the capital base now. Although Lu Sulian was as stupid as a pig, there was no denying that the base commander truly pampered her. Chu Shiyun managed to extract quite a bit of information from her, but unfortunately, Lu Guan was too cautious, otherwise, Chu Shiyun might have discovered even more. After Tang Anyan and Bai Changshan returned to the capital base, they indeed issued a report about them within the base, instructing that if anyone spotted them, they should immediately report it. Chu Shiyun secretly thought, fortunately, brother teacher was smart enough to prepare ahead of time, or our whereabouts would likely have been reported back to the base by now. Because of concerns about this possibility, Shen Mutian had initially instructed Chu Shiyun to alter their appearances using mental power so that what outsiders saw deviated somewhat from their true looks. Now, these precautions turned out to be useful. As the road back to the base from the small city had been cleared, the group's progress wasn't slow. With Lu Guan and his relationship with relatives of the base commander, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian quickly passed inspection and entered the base. When Chu Shiyun saw the situation in the capital base, he realized that although some of Lu Sulian's words were exaggerated, they weren't entirely unfounded. Visibly, most of the base leadership consisted of level 7 and 8 superpower users. With such force behind him, Tang Anyan would surely find it easy to dominate the capital base. Chu Shiyun tightened his grip on Shen Mutian's hand, grateful that they hadn't rashly sought revenge against Tang Anyan, or else they would surely have fallen prey to misfortune. Shen Mutian casually pulled Chu Shiyun closer into his embrace while secretly observing this bustling metropolis before the apocalypse. There were no ordinary people visible in the capital base, everywhere one looked was filled with superpower users, and there were plenty of them. On the surface, everything appeared harmonious and flourishing. But Shen Mutian didn't believe that this city was truly as peaceful as it seemed. It seemed that an investigation tonight was necessary. Lu Guan arranged accommodations for Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian in a residential area for superpower users and paid for a month's worth of lodging as gratitude. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Guan left. Looking at the receding figures, Chu Shiyun stood by the apartment window, quietly watching the vehicles drive away. Shen Mutian asked beside him, "What's your take?" Chu Shiyun furrowed his brows in deep thought, something strange, perhaps it has something to do with that experiment. On the streets today, they hadn't seen a single ordinary person, and Lu Guan had warned them not to leave their home carelessly. What did that mean? Shen Mutian patted his head, "Why don't we ask someone?" Chu Shiyun considered it for a moment, then nodded, "Good idea." Pausing briefly, Chu Shiyun continued, "Let you go, brother. You're a superpower user and have certain advantages. Okay. Finding someone wasn't hard, there were people living on both sides of where they stayed. Saying do meant doing it. Shen Mutian knocked on one of the neighboring doors. Seeing that the person who came out was a 6th level superpower user, Shen directly bribed him with a 6th level crystal core. Chu Shiyun waited inside for quite some time until Shen Mutian returned. However, Shen Mutian's expression upon return was rather grim, as if something serious weighed heavily on his mind. Chu Shiyun hesitated, looking at him. Brother, what's wrong? Shen Mutian took a deep breath, shaking his head. Nothing. Chu Shiyun nodded but wasn't sure whether he believed it or not. Did you get any information? Yeah. How is it? Shen Mutian pulled Chu Shiyun to sit down and explained gravely, the matter is much more complicated than we imagined. There aren't no normal people in the base, it's just that normal people aren't allowed to wander around freely. Unless they can turn into superpower users, if they are caught, they will be locked up, and those normal people who have been locked up, hardly any have ever returned. Chu Shiyun picked up another piece of crucial information from this, hardly. Shen Mutian stared intently at Chu Shiyun. Yeah. Because those who can return have all become superpower users. Chu Shiyun furrowed his brows tightly. Could he have injected the things he researched into ordinary people's bodies? They both knew who this he referred to. Very likely. They had once asked the world consciousness how their powers came about. Did they also obtain them by absorbing the virus from the meteorite? The world consciousness answered that it extracted the power of the meteorite, awakened their genes, and let them develop their abilities. And this kind of power, only if awakened autonomously by an individual would it not be harmful, otherwise, awakening wasn't impossible, but very likely it would cause irreversible damage. Chu Shiyun was perplexed. With so many people taken away, wouldn't the base resist? Shen Mutian shook his head. That's their strange belief. When discussing this issue, that person was full of reverence, believing this way of gaining strength comes with necessary sacrifices. Moreover, those were just ordinary people, and if they died, it didn't matter much. They are like brainwashed. Chu Shiyun frowned deeply, never imagining that events had developed in such a manner. Shen Mutian patted Chu Shiyun on the back and said softly, all right, get some rest first. We'll investigate more tonight. Chu Shiyun agreed. As dusk fell, the entire base sank into slumber. In this age without entertainment, going to sleep to alleviate one's fatigue was something superpower users must do. And it was also an easy time to carry out activities unsuitable for daylight. Chu Shiyun pulled out 2 black masks, putting one on himself and giving the other to Shen Mutian. Prepared, Chu Shiyun directly teleported out with Shen Mutian. The capital base was vast, but with Chu Shiyun's enormous mental power combined with his spatial ability, though it couldn't fully cover the area, it was enough for him to know what happened throughout the base. At the center of the base stood a tower-shaped building, quite conspicuous. With limited energy in the apocalypse era, while the base should be completely dark, only this building still had its lights on. Looking through the window, one could see busy figures moving inside. Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian exchanged glances and hid against the walls of the high-rise under the cover of darkness. At this moment, if anyone looked up from below, they would have seen 2 Spider-Men hanging high on the tower. Chu Shiyun used his mental power to sense as various individuals dressed in white coats walked around, each holding some items or trailed by miscellaneous staff. Chu Shiyun nodded to Shen Mutian and whispered, brother, looks like their research institute is here. Even if Chu Shiyun hadn't mentioned it, judging from what they saw, Shen Mutian already knew this place was where the base conducted research. Let's follow these people and check it out. Shen Mutian pointed to several old men with white beards who hurriedly walked past. Chu Shiyun nodded. Observing the actions of these old men, the two crept along the wall until they saw them enter a sealed room. From the fully transparent glass window, they faintly spotted some medical devices, but the details weren't clear. Witnessing this scene, Chu Shiyun scanned the surroundings carefully, selecting a blind spot from the surveillance cameras and teleported Shen Mutian into the building. Due to excessive confidence, no patrols were present within the institute, only various workers in white coats were seen. For convenience, Chu Shiyun took out 2 white coats from the dimension space for both himself and Shen Mutian, replacing their masks with common surgical ones. Compared to the Hope Base's underground research institute, this one was quite unconventional. It was built right on the ground in broad daylight and drew attention. It seemed Tang Anyan truly believed no one would oppose his human experiments. Chu Shiyun thought inwardly. Shen Mutian tapped Chu Shiyun lightly. Perplexed, Chu Shiyun looked up and followed Shen Mutian's intent gaze toward inside the laboratory. Wow! At the sight of what lay before them, Chu Shiyun involuntarily gasped, only for Shen Mutian to quickly clamp a hand over his mouth. Chu Shiyun's eyes bulged wide open, brimming with astonishment. Not only Chu Shiyun but Shen Mutian too felt almost the same shock because the scene inside the lab was extremely gory. Despite having killed countless zombies and mutated beasts, neither of them expected the gruesome spectacle they encountered now. A person was tied to the operating table, one leg already reduced to just white bone, half of their head cracked open, one hand missing, and various needles and tubes stuck into their body. Their eyes held no glimmer, not even the emotion of despair. In another room, a few lab coats held a syringe filled with green liquid, injecting it into someone strapped down on an operating bed. That person stared in terror at those lab coats, pleading for mercy, only to be met with cold indifference. Soon, the injected person's body turned red all over, veins popping out as they began violently struggling. Within moments, they ceased moving altogether, life seemingly extinguished. Shen Mutian was shocked, finding these people too cruel. Though all were humans, they wielded scalpels against their kind without hesitation. Chu Shiyun, however, was reminded of everything he had once endured. Watching this scene, he couldn't help but grow cold in his limbs, sweat pouring out, his whole body beginning to tremble. Shen Mutian watched for a moment, sensing something amiss, quickly looking down to see Chu Shiyun like this. Baby? Shen Mutian looked anxiously and worriedly at him, holding Chu Shiyun's face in both hands, hoping to bring back his consciousness. However, Chu Shiyun was entranced, unable to hear Shen Mutian's words. In urgency, Shen Mutian cupped the back of his head and kissed him forcefully. As warmth spread through their lips, Chu Shiyun's scattered focus gradually coalesced. He saw Shen Mutian staring worriedly at him, reaching out to embrace him tightly, quietly saying after a long while, "Sorry, brother, I frightened you." Seeing the guilt-ridden Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian's eyes brimmed with heartache. "Silly, how could I blame you?" Chu Shiyun couldn't help but press himself closer to Shen Mutian. Only by feeling this person's presence did he feel alive. Chapter 125, Hey, brother-in-law, stop teasing me. You two, what are you doing here? Just as the two were hugging, a voice of reproach came from their ears, waking them up like thunder. Chu Shiyun furrowed his eyebrows, his sharp eyes looking at the staff member standing not far away. A hint of blue flashed in his eyes, and the man's gaze wavered for a moment before leaving quickly. Chu Shiyun looked back at Shen Mutian. "Brother-in-law, let's find another place quickly." Although it was just a little episode, if someone with bad intentions watched the surveillance footage, they would still notice something strange soon. Shen Mutian nodded. Subsequently, the two left using Chu Shiyun's teleportation ability, avoiding appearing on the surveillance throughout the entire process. Afterwards, as they circled around this floor, the two saw many research labs, each containing one person used for experiments. Some people gained superpowers after receiving injections and other fluids, while others who were already superpower users had their powers enhanced. However, more people died because of these injections. Among these people, some may have volunteered, but most were innocent ordinary individuals. Let's go check out the other floors. Seeing that Chu Shiyun's expression was unpleasant, Shen Mutian took the initiative to open his mouth and speak. Chu Shiyun stiffly retracted his gaze and nodded, crawling slowly with Shen Mutian through the ventilation shaft. Because they had changed locations, they witnessed even more vividly the actions of researchers working on test subjects. It was bloodthirsty and ruthless. Every movement was meticulous and full of grace, yet chilling. After another 15 minutes of climbing, Shen Mutian suddenly reached out and tapped the shoulder of Chu Shiyun beside him. Chu Shiyun looked up puzzled, only to see beneath a ventilation duct a lab filled with glass containers. One cylindrical tank, 5 meters high and 3 meters in diameter, contained an irregular-shaped rock. Several researchers were taking notes on the information about the meteorite, their expressions alternating between excitement and madness. Truly searching everywhere and finding it unexpectedly easy. Chu Shiyun's bright eyes shone as he looked at the formaldehyde-soaked meteorite below. He wrapped the two of them in a small space, exclaiming excitedly. Shen Mutian leaned close and whispered in his ear, "Looks like the key to their successful research is here." They extracted substances from the meteorite to awaken the body's supernatural abilities. Chu Shiyun suddenly recalled something he had seen earlier at Yusu, mysteriously saying, "Brother-in-law, do you think he won't want to dominate the world and be king with all these supernaturals?" Ignoring the existence of the meteorite, having so many supernaturals would be enough to stabilize a position in the post-apocalyptic world. Whether he wants to be king or overlord, in any case, he won't live much longer. That's right. Thinking of the feud between Tang Anyan and themselves, Chu Shiyun agreed. They came here for revenge, regardless of what he planned to do, they wouldn't let him live long anyway. Chu Shiyun took out the world awareness from his spatial storage and asked, "Take a look, what will happen to those who've been injected with the serum?" Before, Chu Shiyun didn't know the components of these serums, he only knew they weren't good things. After realizing it was the substance from the meteorite, he was somewhat worried for those who had been injected. The world awareness slowly went quiet for a moment and said, "Those with good constitutions who can absorb and digest the foreign materials in their bodies will be fine and may even gain some benefits. However, those who cannot absorb it will either lose longevity and undergo gene mutations, eventually turning into unconscious monsters. Or, in the worst-case scenario, they will lose vitality and die by explosion." Hearing what the world awareness said, both of them recalled a scene they saw upstairs earlier. Wasn't that person the one who couldn't absorb the substance in the injection and ended up dying? Without caring about the two shocked individuals, the world awareness continued looking at the submerged meteorite underneath and opened oddly. "Strange, this meteorite seems not to have generated any consciousness." Chu Shiyun. "What do you mean?" Chu Shiyun looked at it with curious eyes. The world awareness explained carefully, "According to my knowledge, every meteorite contains a vague consciousness. This consciousness allows them to find new bodies to reincarnate, escaping the confinement of being trapped in the meteorite. But as far as I can see, there is no such thing inside this meteorite." Shen Mutian pondered, could it be that the consciousness has successfully separated from this meteorite, thus leaving the original body? The world awareness shook its head, "It's not that simple. Even if it left, it could still maintain a certain connection with the main body. But there is absolutely nothing in this meteorite, it's truly peculiar." Thinking of the man from K-City earlier, Chu Shiyun asked, "Could it be parasitic in a human body? That's why its presence isn't as noticeable." This time, world awareness hesitated slightly. "It's possible, but when I encountered one before, I could sense an implicit connection between them." With this one, however, there's absolutely nothing. Chu Shiyun thought carefully, unable to figure it out. Then he looked at Shen Mutian, his eyes full of curiosity. Seeing his gaze, Shen Mutian chuckled and said, "Dear, I'm not a prophet. This time, I don't know what's going on either." Chu Shiyun helplessly shrugged upon seeing Shen Mutian's expression. "All right." Chu Shiyun poked world awareness. "Since we found it, go ahead and absorb it quickly." World awareness swayed back and forth, as if nodding, then flew out of Chu Shiyun's small space and moved toward the meteorite. The researchers, with crazed expressions, didn't notice the bead-sized object flying through the air. Chu Shiyun guessed that it was world awareness' own way to avoid being seen by those it didn't allow. World awareness moved swiftly, piercing through the glass wall and approaching the meteorite. In an instant, the meteorite was absorbed into its body. As soon as the meteorite disappeared, the researchers below were panicked. What happened? Where is the genetic stone? What happened? Where did the genetic stone go? Without it, how are we supposed to study? How are we supposed to get stronger? It can't just disappear. It was here just now, wasn't it? How did it vanish? Check the surveillance. Yes, quickly check the surveillance. We must find the genetic stone, otherwise, the base leader will not let us off lightly. The group moved around chaotically, muttering incessantly. Chu Shiyun observed the returned world awareness and felt its aura had strengthened significantly, exuding an even more mysterious quality. Leaning on Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun asked softly, "Brother-in-law, shall we leave?" Shen Mutian pondered for a moment. "Let's wait a little longer. Something like this will definitely attract the attention of the upper echelons, perhaps we'll catch them." "All right." Chu Shiyun focused his attention on the vent below. Due to this unexpected situation, the researchers quickly retrieved the surveillance footage, but discovered nothing. The meteorite seemed to have vanished into thin air. In their panic, they reported the situation to the base's higher-ups. Within half an hour, the entire research lab was surrounded inside and out. 8th-grade psychics were everywhere, though their current appearances weren't ideal, they all looked worried and terrified. At their level, everyone knew that their remarkable abilities stemmed entirely from the genetic stone within. But now, without the genetic stone, their strength could no longer improve, which left them feeling devastated. Chu Shiyun quietly watched the two leaders standing at the forefront. His eyes involuntarily reddened with fury, almost about to break free from his restraint. Fortunately, Shen Mutian timely called him back to senses. "Darling, it's fine." Seeing their enemies right before them, Shen Mutian also felt unsettled. Every time he saw them, he was reminded of how helpless he had been during their relentless chase, almost losing his life. However, Shen Mutian was more rational and thus held Chu Shiyun back, who was about to rush down. Chu Shiyun took a deep breath, closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, he appeared calm once more. Inside the lab, Tang Anyan looked furiously at the present situation. What happened? Why did the genetic stone disappear? Although he had already heard this news earlier, Tang Anyan still couldn't accept it when he saw it in person. How could something that was here just fine suddenly vanish? A few researchers nervously looked at him. "Leader, we don't know what happened. According to the surveillance, it just disappeared." Bai Changchen came up and patted Tang Anyan on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Then, looking at the team behind him, he ordered, "Was anyone suspicious seen entering before? Or anything unusual occur?" After exchanging glances, they shook their heads. Bai Changchen, observing their responses, didn't get angry. He went straight to the surveillance station and began checking each footage meticulously. Soon, Bai Changchen noticed the scene when Chu Shiyun was discovered, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see the person hiding beneath the surveillance. Thus, he could only ask someone to bring over the staff member. Seeing Bai Changchen's actions, Shen Mutian whispered into the ear beside him, "Dear, will he discover?" Chu Shiyun, who had originally been expressionless, became flustered at Shen Mutian's gesture but did not push him away. No, that person was hypnotized by me. Unless there's someone stronger than me, there's no way to restore his memory." "Aha." Shen Mutian casually replied and breathed lightly into Chu Shiyun's ear. Chu Shiyun rubbed his ear, complaining, "Hey. Big brother, be serious, stop teasing me." Shen Mutian chuckled softly, "All right. But don't make such expressions anymore, okay? I don't like it when you do that." Chu Shiyun blinked, nodding, "All right." Looking at the two individuals who were both at the peak of the 9th rank, Chu Shiyun muttered, "Their power levels have improved really fast." Shen Mutian patted his head, "Higher ranks mean nothing without true strength." "Yeah, but I wonder if we can take him down." Chu Shiyun gripped a mentalist crystal core in his hand and narrowed his eyes dangerously. The effect of a crystal core usually corresponded to its element. A mentalist crystal core, once detonated, could easily destroy one's mental energy. Shen Mutian shook his head. He might be killed by the explosion before his spirit is even destroyed. Hearing this, Chu Shiyun reluctantly retracted the crystal core with some regret. "All right then. We'll need a better strategy against him." Chapter 127, If the heart rots, it can't be saved. While the two were speaking, the hypnotized staff had already been brought down below, but after a round of questioning, nothing was revealed. Bai Changchen could only have people search the building floor by floor. Seeing that only Tang Anyan and Bai Changchen remained at the scene, Chu Shiyun's eyes lit up with cunning. Big brother, the opportunity has arrived. Shen Mutian nodded, gripping an ability gun in his hand. Chu Shiyun, big brother, I'm about to withdraw my abilities. The two were still within Chu Shiyun's spatial ability. Once Chu Shiyun withdrew his power, the people outside would quickly discover their presence. Alright. With those words, Chu Shiyun retracted his powers. At the same time, Shen Mutian aimed the gun at Tang Anyan. A purple beam swiftly shot toward Tang Anyan. The ability gun firing made no sound, so Tang Anyan could only sense danger through instinct. He hurriedly stepped back, narrowly dodging the energy bullet in a split second before it hit him. Though he avoided being struck in the heart, his arm wasn't as lucky. The bullet exploded upon impact, leaving Tang Anyan's entire hand bloody and mangled. Ah! Ah Yen! Tang Anyan screamed out in pain as he clutched his hand. Bai Changchen, seeing this unexpected event, quickly moved forward to embrace him. As he did so, his energy coalesced and struck toward the place where Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian were hiding. Shen Mutian broke through the vent with wind-type energy, holding Chu Shiyun in one arm while leaping down and using the other arm to call forth energy to defend against Bai Changchen's attack. Metallic and lightning abilities collided, instantly exploding. Chu Shiyun waved his hand and created a space barrier which blocked the explosion's aftermath. A flicker of deep blue light passed through his gaze as his spiritual force immediately transformed into an invisible blade slashing toward Bai Changchen's mind. In a panic, Tang Anyan used his mental abilities to resist, and after their abilities clashed and held for a moment, they were soon suppressed by Chu Shiyun. As Chu Shiyun removed the barrier, taking advantage of the fact that Tang Anyan was pinned down, he sent several small space spheres hurtling towards them. Shen Mutian employed both wind and lightning abilities together, while Bai Changchen hastily gathered metallic energy into a golden wall to defend. Upon impact, the space spheres instantly corroded the golden wall until there was nothing left. Shocked, Bai Changchen carried Tang Anyan out of the way, yet behind them was Shen Mutian's energy assault. After all these movements, both Bai Changchen and Tang Anyan were in a pitiable state, one with a severed hand, the other riddled with injuries from the energy attacks. Chu Shiyun's spatial ability was the most bizarre. If one couldn't absolutely overpower it with sheer strength, they would surely be eroded bit by bit. Thus, right from the start, Bai Changchen and Tang Anyan found themselves at a disadvantage. Struggling just against Chu Shiyun alone felt overwhelming, let alone having to face the formidable Shen Mutian as well. Tang Anyan came back to his senses from the intense pain, releasing mental energy recklessly. But when facing Chu Shiyun, his spirit power disappeared without a trace, like a river merging into an ocean. Seizing the chance, Chu Shiyun pressed back while simultaneously releasing mental energy to attack Bai Changchen indirectly. His head felt as if it had been pierced by needles, causing unbearable pain, making Bai Changchen temporarily lose focus. Seizing the moment, Shen Mutian's sharp eyes narrowed as he released both wind and thunder energies. Meanwhile, the ability gun was pointed straight at Bai Changchen's head. Whoosh! A barely audible gunshot sounded, and suddenly, Tang Anyan had a strong premonition of impending doom. He dashed toward Bai Changchen, but fate didn't favor him this time. Shen Mutian fired his bullet straight into Bai Changchen's brain. The energy bullet exploded on contact, splattering Tang Anyan with blood. Ah Chen! With trembling hands and bloodshot eyes, Tang Anyan embraced the now bodiless remains of Bai Changchen. Both Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian halted their actions, gazing indifferently at a grief-stricken Tang Anyan. With this single shot, Shen Mutian avenged the grievous wound inflicted on him in the past. Tang Anyan looked at Bai Changchen, breaking down into despair, then fiercely glaring at Chu Shiyun, roaring, "I'll kill you. I will kill you. I'll kill you." Chu Shiyun observed him quietly, enraged yet helpless. During their earlier clash, Chu Shiyun had absorbed some of Tang Anyan's mental energy. Now at level 10 in abilities, Chu Shiyun showed no fear even as Tang Anyan had effectively turned into an ordinary person. Suddenly, Chu Shiyun spoke, "What does it feel like to watch someone you love die right in front of you?" An already mad Tang Anyan became even crazier, screaming, "It's all because of you. Because of you, why wasn't your death in the last life enough? Why? Do you really think you're innocent? Have you ever considered those people you experimented on? Are they not innocent too? What befell you in the previous life is entirely what you deserved." Tang Anyan sneered as he glared at Chu Shiyun, resentment filling his eyes. "Heh. You were born to be the protagonist, so you don't have to worry about your own strength. Why should I be bullied? Since I had the chance, why shouldn't I become the strongest person in this post-apocalyptic world? It's a world of survival of the fittest. If they lack ability, then it's their fate to serve as stepping stones for me to enhance my strength. And you, it's all because of your meddling. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have died. You killed me, why shouldn't I return the favor?" Chu Shiyun replied calmly, "That's fine. So, since you couldn't kill me back then, today I've come back for revenge." Tang Anyan froze, then his entire face twisted with rage, clearly regretting his past mistake of letting Chu Shiyun go. "Big brother, let's go." After one last look at Tang Anyan, Chu Shiyun turned around and said to Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian frowned slightly, "Not going to kill him? It's like wildfire that never burns out, once allowed to live, it'll spring back with renewed vigor." If Tang Anyan isn't dealt with now, he'll remain a constant nuisance. Chu Shiyun shook his head and pulled Shen Mutian's head down, making Chu Shiyun tiptoe so they could touch foreheads. At first, Shen Mutian didn't understand what he was doing until he caught a glimpse of numerous black mists floating around Tang Anyan. The mists were vast and thick, like a bottomless abyss. Perhaps due to sharing spiritual energy with Chu Shiyun, Shen Mutian could also feel the intense resentment within those mists. Chu Shiyun gave Tang Anyan a meaningful glance before saying, "Anyway, he won't live long anyway. Let him suffer in agony during his remaining time." Because of his hatred, Chu Shiyun had caused his loved one to disappear. Tang Anyan would surely live in anguish from now on. Shen Mutian nodded, his ears flicking as hurried footsteps came from outside the research room. "Let's go." Chu Shiyun nodded, and instantly teleported away with everyone else. Before leaving, Chu Shiyun implanted a psychological suggestion into Tang Anyan's mind, reinforcing the idea that his love was harmed because hatred had clouded his vision. With these swift moves completed, the sky had begun to brighten. Shen Mutian wrapped his arm around Chu Shiyun's waist and flew through the air, asking curiously, "What were those black mists just now?" "They were grudges." Chu Shiyun looked toward the dawn sky, which carried hints of yellow, speaking with a tinge of melancholy. The dawn was approaching, but some people would never wake up. Shen Mutian quickly understood, are they from the people he captured for experiments? Chu Shiyun answered affirmatively, yes. These grudges had been accumulating for a while, but hadn't harmed Tang Anyan earlier because his abilities were strong enough. His level 9 mental abilities had shielded him from the negative effects of the grudges. Now that Chu Shiyun had nullified all of Tang Anyan's powers, it was only a matter of time before the grudges started taking their toll. Before, he hadn't been able to see them, it was a gift from the world consciousness when he advanced to level 10. Recalling the immense amount of grudges, Shen Mutian realized Tang Anyan must have caused the deaths of countless people since the apocalypse began through his experiments. "It's alright, stop being upset." Seeing Chu Shiyun's gloomy expression, Shen Mutian tried to comfort him. Chu Shiyun shook his head, "No, I'm just feeling reflective. Power and authority really are attractive things. How many have died because of these conspiracies and machinations, and even he himself used to be one of those involved. Big brother, stop here." After shaking his head and collecting his thoughts, Chu Shiyun immediately told Shen Mutian. Without asking what he intended to do, Shen Mutian followed his instructions and stopped on a rooftop. By this time, dawn had fully arrived. The psychics resumed their daily routines, though chaos reigned over the central skyscraper where they just left. Shortly after they departed, people had arrived and found Bai Changchen with his head exploded off, his body still cradled by Tang Anyan, who was missing an arm and acting like a lunatic, shocking them all. After recovering from their shock, they pondered other matters. Because both individuals had possessed such great power, control over the base had always resided in their hands. With both now compromised, restless hearts among the populace began to stir. As for what they would do next, Chu Shiyun naturally wouldn't know. At this moment, he was unleashing his psychic abilities on a large scale. After consulting with Shen Mutian, Chu Shiyun decided to expose the base's practice of using humans as lab rats to the public. Although they didn't know if knowing the truth would drive the masses crazier or lead them to cease the practices, Chu Shiyun resolved to tell them regardless. Chu Shiyun simply couldn't save everyone. He would do the easy tasks, but if someone's heart had rotted, he had no way of fixing it. Shen Mutian quietly stood behind Chu Shiyun, watching as his hair moved on its own without any wind, while Chu Shiyun shone with a faint bluish glow. It seemed to him that his beloved was like an angel. The blue light radiated out in ripples across the entire base, and soon, every mind had received some extra information. Phew! Chu Shiyun stopped using his psychic abilities, and his body swayed. The exertion left his lips pale and bloodless, as if he might faint right there. Shen Mutian stepped forward and embraced him, pressing a tender kiss onto Chu Shiyun's lips, feeling a little pained. Chu Shiyun collapsed completely into Shen Mutian's arms. "Big brother, let's go." He had done what he could, and the rest was none of his concern. A gentle breeze stirred, and the morning light filtered through. Shen Mutian carried Chu Shiyun and flew away from the base. The world consciousness emerged and followed behind them, unnoticed by the two. A faint light emitted from it, dissipating the black field of grudges that surrounded the tower. Having finished this, the world consciousness then hurried after the two and left with them. Chapter 125, Rebirth. After that day, the capital base fell into chaos. The former base leader was murdered and died on the spot. His lover also died mysteriously with a miserable appearance. Following this, the upper echelons of the base started a struggle to seize the position of base leader, plunging the base into fear for a long period. The people of the base learned about the live human experiments conducted by the upper levels, sparking an uproar. Not everyone is a Psi user, some have family members who are ordinary people. At first, the base told them that taking the serum had a chance of granting Psi abilities, which they could accept, as opportunities come with risks. But now they know their deceased relatives didn't die under normal circumstances but were used in experiments by various high-ranking officials in the base. They don't know the exact pain their relatives endured, but they know these officials caused it. Once this fact came out, it stirred up a hornet's nest. Among those involved was the captain of the top-ranked Psi team. It was said that his non-psi lover died after entering the research institute. Upon learning this, he immediately rushed to the institute, killing most of the researchers who participated in the live human experiments. Although some supported the live experiments, most resisted them. While desiring power, they were people with families and hadn't entirely lost their humanity, unable to approve such inhumane experiments. This turmoil only ended when the first-ranked Psi captain took over as base leader. Only they know how many people died during this time. Chu Shiyun lay on Shen Mutian's back as Shen carried him slowly along a country path. The world awareness explained the situation of the capital base to them word by word. Chu Shiyun tilted his head, somewhat puzzled. I wouldn't have thought so many army personnel would ultimately allow a single Psi user to become base leader. After all, there were still many 8th grade Psi users in the base. The world awareness explained, that person initially was just a squad leader. Later, disagreements arose with Tang Anyun because his lover was an ordinary person. He kept yielding to them. According to my knowledge, he consumed several serums from the research institute and believed they could give his lover Psi abilities, until she died unexpectedly. Realizing the truth behind her death made him both devastated and regretful. Listening to the world awareness, Chu Shiyun sighed, ah. Heaven plays cruel tricks on people. Knowing the serums he consumed might have been derived from experiments on his lover, he must be enduring immense pain. The world awareness looked at Chu Shiyun with surprise, not expecting his guess to be quite accurate. Shen Mutian leapt down a slope while carrying Chu Shiyun. The night was dim, illuminated only by stars and moonlight, so Shen Mutian slowed his steps. Seriously, he stated, from the moment he decided to let his lover go to the research institute, he forfeited the right to repent. If he's a Psi user, then he should possess the ability to protect an ordinary person. Even if they couldn't live lavishly, they could at least eat and wear warmly. Not keeping his lover safe was the original sin. If it were him, even hiding his treasures at home, he wouldn't risk such vague probabilities. Chu Shiyun nodded in agreement, true. Rather than putting hopes in something uncertain, one might as well work harder to ensure the two can stay together for sure. The world awareness followed silently, saying nothing. Though it governed the world, it still couldn't comprehend human emotions or relationships. Currently, Chu Shiyun and Shen Mutian were heading towards the next meteorite destination. As they didn't want to take the long route, they took a shortcut through the field paths. After walking for some distance, Chu Shiyun asked, Little Pearl, since you can see events happening around the world, how's our home? Is it alright? Shen Mutian similarly looked at it. The world awareness paused briefly before leisurely replying, Don't worry, everything's fine. Oh. Hearing the world awareness's reply, Chu Shiyun nodded contentedly. He rested comfortably on Shen Mutian's back, watching his steady strides on the rugged trail. Despite the uneven road, Shen Mutian walked steadily. On his back, Chu Shiyun felt absolutely secure. Looking at Shen Mutian's sharp profile, Chu Shiyun was overwhelmed by emotions, finding the man incredibly attractive. Unable to resist, he asked, Big brother, am I heavy? Without hesitation, Shen Mutian replied, Yes, you're heavy. Upon hearing Shen Mutian's response, Chu Shiyun narrowed his eyes dangerously. He nipped at Shen Mutian's earlobe with his sharp canines and huffed indignantly, Say that again. Shen Mutian earnestly repeated, The whole world is on my back, how could it not be heavy? Even though Shen Mutian didn't look at him, Chu Shiyun knew that his eyes must be brimming with deep emotion. Thump thump thump. Uncontrollably, Chu Shiyun's heartbeat quickened. Despite just a simple sentence, he felt the sincerity in Shen Mutian's tone, filling him with sweetness as if he'd tasted honey. Shen Mutian wasn't new to carrying Chu Shiyun, but each time, Chu Shiyun could sense the moment Shen Mutian became completely focused on bearing him safely. This carefulness started since they were kids. From elementary school through junior high, high school, and now, every stage of their journey together had been met by Shen Mutian with utmost respect and safety. He never broke a promise. Chu Shiyun couldn't help but tighten his arms around Shen Mutian's neck, leaning close to his ear and speaking sincerely, Big brother, after we resolve the meteorite issue, let's go back to the base and hold our wedding. Shen Mutian froze, his steps stopping instinctively as he set Chu Shiyun down and looked seriously at him, Dear, are you sure you're not joking? His voice trembled, revealing disbelief. He'd longed to marry his beloved for quite some time, but before he could implement his plan, the apocalypse suddenly came. He had to put this thought aside temporarily and focus fully on building strength to protect the one he loved. Chu Shiyun held Shen Mutian's waist tightly, his eyes full of sincerity, Yeah. Big brother, I mean it. Let's hold our wedding when we get back to the base. I've liked you for so long. Could it be that you don't want to? Shen Mutian cupped Chu Shiyun's face in his hands, cherishing him like a treasure, How could I? You once said you'd marry me, and I've never forgotten. That playful statement Chu Shiyun made at age 10, Shen Mutian took it seriously, no matter if Chu remembered or not. Also, those words spoken in the rice fields during the apocalypse stayed vivid in Shen Mutian's mind. Lost in admiration for his beloved, Shen Mutian couldn't resist lowering his head for a soft kiss. This was a kiss without lust, only filled with reverence and deep affection. Gentle and serious, much like Shen Mutian's consistent love for him. After the kiss ended, Chu Shiyun's breathing slightly unsteadied, Yeah. I've already said it, you absolutely have to marry me. Since both were men, there was no distinction between bride and groom, but it was a mutual promise, and both treated it very solemnly. All right. As soon as those words were spoken, Shen Mutian couldn't resist kissing Chu Shiyun again. Chu Shiyun directly pulled Shen Mutian into the space. World awareness. The world awareness looked at where the two had vanished, experiencing a sensation of speechlessness for the first time. It looked up at the starry sky and then across the endless fields, letting out a light sigh as it obediently turned invisible, burying itself among nearby grass. Within a day and night, fresh tender green shoots began to sprout from the land where the world awareness lay hidden, bringing the signs of rebirth to this battered world. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, the world awareness remained silent. By late afternoon, the couple emerged from the space glowing with pink romantic bubbles. When they noticed the world awareness buried in the field, both felt somewhat guilty. Chu Shiyun touched his nose awkwardly. Ahem, little pearl, why didn't you find somewhere else to stay? Isn't it hot here? The world awareness rotated once, looking seriously at Chu Shiyun. I am the world awareness, natural weather doesn't affect me. Chu Shiyun nodded, acknowledging the fact. Just as he thought the matter would be glossed over, the world awareness added, remember to bring me into the space next time you hug. Though the world awareness spoke with seriousness, Chu Shiyun felt as if he was being reprimanded. I understand, understood. Do you want to rest in the space? Embarrassed, Chu Shiyun nodded repeatedly, hoping the world awareness wouldn't say more. No need. Let's go. The destination isn't far. Perhaps because they left the world awareness alone overnight, Chu Shiyun felt slightly guilty when they set out to find the meteorite. As a result, Chu Shiyun was notably more proactive. Using teleportation, they arrived in just half a day. After resting with Shen Mutian for half a day and recovering his abilities, Chu Shiyun took action. After absorbing Tang Anyan's psychic energy, Chu Shiyun's abilities reached level 10. Soon after, Shen Mutian also reached level 10. Dealing with the meteorite consciousness was no longer as arduous as it initially was. In the span of 6 months, the two traveled around the world, solving the remaining meteorite issues along the way while having fun. After absorbing the rest of the meteorites, the world awareness emitted an even more mysterious glow, and its power became stronger. Chu Shiyun vaguely sensed that something in the world had changed slightly. He always thought it was just his illusion until the world awareness told him, the world had upgraded. Although the existence of the meteorites had almost caused the world's destruction, their presence also allowed the world awareness to absorb their strength and meet the requirements for upgrading. Now that the world had upgraded, it had reached the conditions necessary for cultivation of spirit. While Chu Shiyun didn't fully understand all these, Shen Mutian appeared knowledgeable. In short, because the world awareness had recovered, the earth had regained its vitality. There would be no more barren land unable to grow food. And because Chu Shiyun had awakened in his lifetime, many things had unfolded differently. The world welcomed a rebirth, and he and Shen Mutian welcomed a new chapter together. Chapter 129, The Wedding of the Century. Final chapter. Hurry up, Yunbao, it's time to get up or you'll miss the auspicious hour. Little brother, wake up if you still want to marry Mu Tian. That's right. Little lazy pig, don't you remember that today is your wedding day with elder brother 3? Chu Shiyun, who had been stubbornly refusing to rise from bed, suddenly snapped his eyes open and in one swift motion sat upright. Everyone else was startled by his sudden movement. Chu Shiyun blinked. The wedding. As Chu Shiyun nodded, he came over to pull Chu Shiyun out of bed and dragged him off to wash up. Is that right? Have you forgotten? Chu Shiyun thought for a moment. He and his master brother had returned to the base 3 months ago, and the wedding preparations had already been ongoing for 3 months. Last night, due to overwhelming excitement, he couldn't sleep at all. Because of the custom of not seeing each other before the wedding, he longed intensely for Shen Mutian, only managing a short rest just before dawn before being woken up again. Chu Shiyun looked blankly at the alarm clock on the wall. It was only 7 o'clock, so early. What Chu Shiyun didn't know was that this was actually late for the schedule. Because he was male, his styling wasn't as intricate, so they allowed him to sleep in a bit longer. As soon as Chu Shiyun finished washing up, Chu Shiyu dragged him outside. Breakfast was already laid out on the table, just waiting for Chu Shiyun to eat. Chu Shiyun leisurely ate, making those watching him anxiously impatient. Once Chu Shiyun finished eating, Mrs. Shen and Shen Muyu were holding Chu Shiyun's small white suit, while Lin Yanbai and others looked on eagerly. Yunbao, quickly change into your wedding attire. Since Chu Shiyun had previously lived with the Shen family, for convenience during the procedures, he temporarily moved to the riverside villa. Looking at the exquisite handmade wedding attire and the people staring at him motionlessly, Chu Shiyun wondered whether it was his own wedding or theirs. It seemed like they were more excited than he was. Chu Shiyun took the wedding clothes and walked into the dressing room to change. Afterward, he stood in front of the full-length mirror to take a look. Just having washed up, Chu Shiyun's face was rosy and delicate, with a touch of redness, his damp hair combed back, giving him a slightly unruly look. The specially made wedding attire, hastily crafted by the top seamstresses in the base, accentuated his appearance like that of a little prince. In the light, the silver embroidery around the cuffs and collar of the white suit became visible, as well as the gemstones scattered across it worth a fortune. In this end-world era, these items weren't necessarily precious, but since Chu Shiyun liked shiny objects, they added them on. What made people even crazier was the gemstone at the center of his necktie, a level 10 thunder-type crystal core. If anyone saw it, they would surely think their extravagance was excessive. Still, Chu Shiyun nodded contentedly. Although he had tried it on before, he still liked it when he saw it again. When he opened the door and walked out, everyone was eagerly awaiting him. At the sight of Chu Shiyun, their eyes lit up, and they praised without restraint, Yunbao will definitely be the most handsome groom. Sister-in-law, you look amazing in that outfit. Not bad, soon elder brother 3 will certainly be captivated by you. Chu Shiyun showed no reaction, though he admitted he looked pretty good too. Seeing Chu Shiyun's lack of interest, Shen Muyu laughed, well, our compliments won't count, we need that person to compliment you. Oh. Everyone started teasing him. Chu Shiyun glared at her, sister too. Shen Muyu raised her hands in surrender, alright, let's do your makeup first. Chu Shiyun glanced at everyone, noticing how they all looked like they were expecting some drama, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. However, it was his wedding day, so he decided not to argue with them. Mrs. Shen did Chu Shiyun's makeup. Among this group, she had the best makeup skills, so the task naturally fell to her. There wasn't much done to Chu Shiyun's hairstyle, a phoenix-shaped metallic hair accessory was clipped behind his ear, finishing the look. As Chu Shiyun was fiddled with, half asleep, when he finally opened his eyes, he felt rather confused. Then, upon inspecting himself, he nodded in satisfaction. He was blessed with good looks by nature, so Mrs. Shen didn't apply heavy makeup, just lightly outlined his eyebrows and covered some minor imperfections. Next came the waiting period. Having gone to bed late and gotten up early, Chu Shiyun was still groggy from lack of sleep. When someone woke him up, he appeared disoriented, looking at Chu Shiyu, big brother, what is it? Chu Shiyu helplessly looked at him, are you asking? Your man has arrived. Chu Shiyun nodded, oh. Master brother has come. It was then Chu Shiyun realized something was amiss. Excitedly, he leapt up and rushed toward the door, only for Chu Shiyu to pull him back just in time. Chu Shiyun asked sullenly, big brother, what are you doing? Chu Shiyu was nearly driven to laughter by Chu Shiyun's antics, kid, so eager to get married? Don't even follow the procedures. Chu Shiyun looked utterly perplexed, ah. Chu Shiyu pulled Chu Shiyun back onto the bed. Chu Shiyun puffed out his cheeks in boredom, if they were getting married, why did it have to be so complicated? The world consciousness that had been placed on the cabinet glanced at Chu Shiyun, then flew over and projected a screen for him. Chu Shiyun stared in pleasant surprise at the world consciousness, then began to focus on the live broadcast. Outside. Shen Mutian looked helplessly at his mom, his second sister Shen Muyu, and his teammates. Behind him stood Shen Yenny, father and son duo Shen Muze and Shen Tong, along with Mo Xinyan and Shen Yichen. Shen Muyu coughed lightly, little brother, don't say I'm not considerate. We're doing things by the rules. Leader, though normally you're the boss, on such an important day as this, we won't go easy on you, said Lin Yanhan and Mo Yuyan with a smirk. Shen Mutian nodded without objection, I understand, let's begin. You try us first. Even young Shen Tong came to support Shen Mutian specifically. Shen Muyu gave Shen Mutian a crafty smile, first question, when exactly was your first meeting with Yunbao? This question drew everyone's attention toward Shen Mutian. Time went so far back, forgetting would mean trouble. Shen Tong blinked and looked toward his dad. Shen Muze looked at his son's gaze but could only shrug helplessly, he didn't know either. Shen Mutian pondered briefly before quickly giving his answer, on July 3, 20XX, at 1517. Seeing how sure Shen Mutian was, Shen Muyu grew slightly suspicious and picked up the question sheet, opening it to confirm. Suddenly, she widened her eyes, his answer was correct. Embarrassed, Shen Muyu cleared her throat uneasily, cough. Question 1, passed. Wow. Shen Tong looked at Shen Mutian with admiration, Uncle Tian, you're really good. You remembered so clearly after all this time. Most others wore similar expressions to Shen Tong, if it was them, just remembering the date would have been hard enough, let alone the precise time. As Shen Muyu took out the second question, upon reading it, she smiled, second question, what does Yunbao like most? This question seemed rather broad, referring to food, games, or anything in between. Once the question was posed, everyone couldn't help but worry about Shen Mutian. But unexpectedly, Shen Mutian confidently answered, my baby likes me the most. Everyone was left speechless, how very confident of himself. Shen Tong even nervously tugged at Shen Mutian's clothes, Uncle Tian, are you sure? Do you want to change your answer? Shen Mutian shook his head firmly. Upon seeing his determination, Shen Muyu checked the answer. After reading it, her expression became somewhat complicated, as did Shen Mom who peeked beside her, it felt like their little treasure was being taken away. Answer correct. Looking at Shen Mutian whose expression remained unchanged, Shen Muyu gritted her teeth, already very certain these questions weren't going to stump Shen Mutian. She flung the questions aside altogether without even asking in sequence. Before this, they had thought about what kind of challenges they'd prepare for Shen Mutian, but realized none of them would pose much difficulty to him, thus they decided against any games and prepared just a few questions instead. But now Shen Muyu throwing the questions meant she no longer intended to ask anymore. Say 3 widely known things Yunbao likes within 10 seconds. Shen Muyu finished speaking and immediately started timing with her watch. 10, 9. Shen Mutian paused briefly, then swiftly responded, gems, collectibles, eat. In less than 5 seconds, the people trailing behind him were left dumbfounded. They unanimously felt redundant. Shen Mom approvingly nodded. Though she herself could have come up with the answers too, her reaction definitely wouldn't have been as quick. Clearly, Shen Mutian genuinely cherished Chu Shiyun deeply. Handing over Yunbao to her son gave her some reassurance, she felt she hadn't let down her close friend or broken her trust. Seeing Shen Mutian still so confident, Han Yu elegantly walked forward and stood between the two sides, her round eyes mischievously addressing Shen Mutian, pick out my master's hand from these. After the words were spoken, 3 hand images were projected in the air. Shen Mutian raised an eyebrow and looked at Han Yu, as did the rest of the people who turned their attention toward Shen Mutian. For a moment, everyone felt that this question was too difficult. Yet, they wanted to see if Shen Mutian could really identify the correct hand. Han Yu tilted her head up and shot him a challenging glance. Shen Mutian didn't react much, he took a careful look at the 3 images and then shook his head, none of these are my treasure's hand. The crowd gasped in surprise. Shen Yanni even moved closer and nudged Shen Mutian's arm, little 3, even if you can't recognize it, you should pick one. That way, there'd still be a 1/3 chance. Are you giving up just like that? Shen Mutian ignored Shen Yanni and continued looking at Han Yu. Han Yu squinted her eyes slightly, then said irritably, you're right. Shen Mutian smiled at the waiting entourage of friends and relatives, so, can I go in now? Everyone looked at each other hesitantly. Shen Miyu watched Shen Mutian with annoyance, feeling somewhat out of control. She tossed off her jacket and declared, younger brother, let's have a fight. No superpowers. Win and you can go in. Lin Yanhan honestly held Shen Muyu's coat while watching the two about to start the scuffle, her eyes shining bright. Shen Mutian sighed helplessly when noticing how interested everyone else had become, alright. What's so, alright? The time will be missed. Chu Shiyun, growing impatient from inside, came rushing out and jumped into Shen Mutian's arms right in front of everyone. Shen Mutian carefully caught his treasure just like always. Chu Shiyu emerged shortly after, helplessly witnessing the whole scene, his younger brother had grown up and was beyond control now. Hey! Yunbao, what do you think you're doing? Sister is helping test him for you. I don't need your help testing him. I know brother best. Chu Shiyun lifted his head defiantly after hearing Shen Muyu's words. Clearly, he had utmost confidence in Shen Mutian's character. Seeing Chu Shiyun defending him so adorably, Shen Mutian gave a doting smile. Glancing around at everyone briefly, Shen Mutian laughed, if that's how it is, we'll be going first. With those words, Shen Mutian picked up Chu Shiyun and flew off. Han Yu rolled her eyes and quickly followed them, serving as their steed. The group left behind, rendered speechless, realized that all the subsequent preparations were unnecessary now. But since neither of the would-be grooms had objections, they couldn't say much more either. Because the two were getting married, Chu Shiyun generously took out food from his spatial ring, setting up a continuous feast lasting 3 days, allowing anyone to eat and drink freely during that period. Thus, their marriage wasn't a secret within the base anymore. Seated on Han Yu and beginning to fly low through the air, they proceeded along a rose-filled path where people stood densely on both sides watching curiously. The roses were summoned by Shen Mutian with the help of earth-based psychics within the base, costing time and effort but providing what Shen Mutian considered the most romantic gesture for Chu Shiyun in this apocalypse world. Sitting sideways in Shen Mutian's embrace, Chu Shiyun looked excitedly at the man dressed in the same wedding attire as him, only the man's was black with golden patterns. He grinned widely, big brother, you're so handsome. Looking at Chu Shiyun's adoring gaze, Shen Mutian smiled gently, leaned forward and kissed the corner of Chu Shiyun's eyes, my baby is beautiful too. From his pocket, Shen Mutian pulled out a small red box. Chu Shiyun blinked and eagerly stared at Shen Mutian. Shen Mutian opened the box. Inside were matching rings, simple platinum bands with intricate designs carved on them and their initials etched inside. Shen Mutian chuckled softly, his chest vibrating gently as he slowly began explaining, this was designed after I acknowledged my feelings for you, originally intended for proposing, but it turned into our wedding rings. Chu Shiyun covered his racing heart, his face turning pink. Stretching out his hand expectantly, Chu Shiyun called out, big brother. Shen Mutian laughed at the eagerness, and complied, slipping the ring onto Chu Shiyun's finger, starting from now, you belong to me. Chu Shiyun grabbed the ring and slid it onto Shen Mutian's finger, replying, I've been yours ever since the start. Shen Mutian paused, then laughed. They embraced mid-air and shared a kiss, declaring to all that they belonged to each other. And they would forever love each other. Time might pass, memories may blur, but love never fades. Chapter 130, First Encounter. At the airport. Little Chu Shiyun was being held in Chu Mom's arms, his curious eyes scanning around as this was his first time returning to China. Is this where Mom is from? There were so many people who looked like them, all with black hair and black eyes. Chu Shiyun looked up at the woman who had her hair half tied up, gentle like water, exuding a touch of the Jiangnan sentiment. Seeming to sense his gaze, Chu Mom smiled, "Sweetie, what's the matter?" Chu Shiyun raised his chubby face, "Mom's hometown is very beautiful." Chu Shiyu, standing beside holding the luggage, glanced at Chu Shiyun, "Younger brother, after coming back to China, you should speak Chinese." Chu Shiyun blinked, looking towards Chu Mom as if asking if that was correct. Chu Mom smiled and nodded approvingly. Chu Shiyun opened his mouth, saying somewhat unfluent Chinese, "Mom, your hometown is very pretty." Chu Mom tapped Chu Shiyun's nose gently, "Good boy, with more practice, it'll be fine." Chu Mom held Chu Shiyun with one arm, while pulling Chu Shiyu with another, walking outwards while talking. "This trip back was rather urgent, so we'll be staying at Aunt Shin's place first. Behave well when you're at their house, understand?" Both children obediently nodded. Chu Shiyun listened to what Mom said, sensing how gentle she was while speaking, as though reminiscing about an old friend unseen for many years. That was indeed the case. Pictures of this Aunt Shen and Mom have always been on display in Mom's room. He has seen them plenty of times. Word has it, this aunt used to express regret over not attending Mom's wedding. Thinking about the wedding reminded Chu Shiyun indirectly about his father, a man outwardly handsome yet internally corrupt, causing him to knit his small brow tightly, his eyes filled with distaste. Soon, Chu Shiyun didn't have time to think about those things anymore. The airport was crowded with people pushing against each other. Despite being young, little Shiyun wasn't lacking in temper. Having been squeezed through the crowd, his frown hadn't left once. Xian, here." Chu Shiyun looked up upon hearing the voice. A young and pretty woman stood next to a car, excitedly waving to them. However, Chu Shiyun noticed the boy by the woman's side first. The boy wore a white striped shirt and black suspenders pants. Even though he was young, his expression looked cool. Initially, he seemed disinterested and somewhat impatient while waiting. But when he made eye contact with Chu Shiyun, his eyes widened suddenly as if he'd forgotten how to act. Shen Mom gave Shen Mutian a light tap on the head. "What are you staring at like an idiot? Go help Aunt Xian with the luggage." Shen Mutian, stunned for a moment, then rushed in front of Chu Yishuan, stretching out both hands, his gaze locked straight at Chu Shiyun. "Aunt Xian, give me the baby brother." Chu Shiyun felt shy under Shen Mutian's obvious stare and hid his face into Chu Yishuan's chest, then couldn't resist sneaking a peek at Shen Mutian. He's such a handsome big brother. Unlike the filthy looks he'd seen before, Shen Mutian's eyes showed nothing but unadorned joy, curiosity, and fondness. Shen Mom slapped Shen Mutian again. "Boy, I told you to help carry stuff, not hug the baby." "Hey! Mom, how do you know he doesn't want me to hold him?" Shen Mutian glared at his mom, not knowing why she wouldn't save some face for him in front of such a cute younger brother. Chu Yishuan chuckled, "It's okay, Yun, it's actually nice that Xiao Tian likes Bao Bao too. I was initially worried they wouldn't get along." After saying this, Chu Yishuan turned to Chu Shiyun. "Bao Bao, would you like big brother to hold you?" Chu Shiyun blinked his big eyes at Shen Mutian. Although Shen Mutian was only a year older than Chu Shiyun, he had grown quickly and had a sturdy build, much taller than most kids his age. Holding Chu Shiyun wasn't an issue for him. Chu Shiyun thought for a moment, nodded his head softly and replied, "Okay." Shen Mutian took Chu Shiyun from Chu Yishuan's arms. Chu Shiyun's short legs wrapped around Shen Mutian's waist. Shen Mutian lifted him slightly and found that even though Chu Shiyun looked chubby, he wasn't heavy. Chu Yishuan watched the two getting along nicely and smiled warmly. Shen Mom looked at Shen Mutian with envy and jealousy, glaring at him before dragging her girlfriend's hand forward. While walking, she kept grumbling, "I haven't hugged little Yun yet, and already this kid got the advantage." Chu Yishuan helplessly shook her head watching her jealous sister-in-law. Chu Shiyu looked at the younger brother in someone's arms and then at the retreating figure of Mom, and said, "Let's hurry up and follow." Shen Mutian agreed, holding the chubby little person and followed closely. Shen family mansion. It was Saturday today, so both Shen siblings were at home. When Chu Shiyun entered the door holding hands with Shen Mutian, he saw two siblings sitting on the sofa, pretending to be proper while secretly checking them out. Chu Shiyun felt a little awkward under their straightforward gazes and hid behind Shen Mutian. Seeing this scene, Shen Mom grumbled, "Do you not have homework? What are you so idle for today? You were still hesitating when I asked you to go pick people up just now." The two siblings sheepishly laughed. "Mom, there wasn't enough room before. Of course, we let our younger brother go." Shen Mom irritably shot them an unfriendly glance. Unfazed, the two siblings shamelessly approached Chu Shiyun to greet him. Chu Shiyun looked at Shen Mom whose gaze was full of kindness, then glanced at the unusually friendly trio of siblings, revealing a pleased smile on his face. He turned his head, seeing Shen Mutian staring at him with unblinking eyes, and blushed slightly as he lowered his head. Then, there was nothing more until... Because, looking at the chubby, rosy face right in front of him, Shen Mutian couldn't resist taking a bite or two. Realizing what happened, Chu Shiyun's expression turned between wanting to cry but trying not to, as Shen Mom and the other two siblings glared daggers at Shen Mutian. "Wah, woo." Chu Shiyun covered his face with both hands, looking at Shen Mutian with a grievance-stricken face, afraid that Shen Mutian would bite him again. Quickly, he ran away and threw himself into his mom's arms. Chu Yishuan helplessly yet amusingly picked up Chu Shiyun and cooed, "It's okay, my baby. Let mom take a look." Chu Shiyun stubbornly kept his head low, refusing to let Chu Yishuan see. "Boy, what kind of mischief did you cause?" Seeing the pretty younger brother crying, Shen Muyu immediately got angry and lifted Shen Mutian by the collar to hit him. Shen Mush and Shen Mom also watched Shen Mutian with dissatisfaction. Shen Mutian suspected they were going to take turns punishing him later. But getting to kiss the pretty baby didn't feel like a loss after all. Shen Mutian thought contentedly. A few days later, Chu Shiyun was playing alone in the garden when Shen Mutian suddenly ran over with a grin on his face. He held a necklace in his hand. The necklace design was simple, but the blue gemstone hanging from it was exquisite. Seeing the sparkling gemstone, Chu Shiyun's eyes indeed lit up, but when he realized who was offering it, he turned his head away. "Humph. Sweetie, don't be mad." Shen Mutian eagerly approached, seeking forgiveness. Chu Shiyun pouted angrily, saying, "Who allowed you to call me baby?" Hearing Chu Shiyun mix English and Chinese words, Shen Mutian found it somewhat amusing. "Xian aunt calls you that, isn't it? Is it not allowed?" Chu Shiyun placed his hands on his hips. "No, it's not allowed." Looking down at Chu Shiyun standing on a small stool, Shen Mutian let a flicker of amusement pass through his eyes. "All right, if you call me big brother, I won't call you baby. How about that?" "No." Chu Shiyun initially meant not wanting to call Shen Mutian brother, but Shen Mutian intentionally twisted his words. "Then I'll continue calling you baby." Chu Shiyun panicked. "Don't call me baby. Then quickly call me big brother." Seeing Shen Mutian's mischievous smirk, Chu Shiyun's golden tears finally couldn't hold back, and they dropped. Upon seeing Chu Shiyun actually crying, Shen Mutian immediately panicked. "Oh no no no. Baby, please stop crying." But Chu Shiyun refused to listen. "Wah. I want to tell Aunt Shen that you bullied me." Shen Mutian couldn't really let him go. I'm sorry. I really know I'm wrong. I'll take you out to play, alright?" Hearing about going out to play made Chu Shiyun somewhat tempted, as he had been locked indoors abroad and hadn't played much outside. But since the offer came from this mean boy who had bullied him, he was hesitant. Seeing Chu Shiyun's emotions calming down a bit, Shen Mutian pressed further. "There's a slide and seesaw in the residential area's garden. Do you want to play there?" Chu Shiyun pursed his lips and gave Shen Mutian a glance. "Okay. But, if you dare to bully me again, I absolutely will not forgive you." Having said that, Chu Shiyun wiped his tears, sniffed a couple of times. Shen Mutian's heart melted completely due to Chu Shiyun's cuteness, making him unable to bear to harm him anymore. However, how about calling me big brother? Looking at Shen Mutian's hopeful eyes, Chu Shiyun coldly snorted and deliberately called, "Shen, Mu, Tian." Although Chu Shiyun wasn't familiar with other Chinese phrases, he pronounced these three characters smoothly. Shen Mutian sighed bitterly but soon recovered his composure and took the adorable beauty out to play. Then, when they returned, Shen Mutian was once again beaten by the members of the Shen family one by one. Because Chu Shiyun was so young and had just arrived, everyone thought something bad had happened to him. Instead, it turned out that he'd been taken out by Shen Mutian. Looking at Shen Mutian being beaten, Chu Shiyun gleefully watched from the side, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter. For a while after that, Shen Mutian was on a mission to please Chu Shiyun, which helped Chu Shiyun's Chinese improve fluently thanks to Shen Mutian. Since Chu Shiyu had school and Chu Yishuan needed to transfer his business focus back to the country, there was no time for them to stay with Chu Shiyun. So, they temporarily entrusted Chu Shiyun to be cared for by the Shen family. Naturally, everyone was happy about Chu Shiyun staying over. But apart from Shen Mom, only Shen Mutian had time, everyone else in the Shen family was busy. However, Shen Mom wasn't really someone who got along well with little kids. So, the one who spent the most time with Chu Shiyun was Shen Mutian. As they became closer, Chu Shiyun grew less distant than he initially was, calling Shen Mutian, teacher brother, all the time. If Shen Mutian was out of sight, Chu Shiyun would pout unhappily in a corner pretending to pick mushrooms until Shen Mutian came back and consoled him for a while. Sometimes, even when Shen Mutian went to school, Chu Shiyun would bring a small stool and wait outside the door until Shen Mutian returned. Ordinarily, Shen Mutian disliked people who cried easily, but there was no helping it. He just couldn't help but love Chu Shiyun and found joy in taking care of him. Perhaps because of this time together, later on, when Chu Shiyun suffered hurt, it was only to Shen Mutian that he opened his heart and allowed the other person into his world. And thus, their hearts gradually leaned towards each other over time. The end.